my deskmate is a little fool. I told her to wear black, but she wore white. I told her to smile, but she cried. I told her to kiss me, but she bit me. Yet when I asked her to wait for me, she actually waited for me for 10 years. It wasn't until many years later when I succeeded in my business that I learned from a classmate that she had been silently supporting me all along. But when I found her, I discovered that she had suffered from severe depression during her school years. Now, even the simplest communication has become a luxury, and I fell into deep self-blame because of it. Since then, every time the night is quiet and deep, I think of that girl who timidly handed me a note in class, and I regret why I didn't spend more time talking to her back then. An unexpected event brought me back to the classroom of my high school days. After a brief moment of confusion, I quickly shifted my gaze to the right, and that familiar face appeared vividly in my sight. As if realizing she was being stared at, the girl's gaze began to flicker, and I could clearly sense her panic. From a distance, she seemed so unreal, as if she could be blown away by the wind at any moment, making her feel untouchable. By Shirhan, I like you. The words that came out of my subconscious made the girl, who was already avoiding eye contact, look as if she had heard something unbelievable. As she widened her eyes, she also glanced at the reactions of those around her. Fortunately, my voice wasn't loud, so she temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, putting on a facade of not having heard, lowering her head, but her little hands, which had nowhere to go, were clearly a bit flustered. By Shirhan, do you hate me? Is that why you won't talk to me? No, that's not it. She was so flustered that her little hands were restless, not knowing where to place them. Woo-woo, so scary. That was her first thought. As if remembering something, Bai Shirhan hurriedly searched her desk, and after a while, she looked at me with a hint of grievance in her eyes. I don't have any food. Her tone was soft and stammering. Hey, am I really that scary? But hearing that she could communicate with me normally made me really happy. I tried my best to control my excited emotions, wanting to hold her little hand multiple times, but I was afraid that such an action would scare this timid silly girl. I really don't have any food. Bai Shirhan was almost crying from anxiety. Her nervous little hands could only relieve their emotions by gripping the hem of her clothes. In her impression, I was always the big bad guy who snatched her snacks. I don't want food today, I just want to tell you something very important. Do you want to hear it? Seeing my suddenly serious expression, Bai Shirhan hesitantly nodded. Usually, I sleep in class and make a fuss after class, so when I suddenly became so serious, she felt that it must be something very important. Bai Shirhan, I want to do everything I can to make you my wife. Upon hearing this, she looked like a frightened little rabbit, suddenly pulling away from me, desperately shaking her head and lowering her gaze. Look up and talk to me. She obediently raised her head to look at me, her eyes filled with fear. No, don't bully me. I'm not bullying you. I'm seriously confessing my feelings. She shook her head again and even slightly moved back, indicating for me to check her desk drawer. This action made me laugh. It seemed I only knew how to take advantage of this silly girl. No, I'm serious. Starting today, I will let you know what it means to like someone. Bai Shirhan's eyes widened. This time she was truly scared, feeling like she was about to cry any second. What? I didn't expect to suddenly have to be his wife. Ugh, he's just a big bad guy, always taking advantage. No, she mustered her courage, thinking she shouldn't always comply with my requests and should resist appropriately. If it wasn't suddenly said that I have to be a wife, then what will happen next? Have kids? Thinking of this, Bai Shirhan was even more shocked inside. It's okay, you'll get used to it after a few times. Not giving her a chance to refuse, I turned around and sat up straight, the fan above still creaking and turning. Both the bold boy and the shy girl have their own little thoughts. In high school, students basically all wore the same uniform. If I had to find someone just by their silhouette, I might really struggle, but I do know a bit about Bai Shirhan. At that time, although she didn't show serious signs of social anxiety, she was still a bit introverted. For example, when eating in the cafeteria, she always habitually chose a spot in the corner where there were fewer people, and she hardly communicated with anyone throughout. Are you having breakfast? Not waiting for your husband? Bai Shirhan stopped her actions, quickly waved her hand, and turned to look around to make sure no one was looking at us before she hesitantly said her refusal. No. After saying that, she seemed a bit unwilling to pay attention to me. She was afraid that if she got used to it, one day she might unconsciously agree. I was sitting face to face with her, and I glanced at her lunchbox, which contained not only a fried egg but also some very cute little bread shaped like animals. Do you want to eat? Noticing my gaze, she stretched out her small hand and picked out the largest little bread to hand to me. Did you make all of these? I don't remember the cafeteria having such cute little bread. Bai Shirhan didn't speak but watched as I put the rabbit-shaped little bread into my mouth. Even without any words of inquiry, just from her expectant gaze, I could tell that this silly girl wanted to know my opinion. This bread is just so. Sure enough, after hearing my evaluation, Bai Shirhan probably didn't get the answer she wanted, so she pouted, moved her lunchbox, turned away, and no longer looked at me, already defining me as a big bad guy who doesn't understand how to appreciate good food. After a while, since she hadn't felt my presence for a long time, she inevitably became a bit curious, secretly turned her head, and planned to observe what I was doing with her peripheral vision, only to find that I was staring at her intently. What's wrong? Do you want me to feed you? Bai Shirhan looked like a child caught doing something wrong. Her gaze began to dodge, quickly finished the bread in her utensils, and then hurriedly left with the tray. I didn't rush to follow her but waited outside the cafeteria, knowing that Bai Shirhan would come out after she finished tidying up her lunchbox. After a while, the shy girl walked out of the cafeteria with a flush on her face. She seemed a bit confused, looking around, clearly searching for something, and only after her gaze locked onto me did she start to move. On the surface, she looked a bit scared, but her actions showed no sign of retreat. Not bad, you even know to come find me. We walked one after the other. Nini, can you not sleep in class anymore? She mustered the courage to say what was written on the note, knowing that I might still act like before. She couldn't help but want to remind me. I stopped, turned to look at Bai Shirhan, who was breathing heavily, knowing how much courage it took for her to say this. In my impression, she rarely said such caring words to me directly. More often, she expressed them through notes. What? Do you want me to study hard so that we can get into the same university in the future? Bai Shirhan was stunned, her small eyes wide open, completely unable to believe that her words could be understood by me in this way, and immediately waved her hands in denial. No, that's not it. Then you must hate me and don't want to go to the same school as me. No, that's not it either. She became a bit anxious, her hand gestures becoming more pronounced, afraid that I would misunderstand, while also frustrated that she couldn't express herself, finally reaching into her pocket to fumble around. Before long, a smile appeared on her face, and in her little hand, a big white rabbit milk candy magically appeared. Looking at her expression, it was as if she had found a treasure, her gaze eagerly anticipating that I would accept it. Eat it. I smiled as I took the milk candy, and at her urging glance, I opened the wrapper and tossed the candy into my mouth. It's very sweet. Thank you. After seeing my smile, Bai Shirhan let out a sigh of relief. People feel happy eating candy, so she wouldn't be misunderstood. After returning to the classroom, she still felt something was off. The familiar creaking sound of the chair was gone, and she curiously blinked her eyes, feeling that her deskmate was a bit different today. Usually, after class, I would always let her move the chair to make space, either to go to the bathroom or to mess around with those classmates who didn't like studying. Messing around was fine, but what she disliked the most was when I went to the bathroom. Every time I came back, she would always smell an annoying smoky odor. Hey, are you peeking at me? Upon hearing this, Bai Shirhan was immediately taken aback, and then hurriedly picked up her pen, pretending to be seriously doing her homework. It's fine, there's no shame in peeking at my own husband. For me, since I've already started this rogue mode, I must see it through to the end. I need to let this little fool slowly get used to it. Looking at Bai Shirhan, after hearing me call myself husband, she bit her lip and said, how did it become husband? Is this person a rogue? Not long after, a note was slowly pushed into my view. Not at all. After handing over the note, she chose to ignore me when she saw that I had finished reading it, pouting in dissatisfaction. Wife, why are you sitting in the last row? Not. Bai Shirhan was completely anxious this time, and instead of using a note, she directly expressed her meaning. It will be sooner or later. I will tell the teacher. In her world, telling the teacher is a very scary thing and is also the most effective way to deal with me. This rogue, although there is a bit of intimidation in it. Wow, you can actually sue the teacher now. Not bad. Hearing such a threatening remark, I felt quite pleased. In my impression, she wouldn't even dare to talk to her classmates, let alone sue the teacher. Compared to before, it is indeed a kind of progress. However, before Bai Shirhan could continue to express her dissatisfaction, shouts came from the doorway. Lin Sinyu, the homeroom teacher is looking for you. Bai Shirhan was stunned, her pupil eyes widening as she looked incredulously at Lin Sinyu. That expression was as if she was explaining that she hadn't sued her teacher. Don't worry, it's fine, wait for me to come back. Familiarly, he moved his stool to make room for the other man to get out, but unlike this time, the place he went to was the office. According to habit, every time he just came back from the office, he was unhappy. Looking at the drawer, all the snacks had long been swept away by that great evil. In response, Bai Shirhan frowned slightly, hesitated, and finally stood up. Office. Unlike the ceiling fans in the classrooms, each homeroom teacher has a special small fan next to him or her to relieve the heat, which squeaks from time to time, but this one is significantly safer in comparison, or at least you don't have to worry about dropping it at any time. Sinyu the last year, more or less effort. Your mom can call from time to time to ask how your studies are. I have to say, there was some nostalgia when I saw my homeroom teacher's likeness again. Even after that the two were in contact, and meeting was a matter of sending a few wawas, but they couldn't be that indulgent just yet. The old Chen in his memory was still good to himself, and he would still talk to him despite the fact that almost all of his subject teachers had given up. Mr. Chen, thank you. I know, I didn't know any better in the past, so bear with me. In the past, when he talked to himself, he was either caught smoking in the bathroom or sleeping in class, so he would be criticized with a bit of hostility. This is normal. After all, in the middle of adolescence, anyone who is more rebellious, knowing that the other person is for their own good, but just want to sing the opposite. It's better if you don't say it. The more you say it, the more I'm inclined to do it that way, with a simple mind that thinks it's awesome. In hindsight, it does seem a bit naive. The sudden shift, in turn, confused old Chen. What happened to the rebellious kid who usually didn't really want to talk to him when he came into the office? You kid, you're not going to cause me any more trouble lately, are you? Other than that, can't really think of any other reason. Lin Sinyu smiled in response, scratching his head, also a little embarrassed. A flashback to all the behavior in high school, as if it was a social death moment. Teacher Chen, don't tease me. There are still 3 months left for the college entrance exam, and I don't want to be a wreck just like that. Hearing this, Lao Chen felt more and more surprised. Did the sun come out of the west? What's with the usual talkative kid? No matter what kind of bad idea you have, to be able to say these words, I, as a class teacher, will be happy for you, and your mom will be happy for the sake of being happy if she finds out. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your concern. I won't cause any more trouble in the future. Lin Xianu bowed slightly, maturing mentally, causing himself how he could no longer be in a childish state of mind like before. Okay, this time the progress is great. In the future less sleep in class. Do not want to sit in the corner can tell me. Do not think I do not know. You kid just want to sit in the corner to hide sleep. In the past, Lin Sinyu really had this idea, but now he felt that the corner was quieter. Not to mention that there was that little bean. The only thing I don't understand is why she's sitting in the last row too. Even according to the results, with Bai Shirhan's total score, obviously able to sit in the front position, how it is impossible to become the same table with yourself. Also, Bai Shirhan the child is more introverted. Even if she was bullied she wouldn't say anything. Originally she wanted to sit in your position. I was afraid she wouldn't see it, so I moved you to the very end. Good lord, feelings I can see? Of course, this couldn't be said. After all, old Chen had just said that if he wasn't satisfied, he could offer to change his position. If this would be spat out, wouldn't that be separating from that bean? That would be worse than killing himself. Due to his good attitude, Lao Chen did not educate Lin Sinyu too much and simply explained the recent situation and let him go back to the classroom. Bai Shirhan was taking small gasps of air, her eyes looking towards the front door every now and then. In the drawer, the small hand has long been bought cookies, candy all organized and laid out, gasping for breath at the same time, inwardly sort of a sigh of relief. That way he won't be unhappy. It was only after Lin Sinyu's figure appeared in his line of sight that he sat upright and withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at the other party, pretending to study while moving his stool to make way for an empty seat. The first thing Lin Sinyu did when he returned to the classroom was to look in Bai Shirhan's direction, and he obviously saw that she happened to have her head down, and her pen movements were a bit flustered. As he approached, he spoke gently, waiting for me to come back. Just as he reached his seat and sat down, the note was handed over at this same time. No, I'm studying. It was probably because he noticed that Lin Sinyu didn't make any other movements, and combined with the previous summary, guessed that he might not be too happy. So, Bai Shirhan once again summoned up the courage, fished out a small bag of snacks from the drawer, paired with a note that had already been prepared, and together they crossed the gap and arrived at the other party's desk. Eat cookies. Chapter 4004. If you don't go over, I'll hold your hand. I thought I said there was nothing to eat. Where did you get these cookies? Lin Xianu tore open the bag and resolved the small cookies quite naturally, while looking at Bai Shirhan with a puzzled expression. Since the question was two, it was a bit hard to get back with a note for a while. Plus I was anxious inside and had to open my mouth. And again. Words stuttered again. Lin Xianu has long been accustomed to it. Did not have any comments. On the contrary, was somewhat happy. After seeing the smile appear on the other party's face, Bai Shirhan was relieved, like she had accomplished what she wanted to do, and felt somewhat happy all of a sudden. Which boy bought it for you? When he said this, Lin Xianu deliberately pretended to be angry before turning his head to look at Bai Shirhan, waiting for an explanation. The purpose of this was mainly so that she could talk more. After all, there was a first time for everything, and once you were opened up by yourself and the habit became natural, the acclimatization would be much better. No, it's not. No, there's no male, boys. Hearing such stuttering words, Lin Xin only felt that the other party was even more adorable. At the same time, he was looking forward in his heart to the day when she would be able to communicate with herself normally. Would it be another scene? But Bai Shirhan didn't think so, not to mention how aggrieved she was at the thought of being wronged by him. Obviously the snacks and candy are only for him, not to mention all this food is for himself. Bai Shirhan snorted coldly and turned around, no longer paying attention to the annoying guy next to her. This can't be someone who went and bought it especially for me to eat, can it? Lin Xinyu deliberately joked, going backward. Even though he didn't know why this little bean would always give all kinds of snacks to eat, every time she was helping herself, she would inevitably have someone bring snacks along with her, and this habit never changed. No. Just listening to the other party's anxious tone, Lin Xinyu realized that it seemed like she didn't stutter when she was in a hurry, or rather, when she was nervous. Really? I'm not kidding, I want to hit on you. I'm suing the teacher. It wasn't loud, but it was obvious that the stuttering was getting a lot better. Not only that, this little bean also purposely added a fierce expression, wanting to use this to scare off the other party, eliminating the terrible intentions before it was too late. A series of actions that in her own mind were considered vicious signals that would surely do some good, or at least make Lin Xin feel scared. You're so cute. When Bai Shirhan's milky, ferocious expression appeared, Lin Xinyu couldn't stand it any longer and reached out to gently stroke her on the head. He really didn't expect that Bai Shirhan, who was extremely socially terrified and unable to communicate normally afterward, would have such a cute side. Bai Shirhan panicked, instantly shrinking into a ball and detaching herself from the other party's palm, the blush emerging on her face clearly visible at the moment. Lin Xinyu, as if he were a big gray wolf, suddenly stretched out his claws, wanting to press the little white rabbit, not expected to be escaped by the other party, scared to hide in the distance and shivering, nervous, even the words cannot be said. It is not about stuttering or not stuttering. The school bell rang as if a shotgun had gone off, scaring away the big bad wolf that was so close. Knowing that the other party didn't want to be concerned by the gazes of many people, Lin Xinyu stopped his movements and got honest, sitting quietly in his seat. Then, in Bai Shirhan's incredulous sight, he took out his English book and began to memorize the words silently. Bai Shirhan thought she had misread the situation, and reached out to rub her eyes, confirming that the other party was memorizing words, and then the original look of surprise slowly changed to joy. Meanwhile, the other small hand felt for the snacks laid out in the drawer, touching them gently without making a sound. The snacks, in her opinion, were like treasures. Noon. Bai Shirhan wanted to go to the cafeteria alone, but this scoundrel beside her insisted that she wanted to eat alone, so she didn't want him to come along. In order to prove it, he could only let the other person follow. When I was a student, as long as I liked a person, I should be bold and in large, no more than 2 or 3 years. Not graduated will also be divided into different things. There is absolutely no need to be timid, slightly more daring, in case that crush she happens to like you too. As long as you don't play around with things, learn points about things outside of your studies, and work hard with each other, you certainly won't have too many problems. Or bring a lunchbox. Stealing extra meals? No, only morning, breakfast. As expected, I stutter as soon as I have a normal conversation, so it seems that I can only help to correct it slowly, and it may be a bit difficult to achieve it in the short term. Arriving at the restaurant, Bai Shirhan habitually walked towards the one with the least number of people in line. Lin Xin knew that she didn't like crowds and would feel uncomfortable in that atmosphere. Now it is okay, but also remember the past. The impression of her almost cannot deal with people. Every day is a person to stay at home. Even cooking and other things are all their own clean up to handle. Almost do not use servants. Belong to the self-enclosed, not with the outside world to communicate. That's why during this period she preferred to eat cheap and unpalatable meals rather than go to a crowded place and stand in line. Not because she didn't have the money, but because she didn't want to. Come on, I'll take you to a good meal. At first Lin Xinyu made no moves, merely persuading with words. Bai Shirhan shook her head slightly in rejection and didn't say anything. In the noisy environment, she was like a sheep that had strayed into a wolf pack, cowering and not daring to make a move. Scared? Well, this time Bai Shirhan didn't deny it and mildly vocalized it. Compared to the big bad man, the surrounding noisy environment is obviously more scary. Can only put this little sense of security in his body, at least with him in a peace, not so nervous. Fear. Trying to get over it? Bai Shirhan looked up. Lin Xinyu was a head taller than her, and the scoundrel in front of her seemed to have said what she wanted to do the most. No, I can't. Before even attempting it, the little anticipation in Bai Shirhan's eyes, which had just yielded, had already been worn away by itself. the subconscious mind told itself that it was simply impossible to accomplish. People live in the world. The most important significance is the courage to try. As long as you dare to step forward, may be able to succeed. If nothing to do, doomed to this life, cannot be successful. Bai Shirhan couldn't believe that the great villain who only bullied himself could actually say such words, but it was also these words that made that courage, which had disappeared, sprout once again. If you ask me, it's just a meal, not so much. Lin Xianu knew that easy words could in turn make the other party remove her defenses, and if the atmosphere stayed tense, the odds were that she still wouldn't dare too much. If it's still scary, then I'll just hold your hand and go over there. That should be better. As the words fell, Lin Xianu had already made a move, ready to reach out and hold the other party. Bai Shirhan, who heard this, panicked in her heart and pulled out her legs to run. In her mind, this was clearly more terrifying than going over there and standing in line. Don't look at her usually cowering, but in this slip of time, she was already honestly standing next to the line, waiting for Lin Xinyu to go over and fight for food together. It's not a good idea to go out on a limb. Chapter 5005. He's a rascal. By now, Bai Shirhan had stood obediently. There was a great evil behind him, but now, there was an indescribable good feeling in his heart. For Bai Shirhan, this is the first time she has been in a crowded line, not to mention that there are other teams lined up on both sides, so according to him, it should be considered a breakthrough. In Lin Xinyu's perspective, the other party's small white hands were wandering around in the air with nowhere to rest, sometimes clenching their fists, sometimes opening them, and finally pinching the corner of the school uniform, as if using it to stabilize the panic. Yeah, well, it's not that scary. Still, afraid. Bai Shirhan's voice was small, and it was a good thing that Lin Xinyu was right next to him, so there was no need to repeat it. It's okay, just come back a few more times. As if thinking of the same words in the morning, Bai Shirhan opened her small mouth slightly, a little surprised. Was it possible that for him, anything just needed to come a few more times? As soon as she thought of Lin Xinyu calling herself his wife, Bai Shirhan hurriedly shook her head. No, don't. If you do everything a few more times, it's hard to resist. It was soon the turn of the two to take their meals, and after seeing Bai Shirhan habitually finger 2 green vegetables, Lin Xinyu walked next to her from behind. Sister, can you help me with the meat? The tone of his voice was so gentle that he amused the cafeteria aunt to beat the food without her hands shaking. Looking at the handsome young man in front of the windowsill, and the shy little girl with her head bowed, Auntie Sophisticate understood everything in an instant. Boy, study hard. That said, the meat did not skimp on the slightest bit. As for paying, Lin Xinyu wanted to give it, but Bai Shirhan, as if she had guessed in advance, paid for it along with his share, and then left without looking back, speeding up her steps. Since he knew the other party's family, Lin Xinyu was not surprised. The only thing he didn't understand was why the timid bean didn't wait for himself. Normally, in a crowded situation, her first reaction would surely be to get scared and cast a look for help. But now, this was why Lin Xinyu didn't understand. As for how to find Bai Shirhan, it was simple. Still in that familiar corner, the girl in the red-trimmed white school uniform turned on her side and was trying her best to hide herself. However, it's more or less deflating when internally defined bad guys show up beside them. Found again. Hiding from me? It's... No. Lin Xianu was so angry and amused. While walking over, that would have been a bit curious as to why she would suddenly turn her back on herself on purpose. Only now did he realize that it was because he didn't want to be found. Only, can you hide somewhere else next time? Think you can't be detected if you turn your back on someone in the same position? In fact, Bai Shirhan had also thought about this. For some reason, there was some fear. Fear of what if he couldn't find it if he changed places. From now on, you have to combine meat and vegetables, and you can't be picky about what you eat. Lin Xinyu's words interrupted her thoughts. It was fine if she didn't say it, but when she did, Bai Shirhan looked at the lean meat and the cutlery and quickly frowned, her mouth bulging, inexplicably a little angry. The thought that the meat was exchanged for his gentle voice calling his sister made it even less appetizing. No food. It was Lin Xinyu's turn to open his eyes wide and look at Bai Shirhan incredulously. Not only did he not stutter, but even his tone was much harder. I won't eat if you don't. After saying that, Lin Xianu put down his chopsticks, and when he saw that the other party still didn't make a move, he prepared to get up and put his hand on the cutlery. Eat? No, can't waste. Really? Then I'll watch you eat. Lin Xinyu quickly sat down and looked at Bai Shirhan with 2 straight eyes. A look of you eat it for me. You. It was then that Bai Shirhan reacted to the fact that the other party had no wasted intentions at all. You promised me. Eat it, and I'll eat it. From now on, I'll, myself, do the dishes, okay? picking up the lean meat and settling it in small bites. Bai Shirhan looked up, eyeing Lin Sinyu as if pleading. You're a dumb mouth. And those ants need to be called sisters so they can hit you with lots of food and their hands won't shake. Me? I can do it too. Bai Shirhan had a bit of firmness in her eyes, trading the meat he called his sister for. Not eating it, Lin Xin, you didn't think too much about it, thinking that this was a chance to help her change, so he nodded in agreement. Originally, the two of them didn't eat quickly, but Bai Shirhan immediately sped up her movements after hearing the other party wanting to feed herself, settling the remaining meal, eating that was called a clean meal, fearing that Lin Sinyu would find an opportunity. You have to be brave in everything, just let me feed you once and you'll get used to it later. That's a good thing to hear, isn't it? Bai Shirhan got up, grabbed her dinner plate, and pulled her legs out. Don't look at the little girl's usual soft-spoken voice, but now she was running really fast. In no time at all, Bai Shirhan had long since disappeared. The road is long and it seems that this idea of trying to make her a wife soon is unlikely to materialize anytime soon. But with this you can be sure that you are definitely right in this approach. She was such an extreme introvert that the only way to change it was to neutralize it in the opposite way. Classroom. Bai Shirhan sat upright early for her review, not even raising her head when she sensed Lin Sinyu coming over. The corners of her mouth rose slightly after she made way for him to enter. Hey, no heads up. Progress again. Lin Sinyu was just about to speak when he saw the note that was already on the table. Noon. Review. Obviously, this was a cue signal for himself not to bother her. In response, Lin Xin didn't say anything, but picked up a pen and replied on that note. At the same time, the eyes of the side stealing over is very obvious. Lin Sinyu did not rush to poke through, slowly folded the note, just ready to hand it over, but also as if thinking of what general will be that note back, placed on the table. This is to make that long-awaited Bai Shirhan indignant. Really is a bad guy. I will not look. Head down, pen in hand, puckered mouth. The action is all in one go, but when the note came through, it was still instantly deflating. For the sake of face, he could only pretend not to see it and continue to answer the question. And before a while, he twisted his head to look around, and finally his eyes rested on the note, as if he had just realized it. Picking it up, there was some tension in the opening motion of her small hands. His first time, in a note reply, when she saw what was written inside, Bai Shirhan looked like she was stabbed by the note and let it fall on her desk. As for that Lin Sinyu, he was currently looking at Bai Shirhan with an ambiguous face, and when he met her gaze, he pulled the book out and carefully reviewed it, and even made marks with a pen from time to time. He's a rascal. Check it again. It clearly shows in black and white. Yes, ma'am. Confirming that the contents of the note were correct, Bai Shirhan blushed and took it into her hands before placing her small hands in the drawer naturally. Fold the strip of paper, try not to make a sound, and finally put it in a piece with that treasured snack. Chapter 6006. Let's go home. Seeking recommendations, seeking favorites. In the afternoon class, Lin Sinyu was honest and did not sleep on his back or read extracurricular books. In the past, Bai Shirhan would wonder why he could read extracurricular books so seriously. Midway through, she had also tried to borrow it to consult it, but when the other party discovered her intentions, she bluntly refused, saying that she could only read it when she grew up. Bai Shirhan, who was already timid, could only nod her head. When it came time to eat dinner, no matter what Lin Sinyu said, this girl just only stayed in the classroom, saying that after studying in the evening, she would go home and cook by herself. This created a situation where the two of them looked at me and I looked at you, and probably to lighten the atmosphere, Bai Shirhan pulled out snacks from the drawer. Here you go, eat. Why do you always give me things to eat? This point Lin Sinyu real curiosity, before the reason cannot guess, even if the future, the other side will always give their own food. In the end, Bai Shirhan didn't know how to express herself, or she was too nervous to speak, so she took a pen and wrote what she wanted to say on a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Sinyu. Going to try to break that habit, as much as I like it. Bai Shirhan was just about to open the snack bag, and after hearing what Lin Sinyu said, her fingers slipped nervously and didn't tear it open. Try, open the note. You said you'd be happy if you ate snacks, and it would be hard if you weren't happy, so I'll give it to you. Lin Sinyu suddenly felt his nose turn a little sour. Thinking back to when I used to say that in high school to coax a snack out of her, I didn't think that it would be remembered by this little simpleton. Not only now, even after the career suffered a landslide, although the other party did not communicate with their own, but the box of snacks actually sent to the company. At that time, I thought it was a prank made by a rival company and wanted to see a joke on purpose. Now, it's sort of come out. So you always have snacks just to keep me entertained? At the sound of the ceiling fan creaking and squeaking, the little girl was a little nervous, the scarlet color gradually emerging on both sides of her cheeks. wanting to write a note, and remembering the effort she had just made, she could only open her mouth. Myself, eat. If he hadn't experienced several boxes and boxes of snacks feeding from the other side, perhaps Lin Sinyu would have believed it, but now, it was clear that he wouldn't. Here, I'll break it down for you. Before Bai Shirhan had time to pay attention, the snack in her hand that she had just not opened due to nervousness was snatched by the other party. Just as he was about to make an aggrieved expression, Lin Xianyu ripped the bag open and handed it back to her. I hope, too, that you will always be happy. So, can you? No, don't bully me. Good. Bai Shirhan took the snack bag and was just about to reach in and take out the cookies, and after hearing the other party's words of agreement, she was a bit strange while looking in the direction of where Lin Sinyu was to make sure she wasn't frowning and unhappy. No bullying, but, still, chasing you. Aha, no way. At the very beginning, when she heard him say that he would not bully, Bai Shirhan didn't even listen carefully behind her, and when she reacted, she realized that something wasn't quite right. Lin Sinyu did not continue to say, extreme extroversion should also have a degree. The opposite of what is extreme is said to be the truth. As for why he dared to go this way to Bai Shirhan, it was precisely because the two had been at the same table long enough to get along that they were able to be so brazen about it. If you don't know her yet, and you just take the liberty of announcing that she's your wife, not to mention talking, you're sure the next step will be to have the teacher switch to the other corner, and the two of you will be at arm's length from then on. In any case, in Bai Shirhan's eyes, Lin Sinyu had changed, even if he was a bit of a scoundrel, but judging from his performance in class all day today, he did seem to be taking things seriously. Thinking of this, Bai Shirhan secretly rejoiced inwardly. It's so nice not to have to smell that smoky odor, not to mention the sometimes unspeakably unpleasant mix of smells from the toilet. Wait until the evening study session is over. At this time, high schools were also divided into residential day students, except that most of them were lodgers, and a few of them had their family's house right across the street from the school, so it was more convenient to go back. And Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan belonged to that rare part. It's just that the Lin Sinyu of that time was more playful, so he missed out on the many times he could go home with Bai Shirhan. As far as I could remember, there was always a girl behind him who followed at the very back. To say that she wasn't scared would definitely be a lie, but the only person Bai Shirhan knew in her class was Lin Sinyu, so she could only follow him with slow steps, and only disappeared when she was out of the school gates and there weren't many people around. Now that I think about it, I want to slap myself twice. What a great opportunity. Together? Bai Shirhan, who was still packing up her things, first paused for a small moment before shaking her head after hearing what Lin Sinyu had said. No need. Usually alone, although he was following him, but out of the school gate, did not follow. Really? Aha. I'll be off then. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Xianyu signaled the other party to move out of her position and then left the classroom under her gaze. Meanwhile, Bai Shirhan accelerated the movements in her hands, packed up, and got up to leave campus. The students usually had a date to go home, and everyone basically had a regular playmate. Lin Sinyu was the same, and his basemate, Kong Fatty, was waiting downstairs early. If you ask me, Xiao Yu, did you forget about your brother all day today? Mosquito coils not lit, kiosks not going, action books not even studying? Before Lin Sinyu could even get close, the other party had already started complaining out loud, looking at him at this moment in his physical form, when it was really full of nostalgia. Good friend Kong Yu, nicknamed Kong Fat, don't look at his current body type as huge, go backward. Solid proof of what is called fat is the potential stock. It's just not a very good judge of character, and the so-called true love that he finds turns out to be for the purpose of accomplishing the task given by his master. Stop whining and keep your mouths clean. We're all good students. Hey yo, you, come with me on this? Hiding mosquito coils to smoke yourself? The two have a good relationship at the same time or loss of friends, played since childhood to the big iron brother. Will always find ways to take advantage of each other, but as long as things go wrong, the first to stand out will inevitably be the other person. Here, all of it. Lin Sinyu reached out and pulled the mosquito coils out of his pocket, but when he took them out, he realized that all of them had been turned into snacks. Kong Yu just wanted to criticize this behavior, but Lin Sinyu stopped him. The two have been walking for some distance. According to the usual, that little bean will surely be in the back, but shouldn't it be this night that she has become that kind of character? Thinking of this, Lin Sinyu didn't have time to pay attention to Kong Yu, turned around and ran in the direction of the classroom. It's hard to come back for a trip. I don't want you to become like that again. Anxiety drove the pace, and instantly threw that Kong Yu away from a large distance. When he was about to arrive at the classroom, the extremely attached paper girl finally appeared in his vision. At this time, Bai Shirhan had an aggrieved face. and had hurriedly tried to follow Lin Sinyu, but she didn't notice the snack opening, scattering the remaining cookies all over the place, and had no choice but to stop and clean up. It's a good thing there wasn't much around, or I really wouldn't know what to do. Just tonight, may not be able to follow him. Bai Shihan exhaled and cleaned up carefully, unquestioning of the noises coming from the surroundings, until someone squatted down on one side. The sound of rapid breathing is very obvious, just listening to the voice, and some familiar. Looking up, as if seeing the impossible, subconsciously moved back, but before he could react, he was lifted and grabbed by the bad guy. Come on, let's go home. Bai Shihan didn't have any chance of opening her mouth at all. At night, the breeze is fluttering. The little white rabbit does not know why. It feels that he has made a mistake. Take the initiative to lower his head. Do not dare to look at the big gray wolf. Can only mouth muttering from time to time. Pie, Cookie, Chapter 7007. You can't pinch my face from now on. From now on, you'll follow me home. Lin Sinyu didn't twist his head to look at Bai Shihan, and because of this action, the little white rabbit didn't have any retort and nodded her head obediently. Combined with the rapid breathing and the anxious tone, it was clear to Bai Shihan that he was definitely unhappy. So the small hand reached into the pocket of his pants and pulled out the candies that had already been prepared, slowly handing them towards Lin Sinyu. Eat candy. Even on her own accord, reflecting the light, she could still see the blush on her face. I'll be damned, you kid, feeling like you left me behind to pick up a girl? That time when he saw Lin Sinyu leaving in a panic, Kongyu would have been able to arrive with him if his size didn't allow it. I thought it was something important, but when I got to the place, I realized that beside him stood a scowling girl in school uniform. Kongyu was a good guy right away, so his own brother is good at this? Bullying girls is not a skill. Have the guts to let me come. Fatty. Restrain yourself, don't scare your sister-in-law. Feeling that little bean was tugging at his coat corner on the side, Lin Xinu immediately called out to stop Kongyu. No, not. Bai Shihan's voice was small and habitually retorted, but didn't choose to let go of the small hand that was pulling on the corner of Lin Sinyu's coat. You kid, you got a date and you forget about your brother? After saying that, he moved his feet to get closer to the two of them. The smell of tobacco on his body was very obvious, forcing Bai Shihan to lean behind Lin Sinyu once again. Perhaps knowing that they were on better terms, Bai Shihan merely frowned and didn't express her inner dissatisfaction with stuttering words, obviously not wanting to say anything that would upset them. Okay, fatty, don't talk nonsense, add someone to join you after school. What? She smokes wazoo too? Bai Shihan, who was already a bit scared, immediately opened her eyes wide after hearing what Kongyu said. Smoking, wazoo? Having been at the same table with Lin Sinyu for such a long time, Bai Shihan wasn't ignorant of everything, and she was still able to understand the meaning of these few words. The thought of that nasty smell on his body crossed his mind, and he quickly let go, then shook his head. No smoking. How dare you? Are they really together? Before Kongyu could continue his suspicions, Lin Xinu pulled Bai Shihan aside, and from the moment she frowned, he could guess that she hated the smoky smell of the fat man. Fatty, study hard. Lin Sinyu didn't continue to say more. Ben had experienced this age group and knew that it was useless to persuade people in the rebellious stage, so he just advised a little and then took Bai Shihan out of the school together, leaving Kongyu in place with a confused face. How you brother today with a different person like? He taught himself how to spit in a circle. School entrance. In a crowded place, Bai Shihan still felt scared and followed behind Lin Sinyu the entire time. It was only when there were fewer people that she was relieved and ready to escape, but to her surprise, she was quickly stopped by the other party. If she hadn't been aware of the front, there was a good chance that if she hadn't been paying attention, she would have jumped into his arms. Bai Shihan stopped, her eyes carrying a few moments of begging. Don't bully me. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was present and reflecting the moonlight, Lin Sinyu pinched her little face. Why did you run so fast? Harm. Afraid. Scared of what? You. How can someone who has been calling her wife since today not be scared? If I hadn't sensed that he was concerned and hadn't otherwise acted excessively, I would have asked to change seats. Although he was a little reluctant to let go of the smooth skin in his hands, Lin Xinu chose to let go, fearing that he would make the other party feel panicked about himself inside. If she hadn't given back candy, Lin Xinu was really thinking about whether or not to take a different approach to the raiders. Bai Shihan pouted her small mouth, a little aggrieved, obediently stood in place, did not leave. After thinking for a small while, gathered the courage to raise her head, looked at Lin Sinyu, and locked eyes with his gaze. You lie. How's that for cheating? You said you wouldn't bully me. I'm sure I won't bully you as long as you don't think about sneaking away. Bai Shihan cocked her little head and thought seriously. Okay, I won't run. Hearing her promise herself, Lin Xin was happy inside. As long as Little Bean promised something, then he would definitely do it. In the future, I'll send you home, okay? It's not safe for a girl to go home alone at night. After hearing what he said, Bai Shirhan ducked back. No, I'm afraid of you. Why are you afraid of me? I'm not a bad guy. But, you made me a wife. Lin Xinyu was amused by Bai Shirhan. He didn't think that this would be what she was worried about. It's not like I'm making you a wife. You are a wife. You can refuse. It's hard to believe that I'm forcing you to be a wife? Bai Shirhan lowered her head, as if she was thinking carefully about what Lin Xinyu had said, and waited for a moment. Then, in the future, you can't, pinch my face anymore. I try. You can't blame yourself if you can't help it when it gets too cute. Lin Xinyu walked at the front. Don't look at Bai Shirhan's cowering, but she didn't walk slowly and was able to keep up with the pace. It's not bullying, it's just that it's really not safe at night, and you live alone, so it's nice to have some company and not have to sneak around and hide from people to get home. Bai Shirhan had been walking nicely when she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes looking at Lin Xinyu with a few moments of caution. How would he know if he lives by himself? I just live alone and used to be quite scared, like you, avoiding people back home. Hearing Bai Shirhan sigh in relief, Lin Xinyu was then relieved. Obviously, this was the rhetoric used to coax Bai Shirhan into using, mainly to reassure her. The shadows on the ground were clearly visible in the moonlight. Depending on the angle, the location of their palms overlapped. Bai Shirhan, who had kept her head lowered, naturally noticed the scene. The little white rabbit seemed to take the initiative to send the door, stretching out his little hand to overlap with the shadow of the other's palm, one after the other, like a hand-holding action. Here. Along with the passage of time, Bai Shirhan arrived at the door of the housing with Lin Xinyu, wanting to open her mouth to say goodbye to the other party, but she was too nervous to say anything because she remembered the small action in the shadow just now. Then he put his hands in his pockets and emptied them. Just as Lin Xinyu was puzzled, the great white rabbit milk candy appeared in his field of vision. Schools at this time did not popularize credit cards. The kiosk change some cannot find open. Milk candy became the perfect substitute. So every time Bai Shirhan buy things, more or less in the pocket will be equipped with candy. Here you go. Lin Xinyu deliberately joked as he reached out. Is this a reward for your husband for sending you home? As a result, he didn't expect that Bai Shirhan suddenly rebelled and retracted his hand the moment he was about to touch it. What do you mean? Teasing me? No, no. He said it's okay to say no. He won't force it. Chapter 8008. Good boy. Open your mouth. Girls' rooms are mostly neat and clean in contrast to boys. And the main thing is that they don't smell bad. Not to mention the likes of Bai Shirhan, who would surely tidy up the room, especially the private area, which was specially vacated and placed. Black yarn trimmed, bows, little chinchillas. The colors vary and are varied, with essentially no overlap. Most of the clothes in the closet were skirts, probably because they were rarely tried on due to school. Even so, the answer could be gleaned from the fact that Bai Shirhan liked to wear small skirts. From the inside, she took out the garter pajamas, took off the white lace-trimmed stockings, and her jade feet were slowly exposed to the air. For her, the only way to feel absolutely relaxed is to stay in her room. Maybe it was because of fear. So Bai Shirhan's bedroom wasn't designed to be very big, but one could feel that everything was laid out in an organized manner. It wasn't long before the sound of water came from the bathroom. The white, flawless skin was now as visible as it could be, droplets of water slowly descending down her neck, and the blush beside her cheeks was slow to fade, especially after recalling her conversation with Lin Xinyu. Bai Shirhan unconsciously hugged her body tighter. Wouldn't let him come over for dinner. In this day and age, the penguin is not that smart, but it works. As for cell phones, fruits are not available at this time, and according to the timeline, the most popular Moto V3 is coming soon. With its stylish shape and unique flip cover, it has become the dream goal of countless young people. Thanks to the cord function, the advertisement slogan "Hello, Moto" has also entered millions of people's homes since then, and has been known by many consumers. Before that, it was Nokia that was the most real. Lin Xinyu took the cell phone full of memories, and his first reaction was to see if he could use Penguin. After a meal of operation, learned that, basically, can meet the needs of friends chatting online, only wait for the other side on the line, can communicate. A small button, full of memories. After fiddling a little bit, Lin Xinyu barely got used to it, typed in the Penguin number he knew by heart, and chose to add a friend. The only thing that's not clear is that the odds are that the other side won't be online, so we'll just have to wait until we go to the school tomorrow and instruct a little bit. The next day, Bai Shirhan woke up to the laughter of the birds. Every time this time was when she was in the best mood and would feel extra relaxed. Stretching her lazy waist, the white halter seemed to understand the meaning at the moment. falling slowly from her white shoulders, revealing her fragrant shoulders. Raising her other small hand, Bai Shirhan rubbed her eyes that were still not fully open. Then she removed her suspenders and changed into her school uniform. Finally pulling out another pair of white short socks from the closet, she stretched out her jade feet and slowly slipped them in. Get out of bed and get ready to wash up. With everything ready, Bai Shirhan put on her backpack, took out the mop from the bathroom, and cleaned all the routes she had traveled before leaving satisfied. It's time to go downstairs again. The thought of having to face the occasional crowd again later inexplicably caused some panic inside, but once he remembered what he had promised Lin Sinyu, he hardened his heart and gathered his courage. Come on, it'll work. It wasn't until I walked into the main road leading to the school that it occurred to me that breakfast hadn't been prepared. Just as he was about to turn his head, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Shirhan weakly didn't dare to raise her head, wanting to make a detour away from the other party. What? Don't even look who it is? Lin Sinyu waited early in her downstairs, but I did not expect this bean. Walking pressure simply do not see. Only know to duck down to avoid other people. Do not even go to look at who is coming. I'll want to quickly go to the classroom. After hearing a voice that sounded a bit like that fellow rascal, Bai Shirhan then looked up and sighed in relief after confirming that it was him. Even though the other guy wasn't a nice guy and was always trying to pick himself up, at least with him, he wouldn't be too nervous, and would even be a little relaxed. Did you bring breakfast? Is my share ready? Without saying anything, Bai Shirhan remembered and turned around, ready to go back. Forgot to prepare? No, I forgot to do. Probably afraid that Lin Sinyu would get the wrong meaning. Bai Shirhan then opened her mouth to explain. My also no. This time Lin Xianu sort of heard her and reached out to tug on her book bag to stop the other party from leaving. Let's go. I'll take you to eat tofu brain. Ha! Usually, he prepares his own breakfast, but now he let him follow him to eat outside. Bai Shirhan was a little surprised, and quickly waved her hand, wanting to refuse, but the other party carried her school bag and walked in the direction of the school. You, again, lied, again. Bai Shirhan grunted in a small voice. I don't want to trust you anymore. Lin Sinyu only as the left ear in, right ear out. Not contact with the outside world things which can work. Not to mention just buy a breakfast. Certainly to exercise. When there were many people, Lin Sinyu still loosened Bai Shirhan's book bag for fear that she would feel uncomfortable. Even so, Bai Shirhan didn't take this opportunity to make an escape, knowing that the consequences of doing that would surely be aggravated by the other party. This grandma is very talkative. You need to learn to communicate with people and slowly you won't be afraid. Good. Then go over and buy 2 bowls of tofu brains with. No. In this hurry, her words didn't even stutter. Bai Shirhan shook her head repeatedly and even moved her feet back as a rejection. Sweet, savory, sweet. After answering, Bai Shirhan was lifted up her school bag again and walked with Lin Sinyu towards the grandmother's stall. When a series of processes were done, Bai Shirhan realized that Lin Sinyu was staring at himself. Somewhat strangely. Learned nothing? A little bit of. When he finished speaking, he took the money out of his pocket and was going to give it back to him. You paid for my dinner yesterday, so I'm going to buy you 4 more tofu brains. 4 times? Bai Shirhan stared wide-eyed. If she had known this, she wouldn't have paid him yesterday. The 2 of them were right next to the stall, and Lin Sinyu took the tofu brain and stirred it. Only in the end he didn't hand it to Bai Shirhan, but instead dug a spoon into it. Ah, open your mouth. No, don't. 1 bite and you won't be allowed to buy tofu brains. Bai Shirhan had just resisted, but when she thought that he would make herself buy tofu brain for the next few days, she still nodded. You can't lie to me. Lin Sinyu's expression was serious, meeting up with her talking eyes. We've known each other for so long, when have I ever lied to you? Being stared at a bit shyly, Bai Shirhan lowered her head, remembering what happened earlier. You said yesterday that you don't bully me. You don't wrong a good person like that. Bai Shirhan, I'm looking out for your health. It's not bullying. Bai Shirhan looked up slightly, pinching and rubbing her fingers on the corner of her dress. This is. Then do you eat it or not? If not, I'll wait downstairs tomorrow for you to buy me tofu brain. Eat. Seeing that Lin Sinyu was about to take the bowl away, Bai Shirhan finally gave up resisting. Good girl. Come on, open your mouth. Ah, the sweet tofu brain was imported, and for the first time, Bai Shirhan realized that it was so delicious. Redness appeared in circles on her face, and only then was Lin Xianu satisfied, handing over the rest of the tofu brain to the other party. Tomorrow we'll skip the tofu brain and have wontons. Bai Shirhan bit the spoon, the tofu brain in her mouth still swallowed. Scammers. Chapter 9009. Come, smell it close. The sun is not very strong in the morning. Nonetheless, when walking into the campus, as long as she could see Lin Xianu's shadow on the ground, Bai Shirhan would stretch out her little foot and then come up on it as a way to vent her inner dissatisfaction, probably too involved. He simply didn't notice that Lin Sinyu had stopped and solidly hit him on the back. Lin Sinyu turned around and reached out to hold her steady. What are you thinking about? So serious? Bai Shirhan's gaze was evasive, not daring to look at him. When she didn't see any movement for a long while, she raised her head again to survey Lin Sinyu, and when she realized that the other party was staring at her with unblinking eyes, she hurriedly broke away and turned her body sideways so that she wouldn't let him look at her. The two walked into the classroom one after the other. Senior year of high school, everyone's attention is basically on learning, rarely gossip, as long as it does not affect their own. Even those who are not academically inclined will be embarrassed to make noise in the classroom. Lao-Chen guidance is such that every student in the class will not give up. Learning is not good and cannot force them to study hard. As long as they learn to be good, the results of the best effort can be. As for why Lin Sinyu always sang against him before, it was simply a matter of being in the way of face. Students in the rebellious stage are basically the same. They understand the reasoning, but they just don't want to follow it. Returning to his seat, Lin Sinyu didn't continue to give Bai Shirhan a hard time, but took out his textbook to review. A series of actions Bai Shirhan saw in her eyes, and inwardly she only felt a few moments of joy. This mood lasted until the end of the morning study session, and began to frown as Lin Sinyu was about to leave the classroom. Got any candy? Lin Xian didn't leave his seat in a hurry, but asked Bai Shirhan for candies. Yes, there is. Pulling it out of the drawer, Lin Sinyu took it and immediately opened the package and threw it into his mouth. Let's go ha! Even though he wanted to remind him not to smoke it, he didn't end up saying anything. Bai Shirhan sighed, somewhat chagrined. Outside the classroom, Lin Sinyu out of the main purpose is to want to explain to Kongyu. After all, his own high school brothers, not to mention later or iron brothers, has always been with the same sweet and bitter, never run away from the battle. To say anything do not want him to continue to fall. It wasn't that he was nosy, but Lin Sinyu remembered that when they chatted at one of their gatherings, Kongyu had complained more than once or twice about wasting a lot of time in the first place. Compared to Kongyu, the roommates in the university, on the contrary, there are still some hooks, and there are only one or two that can play. The rest of the mouth said that they were afraid of their brothers to have a bad time, but behind their backs, they were afraid that their brothers would eat more than he did. There are just a few gathering places, either the toilet or the storage room. The toilet also has a certain risk, maybe bad luck in old Chen to come to a head. Let Lin Sinyu fresh in his memory is that there is a time when the toilet gathered. Also thought that next to a brother, bashful mosquito coils towards each other. The result is to hear the familiar voice of the homeroom teacher. Living a good life. Smoking more expensive than I do. Storage room door. Before he even knocked on the door, Lin Sinyu could hear noises coming from inside. Fatty, open the door. There was a regular knock and Kongyu poked his head out of it. What? Someone said yesterday they wouldn't come, but today they can't resist? Go, go, go. I came to tell you that I don't intend to come in the future, and you'd better take care of yourselves. Better get a college education. There's still a few months to go, and this kind of talk is kind of nasty to me to hear, but without a degree, you're going to have a lot less of a way out of the world. This was only said to Kongyu. As for the people inside anyway, in addition to looking to borrow money from themselves in the future, have not contacted, there is no need to remind, and it is not a saint. What's up brother you? What's going on these 2 days? Kongyu closed the door to the storage room, then pulled Lin Xianu to the other side and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Brother you, be honest with your brother. Did you encounter something recently? Don't be afraid of dragging your brother down. If there's anything, labor is the first one to go. Don't listen to Kongyu talking straight now. Later on that is called a Sven. Compared to now, it is obviously not the same person. Your sister-in-law doesn't allow smoking. Seriously, review a few rounds while you can so you don't regret it later. What's more, Kongyu's family is a bit different. Early parents divorced, followed his mother since childhood. Do not look at him now, a optimist look. The actual inner pressure is very big. Otherwise graduation that will be the schoolgirl confession. How can not accept each other? Until later, earned a little money, only dare to try to love. The results of the pressure is simply inexperienced. Be fooled to spend money, but also in that happy. What's wrong you? You've been very wrong for the past 2 days. Kongyu still can't believe that he is usually the first one to take the lead, and now he is talking about studying hard? If you say that nothing happened, you won't believe it. Listen to your brother. Review well, don't regret later to find me crying. Big man knows sloppy. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm still tough when I'm robbed of my disc. Lin Sinyu didn't have time to continue spending time with him, and with a few final reminders, he went to the sink, wetting his palms and proceeding to pat on his school uniform as a means of dispersing the smell of tobacco that had just come over Kongyu's body. When he sniffed himself, The odor dissipated a lot before he waved his hand at Kong Yu and left, with the milk candy still in his mouth, leaving only the good brother with a confused face to stay where he was. Being so, Kong Yu which still have heart. Originally a group of people to play the best is Lin Sinyu. Good buddies are said to rarely come, then their own later to come with what is the meaning. Bai Shihan was lying on her desk, her eyes looking out the window every now and then, waiting for Lin Sinyu to return. However, her mouth puckered in unhappiness at the thought of another unpleasant smell coming up. Then she reached out and upset the snacks in the drawer as an emotional outlet. When the other party's figure appeared in the range of vision, this is to stop the movement. The small head on the arm, buried in the pretense of rest, at the same time the nose covered tightly, as if this can be treated as not smelling the smell. Not only that, but the little ears listened attentively, quietly waiting for the other to come over, then moving inward to make room. Asleep? Aha! Then I won't smell it for you. Bai Shihan didn't understand what he meant, but it wasn't good to raise her head directly, so in the end, she could only move slowly from the position of her arm, revealing her sight and looking at Lin Sinyu. This candy is so sweet. Lin Sinyu deliberately revealed the milk candy in his mouth, wanting to use it to prove that he hadn't lit the mosquito coils. As a result, when he looked at Bai Shihan, he found that little bean even frowned a bit in disgust. Wicked, heart, this word Bai Shihan did not say out, a little afraid of Lin Sinyu angry, but the thought of the other side eating milk candy to go to the toilet in his mind. Ha! You come closer and smell it. At this moment, Lin Sinyu was like a demon in front of Bai Shihan with his teeth and claws, but when he sniffed his own nose, he realized that there was no nasty smell as he remembered. Right? You've wronged me, and you're punished for going to fetch me lunch at noon. Bai Shihan was aggrieved. You, bully me again. Chapter 10:10. Why is there a little unsatisfied? When it came to the noon meal, with just a look, Bai Shihan obediently followed behind Lin Sinyu and headed to the cafeteria together. Can you really? Lin Sinyu was still a little worried. After all, earlier this little bean Q did not need to ask at all. There are only 2 green vegetables, clearly marked price. Now it's different. 2 meat and 1 vegetarian. You need to ask for your own selection. May. The answer fine. Not that scary. This is how Bai Shihan cheered herself up, but in reality it was still because she was afraid of Lin Sinyu, in case he shouted for his wife right in the cafeteria. Pretty good form. Keep it up. At least now I'm not stuttering like I did yesterday, so I should be able to communicate normally once I get used to it. Thanks. Keep being so polite and I'll feed you everything from now on. No, it won't. Bai Shihan waved her hand back and forth, too nervous to speak at the thought of being fed a mouthful of tofu brain by the other party in the morning. The student cafeteria is still pretty crowded at this time of year. After all, the school doesn't allow you to go outside. Walking to the door, Bai Shihan, who had secretly reached out to cheer herself up, instantly lost her courage after seeing the people in line. I don't eat meat. After saying that, the begging gaze immediately turned to Lin Sinyu, wanting to go to the far side of the line where there were fewer people. Yes, I'll feed you later. Bai Shihan pouted and bowed her head, inwardly disgruntled, deciding that she would be sure to get a few more kicks in his shadow when she got home at night. Queuing Bai Shihan is not afraid. After all, the heart of the worst of the big evil is behind. The only consideration is how to open up later to call sister. I definitely can. The girl in front of her spoke in a very small voice, obviously engaging in self-pumping. It was a good thing it would be summer. If it had been winter, the memory of her would have wrapped herself up tightly and sat in a corner by now. Bai Shihan had good skin, probably a little on the sickly white side from not being out for so long. Lin Sinyu looked the other party up and down, while secretly calculating the transformation plan in his heart. Shortly afterward, the two arrived at the rice-beating windowsill, and Bai Shihan stammered, a little nervously, just from the movement of her raised hand. It was clear that she was indeed determined to make a change. Hey, it's you two waifs again. Are you going to eat Moss dishes today? Or yesterday's auntie who beat the food? As to why they can remember them, belongs to the two people's personality is completely opposite. Coupled with the outstanding looks, the groom and the daughter, it's hard to forget. Waiting for a small meeting, the auntie who was playing rice looked at Bai Shihan with slightly questioning eyes, then looked at Lin Sinyu, and was just about to speak when she heard a glutinous voice. Sister, I want. Behind her, Bai Shihan didn't say anything anymore, but instead pointed her finger towards the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the fried pork with green peppers, and the Chinese cabbage. Two copies. After paying, Lin Sinyu took the cutlery with a quick hand. Another 5 bowls of tofu brain short of you. Bai Shihan's eyes widened, completely not expecting the outcome to be like this. No need. That won't work. You'll be called a soft touch. Lin Sinyu took the 2 portions of cutlery and skillfully went to the corner where the other party was often at. Bai Shihan just obediently followed behind him. not speaking the entire time, as if she was being bullied. Here, sit down, and this piece of meat, it's to reward you for your performance today. Bai Shirhan didn't understand the meaning and her eyes were filled with confusion. Then she saw that Lin Sinyu picked up a piece of meat from the cutlery and placed it in her bowl. The air was a little quiet as the scarlet color spread from the girl's face to her neck. Aren't you watching? I haven't used these chopsticks yet. Do you want me to use them before I give you a pinch? Bai Shirhan waved her hands repeatedly. No, no, no. So scared that she didn't even stutter. When she saw the other party preparing to put chopsticks in her mouth, Bai Shirhan looked at him accusingly. No, no, can't bully me. Lin Sinyu put down his chopsticks, then just kept staring at her. What? Not letting me eat? No, no, it's not. I was so nervous just now because I was afraid that he would use the chopsticks he had eaten to bring over the meat. That's why I was aggravated. It was also at this moment that Kong Yu appeared with a dinner plate. I go, brother Yu, why do you and your sister-in-law have so much meat? That Amma looks like she has a grudge against me. Obviously it's shredded pork with green peppers. She insisted on giving me a big spoonful of green peppers. Kong Yu looked at the two people's dinner plates, his eyes filled with envy. People's aunts are looking at you as fat and reminding you to watch your diet. Come on. The hand shakes more outrageously than my frequency. From the moment he came over, Lin Xin you felt something strange. Usually you could smell it, but now the fat man had no odor on him. Don't worry, I'm quitting too. Listening to brother Yu is right. This is also why Lin Sinyu wanted to remind him. Kong Fat, this person is quite real, especially for themselves. When the company encountered difficulties, not only is Bai Shirhan's support, Fat Man directly dumped to sell a sweet to fund. Come, let me introduce you formally. This is your sister-in-law. Afraid that Bai Shirhan would be uncomfortable on her own, Lin Sinyu looked at her and then briefly introduced Kong Yu. This is sister-in-law? Brother Yu, where did you special? You abduct her from? Kong Yu just wanted to explode, but was reminded by Lin Sinyu's eyes and immediately stopped. Yesterday, gave me candy and abducted me. Kong Yu's expression was a bit incredulous, but she finally spoke. Hello sister-in-law. With the sudden address, Bai Shirhan didn't know how to answer and could only nod her head. After nodding her head, she realized that it seemed like she couldn't nod her head. Admitting that she was her sister-in-law, wouldn't that be admitting that she was that bad guy's wife? The thought immediately shook his head again. Of course, this action was naturally ignored by Lin Sinyu. What's the matter, fat boy? You still want to stay and eat dog food? Come on, baby, open your mouth. Ah, now Bai Shirhan was even more flustered, especially when she saw Lin Sinyu pinching the food, and involuntarily moved back. But then she thought that by doing so the other party might be laughed at by her brother, so she was in a bit of a dilemma. Ha, eat it, labor doesn't eat dog food. Before leaving, Kong Yu still didn't forget to spit out that the sour stench of this kind of relationship was simply abominable. What I can't figure out is that, for some reason, I kind of don't want to leave again, and there exists a sense of illusion that, even if it's sour, I'm going to finish it. What? Want me to bully you? When Kong Yu left, Lin Sinyu twisted his head and turned to Bai Shirhan across the room. At this moment, Little Bean was at a bit of a loss for words, eventually lowering his head and not daring to meet the bad guy's eyes, picking up the rice, stuffing it into his mouth, and then lightly biting his chopsticks, not knowing how to express his emotions at the moment. Seem a little less than satisfied? Bai Shirhan shook her head and hurriedly denied the chaotic thoughts that appeared inside the point. How could she think of being bullied by him? Not a moment later, Bai Shirhan raised her head slightly and cautiously went to look at Lin Sinyu. In fact, he is quite good, and tall, and handsome. Body now also does not have the previous nasty smell, not to mention will accompany their own change. So, be slightly bullied a little bit down. Should, can it? Chapter 11:011. Wiping. Water. The bell rang for the third period of afternoon classes, while the sky thundered, and the two sounds seemed to battle it out. In the morning, the sky was still clear, but now it has turned into dark clouds, and there is a kind of black clouds are pressing down on the city. The image of the existence of the city is about to be destroyed. The only good thing about it was the refreshing breeze wafting in through the window, which was soothing. Bai Shirhan, on the other hand, frowned. It seems, didn't have an umbrella. Bean drops of rain couldn't stop falling downward, crackling. In order to not let the rainwater take advantage of the inflow, Lin Xin closed the window while seeing Bai Shirhan's frowning expression. Did you bring your umbrella? Bai Shirhan's heart was shocked. She had just pinned her hopes on him, but now she could only pray that it would rain a little less after school in the evening. It's not safe without an umbrella. I'll get it later. Yeah, oh, they sell them at the commissary. Lin Sinyu's words were like an enlightenment, and Bai Shirhan rekindled her hope. Just like this until the end of class. Lin Sinyu stood up, intending to go out, but Bai Shirhan didn't give up her seat as usual, but instead, she looked at the other person. then fished out the prepared change from her pocket and handed it to him. The meaning is self-evident. Only Lin Xin didn't take the money like she wanted, but bent down and narrowed the distance between them. A handful is enough. Gotta save it. This kind of opportunity to share an umbrella, say anything Lin Xin is not willing to miss. Stubborn little bean wouldn't move out of his spot, and the thought of sharing an umbrella with him made his face as red as a little tomato. Well, then, I'm going to. Yes, I can take you there. Anyway, it's a rainy day. There must be a lot of people buying umbrellas. Maybe the kiosk is full of people now. Let's go together. When she heard that there were a lot of people, and with the picture Lin Xinyu had painted appearing in her mind, Bai Shirhan felt nervous. It's a little scary just thinking about it. No, don't go. Then, help me. Buy a handful, okay? Bai Shirhan herself didn't even know that the expectant eyes paired with the glutinous tone was considered a kind of petulance. What's more, her small hand was still tugging at the position of Lin Xinyu's coat corner, making it hard for people to refuse. Call out to your brother. The hand that was still tugging at Lin Xinyu's coat corner immediately loosened, and Bai Shirhan's expression was a bit panicked. Liar. Bullying me again. The voice was small, but it didn't stutter half the time, which was a bit surprising to Lin Xinyu. Not really bullying. You sound better. Look, it's raining so hard outside. Getting wet to go and come back all wet. A little motivation isn't too much to ask, is it? In that case, it's okay to call your husband. This time Bai Shirhan directly opened her mouth wide, suddenly feeling as if her brother was not too much, but how could she not open her mouth? Owe me a head start. I'm going to get it. If I don't, I'll be in class later. Good. Bai Shirhan gave up her seat, then watched the other person leave the classroom. When the lightning and thunder appeared outside the window, there was still some concern. Got up, and left her seat. There were very few people at the kiosk, not to mention the fact that there was a rainstorm going on. Luckily, there were so few pedestrians on the road that it was possible to let go of the speed sprint and walk and duck along the lower part of the house, finally reaching the destination. In addition to the umbrella, Lin Xinyu also bought some candy snacks along the way, as a reward for that bean's progress in the future. Shaking his hair, the rain slid down his cheeks and left. Open your umbrella and walk into the storm. Have to say, the air here is relatively really good on a lot. The fragrance of grass permeating the rain is very obvious, completely without engine and that kind of unspeakable unpleasant flavor. Raindrops erupted merrily on the umbrella, and the birds were even smarter, hiding under the eaves and laughing softly at the girl who tried to step into the storm, until the boy appeared and stopped her reckless behavior with one hand. Just wait for me obediently. This is the umbrella I bought for you. After saying that, Lin Xin put the umbrella away, and purposely shook off the water, as if he was deliberately saying that he had used it. As for Bai Shirhan, her eyes were searching around his body, trying to find a second one. Don't want it? It's yours and I'll go back in the rain at night. No, it won't work. Looking at the raindrops that slid down from Lin Xinyu's head from time to time, Bai Shirhan was a little regretful of letting him go buy an umbrella. Luckily, she had brought a pack of paper from the drawer when she left the classroom, so she could wipe up the water stains. There's water. Wipe it off. In her heart, Bai Shirhan wanted to help him rub it, but after a lot of mental struggle, she still couldn't muster up the courage. Lin Xinyu took the paper towel, pulled one out of it and folded it, and didn't rush to clean himself up, but reached out, wiping slightly on Bai Shirhan's cheeks as well as the position of her head. I told you I'd buy it. It's not like I'm lying. Just wait in the classroom. I won't take care of you if you catch a cold. Being taught a lesson by Shirhan only felt aggrieved, obviously ran out because of worry. The result is how he is so fierce to himself. Go, back to class. Good. Bai Shirhan obediently followed behind Lin Xinyu. The bird that had mocked earlier flew away, dashed into the rain, wet its feathers, and returned to the roof, but it was slow to wait for the other half to come and care. Sure enough, the human world is all about lying to birds. Evening study hall dismissed. The moment the bell rang, instead of panicking, Bai Shirhan was a little nervous inside. I was used to being at the same table with him, but having to be that close to him under the umbrella was too much to accept just thinking about it. At the very beginning of giving the umbrella that will, Bai Shirhan still did not react. Why he would say that he wants to go home in the rain. It was only when she reacted that she realized that she was going to go home with him at night, and the umbrella was in her hand. It's okay, it's not raining too hard right now. I'll just get home wet. The thick dark clouds covering the sky had barely dissipated all afternoon, and even with the light shining on them, the vision was now becoming a little blurry, not to mention the thunder that would strike now and then. At this moment, the danger on Lin Xinyu's face was like a demon in Bai Shirhan's eyes, pressing in step by step. Go on, just stay behind and don't mind me. How does it feel to be the bad guy? Just as Lin Xinyu was about to leave his seat, Bai Shirhan reached out and tugged at the exact location of his coat. 1. Together. I don't know how much courage I mustered, but when I said it, I felt relieved. I'm not bullying you this time. For some reason, Bai Shirhan always felt as if something wasn't quite right, but she couldn't tell, so she could only obediently follow him, and then obediently give him the umbrella, stepping out under the nervousness and taking the umbrella together. Kong Yu just waited for Lin Sinyu, but saw the scene in front of him, when I didn't come. Under the eaves, the birds waited to dry their feathers but did not wait for the rain to stop, and at the sight of Kong Yu, who left in gray, as if he had found an accomplice, he let out a gloating chirp. Chapter 12:012. Is this bullying? The thing about the two of them carrying umbrellas together had never happened before. It's a little unnatural for the opposite sex to be close, let alone an intimate gesture like this. Bai Shirhan's face reddened and she didn't dare to speak the whole time, just listening to the rain fall on the umbrella, making the sound of day. In order not to let the girl beside him panic, Lin Sinyu deliberately shifted the umbrella towards her head position, and he himself was drenched half of his body instead. Even so, inside, there was more. Still, satisfaction. At the very least, for now, she could stand beside it without the slightest resistance. Still nervous? Lin Xianyu bent down and spoke close to her ear. A little bit. The impression of the big villain seems to have become gentler. But why? The scene of being bullied by him will always appear in the mind? Seems broken himself. Bai Shirhan was a little aggravated, and holding the corner of Lin Sinyu's coat in a sixfold manner, she began to seriously contemplate the changes of the past 2 days. It's hard to go back to the beginning when you used to be alone and your inner world belonged to a closed state, and suddenly he ripped a hole in it, carefully avoiding the water underfoot. I had planned to step on shadows at night, but my plans fell through and I had nothing to vent. Here it is. Lin Sinyu was already half wet, but he still escorted Bai Shirhan into the building before putting his umbrella right. The rain didn't stop, and the wind even picked up, making a whistling sound in the alley. Bai Shirhan shrank back. Usually at this time of the day, she hid under the covers, afraid that something would suddenly pop out. After all, the sky was all dark, lightning and thunder, and with the strange noises coming from time to time, it would definitely be a lie to say that you weren't nervous. Goo! A sudden sound came from the girl's stomach, breaking the two staring at each other. Bai Shirhan was a little embarrassed, and then saw the water droplets that were slipping on the other party's face, hesitated for a long time. Home, there is a towel. Although no one else had ever entered the house, Bai Shirhan knew that if she just let Lin Sinyu go back, there was a high probability that she would catch a cold. Wipe, dry. Seeing the other party frowning and not understanding, Bai Shirhan continued to add, let's go upstairs. Lin Sinyu responded directly. Bai Shirhan thought that she might be rejected by Lin Sinyu, but she didn't expect him to actually agree so quickly, and had even already collected her umbrella and was ready to go upstairs, so all that could be done was to nod. Okay. The vestigial feeling of leading the wolf into the house was there. Lin Sinyu deliberately walked behind. If he went straight over to her housing, the little girl would definitely be scared enough. Bai Shirhan's back is very nice. Don't look at her now, a small one, just 1.6 m appearance. Walking back, from a distance, there is a kind of mature female president flavor. The beauty is still that point. Extreme social phobia. Do not communicate with anyone. Here. When the door was opened, Bai Shirhan only felt that her entire heart was about to fly out. Generally speaking, girls were not allowed to casually let boys into their homes. If they were bullied, it would be the end of them, let alone Lin Xianyu, who had an extremely high degree of danger department. Out of guilt, there was no way around it, and it certainly wasn't out of fear of the sound of rain, wind, thunder and lightning outside anyway. Either way, he got wet by braving the rain to buy an umbrella and get himself home. Remember to prepare a pair of men's slippers next time. Lin Sinyu took off his shoes and socks that had long been wet by the rain, then placed them at the door. At home, it has always been me, alone. Bai Shirhan aggravatedly opened her mouth. How did she know that such a scoundrel would appear? Even more unbelievable, or her own hands led him back home. Then I'll come and keep you company more often in the future. Lin Xianyu walked barefoot into the house and stared back at her. No, don't. Hearing what Lin Sinyu said, Bai Shirhan didn't even have time to take off her shoes and hurriedly refused. Needless to say, this must be what he was talking about earlier. Just try it a few more times. And Lin Xianyu's eyes became serious at this time. Aren't we good friends? It's normal for you to accompany me and me to accompany you between good friends. Really? When have I ever lied to you? It's not bad if you don't say it. But as soon as these words came out, Bai Shirhan immediately reacted. You're lying. You, always bullying me. Then I won't bully you from now on. Just keep your distance and stay away. Bai Shirhan's small face collapsed, only feeling wronged. Obviously one's world has always been one's own, and one can't be alone when one is used to it. But a scoundrel had to come in, and now he says he wants to keep his distance. I won't rub your hair. The little girl took off her shoes and replaced them with a cute pink bunny mop before getting ready to leave. Then I'll go? Lin Sinyu deliberately created footsteps, then stood still. As expected, Bai Shirhan, who was already feeling guilty, quickly turned around, her gaze eager. But when she saw that Lin Sinyu was standing there upright, she instantly reacted. You, bullying me again. Bai Shirhan wasn't going to bother with him anymore and quickened her steps into the bedroom. Lin Sinyu did not continue to stay where he was, under the impression that he had come to her house, or else his mind could not have been feeling some familiarity with the surroundings. From memory, find out where the mop is located and then dry up all the water stains you just stepped on with your bare feet. As she was putting the mop down, the little girl came out of her room with a towel in her hand and her cheeks flushed. Although there were many clothes in the house, there were very few towels, only 3, one for bathing, one for wiping hair, and the last one for wiping feet. After a long thought struggle, Bai Shirhan took out the pink towel she had been wiping her hair with and handed it to him. Still, my wife is good to me. No, wife, Lin Xin you didn't care. After receiving the towel, he didn't rush to dry his hair, but went to Bai Shirhan. Even though the umbrella was large enough to keep the rain off her head, it still partially survived the rain. Bai Shirhan looked stupidly at Lin Sinyu before she felt a rubbing on the top of her head and didn't choose to avoid it. It took a while before he spoke condescendingly. No, there's no water. Let me see if it's wiped clean. Lin Sinyu reached out and cupped Bai Shirhan's face, scrutinizing it. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to move, and could only bear the oncoming hot breath obediently. This is bullying? Come on, it's your turn to wipe me. Lin Sinyu let go of his hand, then handed the towel back to Bai Shirhan, fearing that she wouldn't be able to reach it, and crouched down very sweetly. Woohoo! Better keep bullying me. Bai Shirhan stood frozen in place, never having done anything like this before, not knowing how to proceed. How about treating him like homework? Do you need me to teach you by hand? Lin Sinyu crouched down and waited for a while, delayed in feeling the other party's movements, and was just about to reach out when the towel on his head fell. When she really got started, Bai Shirhan realized that it didn't seem to be as difficult as she had imagined, and there was even a little bit of pleasure, and she suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he likes to bully himself. Chapter 13:013. A deeper level of communication, seeking favorites, seeking follow-up. The little girl had never done this before. That's why she didn't have a light hand and just rubbed it haphazardly. Almost done. Is there hot water at home? Lin Sinyu took the towel from the other party and then did a good job of wrapping up. Bai Shirhan was scared now. As soon as he entered the door, he let his slippers be prepared. Then he used his own towel to wipe his head, and now he wants to take a bath with hot water. So next, won't he want to take over his bed? Just thinking about it was a little scary. There, Bai Shirhan was a person who didn't lie, and even then, she didn't bother to lie to Lin Sinyu. Go get a drink and warm up. I don't want to take care of you if you catch a cold. Bai Shirhan bulged his mouth, listening to what he said. How to feel like a drag bottle. The rumbling sounds from outside became more and more frequent, and Bai Shirhan curled up out of habit. But fortunately Lin Sinyu was there and wasn't overly afraid. As he said, he received a cup of warm water and drank it to warm up his body, then took out another cup, connected it, and brought it to Lin Sinyu. Don't worry, I'm definitely in better shape than you. Bai Shirhan was in a good place now, or at least never expressed her own emotions before. You go and take a bath. Don't wear wet clothes, it's easy to catch a cold with a bad constitution. Got it. The little girl nodded and ran back to her room before reacting. Wouldn't that mean that he was inside the house during the bath? So she exited the room again, stammering, not knowing what to say. Don't worry, I'll only be interested if you drink more milk. Knowing what Bai Shirhan was hesitating about, Lin Sinyu deliberately said this. Bai Shirhan still has a good figure. This will be easy to grasp though, but not to A. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be interested, Bai Shirhan instead got more energetic and straightened her back, as if she was trying to prove it. When Lin Xinyu's gaze was about to fall on his body, as if he had accomplished his goal, he happily turned away. Afterwards, while the other party took the clothes, he heard the rain outside unintelligently getting smaller and smaller. Lin Sinyu knew that he was leaving, even though inwardly he wanted to stay here for the night. The reality was that it wasn't time yet. There was no rush. It takes a lot of tension to get little Bean to gradually fall into the trap. Bai Shirhan in the room was still hesitating whether to go out with her pajamas and cute little change of clothes or not, and when she decided and walked out of the room with a red face, she realized that the person who was supposed to be in the living room had already disappeared. The door, which had been open, had also been thoughtfully closed, and the umbrellas disappeared along with the other. He cheats. Obviously said he bought the umbrella for himself. Day 2. The rain had left silently in the night, with only a large dark cloud in the sky and puddles on the ground to prove that it had indeed come. At this point, Lin Sinyu was chagrined. I was in such a hurry to leave last night that I forgot to dabble in dinner. The weather was a little chilly, and the two made a point of adding a varsity jacket. Bai Shirhan snickered from the sidelines, not because she knew exactly what was going on inside Lin Sinyu's mind at the moment, but because she heard the coughing that had been intermittent along the way, and it fell a bit to the ground. The smile on his face immediately grew even bigger, especially when he recalled what he said yesterday. Are you laughing at me? Finally, Bai Shirhan couldn't help but laugh out loud, which happened to be caught by Lin Sinyu. Knowing that she would be bullied if she admitted it, she simply spilled the first panic of her life. No, it's just thinking of something. Happy. Punish you for taking care of me for a day. Bai Shirhan kind of realized what is called double standard. Yesterday he said that he would not take care of himself if he was sick, but today he let himself go to take care of him. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Xin stopped. Then I'll infect you. They say that when two people are close to each other, feeling each other's breath, and communicating more deeply to understand each other, it will be easy to transmit a cold to the other person. Bai Shirhan only felt confused in her little head, a little incomprehensible. Then, what is that? Kiss? No, it's not allowed. Bai Shirhan sort of heard him this time and refused repeatedly. Did he even want to bully himself like this already? Just blocked the small head. Soon appeared to be his bullying appearance, desperately waving his hands. Make resistance, but was Lin Sinyu domineering hand removed? Lips touching. No, absolutely not. Bai Shirhan became even more nervous, only to feel her heart begin to beat faster and faster. You can't bully like that. From Lin Xinyu's perspective, the other party was looking at herself with a pitiful expression, begging that she couldn't be bullied. Look around. Later if other students see this, they'll think I'm a bad person. Lin Sinyu approached Bai Shirhan and tried to lift her school bag, but this scene looked to Bai Shirhan as if she was about to do what had just appeared in her mind. Done. Going to get bullied hard this time. At the end of the day, he simply did not resist, and stood still, too nervous to speak. Then the book bag was lifted by Lin Sinyu and walked towards the school. After getting out of danger, Bai Shirhan opened her eyes and didn't make any other movements as expected, so she followed him obediently. It's not a matter of giving in. It's just that Lin Sinyu has already brought her to the crowded place at the entrance of the school. If she leaves the other side at this time, it's almost the same as going to death. Lin Xinyou did this solely because he wanted to help her change and adapt to a crowded place. It was possible to not interact with them, but in the future, there would inevitably be times when she would run into crowded scenes, and right now it was equivalent to an exercise, right? It's not really scary. Noticing that the little girl beside him was relieved, even the strength of pulling on the corner of her coat was much smaller. Lin Xinyou understood that she wasn't as nervous as before. Aha! Bai Shirhan nodded her head obediently, joy still occupying the largest portion of her heart. This never happened before. Going to school has always been a matter of finding the path with the least amount of traffic and getting to class quickly. Now, in the company of Lin Sinyu, it was sort of a dream come true. He was the one who chiseled a gap in the dark world he had created, slowly infiltrating the light from outside, gradually dispersing the pitch-black blackness. It seems like, being bullied by him, it's not that scary. A rare smile appeared on Bai Shirhan's face as she looked up at Lin Sinyu, who was walking in front of her. Ahem. Lin Sinyu himself did not expect to catch a cold. Would have thought that young can be reckless? Think nothing of it. Last night when I got home immediately came to a cold shower. The results. After coughing, he twisted his head to look at Bai Shirhan behind him. The little girl was full of smiles at the moment, her gaze just catching up with Lin Sinyu's. Reacting. Bai Shirhan secretly said it was bad. Just now. Just because of ridicule. Forcibly understood the other side said the exchange of discussion. That now. Woohoo. Don't bully me. This time Bai Shirhan had learned her lesson. Not only would she beg with pitiful eyes, she would also say an answer that satisfied Lin Sinyu. I'll take care of the mud. Chapter 14:014. How is he still alive? In the past, when he was sick, he carried it off alone, and for the first time, Lin Sinyu knew that the so-called girlfriend care was originally like this. The good news is that the cold wasn't too bad. A mild headache with a bit of a runny nose, but otherwise it wasn't too bad. Bai Shirhan carefully caught the hot water and put it on his table. Compared to the previous 2 days, the other's face looked much better. A bit of vitality in her lovely features, and not the sullen expression she had before. Medicine. Bai Shirhan's small hand took out the capsule from the drawer and handed it to Lin Sinyu, who was looking at himself with unblinking eyes. It's just not the same having a wife to take care of. before Lin Sinyu could take the capsule, Bai Shirhan visibly moved her hand back. No, not wife. Sooner or later, Lin Xinu snatched the capsule from her hand, not caring what kind of expression the other party had. A 2 or 3 day buffer is enough time to enjoy yourself, but not so much that you can't get caught up in the tenderness. Judging from Bai Shirhan's background, casually offering tens or millions of funds for support, Lin Sinyu certainly wouldn't take it for granted that she was just an ordinary person. Nowadays, taking advantage of the current windfall and rapidly growing their own is the top priority. According to the timeline, there is basically no need to consider things like buying a lottery ticket, as the winning numbers are too overwhelming to remember. The only thing you can consider is to start with real estate, pike a few sweets, resell them later, and go to the pinnacle of your person. But the question is, where is the money coming from? That's a bit of a brain punch. Eat, candy. When Bai Shirhan saw Lin Sinyu's brow furrow slightly, she could guess that he must be unhappy again. Lin Sinyu, who came back to his senses, after seeing Bai Shirhan's concerned eyes beside him, realized that she could see that she was sad, but didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only give sugar. No, I was just wondering what it would take to make enough money for the dowry. That was something Bai Shirhan sort of understood. Bride price. That's not. I heard my father say that my sister-in-law didn't get married because of the bride price issue. Since then, Bai Shirhan only remembered in her heart that when the bride price was mentioned, she would definitely not be able to get married. It's expensive. The little girl just passed on what she understood to mean to Lin Xinu, trying to want to make the other party give up. I know, but I only want you as a wife. Now Bai Shirhan didn't understand. Obviously when sister-in-law said the bride price, others would back off. So why was he different? Noticing the doubt that appeared on Bai Shirhan's face, Lin Sinyu finished his water. Then I won't bully you from now on. I'll do everything myself. Cough, cough. The words were interrupted directly by a cough, and after seeing that there was no hot water in the other man's cup, Bai Shirhan took the initiative to reach out and take it, intending to go and fill it up for him, but she didn't expect to be stopped on the spot by Lin Sinyu. No bullying, I'll do it myself. The guilt was already there, not to mention the fact that the other person had caught a cold just to send himself home, so if he ignored him and left him to fend for himself, he would not be happy in his heart. Hesitating for a little while, Bai Shirhan clenched her fists. Then you bully me. From Lin Sinyu's viewpoint, the little girl was currently wearing an expression of dying with her body. Is he that scary? Then go get me a glass of water. Yes, that's it. Bai Shirhan took the glass of water contentedly and left the position. Under Lin Sinyu's tutelage, Bai Shirhan had learned the matter of taking care of people well, but that was only possible with him. In the cafeteria, Bai Shirhan was actually still a bit scared to go stand in line, but just like Lin Sinyu said, after the first time, she would slowly get used to it. Plus the cafeteria ants were very nice, and when they saw it was a familiar face, Parkinson's hands stopped shaking, and they took the initiative to give them a little extra. Come to the exclusive corner. In fact, there was another thing Lin Sinyu couldn't figure out, which was why this bean wasn't afraid of himself. Everyone else would basically hide far away and not give them any chance to make contact at all. So far, the impression was that he was the only one who had been near her. Why aren't you afraid of me? Bai Shirhan, who was still eating obediently, stopped moving. Afraid, still afraid. Bai Shirhan looked up. That look of wanting to look but not daring to look at Lin Sinyu was very cute. Then why are you still staying with me? Aren't you afraid I'll bully you again? Hearing this, Bai Shirhan was a bit nervous and didn't know how to organize her words, picking up her chopsticks to eat, wanting to use this to escape the questioning, but her face was red as if it was protesting, quickly betraying her. Lin Xin only felt unbelievable. Couldn't it be that at this time, she already liked herself? On Bai Shirhan, there had always been two questions that plagued Lin Sinyu. One is why she turned out the way she did later, and the other is how she liked herself. Don't hate it. Bai Shirhan realized that Lin Sinyu was fidgeting at the moment, racking his brain to come up with such a sentence. She wasn't sure why this was the case. From the time she was at the same table with Lin Sinyu, the first impression of him besides being good-looking, the rest of the evaluation was just being a bad person. At first, Bai Shirhan also thought about whether to go to Mr. Chen to ask for a different desk, but every time he would not quarrel his own study, and even not like the previous desk to ask for homework to answer. In addition to coming back from outside the classroom, the body will carry smoke, as well as other stinky nasty smell. The rest seems to have no nasty things. The little girl looked stupidly at Lin Sinyu, not knowing why, just wanting to stay by his side. In fact, the capsule in the drawer, or the other party bought it for himself. Only, he seemed to have forgotten. The dark world has existed since I was a child. Surrounding the same age of the child rubbed finger, there will be parents sucking lightly blow. Once Bai Shirhan also tried to do so to do. Get the response. Only let yourself learn to be strong. Rolling tears in the eyes must not flow out. Otherwise they will be scolded by parents useless. Bai Shirhan didn't go on to reminisce. Or rather she didn't dare to think about it. Her parents were very busy at work. And the family house became a haven for her to escape from everything. No contact with the outside world. The only thing he knows is to get better grades, thus giving credit to his parents. I remember the time I played badly and came second, and I could hear the angry scolding on the other end of the phone. Ever since she was a child, Bai Shirhan had been a weak and small character, not knowing how to rebel. Even though she felt dissatisfied inside and was in a rebellious stage, she didn't dare to speak her true thoughts, until they bumped into Lin Xinyu, who had a nasty smell on him from time to time. It was as if they had seen a new world in Bai Shirhan's eyes, sleeping in class, not doing homework, smoking, and so on, a series of things in the eyes of Bai Shirhan, almost impossible to appear. More amazing is how he was not killed by mom and dad. Every day still lives so happy? Chapter 15:015. This girl has become strange. The rain has cleared. Summer skies are unpredictable. Yesterday it was pouring rain, but now the sun, which was hiding, has poked its head out of the clouds and seems less shy. You, aren't you, only, bullying me? Bai Shirhan, who was following behind Lin Xinyu, bit her lips lightly, not daring to walk too fast. No, fatty, I always bully him too. Lin Xinyu twisted his head around, not knowing what the girl was trying to express. Bai Shirhan looked down and carefully observed herself, and even reached out and touched her hand on her waist. I am not fat. Lin Xinyu was amused by this cute girl and put his hand on her head and gently stroked it. But I just like to bully you. The gentleness revealed in the words was something Bai Shirhan had never felt before, and suddenly she was enjoying the caress of the other party's hand a little, and wouldn't feel annoyed. It seems like being bullied is kind of nice. What are those two over there doing? Before the two of them could detach themselves from the ambiguous atmosphere, just based on the voice, Lin Xinyu could tell that it was definitely that director of instruction who liked to patrol everywhere who had come. Bai Shirhan also panicked and looked at Lin Xinyu at a loss for words before something happened that she had never done before. The only thing she could feel was her small hand suddenly being held by the other party's warm palm, and immediately afterward, Bai Shirhan heard words she had never dared to think of in her life. What are you staring at? Why don't you run away? The sun was completely out of the clouds, radiating light straight onto the ginkgo tree, glowing red, like Bai Shirhan's shy appearance. This time it is the turn of the director of the teaching staff blindfolded. Just before coming over, I saw two people in the aisle ambiguously touching their heads, and thought that I had caught a typical, and was about to deal with it, but I didn't expect them to run faster than anyone else, so I could only spit helplessly. Don't let me catch you a second time. In the corner, Bai Shirhan was gasping for air. Her hand that was being held hadn't been loosened yet. Her little face was flushed, and she didn't make a move to resist. It should not have caught up. Lin Xinyu briefly looked around and confirmed that it was safe before he breathed a sigh of relief. After years of fighting with that director of instruction in a battle of wits, he was bound to be experienced. Walking out of the green belt with Bai Shirhan in tow, the little girl was still confessing to the grass she had stepped on and collapsed, taking it all on herself. Don't worry, it's fine, they'll be glorified again tomorrow. Following Bai Shirhan's gaze, Lin Xinyu guessed what she was thinking. Bai Shirhan nodded her head, recalling everything that had just happened, shocked and then would feel a bit of excitement. This was something that had never been done before. It should be able to be considered a breakthrough. This action was better noticed by Lin Xinyu. You're not afraid? Harm, fear, so how come it feels like you're having fun? Bai Shirhan opened her mouth wide, and for a moment, it felt as if the other party possessed superpowers. He knew what was going on in her mind, so she didn't dare to lie. Never, never. Little Bean's stuttering had gotten a lot better, and he was clearly a different person compared to 2 days ago. Lin Xinyu also noticed this and purposely brought up the hand holding her, wanting to capitalize on the victory. So that's an admission of being a wife? Under the sun, Bai Shirhan's mood, which had only just calmed down, rippled again. Reacting to the fact that her small hand was still in his, she quickly withdrew it, then ran in small steps to escape from this place of wrongdoing. Wait for afternoon classes. Bai Shirhan realized that the usual bold bad guy was gone, and had been in his seat all afternoon, with no activity other than going to the bathroom. Lin Xinyu studied very hard, and although he didn't particularly want to do it all over again, he had to do it in order to get into the same school as Bai Shirhan. This was basically no difficulty for him, who had a superior memory in his own right. It used to take a month to get a rough idea of what high school was like and end up with a second degree, let alone now with over 3 months left. Water. Every time the transparent thermos of water reached the bottom, Bai Shirhan would obediently refill it and put it back to its original place, moving very gently and with a whispered notification for fear of disturbing Lin Xinyu, who was in a state of seriousness. This kind of state by Shirhan at first very like, only a long time, always feel less interesting. At first, she would use this way to kill time, but later, she couldn't help it. Pulling out snacks from the drawer, he placed them on the table, then carefully crossed the line of demarcation between the two tables and appeared within Lin Sinyu's line of sight. Phew! Lin Sinyu raised his hand and stretched. Just as he was about to go and see what Bai Shirhan was doing, he spotted the small snack that was slowly moving around on the table, and the owner who was pushing it seemed to be a little upset. What's wrong? Lin Xinu received the snack and opened it naturally, meeting Bai Shirhan's grudging eyes. No, it's fine. The little girl hurriedly retracted her hand and shook her head not to look at him. She must be broken to have the thought, why hasn't he come to bully me yet, in her head. What if I still wanna hold your hand? Lin Xinu leaned over the table and continued to look at Bai Shirhan, who had her head down. She was just a little flustered. Her little hand was supposed to be holding a pen for her homework, and she dropped it on the floor without looking. In fact, he wanted to refuse, but it was because of what Lin Sinyu had said before, that there was a first time for everything, already been held by him. The main thing is that the feeling of holding hands with him is not annoying. It's over. I'm sure mom and dad will beat me to death like this. Bai Shirhan's heart was full of grievances, and suddenly she felt that holding hands didn't smell good, and immediately pulled away from Lin Sinyu by a small distance. After noticing her movements, Lin Xinu was a little less than understanding. Just now, she had even handed herself food, so why was she suddenly ignoring people? Turn around. Lin Sinyu was speaking these words in a calm tone, but that was not what Bai Shirhan heard. He's so mean. Is he going to bully himself again? But why would expect that? Bai Shirhan didn't understand. Her body's instinctive reaction was to sit back down. You can bully, but you can't hold hands. Don't let me get killed, okay? Looking at Bai Shirhan, who was so frightened that she couldn't even stutter too much, Lin Sinyu even began to reflect to himself. Was he progressing too fast? Looking at this little girl being scared, it is really unbearable. Maybe what I did was wrong. I'll be careful in the future and won't let you be so scared, although it is not very want to, but to see the other party a grieved look, really cannot bear to continue, in case it makes her scared. Bai Shirhan was dumbfounded, especially anxious inside when she saw Lin Sinyu sitting upright. What he meant by that, didn't he mean that he wouldn't even bully himself in the future? How could that work? No, it's okay to bully. It's not okay to not bully. Lin Sinyu, who had just sat down, only found it unbelievable that this would come out of Bai Shirhan's mouth. Upon seeing her expectant eyes, Lin Xinu was completely confused. It's not right. Something is very wrong with this girl. Chapter 16:016. Bai Shirhan lies for the second time. Bai Shirhan's guts could be small, and from what she had observed over the past few days, she was afraid of being bullied by Lin Sinyu. But now, she wants to be cleaned up so badly? It should be unlikely. Combined with the snacks that had slowly appeared earlier, and the water delivery action for fear of disturbing her reading, and thinking carefully, that left only one reason: she kind of missed Lin Sinyu. Hungry? Should I get you something to eat? Bai Shirhan was a little happy, but still waved her hand. Go home. I can do it myself. Yesterday, I had summoned up a lot of courage and planned to get him something to eat right after the shower, but I didn't realize that the other person had long since left. These words were a wake-up call for Lin Sinyu. Make a few more dishes tonight. I'm going over there too. No, it won't work. He'd already gotten his hand pulled today, and if mom and dad found out there was a boy in the house, they'd come back and beat themselves to death. As for yesterday, it was merely an accident and he was allowed to go up and dry his hair out of guilt. While it's true that I kind of want to be bullied by him, this kind of thing, it's definitely not okay. What's wrong with that? Aren't we good friends? Lin Xinu looked at Bai Shirhan suspiciously. That expression as if he was blaming her for not treating him as a good friend. Yes, good friend. Bai Shirhan nodded obediently. According to what Lin Sinyu said before, he was indeed chasing after himself, but as long as he didn't accept it, wasn't he not a wife? Not a wife. Not a girlfriend, then a good friend. What's wrong with good friends having dinner together? Bai Shirhan thought carefully, and with Lin Sinyu's face full of determination, she finally chose to believe it. Then, good friends, eat together. While speaking, Bai Shirhan was shy. This is different from eating in the cafeteria. After all, those are dishes prepared by the school, and some of them are quite difficult to eat. If you go home and eat together, it means that he wants to taste his own handmade dishes. Growing up, Bai Shirhan didn't have many friends, and the only things she could deal with were either books or things her parents considered useful, such as the piano. In her spare time, the food channel on TV captivated Bai Shirhan's eyes, and since then, cooking has become the best way for her to relax. When the tiny Bai Shirhan learned her first dish, She was so excited that she wanted to share it, but as it turned out, there was no one around and she was left alone in the huge house. Loneliness, loneliness, eyes do not know when to start blurring. In spite of this, stubborn Bai Shirhan forced to hold back the inner emotions, do not want to let the cowardly teardrops to take advantage of the opportunity to slide down. Because of that, it will be said to be useless. It had to be said that Lin Sinyu did succeed in tugging at her heartstrings, and for the first time in a long time, Bai Shirhan, who couldn't share, experienced what it meant to be happy. At the very least, it wouldn't suddenly blur her eyes anymore. Thinking about what? Raise your head, look at me. I found a way to make you bold fast. Lin Sinyu reached out and gently pinched Bai Shirhan's face. Bai Shirhan, who was pulled back into her thoughts, looked up, her eyes filled with doubt. Curious about the method Lin Sinyu had said, "Here, let me take your hand and I'll tell you." Bai Shirhan, who was still curious, her eyes instantly shifted to wariness, her intuition telling her that he wanted to take advantage of her. Not gonna lie, aren't we good friends? It's possible to hold hands between good friends, don't you know? Lin Xianu pretended to be surprised, his eyes looking straight at Bai Shirhan. You're lying. Just now we were saying that friends can have dinner together. How come it's now that we can hold hands? The two just looked at each other. Lin Sinyu didn't continue to poke fun at her, afraid that this girl wouldn't even dare to go out of the classroom later. Just follow me later. Don't be afraid. Even though he didn't understand what the other party wanted, he still nodded his head furtively. In Bai Shirhan's eyes, Lin Sinyu was completely different from anyone else, daring to do what neither he nor any other student dared to do. If I follow him, I'm sure this bad habit of being afraid of people can be changed, right? Bring your homework, paper, pens, and things to take home for the night, Lin Sinyu said as he began to pack. Although she wasn't sure what he was up to, Bai Shirhan obediently did as she was told. Okay, well, the moment the book bag was zipped up, Bai Shirhan let out a small breath before meeting Lin Sinyu's naked gaze. You just follow me. Aha! Giving up her position to facilitate Lin Sinyu's exit. Only after he left the classroom did Bai Shirhan carry her book bag and nervously leave under the watchful eyes of the rest of the class. It was a good thing that this would be dinner time, or else she definitely wouldn't have dared to go this far. Outside the classroom, Lin Sinyu's thoughts were simple. Bai Shirhan, who was usually quiet all the time, if he took her to do something she had never experienced before, would that change quickly? The little girl was not very bold, trembling as she walked out of the classroom, looking around for Lin Sinyu figure. Here, after hearing the voice, Bai Shirhan wasn't afraid anymore and was just about to run all the way. Then she bumped into the homeroom teacher coming up from the stairway, the panic in his eyes. Lin Sinyu could imagine it without looking. What are you guys preparing for? To be honest, with what was happening in front of him, Old Chen himself was a bit unconvinced by what his eyes were seeing. Bai Shirhan, who had usually been very obedient, was now holding her book bag and coming out of the classroom with Lin Sinyu, and judging by the situation, skipping class? At this moment, Bai Shirhan's heart was already in her throat, not to mention opening her mouth to speak, and she could only look at Lin Sinyu, who was not far away, with a look of help. Teacher Chen, the classroom is too noisy, and Bai said to go to the study room to help me with my tutoring. Lin Sinyu was not the least bit flustered, his tone was calm. On the contrary, Bai Shirhan was full of shock. Just now Lin Sinyu said, he had never said it himself, but he could say it without blushing. Is that so? Old Chen was a bit unconvinced. How could Bai Shirhan, who couldn't even talk to herself, take the initiative to invite Lin Sinyu to tutor in the study room? Bai Shirhan gritted her teeth and clutched her book bag hard, not knowing how to answer. The truth? Still, he just nodded and acknowledged that Lin Sinyu was right. But isn't that a lie? Ever since I was a kid, I was afraid to lie to myself, and when I had something, I would admit it voluntarily. If he bullies you, tell your teacher, she won't let him go. Lin Sinyu was a poor student in Lao Chen's impression, such a well-behaved girl, saying that she hadn't been bullied would definitely not be believed. No, it's tutor. Bai Shirhan did her best to stabilize her emotions, so that's what it feels like to lie for the first time. Nervous, with a little excitement, so much so that the heart is still thumping. Teacher Chen, am I that bad? Lin Sinyu's face was full of aggression and he spread his hands. Bai Shirhan, who was an accomplice, was a little scared instead. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I didn't mean it. Chapter 17017. Don't make it for you to eat. Seeking recommendation. Seeking to catch up. After coming to the study room, the little girl had been sitting in her seat and fidgeting, writing her homework from time to time, her face sadness never dissipating. It's not like Lin Sinyu didn't go and ask, but Bai Shirhan just didn't say anything, just buried her head in her homework and didn't even look at him. So I'm leaving now? No, don't. At first Bai Shirhan wasn't going to answer until Lin Sinyu made a loud noise and started to clean up. Then she opened her mouth. Say, why don't you talk to me? The study room is usually very few people come, basically lazy to go downstairs, might as well stay in the classroom. So the two speak so do not have to worry about whether there are people next to them. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, but took out her draft paper and wrote on it, and it didn't take long before she handed it to Lin Sinyu. You're a liar. I'm not playing with you. After reading the content, Lin Sinyu realized that she was because of this. The idea would have been to take her to the study hall and not go to night study, which you can indeed do in senior year, except that you'll be marked down by a substitute teacher. At first, I wanted Bai Shirhan to be brave, and waited until the evening study hall to not allow her to go back, but I did not expect to just go out and run into the homeroom teacher. Good to achieve the purpose. The little girl still knows to cooperate with himself, so think about it. Did the guts get bigger? Did I not lie to you? Hearing him say that, Bai Shirhan nodded. Lying is indeed a sign of getting bold, which would be basically impossible to happen in normal times, right? I'm going to chase you down and make you my wife. How could I lie to you? Come on, put your hand out. Shake hands and almost break up a good friendship. The little girl was bluffed, subconsciously put out her hand and interlocked it with the other's palm. Her little face flushed. That's right, for friendship. Lin Xinyu's fingers didn't forget to gently stroke on the back of her hand, which scared Bai Shirhan so much that she hastily pulled her small hand out. Just friendship. Evening self-study. In order to keep the lie from coming true, Bai Shirhan stubbornly gave Lin Sinyu a night of practice problems next to him. Even though Lin Xinu knew all of them, he still pretended to act like he didn't understand, just to get her to talk more. The moonlight shone and printed on the ground, and the kitten passing by the window looked curiously at the two men, lying lazily on its back. Obviously the girl was scared and stuttered a bit in her speech, but she was also the one who talked the most to the two. The kitten stretched and licked her paws, showing that she didn't quite understand humans. The school bell rang. The two of them packed up their things unhurriedly and walked out of the study room. During this time, Lin Sinyu still wanted to reach out to pull Bai Shirhan, but the moment his fingertips touched, the other party dodged it. It's a holiday weekend tomorrow, so maybe I'll be a little busy, so be good and wait for me at home. Good. Bai Shirhan is very good. Lin Sinyu will agree to whatever he says, not to mention asking him what he is going to do. Thinking only about being able to come back is good. Walking down the road, Kong Yu also came out from the side. Brother Yu, I'll ask you something. All this time patronizing Bai Shirhan, it was as if the two of them had switched roles. Before, the little girl always followed behind and didn't speak, but now she had become Kong Yu. They're all brothers, so if you have something to say, just say it. My mom, she wants to buy a house in that part of Magic City, saying that she wants to wait for me to go to college, and it's a bit of a bad memory to be far away from here. The words revealed a kind of reluctance. Kong Yu was really out of options before she thought to ask Lin Sinyu. Even if mom and dad get divorced, this is still the place where I grew up, and suddenly I have to leave, so I'm a little reluctant to say anything. After hearing Kong Yu's words, Lin Xinyu's first reaction was to think of something other than comfort. His eyes were filled with envy. Fatty family money is a sudden thing. At that time, his mother did not dare to buy more. Only think of living in the past. The hands left the passbook, a set to themselves, a slightly larger set of them to Kong Yu. This kid later in the peak of housing prices out to get money. Proper boomers. But it's just a bad brain, and I've been cheated out of a lot of it by women, and I've never played deep love since. Buy. My suggestion is to buy as much as you can. To an iron buddy like Fatty, Lin Sinyu had never been stingy. Not to mention that most of his own startup capital was given by him in the first place, so he didn't have to worry about it at all. Plus, it's not like the money from the property is going to be realized at this point in time, so let Fatty get a few sets and use them as backup funds if necessary. Of course, it is only used in the end when there is really no other way. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to speak on the side, seeing Lin Sinyu so serious for the first time. Instead, Kong Yu was confused. Obviously, I came here to seek comfort. How did it become a matter of buying as many sets as I could? Brother Yu, I kind of don't want to leave here. Kong Yu simply told the truth. There was no beating around the bush. Brother, just trust me and let auntie make her decision early, and later you come back on your own, won't you? It's not like I'm asking you not to come back for the rest of your life, right? Oh, I can still come back. Kong Yu came to a realization, her sadness disappearing without a trace. Then why let my mom buy as many sets as she can? Lin Sinyu only felt a little bad explaining. Do you want to be a rich second generation? Do you want to have money to buy a luxury car and change your girlfriend one day on the passenger side? Nonsense, who wouldn't want that? But what does that have to do with buying a house? Believe me and do it. From the beginning of their acquaintance, Kong Yu had always followed Lin Xinu. It was always the other party who helped himself out, and whenever anything happened, he was the one who took care of himself. I remember a time when the next class was surrounded by beatings. Lin Sinyu directly with people rushed into the toilet. This is a meter 8 height. The surface looks weak. Really move to hand. This is also why when Lin Sinyu's accident happened later, Kong Yu would have no choice but to help, and as long as he could do so, he would do his utmost to help. Okay, I'll talk when I get back. What else is there to say? Plus there was already that intention in the family, pretty much just along for the ride. As for why Lin Sinyu didn't let mom and dad buy it for them, it's completely impossible to be trusted, and instead they'll be yelled at and scolded, which is why they won't make a fool of themselves, and will have to start with something else. Until she walked out of the school gate, Bai Shirhan didn't open her mouth to speak. Instead she had a puffed up expression. At first, Lin Xianyu didn't realize it, and only after Kong Yu left did he put his eyes on her. He had just planned to perform the hand-holding of a good friend, but he didn't expect the other party to directly speed up and throw himself away. So anxious to get home and cook for me? As if thinking of something? After hearing these words from Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan stopped walking, both sides of her mouth still puffed out, but her eyes were very determined. You're bad. Even though she hadn't spoken, Bai Shirhan had heard all the content of the two men's conversation just now. At first, he didn't care much about it, but when he heard Lin Sinyu's comment about wanting to change girlfriends one day, he was a bit displeased. No, don't do it for you. Bai Shirhan had a fierce expression on her face, and even her speech was much sharper. Chapter 18018. Love omelette for wife to eat, requesting for follow-up readings and collections. After removing her school uniform, Bai Shirhan habitually changed into a long white halter dress. When she stepped out of the room, she was at a loss for words. Lin Sinyu didn't leave, perfectly utilizing the boy's thick skin to the extreme. Bai Shirhan had no way out. The first time she interacted with this kind of scoundrel, she simply didn't know how to deal with it. She was so nervous now she didn't know how to walk, especially after meeting Lin Xianyu's undisguised gaze. Standing in place, hesitating to go back to his room to change into a piece of clothing, hesitating for a small moment, he still didn't take a step. Come on, walk over here. Lin Xianyu just stared at her, wanting to know if the other party had changed. Bai Shirhan's character was simple, cute, and socially inept, making people involuntarily want to pity her. Plus, now that the school uniform had been changed, she had a tall figure and fair skin. It is said that a woman's life has changed, and at this time Bai Shirhan has already revealed her own advantages. Full apple muscle, good-looking silkworms, speech, tone of voice, hands and feet have a big difference with the normal people. Long eyelashes, delicate features, and a delicate face as if water could be pinched from it. The most crucial thing was her pure and flawless temperament, droll and elegant. I'll go make dinner. At this moment, she was a bit flustered, her two delicate hands squeezing the corner of her skirt tightly, her pure eyes with a bit of pity and fear. I can cook, too, so I can join you. There was no way that Lin Xianyu would let go of this opportunity to be alone. Only then could her fear of herself gradually diminish. After hearing these words, Lin Sinyu's bully, who was still afraid of him, instantly brightened his small eyes. You can cook too? In his eyes, all the previous emotions disappeared, and all that was left was incredulity. The bad guy in front of him could cook too? When two people get along, especially after realizing that they share the same skills, they become comfortable with each other, and the old nervousness and fear will be involuntarily thrown away. Bai Shirhan wasn't originally like this, but since she had recently become too familiar with Lin Sinyu, as well as being crowned as his best friend, she wasn't so scared now. Showing you a hand? Without waiting for Bai Shirhan to reply, Lin Sinyu had already taken a step and lightly found the location of the refrigerator. There are so many delicious things. Aha! Bai Shirhan followed behind Lin Sinyu, completely losing the nervous look she had at first, even fearing that Lin Sinyu wouldn't know, introducing him to the ingredients one by one. It felt like finding a confidant. Well, there are seasonings and everything. Will you do it or should I? Lin Xianyu looked at her and realized that the other party's eyes were full of anticipation, so he already knew what to do. A good dabbling meal. But it turns out that I didn't realize that the person who did the cooking had turned out to be myself instead. At this moment, Bai Shirhan had completely forgotten to throw away her definition of Lin Sinyu as a great villain, and her mind was set on seeing how he cooked, and the feeling that she couldn't wait to find out had surfaced on her face. You do. Okay, then you're on the sidelines for me. Lin Xianyu pulled out the ingredients from the refrigerator and handed them over to Bai Shirhan to clean, during which his fingers could not help but touch each other. But this time, the little girl, on the contrary, was not shy and devoted herself to washing the vegetables. At this moment, the smile on Bai Shirhan's face was the most obvious. It was hard not to be happy when a favorite thing was recognized. It's as if it's become home in front of me. The favorite girl washes the ingredients, hands them over to the guy who can't say how he feels about them, works with each other, and starts stir-frying. All the scenes, it was like a dream. When he reached out and touched Bai Shirhan's small hand, Lin Sinyu knew that all of this was reality. It was as if she had become her wife. After about an hour and a half, plates of food began to be set on the table. Bai Shirhan opened her eyes wide. There are those who have never seen it and those who have seen it originally thought that he was cheating, and never thought at all that Lin Sinyu was so good at frying food. He must be a man like himself. The nerdy young girl had a simple idea. In her eyes, as long as she could cook, she must be gentle. Shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, boiled fish with bok choy, plus an exclusive omelette with love. Bai Shirhan reddened. Not for anything else but the words Lin Xianu said when he took the omelette out. Here, an omelette that looks this good is definitely for my wife. No, not the wife. Lin Sinyu was not happy. Can't you collect benefits for cooking a meal for nothing? Before he could say anything, the little girl had already pulled her legs out and left. However, when Bai Shirhan tasted the dishes, the fear and shyness emotions were all irrelevant. Her small eyes involuntarily widened again, wanting to look at Lin Sinyu, but a little too scared to do so. It's fine, compliment me if you want to. Lin Sinyu wasn't that thin-skinned and came up to ask for compliments. Yes, it's delicious, and it's gone? Shouldn't you put your hand out as a heartfelt encouragement to a good friend? Bai Shirhan turned away from him, not so easily fooled. Ever since she'd had a reconciliation shake with him, he'd always been trying to find ways to hold hands. He wasn't that easy to fool. Even so, Lin Xianu still discovered this girl's gluttonous attributes, and it didn't take long to finish the dishes on the table. In the end, Bai Shirhan was still a little embarrassed, twisted her head, plugged her mouth with a tissue, lowered her voice, and secretly burped a few times. Looks like you're eating very well. Lin Xianu was amused by her actions, and as he cleaned up the plates, he continued to speak. Or you can be my wife, and I'll cook for you every day in the future. Although it was indeed somewhat tempting, Bai Shirhan shook her head after thinking about it. Obviously, compared to being bullied, the delicious food was still to be lined up at the back. What's more, it's still sneaky now, can't be found out by mom and dad and the others. If they know. With a mixture of joy, excitement and guilt, Bai Shan took a tissue and wiped away the evidence left around her mouth, as if it would not be noticed. While Lin Xianu was washing the dishes, Bai Shirhan tried to intervene but was always rejected by the other party with the threat of holding hands as a condition. In the end, there was only to puff up his mouth, and before he left, he actually had the guts to glare at Lin Sinyu, then went to the sofa and sat down. After seeing Lin Sinyu who was busy in the kitchen, she huffed and puffed, picking up the pillow and lightly hitting it with her small fist. After doing this series of actions, Bai Shirhan again regretted a little, stroking the pillow and not forgetting to blow on it to apologize. I'm sorry, that hurt, didn't it? I'll give you a hoo-hoo, and put the blame for all this on Lin Sinyu once again. With that, one of the two was in the kitchen doing the dishes, while the other was on the living room couch cuddled up with a pillow and using the excuse of appeasement to look in the direction of the so-called great monster. The whole picture looks very harmonious. No, the little girl pouted again and ventured a bad idea. Chapter 19019. You're already very good, requesting for catch-up readings, seeking collections, so amazing. How can he be so good? Bai Shirhan just watched Lin Sinyu operate on his cell phone, knowing so many things that he had never touched before. The previous perception, always thought that cell phones are nothing but texting and calling. Now, when Lin Sinyu opened and tapped on something that looked like a penguin, Bai Shirhan realized that it was possible to chat on it as well. It was so awesome. Did you invent this? This? No, Lin Xianu didn't deceive her, but I can get other powerful things. Believe it or not? Bai Shirhan nodded. The man in front of me is so good at doing all the things he doesn't know how to do. Even his favorite cooking can't beat him. If you miss me in the future, just send me a message on it. It's definitely cheaper than texting with the phone bill. Lin Sinyu pointed to the friend he just agreed to, and also very shamelessly labeled the word husband. Bai Shirhan didn't know what he was doing and blushed as she looked at Lin Sinyu. Well, see this appellation? After saying that, he also picked up his cell phone and moved closer to her, lighting up the words husband. This is the note set by the system itself. You see, the system knows that we're going to get married in the future. After hearing what Lin Sinyu said, the little girl looked at her cell phone in disbelief, and after seeing the note displayed inside, her mouth opened wide. It must be broken. Denial and at the same time, some incredulity. Is it possible that I'm really going to be this bad guy's wife in the future? Well, I'm going home first. If you miss me, click in and send a message. Don't log out, you won't get a reply if you do. I, for one, don't want mud. Lin Sinyu did not retort, going forward to 2 days of investigation in a row. I guess there is not much time to accompany her. only to keep in touch with the cell phone. Chasing girls cannot be too anxious, can be slightly accelerated in the early stages, suddenly not so enthusiastic. It will make the other party uncomfortable. Wait until others take the initiative to come to you, equivalent to the success of the majority. Of course, this method only applies to the girl who has a good feeling about you. No good feeling, directly announced cool. The old road under the moonlight was reminiscent of the old road, and Lin Sinyu walked in it, not speeding up his pace, but slowly moving forward. When he was about to reach the corner, he turned around and looked in the direction where Bai Shirhan lived. The light on the balcony was still on, probably because the owner was nervous and scared and accidentally touched the switch. The orange light seemed to be a little weak-minded and gradually dimmed. The weekend begins. This meant that Lin Sinyu was able to have enough time to understand the current form, which he usually stayed in school and never had the chance to understand. It's hard to remember all the great things that have happened in the past few years, even with one's superior memory. If you put it in O2, the memorable stick country multiplier, writing songs, screenplays, webcomics, currently it seemed like these were the only options, none of which required a principal. And as for going deeper into these areas, Lin Sinyu hadn't considered it at all. Let's just say make a quick principle from it and thus welcome the internet. Searching for memories, the current novel site is only in its infancy. June 1st, a certain point of the Chinese network of the World Alexa ranking of 100th, becoming the first domestic crowded in the world's top 100 original literature portal. On October 8th, Starting Point Chinese officially announced that it had been acquired by Shanda Networks and had become a wholly owned subsidiary of Shanda. Based on the VIP that's now open, it's really possible to think in that direction, utilizing a cell phone. Checking out the website existed novels. Even the Dragon King's flunky like this was Spitfire to the edge. Not to mention what the 30 years east of the river, the 30 years west of the river, the 9 dragons pulling coffins and so on. Of course, it's not just counting on this approach, but also on the lyrics. For example, Invisible Wings. It's still 04 today, and the impression is that it was released in 06, so you can get the lyrics out ahead of time. Simply plan your thoughts and write them down in your book. Anyway, it's also making startup money. There's absolutely no need for that bombastic thing. The internet is the biggest windfall. Turn on your cell phone. One bad thing about Penguin right now is that you have to click through to see the messages. Originally thought that the timid bean didn't dare to contact himself, or that he would wait until tomorrow, but as a result, he didn't expect that this would have already sent a message. Beanpole, do you want to eat tofu flour? This shows that the little girl remembers what the two of them agreed to do, to go out for breakfast together every morning. Looking at the time, it was sent over at 10 minutes past 8, 6 minutes from now. Have you had breakfast yet? If not, I'll take you there. After waiting a minute or two, there was no message from the other side. After thinking about the possibility that Bai Shirhan had quit Penguin, so she couldn't receive it, so she simply bought it directly and sent it over. Changing into a casual outfit, he didn't forget to fix his hair as he left the house, sighing at how handsome he was when he was younger. Not that pot-bellied look after all. Who is not yet 18? All young men are handsome. Everyone is a hikikomori if they have a heart. Close the door to your room, bring change, and get used to the present. Humming a tune, singing a song, and merrily walking out of the room. Into the market. The street came from the yells and yells, which put after, basically difficult to see, let alone people still beat the iron, selling that sticky teeth malt candy. It was hard to reach the breakfast area. As the crowd walked away, Lin Sinyu was a bit stunned, only feeling as if he was looking at the wrong back, waiting for a closer inspection. Quicken your pace and stand forward. This fool. At this time, Bai Shirhan was wearing a light blue dress, looking a bit out of place in the crowd, and was alone and afraid to move by the beams of the room, not to mention the fact that there were kind people coming up to her and asking questions, which in turn made her even more scared, shaking her head back and forth, aggrieved, panicked, helpless, regretful. It turns out that I still can't do it, and I thought I was making progress, but I'm still only in the same place. Her eyes unconsciously began to blur, but the little girl stubbornly held them back from coming out. Unlike going to school in the morning, which would be at the peak of the crowd, with all the working adults out, the breakfast place wasn't at all like it would be during the school day, with most of them being students. Listening to the surrounding footsteps, Bai Shirhan only found it a little hard to breathe. Originally, I thought I could come out and buy 2 bowls of tofu flour by myself, and then proudly ask Lin Sinyu to come over for breakfast. The idea in my head was to show off progress, and as a result of that, everything is screwed up, so maybe it really is as useless as my family says. With her head always lowered, Bai Shirhan saw only figures stopping to follow her, habitually treating them as passers-by and shaking her head. But what he didn't expect was that the other party reached out and touched the top of his head directly, which made Bai Shirhan's entire body find it hard to breathe. You've been, well, awesome. familiar words into the ears. The little girl is finally taught strings, but still tightly biting lips, nervous, anxious and uneasy. This moment slowly dissipated. Chapter 20:020. Gentle Dad? Requesting for follow-up readings. There are not only breakfast stores near the school, but also a special food market that is used to provide parents who live next door with ingredients at more affordable prices. You've never come out to buy things by yourself? How could Lin Sinyu not expect that Bai Shirhan would already have a slight social fear by this point, unable to stay in crowded places for long periods of time? In Bai Shirhan's eyes, Lin Sinyu's appearance surprised and delighted her, although she was comforted by a touch on the head. Judging from the frowning expression on the other party's face, she must have been angry. Even so, Bai Shirhan still pulled his clothes with her small hands, and the two of them left the crowded area one after the other. Yeah, sorry. Feeling her pockets, Bai Shirhan, who didn't think to bring candy this time and didn't know how to make Lin Sinyu happy, weakly spoke. Go home. Lin Sinyu remained expressionless and walked at the front. Bai Shirhan was like a child who had done something wrong, silently following behind. Back home, Lin Sinyu placed the tofu flour in his hand on the table and then sat down on the sofa, not saying much the entire time, and simply sighed in relief. Come here. Finally heard the speech by Shirhan slowly approaching, only to feel that now Lin Sinyu is like a father. Later will certainly say that he is useless. How long has a man been waiting? There was no imagined scolding, which made Bai Shirhan feel a little surprised. Just arrived a little while ago, and you came over. Lin Sinyu looked towards her skirt and could guess that this girl must have gathered enough courage to dare to go out alone to buy breakfast. Why don't you answer my messages? I don't have my cell phone. Bai Shirhan was aggravated, thinking that it wouldn't take long to buy a breakfast, and that she would be back soon, and she didn't expect that there would be so many people outside at all. Lin Sinyu didn't say anything, got up and brought the tofu brain over, opened it and dug up a spoonful. Why did you go buy breakfast if you all knew I was bullying you? Hearing this, Bai Shirhan was a bit flustered. I promised you. These days, all have breakfast together. When? Just what I said yesterday morning. Lin Xian remembered that was just an excuse for wanting to go to school with her, and then the silly girl obediently took it to heart. Then I also said I'd make you a wife. How do you not recognize this? Bai Shirhan shook her head violently and waved her hands repeatedly. This, I haven't promised. Lin Xian picked up the spoon and gestured for Bai Shirhan to sit down on the sofa as well. I'm not barking up the wrong tree. You're going to like me, and so am I. You're really my wife. It's just that you don't know it yet. You said no bullying. Well, not now, but later. Bai Shirhan turned her head away, kind of not wanting to pay attention to him, but before she could get up, she was stopped by the other party's words. Sit still and open your mouth. Don't listen to the gentle voice. But in actuality the irresistible eyes made Bai Shirhan sit back down pathetically. Dutifully open your mouth and catch that spoonful of tofu brain. The person in front of me is really different from Dad, and if it was the same scene, I'm sure I'd be told off. So, is this the gentle style, Dad? Here, take it. I'm still angry. Feed me. Phew. Bai Shirhan stood up, picked up the tofu brain, and went to the table in a panic. The thought that had just arisen in her mind vanished in an instant. She was shocked. Again. This time, not only did she let herself be fed, but she also had to use the spoon she had used. Bai Shirhan's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if they were good friends, they couldn't be like this. Just kidding with you. How come you're so timid this time? Lin Xian walked over and picked up his own portion of tofu brain. Here, feed me with this. Seeing that the other party wanted to get up and leave again, Lin Xian was prepared for this and stopped her, directly interrupting when she wanted to open her mouth to plead. Want to have breakfast with me now? No. The stuttering motion already indicated the answer. Then tomorrow you'll wait at home for news from me. And in the morning I'll ask you to join me for breakfast. Okay? Good. Be good and don't go out alone again. Okay? Good. Then feed me a bite. Okay? Good. Ha? No. Not good. Bai Shirhan was also cute, simple-minded and foolish enough to immediately fall for the trap. You said it. What was promised will definitely be done. After saying that, Lin Xian placed the tofu brain in front of Bai Shirhan, then stared straight at her, and even intentionally signaled with his eyes, wanting to see what this girl would do next. Inside the house, there was no other movement except for the sound of each other's breathing that could be heard. The little girl was nervous, even her arms began to tremble. It was inevitable that she would be a little nervous the first time she did something like this. Just one bite. Without speaking, Lin Sinyu simply opened his mouth. The two kept getting closer and closer. The sound of each other's breathing became more and more obvious, which in turn made the already nervous Bai Shirhan feel even more scared. But she still forced herself to hold back the shivering of her small hands, and finally delivered the tofu brain to its destination. Sure enough, It's better to be fed by your wife. No, don't scream. So, Mr. White, can you feed me another bite? Eat yourself. Bai Shirhan rejected Lin Sinyu in a rare manner, finished the portion that belonged to her with a red face, cleaned up, and got up to go back to her room. The doll that had been set up on the bed and had become available for her to confide in was a cute little green dinosaur lying on its back. Little green, why don't you hate him? Bai Shirhan reached out and poked the little dinosaur in the back, beaming, her eyes looking at it innocently for an answer. Then laying flat on his back again, he picked up the little dinosaur and held it up in the air, panic having shifted to shyness at the thought of Lin Sinyu asking himself to feed him. After taking a deep breath to ease up, he put the little dinosaur down, flopped down on the bed, pulled his cell phone out from under his pillow, found the penguin avatar, and toggled the button to confirm his login to view it. When I saw the 2 words of the husband's note, I unconsciously pouted, and the side of the bed wearing white lace trimmed socks also did not forget to kick the quilt, as a way to express internal dissatisfaction. Check the content, which realized that Lin Sinyu did not lie to himself, but really carry out the invitation. Only that would have gone out and just missed. When she thought of all the things that had happened in the past few days, Bai Shirhan only felt that her little brain was a little unresponsive, and was completely unsure of what this feeling was. That illusion of a gentle father had been ruled out, and when the thought resurfaced, Shirhan buried her little head in her pillow. Just pretend to be asleep, and you won't have these weird thoughts. So, can I come in? Lin Sinyu packed up all his things and knocked on the door very politely in order to not make Bai Shirhan nervous. Sleep, sleep. Chapter 21021. Earn the dowry and marry you as your wife, requesting for follow-up readings and collections. In order to prevent the little girl from sneaking out alone again to get some courage, Lin Xin chose to stay in the room. I promise, I won't run around. Bai Shirhan's face turned red. The first time a boy stayed in his bedroom, it was obviously a bit uncomfortable, not to mention there was a partial confiscation of small clothes, if they were seen, especially after Lin Xin stood up. Bai Shirhan held her breath and did her best to block the other party's line of sight to avoid those blush-inducing things. It wasn't like Bai Shirhan hadn't tried to get him out, but that didn't do much for the shameless Lin Sinyu. It's true that you knock politely, but it's also true that you walk right into the bedroom. Where has the little girl experienced this scene? Nervously burrowed into the quilt, did not dare to speak, has long taken this bedding as the last defense appliances. Wow, this closet of yours? It's much bigger than the one I have there. Come on, let me see it. Just before Lin Sinyu could open it and admire it, he had been stopped by its owner. No, regarding the private sphere, the little girl had become a lot smarter. Her cheeks flushed and she opened her hand to block Lin Xinyu's front. Even though she was raising her little head to look at him, the determination revealed in her eyes had already spoken her inner thoughts. Letting Lin Xinu into the bedroom was already scary enough, and it was totally unexpected that he would go and look at his locker, let alone with this kind of reasoning. Do you have to open the cabinet for a closer look just to see the size? The most important point is that Bai Shirhan likes to organize the checkroom at night, so as long as Lin Sinyu opens the cabinet, there will be a lot of small pants appear inside. If he sees that little raccoon, take a look and I'll compare how your cabinets can be bigger than mine. No, that's so petty. Later when you go to my house, I'll open it up and show you what's different. I am not looking. How can those little pants for boys be cute in their own way? Lin Xin didn't care what she thought, so he turned his attention back to the drawer underneath the closet. What's in here? Toys? Socks? Socks? May I see it? The red color on Bai Shirhan's face spread all the way to her neck. Even her ears had turned red throughout. No, why does he have to look at everything? Opening the cupboard to check the size is fine. Why even the socks? These can be the most private things of a young girl. Come on, I thought for sure I'd be able to rake in a lot of perks on this trip down, but I didn't realize I wouldn't get to see anything. So stingy. Bai Shirhan bristled, and didn't compromise even after hearing the other party spit. No matter what, it was just not to be seen anyway. After thinking about it, and fearing that Lin Xinu would be unhappy, this time he picked up the sugar he had put away from the bedside table and handed it to him. Lin Xinu knew that she was thinking that she was upset, so he reached out and rubbed her head. Do you have draft paper at home? Coming to the desk, Lin Xinu didn't mess with her things for fear that the girl would start to get scared again. There. Seeing that Lin Sinyu was finally quiet, Bai Shirhan sighed in relief, finding draft paper from the bookshelf and handing it to him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Sinyu didn't say anything, took the stool handed by the little girl, sat down, and took a pen for writing. Bai Shirhan obediently watched from the side, initially taking out her textbook to review, and occasionally brushing up on the college entrance exam questions. As time continued to pass, the further back she went, the more doubts grew in Bai Shirhan's mind. Not quite understanding what Lin Sinyu was doing, the little feet just swung over the edge of the bed and lay obediently on their backs to watch Lin Sinyu write. From this angle, It was just enough to see what Lin Sinyu had written on his draft paper. Upon seeing what was written inside, Bai Shihan's mouth opened wide, and when she substituted into it, she realized that the female protagonist who appeared was simply not too bad. Obscure. The Dragon King is about to descend. I'll give you $200,000. Get lost. I went to jail for 3 years for your Qing family, and this is your reward? My Qing family is favored by the Dragon King, and you want to marry me as a son-in-law? For the sake of your work for the Qing family, hurry up and sign. Why don't you and your sick and miserable father meet God together? These few paragraphs written so far are basically all about the suppression of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Now that this kind of novel didn't exist yet, Bai Shihan naturally didn't understand what kind of trope this was, and her first reaction was to feel unworthy for the male lead and sympathize somewhat. Can't, not let him be so miserable. Only then did Lin Sinyu realize that Bai Shihan was raising her head to watch herself right, her face filled with a small expression of fighting for the male lead. Good, don't let him be too miserable. After saying that, they continued to write the follow-up under Bai Shihan's gaze, but what was written next? There was no trace of reversal at all, and even the male protagonist had a cup of water thrown in his face by them. The little girl directly huffed and puffed and turned away, never trusting this big liar in front of her again. A person in bed writing homework, not long and cannot resist the temptation to know the follow-up, and then sneak back to the previous lying down action. Then the last time to read the content continue to the next, waiting for the Dragon King messenger to appear. All the winds began to produce a reversal. The original difficult party immediately became respectful, nodding their heads and waists, about to embarrass the hero again. Accompanied by his crooked mouth movement, the Dragon King's messenger makes a stop and it's all reversed. Bai Shihan just watched, exhaled for the male lead written by Lin Sinyu. A feeling of coolness surfaced within her heart, and she felt even more that this tablemate of hers was particularly powerful. While this routine gets sprayed a lot later on, there's no denying that it's certainly enough to make startup money. If I remember correctly, someone was still angry just now? Lin Xin put down his pen. His eyes met up with Bai Shihan casting a gaze, looking at the other party a bit at a loss for words. Finally, pretending as if nothing had happened, he went to the table and took a candy himself, not intending to give it to Lin Sinyu, who told him not to say so in advance. Lin Sinyu naturally picked up the cell phone Bai Shihan had placed on the bed, looked at the time, and put down his pen. Why don't you ask me what I'm doing? Bai Shihan was a bit unhappy with his behavior, touching his phone without permission, pouting. She answered him anyway, only, as long as you don't tell me, I won't ask, and if no one else shares, can tell me, I will listen carefully. That's why Lin Xin likes her. Just ask, who wouldn't love a treasure girl like this? Then you're the only one I can share it with. It's the most precious thing I have. Bai Shihan was originally lying on her back and was afraid that not sitting properly on such an important occasion would affect the atmosphere, so she climbed up and sat upright. Lin Sinyu continued, the dowry needed to marry you is very expensive, and you need to enable the funds, and through hard work, double the funds, and then marry you as your wife with honor. The two of them were wide-eyed. Lin Sinyu looked like he had eaten Bai Shihan, scaring the little girl so much that she directly and immediately burrowed into the comforter and wrapped herself tightly, only revealing a small head. Not a wife. Lin Sinyu laughed. Maybe the silly girl hadn't realized that she had rarely stuttered during conversations. Chapter 22:022. You almost died. Request for favorites. Request for catch-up. Bai Shihan now had a strange feeling towards Lin Sinyu. At first, he thought the other guy was just a bad guy, but then he was always protecting himself, so he wasn't too impressed. Popular snacks at this time were shredded figs, Monkey King Dan, sham bums, plum candy and big knife meat chili. When Lin Sinyu carried a large bag of snacks and dumped it on the table, Bai Shihan poked her little head out, a little curious, only knowing that there were so many things in the bag that she had never seen before. Eat it or not? Did you not even buy any? Lin Xin waved his hand towards Bai Shihan, then was arranging the snacks on the table. Have you ever eaten spicy noodles? Bai Shihan shook her head, under the impression that these were the junk food that her father talked about. No, don't eat. Looking toward the table, he left while he still could. Out of sight, out of mind. It wasn't that Lin Xin wanted to, but these things were considered a part of changing this girl, based on the self-imposed isolation, as well as the cooking habits. There was no need to even think about it. She definitely hadn't eaten it before. Tearing open the package, the flavor of full of shredded figs filled the air. How could Bai Shihan experience this kind of temptation? When she was a child, she was not allowed to eat those things because she was with a parent. But now, Lin Sinyu, he is not the father. You really don't want to eat it? I just bought 2 packs. Lin Sinyu didn't forget to lick his lips as he spoke. Wow, this guy is just plain nasty. Forget it if you don't eat. I'm going to the restroom and I'll leave the stuff here. so you can't steal it. No, no way. Stealing food and all that, such a repulsive thing that only he could do. Bai Shirhan bristled, using her actions to directly refute what Lin Sinyu had said, and deliberately twisted her head away from him. He waited until he heard the door to the bathroom room close before letting go of his taut nerves and swallowing an indisputable gulp. The shredded figs on the table couldn't have been more tantalizing, especially for someone like Bai Shirhan who had never tried it before. There was no resistance at all. I'm just watching. I'm not going to eat it. After making up her mind, Bai Shirhan lowered her steps and slowly approached the place where the snacks were placed. Her small nose first sniffed and then gulped again. It should be okay to smell it. Since childhood, Bai Shirhan's nature belongs to a small greedy cat. In the way of too strict discipline, coupled with the surrounding does not have someone to take themselves to eat, so never produced the idea of trying to see. But ever since he met Lin Xinu, he's been led by that guy to do things he's never done before. The first time I had dinner with the opposite sex, the first time I went to buy breakfast on the street, the first time I made a good friend, the first time I skipped an evening study session, the first time I ran straight away from the director of instruction without paying any attention to him, the first time I held hands. There were so many firsts that Bai Shirhan didn't even know where to start remembering them, except that in the present moment, it seemed that traces of him would always appear. The flavor of the shredded figs was a little strong, and the little girl reached out surreptitiously, took a little from it, and then quickly put it in her mouth, so no one would notice anyway. After doing this, Bai Shirhan returned to the sofa. As the shredded figs were swallowed, it only felt as if what mom and dad used to say were all lies. Let me see if I stole any food. Lin Sinyu opened the door and came out, while Bai Shirhan turned around somewhat sheepishly without answering. Before leaving, Lin Sinyu deliberately remembered to place the location, but also deliberately left a little residue on the packing tape. And the results speak for themselves. It is very easy to catch the little greedy cat. Really not eating? No, don't eat. Bai Shirhan hesitated a bit, but still said it. It's fine if you don't eat it. It's just shredded radish and doesn't taste good anyway. Lin Xinu waved his hand, using the truth that had lied to him for years. When Bai Shirhan heard this, her tiny head was filled with incredulity. How can it be shredded radish? It's just two flavors compared to radish. Stole food? No. The little girl had turned red, and after realizing that the other man was putting words in her mouth, she bowed her head and didn't even look him in the eye, as if that would escape the fact that she was stealing food. Just eat. It's not shameful. Today may be busy. I'll cook instant noodles. If you think it's not nutritious, you can cook and eat it yourself. Lin Sinyu found the electric kettle and simply assigned the action. At first, Bai Shirhan didn't understand what was so delicious about just a pastry. However, when she saw Lin Sinyu open the seasoning packet inside, her little face felt flustered. No, it's not allowed. You can't eat this. The little girl panicked and trotted over to Lin Xinu, stopping his dangerous behavior. Lin Xinu only felt strange and just stared at the relieved Bai Shirhan, wanting to hear what she had to say. And, okay, you almost died. These, eating too much will kill you. Bai Shirhan was serious and didn't forget to pick up the so-called harmful seasoning packets and explain them in front of Lin Sinyu, and even had a sense of joy on her face that she was saving someone's life. Who told you that? Lin Sinyu only felt good and funny. If that was the case, wouldn't he have died 1,000 times during the startup session? Dad, then why don't you just not go to school, and let your dad get a private tutor to homeschool you? Food, clothing, housing, transportation, and whatever else. Through all of them are all arranged so that you don't have to worry about it. Bai Shirhan only felt aggrieved, and from the tone of his voice, he could already guess that he was definitely angry. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. According to what he said, simply don't eat anything. Lin Sinyu had a plan in his heart. Bai Shirhan would become like that in the future. Most likely it had something to do with the family. Don't listen to others about everything. Good boy. You have to see for yourself. Originally, Bai Shirhan was still lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling the other party's palm caressing her, she didn't know what to think for a moment. Why is he so fierce and gentle? The water's boiling. Lin Xinu quickly went to the kitchen and proceeded to squeeze the seasoning packet, which she had always understood to be capable of killing people, through and through in front of Bai Shirhan, and then poured boiling water into the bucket. After a series of actions, the little girl was like seeing a bucket of poison. More frightening, or Lin Sinyu that skillful technique. How long does it take to be so skillful? Not a moment later, Lin Sinyu opened the bubbly lid, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance. Bai Shirhan's small mouth had now become O-shaped. What poison could smell so good? Bai Shirhan couldn't help but gulp down her saliva. The anticipation in her gaze didn't have time to hide before Lin Sinyu saw it in her eyes. You can't eat this. It's poisonous. Just watch from the side and remember to call me 120. Lin Xin picked up his fork and bared it in front of her. For the first time, Bai Shirhan experienced what it meant to be outlawed. The mind is silently carrying out curses at the moment. If you don't listen to me, you'll have a good time later. One look at this guy is that he's lost his mind to the scent, and he'll definitely fall straight down later. As a result of the outcome, Lin Xinyu ate even more flavorfully. Chapter 23:023. Now the jumping candy can be eaten, requesting for follow-up reading. Why is he still okay? Lin Xinyu glanced at Bai Shirhan and took a sip of the noodle soup as he held up the bubble noodles. Burp. In the end, he didn't forget to release it arrogantly, but he made Bai Shirhan, who was sitting next to him eating shredded figs, cry. Well, he's certainly not average. Bai Shirhan found a reason as a consolation not to feel too bad. Do you want another bucket? Too? This time, without any face, the girl chose to bow to the forces of evil, never because of the scent that filled the air. Not afraid to die anymore? Bai Shirhan blushed, suddenly feeling that this man was a bit annoying. Not afraid. So again, he watched from the sidelines as Lin Xinu skillfully completed a set of maneuvers, and finally forked it over the lid and handed it to the other party. But as if she couldn't wait, Bai Shirhan reached out to open the lid and was quickly stopped by Lin Xinyu. Wait 5 or 6 minutes before you can eat. Have a snack first. Don't you have chips or something? Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, since she had just sat on the side the entire time watching Lin Xinyu finish eating. She instantly felt that everything didn't smell as good as instant noodles. 5 minutes later, with Lin Xinyu's permission, Bai Shirhan finally got what she wanted and opened the lid of the bubbling noodles, the scent surfacing once again. Only this time, the two switched roles, and it was Lin Xinyu's turn to watch from the sidelines. As if in retaliation, the little girl picked out a small bit of pasta and was just about to make a sucking sound, but to her surprise, there was no imaginary sound coming out at all. Why don't you try picking more? Bai Shirhan, who had been read through her mind, blushed, and before long, a satisfied sucking sound could be heard. To Bai Shirhan, this was simply the most delicious thing she had ever eaten, and before long, her small mouth was already filled, and she didn't have any thoughts of caring about her image at all. It's so good. No poison. Who cares this time? The noodle soup was all settled, and the little girl licked her lips, a little unfulfilled. 1 bucket is fine. 2 buckets are too mushy. You must remember this common sense when eating instant noodles. Lin Xinu saw through her mind and interrupted early. Got it. After eating, Bai Shirhan took the initiative to help clean up all the bubbling noodle buckets and disposed of them before returning to the dining table and sitting down. Originally, Lin Xinyu thought she was looking for something. When he saw the little girl's eyes staring at the other snacks on the table, he instantly realized, "You're not full yet, are you?" Full. The words were true, but the eyes were glued to the snacks. Seeing her so expectant, Lin Xinu suddenly thought of a fun one. Just don't know if this girl has ever eaten it. Under Bai Shirhan's gaze, Lin Xinyu pulled out a bag of jumping candy from his snack bag. Granted, down the road, adult jumpers are not meant to be eaten, but for now, the stuff is still edible. Opening the package, Bai Shirhan was already hooked when she saw the fancy bag, and then her eyes stayed on the top without moving. Want some? May. Not afraid of poison? Bai Shirhan puffed up her mouth. Her lips quirked but no sound came out, obviously not wanting to talk back. Seeing this, Lin Xinyu opened the sachet package, then handed it to her. This is sugar. Just eat it directly. Good. Taking the jumping candy, he poured it all into his mouth, and it wasn't long before a crackling sound could be heard coming from within. Help! Help! Bai Shirhan panicked, experiencing this situation for the first time, opening her small mouth, only to feel the so-called sugar in her mouth bouncing and striking her mouth, looking at Lin Xinyu with a look of help on her face. Seeing this scene, especially seeing the other party's open mouth, for some reason, Lin Xinu only felt as if he had bought one less jelly. It wasn't long before the movement in her mouth became smaller and smaller, and the little girl gradually settled down and pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with Lin Xinyu's behavior of seeing death just now. Getting up, he walked into the bedroom without looking back. Bai Shirhan was a bit tired. Since the morning, her spirit was often tight. If not for the company of Lin Xinyu by her side, she might have drawn the curtains by now and hid in a corner with her head to ease her emotions. Hugging the little green on her bed, Bai Shirhan was a little scared and a little bit happy. The fear is that today's day was spent doing a lot of things that normally dad wouldn't be allowed to do. Happy for the exact opposite reason. It's because of doing a lot of things that aren't allowed that I've experienced joy like never before. Little green, what do you say? The current me, am I a bad boy? Bai Shirhan held up the small dinosaur in her hand, sorrow written all over her face. I'm not sure if Green knows, but I know you're not a bad kid. Lin Xinyu's voice suddenly appeared, frightening the girl so much that she directly took the little dinosaur in her arms and then hid in the protective shield that was the comforter. You are not allowed to eavesdrop on people. What kind of person comes in without knocking and sneaks in without making a sound? It's not like you're closing the door yourself. Bad guys. Lin Sinyu didn't reply, but reached out and elegantly knocked on the door. Excuse me, MS. Bye. May I come in? No. Okay, thanks. Then it was straight into the room, patting his ass and sitting on the bed. You can't bully me. Bai Shirhan held Midori in front of him to block it, while making a mental confession. I'm sorry, Green. Blame it on this bad guy. Sit back, dinosaurs out of the way, and look at me. The aggrieved Bai Shirhan put down the small dinosaur. It seems that little Green can't be counted on. Lin Xian sat without moving, his gaze just staring at her. You're not a bad kid. These are things you can do, so why force yourself not to do them? Bai Shirhan was said to not know how to return to him, can only bow his head. Again that look of doing something wrong. Head up and look at me. Mo fierce me cackle. Bai Shirhan aggrievedly uttered her hometown words. It was right in the first place. You just have to do what you need to do and nothing else. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself to carry on when you can't. Isn't that stupid? I know. Bai Shirhan just wanted to lower her head, but after seeing Lin Sinyu's eyes, she gave up her intention and just looked at him. So, you have to be brave. What you don't like directly open your mouth to refuse. Don't do what you don't want to do. Don't do everything according to what others want. Good. There was a small moment of silence between the two, and then immediately afterward Bai Shirhan heard the familiar request. How about being my wife? Don't. Look, isn't this just fine? I'll ask more later. No, can't ask more. Bai Shirhan panicked and shook her head. Asking once or twice could be a direct refusal. What if she got used to being asked and agreed? Bai Shirhan no longer had the strength to continue carrying on a conversation with Lin Sinyu, and she, who had always been nervous, finally closed her eyes and fell asleep leaning against the small dinosaur, breathing very lightly. Obviously the last second was in denial. This will have been sleeping very peacefully. Chapter 24:024. Holding this time. Ignoring him next time, requesting for follow-up readings. In the evening, the sky was ablaze with flaming clouds, and a dazed Bai Shirhan opened her eyes, reaching out of habit, looking for the little Green that accompanied her to sleep, wanting to gain peace and quiet in this way. Familiar ceiling, familiar quilt, familiar little Green. A smile involuntarily appeared on her face as she waited for her small hands to touch. Only, something doesn't seem right about the feel? Bai Shirhan turned her head, originally sleepy, when it became clearer. At first did not react, thought it would still be the familiar little Green, and twisted his head right. It was true that he was a bit confused when he just woke up, and when his mind cleared up, he instantly sat up from the bed and looked at the spot that originally belonged to Midori with a face full of panic. You take advantage of people. Lin Sinyu didn't say anything, his eyes signaling Bai Shirhan to look towards where the quilt was rolled up. The two posture is very ambiguous. Lin Sinyu do not know where this girl learned. Sleep is not honest even if. How to also directly with legs clamped his hand. It's a good thing there were no accidents through the covers. In order not to wake her up, Lin Xian simply rested on the side of the bed as well. If he hadn't been attacked in the face by the other party's small hands, this could be considered the most peaceful sleep he had ever had. Knowing it was pointless, the little girl quietly moved both legs out of the way, then found the real Green and took her in her arms to ease her embarrassment. Time is money. Bai Shirhan, you have seriously deprived me of an afternoon. Tell me, what to do? At first, Bai Shirhan thought that he wouldn't bully himself anymore and could hold little Green against a crisis for once. As it turned out, what was coming was coming. No, you're punished for going out to dinner with me tonight. Really? If she was alone, Bai Shirhan definitely wouldn't have agreed. But now, there was Lin Sinyu, not to mention that he would definitely take himself out to eat something delicious. That's not a punishment. That's clearly a reward. The little girl's eyes were glazed over and she couldn't wait. Until then, let me pick out an outfit for you from the closet. When it's right, let's just say he's definitely upset. Bai Shirhan hurriedly got up, looking like she was sworn to guard the closet. However, she didn't know how to be angry, so she could only look at Lin Sinyu with what she thought was a fierce look. How petty. Hearing what Lin Sinyu said, judging by the look on Bai Shirhan's face alone, she must have felt aggrieved. And this was already the second time Lin Sinyu had called her petty. Even so, he still opened his arms and stopped in front of Lin Sinyu. Just petty. As a matter of courtesy, he should have to show himself his closet first, so it's only fair. At the thought of a cute white lace-trimmed bear, Bai Shirhan didn't know where the thought came from. Did he have one? He's so mean. It must all be unattractive. The little girl involuntarily reddened, then reached out, pushing Lin Sinyu all the way out of the room with force. In response to this behavior, Lin Sinyu was content. If it were before, Bai Shirhan would have been coy, not knowing how to refuse, But now, it was really becoming more and more skillful. The flaming clouds in the sky disappeared, night fell, and the whole land was in darkness. Bai Shirhan was wearing a white dress, and in the light of the street lamps, her skin was as white as snow. Don't look at the many dresses in her closet. But in fact, she didn't really wear any of them out. It was just a matter of picking out the one that looked good and admiring it in the mirror all alone. As for why he dared to go out, it was entirely because he was accompanied by Lin Sinyu. Normally, one would always be afraid of someone approaching to communicate, but when he accompanied himself, he never encountered such a situation. What do you want to eat? Basically seldom go out. By Shirhan how to know what there is to eat. Recalling the noon noodles, unconsciously licked his lips. Can't say bubbly. This guy can definitely read minds. Bai Shirhan's mouth bulged like a small goldfish, only feeling as if Lin Sinyu was making things difficult for himself. With the current amount of food reserves in her mind, it seemed like all she knew was instant noodles and the small snacks she bought at noon, as well as the dishes she had fried with her own hands. Come on, let's take you to a barbecue. Bai Shirhan felt happy after silently chanting twice in her mouth. I'll tell you up front, you can't eat too much or you'll be sure to take a day trip to the toilet tomorrow. After listening to what he said, Bai Shirhan only felt a bit magical. Since she was a child, the situation that Lin Sinyu said had almost never occurred. The path was dark and there were no streetlights. Bai Shirhan hid beside Lin Sinyu, wanting to reach out and grab the corner of his coat, but a little embarrassed. If you don't grab on, I'll just take your hand, ha. Sure enough, unilateral pressure was still needed, and the little girl blushed and felt nothing but joy. Too much of this stuff is bad for you. Nothing wrong with tasting it once in a while. Good. Arrive at the street vendor. No matter what time of year, unless it's summer or winter vacation, the vendors show up across the street from the school with their carts, holding the corner of Lin Sinyu's coat and looking at the brightly lit snack street. Bai Shirhan knew for the first time that there were so many people outside at night. Unlike what mom and dad and the others said, the ones outside are bad students. At first Bai Shirhan thought that Lin Sinyu was trying to turn himself bad, when he saw some ants pushing doll carriages passing by. Then he realized that he had been tricked again. Any later and we'll have to eat a late-night snack. Words that Bai Shirhan couldn't understand popped out of Lin Sinyu's mouth again. One must know that every day, she was already washed up and in bed by 10:30. Let's go. Don't worry, it's definitely not poison. Bai Shirhan shook off Lin Sinyu's coat, intending to ignore him after a while, but when Lin Sinyu quickened his pace, Bai Shirhan instantly panicked, and her withdrawn small hand returned to its original position once again. Wait for the next time, then ignore him. Under Lin Sinyu's leadership, the two had arrived at their destination, and Bai Shirhan followed Lin Sinyu's example of pinching the food, more than a smile appearing on her face. Lin Sinyu felt that this girl was a bit off. Why are you so happy to help pinch food? The little girl's cheeks flushed. I've upset you this afternoon. Delay, time. So you think making amends now will make me happy? Well, with the help of Bai Shirhan's rusty movements, the time the two had originally spent had instead increased quite a bit, but the other party had never eaten these before, so they were not even aware of how much time it normally took, and just looked at Lin Sinyu with a smile on their face, happy from the bottom of their hearts. Considering Bai Shirhan's emotions, Lin Sinyu purposely searched for a long time and finally waited until the corner was vacant. Bai Shirhan pouted, knowing that he was thinking of himself and that's why they waited together for a long time. Before the three words sorry could be said, Lin Sinyu jumped ahead. Actually, there's one more thing. As long as you do it right, I'm sure I'll be very happy. Bai Shirhan didn't quite understand, and her gaze looked at Lin Sinyu with suspicion. Lin Xin, you just signaled the other party to come closer, then spoke the demand in her ear. Promise to be my wife. Chapter 25:025. Am I pregnant? Request for follow-up reading? The kebabs were on the table and the girl was already gagging just from the smell. Look at the reddish color on it. It must be poisonous. Bai Shirhan picked up the skewer and looked at it. Then with a speechless expression, this is chili noodles. The look was as if he was mocking Lin Sinyu's ignorance. Not only that, Bai Shirhan secretly rejoiced inwardly, so he was not all-powerful. Okay, we'll talk back. Reward you for that. Lin Sinyu picked up oysters from the cutlery. This thing was a beauty salon for girls and a gas station for boys, but in Bai Shirhan's eyes, she only thought he was getting back at herself. Aside from this little episode, Bai Shirhan looked at Lin Sinyu as if she hadn't eaten enough and licked her lips. Are you good at this? Lin Sinyu ordered 2 servings, not to mention ordering according to his own appetite. You didn't eat enough? A little bit. Bai Shirhan blushed, not daring to look at the other party. Eat it, it's the last of it, and watch out for a tummy ache tomorrow. Bai Shirhan didn't care so much and took over the remaining untouched barbecue from Lin Sinyu's side. The little girl was still a little embarrassed, and purposely left a few big bunches untouched. About 10 minutes later, Bai Shirhan all resolved, and finally couldn't eat, and didn't want to waste food, and directly ate his stomach to fit. Then he looked to Lin Sinyu for support. Lin Sinyu couldn't argue with her, so he could only accompany her to solve the cleanliness together. So, where do I check out? Bai Shirhan touched her bulging stomach, trying to make it shrink back. Lin Sinyu froze in his position for a moment, then looked at her happily. What? You dare to go to the checkout? Just by daring to do it, it meant that she had taken another step forward. Well, try. Bai Shirhan nodded, then reached under her skirt and fished the money out of her pocket. At first Lin Xianu froze and just wanted to stop, but then remembered that the little girl wouldn't be that bold, so he chose to stay put. Sure enough, underneath her white skirt, a pair of light blue jeans could be seen, and it wasn't at all what one would expect. Shall I accompany you? Bai Shirhan hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Every time she had managed to change with Lin Sinyu's help, she mustn't drag him down. It was only that Lin Sinyu had long ago paid the bill in advance, and made a special effort to make the waiter cooperate to make the little girl feel happy. There is nothing like good luck, as if you already have $100 in hand, but go out and pick up 20, are more excited than the existing, the most direct or cell phone red envelope, even if the lucky king only $2, can be happy all day? Bai Shirhan shivered and moved her feet. This was the first time she had ever paid for a meal outside, let alone in a situation where she was out of Lin Sinyu's company. Arriving at the ledge, Bai Shirhan carefully looked inside at the checkout attendant, who was fortunately a girl and not overly nervous. Hello, may I take your order? Buy the bill. Bai Shirhan spoke without stuttering, and that alone was able to bring joy to her. Here's the thing, you're the first couple here today, and you've chosen a package that counts as free. The little girl's mouth was open in disbelief. Are there so many perks to eating out? Is it really free? Bai Shirhan couldn't believe it and asked again. The cute naive look made the waiter nod again. What's wrong? Lin Sinyu walked over, followed by Bai Shirhan with a smile on her face, repeating it to him. Wow, how did you get so lucky? Looking at the envious gazes cast by Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan didn't reply, happy to be good friends with him, always asking to be his wife, but never overdoing it on himself. Walk out of the barbecue. In the shroud of moonlight, the small tomato on Bai Shirhan's face was not obvious as she reached out, grasping the familiar corner of the coat. Having failed to find her way for so long, she seemed to know what to do. Arriving at the bottom of Bai Shirhan's housing building, the two of them chose to part ways even though they had 1,000 reluctance. See you tomorrow. Lin Sinyu looked at Bai Shirhan and waited for her to leave first. Yet so was what was in the other's mind, and the two stood in place staring at each other. If you don't want to, then I'll just go up to bed. No. The little girl waved and this time didn't wait, going up the stairs at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Lin Sinyu finally left. The night is blowing a fresh breeze. On the second floor corner windowsill position, the little girl made an effort to pat her feet and eyed Lin Sinyu until the other party disappeared around the corner before withdrawing her head. The next morning, in case the last incident happened, Lin Sinyu purposely set the alarm clock, waited until the alarm rang, and lazily pressed it. After getting up, washing up, and taking care of everything, I turned on my cell phone and logged into Penguin. I thought that I was the one who sent her a message first, but I didn't realize that Bai Shirhan's avatar had already started to shake violently. After coming back last night, Lin Sinyu had already changed her note to good boy, making the button and eventually clicking to view it. I'm going to die. Baby / crying. Do you have a tummy ache? Lin Sinyu could probably guess that Bai Shirhan, who had never eaten those things before, would definitely not be able to resist this first time. It's not just a stomach ache. Even walking may be affected. To put it bluntly, it's diarrhea. Plus, there's a tearing pain coming from somewhere from time to time. Baby, yeah. Niu, wait for me to come over. Changing into her clothes, she quickly headed out the door, not forgetting to pick up some digestive pills halfway through. According to her habits, she must have gone to bed as soon as she got home last night and washed up. Bai Shirhan on the bed covered her stomach, her whole body curled up inside the quilt, still not forgetting to hug little green tightly as a way to ease the pain. Lin Sinyu was very fast and in less than 10 minutes he had already bought breakfast and arrived at Bai Shirhan's house. At the sight of Bai Shirhan, only to see the other party's small face slightly white, embracing the small green, you say, am I that? Bai Shirhan's face was blushing, and the whole thing made Lin Sinyu a bit lost for words. Which one? Just yesterday. Thinking of waking up from sleep where the two had physical contact, Bai Shirhan was especially skeptical. Am I pregnant? Yes. When Bai Shirhan heard it, her eyes opened wide, full of disbelief. She didn't feel anything, she was going to be a mother. Here is white kanji, and anti-diet tablets. You're pregnant with barbecue and bubble noodles. Lin Xianu put the white kanji on the bedside table and then stared at her. The little girl didn't understand what it meant. Then I'll feed you. Without waiting for Bai Shirhan to refuse, Lin Sinyu had already scooped up a spoonful of white porridge and passed it towards the other party's mouth. Bai Shirhan, who didn't want to be ferocious, could only open her mouth. As the spoon touched her lips, Bai Shirhan felt that the touch seemed to grow on the spoon. Why else? The moment you touch the spoon, it's as if your lips are being gently stroked by the other person's fingers. Chapter 26026. The best in the world, requesting for follow-up reading. I told you to eat less and you didn't listen. Now do you believe me? Bai Shirhan was a little aggravated. I know, it wasn't really Bai Shirhan's fault. She had only watched other people eat these things before and had never tried them, so it was only normal that she couldn't help herself the first time. What are you looking at? Do you want me to feed you mouth to mouth? Lin Sinyu's spoon had been raised for half a day, but this girl started to stare after eating 2 bites. I'll eat. Bai Shirhan opened her mouth, but inwardly she was complaining, still just as mean. Under Lin Sinyu's feeding, the white porridge quickly reached the bottom. Better? Well, not only was my stomach not hurting anymore, but my heart carried a bit of a warm feeling that I had never experienced before. So, this is a good friend? Looking at Lin Sinyu, who was packing up, Bai Shirhan felt for the first time what it meant to be taken care of. Why are you being so nice to me? Holding Little Green tightly, his gaze retracted, not daring to look at the other party, he asked the doubts that had existed in his heart for a long time. Lin Sinyu stopped moving. You really want to know? Aha. Then don't laugh at me. Lin Sinyu sat on the edge of the bed after throwing all the useless things into the trash. No, it won't. Actually, it was mostly a dream I had. Bai Shirhan was confused and didn't quite understand a bit. What kind of dream? In the dream, that girl told me that she hadn't been happy for a long time. Lin Sinyu looked at Bai Shirhan and saw that she was looking at herself blankly, and continued. She said that she didn't dare to talk to others, didn't dare to go out, didn't dare to express what was in her heart, and followed other people's moods and everything, and that she was very tired of living. Bai Shirhan held Little Green in her arms tighter, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Sinyu reached out and gently stroked her head. It'll be fine in the future. In the future, I'll take you out. I'll talk with you. I'll let you learn to express your emotions. I'll make you happy. Little Green slowly fell from his arms onto the quilt, and Bai Shirhan could only feel his eyes begin to blur, but then he forcefully held them back out of habit, not wanting to be useless. I was sent by God to keep you company. Bai Shirhan had been holding back strongly, biting her lower lip tightly, and after easing her emotions, she spoke with a slight tremor. You, don't lie to me. I'm easy to lie to. I'm not lying. Look, isn't it something you haven't seen in the last few days? And the guts have gotten bigger. You wouldn't have dared talk back to me before. Then we are good friends, right? Bai Shirhan met up with Lin Sinyu's doting eyes and shyly lowered her small head. Yeah, the best in the world. Aha! No, one good. So you're going to be my wife? Sweets make people happy solely because they stimulate the brain to secrete dopamine and endocannabinoids, 2 substances that regulate mood and make people feel good. Even so, Bai Shirhan felt that the milk candy she ate today was sweeter than all the previous ones. Lin Sinyu was organizing his manuscript at his desk, and Bai Shirhan was dutifully watching from the side, occasionally playing with the maze of small iron beads on his pencil sharpener. The manuscript was resolved quickly, using sets plus the plot that I had memorized, and simply organizing the outline. It didn't take long to get the pre-plot, and then the follow-ups were just a matter of leaning into the chapters and pitching them. Bai Shirhan didn't know what Lin Sinyu wanted, only that he was trying to save up enough for the dowry. At first, the little girl was quite interested in the story written by Lin Sinyu, but that bad guy would always suddenly whet one's appetite, so she simply stopped reading. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Bai Shirhan's stomach finally couldn't help but make a gurgling sound, that Lin Sinyu stopped moving and looked at her. You don't even say when you're hungry. Are you stupid? Being mean again. Bai Shirhan bristled in aggravation and lowered her head to continue playing with the small iron beads in her hands. Punish you for cooking for me. Good. This made Bai Shirhan happy, immediately getting out of bed and happily running to the kitchen. Before Lin Sinyu entered her life, the little girl only got pleasure from cooking, all kinds of ingredients, from not knowing how to do it to becoming skillful at it, and every time she finished, she would get great satisfaction inside. Lin Xianyu sat down at the table and didn't go in to disturb her, just watched quietly. Bai Shirhan in the kitchen put on her apron, the spatula in her hand stirring back and forth, this moment, as if the other party has really become her own wife. In about half an hour, the rice came out, eggplant with minced pork, shredded pork with fish, boiled cabbage. Bai Shirhan was beaming. The pride on her face hadn't subsided since the moment she came out of the kitchen. Taste? Lin Xianyu didn't make a fuss, and in the other party's expectant gaze, he picked up the eggplant from the plate and tasted it. Even though Bai Shirhan didn't ask, she could tell from the anxiously waiting eyes that she was desperate to know the answer. Yummy! This time it was Lin Sinyu's turn to open his eyes wide. Although there were exaggerations present in the words, the evaluation was indeed true. Really? Really? Bai Shirhan was a little excited. This was the first time she had harvested reviews. Not to mention that this person who was reviewing was also Lin Sinyu. Is it necessary to lie to you? Look, I've already eaten half a bowl of rice. Lin Xianyu showed the bowl of rice in front of her, signaling that he wasn't lying. Bai Shirhan smiled happily, a joy from the inside out that she had never experienced before. To be recognized by her best friend. Then eat more. Bai Shirhan didn't know what to say, so she could only express her thoughts. Lunch ended on this pleasant note. Finally, the job of cleaning the dishes was a collaboration between the two Lin Sinyu. In the pool, Lin Sinyu had deliberately touched Bai Shirhan's small hand many times and then acted like it was careless, leaving the other party not knowing how to reply, only having a red face and inwardly denouncing the big bad guy's excessive behavior. After taking care of everything, the two returned to their room. Bai Shirhan's shyness from the beginning had turned into a habit, and as long as Lin Sinyu didn't check the closet, everything else was acceptable. Tomorrow, it's going to be class. Bai Shirhan, who was sitting on the bed, originally wanted to remind the other party to study well, but she didn't expect that. Once she opened her mouth, it turned into another meaning. Yeah, if only I could sleep here at night. After saying that, Lin Xianyu even sighed purposefully. Bai Shirhan quickly shook her hand. No, boys and girls can't stay alone at night. Why? There will be a little baby. Bai Shirhan blushed like a small tomato as she remembered the morning pregnancy incident. Who told you that? As long as you honestly sleep and don't do that kind of thing, you won't have a little baby. Lin Xianyu was still a bit surprised, not expecting her to know such things. However, Bai Shirhan was filled with curiosity. So, that kind of thing? What kind of thing? Chapter 27027. Am I a bad boy? Lin Sinyu is a big rascal. After learning which it was, Bai Shirhan directly hid under the quilt, rolling all over, fearing that the other party would come with a live teaching. Am I that terrible? Yes, there is. A weak reply came out from under the covers, making Lin Xianyu want to laugh a little. Wasn't it you who wanted to ask? I'm not going to. There's a baby. Didn't I just say it wouldn't be if it was protected? No, don't listen to. Bai Shirhan hid under the covers, feeling as if she had a fever. Her whole body was hot, but she didn't dare to get out of the covers for fear of that evil man outside. One look at biology and it's taught by a gym teacher. Bai Shirhan under the quilt pouted, wanting to retort but unable to think of words to say in return. Lin Sinyu didn't continue to snark at her and went to his desk to polish the things he hadn't organized in the morning. After a long time, and with no movement from outside, Bai Shirhan first took the little green in the quilt in her hand, then used it to hit the head, sticking out of the quilt and probing, make sure nothing is going on before slowly drilling out. Seeing that Lin Sinyu was busy, he didn't bother him, but found books and started to review. In fact, Bai Shirhan really wanted Lin Sinyu to follow along. According to the ranking of the last exam, the two of them definitely can't study in the same university, only that she has not been able to find the opportunity to tell him. Plus, the other party would be very serious, and could not bear to disturb. Bai Shirhan is such a person, always thinking of others and never prioritizing herself. After finishing his work, Lin Sinyu turned his head and saw Bai Shirhan staring at himself, only to immediately avert his gaze after meeting his eyes. That feeling of being caught peeking is so humiliating. Bai Shirhan rubbed her toes in embarrassment, then pretended to be calm and didn't look at him, trying to escape by doing so. As a result, Lin Sinyu walked over, reading again. A schoolteacher is a schoolteacher, and you don't forget the volume when you're home on vacation. Feeling the other party sitting on the edge of the bed, Bai Shirhan was a little nervous, in case he suddenly approached to carry out the so-called kind of thing. What to do? You know, wouldn't it be pretty nice if I could get into the same college as you? Lin Sinyu didn't do what Bai Shirhan thought he would do, but instead, he was quiet, suddenly letting out an emotion. Bai Shirhan put down little green. Now, it's not too late. There were still more than 3 months to go before the college entrance exam, and based on her observations at school a few days ago, Bai Shirhan realized that Lin Sinyu was also very talented above learning. It's just that he used to be playful and liked to fight with his teachers. A typical rebellious mentality. So you'll teach me to study afterward? Yeah. Bai Shirhan was now happy inside. Originally there had always been this idea, did not know how to tell him. Now suddenly reached the goal, or a kind of wishful thinking feeling. I'll be grateful for your guidance from now on. Lin Sinyu made a handshake motion and looked at Bai Shirhan waiting for a response. Facing the suddenly polite Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan was still a bit uncomfortable, but she still reached out to shake his hand in one piece. palms touching, the larger hand wraps the smaller one completely, radiating a feeling of full security. At the same time, the cell phone that was thrown under the pillow rang. Bai Shirhan drew back her small hand in panic, then took out her cell phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, I'm in. Got it. Lin Sinyu was beside him the entire time, and although he couldn't hear who was on the other end of the phone, he could guess from Bai Shirhan's respectful tone that it must be the family member who was making her increasingly autistic. Bai Shirhan was a little scared. It was Dad who called. It wasn't much at first, but when he inquired about this time in school, he began to get a little stumped. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to hear that something was wrong, and immediately engaged in verbal coercion. Fortunately, Lin Sinyu kept calming down, which allowed Bai Shirhan to stabilize her emotions and muster up the courage to calmly fabricate a lie. Studying every day, not staying up late at night, never dealing with other people, listening to teachers, and preparing seriously for the entrance exam. Lin Sinyu was a little heartbroken even as he listened. This would be the kind of life she had led before. When the phone hung up, the little girl held her legs in her arms, looking like she had done something wrong. Lin Sinyu just wanted to open his mouth to comfort, but he didn't expect the other party's mood to suddenly change from cloudy to sunny. Aren't I great, right? Bai Shirhan exhaled. Her long-suppressed feelings all exploded at this moment. Before, I never dared to lie to them. As long as it was what they said, I would listen to them. I would do what they said. Now, I've changed. Lin Sinyu looked at Bai Shirhan, who was still hugging her thighs, and didn't say anything, listening quietly. Am I a bad boy, you say? Bai Shirhan, who was originally very excited, was once again gloomy, her face worried, a little uncertain inside, and she looked at Lin Sinyu suspiciously. Good girl, you're still good. Lin Xian reached out and touched her head. You just want to live as yourself, not as what they want you to be. But I lied again. Silly, that's called a good lie. Really? Really? Lin Sinyu nodded. No one wants to live the way others want. That would definitely be unhappy. Only live for yourself to be clear about what is wanted. You'll be great in the future. Analyzing situations quickly, seeing things thoroughly, and giving solutions that are perfect. So don't doubt yourself. This is not a lie. After the Bai Shirhan, although social fear, but in the advice this fast, the situation analysis fast and accurate, despite the lack of communication, but the program given is often the best. Bai Shirhan didn't believe it and wrapped herself in the quilt as if this was the only area that belonged to safety. Actually, I'm curious. You usually don't go out. Why do you always have food at home? Not wanting Bai Shirhan to linger and dwell on it, Lin Sinyu directly changed the topic. Yes, there was an aunt who would knock on the door and put the groceries on the doorstep. After hearing what Bai Shirhan said, Lin Sinyu couldn't help but sigh. Rich people are so nice. Don't gather around the quilt. Hurry up and get up and teach me how to cook. Such a good cook. I definitely want to learn it so I can cook for my wife in the future. No, not the wife. Lin Sinyu shook his head. Didn't say I'd do it for you. At first Bai Shirhan didn't react, and only slowed down when she got out of bed, only to feel inexplicably sour and suddenly not wanting to cook for him. But he didn't dare to show it, so he could only pout, not even looking at Lin Sinyu, and walked towards the kitchen in diameter. By the time Lin Sinyu came to his side, Bai Shirhan, who had always been passionate about cooking, made up her mind. Be sure to put more salt and vinegar on it later so he learns the ropes. Lin Sinyu just watched from the sidelines, originally just casually so, actually wanted to tease her, but then he saw Bai Shirhan again. A large spoonful of salt, another large spoonful of vinegar. Who did this girl learn that from? Chapter 28028. What I said about eating will make your legs hurt. Request for follow-up reading. You eat first. I'll eat if it's good. Bai Shirhan, who had originally intended to watch the joke, was instantly nonplussed, but there was nothing she could do but clip up the dish, hold back the onslaught of sour and salty flavors, and put on a calm appearance. Taste, flavor, okay, yeah, then I'll taste it? Just when Bai Shirhan thought she was going to accomplish her goal, Lin Sinyu snatched the chopsticks she had used, and with lightning speed, he clamped the food and put it in his mouth, not forgetting to lick it at the end. It does taste okay. Bai Shirhan was silent, then her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She thought she could mess with the other party, but she didn't expect him to directly use the chopsticks she used. Not to mention there was still her saliva on it. I don't need those chopsticks. Seeing that the chopsticks had not yet been used before the other party, Bai Shirhan grabbed them with a quick hand. It's okay, I've noticed that these chopsticks seem to taste better when eating vegetables. Bai Shirhan completely understood what it meant to be cheeky. Does this count as stealing a chicken? If you dare to continue lying to me in the future, it's not as simple as grabbing chopsticks. Lin Xian said this as he chucked in the food, not explicitly poking at Bai Shirhan, but also conveying the meaning. The little girl blushed, then realized that she had been found out a long time ago. No, don't dare. I think it's better to bully more or you're not even scared. Bai Shirhan stopped retracting her hand that was holding the food. No, you can't bully a good friend. Lin Sinyu shrugged helplessly. I'm not like other people. I just like to bully my best friends. Well, then, that's not being a good friend. As a wife? Bai Shirhan was exasperated and didn't want to bother with him. Finally, on the grounds that you can't waste food, the two of them worked together to fix the plate of salty, sour cucumbers. When it was completely dark, Bai Shirhan kept hinting at Lin Sinyu to go home, but the other party frantically changed the topic as if he hadn't heard. Tomorrow, be up early. I know, and you're going to join me for tofu brain. It looks like it's getting dark outside. I'm not afraid of the dark. Sure enough, there is no way to defeat a shameless person when faced with one. I'll be off then. Meet me downstairs in the morning. For some reason, after getting the answer she wanted, Bai Shirhan felt, on the contrary, not so happy. Good. After watching the other party walk out of the room, and only after hearing the sound of the door closing, Bai Shirhan got up from the bed and familiarly went to the balcony as a farewell. If I had just started high school, how could I not look forward to going to school as much as I do now? When the alarm goes off, get dressed and wash up in one fell swoop. Bringing his school bag to the bottom of Bai Shirhan's building, the other party had already put on his school uniform and waited obediently at the door. Whose wife is this? Waiting for a favorite early in the morning? I don't know when, but Lin Xin you like to flirt with the other party. If Bai Shirhan resented this kind of nonsensical behavior, it would be fine, but on the contrary, she didn't have much of a reaction, and even blushed with shame. Not a wife. How long has the wait been? Just down. It was obvious that this was definitely not the truth. Bai Shirhan was like that. She didn't want others to think about her. She would only feel as if she was useless in that case. Lin Sinyu didn't poke at it. Come on, let me see how you've changed in the past few days. Good. Bai Shirhan also wanted to prove that she had thought about changing a long time ago, but just never had the courage to do so. It's different now. She has Lin Sinyu, still holding the corners of his coat, only not as flustered as he was at the beginning, having long since become accustomed to it. Standing on the road with stalls on both sides, Lin Xin you didn't lead her towards the tofu brain location, but let Bai Shirhan choose herself. Eventually the little girl set her sights on the bakery. Want a bun? Well, try. Lin Sinyu led her into the baozi store. The breakfast baozi store is definitely the hottest, especially across from the school, because in addition to the baozi, there will be soybean milk donuts and so on, and the main thing is that it is easy to carry around without having to wait too long. Not even the buns? No, you had a miserable childhood. Bai Shirhan was a little aggravated and wanted to retort, but couldn't find a reason, so she could only stare at him with a puff of air. Here we have meat buns, bean paste buns, sauerkraut buns, steamed buns, and rolls. Without waiting for Lin Sinyu to finish, Bai Shirhan tugged at the corner of his coat and then pointed to the sign, wanting to say that there were all introductions there and that she knew the words herself. It must be said that the baozi stores are more profitable at any time of the year, and just based on the number of people in this queue, one can roughly figure out the daily turnover. As far as I can remember, the owner of the baozi store here already has a car and a house after 2 or 3 years. Bai Shirhan didn't think about it that much. She only felt that there were a lot of people around now, a little crowded and a little noisy. Standing in front of the baozi store, an inexplicable sense of urgency surged through her heart. The clamor, joking and laughing voices intertwined together, constantly echoing in her ears. Lin Sinyu realized that Bai Shirhan was a bit abnormal, and from her panicked expression he could probably guess that the little girl must be a bit scared, so he reached out and stroked her head as a way to pacify her. The little lamb that was in the wolf pack was suddenly not afraid. The shoulders shifted from shaking to quiet, and the fear inside dissipated. It's okay, you've been great. At this moment, Bai Shirhan felt as if Lin Sinyu was much safer than the outside environment. Bai Shirhan looks up. I'll keep trying. It's okay, I'll eat you if you don't try. Then you'll be bolder. Hearing this, Bai Shirhan was unsure, but quickly reacted. How could he eat people? He was obviously joking with himself, just letting himself relax. Thank you, I'm going to eat you. Why are you even thanking me? Bai Shirhan knew that he definitely didn't want to let himself know, so he deliberately disguised himself. It's not like you don't eat people. Only then did Lin Sinyu react to the fact that the little girl had misunderstood. The eating I'm talking about is what will make your legs hurt. Ha! Bai Shirhan didn't understand, but she didn't think much about it, and summoned up the courage to buy 2 meat buns and 2 bean paste buns, and finally added 2 cups of soy milk. When the fruits of victory arrived, Bai Shirhan sighed with relief. Well, happy? Happy. It's improved this time. Bai Shirhan took out a meat bun and a bean paste bun from her hand and gave them to Lin Sinyu, then slowly walked through the crowd holding his coat again. Panic! Fear, all gone at the moment. On the way to the classroom, Bai Shirhan also followed Lin Sinyu's example of eating while walking, something that wouldn't have happened in the past, only thinking about paying attention to her image. Now, it seemed like whatever Lin Sinyu did, she would naturally follow. Of course, those that Bai Shirhan thought were wrong would definitely not be learned. Now, the little girl was happily standing beside Lin Sinyu, biting into a bun she had never eaten before, her face full of happiness. Fear everything, but only, not you. Chapter 29029. Can you just eat and take this stuff? In high school, during the period of youthful ignorance, it's hard not to be attracted to the opposite sex. Many factors of attraction exist: grades, looks, personality, rapport when getting along. Bai Shirhan first began, just curious about Lin Sinyu's behavior that was different from the other students, and then was always protected by the other party in an invisible way, which led to a small opening of the long-closed heart for the time being. Bai Shirhan, do you think the class president is interested in you? Why is he always staring at you? Lin Sinyu frowned, a bit of acidity in his words. These words made the original lying on the table lazy little girl immediately sit upright. Only some aggrieved. No, not before. He always looked for me to ask for homework to answer. Judging from Bai Shirhan's frowning expression, she should be somewhat disgusted with the class president. But often it is this kind of surface weak do not know how to refuse the girl, often will be misunderstood by other people. And even some inner superiority of the boys, directly to this behavior will be judged as a desire to indulge. What if someone confesses to you? Bai Shirhan acted calmly this time, her eyes calmly looking at Lin Sinyu, almost without words. She could understand the meaning. Isn't there still you then? Lin Xin just wanted to reach out and touch her little head, thinking that this was not a space to be alone, so he changed his strategy and descended quickly towards the bottom of the table, taking her middle and ring fingers in his hands before the other party could react. The sudden movement caused Bai Shirhan to feel alarmed, blushing and even forgetting to resist. Nothing else matters, just understand one thing. I will make the ring appear on your middle finger first, then your ring finger. This time, the little girl understood the meaning and pretended not to know, pulling her hand away before no longer looking at Lin Sinyu. He's bull asterisk 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 ting again. As for recognizing whether or not he was serious, Bai Shirhan might not understand now, but Lin Sinyu knew it in his heart. Keeping her promise. Starting today, Bai Shirhan was going to be tutoring Lin Sinyu in his studies, something that still made her a little happy. In her thoughts, she wouldn't even think about whether the other person would or wouldn't, but rather, she would patiently explain the entire time, and would only think that Lin Xianyu had been able to get into the university he wanted to go to the best of his ability. Time passes drop by drop. Lin Sinyu had never thought that there would be a day when he would also feel that class time was short. This kind of mentality was impossible to happen before, not to mention classes. Sometimes waking up from a nap and not forgetting to complain in a small voice. Time passes by so slowly, it's almost as if it's a year. At noon, under Lin Sinyu's tutelage, Bai Shirhan was already able to converse fluently with her meal-beating sister, and was no longer the stuttering socialist girl, only because of familiarity. Of course, finding a corner seat against the wall, Bai Shirhan had gotten used to his presence in Lin Sinyu's company. It went from being intimidated at the beginning to being able to move around freely, but still keeping an eye on the image. After all, there are other students around. If he was alone with Lin Xianyu, the mere fact that the other party was feasting in the barbecue stall was enough to shock those who knew Bai Shirhan straight away. Lin Sinyu didn't move his chopsticks, instead enjoying the atmosphere he was currently in. When the girl with the strongest defense removes her disguise in front of her, the fear that should be there is converted into reassurance. And this feeling is undoubtedly also a kind of happiness. Why don't you eat? Bai Shirhan noticed Lin Sinyu's gaze and shyly lowered her head. Seeing that he hadn't used his chopsticks for a long time, she thought for sure that what he had in his bowl wasn't to her liking. In my bowl, there's meat. If you don't like the dish, you can give it to me. You can't waste it. The little girl didn't have anything bad in mind and didn't think much of it. She just saw that the other person hadn't eaten it, so she didn't mind. This inner subtle change, even she herself did not find out. If it was before, how it was impossible to accept this kind of ambiguous behavior. But now, to Bai Shirhan, it was as if she was doing something normal that couldn't be more normal. Here, all this meat is for you to eat. Lin Xianyu picked up his chopsticks and didn't even give Bai Shirhan a chance to refuse, picking up all the meat and placing it on her plate. The little girl was aggravated and was thinking of giving him her meat, but she didn't realize that there were a few extra chunks. Don't look at me like that. Eat more meat to grow it where I want it. Bai Shirhan didn't understand the meaning, but she could tell the answer from his eyes. It certainly wasn't good. 20 minutes later, the two settled their meal. From the moment he came out of the cafeteria, Lin Sinyu had noticed that Bai Shirhan had been wearing a bitter expression. during which she had repeatedly turned her head to look at herself but hadn't opened her mouth. Lin Sinyu followed by Shirhan's method from before, popping milk candies out of his pocket and handing them to her. If you're unhappy, just eat some candies. Does that count as learning? As it turned out, it wasn't the answer that was expected. The little girl was a little embarrassed while holding her hand over her stomach. Have made it this far, how can Lin Sinyu not react? Now is not the kind of pure love boy who can only play the mouth of the first time. I'll walk you back to class first. Aha! At this time, Bai Shirhan only wanted to dig a hole in the ground to bury her little head. Too early in the morning, got up in a hurry, and waited for Lin Sinyu at the bottom of the building, forgetting to bring. When we get to the classroom, the pained look on Bai Shirhan's face is becoming more and more obvious, and Lin Sinyu doesn't care about what it means to save face, and casually finds a girl to ask for one by stumping her. At first he was dismissed as a pervert, and only retained his face when he revealed his purpose. The toilet can work alone, right? After coming to the door and transferring the big soft butterfly to Bai Shirhan, Lin Sinyu was still a bit uneasy. Hearing this, Bai Shirhan was instantly startled. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded and left in small steps. After seeing the other party walk into the restroom, Lin Sinyu was relieved and proceeded to go downstairs, looking for his good buddy. Kong Yu's seat was by the window, so Lin Sinyu could just reach out and wake him up. Let's go, fatty, take you to eat something delicious. Kong Yu, who was still sleepy, instantly perked up. It's not easy, brother. You won't accompany sister-in-law today? What's the word this is? Come on, buddy, buy you lunch straight away. Take whatever you want. Really? Seeing that Lin Sinyu's tone didn't seem like he was telling lies again, Kong Yu chose to believe it. It's not a good man who doesn't take advantage of a bargain. In the kiosk, Kong Yu had been dumbfounded. He was even keeping a deliberate distance from Lin Sinyu. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed like the two didn't know each other at all. And not only that, there was a bit of dislike in his eyes. Kong Yu hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Sinyu. Brother Yu, are you alright? What's wrong? What are you talking about? If you're okay, you're taking me to eat this? Take whatever you want? Especially with that look in Lin Sinyu's eyes. The message was for Kong Yu to hurry up and take a few packs. Are you starving like crazy? Can you eat this? After hearing this, Kong Yu was even more scared. Brother Yu, don't tell me that you also have so many days. Chapter 30:030. Bai Shirhan takes the initiative to hold hands, requesting for follow-up reading. You are talking nonsense, believe it or not, give you a direct pocket on the body? Lin Xinu was a bit speechless. Thought he could turn the corner. All know that there is a sister-in-law. Don't know who this thing is for? So what's the point of buying this? Your sister-in-law. Kong Yu then suddenly realized. Not early to say, beating around the bush. Scared me to think that I would be invited to eat this. Lin Sinyu is taller than him, plus Kong Yu will have a fatter body type, so it looks even shorter. Originally 1m7'8", from a distance only 1m6. Pick whatever you want to eat. You check out later and I'll give you the money when we get out. Picking up 2 bags from the shelves and stuffing them into Kong Yu's hands, Lin Xinu quickly slipped away. By the time Kong Yu reacted, the other party had already left the kiosk. What a dog! Lin Sinyu waited at the door and gave a textbook demonstration of what it meant to be a brother. Looking for someone else to ask for it. That's because looking at Bai Shirhan is really difficult. The heart is nervous. A moment did not think so much. Hard and direct. Calm over is different. It's definitely a little embarrassing to have never bought this stuff before. Not long, Kong Yu from the kiosk out, but also deliberately want black bags to snacks and big butterflies separate. Before he would certainly want white plastic bags for snacks. Check out just behind a few girls in line. A moment of chaos. Otherwise it's definitely white plastic bags carrying different kinds of snacks into the classroom for foodie bragging rights. Yuko, I kind of remember you. Hey, this brother is not even called. Lin Sinyu heard, and immediately came to a small temper. Kong fat, this is unethical, ha. Brother, I picked your number of times fingers are counted. You are not the same feed. Smashed someone else's window when I was a child. Without saying a word to push the matter to me to run away on their own. Next door to the 6th grade little girl bathing are not to be spared. With the auntie that I see, and magazines in the action depicted every time you secretly tear down the exclusive. Right, oh, is not also bought a flying. Brother Yu, you're my own brother. Next time I'll buy it for you. Kong Yu was scared, a little careless, did not expect to leave so many handles in Lin Sinyu's hands. The heavens have spared no one. How happy I was before. How miserable I am now. How much is it? I'll give it to you. Brother, this money is still there. Say please. Don't. I can't afford it. Kong Yu wanted to cry. Eat less snacks. You kid. Slimming down is really cool. Seeing that the other party only knew how to eat and eat all day long, Lin Xinu was a bit unable to look at him. Brother Yu, don't joke. All 107. How to reduce is still not the same ugly. Konyu has long lost his self-confidence. In the past, joking would still retort a little to prove that he is the most beautiful boy. Not anymore. The ostracizing noises coming from the class had completely made him lose his confidence, and the only way he could relax was to stay with Lin Xinyu. Konyu was the type that wouldn't take the initiative to bother others, and ever since Lin Xinyu had said that Bai Shirhan was his wife, he had been giving them the world of two. Lin Xinyu understood his character, and after spending so much time together, he knew that this guy was a stick in the mud, so he didn't say anything. Come on, fatty, be confident, have faith, you have potential, really great potential. Konyu smiled in response while spitting out, it's only you, brother you, who always draws me big cakes. The two were separated at the top and bottom of the stairs, and since they weren't in the same classroom, it wasn't usually easy to communicate. Nonetheless, both brothers are on call with each other. Back to class. Before Lin Xinyu even walked into the class, Bai Shirhan had already spotted him. Originally, he had thought that Lin Xinyu would be waiting for him in his seat, but in the end, when he came back, the other person had already disappeared. Searching to no avail, she could only end up lying on the table, eyes wide open, staring at the doorway, waiting for Lin Xinyu to return. Bai Shirhan admitted that the moment she saw Lin Xinyu, her heart was a little happy and a little curious at the same time. The current Lin Xinyu wouldn't go to the toilet to get a nasty odor, so what was he doing there? Only all of these Bai Shirhan would only keep in her heart and know for herself, never choosing to take the initiative to ask, unless it was something she really wanted to know urgently. Hearing the sound of movement ringing out beside her, Bai Shirhan turned her head, still resting on her arm, except that the movement was peeking through the gap in the intersection. I don't know what you usually use. There are only two kinds in the kiosk, so I took two. Lin Xinyu put the black bag in his hand into Bai Shirhan's drawer. Then his cheeks surprisingly blushed slightly. Bai Shirhan was stunned. He turned out to be really normal. Then from the drawer, he took out what Lin Xinyu had given him and opened the bag to find. Thanks. Next time you say thank you, I'll just hold you. Oh, hey, who did you learn that from? Don't you know it's oh so rude? Come on, have to hold it. Lin Xinyu only wanted to scare her. This girl was very timid. As long as she did something slightly to make her fearful of behavior, she wouldn't do it again. Before Lin Xinyu could see the familiar weak expression appear on Bai Shirhan's face, he only felt that the bottom of the table dangling in his free palm suddenly had more of a delicate and soft thing. Looking down, Lin Xinyu was filled with incredulity. Bai Shirhan, she, surprisingly, took the initiative to put her hand in her own. You, promise to be my wife? No, good friend. Bai Shirhan quickly drew her small hand back. Her intuition told her that she might not be able to draw it out if she continued to put it down. Just now doesn't count. I haven't felt it yet. Why don't we do it again? I'll feel it slowly. No, don't. How can you think about taking your time when you've already thanked him? Just don't listen to him next time. See how to say Bai Shirhan are not willing. Lin Xinyu cannot help, but not without gain. At least this little girl dares to hold their own is not? Bai Shirhan would only feel her face burning a little this time. Even though it was a brief touch, the feeling was unprecedented since she was a child. Passive-active. There is inevitably a large gap between the two. After doing all this Bai Shirhan and a little regret, this way, he will completely become a mom and dad their mouth bad boy it. The concerns that should have existed instantly disappeared as the words good friend kept echoing in his mind. Just as Lin Xinyu said, what does it matter if best friends hold hands? On the contrary, even if Lin Xinyu did not experience the other party's secondary initiative, the joy that arose within his heart was already written on his face. The sound of the fan rotating is pleasing to the ear. The birds outside the window in the wind accompanied by the voice cheering. Even the ginkgo tree at this moment began to shake the leaves to follow along with the dance. This was the first time Lin Xinyu felt that going to school turned out to be such a happy thing. Bai Shirhan was troubled instead. Since the afternoon recess, Lin Xinyu had been dropping his hands to hint that he should make a sneak attack. Bai Shirhan, who had never regretted anything, felt regret for the first time and made an internal decision. In the future, even if you thank him, you have to wait until he falls asleep to hold. Chapter 31031. He's the one who brought you down. 1/4. After so many days together, Lin Xinyu saw boredom on Bai Shirhan's face for the first time. At first, it was thought that she was suffering from a stomachache until class president Li Hua stopped by the aisle. Mr. White, can I borrow your homework? What an old pickup line excuse that 35-year-olds don't even bother to use. Lin Xinyu didn't say anything and turned his head to the side. Bai Shirhan noticed his movements and shook her head without even bothering to look at Li Hua. In the past, I was always embarrassed to refuse. Once or twice lent no problem with the answer. Every time to do so, the genus is a bit annoying. Acquaintances are fine. The problem is that they are not familiar. It can't be. In the past when we were at the same table didn't you always finish your homework ahead of time? Is it possible that Lin Sinyu is affecting your studies? I can actually talk to the teacher and switch to sit at the back. Lin Xin finally understood why Bai Shirhan hated this guy, completely unable to understand what others meant and would only follow what he wanted. So, squad leader, where do I sit? Hearing Lin Sinyu speak, not only Li Hua, a few of the surrounding students who were watching turned around. In their opinion, it was inevitable that Lin Sinyu, who was the class prick, and the class president would bump into each other. Li Hua is interested in Bai Shirhan. This matter can be seen by anyone with a clear eye. That's why Lin Sinyu went to ask Bai Shirhan what she thought. The little girl was slow to react. She simply didn't know what it meant to like, let alone see that someone liked her. Other than Lin Sinyu's shamelessness, which she could tell, she couldn't tell at all with all the other hints. Why don't you sit over there? Is it hard to let you continue to disturb Bai's studies? Li Hua pointed to the corner on the other side of the classroom, thinking to himself that it seemed as if he was heroically rescuing a beauty, and not forgetting to look down at Bai Shirhan. As a result, the other party's eyes stayed fixed on Lin Sinyu, and he hadn't glanced at him since the beginning. The little girl would be a bit angry. She was already a bit tired of him always asking for her homework, and when she heard that he made Lin Xin change his seat and not sit next to her, her impression of Li Hua was even more greatly reduced. Why should he not be allowed to sit next to himself? Bai Shirhan huffed and puffed, her eyes looking at Lin Sinyu, afraid that the other party would really listen to what the class president said and then change her seat. It was a good thing it would be supper time, and there weren't a lot of people left in the class to see the play. The reason Li Hua chose this point in time was actually that he couldn't stand it any longer. After this period of observation, he realized that Bai Shirhan was getting closer and closer to Lin Sinyu. How can this be? What if her grades dropped? That kind of person who didn't even study, how could he teach Bai Shirhan things? It should be himself. So, summoning up the courage, he came over, even if Lin Sinyu was a prick, and wasn't afraid. Then class president, would you sit over there? I'm used to sitting here all the time. Why don't we ask Bai? Do you want to be at the same table with you? Lin Sinyu's face was calm, meeting Bai Shirhan's eyes, signaling that it was fine. Don't need to think, surely willing. Bai student first, I second. We sit a piece of complimentary. In the future we can also get into the same university. What a good thing, right? Li Hua looked down at Bai Shirhan, and as a result, the other party still had no intention of looking at him. Bai Shirhan only felt angrier. No, what with complimenting each other together in the same college? No way. Look, it's all. No? Li Hua was a bit incredulous. Didn't we used to be at the same table? Did he threaten you? Denying other people's ideas? This was the first time Bai Shirhan had ever done anything, and with the sharp questioning tone coming out of her ears, her insides had begun to throb a little, and her breathing had also become rapid. Seeing this, Lin Sinyu didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Li Hua. This kind of person just had a strong sense of superiority, thinking that everything would revolve around him. Classmate Bai, you say, is it Lin Sinyu? None of your business. Lin Sinyu couldn't bear it anymore and stood up, half a head taller than the other party, scaring the other party so much that he directly gulped and didn't dare to continue talking. The reason why he talked to him was to give face to the class president, but the result was that this guy came up and crackled to put all the bad things on himself. How could he stand it? Plus the little girl is also more annoying, so directly drive away. Li Hua also knew that if he continued to stay here, he might lose face and could only leave in disgrace. Previously, in his opinion, Bai Shirhan must have been threatened by Lin Sinyu, and that's why she said something like that. Otherwise, if she used to be so close at the same table, she definitely wouldn't be like this. There was only a chance to talk to her alone. The few who watched the show also dispersed, not realizing that the class president, who was usually so bold to them, was also so afraid in front of Lin Sinyu. It's gone. It's okay, good girl. Lin Sinyu reached out and stroked her small head, a reassurance that made Bai Shirhan much more relaxed. However, this scene was extremely piercing in Li Hua's eyes. See, this is a naked threat. Make sure you go talk to your homeroom teacher. It's fine. Bai Shirhan was a bit worried, afraid that Lin Sinyu really did what Li Hua said and switched to another seat. Lin Sinyu sat down. If you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, just say it directly. Don't be afraid. Just express what you want to say. No. Bai Shirhan obediently nodded her head, thinking about what Lin Sinyu had just said when he scared off Li Hua, and silently memorized it in her heart. At the same time, there was a smile on his face. Before, in her own opinion, she was now super powerful, at least 1% as powerful as Lin Xinu. Rejecting people, although it might make the other person unhappy, didn't need to be bothered at all. The most important thing was still himself. That was all what Lin Xinu said. When I used to be at the same table with Li Hua, It was because I was too considerate of other people's feelings that what happened now happened. You were pretty good today. Bai Shirhan loved spending time with Lin Sinyu. He complimented people every time at just the right time, and found the right time to say it, almost just as soon as he thought of it. It was because of this that the two felt very relaxed together. Every time Bai Shirhan wanted to hear something, it would come out of Lin Sinyu's mouth. Even if they were words of ferocious lecturing, they wouldn't feel bad, right? It was a rare moment of pride for Bai Shirhan. The confidence that hadn't appeared for a long time was slowly written on his face at that moment. This isn't enough. You have to keep working hard in the future. Lin Sinyu reached out and nudged her little nose, causing Bai Shirhan to blush. As for what else to work on, Bai Shirhan did not think to ask him. Already clear Lin Sinyu set, will not take the initiative to be fooled. Nothing more than to be a wife again knows. Wouldn't work to be his wife. Before the evening study bell rings, at Lin Sinyu's request, Bai Shirhan bulged her little mouth in aggravation and could only listen to Lin Sinyu and go to the study room to help him with his tutoring. After the two disappeared from view, Li Hua still couldn't believe his eyes a little. It just felt as if the question was harder than the math question at the end of the paper's finale. Chapter 32:032. My chopping board has wings and can fly, 2/4. Girls are really cute when they're cute. Right now. For example, Bai Shirhan was concentrating on teaching herself, her little face pink and lovable. If it wasn't for the fear of alarming the other party, Lin Xin you would have definitely gone up and boinked him a long time ago. Hear me? The little girl stopped her pen. Her gaze shifted to Lin Sinyu, looking at the other party as if he wasn't listening attentively, and instantly her little temper flared up. You're not listening again, and if you don't, I won't be coming down to tutor you from now on. This kind of vicious words, I don't know why, but Lin Xin you felt a little comfortable hearing them. Usually this girl never dares to speak to herself like this. Now that her guts have grown much bigger, she should continue to cultivate this way down the line, and when her guts become completely bigger in the future, then she will let go. Seeing that Lin Sinyu didn't answer, Bai Shirhan was ready to pack up and leave. However, at that moment, the other party picked up a pen and started answering on the mock test paper, perfectly replicating the method he had just taught him in the answer area. That's how it's done, isn't it? Bai Shirhan was dumbfounded, never having thought that Lin Sinyu's learning ability was so fast. If you hadn't been playful in the past, your grades definitely wouldn't have been bad. That's for sure. Now that I'm starting to work on it, do you believe I'm sure I can do better than the class president? Bai Shirhan nodded. As long as it was what Lin Sinyu said, she would believe it. Even if others thought it couldn't happen, she was willing to believe it. Lin Sinyu laughed. Why are you so stupid? You believe everything I say. I think you can. Bai Shirhan replied seriously. To be trusted unconditionally by his favorite person. He would be happy for anyone else, right? Lin Xin you reached out to touch her head, but this time, Bai Shirhan dodged it. It can't grow. Bai Shirhan felt aggrieved. Every time she walked with Lin Sinyu she had to raise her head to look at him. They said that she could still grow taller at this age. She had secretly measured herself in the past few days and had not grown a centimeter taller. So there was only one possibility left, it was all because he touched her head. That's why she couldn't grow taller. It's not like it's okay to reach, I'll just hold you on my body. The little girl didn't really understand what he was talking about, and every time this time she just continued to not understand or ask. Surely it wasn't anything good. I want to go to Zhejiang University. Bai Shirhan bit her lip and stated the target she wanted to go to. Then go. But mom and dad, they told me to go to Qingbei. This was what Bai Shirhan was concerned about. Only Lin Sinyu's appearance had shaken her. Hearing this, Lin Sinyu understood her concern, especially when he saw Bai Shirhan lower her head, and immediately understood that this girl was ready to fall into self-imposed isolation again. Look up, look at me, Bai Shirhan. Luckily, words worked, and when she heard Lin Sinyu speak, Bai Shirhan raised her head obediently and met his gaze. I, too, want to go to ZJU. Lin Sinyu's word for word caused Bai Shirhan to completely open her mouth wide. I know this is hard, but I'm going to fight hard for where I want to go, and no matter if anyone stands in the way, the choice won't change, and you're the only one who knows yourself the best, not anyone else. Don't always put your little head down when things go wrong. You're no worse than anyone else. One more time and I'll put a stamp on your brain. Bai Shirhan wasn't very scared this time, having no idea what he was talking about with the stamp, and not being afraid of anything he couldn't imagine. Then I'll give you a long one first. Lin Sinyu stood up, and before his mouth got close to the little girl's forehead, the other party, as if he had already made the connection, immediately hid behind his desk. No, don't. Next time. Not next time. It's horrible. Bai Shirhan felt that Lin Sinyu had been getting bolder and bolder ever since the moment she became good friends with him. It's either best friends holding hands or sleeping in best friends' beds, and now it's even more important to get yourself stamped. Know what to choose? Got it. In order to prevent being stampeded, Bai Shirhan deliberately distanced herself from Lin Sinyu's location. Lin Sinyu didn't continue poking fun at the other party, but suddenly realized that it would be nice if every girl had a progress bar on her head. If that were the case, he would definitely go to see where Bai Shirhan's progress had reached. And if it was 90%, he wouldn't have to hold back from going up to punish this itchy little twerp anymore. Evening study time goes by fast. Under Bai Shirhan's guidance, Lin Sinyu finally learned what he didn't know. Go home and cook me dinner. If it was usual, Bai Shirhan might have hesitated to refuse. But today, the little girl shook her hand in a hurry. No, I can't, Auntie, to deliver the groceries. Every Monday evening, Auntie would come to the house to deliver things. And the reason for this was another reason, to see if Bai Shirhan was home alone. Don't even think about it. It must have been arranged by the parents. Fear not. Anyway, it is put on the door. Then tonight you go to my house. I will cook for you to eat. Not to lie, my family chopping board has wings and can fly. So amazing? The little girl's eyes widened, feeling a bit incredulous. Should we go over there? How could the doll Bai Shirhan resist this temptation and voluntarily throw herself into the wolf's home? Say, have you stalked me before? Lin Xin Yu looked at Bai Shirhan, who was a bit vain beside him, as if he had caught the handle. No. Then how do you know which trail to take and where to turn? Bai Shirhan was not the kind of person who was good at lying, although she would like to explain to hide it, but once she opens her mouth, she doesn't know how to tell it at all. You have a crush on me? Not at all. Woohoo! I should have known better than to come see that flying chopping board. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to walk in front of him on the latter part of the journey, lest she really be discovered to have followed him before. Actually, it was just that one time at the very beginning, when I was thinking of following a little bit and then going home myself, but I ended up looking down at his shadow behind me, playing and forgetting about it. When he reacted, he still ghostly followed him all the way to the bottom of the building before sneaking away. Of course, it was impossible for Bai Shirhan to say such things. Here we are. Know what floor it's on? Bai Shirhan shook her head, this time not really knowing. Seeing this, Lin Sinyu was relieved. This girl will not lie. It seems that he really did not follow himself all the time. He should just walk along the road for a short while. Open the door. Unlike Bai Shirhan's house, the place where Lin Sinyu lived was rented, and there was no odor coming out of the entrance. On the contrary, the living room was cleaned up and didn't look out of place. No need to change your shoes. Just come in. Knowing that Bai Shirhan was a bit of a clean freak and couldn't possibly wear shoes worn by others, Lin Sinyu didn't let her change, and had to mop the floor at night anyway. Bai Shirhan, who had never entered anyone else's room before, only felt her heart beating faster at this moment, but the smile on her face did not disappear, as if she was celebrating for unlocking a new achievement. Until I saw the flying chopping board, 2 rags left and right on the board. Chapter 33033. Good friends don't look at socks together. 3/4. Little wings that fly. Just because you can fly doesn't mean you can fly, does it? Bai Shirhan pouted and ran away after hearing Lin Sinyu's explanation. Go to the balcony and look around. Lin Xin didn't care about her and started preparing to cook. Having already tricked the little girl into coming over, it was impossible to still let her cook, right? Bai Shirhan on the balcony exhaled in relaxation. She wasn't that stupid. She had known since she was a child cooking that chopping boards don't fly, so how could she be tricked? It's just that person is Lin Sinyu, and if he says so, he himself will believe it, even if it's a lie. He's still willing. I still remember the first year of high school. For Bai Shirhan, everything was brand new. Not only the people and the surrounding environment, also strange. It's hard to get familiar with over to junior high school. All can hide places have been like a finger on the pulse. Where there are fewer people, where there will be no one will pay attention. Do what will not let people close to find their own exchange. All, it took Bai Shirhan a whole year or two to get used to all of it. Living like a transparent person in a group of middle schoolers. But it was a situation that she enjoyed and could feel relaxed from. Loneliness, as if it was her friend, was always there for her. Adapt for 3 years and graduate from middle school into high school. To Bai Shirhan, the world that had been painstakingly built up seemed to have perished, and what was ushered in was a whole new world. In this world, all the people, all the things, all the everything, all of it was unfamiliar. It's time to start building your own world again. It was thought that it could still be perfectly hidden, but due to the girl's big change, Bai Shirhan, who was in her adolescence, gradually faded away her ordinary face. Excellent grades and beautiful looks are enough to make her stand out among her peers. Combined with her pathetic outward appearance, it was hard not to feel pity for her. For this reason, Bai Shirhan felt afraid, panicked, stuttered with people, not to deal with too much, and it took a full semester to make her classmates understand this girl does not want to socialize. There were even discussions about it and backstabbing taunts about her being dumb. Bai Shirhan at that time suddenly felt that it was still the best world to build in junior high school. Why do you have such a bad mouth? People like you are really disgusting. If you're going to talk, go to the other side and don't make me sleep. It was a rude voice Bai Shirhan had never heard before. The source of the voice seemed to be in the corner of the last row. The ones who were spoken to were afraid to discuss it, feeling afraid of the boy. So is it possible that by being at the same table as him, no one will pay attention to you? But, he's so fierce, will he beat himself to death? Before she could continue to think back, the sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen brought Bai Shirhan back to her senses. Bai Shirhan had personally experienced that Lin Xinyu wasn't mean. On the contrary, he was very gentle. He can cook, he can buy breakfast, he can buy medicine, he can teach himself how to cook, he can help to get rid of those who are annoying. All of these are things that he dared not do before, but he can do them all. What are you thinking? Why don't you come over here and help give us a hand, or else you won't be fed? Well, it's still a little mean. Take back what you just thought. Bai Shirhan moved closer to the other in resignation, then began to help fold the cowpeas from the sidelines. Tell me what you want to eat tonight, rice or noodles? Lin Xinyu was cleaning the dishes and had already put on his cooking apron. Bubbles. No bubbly. This guy is so annoying. Why does he know what he's going to say every time and then just ruthlessly rejects it? The reason why I wanted to follow him home was purely because I wanted to stay with him for a while longer and eat a bucket of instant noodles on the way. Bai Shirhan could have held back this emotion, but the other party was dead set on squeezing, and then forced his way in. How could he adapt to this? It's been under control since I was a kid. I've never met anyone so shameless. They were already best friends who had held hands, so if this went on, wouldn't the kissing and stamping and that whole shameful method of having children he had talked about become a reality? Feeling Lin Xinyu standing still right beside her and her gaze seemingly staring at her, Bai Shirhan's face instantly reddened all over. If you don't say what you're going to eat, I'm going to feed you an imported meal straight away. Imported meals? In Bai Shirhan's understanding, if imported meals were to be bought now, even if they arrived, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Where did he get them from? The next thing I saw was Lin Xinyu peeling a milk candy and stuffing it into his mouth. Here, try an imported candy first. No, don't. I'll eat. Bai Shirhan, who understood, immediately determined that this was what had been imported. Lin Xinyu was afraid that Bai Shirhan would have a hard time digesting again at night, so he didn't make a lot of food. 2 simple small dishes with 2 bowls of rice, and a very thoughtful portion of fruit on the table. For a moment, Bai Shirhan felt that Lin Xinyu was pretty good at living. If she lived with him, at least she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. The idea of wanting to be a loser suddenly sprang up inside, but it was soon worn out. After the meal, Lin Xinyu cleaned up the dishes. Under Bai Shirhan's expectant gaze, he led her into his bedroom. The beds, the bookshelves, the floors, the trash cans, even the quilts are neatly folded. Good, great. Lin Xinyu was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. In fact, a few days ago, the place was a mess. Even the living room was cluttered. Being determined to catch up with the treasure girl of his own, he started cleaning up, not knowing that one day the other would come to visit the house, and in case of a surprise inspection, there would be no time to clean up. This was why Lin Xinyu dared to be so generous in inviting Bai Shirhan to his home. After all, he had already made all the preparations. Bai Shirhan really didn't expect that Lin Xinyu's home was actually as clean and neatly packed as her own. Do you want to check it? Lin Xinyu stood in front of the cabinet and tried to open it. No, don't. The boys' ones which are not as cute as their own. Don't look at them. In fact, the main reason, Bai Shirhan knew very well in her heart that as long as she looked at it this time, the next time she would definitely have her locker opened by Lin Xinyu. No, just wanted to show you if the structure inside is a lot smaller than your cabinets at home. If she hadn't gotten along for a long time, Bai Shirhan would have believed it when she looked at Lin Xinyu's serious face. Not looking. I also have socks that fly. Pervert. Bai Shirhan blushed and ran out of the bedroom without looking back. Who wants to see the flying socks? Good friends don't do this kind of thing together. Shirhan Bai knew that if a good friend crossed the line, it would be a different kind of relationship that she never had. She's not really dumb or stupid. She just likes the feeling of being together from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 34:034. As long as you don't say yes, 4/4. No, don't. This bad guy. How come he still brings people home without letting them go? Bai Shirhan looked at Lin Xinyu pitifully. The other party's look of wanting to eat herself was just too scary. Obviously, at the beginning, he said that he would be sent home, so he was very relieved to stay here a little longer. As a result, this person is good. Directly change their mind? You can stay right here. We have 2 rooms in the house. Don't worry, it's fine. I'm sure I won't feel my way in there in the middle of the night. I don't have a spare key. I don't. Bai Shirhan got scared and never went home with him again, completely understanding what it means to be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Okay, look at you scared. I'm helping you exercise your guts. Use your brain to think about it. There are still dishes outside your house. Not cleaned up all night. Not long ago broken? Bai Shirhan froze. You're a bully. Come on, let's get you home. Any later? Be careful going up the stairs from the corner. Suddenly there. Lin Sinyu purposely huffed out a breath, causing Bai Shirhan to be directly frightened and crouch down, no longer paying attention to him. Alright, let's go. Wait for me to get you a jacket. It's a bit cold outside. Lin Xin said and trotted into the bedroom, finding a white jacket from the closet. He was just about to walk out when he saw Bai Shirhan in the doorway with a pitiful look on her face, obviously having just been startled. It's all a lie. What are you afraid of? Come and put it on. Although he was frightened by him, when he heard what Lin Xin said, he subconsciously raised his hand and listened to him. Lin Sinyu touched her head. Let's go. I'll take you home. Touch again. Without saying it, Lin Sinyu reached out and touched it again after saying it. This is to make up for the time I ducked out in the study hall. Bai Shirhan didn't want to pay attention to him and just obediently pulled his clothes and slowly walked towards the bottom of the building. If it's a person, it's definitely scary. The only thing that could make Bai Shirhan bold was Lin Sinyu in front of him. On the first day that Lin Sinyu made himself his wife, Bai Shirhan had secretly made up her mind to stay away from this tablemate beside her. In the past, it might have been to seek refuge, but he has seriously exceeded his perceptions and belongs to an uncontrollable kind of state, and the best solution is to stay away. However, the reality of hitting the face often came very quickly, and under Lin Sinyu's cheeky attack over and over again, Bai Shirhan gradually had the feeling of her heart palpitating. But what that feeling was, Bai Shirhan wasn't sure. Maybe it really is what he calls a good friend. What's with all the geeking out and thinking about chemical equations on a walk? Or memorizing words? Lin Sinyu turned back, looking at Bai Shirhan. From the time she came downstairs, during the process of traveling this stretch of road, she had kept her head down, even giggling out at times. Although it was covered by her coughing, it was still heard by the sharp-eared Lin Sinyu. No. So what were you thinking? When do you want to get home? Bai Shirhan just looked at him, inwardly was celebrating the improvement of acting skills. If I carry it up and walk, I should be at your house in no time. Bai Shirhan couldn't celebrate anymore. Her eyes widened as her mind conjured up images of Lin Xianyu crouching down and letting her lean on his back as soon as he could, thinking that even if he was a good friend, he couldn't do that. So he hurriedly looked up ahead and quickened his pace. The streetlight shone the shadows of the two on the ground, and Lin Xianyu didn't pay attention to this. But Bai Shirhan was different. She hadn't done this kind of thing before. Unlike before when she stepped on Lin Sinyu's shadow with her foot, this time, the little girl's face was red and pink. The hand that was pulling on the corner of the coat, because of the misalignment, just appeared where Lin Xianyu's hand was, and it was as if the two were walking hand in hand. How boring to watch. How about real practice? What? Bai Shirhan purposely didn't understand, while chagrined at why the other stopped himself. In fact, this can't be blamed on Lin Sinyu. It's just that this girl is too involved. And when he was almost at the doorstep, he was going to remind Bai Shirhan. But the result was that the little girl's reddish-pink face was full of smiles. Following her gaze, it was better not to look, but to look that way. You say you can't just hold hands, and you leave me here to whore out my shadow? It's okay for best friends to hold hands. Real people are much more comfortable to touch than shadows. Not to mention that real people do a lot of things that shadows can't do. Sure you don't want to experience that? For a moment, Bai Shirhan felt that Lin Sinyu seemed to be able to compel people's hearts, and her heart had begun to falter and shake a little. Don't. Really? Don't. You held it once. It was soft and gentle. This man is so shameless. Bai Shirhan wanted to go upstairs and leave, but then she rang up Lin Sinyu's comment that something might come out of the hallway, and didn't dare to move for a long time. In fact, the two people get along with the state like this is the most comfortable kind, because Bai Shirhan is not talkative. Lin Sinyu is supplementing her few words at the same time, but also allows her to say a few words. To be able to communicate and exchange, we'll be able to get along better, more natural. Let's go. I'll walk you up the stairs. Hold it well. The light in the hallway isn't very bright anyway. Even if you secretly hold my hand, I'll pretend I don't know. Lin Xianyu walked in front, and only after feeling Bai Shirhan pull on the corner of her coat did she move towards the stairs. Bai Shirhan didn't sneak around and touch his hand like Lin Sinyu said. This kind of behavior could only be done by shameless people. Open the door. Bai Shirhan went in and changed her shoes, then looked at Lin Sinyu, wanting to invite him in, but seeing that it was too late in the day, she gave up her intention. Otherwise it wouldn't be safe to go back in the middle of the night. We're good friends, right? From the counter next to the door, he pulled out a candy bar, this time fruit-flavored. Yeah, or you want to turn into a wife? No. Bai Shirhan waved her hand. Just, Can we always be good friends? It's okay, there's nothing wrong with being good friends. That's good. Lin Xin looked down to meet her gaze. Have you ever been in love? Bai Shirhan shook her head. I don't know what it means to be in love. To be in love, you have to wait for both parties to say yes. That's what it's called. See, I asked you to be my wife, but you didn't say yes, so we stayed good friends. Yeah, that's right. Bai Shirhan nodded, trying to convey just that. Then Lin Xin reached out and touched her little head. That's how good friends get along with each other, pulling hands and all. As long as you don't say yes, we'll always be good friends. Bai Shirhan seemed to understand. So, as long as I don't agree, we will remain good friends. Right, all the time. So this is a good friend. It's okay to hold hands, it's okay to touch your head, and as long as you don't say yes yourself, you're all good friends. Chapter 35035. It's improved again. 1/3. In the morning the rooms are usually fresher. It's not summer yet, so there are no mosquito nets. The light from outside couldn't penetrate the tightly covered curtains, a method the little girl used to sleep without being awakened by the light halfway through her sleep. Bai Shirhan was a restless sleeper, and every time he slept in the middle of the night inexplicably he would go to the covers. Long, white legs were exposed to the air, and cute little belly buttons peeked out from under the pajamas as if they were curiously surveying the room. Probably tired of breathing through her nose, her mouth began to work instead, chewing now and then, and before long, the girl reached out and grabbed a small green aside to hug into her arms. In her dream, Bai Shirhan tasted imported candy and the smile on her lips couldn't be hidden at all. Ring ring ring, the alarm clock went off right on time. Bai Shirhan kind of didn't want to open her eyes. This was one of the best dreams she had had in a while. Along with the alarm clock's continued output, the little girl let out a soft grunt of discontent, hating getting out of bed so much for the first time. Before she met Lin Xinyu, whenever the alarm clock went off, Bai Shirhan would quickly tidy up and put on her clothes, and go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast after washing up. But now, frequently being taken out to eat by Lin Xinyu, coupled with the fact that he hadn't eaten much outside, he quickly developed a habit. The dream meeting ended with the little girl's face reddening and her inner warning reminding herself, blah blah blah, you're just friends, how can you eat his imported candy? Bai Shirhan closed her eyes, took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. Then it was time to look for the school clothes and pants that were placed by the bedside, and after all of that was taken care of, she didn't forget to bring a few candies and put them in her school bag, ready to go out. Every time at this time, Lin Xinyu definitely didn't come. This point Bai Shirhan knew very well, that guy always liked to sleep. Yo, whose best friend is this getting ready for school? When she first arrived at the bottom of the building, Bai Shirhan thought that she hadn't woken up and was hallucinating, until her eyes widened in disbelief when Lin Xinyu appeared in front of her. You, not saying no today? Bai Shirhan explained. No, not wife. Yes, good friend. Lin Xin couldn't do anything with her, and his thick palms naturally rested on the other party's shoulders. This move startled Bai Shirhan, feeling the warmth that traveled from her shoulders into her body. Her legs were involuntarily a little sore, and she could only push herself up against it to make sure that she didn't sit on the ground uncontrollably. Is this something that can be done between good friends? By that, Bai Shirhan was of course referring to this matter of Lin Xinyu putting his hand on her shoulder. On the contrary, Lin Xinyu was calm and collected. Sure, I'm on good terms with Fatty, right? Just like that often. Good friends, good brothers. Aha! Bai Shirhan agreed with this notion. Lin Xinyu touched her head with his hand. This girl is really good at cheating. Oh no, really smart. Once taught, she knows, walking on familiar trails. It used to be that Bai Shirhan was the only one at the very beginning, and halfway through there was inexplicably an additional shameless person. But I just don't know why, but it makes me happy to stay with him. It was Lin Xinyu who made her realize that having someone around to go to school with wasn't a scary thing. What? Looking for shadows again? That won't come out until the sun comes up at noon. We should be doing step 2 of the new day's best friend now. Step 2? You didn't give me a heads up on the first step of the encounter, so you're penalized for helping me with lunch. Bai Shirhan's mouth opened wide. So, what's the second step then? The little girl hurriedly asked questions, fearing that if she didn't do it, Lin Xin would arrange an even more horrific punishment. This you can already do. Just have breakfast together. Aha! Bai Shirhan sighed in relief, her heart filled with pride. This one would have been a few days ago. Based on her observations over the past few days, Bai Shirhan understood why Lin Xinyu had brought himself out for breakfast, because it would save a lot of time. For example, if you buy a bun, you only have to wait 2 or 3 minutes the whole time to go to school. And if you make breakfast at home, you have to wake up earlier, and not only do you not have time to eat it, but you have to wait until after the next morning study session to go to the cafeteria to heat up the food. Now it's not necessary at all. You can join him and eat your buns on the way to school. It's not? The little girl's cheeks had bulged into a little bun. 17 or 18 years old girl, let alone by Shirhan this kind of most of the time in the home. Skin that is extraordinarily tender, coupled with the drumming action, white and red. Lin Sinyu did not hesitate to reach out and gently poke her in the cheek. Just curious, why by Shirhan can always bulge so round? The little girl felt puzzled and immediately panicked at the same time. He wouldn't want to eat an imported bun out of my mouth. Well, no more. By Shirhan stammered and finally got the intended meaning out. What no more? It's not like I want your buns. I just think you're cute. Hearing him say this, by Shirhan's small face slowly turned into a small red bun, quickly swallowing the food in her mouth and detaching herself from the touch of Lin Sinyu's fingers. A good friend should be able to do such an action. In this regard, Bai Shirhan could already skillfully explain herself without even having to ask Lin Sinyu what was something that could be done between good friends and be proud of it. Progress again? The road to school was obviously still the same, but Bai Shirhan realized that it seemed as if time would always pass quickly with Lin Sinyu by his side. Could it be that this guy could still control time? Previously it was with Lin Sinyu's intimidation that Bai Shirhan began to build her own world, and for 2.5 years were accustomed to being alone for a long time. Go to school, eat, get out of school. At that time, she would always suddenly spit inside, complaining about how slow time passed, but when she really felt it getting faster now, Bai Shirhan was a bit reluctant to give up. The countdown on the blackboard pulsed, and every time it changed it was as if it was reminding Bai Shirhan that after it went to zero, it would eventually end. It was the first time she had ever feared loss, losing a cheeky best friend. Once, Bai Shirhan, who thought the world was black and white, now changed her mind, and since Lin Sinyu broke in, under his leadership, colors surfaced along with each other, and the two of them gradually rejoiced and enjoyed. What's on your mind? It's not possible that you want to pull a little hand and kiss a little mouth with me. Your good friend? Lin Xian looked at the red-faced and dazed Bai Shirhan beside him and couldn't help but want to tease her. No, there isn't. This time Bai Shirhan was more nervous than even before, not even daring to look up at Lin Sinyu. After all, in the dream, it was the imported candy that you reached out and grabbed. Seeing that the little girl's eyes were a bit evasive, Lin Sinyu was first excited, then pretended to be shocked. No way, you really thought about it that way? How can that be? Bai Shirhan shook her head repeatedly. Did he have superpowers? Why would he still be found out when he had already hidden himself so well? Chapter 36036. How useless. 2/3. In the past, as long as she walked into a place with fewer people, Bai Shirhan would steal a moment of joy, as if she had found a piece of treasure. Now, as long as Lin Sinyu was beside him, even the air smelled good. Early morning wind, soothing and refreshing blowing to the face. The little girl was happy, pulling the corner of the teenager's coat, all the way to run into the school building. High school is kind of like middle school in that there are student councils that check outside, and any time you go over the allotted time, you'll be marked down and deducted points, which will be submitted to the homeroom teacher of the corresponding class. Bai Shirhan didn't like to step on the spot. The feeling of trepidation was not only scary, but also a bit nerve-wracking, but Lin Sinyu was just slow and insisted on taking her on a precision stump. At this time, Bai Shirhan felt that this good friend of hers had a dangerous mindset and would definitely be brought down by him in the future. When he returned to his seat, Lin Sinyu still had that same playful look. You see, don't you? What do you mean by professional? Bai Shirhan was amused by him and at the same time swore that she never wanted to experience what it meant to step on the spot again. That feeling of being watched by most of the class as soon as you entered the classroom was a little hard to bear. Besides, one tardy turns you into a bad student according to the teacher. As far as Bai Shirhan could remember, her mom and dad had told her that girls who were brought up badly would run around with boys and do horrible things she didn't know about. She didn't want that, so she had always been a good student. Every move the two made was watched by Li Hua. Bai Shirhan had a smile on her face, something he had never seen before, and used to think that the other party really didn't smile or talk much like the rumors said, and only used notes. Better now? That's all the more reason not to let Lin Sinyu harm her. It is said that things are gathered in the same way that people are divided into groups, and they should be the same table with themselves in order to consolidate their grades. And if they are always with Lin Sinyu, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get into Qingbei. Early morning classes begin with morning reading. Sitting in her seat, Bai Shirhan had been suppressing her emotions and had done something she hadn't done again today. It may turn out to be a bad girl, but as long as it's a good student now, it's not yet. The original mentality that had been repressed for so long and had worked so hard to change itself in order to cater to others now seemed to be released, and I just felt like I had never enjoyed it before. Bai Shirhan, who had never read her textbooks silently, made a sound for the first time. It's very small, but it's taken a lot of courage. Lin Sinyu just brushed aside the questions. The work on the manuscript was being done every night to the best of his ability. so relatively speaking, the study aspect, it had to be at school. Thanks to a good memory, you can quickly learn by example from the types of topics you've written about: chemical equations, physical and mathematical formulas, English vocabulary, and recitation of literary texts. All of these basics are in a bunch of notebooks given by Shirhan, making it easy to memorize them. Needless to say, Shirhan is perfect for marriage, the kind of treasure girl to whom one can give one's back with complete confidence. Similarly, for Shirhan, in front of her, she could be completely assured of Lin Sinyu's protection. End of morning study hall. Lin Sinyu's eyes were a little sore as he got down and looked at Shirhan. The little girl was staring at him, feeling that Lin Xinu was a bit different lately. Where was different she couldn't say, but anyway, she was working hard. I don't know what he's doing, but it's good that he's trying to study seriously again. As for why she couldn't fall in love, Shirhan knew very well in her heart that she couldn't agree to be a wife even if she didn't know what feeling was called falling in love. In that case, not only himself, but probably even Lin Sinyu would be dragged down, which was the main reason why Shirhan had chosen to reject it from start to finish. Besides fear, the biggest factor is home. If it weren't for the fact that there was a younger brother and their focus had shifted to him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stay home alone and study at all, either at their place or by hiring a private tutor and not going to school. The younger brother was very understanding of his sister, and only said that he didn't want mom and dad to separate in order to be able to relax himself. Otherwise one of the two would have definitely accompanied Shirhan to school. What's on your mind again? And looking at me in a daze. Seeing the other staring at herself without moving, even looking at her didn't have much of a reaction. This girl must have something on her mind again. Lin Sinyu was also clear that in just a few days, it was definitely impossible to completely open her heart knot. He could only try his best to make Shirhan happy, and at the same time, he himself needed to work hard. Otherwise the possibility of getting married in the future would still be very small. Lin Sinyu knew all of this, which is why he had a plan to prepare the funds, take advantage of the time difference, already prepared to impress bursting books, earn a certain amount of money per month for manuscripts, wait to go to college, utilize a small amount of money, local visits, and expand development. Other than Shirhan's parents, the others didn't have to worry. A sister-in-law and a younger brother, both of whom didn't hold any objections, and equally wanted Shirhan to be happy. Shirhan was trying not to say anything, but was a little scared. I was wondering if we're not good friends anymore after high school. In the past, Shirhan never thought of leaving anything behind in high school, thinking that it was like being in middle school, just trying to construct a world to spend peacefully, quietly waiting for the time to come, and then leave. There's a 92-day countdown. 92 days? Lin Sinyu laughed, then took out a large white rabbit candy and handed it to her. Yeah, at the end of the 92 days, our friendship in high school will be over, and then it opens up to friendships in college, and graduate school, graduation and work, and at times like this we're all good friends. You want to test ZJU? I also want to test. Then we knew try to go in together. I try to get in. You get up the courage to fill in the volunteer, but don't fill in a Qingbei, leave me in ZJU. Then we are not good friends. Shirhan nodded her head, feeling happy, and at the same time, she was afraid that she would be asked by her parents again then, and if she listened to her parents, she would definitely not be good friends with him. But now, the little girl was long gone, and awesome, self-thinking Shirhan, who certainly wouldn't listen to advice. To choose ZJU, Lin Sinyu, this was the first time Shirhan called his name, not stuttering at all. On the contrary, her expression was serious and earnest. Shirhan opened her mouth. We will definitely be the best friends in ZJU. Since there were still people in the class, Shirhan didn't dare to speak too loudly. Her voice was small, and the red color on her face was very conspicuous at the moment. Lin Sinyu knew that the little girl had summoned her courage and made up her mind that as long as it was something she had promised, she would not go back on it. Yeah, best friend. Shirhan laughed, then plopped down on the table, not daring to look at Lin Sinyu. The little heart fluttered. Shame on you Shirhan, saying you are good friends. This is considered a foul. Chapter 37, 037. None of your business. 3/3. The feeling of being in love Shirhan didn't understand, but some basic common sense was still clear. Like what was foul play between good friends? At the very least this urge to get closer to each other was definitely not desirable. Kongyu then was good friends with Lin Xinu. In Shirhan's eyes, he would spit or the two of them would snark at each other whenever he was touched by Kongyu. So it couldn't be an overly intimate gesture between good friends. Poor Lin Sinyu didn't realize that Kongyu, who was originally used as an example, had now been used as a reference. If I knew that, I would have said it was a good friendship like the hero and heroine in the movie. Lin Sinyu, The homeroom teacher is looking for you. Originally, Bai Shirhan was lying on the table, but when she heard what Li Hua, the class president, said, she quickly looked up, a little worried. Lin Xianyu also got up from his resting state and looked at Li Hua without saying anything. Without thinking, he could guess that he must have been the one who messed up. When Lin Xinyu came out, Li Hua deliberately avoided it, fearing that he would deliberately bump into himself to vent. Don't worry, I'm not so bad as to be like someone. After saying that, she looked down at Bai Shirhan. It's fine, remember to teach me to study when I return. Good. Bai Shirhan nodded obediently. This scene in Li Hua's eyes, simply worse than killing him. In the office, Lao Chen sat right in front of his desk and gestured for Lin Xinyu to sit across from him. Teachers don't listen, they only look. Tell me, what are your plans lately? Old Chen drank a cup of tea, then looked at Lin Xinyu, signaling that he could explain. This was why Lin Xinyu liked his homeroom teacher, knowing right from wrong and not favoring anyone. Teacher Chen, I know, it's probably because I didn't do well in the past, so most of the students in the class view me as being uneducated and such. It's just that this time, I'm letting Bai Shirhan help me with tutoring, and I'm using her free time, without delaying her usual study time. Well, whether what you said is true or not, I'll call Shirhan over to ask and we'll know. I hope you don't lie to the teacher. You go back first and call Bai Shirhan over. Old Chen covered the cup, and at the same time Lin Xinyu got up. He didn't forget to add, it's no use arguing with your mouth. What matters is your grades. I know. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Go on. Walking out of the office, Lin Xinyu was well aware of this, so it didn't do anything to Li Hua at all. It was just waiting for the next touch test. Bai Shirhan in the classroom basically didn't want to talk. Just feel aside Li Hua is very annoying, but do not want to say directly. After all, there are other students in. A little lose his face. By student, I'm doing this for your own good. The last period of time is very important. You can't let your grades fall because of the same table then. Li Hua was still being bitter, with a good old boy stance. Originally did not want to say anything Bai Shirhan. After hearing the 4 words for your own good, his mind kept recalling that parents used to say this. No matter what they did, as long as they were not satisfied, they would always bring out these 4 words. If it's really for my own good, then why don't you even know if I'm happy or not? It's still not all about them. White students, good grades help each other, share and communicate with each other, surely to learn. Without waiting for Li Hua to finish, Bai Shirhan looked up, her gaze finally turning to him. Off. Li Hua was confused. Turn off what? Turn off the lights? The lights are all off. What is she trying to say? None of your business. Bai Shirhan forced herself to hold back her inner trembling, not knowing how to express herself at all. She remembered what Lin Xinyu had said to him so much last time. That's what he learned from Lin Xinyu, who was the one who said those words before. And then Li Hua walked away. What? Not only Li Hua, but even some of the surrounding students who were speaking in Li Hua's favor were stunned, not even thinking that this would be something Bai Shirhan would say. Was this the same Bai Shirhan that was rumored to be in the class before? Shouldn't that Bai Shirhan be so timid that she couldn't speak clearly and always used notes to express her meaning? But why were these 4 words coming out of her mouth? Yes, I'm the one who has to teach him to learn. You guys 4, why do you always have to talk about him? Li Hua still couldn't believe it. It wasn't just that he threatened you and then asked you to teach him, and now that he's gone. Bai student, you don't have to be afraid. Bai Shirhan only felt annoyed in her heart. Nervousness wouldn't be nervous, but her most best friend was being talked about by others. This feeling, definitely not happy. I'm volunteering, he's never been a threat. It's you guys, worrying about this and that here. You might as well read your textbooks and study yourself. Mind your own business. He's more serious than all of you. You're not allowed to, and you're not qualified to say he's not good. Not only Li Hua, even the students watching around them froze. The air stood still for a moment as some of the students watching the play chose to leave and return to their seats to study. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people began to leave one after another. And in the end, only Li Hua was left. Go away. Don't block me from going in to study with my best friend. Lin Xinyu came back, just everything all in the eyes. See, Li Hua has not slowed down. This is not? He came over to give him a reminder. At the same time Li Hua was about to leave, Bai Shirhan thought about it. Lin Xinyu was right. There are times when you have to make things clear. Class president. In the future, there's no need to look for me for homework pair answers or anything like that. I told Lin Xinyu that it's only for him alone. If you come back again, I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. Bai Shirhan organized her words. The first time I expressed what I wanted to say in my mind fluently, without stuttering, that surely counts as a new achievement. Li Hua, who originally turned around, didn't listen to the complete words, but those last 4 words, word for word. You can, Bai Shirhan, you can get full marks for your performance today. Lin Sinyu reached out and nudged her nose before telling Bai Shirhan what the homeroom teacher had said. Looking at the little girl who was once again nervous, Lin Sinyu laughed. The chick who could just say it's none of your business as if the experience card expired, and returned to her initial appearance. It's okay, just a few questions, don't be nervous. Good. Bai Shirhan is a little afraid. Just so finished many students, and now to leave from the seat. This to say that the psychological burden is not a little. Certainly cannot be said. Come on, I'll walk you out. You in the front, me in the back. Well, just like that, Bai Shirhan stood up. Then Lin Sinyu followed behind to block it. Whenever there were gazes coming from him, they would also be returned by his eyes. Anyway, in their eyes he was an uneducated person. It didn't matter. As long as the little girl in front of him didn't see it that way, it was fine. The two walked slowly out of the classroom, escorted by Lin Sinyu. Bai Shirhan arrived at the office entrance. Come on, you've earned the title of spunky chick. You wouldn't even dare to talk to the homeroom teacher, would you? No, and no, it's not a spunky chick. Chapter 38038. If you have a secret, you're not a good friend, for Xiaolu. Bai Shirhan in the office would always be uncomfortable. In her eyes, whenever she was approached by the homeroom teacher, nothing good would surely come out of it and she would be considered a bad student by the other students. Of course, that was a fixed idea before. Besides, the best friend had just come in, so there was no need to be afraid at all. Plus the fact that Lin Xinu was right at the door, that already gave it away. That, student Bai? Old Chen understood Bai Shirhan's situation and his voice became much lower as he spoke. Hello Mr. Chen, relax, the teacher is looking for you. Not that you're doing anything wrong. I heard from Lin Sinyu that you guys have been studying together lately, right? Bai Shirhan nodded, always having a good impression of her homeroom teacher because Old Chen took care of her. You should also pay attention to your own learning. The teacher will pay attention to your next exam results. If the results. Old Chen did not finish, but drank a mouthful of water to look at Bai Shirhan. Bai Shirhan understood. I know teacher. Well, go back. As for falling in love and so on, Lao Chen did not even think about that aspect. A see who are afraid of the little girl can teach learning is good. Fall in love? The sky is the limit. Office door. When Bai Shirhan walked out, her first reaction went to look for Lin Sinyu, but he was basically invisible around. Gone? Bai Shirhan didn't understand why. Inside, she always felt a bit empty and very strange. The same fresh breeze struck her cheeks, but it didn't smell as sweet as it had in the morning. Why are you looking down? Did the teacher tell you? Lin Sinyu from the upper floor of the stairs down. Just had the director of the teaching staff inspection, ran up to hide a little, because just now the class preparation bell has been ringing, so strutting standing outside, will certainly be called back to sit and wait for the teacher to class. Afraid of the little girl out to find only one person, will certainly be difficult. It is not easy to break into her world. How can it be halfway? So, can only go upstairs and wait for the director to go and then come down. Fortunately Bai Shirhan did not leave. Bai Shirhan was full of surprise. No. Then what's the point of looking down? Look up, let's go back. It's not like we did anything bad. Aha! Now that's a wind. Sweet again. Most students find school boring, even Bai Shirhan. In the small world of only one person, every day is to live a single repetitive life. Getting up, going out, avoiding places with many pedestrians and students, going to class and spending the whole day without interacting with others, avoiding the crowds again after school, and then going home, from the age of 5 to the age of 17. Nowadays, school can be fun. The sound of chalk writing on the blackboard, the rubbing of paper and pencil in different tones, and the calm, warm sound of his breathing. Eat. I've finished the topics you gave me this morning. Just come back and check. Lin Xinu pinched her face, signaling that it's time for lunch. Ouch. Yo, still know it hurts? Then I'm wrong. I'll rub it for you. It won't hurt anymore if I rub it. Seeing that Lin Sinyu was really ready to reach over, Bai Shirhan immediately waved her hand to resist. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Then grab mine or I'll always feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Lin Sinyu's attitude was sincere, and he even squatted down and put his face over, waiting for her to grab it. No, don't. Really don't want it? My face is soft too, just like yours. Bai Shirhan was inexplicably a little moved, looking at the face close at hand, slowly reaching out. Time passed slowly, and the little girl's heart thumped as she felt the fiery breath he exhaled. No, it won't work. Yes, another near foul. Bai Shirhan knew that this kind of heartbeat accelerating and face burning was not allowed between good friends, so this face, she could not pull. Besides, he's so thick-skinned that he's obviously lying when he says it feels the same as his own face. The little girl sighed in relief. It's a good thing it's not in ancient times, or he'd be in a piggy bank. Like Dad said, it's scary to think about. Look, so timid. It seems that in the future, let call only call. Lin Xin sighed. This is good. It's better than not calling. Bai Shirhan looked at him suspiciously and didn't say anything. Little girls can be smart. As long as they don't understand, they won't ask. It must be something bad and scary again. The cafeteria food was average, but it was basically overcrowded. After all, so many students were there. They couldn't all go to the commissary. I'll help you with your dinner. In Lin Xinu's conditioning, Bai Shirhan was no longer afraid of the current queuing situation. There was also a previous incident where someone who wanted to come over to accost him was stopped by Lin Xinu before he could come over, with a sentence that this is my wife, cutting off other people's thoughts. At first, I still didn't know how to face it, but then I realized that no one noticed me as I waited in line, so I wasn't nervous anymore. Sometimes Bai Shirhan wondered if she was now as brazen as Lin Xinu. You're finally here. Come on, come on, come on. Today there are chicken legs and eggs, and nori soup, and my sister saved the biggest two for you. Even the dinner-beating ants had already called themselves sisters, which showed the impact of those two words. Thank you, sister. Bai Shirhan took the plate. Then when she tried to take the second one, it was snatched away by Lin Xinu. I'll get it for you. You've already helped me with dinner. Aha. Bai Shirhan didn't forget to wave goodbye to her aunt as she left. That's a cute baby girl. Finding his seat, Lin Xinu realized that Kong Yu wasn't around this time. Used to always see each other and eyeball it to say hi. That guy snacked on it yesterday. Not again today. Seeing Lin Xinu's sad face, Bai Shirhan also sat together without moving her chopsticks and just waited obediently. Why don't you eat? Not appetizing? No. Bai Shirhan shook her head and looked at him. What's wrong? After gathering her courage, Bai Shirhan spoke. Okay, between good friends, should there be secrets? Lin Xinu didn't know what she was trying to say, but answered as usual. If you have secrets, you're not a good friend. So, then why aren't you happy? Hoo. You can skip the candy and just ask. Bai Shirhan was a little happy inside. Before, she could only give sugar and didn't know how to organize the language to comfort. And she didn't know why Lin Xinu was unhappy. But now it was different. She had just asked. It was impossible to have secrets between good friends, so if he didn't even say anything if he was upset, then he didn't consider himself a good friend. Well, one would be angry. Well, that's it. Bai Shirhan, you're all set on me now, aren't you? You said it yourself. The little girl had a reason to be not scared at all. It's not much. It's just that Fatty always eats snacks. It's not good to be too fat. Thinking about how to make him eat properly. So that's how it is. Bai Shirhan nodded her head, and before she could be majestic, the next second she heard Lin Xinu speak. So do you miss me when you don't see me? Chapter 39039. Can you change a good friend? For Chinso's up a tree, 1/2? Lin Xinu's question left Bai Shirhan at a loss for words. Originally, she didn't even intend to move her chopsticks, but because she was nervous, her small hands had to pick them up as a cover. Between good friends, there can be no secrets. Bai Shirhan's small face was flushed. This was more shy than any other time. In the past she would sneakily raise her eyes to look at him, but now she didn't dare to raise her head at all, for fear that she would be caught by him and continue to ask. Okay, fine. You don't treat me as a good friend. After Lin Xinu finished speaking, he lowered his head and took his chopsticks to eat, with an expression as if he was planning to ignore her. Why is he still angry? Always feel like I just thought. Now all used away by him. How can it still be so? Bai Shirhan's little brain was a little underutilized, not knowing how to describe what was on her mind. And if she admitted it, would it go against the definition of getting along between good friends? It's fine. You have secrets you don't want me to know. Then I won't ask. I won't force you. Lin Xinu started to eat. His tone was calm, and on the surface it didn't look like he blamed her at all. Seeing that he didn't even look at himself, and gave off a feeling of love to talk. We're not good friends anyway. Bai Shirhan could only acknowledge nodding in resignation. Well, a little bit. So it's a want? Good friend kind of think. Bai Shirhan lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed. Her chopsticks clamped vegetables into her mouth, wanting to use this to ease her inner emotions, and at the same time, she was a little bitter. Had she known that she wouldn't have asked. You can't eat these spicy dishes yet. Lin Xinu was in a good mood and extended his chopsticks to clip vegetables in her bowl. The little girl understood what Lin Xinu was saying and had no reason to retort, so she just watched pitifully as he pinched away her favorite spicy vegetables. Lin Xinu comforted her. Don't worry, it's not like I'm eating your food for nothing. I'm just storing it temporarily. When you're better, I'll give you the bowl. Bai Shirhan nodded, trusting him. Just Lin Xinu and the clipped vegetables. The two pairs of chopsticks will always intentionally or unintentionally touch a piece. Coupled with the little girl just put down the chopsticks. Obviously a little bit of lass. Bai Shirhan, who noticed all of this, had long since reddened her face and didn't dare to squeak at all. In the words she knew, it was probably indirect kissing. Well, eat up, and when you're done you'll have the strength to go back to class and check my homework for me. Aha! He was only thinking about studying, then he himself should not be thinking nonsense. But when the meal continued, Bai Shirhan clearly felt that it was more flavorful than the previous few bites. In the past, Bai Shirhan was able to easily hide her inner emotions, and since Lin Xinyu had appeared by her side, it seemed as if there was no hiding place for her small thoughts or anything else. Originally, he was not very good at lying, and the moment he had something on his mind that he could not hide, Lin Xinyu would definitely be able to find out in time. For example, right now, before Bai Shirhan could recall the course of the dream, the other party took advantage of the situation by merely reddening the frame of her face, the pink color spreading all the way up to her neck as well as at the base of her ears. What other secrets? The two walked along the green belt. This time long memory Bai Shirhan said nothing will let Lin Xinyu touch. It is impossible to guarantee that from where another director of education appeared. No. Then look at me. Eyes don't lie. He's really annoying and wants to know everything. Bai Shirhan bristled, suddenly feeling that it was possible to have secrets between good friends. Lin Xinyu. Hearing her call his name, Lin Xinyu stopped and looked at her tenderly. Okay, between good friends, you can have that kind of private secret, okay? Bai Shirhan's tone was weak, a little afraid that the other party would not agree. Lin Xinyu didn't answer this question head-on. Then will you tell me this secret in the future? Bai Shirhan thought for a moment and nodded. Will, that's a delay in telling me the secret, isn't it? Right. You don't think you like me, do you? And then keep it a secret? Bai Shirhan stared wide-eyed and quickly waved her hands. Chai kerosene, speaking in a very small voice. The heart raced as if it were a deer in the headlights, and for a moment his hands were too busy and there was nowhere to put them, so he could only continue forward into the wind. Back to class. Many of the students saw that it was them who came in and quickly lowered their heads to review. Now, not only was Lin Xinyu not to be messed with, even Bai Shirhan had become a character they were afraid of. In the past, Bai Shirhan hated to answer to the answer, or rather, she was nervous and afraid. That's why she didn't want to lend her things to others, because then, surely, she would have to deal with them all in the future, and she didn't know how to deal with them and was afraid of dealing with them. Nowadays, it's a favorite. You're not getting this question right. This I said. This question is the original question. Lin Xinyu, how can you still write wrong? Lin Xinyu in his seat smiled, feeling the change in Bai Shirhan, happy from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that he couldn't write stupidly to that extent, but girls were naturally more competitive than boys, and as long as she was made to feel that she had an advantage in certain areas, then she would gain confidence in that area. For example, Bai Shirhan, who is now mentoring. Look, the little girl still knows how to throw a tantrum. Evening study is still in the study hall. Bai Shirhan has long since ceased to be the girl who cowered and dared not go to the study room, gradually changing from being urged by Lin Xinyu to go to the study room to asking Lin Xinyu when he will go. Want to be alone with me so badly? In the face of such words, Bai Shirhan had already felt no pain, and after getting used to it, there was no more of the blushing that she had felt at the beginning. After all, she knew that Lin Xinyu was shameless. I have to say that reviewing in a study room is very efficient. No one interrupts, and it's easier to teach. How about I come to your house every night after school to tutor? Bai Shirhan was flustered when she saw that Lin Xinyu seemed to have some excitement in his eyes, like a big gray wolf. No, it won't work. What's to be afraid of? Your parents and my parents aren't home. It's the absence that scares me more. Lin Xinyu could see that Bai Shirhan was a bit scared, and gave his reason to put her mind at ease. In a while it will be the school's touch test, and the class teacher will definitely want to see if there's any change in our rankings, so we need to hurry up. Hearing what he said, Bai Shirhan nodded. This she knew. Mr. Shen had said that it would depend on the grades. The only thing I'm afraid of is that if Lin Xinyu goes every day, what if he gets used to it and suddenly doesn't go? What's more, a man and a woman are alone. If the aunt who delivers the food sees them and tells mom and dad, it'll be the end of the story. So, to his house? But would it be too much trouble for him to send himself back if he went? Calculated. It's fine. You're a girl, I'm not too good to go over there. At night I'll go home and review by myself. And so on, won't be able to come to school the next day tomorrow and ask you just fine. Lin Xinyu waved his hand, helplessly making a final solution. How could the little girl know that the other party was doing this on purpose? And quickly fell into the trap. Go to my house. Lin Xinyu laughed, afraid that she would back out. That's what you said. I didn't say that. Tired. Can you request a new best friend? Chapter 40:040. A gift for you, request for favorites. Request for readers. A few days ago, Bai Shirhan had dared to pull Lin Xinyu out of the school by his coat. Now it's a bit of fear. A feeling that I can't quite put my finger on. Probably because there was an instance of an arrest and that's why I chose to keep my distance. What made Bai Shirhan most comfortable was that Lin Sinyu wouldn't force himself at all, and was considerate enough to let her follow behind and wait for him to open the way. Meeting Kong Yu on the way, Bai Shirhan realizes that she seems to have become his best friend, and Kong Yu is otherwise known as a brother. For a moment, it felt like being on a stolen ship. The entire time the two conversed, Bai Shirhan stood quietly to the side without speaking. Even if she could hear, she would only choose to listen and not comment. In her eyes, it was wrong to disturb others, even though the priority now was to go home and cram. After waiting for a while and seeing that Lin Sinyu and Kong Yu were still chatting, Bai Shirhan just gave him a kick on his shadow as a punishment for not grabbing back yet. No more chit-chat. I have to take my wife home. Come on, bro. I'm not going along for the doggy ride. Seeing the two say goodbye, Bai Shirhan, who was on the side, was then pumped up enough to go home. If you stay out there long enough, you can't be sure you'll run into the grocery delivery ant, and if you're found out, you'll be beaten to death by mom and dad. This sneaky feeling, putting it before Bai Shirhan must have been scared, but under Lin Sinyu's leadership, she felt some excitement. If you have the guts to do it when you're stuck in the classroom, what else can't you do? Walking next to Lin Sinyu, the little girl felt like she was able to. The curved moon suddenly popped its head up in the clouds, a little shy, just like Bai Shirhan at this moment, who was looking at Lin Sinyu with a red face. What are you going to eat tonight? Bai Shirhan skillfully diverted her gaze. Cook some noodles for dinner. Do you want to eat? I want to eat you. Looking at that expression on Lin Xinyu's face, Bai Shirhan ignored him and walked in the direction of her home by herself. Lest this person say something strange later. Wait for me. You say you? How can a small person walk so fast? It's true. You have to add a little burden to you so that you can walk slower. Lin Sinyu quickly followed forward, specifically waiting until there were fewer people before suddenly reaching out. Bai Shirhan was a bit shocked. Her small hand hanging in the air was suddenly wrapped in warmth, a feeling that she understood what she was experiencing, and hurriedly waved her hand. What she didn't think about was that Lin Xinyou didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Why don't you know how to be nice? I'm doing this as a protection between friends, so in case a bad guy rushes out, isn't it a good idea to have something to look out for? Bai Shirhan couldn't say anything to him, but her mouth still didn't give up. You, let go will you? No good. Once I let go you're going to run fast again. Said anything Lin Sinyu will not let go. It is not easy to meet a place with few people. Have to let this girl understand that holding hands is a necessary thing between good friends every day. I'm not running. I don't believe it. In this way, Bai Shirhan resisted for a little while, and every time she exerted herself a little, Lin Sinyu would push harder, so much so that her softened body didn't dare to move. From the path until the main road, almost to the bottom of the building before separating. Small hands crispy. Hands have long been sweaty. A good friend can't be forced. I was afraid you'd go too fast and be in danger. This kind is for dealing with disobedient best friends. I'm sorry, next time I'll be gentle for sure. This behavior of apologizing after eating was simply abominable. There was absolutely no reason to talk about him, and she was just about to judge the behavior as wrong, but the other party's gentle eyes looked at her, so she really couldn't bear to open her mouth again. Didn't you say you were going to help me review? If you don't hurry up, you won't have time tonight. Turns out, he also knows about reviewing. Walking upstairs, Bai Shirhan pulled Lin Sinyu by the corner of his coat. It was all his fault for saying those things last night, or he certainly couldn't have been afraid. Pull out the key and open the door to the room. A pair of unseen men's slippers appeared inside. Good for you. You've long prepared for me to come to your house, haven't you? Lin Xinyou changed his shoes and looked towards the door. Bai Shirhan head did not dare to raise. Just think of this person cannot go quickly. Obviously guessed but also have to say it. Really very excessive. Lin Xinyou deliberately provoked her. If you don't come in you'll be finished if anti-grocery delivery passes by later. The little girl made a move and walked into the room, changing into slippers of the opposite color of his, which in her own understanding of the meaning of the word, would be friend drag. If you have homework that you haven't finished, I'll go cook for you, and when you're full and busy, it's not too late to teach me my homework. Lin Sinyu put his book bag down and leaned side by side with Bai Shirhan's small book bag as she watched. If there are dishes in the fridge, I can just make some porridge to drink. Do you prefer sweet or salty? Sweet, Bai Shirhan replied. This is clearly her home, but why does it feel like she's the outsider? What's on your mind again? Lin Sinyu was just about to walk away when he turned his head and saw Bai Shirhan standing still, as if she was in a daze, without having to look at it again with a preoccupied look. Do you know why it's always around you? Bai Shirhan froze for a moment, then looked at him with a curious gaze. She had been thinking about this question for a long time without understanding it, and she had heard him explain it before, but she still couldn't figure it out. Are you always trying to close yourself up tight? No, I don't know. No lying. Oh, yes, so you want to kick me out and close yourself off? Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, not knowing how to answer him. Not that she wanted to kick him out, but she didn't know what to do in the future. If it were anyone else, who would have thought so much about it? And it was precisely because it was him that there were so many concerns that he simply didn't know what to do. Lin Xinyu knew that she would think a lot of things that she did not know or could not take into account. Stood still, just quietly looked at her. In fact, do not have to think too much, live a happy life, and is their own choice is good. People live always to grow. No one is living for the sake of who. Maybe my presence for you is indeed not quite the same as your previous life. Gives you a lot of different experiences and feelings, and most of all, it's you who is happy, not me. None of these things are hard-pressed by anyone. If I had to say a reason, there's probably only one. Lin Xianyu stopped and looked down at Bai Shirhan. The little girl was listening attentively, curious about the reason he said. What? You know the kind of toy where you accumulate cards for prizes? Bai Shirhan nodded her head. She had watched others play when she was a child, but hadn't had the chance to try it. Lin Xinyu reassuringly continued. Then you can think of me as a self-accumulation from some time ago. That God sent me here and compensated you for me as a gift, so that I could come and amuse you. Chapter 41041. Mr. Bai said that all of them should be watched. Request for follow-up reading. Bai Shirhan is gone. After listening to Lin Xinyu's words, he walked into the bedroom without turning his head back and could hear the sound of unlocking coming from inside. Knowing that she was going to self-digest for a while, Lin Xianyu didn't bother, choosing to prepare to get what she should eat for the night, lest the little girl get hungry later and still have nothing to eat. Room. Bai Shirhan was curling up in the corner with Green in her arms. She doesn't usually go to sit on the bed without tidying up, so whenever she comes home upset, she takes Green and walks to the corner, squats down and buries her little head into the softness of her back. I, for one, can't be useless. Her voice choked. Bai Shirhan only felt her eyes start to roll back in her eyes, but fortunately, they were all blocked by Xiao Green, so no one could even see them. Lin Xinyu was right about all of it. From a young age, it's like building up, waiting for the final critical mass, and the big prize for her appears. We'll have fun with her and do a lot of things she's afraid to do, not just to her, but to change along with herself. From smoking, fighting, sleeping, and skipping classes, he became a serious good student, taking the initiative to offer to tutor him. He likes to eat the candy she prepared, brushes up in class, doesn't treat his classmates as rudely as he did in the beginning, and is even more gentle with Bai Shirhan. With everything that had happened, the little girl wasn't stupid. The one who claimed to make a wife had protected her from the beginning to the end. Green. I'm useless. Not knowing how long it had been since she had shed a tear, she borrowed Green to powerfully suppress her emotions. Not sad, but happy. It's been too long since I've been as happy as I am right now. I, for one, can't let him know I'm so useless. The stubborn little girl gathers her emotions. She can't expose her inner softness in front of her best friend. That will only be worried by him. A real good friend will not let the other person worry. If you really want to thank him. Bai Shirhan didn't know why, but she thought of this image of marrying him as his wife and shook her head in a hurry, collecting his thoughts, using a small green instead of a tissue, organizing his emotions and waiting for his eyes to fade from their slightly red state before going out to face him. Even the reason had been thought of. Let's just say that we came in to change and the school uniform was uncomfortable to wear. It's done. Oh, can't skip dinner, haha. Lin Xinyu knocked on the door outside the room. This girl is really something. If she has a daughter in the future, she definitely can't be like her. I'm changing. Bai Shirhan's voice had normalized, having eased her emotions. Then I'll serve it up for you and you can just come out and eat it. Good. For a little while, Bai Shirhan had an illusion, as if it would be good to marry him. Damn it, he must have cast magic that would compel. Taking his school uniform off, he pulled white short sleeves and black pants out of his closet, and after briefly fixing his hair, he emerged from his room. Clothes and school uniforms are two completely different concepts. While school uniforms seem to exert a sealing magic that suppresses all of the sufficient capital, clothes are the opposite, and this concern does not exist at all. It was a while before the door to the room finally opened. Bai Shirhan came out with a red face and walked out from inside, not realizing that the clothes she took with her hands would be like this. Lin Xinyu also did not expect. This time the little girl have had enough capital. I feel as if I don't need to drink milk to make up for it. It's burdensome to make up for it anymore. Bai Shirhan, who hadn't reacted at first, followed his gaze and her rosy cheeks instantly rolled. Lin Xinyu explained, I wasn't looking, I was looking at the bear's eyes on your shirt. I'm hungry. Bai Shirhan hurriedly left and went to the dining table, and decided to change her clothes later after dinner. How did this get in the closet? The brown bear is in the way where it should be. and that's what makes it even more eye-catching. Lin Sinyu nodded. It turns out, this time there is no Jenny Turtle. Pikachu is a small bear. Being molested by him like this, Bai Shirhan was in a much better mood, and other than shame and anger, all other emotions were gone. Today, there will be no tutoring tonight. Why? I want to sleep. What? I treat you like a good friend. That's why I came to your house for tutoring, and you want to sleep with me? Bai Shirhan stopped eating her spoon and looked at him with wide eyes. Well, no, I mean for you to go back. I want to go to sleep. The frightened little girl swallowed the dish straight down before she could taste it. No, I can't. I have a touch test next week. There's only so much time left. It's so hard to catch up on cramming. I'll have a hard time if you kick me out like this. Hearing him say this, Bai Shirhan's heart quickly softened. If he let him go back again, it would really be a rush, as he said in his mouth. After eating, Lin Sinyu cleaned up the dishes. Bai Shirhan also wanted to get involved, but was stopped by the other party and assigned the task of checking the homework. The little girl is angry. Originally, such a delightful thing as washing dishes belonged only to himself, and since Lin Sinyu had come over, it had become his. It's really over the top. I didn't think this was going to be taken from her. I'll be sure to pick a lot of faults out of the exercises he writes later. And then a burst of taunting. Lin Sinyu came out of the kitchen and Bai Shirhan was just about to go back to her room to change her clothes when she heard a knock at the door. That made the two of them tense up together and look at each other. After receiving a look, Lin Xianyu ducked into the bedroom. When the other party went in, Bai Shirhan remembered the very serious problem. The cabinet door was still open, but it was too late. The knocking at the door continued. He sure as hell doesn't mess with his stuff. Bai Shirhan chose to believe Lin Sinyu, and then went to the cat's eye to see who was knocking on the door, only to realize that it was the aunt who usually delivers the groceries, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Mr. White asked me to take a look around the room and find the papers to see if they were missed here. After opening the door, Auntie didn't leave, choosing to stay. You don't have to think about this kind of thing to know that it must have been Dad who he had sent the other guy over to check if there was anyone else in the house. There used to be times when this would happen, except that it was usually a surprise inspection that couldn't be prevented. Bai Shirhan was a little hesitant, which added to the suspicion of the grocery delivery aunt, as if she would immediately call if she wasn't allowed in. Alright, enter. Making way, Bai Shirhan's hands were filled with sweat. Auntie Grocery Delivery walked into the room, changed into the slippers that belonged to her, and then checked, first the toilet, then the kitchen, the living room, and finally went to the bedroom. This is obviously not looking for information, Bai Shirhan understood in her heart, and blocked in front of her aunt when the other party wanted to walk into the bedroom. The room, is impossible. Mr. White said to look at all of them. Bai Shirhan gritted her teeth and tried to continue blocking the other party many times before finally giving up her intentions. Chapter 42:042. If only it were a little bit smaller, for Chinso's up trees, 2 halves. The air was suddenly quiet. The sound of footsteps amplified in Bai Shirhan's ears, a situation that used to be completely impossible to be nervous about. Show Auntie the room. If no one's there, go out. Auntie's song is very nice. Just looking around, not rummaging around. Auntie, is he okay, brother? Bai Shirhan had no choice but to distract the other party with topics. Auntie Grocery Delivery, whose full name was Song Jelly, had been assigned to take care of Bai Shirhan at home, and had been by her side almost all the way from middle school to high school, except that the little girl didn't like to live with other people, so she had rented a separate house outside. The usual work was simple. Apart from taking care of Bai Shirhan, it was delivering groceries, and from time to time, he listened to Mr. Bai's arrangement to come over to check on his daughter's recent status. It's not, came by at Mr. White's request to see if there were any other students coming in the house. At the age of youth, parents' greatest fear is that their cabbages will be taken over by a pig from nowhere. Step into the room. Bai Shirhan almost held her breath, already prepared for the fact that Lin Sinyu would be discovered. Results available. The room was empty, even the beds were neat and clean. At first Bai Shirhan didn't react, and after seeing that the open cabinet door had been closed, she probably understood where Lin Sinyu was hiding. Little girl cheeks flushed. The clothes in the closet did not have time to pack. If he really hide in it is not. Auntie, Dad, he rarely comes into my room. Seeing that the room was empty, Bai Shirhan opened her mouth and gave a sideways order of eviction. Yes miss, I'll talk to Mr. White. Song Jelly to Bai Shirhan, very assured. From junior high school has been followed to the present. Is a well-behaved and quiet girl. The reason why have to come over to check. That is Mr. Bai repeatedly emphasized to see. So had to come over to take a form. Well, Bai Shirhan surface calm, inner panic like hemp, only hope that the cabinet Lin Sinyu will not move. Fortunately, the inside is not transparent. otherwise it will certainly be seen all kinds of small pants. Rest early, miss. Good. Witnessing Song Jia Li's departure, it was only after she heard the sound of the door closing that Bai Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief. After walking out of the room and confirming that no one was there, the little girl went to the front of the closet. Auntie's gone. The room wasn't big to begin with, and the only thing to hide in was the cupboard. Lin Xinyu is very direct, even with the shoes together in the hands, is afraid of being caught by Auntie Song. The existence of traces are cleaned up. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she didn't want Bai Shirhan to be embarrassed right now, and if her parents found out, then they would definitely transfer her to another school right away. This kind of thing was the last thing Lin Xinyu wanted to happen. Not being strong enough right now, trying to call the shots with the other side was obviously tantamount to asking for death. So when he heard that he was looking for papers, he didn't even think twice about taking his slippers and getting into the open closet next to him, as if it was a hiding place just for him. When hearing the footsteps slowly approaching, even if it was Lin Xinyu, at this moment, he could only hide in the closet and hold his breath, not daring to make a sound. The good thing is that there is plenty of room to hide it perfectly. You can get out. Lin Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief and opened the cupboard door, dropping the slippers in his hands on the floor before coming out of it, not forgetting to find the borrowing point for a perfect landing as he walked down. Does your dad always ask your aunt to come over and check the room? The outside air was noticeably less faintly creamy compared to the one in the closet. Bai Shirhan nodded her head, her little face flushed, looking at Lin Xinyu with a desire to speak, only feeling incredulous and a little shy. Big rascal, why don't you say anything? Seeing Bai Shirhan bowing her head, her pretty face red, Lin Xinyu felt strange. You pervert. At first Lin Xinyu did not react, until he raised his hand and then realized that he had just brought out an unknown object due to coming out of the closet and incidentally lending his strength. He didn't care that much before he came out, and his attention was all on Bai Shirhan, but now that he was told this, he reacted. In the rubbing of my fingertips, I only felt the softness of the material. It's a bit of a labor of love to touch. It was better if they didn't. But when she saw that Lin Xinyu hadn't forgotten to rub it with his hands, Bai Shirhan's face became more and more flushed, and her body rolled with heat. Hooligans. Reaching out, he was about to grab something from the other man's hand. Lin Xinyu lowered his head, and when he saw what appeared in his line of sight, he let go and let the little girl grab it. I really didn't mean it. I didn't know what it was. That's true. Ben was in the dark and couldn't see anything around him, let alone find this cute little white bear chubby with pinpoint accuracy. Today, no more tutoring. Bai Shirhan blushed and put the bear away in the closet, closing it quickly, fearing that the other party would suddenly take something out of it again, saying it wasn't intentional. Bai Shirhan didn't believe it. The other party had already been peeping into her closet for so long, and this time it was obviously equivalent to getting what she wanted, so she wouldn't let him hide in there again, no matter what she said. Lin Xinyu knew he was in the wrong and didn't explain. Often, the more you describe it, the darker it gets, so it's better to just admit it and maybe there's a real chance of getting one later. But seriously, the feel of the bear touches. Why does this girl love bears so much? I need to change my clothes. Bai Shirhan was not in a good position to directly call him out of the room, but could only give a sideways notification. Lin Xinyu nodded his head, in a serious manner. Okay, I'll just sit there and review. My attention is on the book. Don't worry. No, I can't. Get out now, Bai Shirhan said shyly, not forgetting to glare at him fiercely. She was already helpless against this shameless guy. Surely what he said was better than what he did. If he was allowed to be here, there was no chance that he would suddenly turn around while she was undressing. Don't worry, I'm sure I'm not peeking. I'm studying hard. Didn't the teacher say not to waste time? Lin Xinyu looked at the little girl who was red through and couldn't help but flirt a bit. No kidding. Change it. I'm going out first. Seeing Bai Shirhan stay where she was, wanting to open her mouth but not knowing how to say it, Lin Xinyu didn't continue. It wasn't until the room closed that Bai Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief. Eyes shifted to Midori, grumbling out. How can you have such a good friend? Either he wants to be his wife, or he wants to hold hands and look at her closet. Today is even more outrageous. Have been held directly in the hand, but also peeping to change clothes. Then next time why? On the hand to help change? Bai Shirhan shook her head, not thinking about those things. Removing the white dress from his body, his hair fell to rest on his shoulders. The little girl was a bit distressed, especially when she remembered the look Lin Xinyu had given her during dinner. Lift your hand and place it on the culprit. It would be nice if it was a little smaller so that good friends wouldn't notice. A special stirring arose within, and Bai Shirhan didn't know what it felt like. It just felt as if there was something transcendentally happy about being stared at like that by him as a good friend. Chapter 43, 043. Please don't bully me, okay? Lin Xian, you really wanted to just barge into this timid girl's room and take this opportunity to press her against the cupboard door and watch her change her clothes openly. It's so petty. Good friends are defensive. That feeling of hiding in a cupboard was more or less exciting now that I think about it. And the only pity was that I didn't get a good look at the scene inside. Lin Xinyu went to the living room, finding that the book bag was nowhere to be found. There was no need to think that it must have been hidden in advance by the little girl. Don't look at her as naive and foolish in front of Lin Xinyu, but she is actually smart. I've just never had a best friend before, so that's why I don't know what to do with him. There is always an invisible bottomless pit in the interaction between people. As long as you break through that limit, you can understand each other's heart and will not be rejected. A girl like Bai Shirhan is suitable to use warm water to boil a frog. You can't urgently get her to agree. Joking is able to say that. Practical actions can't. It was because of this knowledge that Lin Xinyu was not so anxious, letting the other party off the hook every time at just the right time. Girls tend to be sensitive creatures, often will hide things in the heart. Smothered will not tell others, let alone as she thinks important. Will constantly fall into doubt, not sure if this kind of get along is true. Will one day suddenly gone. Even sometimes, will actively choose to push away, do something that simply cannot think of. The best and finest way to do this is only to take your time with it. Cheeky is the most thorough way Lin Xinyu has thought of so far, is to let this girl understand that the purpose of being a good friend is to let her be his wife, is to stay with her all the time, no matter what happens, will only choose to stay by her side, go through anything together, all of them stay with her to the end. As for trying to get Bai Shirhan to say yes right now, it's a pipe dream. Her mom and dad's peace is going to take a lot of work, and it's a good thing there's a brother on the side, before the company to help. Most of them are Bai Shirhan to convey the meaning of help, but the middle of the conveyor, all her brother to run errands. To this brother-in-law, Lin Xinyu still trusted him. When he oohs and ahs Bai Shirhan in the future, his help is bound to be lacking. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. This kind of treasure girl, as long as he let the other person understand his feelings, he would definitely love himself to death, deep into his bones. At that time, he would definitely let Bai Shirhan experience a sensational love. So how do I trick her into opening the door now? The bedroom room door was slow to open, and if I took the initiative to open it, I was sure I wouldn't be able to come over and review it next time, and I couldn't get in even if I could. Bai Shirhan, did my school bag sneak into your room? Lin Xinyu found a reason to knock on the door. No, wait, I'll get it for you. Bai Shirhan's voice was small, and as soon as she heard it, she was making an effort to get dressed. I haven't reviewed tonight. I'm addicted to studying, so let me go in and read a book. Bai Shirhan, who had gotten dressed, had a small flushed face, and really had no idea what to do with the shameless guy outside the door, knowing full well why he wanted to come in. After straightening his clothes, he made sure to cover up all of his good figure before he went to open the door. The book bag, behind the curtains. Lin Xinyu, whose eyes were originally full of anticipation, was instantly dumbfounded after seeing the other party dressed in loose-fitting clothes. Even good friends see outside. Bai Shirhan ignored him and took a step to go behind the curtains and bring the hidden school bag. That's really good at hiding it. So find a place to hide me later or I'll still be hiding in your closet. No, it's not like the bear isn't cute. It's so petty. Bai Shirhan turned around and ignored him, taking out practice problems from her book bag before placing them on the coffee table. Review. She was going to screw him from the practice questions. Bai Shirhan, if I get it all right, is there a reward? Lin Xinyu, who had pretended for so long and had deliberately acted as if he didn't understand every time, finally waited for this opportunity. The little girl shook her head as she thought there was a trick. Lin Xinyu spread his hands. Then you are an incompetent teacher. Other children's teachers give little red flowers. I like to touch your hands. That feeling smooth. Skin is very good. Soft, touch my heart itchy. Streaming. Bai Shirhan took a few steps back. How could she be good friends with him? What's so great about it besides being good looking and taking care of people? Is it hard to believe that you think I can do everything in this exercise book? Aha. Then when I do something wrong, you make a request that I do it, and when I do it all right, I make a request that you do it. Not too much. Bai Shirhan nodded after thinking about it. Based on this period of time, she thought that it was still a bit difficult for Lin Xinyu to get all the questions right. Reverse is my wife. Got it. This annoying Lin Xinyu. Every day just wife hanging on his lips. Really annoying. What if you can't kick the listening habit? Bai Shirhan could already not hide her emotions, and beside him, she would not think of disguising herself, but rather, her emotions would all open up, only they would not show on the surface. If he found out, he'd be a cannibal for sure. Staring at the answers written by Lin Xinyu, in conjunction with the other party looking at her with a bad smile from time to time, Bai Shirhan instantly realized that she seemed to have gotten on a thief ship. It was as if whatever punishment followed was now going to start being prepared. just waiting for Lin Xianu to finish writing the final answer. It was getting dark outside the window. From time to time, a few small birds flew in and landed on the balcony. Looking at the two men in the living room, the girl looked a little closer, originally looking at the answer to see if it was correct. Then it turned into looking at Lin Xinyu. Why is it that under such a good-looking skin, there will be such a bad boy? And even stranger, the little girl will still be inexplicably looking forward to it inside. If he's bullied a little. Images of being bullied by him suddenly came to mind. White skin with palms caressing it, clothes inexplicably crumbling open a small opening, tightly biting pink lips, waving their hands and crying out not to. Bai Shihan's cheeks flushed. How could she suddenly think like this? Bad man. Ha! Lin Xianu was dumbfounded by the words, looking at the suddenly pitiful Bai Shihan in front of him, all a bit at a loss for words. The hand holding the pen stopped, and it just felt as if he had done something outrageous to the gods and people. What's wrong? Bai Shihan's little face was rolling, a little afraid to raise her head to look at the other party. So ashamed. How could I think of those? It must be because he's been spending a lot of time with him these days that he's suddenly thinking of strange things. That must be it. Bai Shihan was hiding something in her heart. Not to mention that Lin Xinyu was right in front of her, and the look of concern in her eyes turned into another meaning in her eyes. Only the other man put down his pen and slowly approached, his breath clearly audible. The little girl leaned back against the couch in quick succession. Lin Xinyu followed. Bai Shihan finally couldn't hold herself together. I'll be good. Please don't bully me, okay? Lin Xinyu, today is a little busy. The next chapter will be sent later. Today's special circumstances, starting tomorrow, 8 p.m. Regularly send 2 chapters. The condition have been in remission well. Thank you for your support. The book recommendations have been renewed. As a thank you, the next week continue to update 3 chapters a day. Then the heart, voting channels, recommendations, monthly votes. Chapter 44, Remember to think of me, request for readings. By Shihan. I really want to see what's going on in your little brain. Lin Xianu took his exercise book and approached Bai Shihan, who was a little scared on the sofa. Knowing full well that he wouldn't be like that, there was always a feeling that the other guy would surely one day. I'm sorry. Bai Shihan didn't know what to say. She only felt that she couldn't let Lin Xinyu get close. Starting tomorrow, she must stop this behavior of tutoring together in the evenings. It's horrible. If it had come a few more times, he would have played it off. Definitely. Say nothing more about granting his request. Lin Xinyu handed her the homework. Didn't we agree to check the homework? How can you read it if you're hiding so far away? Doing questions was the easiest way to get into studying, and Lin Xinyu had almost no distractions during this time, thinking about getting all the answers right and winning the rewards. Check homework. The little girl quieted down. Her face, written with panic, gradually turned calm, then took the practice problems Lin Xinyu handed over. Lin Xianu looked at her. I'm sure what I wrote is alright. Be ready to promise me a condition. To see it. Even though it was a weak tone, Bai Shihan was clearly confident in this regard. From the time the practice questions arrive, you are already in a state of checking. Starting with the first question and working your way back slowly. Right so fast. What if I get one of the questions right and you read it wrong? No. He really is so hateful. How dare he try to disturb her in this way? Bai Shihan focused her attention and tried not to get in his way. Read all the daily write-ups as well as the answers down to the bottom, leaving no stone unturned. The little girl slowly began to unfold a smile from her initial stony expression. You're wrong on this question. Lin Xinyu couldn't believe it, and after hearing what Bai Shihan said, he immediately moved closer to take the practice problems in his hands, then listened to her explanation. The two heads were slowly next to each other, breathing and respiration connected, and under Bai Shihan's narration, the process diverged from what Lin Xinyu had written under her deduction. No way. I've been working on this problem for a long time. Come on, you give it to me and I'll talk to you. Lin Xinyu leaned closer to Bai Shihan and could obviously hear her heartbeat clearly. That's just wrong. Bai Shihan was also unconvinced. The two of them began to compare their thoughts in this way, during which their fingers would always touch inadvertently, and slowly, Lin Xinyu's face stared, as if he knew where the problem was. Holy, I missed a condition in my haste to see it. Just say it's wrong and still don't believe. Bai Shihan spat from the sidelines. Obviously, it seemed to her that the other party must be trying to renege on the offer, and that's why they said that. Lin Xinyu looked out the window. Wow, I don't realize it's so dark. If I don't go home, I'm going to be scared. See you tomorrow, liar. Sure enough, this guy had already figured out how to pull a fast one in his old age. No, I'm backtracking just to be your husband. I don't mind. Bai Shihan huffed and puffed, not wanting to ignore him. Lin Xinyu stopped and reached out to give her face a gentle pinch. Alright, tell me, What do you want me to promise you? When the other party actually agreed, Bai Shirhan was a little unsure of what to do. At first the thought was to use this as an opportunity to keep him from coming here at night in the future, but now I realized it was a bit of a mouthful. It wasn't that she was embarrassed, but it was as if there was always a resistant voice inside her that resisted, preventing her from saying it. Lin Xinu slowly approached. It's okay, just say whatever you want. I'll oblige. Why are you so close? This person is really annoying. Such gentle words. How can I give up and not let him come? You have to pay attention in class. No smoking or doing bad things. That's it. Okay, I'll take care of it. Lin Xinu's eyes were full of the red-faced Bai Shirhan. The little girl was completely free of the fear she had felt at first. Her defenses faded. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. In this moment, nothing matters. The relaxed posture that filled her eyes was Lin Xinu's favorite look. Bai Shirhan glanced toward the balcony. It's getting dark. Lin Xinu nodded his head, knowing that the other party had memorized all the words that he had just deliberately found a reason to leave, and touched her head. Can't grow taller. It's okay, it's not like I mind. I'll find you a wife just the same. No screaming. Good. It was time to go home, and Shirin sat on the couch, wanting for the first time to reach out and stay, but couldn't find a reason to do so. Even if you're a good friend, you can't let him stay and sleep with you. I'll go then. See you tomorrow. Remember to think of me. By the time Bai Shirhan reacted, Lin Xinu had already collected his things and walked out of the room, not forgetting to leave her a bright smile at the end. The little girl didn't dare to go over to see him off, so she listened to Lin Xinu's footsteps down the stairs at the door, silently reciting the beat in her heart, and then went to the balcony to wait. It wasn't until Lin Xinu's figure appeared that he reached out his small hand towards him and gently shook it from side to side. Ming, I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know when, but the main road underneath the building is completely different and has more meaning than usual. I used to come down the stairs already thinking about where to start to avoid the crowds, but now I basically look in one direction at a time, expecting the other person to show up. Bai Shirhan washed up early. The fact that the two didn't have an appointment for what time they would meet was totally just a habit they had gotten into over the course of time. Luckily there are not many people on this road. Bai Shirhan will not feel afraid, just good and quiet waiting, every now and then hide in the roadside to look at the flowers. Finally, the other figure appeared. The flowers seemed to sense Bai Shirhan's mood and bloomed more and more brightly, looking wonderful with the smile on her face. Lin Xinu also saw the little girl and ran all the way over, this time carrying breakfast in his hands. Bai Shirhan was a bit surprised and at the same time, inwardly dissatisfied. It was clearly her business, but why did it appear in his hands? We need to get to class early today. We're put in a group and the cleaning area needs to be cleaned. Bai Shirhan's eyes widened. Obviously, she doesn't remember this. What surprised the little girl even more was that she didn't expect Lin Xinu to be clear. Come on, breakfast is bought. Bai Shirhan was just about to move her feet when she suddenly remembered something. Then she stood there with a particularly serious expression. This had confused Lin Xinu. What's wrong? Good morning. Yesterday she had forgotten to say hello and that's why she was penalized for buying lunch, so she couldn't forget today. Wow, we're good friends. We have to say hi when we meet in the morning. Bai Shirhan nodded, then stared at him with particular seriousness. You didn't say hello. Okay, I'll help you with your lunch penalty at noon. Bai Shirhan was satisfied. They say they're good friends. Look, isn't this even a guideline for getting along with good friends? The little girl naturally reached out and grabbed at the corner of his coat. Chapter 45:045. He feeds her candy. No, it can't be. From the moment she prepared to clean, Bai Shirhan could appreciate Lin Xinu's previous habits. Each classroom has a corresponding storage room where brooms and other cleaning tools are kept, because he too and the class need to climb the stairs. In order to save time, Lin Xinu proximity principle, directly in the storage room on the first floor to get a broom and dustpan. Seeing that the little goon is scared, he spoke out to comfort. Don't worry, it's fine, just borrow it, just don't break it. Well, Bai Shirhan knew that it was useless to persuade him, so she could only wait for Lin Xinu to leave, and said a few words of apology to the other class's locker rooms, and promised that she would keep an eye on him, and would not return them in a bad way. The little girl had been involved in cleaning before, mostly hiding in a corner, quietly getting her own section of the area scoped out. By moving quickly and not helping the others after cleaning, they said they were out of place and suffered ostracism. What are you waiting for? Come here and keep up. Lin Xinu walked ahead and helped her hold her tools. We just need to get the piece we're responsible for cleaned up, then grab some time to go back to the classroom to review. No, it won't work. Bai Shirhan remembered that before. It was because of doing this that they were talking about it, so she didn't want the same thing to happen to Lin Xinu. Lin Xin felt strange. What's wrong? How come you've been out of sorts since you came over? It's okay. The little girl just sighed silently, afraid that if she said it the other would think she was out of place too. Each classroom has a planned cleaning area, and the health committee arranges for students to rotate at different times, for all students to have a different cleaning experience. Don't worry, as long as you don't break the broom, no one else will say anything. When he came to the cleaning area, he saw that Bai Shirhan didn't even plan to eat breakfast, obviously thinking about something. No, it's fine. What nothing, come here. Lin Xinyu clamped the broom at his shoulder and reached out to call her over. Bai Shirhan dutifully approached and bowed her head, a little aggravated. Say nothing about being hungry. Lin Xianu snatched the buns from her hand and, as punishment, made up a large bite at the mark where there was already a small bite, then handed it to her mouth. If you don't eat again, I'll take a bite of each. Being told this by him, combined with the actions taken, Bai Shirhan's small face instantly reddened. That's a bun she ate. I'll eat. Lin Xianu was still good enough to eat all of that bitten bun, and took out another full meat bun from the bag to give back to her. Bai Shirhan took it, her small hands shaking a little, taking the bun he put in and eating it slowly, not daring to look up at Lin Xinyu, afraid that the other party would say she wasn't good at eating breakfast again. I see you're quite upset. Did someone bully you in the past when you were cleaning? You can tell me. Lin Xinyu took down the broom. The dustpan was placed next to it, and started sweeping the floor. Well, Kerosene Silver Bully. Because of her fear, Bai Shirhan's mouth had been filled with buns, and her speech was only audible. Really? Aha! Bai Shirhan nodded and finished the bun in her mouth. In this moment, she realized that it was as if everything that had happened before didn't matter. Misfit or not, they didn't like it or not. Being talked about anyway was no match for being bullied around him. This relationship of being good friends and more than good friends overwhelmed Bai Shirhan. Even though Lin Xinyu was always fooling her, it wasn't like she really didn't know anything, she just couldn't refuse. Or didn't want to refuse. It was a feeling that had never been there before, like wanting to use a kind of best friend status to hog all around him and do a lot of intimate and scary things. The first time you value someone, your emotions will follow the other person's emotions. I'm all done with breakfast, and if you don't eat properly, I'll take a bite out of both. Bai Shirhan came back to her senses from her daze, and her mind drifted back to Lin Xinyu's action of biting into her bun just now, and at the thought of eating what he had eaten, she hurriedly stuffed all of the remaining small bit of bun into her mouth. And soy milk, don't mind if I have a sip of that too. No. The little girl hurriedly poked out a small hole with the straw, her mouth gently sucking, fearing that Lin Xianu would come over and grab the first sip, leaving his saliva on the straw. Give me the garbage bag. Good. Lin Xianu didn't forget to scratch her palm with his fingertips while receiving the plastic bag. The sensation was like a kitten being scratched in the stomach, and it was enjoyable. But Bai Shirhan panicked and retracted her hand, afraid of this addictive behavior, and said nothing to let him continue. The two of them walked right through the cleaning area, and in order to not let Bai Shirhan be afraid, Lin Xinyu specifically picked a middle location with a lot of people. At first the little girl was a little scared, but as Lin Xinyu took the lead in cleaning, now and then letting her follow along with the dustpan, she quickly forgot about the other people in the neighborhood. In Bai Shirhan's eyes, within sight, there was only flowing air and, well, him. Team leader, we've both gotten the biggest one clean. Men and women work together. What's more, the two were very serious. Unlike the other cleaning students who were talking and laughing and hadn't dealt with the hygiene of the area they were responsible for by now. There's someone else over there who hasn't finished. They're all in the same class. It's okay to help out. Bai Shirhan stood still, wanting to remind Lin Xinyu to go and help. That way she wouldn't be called out of place. It's not appropriate. Right, team leader? Bai Shirhan and I are responsible for the largest piece are done. They so small piece of grumbling, and now we have to help. How not to let them help me write the paper test? Lin Xinyu spoke very directly, disliking the group leader for a moment and not knowing how to reply. He could only tell them to go back to the classroom. The truth is, the person responsible for the biggest piece of hygiene cleaned up, but instead had to go and help the lazy ones clean up, which is not such a good thing. Bai Shirhan followed behind Lin Xinyu. The small hand holding the dustpan was silent, and the empty hand wasn't idle, feeling into his pocket. Before she could pull it out, a large white rabbit milk candy appeared in her sight. Sugar, happy, you said. Lin Xianu took the dustpan from her, and before that, whether she agreed or not, stuffed the peeled milk candy into her mouth. His hands are so soft, the moment the milk candy touched her mouth, Bai Shirhan clearly felt Lin Xinyu's fingers lightly caressing it, pouting at the same time. Even if the milk candy is sweeter than anything he's ever eaten, he can't be like this. Class, I borrowed your broom and dustpan for a bit, and I'm so grateful that it didn't break. Seeing Lin Xinyu talking and laughing with the health committee member of someone else's class, Bai Shirhan also had a smile on her face while looking towards the storage room. Told you. Promise I won't break it. Chapter 46, 046, It's okay to squeeze a good friend, more for Onu. The candy melts slowly in your mouth. In the past, she was the one who gave Lin Xinu candy. According to this situation, surely in the future, this initiative would be gone. Not only that, but also to accept the behavior of being directly fed by him. Although rough, it had to be said that this way was what Bai Shirhan was most favored by. Simple and direct, not the least bit stripped of mud and water. Please feel free to bully. Into giving sugar to me. Bai Shirhan shook her head, confirming that she must have been played out of her mind for such thoughts to arise. What's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Seeing her red face, turning away from time to time, not daring to look towards him, Lin Xinu only felt strange. No, it's fine. There was no way she was going to tell him that odd bits and pieces would appear inside her head. The first thing that needs to be abstained from, in order to preserve a true and pure friendship, is to refuse him a second feeding of milk candy, and as long as you don't accept it, you will inevitably not think about those strange things. On morning study hall, Lin Xinyu gave her the textbook and the two began to memorize the literature from their language books interchangeably. Watching his mouth and listening to the gentle voice inexplicably brought back memories of feeding milkshakes. Are you sure you'll never eat again? Even if you'll be stroked by his fingers, as long as he's giving you milk candies, they're all sweet, right? And if you can let him feed it to you? In Bai Shirhan's eyes, Lin Xinyu's mouth seemed to possess magic at this moment, frantically egging her on, and her little head began to cooperate, floating back to the images she had dreamed about in her previous night's dreams. Lin Xinyu slowly approached with the milk candy in his mouth and performed the first milk candy import feeding action. No, I can't. The little girl was confused and shook her head no. Ha, is there something wrong with the memorization? Lin Xinyu had been reciting quite fluently, and stopped staring at her when she said that. No, I'm going to mime. Without waiting for Lin Xinyu to answer, she handed the textbook back to the other party with a red face and lowered her head to write the text. Early morning study hall is over. The branches of the trees outside the window rattled as they were intertwined by the wind. The sun had been hiding nowhere since school had come. The clouds were dense and dark. Bai Shirhan touched her school bag. This time she was smart. Before leaving the house, she purposely went to the balcony and saw that there were a little too many dark clouds, so she brought a good umbrella. Lin Xinyu looked out the window as the fluttering birds began to lower their stance, as if to signal the arrival of a rainstorm. There are a couple birds that sing and chirp and cheer each other on as they snuggle up. The little girl also cast her gaze, likewise taking in the scene, unconsciously turning to Lin Xinyu as if he too would protect himself in the rain. Luckily, the rain didn't fall too hard, and the two birds quickly found shelter, and one was rubbing her wife's feathers with her wings. Bai Shirhan thought of the last time, when Lin Xinyu used a towel to wipe her head with an immature technique that sometimes rubbed her eyes. Wait for morning classes. The drizzle gradually turned to heavy rain with occasional gusty winds. The little girl was preoccupied, touching the umbrella in her book bag and wanting to not let him know. He must have brought an umbrella as well, and if he knew that, then we wouldn't be able to have an umbrella together like last time. Remembering that she let him get wet and catch a cold last time, the stubborn girl wanted Lin Xinu to get her wet this time. In that case, it's him taking care of himself. After school, those who have umbrellas become dads. It is not surprising that 4 or 5 people are squeezed under one umbrella. To be exciting, whether it can keep the rain off that is another story. Hi-yo, little trash, and an umbrella? Get lost, don't throw water on me. The head instructor wouldn't be able to weave through the rain to catch people, so some boys were able to take advantage of the opportunity to molest the girls. The behavior, while shameful, is really the best way to get the other person's attention at this age. Lin Xinu just stared blankly at Bai Shirhan. The little girl didn't understand the meaning, and after meeting his gaze, she looked down a little shyly. You don't have an umbrella either? Hearing this, Bai Shirhan immediately perked up. She shyly pulled out the umbrella from her school bag, which was the one Lin Xinyu had bought for her last time. Yo, Bai Shirhan, I can't believe you're quite well prepared this time, huh? You, again, without an umbrella? Bai Shirhan pretended to be surprised. Her face flushed red, and if she touched it, she would definitely be able to feel the warmth she was radiating at that moment. I guessed you brought it. Even though she was somewhat amused, Bai Shirhan still admired the thickness of his face. What do you mean you guessed? You clearly forgot. Thinking that she would be able to squeeze under the same umbrella with him again later, Bai Shirhan was a little happy and a little embarrassed at the same time. You shouldn't be able to think like that between good friends. How can one expect him to be without an umbrella? 1. Go eat together. I didn't say I was going to use your umbrella. This is your initiative to invite me to join you. What a person. It's clearly written on his face that he's looking forward to having an umbrella with himself, but he's still saying that he's not, so he's really shameless. You said you'd help me with lunch. No problem. Feed you anything. I don't want. The feeling of being pitchforked is addictive. Just eating candy has become that. If you feed a meal. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to think about it, saying that nothing would allow that kind of thing to happen. Let's go, good friend. There is no relationship between good friends with umbrellas. Squeeze a little or nothing. The main I'm not good health. You see, the last time. There are umbrellas to play with a cold, but also trouble you to take care of a day. If the cold once again, surely it will be difficult to die. What a shame. For a moment, Bai Shirhan didn't know if it was the wrong choice to let Lin Xinyu come and take an umbrella with him, but he had said it was just an umbrella between friends, so if he didn't agree to it, he would definitely be said that he didn't treat him as a good friend. Before she could speak, the umbrella that she had apparently felt put there disappeared and appeared in his hand. Come on, go eat, I'll call you. Aha. Bai Shirhan followed Lin Xinyu down the stairs and walked to where in the stands, the distance between the two of them shortening as the umbrellas were held open. Even with the first time, the second time was more or less nerve-wracking, and although she had had experience, she hadn't gotten completely used to his movements and had to go in under him. You come closer. Aha. Why are you still running outside? You need to come in and you won't get wet. Well, come a little closer. It's a little windy. Good. How could Bai Shirhan not expect that trying to wet herself in 1,000 ways would always be stopped by him in time? This is not good, and if we continue like this, we will certainly not be able to achieve our goal. Before he could continue to reveal his body outwards, Lin Xinyu placed his hand directly on her shoulder. The white rabbit panicked, as if the big bad wolf was going to suddenly reveal his nature and eat her up. No, it can't be like that. Bai Shirhan's eyes widened. She wanted to share an umbrella with him, yes, but not this kind of hello. Chapter 47, 047. Brothers are for pits. Requesting for follow-up readings, the two of them walked side by side. Seeing that they were almost at the cafeteria, Bai Shirhan said nothing to continue in this position, just as if he held half of his body in his arms, listening to the raindrops hitting the umbrella. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to move, feeling it peacefully, leaning against the position of his shoulder. She could obviously smell the smell of laundry detergent attached to her clothes. Be here. Bai Shirhan had a pitiful look on her face, hoping that Lin Xinyu would let go quickly. If many people saw her, she would definitely die of shame. Moreover, there might even be teachers in the cafeteria. It's okay, that's just the way it is with me and Fatty. You go up first when we collect the umbrellas later. Lin Xinyu was pushing her forward with his hand behind him, lest the girl stand still for a moment. Due to the height problem, as long as Lin Xinyu lowered his head, he could see her snow-white neck, and unlike just now, the white color turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the small ears were all red. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't empty his hands right now, how would he have to go and pinch it? You, don't get wet. Through her afterglow, although she didn't raise her head to look at him, Bai Shirhan was still able to notice that Lin Xinyu would always intentionally or unintentionally move his umbrella closer to her, with the aim of not letting the rain fall on her. I had already thought about what I was going to do, but suddenly I was hugged like this, or actually hugged, not to mention the special smell of his body that always drifted into my nose from time to time. Bai Shirhan felt as if she was broken. It didn't matter if she got herself wet or not, she just wanted time to stop right now. But on the contrary, inwardly this is what he thinks. The actual action is completely opposite. Afraid of being discovered, sneaking around, pushing Lin Xinyu with force, reminding him that he is about to arrive at the cafeteria. Finally, Lin Xinyu began to collect his umbrella, and Bai Shirhan took the opportunity to walk up the steps to the door, heaving a sigh of relief. Lin Xinyu walked up the steps and looked at her. No way. You're still blushing from being hugged by your best friend? No. Bai Shirhan desperately denied it. Even if it was the truth, how could he just say it? I'm not going to share an umbrella with him in the future. Walk into the cafeteria. Because of the rain, the flow of people inside was chaotic, and the smells were intermingled and mixed, making Bai Shirhan a little less comfortable. Normally she hates and loves the rain. I hate it because there will be a lot of people at dinner, and you have to be more careful that way. The biggest reason why I like it is still walking with an umbrella and being free to be alone in the rain without being disturbed. Everyone is minding their own business in the rain and there is absolutely no fear of being noticed and seen by anyone else. But now, suddenly, I don't hate the rain. Instead, I wished it could have gone down a bit more, especially if there were fewer people around, so I could have cuddled greedily for a bit longer. Unfortunately, she couldn't initiate it, and if she did, she'd surely not be able to kick the habit. Bai Shirhan followed behind Lin Xinyu, her small hand pulling on the corner of his coat, wishing she could keep pulling like this. Lin Xinyu didn't lie, walked in front of the line, and didn't forget to reach out to protect her, and waited until it was time to eat, and just wanted to call his sister. But Bai Shirhan grabbed her mouth first. Sister, It's still 2 meat and 1 veggie. She doesn't want him to call anyone else sister. No one. Didn't I say I'd help you with dinner? Don't think she's a little bold, but sometimes she's extra bold. It's a shame. If only she could be a little bigger when she's being held. Lin Sinyu carried his dinner tray to the place where the two of them clocked in every day. This time, Kong Yu was around, glancing back and forth with an ambiguous look, and very sensibly did not go over to be a light bulb. Your hair is wet again. Bai Shihan was chagrined. Obviously she was planning to wet herself this time, but it turned out that he beat her to it again. What's wrong with that? I'm hard as nails. Come here you see. And abs. Seeing that Lin Sinyu was ready to let her pass, Bai Shihan panicked and shifted her gaze to not look at this bold fellow. There are so many people in the cafeteria. If you want to see it, you have to wait until 2 people are alone. Water, wipe. Bai Shihan pulled out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. Only instead of taking it as expected, the other man lowered his head, signaling that he could just get on with it. She froze, the red color that should have faded from her ears resurfacing, and with a gentle movement, she still pulled 2 tissues out of them and reached out with her small hand, wiping the rainwater that was just about to fall off his forehead. Lin Xian just stared at her like this, feeling that all things didn't matter, as long as the other person could be by her side, no matter how hard it would be in the future, it would be worth it. You, me, I won't. The little girl was in a hurry, very nervous at being watched by him all the time, and stopped, a little anxious, wanting to continue but unable to move her hand. Okay, I'll do it. Lin Xian took the paper towel from her hand, but also did not forget to touch the back of the other hand, and finally used the paper to put the face with the neck, but also briefly wiped his hair, because she was half wrapped in his protection. Bai Shihan's clothes were all clean, except for the pant legs which must have gotten a little wet. The rest was nothing. Eat? I can feed you. No, don't. Lin Sinyu had no choice but to promise her that this achievement was currently unlocked, rather than rushing into it. Honestly, she wanted to be fed, but she didn't dare. She was afraid that if she had it she would get used to it. Not being fed was fine. It didn't affect her watching. So every now and then she looked up across the room and peeked at Lin Xianu eating. As long as I see him every day now, I'm content. When I used to be a kid, even with my mom and dad and them around, it seemed like there were a lot of people, painting, raising flowers, playing the piano, dancing. Life would be colorful if she told it, but in actuality, she was alone. Now it's completely different, even if it's eating, walking home, or writing topics to study. In life, it seems to have added a lot of color. It's no longer as boring and generalized as it was in the beginning, and even if you're being bullied, you'll feel splendid and colorful. You need to eat more. You're skinny and you sure don't have any meat to touch. I'm not skinny. How can that be? Come on, let me touch it. Bai Shihan put down her chopsticks and was immediately alert. Not for you to touch. Then you finish it quickly and grow more meat. Eat all of this meat. As Lin Xianu spoke, he didn't forget to clip the meat out of the bowl and give it to her. The little girl puffed up and didn't dare to retort, afraid that he would get angry and then come over to feel if she had any meat. Brother you, sister-in-law, you guys eat slowly. I'll go back first. I have to say, this kid Kong Yu really has a future. Seeing the sudden silence of the two men, he came over to pack up his plate and just came up with this. No. Bai Shihan was just about to refuse when she heard another sentence from Kong Yu. Sister-in-law, control you more. He didn't peep at other little girls' baths when he was a kid. Kong fatty. By the time Lin Sinyu had just called out, the other party had long since slipped away, so it was really a good brother. When he turned his head to look at Bai Shihan, the little girl was eating her meal intently, the first time he saw her so serious. Chapter 48:048. Couples do go to the grove. Kong fat, that is all talk about play, provoking the meaning of the separation. No, he is just envious, want to destroy our too pure friendship. From the beginning of the meal, Bai Shihan hadn't said a word. The one who normally would have tugged on his coat and walked out of the cafeteria after eating, now just kept his distance and followed. Come here, it's raining. Believe it or not, if you get wet I'll come to your house at night and watch you wash. Bai Shihan pouted and reacted, obediently approaching him even though she was unhappy inside. The little girl was reluctant, but the umbrella was not in her hands, so she could only walk over to him under his guidance. Lin Xianu looked down at her. Jealous? No. Kagome could hear her speak, only her tone was a bit flustered and she refused in a hurry. That won't do. You can't develop emotions like jealousy between friends. We should talk more, and if there's anything you're unhappy about, just say so. Bai Shihan looked up, looking at him. Stealing, peeking is wrong. Lin Sinyu reached out and touched her little head. That's all a lie. To look at me is also to look at you. How can I go to look at someone else? When I was a kid, Kong Fat always liked to say what he did as if I did it. Don't need to be lied to. Well, Bai Shihan didn't know if what he said was true, but seeing how serious Lin Sinyu was, she believed it. At the same time resolved not to lose any weight, just based on the look in his eyes earlier at home. If he hadn't lost any weight, he might really not look at her. How does Lin Sinyu know what the little girl is thinking? Holding up the umbrella to let her come closer. And when there are fewer people, he reaches out again and continues to take her towards the classroom in a half-carrying manner. At this time, Bai Shirhan only hated herself, like a greedy kitten, her face leaning on his shoulder, sneaking and rubbing. She had been quite scared, but this time she wished she could walk a little longer and that the rain would come down a little harder. You have to remember that between good friends, it's not okay to ignore people for no reason, okay? Bai Shirhan nodded. Aha. Lin Sinyu continued to add, also, that kind of jealous behavior can only come from a couple, which means you can only be jealous if you promise to be my wife, okay? No. For some reason, Bai Shirhan felt that he had a point and could only agree. And in itself, the two are good friends. One can't be jealous. One can't ignore him without being jealous. Ignore him so one can't be jealous. Bai Shirhan couldn't figure it out. She only felt that falling in love seemed a bit complicated, so she just acted as a good friend and leaned on his shoulder and secretly rubbed. See, success helped her to correct neglect. Lin Sinyu decided that the next time he went to Kong Fat's house, he would show his aunt the toys he had saved up to buy. Waiting for the school building, in order not to be discovered, the girl has taken advantage of him to collect the umbrella, has slipped away from the umbrella low. The red color on the small face has not yet faded, like a kitten that has opened the meat. Before Lin Sinyu could walk up the steps, the little girl had long disappeared. All afternoon, apart from helping Lin Sinyu with his revision, Bai Shirhan had no extra movements, either brushing up on her problems or looking for something. It was unclear what she was doing. He waited until he went to the study room in the evening, and the girl looked at him with a face full of excitement, holding a pile of information exercises in her hands. All for me? Aha. Lin Xin, you took it from her. Honestly, you really aren't doing this to get back at me? Hearing him say that, Bai Shirhan got a little angry and reached out to snatch the information back. Who knew that the other party suddenly stopped and pressed her small hand? Want me to take the Zhejiang University exam with you? Bai Shirhan only felt her face a little hot, especially when she met Lin Sinyu's blazing eyes, the kind of expression that seemed to want to eat her. It was too scary. Good friends don't lie to each other. I promised you that I would go to Zhejiang University with you. Lin Sinyu touched her hand. It was still as smooth as usual, making people not want to let go. Yeah. The little girl was also making a decision in her mind, making a decision that she had never made since she was a little girl. She was going to make a choice for herself. The cat on the windowsill is still lazy. Where this classroom used to belong only to it, now two familiar faces come in every night. The girl shows a flavor that clearly smells of fear of the boy, but she will always suppress the emotions in her heart and take the initiative to communicate with him. The kitten licked its paws. The human world can be so complicated. It's best to be a little fat cat with no dreams. A soothing breeze came through the window and the birds began to sing. At the same time, a bad news that made Lin Sinyu's whole body unhappy arrived. The rain stopped. I was looking forward to a full day of school, so that I could wait for the opportunity to hug each other again. Plus the dark path home was a lot of squeezing and squeezing, but it was over before it began. People are not the same as people psychologically. Bai Shirhan sighed in relief. As much as she wanted to rub up against him again, she obviously couldn't keep going that way. Once she was addicted, it was a hard thing to quit. Saying yes to a good friendship is no way to sneak around like that. If he found out, he would definitely lose his temper. Touchdown exams, go for it. The school bell rang and Bai Shirhan held out her small hand to cheer him up. Even if everyone didn't believe Lin Xinu, she was willing to accompany him by his side for the simple reason that the little girl was willing to believe because he had promised himself. Come on, I'll take you to unlock new achievements tonight. Bai Shirhan's eyes lit up, which meant that she would be able to eat so many more things that she hadn't eaten before. The two of them were still the same as usual, only this time, Kangyu was a bit weak and didn't dare to appear in Lin Sinyu's line of sight at all. After walking out of a large section, in the darkness, Lin Sinyu saw the same underground love partner, so he twisted his head and looked behind him to Bai Shirhan. Look, that pair is called a couple. The boy and touched her face and held her hand, hissing, how the grove went to. Cannot look at it, cannot look at it. Dare I say that in this day and age it is possible to drill in the grove? Shame on you. Bai Shirhan, have we never been to the grove? Bai Shirhan was a little wary in her eyes. No. Lin Xin nodded. See, so we're not a couple. We're good friends. The little girl's eyes opened wide. So it was. Then we must not go to the grove with him in the future. Here, open your mouth. Before Bai Shirhan could react, she just subconsciously went for it after hearing his voice. Then you can feel the sweetness coming from your tongue. Fed again. I don't know when it started, but every time I got candy from him, in the beginning it was still given. and the later it got it was just straight up being fed. Bai Shirhan stuck out her little tongue and licked at her lips. Looking at Lin Sinyu in front of him, he didn't want to let go of any hint of sweet. Chapter 49, 049. Discovered. Walk out the door. Led by Lin Sinyu, the two of them went to the opposite side of the snack street. For the matter of unlocking new achievements, Bai Shirhan was still quite excited. The milk candy slowly melted in her mouth, smelling the familiar flavor beside her, and satisfaction was written all over the girl's face. There's a lot of people over there. Do you want to tag along? Lin Sinyu pointed to the food stall in front of him, which was already surrounded by people. Instead of being afraid, Bai Shirhan nodded. She knew this kind of situation. As long as there were a lot of people surrounding the stall, no matter what was being sold first, it certainly didn't taste bad. Yo, it's okay, the old you must be shaking your head like crazy right now, leaning too close to get close. Lin Xinu stroked her head. The little girl was now very receptive to this approach and wouldn't reject him with the excuse that she couldn't grow taller. Come on, let's go over there. Good, she's a great chick now too, and not at all as scared as she used to be. Just as he was about to approach to solve the riddle of the booth, a voice came from the rear. Sure, Shirhan? Hearing this voice, Bai Shirhan obviously panicked and didn't know what to do. So it was a good thing that she didn't hold the corner of Lin Sinyu's coat just now, so she just followed him. Song, Auntie Song. Lin Sinyu understood that this was the same food delivery aunt who had been searching around the house that day. There was no fear, just whispered beside Bai Shirhan. It's okay, don't be afraid, don't be nervous, we're good friends. Song Jiali was actually shocked, having just finished buying groceries and preparing to go back, when she saw someone who looked like Bai Shirhan. At first, she wondered if it was just a case of blurred eyes, but when she turned around, that side of her face, it was definitely impossible to see wrong. Go over and see that it's really Mr. S daughter. Only, how could this be that Bai Shirhan who never dared to go out, hungry and came out to buy something to eat? Song Jiali approached with the vegetables and looked around at the fried things, guessing her purpose for coming out. What do you want to eat? Auntie will buy it for you. Song Jiali did not know how many times she wanted to take her out, but this girl just kept refusing. Since junior high school has been taking care of her, how to say is also considered to be half of their own daughter. Mr. Strict Song Jiali understands, since childhood, Bai Shirhan is not allowed to mess around in free time, can only dance and piano for company. Earlier in her life, before her brother was born, there wasn't much freedom at all, and after he was born, it was relatively much more relaxed. No, I'll just, look, don't worry, I won't tell Mr. Every time Song Jiali was just pretending, or also treating Bai Shirhan as half a daughter. The same fear of other boys entering the house. Lin Sinyu stood right next to him, under the impression that Auntie Song was very good at getting along. As long as it wasn't something harmful to Bai Shirhan, she would turn a blind eye. Otherwise, when Bai Shirhan wrote to himself, simply will not receive, will certainly be blocked and then handed over to her parents. In the middle of it is precisely because of Song Jiali to help. The two people can be very good communication. The only thing that is a pity, that will be the little girl has not been able to meet with anyone. Lin Sinyu was right beside him, and this feeling was what made Bai Shirhan the most nervous, fearing that Song Jiali would see it. What was even more detestable was that behind Bai Shirhan, Lin Sinyu was stuck in the viewpoint, touching her little hand and not forgetting to caress it. It's so exciting. Song Jiali never thought that before her Bai Shirhan would be in contact with the presence of the opposite sex. Growing up, the little girl was never alone, not to mention classmates. Even if it was her, there was a time when she would choose not to see them, locking herself up in the house. And if it wasn't for the fact that the food sent over was taken in every time, Song Jiali would have thought that something had happened to Bai Shirhan. Just a little bit. Don't worry about eating. Auntie definitely won't go and tell Mr. It's a secret. Song Jiali finished speaking and got in line. In her eyes, Bai Shirhan was able to go out, which was already considered the biggest change, regardless of whether she ate or not. As long as she didn't stay at home all day and night, it was better than anything else. It would be the worst thing to be bored for so long that you don't interact with people at all. While Song Jiali was in line, Lin Xinu secretly scratched Bai Shirhan's palm again. This time, the girl didn't spoil him, and directly spread her hands, not letting Lin Xinu continue to have his way. I'm encouraging you so that you won't be afraid. Lin Sinyu's voice was in her ear, and stood in a posture that the two did not know each other well, as if they were buying something in front of another stall. It's like the two are having an underground friendship, tense and exciting. When Song Jiali finished her shopping, she gave Bai Shirhan the chicken collarbone and some fried ones to carry, feeling happy for the first time from the bottom of her heart. Seeing Bai Shirhan's face tense, Song Jiali began to comfort her. Don't worry, I won't tell Mr. Just eat these things sparingly and treat it as a little secret between us. Good, there's another secret. Originally, it was just a secret with Lin Sinyu, but now there was suddenly one more person. Can you go home alone? Do you want Auntie to take you home? Bai Shirhan panicked and hurriedly shook her head. I can do it. Auntie believes in you. Song Jiali smiled, then waved her goodbye. In her opinion, as long as the little girl made progress, then she was happier than anything else. Phew, Auntie's gone. Bai Shirhan sighed in relief and slapped away the strange hand that was still trying to take advantage of the opportunity to draw circles in her hand. Auntie is quite nice. The little girl nodded and picked up the grilled chicken rack in her hands, something she'd never had before either, and it was just the thing to try today. Lin Xian looked at her. Alright, does this count as unlocking a new achievement? Aha! Never used to communicate with anyone, even ants only spoke politely. This time, besides Lin Sinyu, there had been a second person with a secret. She thought that she would be caught and everything would be over. But now, it seemed like the world wasn't as bad as she thought it would be. First there was Lin Sinyu, then Auntie Song. The whole world is much brighter. Eating the chicken skeleton bone. Bai Shirhan from time to time to look up to peep at him. Although the other party is always bad, but every time will be all kinds of protection her. Follow the trail home. Accompanied by Lin Sinyu, the two walked to the bottom of the house. This time not asking to go up, but waving goodbye to Bai Shirhan. The little girl was very reluctant, but nodded her head in agreement, shifting his feet to leave as he watched. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow. See, only after Bai Shirhan went upstairs did Lin Sinyu turn around and leave. Not that he didn't want to be with her piece by piece, but he had other things on his mind. As usual, the little girl walked to the corner window, patted over and watched the other man leave. In the darkness, Bai Shirhan's mouth opened wide. As Lin Xian left, she saw Song Jiali's figure appear at the corner in front of her, and looking at that stance, she was obviously waiting for him. The chicken skeleton bones don't smell good. Chapter 50:050. As long as we're together. The little girl didn't know, but Lin Sinyu did. The reason Song Jiali came over must have seen the two getting along a long time ago, and that's why she came close. As for actually leaving, only a fool would believe that. It was just that she didn't want to make Bai Shirhan nervous, so she went that way. For the way she handled it, Lin Sinyu knew well. After all, he had dealt with it. Around the corner, Sanjali played wait. Hello classmate, do you know Bai Shirhan? Recognize. Lin Sinyu didn't deny it, and this point surprised Song Jiali a bit. Surprised as he was, he quickly came back to his senses. Shirhan, she's different from the others. I see that she treats you better than anyone else. She didn't break it down straight away in front of her. Study hard and don't think about anything else. You don't want her to cry if she wants to and not be able to. Song Jiali spoke slowly on the side, not threatening to keep him away, but reminding Lin Xian not to get any other unwanted thoughts. Auntie Song? I know very well what she needs. I also understand very well what I have to do now, so it's even more impossible for me to see her sad. I won't cross the line. Likewise, Auntie, this matter I hope you can keep it a secret. Don't tell her father. That way she'll be spoken to, and again, she'll lock herself up and won't go anywhere. I don't think it's possible to perfectly free her, but I'll do my best to make her happy. Lin Xian said firmly, not even meaning to back down. It's been a long time since I've seen her as happy as she is today. Song Jiali sighed. Even though she wanted to deny the kid in front of her, she couldn't find a reason to refute it. After all, he was telling the truth. Lin Xian knew that Song Jiali had always treated Bai Shirhan as her daughter. That's why she was worried. Now assuring her of anything, that would only be taken as childish. The only thing that could be told was to prove that the two didn't have any relationship. Auntie, don't worry. Bai Shirhan and I are just good friends in the same class, because she helped me with my homework. That's why I thought of treating her to something to eat. The most important thing in senior high school is only studying. This is something that both Bai Shirhan and I know. Just make sure your mind is on your studies. Plus Song Jiali is already reasonable, unlike Bai Shirhan's mom and dad, so it's easier to communicate. If she wasn't really happy, you wouldn't even want to see her in the future. Song Jiali was helpless, wanting to drive Lin Xian away and fearing that Bai Shirhan would once again change back to what she was before. She could only choose to turn a blind eye. Auntie, one day if you find out that I've crossed the line or made Bai Shirhan unhappy, I won't object to anything you say. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Xian added again. Song Jiali looked at her. I realized that you are more mature than your peers. So Auntie is saying yes? What's the use of my promising? Except to say that I can hide it for a little while. Who knows what kind of drugs you fed Shirhan? Lin Sinyu smiled and scratched his head. Auntie, don't worry. Now that I'm in my third year of high school, the main thing is to study. Song Jiali nodded her head. There was no way out. In the end, she could only agree to help hide it. Other than that, there was no other better way. The two communicated briefly, and from Lin Sinyu's conversational style alone, It was clear that this kid knew exactly what to do and what not to do. Regardless, Song Jiali was a bit uncomfortable in her heart anyways. It's like having your own cabbage, and not knowing where a pig from has given it away. When Song Jiali left, Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief. It is definitely a lie to say that I don't panic. This kind of situation of being blocked by parents is the actual first time I experienced it since I was a child. It's good to be experienced and not panic when confronted. The fear is more or less there. The light reflected the shadows that loomed around the corner. At first Lin Xin didn't react, thinking that his shadow could elongate and fly all the way over there to turn a corner. Come to think of it, good guy, the chick is quite bold. I was scared over there. She was eavesdropping. The wind was icy cold, and since it was on a side street, the street had long since developed a number of puddles. If there were no streetlights, the little girl would surely be able to hide her form perfectly around the corner. How long are you going to hide it? Looking at the shadow on the ground, it clearly leaned in, making very little movement and essentially no sound. Lin Xin didn't go over. He just stood in place. Pay attention. The shadows are moving on the ground. Next time find a better position to hide. Be professional. No. So it's not coming out yet? I'm not at. A little amused by her, Lin Xin pulled out the candy from his pocket and approached. Then over at the corner he saw Bai Shirhan hiding by the grass. The little girl chicken rack has not yet had time to eat 2 mouthfuls, and then saw Lin Xin appeared in front of him. The heart is still silent. Mud cannot see the nest. Lin Xin stood next to her. How come such a big person just disappeared? Bai Shirhan smiled happily. Sometimes it wasn't so much being found that she needed, but someone to understand, to know what she wanted, to keep it simple, to be childish together. Anyway, it's been a real thrill to go through this. The little girl didn't even expect her aunt to turn back midway and talk to Lin Xin, and if she hadn't been in the habit of eyeballing him at the window to go home, she certainly wouldn't have known about the night's events. At night, since it was raining and around the corner, there was an occasional wind blowing, and since she wasn't wearing a jacket, Bai Shirhan froze and shivered a little. Even so, the smile on her face never disappeared. The two were not far apart, but it gave her the feeling that this time they were closer than ever. Seeing that there was nothing in her mouth, Lin Xin reached out and fed her the milk candy. His fingertips inadvertently touched her lips again. It was very soft. Her little face was red and cute. Teenage-like is not so complicated. Just simply always like, or will hide the heart like, from the beginning to the end of the dare not say out. For the type of person who isn't good at speaking up, it's either a fear of destroying a currently well-kept relationship or going along with the other person's lack of speaking up. The two of them could stay together every day as long as he was around. And that was simple fulfillment. You're going to freeze and catch a cold if you don't go back, and I'm not going to take care of you then. Hearing him say that, Bai Shirhan smiled, knowing that the other party was just being tough-talking and couldn't possibly not take care of her. She had heard all of Auntie's conversation with him as she hid in the corner, and while that behavior was bad, it wasn't bad if what she heard made the mood happy. Lin Xin, what's wrong? Bai Shirhan lifted her little head and stared at him very seriously. We'll always be happy, right? If you could feed me the milk candy in your mouth right now, then I might be happier. Carrot. He's really annoying. This is your home. What are you panicking about? Seeking readers? Seeking recommendations? In the next few hours, Bai Shirhan could take the initiative to buy breakfast, take the initiative to line up for food, and take the initiative to go into the study room. Provided, of course, that Lin Xin was there. You still can't be too bold when you're alone, and even so, it's a lot better than it was before. At least now if the Dean of Instruction sees you, you can do it without blushing or jumping out of your skin. Lin Xin, that's cheeky. She's not. See, Bai Shirhan, don't you? How correct I am now. I have to say it's a pleasure to watch my tablemates progress every day. The only sad thing was that the countdown on the left side of the blackboard was dwindling and the number was now 86. During this period, Song Jelly, in order to prevent Lin Xin, every time she went home, she would make a block. Not really a block, just watching from a distance, lest this kid sneak around and take advantage of the situation. As time goes by, Bai Shirhan is the biggest winner. Looking at Lin Xin's suffocating appearance, the little girl couldn't mention how happy she was, only to become honest again after spending time together in a room. I'll go make dinner. Every night, Lin Xin went to Bai Shirhan's house to review as usual. At first Sanjali was worried and would check in halfway through. At the end of the day, after seeing them reviewing carefully every time I opened the door, I was disabused of my skepticism. After all, in her heart, the so well-behaved Bai Shirhan certainly couldn't have done anything out of the ordinary. These past few days, it seems like you haven't written those stories. Bai Shirhan looked up at Lin Xin as he finished his homework and quickly turned his attention elsewhere, pretending not to peek. Those who go back to write every day, no more can not delay the study. Promised you. together on the Juzhong University. Little girls are just so easy to coax, and instantly happy to be spoken to like that. It should be exhausting every day, studying and writing stories. What? Heartbroken? Bai Shirhan skimmed her head. No, shouldn't have asked him, still as shameless as ever. Lin Sinyu continued. It's not very tiring. Every day when I go home, I wash first. I probably construct the storyline just fine, and I write 2,000 or 3,000 words a day to sleep. Going to write all night? An hour or two will do. Awesome. Bai Shirhan wanted to join him. That way she could peek from the side every day. A few days together, Lin Sinyu realized that only this girl next to him believed in himself, who felt that his progress was a joke. Only she has been accompanying the review, as if as long as it was something Lin Sinyu promised, it could be done. The day after tomorrow's mapping test, if I get the same grade, we might be separated. No, you sure can. And what will you do in case I don't? No, it won't. That must be the paper coming out too hard. Lin Xinu stroked her head, only thinking that Bai Shirhan was cute, never looking for his reasons, preferring to believe that it was a question paper problem, not even thinking that it was a human problem. That's why he's always liked her. Don't worry, we'll definitely still be at the same table. Bai Shirhan nodded. Always. Well, always. With the quill out of ink, the two shifted battlefields midway to their room, which was a bit chilly in the living room at night, so they went to the bedroom. Bai Shirhan, who usually always cleaned up after herself, was never afraid of the other party raiding her, except for the cabinets, which she couldn't look at. Changing her things, it was hard not to think too much of a man and a woman alone in a room, and the little girl's cheeks were flushed, never having thought that there would be a boy who could enter her bedroom multiple times. When the homework was all taken care of, Lin Sinyu turned his head to Bai Shirhan, who was always peeking next to him. Has it been a long time since we've engaged in hand-holding between good friends? Bai Shirhan, who was still waiting on the sidelines, backed up when she heard these words. At first the two little feet and legs were still rocking and shaking on the bed, and when they were so frightened they sat up straight away and put them down low to hide them, as if they were going to be eaten feet and legs. No, it's not okay. As soon as she thought of the image of the couple holding hands and going into the grove earlier in the night, Bai Shirhan realized that the prerequisite for going in was to be held hands, so she couldn't let him hold her hand, not even if she was a good friend. How petty. You don't consider me a good friend. Lin Sinyu didn't force the issue, but returned to his desk to continue writing the topic, directly throwing the question to Bai Shirhan to see what the little girl was going to do. The white lace-trimmed socks on the feet of the girl sitting cross-legged on the bed were still on, and her pinkies were still wiggling around in them, as if pondering whether or not to hold hands with him to prove good friendship. It was clear that the man was up to no good, but there was always no way to deal with him. Come here and check me out. Aha! Now that she had a legitimate reason, Bai Shirhan dared to get close to Lin Sinyu, and every time he checked he was the most honest, watching quietly from his side, not suddenly holding hands or touching her palm or anything like that. Bai Shirhan carefully examined it, and the further she got, the more surprised she felt, even opening her mouth wide. That's awesome. He used to get a few questions wrong, but he seems to be getting a lot of questions right these days, and some of the questions that he would normally always get wrong are now written correctly. Lucky for you. Lin Sinyu suddenly said so in her ear, instantly making the little girl red in the face, her body hot, her ears also colored red. Wearing the same school uniform as him, listening to his breathing in the ear, even her toes began to shyly squeeze. Yes, it was your own effort. Bai Shirhan had always only pushed the credit from her to Lin Sinyu, and to her, it was something to be happy about if he could improve. Lin Sinyu looked at her and met her eyes. Before, when I didn't have you, I couldn't get a few questions right, but now after the remedial lessons, I have a high rate of correctness. Do you know why? The little girl shook her head, her eyes tinged with doubt. I don't know. Explain. Lin Sinyu deliberately paused to make her a little anxious, then continued to add, I can't do it without you. The two of them were already locking gazes, and when they saw the ambiguity gradually filling Lin Sinyu's eyes, Bai Shirhan's face turned even redder. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The urgent sound of the doorbell came, paired with Bai Shirhan's panicked mood. It seemed very appropriate, as if he wanted to hide himself. The quilt was pulled away, and he hid directly inside. Hey, Bai Shirhan, this is your house. Right, it's my house. What am I panicking about? Bai Shirhan only felt her little heart pounding as if it was about to jump out. Lin Sinyu lifted her quilt. What are you waiting for? Go open the door. Wait, auntie really thought we were doing something inside. The little girl completely panicked. How did she know why she would suddenly hide in the quilt? It was clear as day, as if something had suddenly come up. Next time, never let him in the room again. Chapter 52052. If only we could have the same exam room. The two stood in the doorway, and if Bai Shirhan hadn't been fully dressed, Song Jiali might have been about to raise hell. It's getting late. Go back and rest. Every time it came to this point in time, the other party would show up on time to let Lin Xin go home. Fearing that it would be too late to end up with a staycation scene, something that could never happen, Lin Xinyu nodded and packed up his things. I'm sorry auntie, I have to come over every day for tutoring. I've disturbed you. I'll go back first. No, it's fine. Song Jiali didn't say anything, but just secretly spat in her heart about how the women were too big for them. She wouldn't have been let into the room before, but now she let a boy in instead. And if she hadn't realized it halfway through, she might have been kept out of the room for quite some time. I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow. Bye auntie. Lin Xinyu put on his backpack and said his goodbyes. There are things that always have a first time and countless times. To say that Bai Shihan should not meet with Lin Xinyu, how can she not do it? So Song Jelly can only choose to turn a blind eye, can hide for as long as possible. When Lin Xinyu went downstairs, Bai Shihan wanted to go to the windowsill to watch him leave. But considering that Auntie Song was there, she could only stand obediently in place, head bowed, like a child who had made a mistake. Seeing that Song Jiali didn't say anything, the little girl couldn't stand it anymore and deliberately pretended to go pack up her clothes with the purpose of going to see Lin Xin leave. And it was only every time she saw him disappearing from her field of vision that she would have the unwarranted satisfaction. Does it like him? At first, Bai Shihan thought she had heard wrongly, until she met Song Jiali's serious gaze and realized that the other party was indeed asking herself. No, it's not. We're, well, good friends. That's what he says every time. Besides, couples are meant to drill the grove. They're the ones who haven't done it, so they're good friends, right? Even though Lin Xin would always ask her to promise to be his wife, or hold hands, or even try to hug separately sometimes, these would just be jokes between good friends. That must be it. Song Jiali didn't say anything to keep her at a distance from Lin Xin, but instead reminded her sideways. Sure Han, Auntie can only help you try your best to hide it, but you mustn't do anything out of character. Bai Shihan nodded. Got it. At the same time inwardly relieved. Luckily she had only promised him to be good friends and hadn't gone overboard other than the occasional hand-holding. She was still very much a chick with a sense of propriety. Song Jiali couldn't continue to say anything and left after reminding her that she couldn't fall in love. Back in the bedroom, Bai Shihan pulled out her cell phone. Through this period of exchange and groping, she realized that Lin Xinyu was a big liar. When the promised note was automatically arranged by the system, it was actually able to be changed by herself, and if she hadn't been so bored waiting for the news, she might have been kept in the dark for the rest of her life. The word husband at the top is visible. I want to change it, but I don't know why I can't move my hand, so I can only continue to pretend that I can't see it, and I don't forget to send it. Good night. Good morning, Bai Shihan. Good morning, Rin Shinwo. See, now she can greet him skillfully. The two of them were at their freest every morning, and Song Jiali would never have imagined that the two of them would stay together from morning to night. Lin Xinyu stroked her head. I declare that you are already a qualified good friend. Aha! The little girl was happy. It was an achievement that belonged to her. Time seemed to pass very quickly. It was as if yesterday Bai Shihan was still cowering, but now she was able to go buy buns alone. There was a huge line of people either talking to each other about their early morning school troubles or solving last night's all-night unsolved practice problems. Lin Xinyu stood behind Bai Shihan, and this was the backbone of her not being afraid. Fat cake, egg, siu mai, soy milk, meat bun. She has been able to separate all the types of breakfasts with no problem at all. Back to class. Bai Shihan was more serious than ever, starting early in the morning to organize the materials and sort out the various practice questions. Lin Xinyu wasn't idle, knowing what tomorrow's exam meant, especially seeing the eyes of class president Li Hua glancing over from time to time. It was clear that he was looking forward to it. Not only him, there were many students who had their emotions stirred up, divided into three parts of the members. One was to see how Lin Xin made a fool of himself in the end. The second was to want to see Li Hua continue to be humiliated. And the last part was neutral, just wanting to learn, and the mindset that things were not their business. The most nervous person is definitely Bai Shihan, who will be taking the final exam tomorrow. In her heart, when she stayed with Lin Xin you would be very relaxed and comfortable. The other party could always take care of her in every way, although sometimes they would be very fierce, but in actuality most of what they showed was still gentle. By noon, Bai Shihan still looked preoccupied, and as a result, she was force-fed a candy by Lin Xinyu. You can't eat too much of it. You'll, get cavities. Lin Xin bowed his head. You know that too? Then you used to always give it to me. So if you don't want to grow cavities, from now on, just be happy. Good. Bai Shihan was originally able to hide things, and since being with Lin Xinyu, she wouldn't be able to lie at all, and would immediately write any emotion on her face. The little girl had been praying silently in her heart since the morning. hoping that she could stay at the same examination center, and if she was close, she might even be able to help secretly. Go. Lin Sinyu touched her head. Relax, we'll definitely always be at the same table. Good. Bai Shirhan was really easy to satisfy. A little bit of certainty, as long as she was promised to be able to do it, no matter if the results came out or not. This girl would be happy. When it was time to eat, Kong Yu didn't care if he would get whacked, and walked over with his dinner plate. Such moments are sacred, and it's definitely important to find someone you can pin your hopes on the first day of the exam. Brother Yu, if you keep lining up positions according to the exam room, brothers will be counting on you for their weekly pocket money. Don't. I'm the one peeking in the shower, and I'm being kept on a tight leash by your sister-in-law. Bai Shirhan's pretty face was slightly red, wanting to resist, but afraid of losing Lin Sinyu's face. She ate silently, not participating in the two men's conversation, choosing to listen with her ears open. Sister-in-law, last time it was me talking and playing, I was the one who peeked. It had nothing to do with you. I have to say that Kong Yu was able to bend and immediately understood what Lin Sinyu wanted, and directly explained to Bai Shirhan what she had said last time. Well, the little girl was quite happy in her heart, because she hadn't spoken to anyone else, so she started to stutter again, but once she thought that Lin Sinyu hadn't peeked, her eating movements became much faster. You say you, just more than 80 days left for the college entrance examination. Do not grasp the revision. It is difficult to divide the examination hall. You still think of copying others? Bai Shirhan nodded her head, indicating that she agreed with what Lin Sinyu said. Inwardly, she thought that it would be great if she could take the same exam as him. Chapter 53, 053. I'll always be with you. Seat numbers are randomized each time. Either the test centers are distributed by grades or they are distributed by class. By the time the afternoon meal is served, the seating chart for the exam room begins to be posted by the class president. After seeing the results come out, if allowed, Li Hua really wanted to switch his name with Lin Sinyu's name. At first the two were unaware of it. The little girl didn't dare to squeeze up to see the seat number because it was so crowded, so she could only wait in her seat and wait for fewer people around before she dared to go over to find his and her name. Lin Sinyu followed behind, watching Bai Shirhan tiptoe in front of him, forcing himself to resist the urge to pick her up. What a coincidence. See, you're sitting right above me. Apparently, the seating was randomized by class this time, and the two happened to be at the top and bottom of the table. Bai Shirhan was so happy, she was afraid he was on top, then she couldn't show him. I can't be blamed for this. Fatty can only rely on himself this time. Lin Sinyu helplessly spread his hands. In the cafeteria, could not resist. Kong Yu softly coerced, and finally promised to deliberately reveal the answer to the outside if he was in the nearby seat. No matter what, his clairvoyance can certainly play the magic power. As a result, it was over before it began. Aha! The little girl nodded, thinking that she could help testify this time. Let's go. Pack up your things in the hallway. We'll be setting up the exam room later. Good. Have come to the last semester of high school, bold and timid, almost all in the brewing, either thinking of using the old-fashioned method of writing love letters for confession, or thinking of burying this sincere feelings in the heart. Day back, we'll be able to learn that this youthful like, inside the classroom, outside the classroom, almost all of them were busy setting up the examination room. Often, this is the time when boys will always find an excuse to go to the girl they are interested in and start showing off their table-carrying abilities. You see, there's a fool right over there happily huffing and puffing over to help, and the girls are going over to the other boy and lifting the table with him one by two. The further along in your high school career you go, the looser the teachers are and the more they choose to turn a blind eye as long as it's not too much. The little girl strained to carry a large stack of books. Lin Sinyu was ready to help, but the strong she was sure she would be able to do it. Her little face rose red and flushed, and finally carried the books to their destination, next to the bad guy's books. The next step was to move the table. Li Hua would always choose to help at this time, but every time he took the test, Bai Shirhan refused, preferring to strain himself to carry it, rather than letting others join him. But now, I told you to eat more and you still don't listen. Look, you can't even hold a table, and you still don't listen. Spread your hands. Without waiting for her willingness, the table was grabbed by Lin Sinyu and moved out. The little girl puckered her mouth in aggravation and followed behind with great reluctance. Once everything is taken care of, you can pack up and go home and wait until morning study tomorrow to come to school. The exam time was the same as the college entrance exam arrangement, from 9 to 11:30, a total of 2.5 hours. By now there were already people who had put on their backpacks and were ready to leave. Bai Shirhan, who had packed her school bag, was happy. This was the first time she had sat with Lin Sinyu, not to mention the up and down relationship. This is the first time this probability has been true since freshman year of high school. Even if it was a do-over, Lin Sinyu couldn't remember this happening before when he was in high school. It is thought that because of this period of time, through the change of Bai Shirhan, the subsequent events relatively triggered the butterfly effect. The only thing to be thankful for is that all is looking up. Come on, go home. No one's bothering us today. Now that it was the equivalent of an early dismissal, Song Jiali definitely didn't know about it, which meant that Lin Xinu could do whatever he wanted until then. Bai Shirhan understood the meaning. She wasn't going to sneak out her little hand and let him draw circles on it with his fingers. Carrying a small school bag, walking behind him, surveying the familiar back that couldn't be more familiar, his heart was full of unwarranted satisfaction. Lin Xinu pulled out candy from his pocket, and this time the little girl hurriedly blocked her mouth from being force-fed, but as a result, Lin Xinu directly peeled it open and put it into his mouth, and didn't mean to feed it. What's up? There was no way he would have volunteered to eat candy before, and now he must have something on his mind. That's why he's like this. Lin Xinu didn't hide it from her. On the weekend, I'm supposed to go back to see Grandma. Seeing the sadness revealed between his brows, Bai Shirhan knew this feeling very well. It happened every time she was by herself when she was in a corner, and even though she didn't know what was going to happen, the little girl understood that it must be an unhappy event. Good. Bai Shirhan didn't understand this kind of feeling. Her grandmother was gone when she was very young, so she wasn't sure how Lin Xinu felt, and only thought of accompanying him from the sidelines, being quiet and not disturbing him. Exams first, and after that it's vacation, so I'll take you back then. After reacting, Bai Shirhan was a bit nervous, knowing that it was not good to refuse, but also a bit scared. She had always been a fearful person, not to mention that she was now more courageous in front of Lin Xinu, but in fact, when faced with people she didn't know, she would still stutter. Lin Xinu sighed, knowing that it was a bit difficult. It's fine, I'll go back alone. Bai Shirhan panicked, especially when she heard Lin Xinu sigh, as if she felt that she was being unrighteous. Her good friend was sad and upset, and it was obviously a bit too much to leave him alone at this time. I can. She was one of those people who used her best friend as an excuse to do what her heart desired, and was content just to be there for the time she had him. Lin Xinu didn't suddenly want to see it, but for a long time, he hadn't made up his mind. He was afraid of losing it, afraid that if he saw the person he had lost once again, he wouldn't be able to control it. Walking down the path home, the sun hadn't set yet, and this time the little girl didn't bother to step on the bad guy's shadow, but dutifully stretched out her little hand on the sidelines, overlapping his palm with the shadow formed by her little hand, as if that would carry out the comforting. Exams, come on, I, for one, will always be there for you. What did you say? Lin Xinu reacted as if he had heard words he had never heard before, immediately stopping his steps, lowering his head, and looking towards Bai Shirhan, whose small face was already red through and through, but the other party was unwilling to say anything more, only to feel his body rolling and the soles of his feet weakening, and if he hadn't used all his strength to support himself, he would surely have sat down on the ground by now. No. Exams, cheer up. Bai Shirhan sheepishly changed the words just said, silently in the heart to remember what was said. The sunset in the sky emanated its afterglow, and with the reddish clouds, it was the best sight they had ever seen. Lin Xinu smiled, only because of the girl beside him. Feeling her strained breathing, she spoke gently, and I will, always. Chapter 54054, Advanced Practice Exercise, Request for Catch-up Readings, Request for Favorites. Look, there's another little couple over there. Blushing, Bai Shirhan cut off the hand-holding that Shadow was engaged in with a vengeance. The guy would always come out of nowhere with a whole line to ruin the mood when he was deep in love. Words were said, but it was impossible not to follow his gaze to see. Not to see, okay, a look is even more so that the little girl blushed. That boy really, how can he bully a girl like that? In the alley, the two men were sneaking around, or rather, they didn't dare to go over and disturb the couple making out, so they could only wait until they were finished. If Fatty had been there, this would have been a case of whistles going off, and it would have been a good idea to break up a pair. In his words, I'm not even in love, and you want to smooch in front of me? No way. Lin Xinu wasn't like that, and Bai Shirhan was even less likely to make a sound, breathing heavily but very quietly, afraid of being discovered by the couple hiding in the alley. I just saw the boy start to move boldly and roughly pinning the girl against the wall and then kissing. The little girl's eyes widened as if she had seen something extraordinary. Then again the boy wraps his arms around the girl's waist, grabbing both of the other's hands with one hand. Having reached oblivion, Bai Shirhan looked stunned. So this is falling in love? That's nice. Lin Xinu sighed at the youthful vigor in her ear. If only he could bully Bai Shirhan like this. On the contrary, Bai Shirhan didn't think so. Her eyes were full of caution, as if behind her Lin Xinu suddenly turned into a big bad wolf that could hold her down on the wall at any time. Back home, the little girl didn't dare to stay on, and when she came out from the corner, she accidentally made a commotion and disturbed the couple who were in love. With a red face, Bai Shirhan didn't even dare to look at them, only feeling her legs go weak as she forcefully moved her steps to leave. Lin Sinyu, on the other hand, was full of apologies. Sorry, you guys continue. After catching up with Bai Shirhan, the little girl who said nothing dared to lean against the wall and cry again. And the picture in her mind was always there, only the male and female main characters were replaced with her and Lin Sinyu. Look, you're being unreasonable. Bai Shirhan stopped and wanted to hear his reasons for being unreasonable. Lin Sinyu's expression was earnest and very serious. You didn't even know about this before, did you? Bai Shirhan nodded with a red face. Right? That's when you didn't even realize it could still be like that, and if I hadn't seen it, you never would have known. I don't want to know. We're good friends. Good friends can try things out ahead of time, and you're going to love it. I don't want it. Bai Shirhan walked old fast this time, and didn't even need Lin Sinyu to follow beside her. She could easily walk to the bottom of the housing building. Although Lin Xinu was tempted to do what the couple in the alley had just done, he knew very well that it was not the right time yet. With Bai Shirhan's current acceptance, it is estimated that she can only hold hands occasionally. More will not work. If she forces herself now, it is not likely that even meeting in the future will be a problem. The main thing now is to get her used to it and not shy away from thinking about those things before she can take the next step. Everything has to be done slowly. It's impossible to eat a fat person in one bite. You have to prioritize stirring up her strong desire to fall in love in order to get it slowly. At the moment the two were getting along in a simple way, occasionally doing what lovers do as friends, and the little girl was enjoying herself, and that was enough. Even though she was scared, Bai Shirhan still chose to wait for him at the bottom of the building, watching the silhouette in the distance slowly grow larger from a small dot. The inner tension then vanished into thin air, when Lin Sinyu appeared in front of her, with a rose in his hand picked from somewhere. The intermittent barking of a dog could be heard from afar. I didn't realize there were roses around here. Lin Sinyu graciously handed her the flowers. Bai Shirhan didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. The small thorns on it had been thoughtfully removed by him, so he didn't have to think about being suddenly stabbed in the hand. The flowers are fragrant. Before Bai Shirhan could even sniff with her little nose, she could hear the sound of a vomiting roar coming out not far away. What little bastard picks up girls and steals my flowers? Lin Sinyu had walked up the stairs, rubbing his head as if he was completely unaware of the incident. Seeing Bai Shirhan looking at him, he could only explain. Who knew that this thing fell on the ground and there are still people who want? Obviously, this reason was not even believed by Bai Shirhan. Look at you, like you've never seen a flower before. Consider it a gift, a good friendship. Aha! Bai Shirhan wasn't stupid. She understood that Lin Sinyu had deliberately said this because he didn't want her to have a burden on her heart. Smell the flowers and slowly make your way up the stairs. When he waited at the stairway, Lin Sinyu was waiting early. There's no one here. Bai Shirhan, who had just pulled out her keys, immediately moved her steps backward, wary of the other party. Lin Xinu waved her closer. Why are you waiting? Open the door and let me in for a rest. He was lying to her, thanks to the fact that the dog of the man who raised the flowers was tied up. Otherwise it would have been a mess. Boys definitely want to save face in front of girls, and it's impossible to tell the truth. Open the door. Changing into the slippers the girl had prepared for herself, and sitting on the sofa, it was as if there seemed to be a home. Looking at Lin Sinyu lying on the sofa, Bai Shirhan sniffed the roses in her hand. She never thought there would be a day, or a person, who would suddenly appear in her world, for whatever reason, without bothering to ask what she had encountered, and stand righteously in front of her, saying that no matter what came his way, he would be there. Ordinary people probably have no idea what it would be like for her to be alone, that search for happiness out of loneliness, that being alone and only able to talk to her dolls, that life of only being able to cultivate interests in secret, is the hardest time of all. Everyone told her what to do and what she did would be liked, never asked her what she wanted to go do, and the only way to achieve happiness was in self-imposed isolation. Lin Sinyu was able to guess that she had a hard time, but never took the initiative to ask. Even the long-standing heartache would not be expressed on his face, only wanting the other party to be happy from the bottom of his heart. Luckily, he did break into her world. The two had a steadily growing relationship during these last years of high school. Although he had not succeeded in getting her to agree to be his wife, the girl had already considered him as someone she had to see every day, an important person. How can you not be satisfied with a girl who doesn't say she likes you, but whose actions are all for your sake and whose eyes are full of you? That's nice. Lin Sinyu suddenly sighed. Bai Shirhan didn't understand what he was talking about and looked at him curiously. Why don't we look at other people in the future so it's easier to practice? And when we fall in love in the future, we can easily do that too. The little girl understood what he was talking about and hurriedly shook her head and stepped back. No, not in a relationship. Chapter 55:055. How can there still be such a person? Lin Yen is added. The act of improvising was useful. Not to mention the fact that this would be a busy time for Bai Shirhan to prepare fruits in the kitchen. In her opinion, the fact that Lin Xinyu's attention was focused on the practice problems was something to be happy about. It didn't matter if the results were inconclusive. Just do your best. Having a person who really understands you is far better than bearing alone. Respect your choice, see through your bravado, considerate of your loneliness, protect your self-esteem, partake of your fragility, accompany you to have fun, accompany you to play, can be disturbed at any time, but also do not have to deliberately please. From the time she was born, Bai Shirhan learned how to please her mom and dad and make them happy, hiding all her self-thoughts in her heart and never mentioning them to anyone until Lin Xinyu appeared and everything changed. In the fruit bowl, apple chunks, banana chunks, grapes, sun-dried fruit. The little girl was very happy and her emotions were written all over her face. She was busy, but she knew it was preparing a rich fruit plate of encouragement for her favorite person. Oh no! Her best friend, Lin Xinyu, contrary to Bai Shirhan, wasn't her kind of particularly hard-working student, usually either sleeping on the table or deserting. As long as it had nothing to do with studying, none of it would fall behind, which is the same as now. Not at all afraid of the old Chin figure that suddenly appeared outside the window, and even proudly posed for study, eager to show the homeroom teacher how seriously he studied. It is true that when people have expectations, they will move forward towards their goals in everything they do. Have some fruit. Most of all, it was the little girl in front of her who, apart from being nervous, had rarely stuttered in her speech. For some reason, even though she was used to Lin Xinu being around, her heart would inexplicably race when she was near. Maybe the heart is weak. In the cut fruit that will, Bai Shirhan mind has involuntarily floated out of the other side to feed themselves fruit situation. That feeling seems to be more exciting than eating milk candy too. That's the best way to entertain a good friend. Well learned. Lin Xinu took the fruit plate. Bai Shirhan was thoughtful enough to put toothpicks on the fruit pieces so that it was easy to go get them. No, there's nothing left, just fruit. Bai Shirhan carefully sat on the sofa, a little afraid to get close to Lin Xinyu. Since they had played umbrellas together, that feeling of grinding her arms was slow to forget. She was afraid that if she got close, she wouldn't be able to control herself. What's the point of sitting? After working so hard for so long, how can I not eat? Lin Xinu looked at her and slowly approached. You're so virtuous. Whoever marries you home in the future, it'll really be his good fortune. The toothpick poked up chunks of apple and put them in his mouth, not forgetting to suck the juice off of them. Bai Shirhan just stared at him blankly, only feeling that right now it was a treat. You people, net thinking of taking advantage of me. Lin Xinu shook his head helplessly. Using the toothpick he used to insert a small tomato from the fruit plate. If you want to be fed, just say so, don't be embarrassed between good friends. No. Bai Shirhan moved back, not daring to continue to look at him. It was a complete accident just now, forgetting to retract her gaze for a moment and being caught in the act. What's the point? Just eat it, come on, open your mouth. The little girl tightly closed her mouth. Just now she saw, the toothpick and his lips' perfect contact, must still be stained with saliva. I can do it myself. You don't resent me, do you? It's possible to be like that between good friends. Oh yeah, you don't even consider me a good friend. No, it's not. Then why don't you open it even after half a day of dawdling? How am I supposed to feed you when it's so tightly closed? Change a toothpick. Bai Shirhan's weak eyes looked at him, and Lin Xinu was softened by the look inside. Taking out a toothpick with a banana chunk stuck in it from the fruit plate anew, and feeding it to her in diameter. This time the little girl sighed in relief and opened her mouth to catch the fruit he threw at her. The little mouth wrapped the toothpick slowly, and after touching her tongue, the banana chunks were gently bitten into. The toothpick was still slightly white and thin when it was withdrawn. Bai Shirhan was a bit shy and wanted to take the toothpick over and throw it away. As a result, she saw Lin Xinu stick a small grape from the fruit plate and send it into her mouth without any hesitation. The expression was calm, a stark contrast to Bai Shirhan's wide-eyed stare. The banana chunks in her mouth didn't even have time to swallow, and just thinking about the strands of saliva staining the toothpick, Bai Shirhan felt like a boiling kettle on her little face, boiling hot and bubbling outwards. Look, I won't even mind. That's what you call a good friend. As Lin Xinu spoke, he didn't forget to lick the grapes in his mouth before finally spitting out the skins reluctantly. They were the best grapes he'd ever eaten. Unfulfilled, he wanted to do it again, but Bai Shirhan was no longer willing, shaking her head and saying nothing, refusing to open her mouth. One more. We're good friends. Bai Shirhan shook her head, trying to get him to change another toothpick. Okay, we're not good friends. Yes, open your mouth. In the end, Bai Shirhan still chose to compromise. Her red face opened her little mouth, but how she refused to roll the fruit pieces with her little tongue anymore. That bad guy just wanted to eat his own saliva. How can there still be such a person? The little girl's heart constantly complained, but still did not hold back. Inside had thought that if he could be fed fruit would be good. Only now there is a bright result to accept. The only thing I did not expect. How this person is so shameless. What did Lin Sinyu care? You take a bite and I take a bite. Or you take 2 bites and I take a bite and I clean it up. During the whole process, Bai Shirhan didn't have time to think at all. Her actions were all under his control, and she had just become a little girl who had been spoiled. It didn't take long for all the fruit in the fruit bowl to settle. After dealing with the chunks of fruit stored in her mouth, Bai Shirhan only felt that her small stomach had been filled to the brim and could no longer fit. It was only in response to this that Lin Xinu chose to let her go. That's right, we'll be best friends. Well, Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, only feeling that this good friend was just too hard to be. As for eating or not eating his spit, it was too late to think hard enough to recall what had just happened with the feeding. Your face, right now, looks like a little tomato. As Lin Sinyu approached, Bai Shirhan just wanted to move back and continue moving, helplessly arriving at a corner of the sofa, clinging to the wall behind her, her head empty, knowing only to make a resigned expression. The blush and pink ears make you want to get close enough to gently blow on them or quietly touch them with the tip of your tongue. That must have scared the hell out of her. Lin Xinu didn't make things difficult, just reached out and lightly scratched on her nose. You liar, you promised to check my homework. The little girl sighed in relief. So I forgot to check. Chapter 56, 056. Lighting a new milestone. In everyone's youth, there is always a little secret, which can be told or buried forever. For a person like Bai Shirhan, who had many secrets of her own, now an additional biggest secret was probably a fondness that had never been understood. She could look at Lin Xinu, who was doing his homework, and giggle from time to time. She could stay by his side without being afraid at all. She could speak without too many scruples, and she could boldly express her inner thoughts. I used to be alone and silent, doing everything thinking about what the consequences would be after I did it and whether I would make others unhappy because of it. Now it wouldn't be at all. Lin Xinu was always by her side, even if she didn't speak, just stayed quietly at one side. She would feel relaxed, pleasant. Bai Shirhan, do you think the exam tomorrow will suddenly come up with very difficult questions? Lin Xinu suddenly looked up, frightening the little girl who quickly averted her gaze, pretending to have just heard it, nervous inside, and once again looking at his location. No, it shouldn't be, it should all be easy. This is the little girl's expectations. If the topic is too difficult, she is afraid that she will take too long to write, and then it will be too late to show him. Look, have I improved? Lin Xinu showed her the topics he had written in an attempt to reassure her. In the past, it was all for teasing her. That's why I deliberately wrote 2 wrong steps. The purpose was to make Bai Shirhan desire to instruct, so that she wouldn't always feel as if she wasn't much use and couldn't help. In fact, she had already tried her best to help Lin Sinyu. It's just that the little girl was paranoid and didn't think that the strength was enough. All right. Bai Shirhan looked at the exercises in her hands excitedly. Happy for Lin Sinyu, right? I told you Mr. White still has a gift for teaching people. Just from her expression, one could tell that Bai Shirhan was a little bit excited, saying that she didn't care and wasn't worried. She was still scared that she wouldn't be able to continue to be at the same table with Lin Sinyu. You're awesome. What's the point? I can be even better if you're willing to teach. Aha! So as a reward, after exams and vacation, would you like to go with me to see Grandma? Lin Sinyu's expression was serious this time, and his tone was soft, not at all as tough as earlier, as if he was extending an invitation to Bai Shirhan. The little girl was a little nervous. She knew that this was the equivalent of meeting her parents, although it was not Lin Sinyu's parents, but it was obvious that she could hear from his tone of voice that it was a very important and significant person. Good. The tone of his voice was soft, but in reality, the wind had already risen within him. What should I do? I've never met the parents before. What do I need to be aware of when I go for the first time? What should I wear? Can I wear a little dress? Lin Xinu could see her nervousness. It's fine. If I'm too nervous, I can go back alone. No, I can. How can you easily let go of such a moment that can be recorded as a milestone? Even if you are afraid, if you overcome it, won't you unlock a new achievement? Then we'll go back after exams and vacation. Good. Lin Sinyu felt satisfied. The only thing he dares not face is his grandmother. Even if he knows now that she is still there, he does not dare to go back alone. He is afraid that he cannot help it, afraid that he will not be able to tense up the strings in his heart in front of his grandmother. On the day of his grandmother's death, Lin Sinyu was at her heels, his words muffled, but the words he uttered clearly reached his ears. Milk, milk, see, no, to, you, tying, the, wedding, day, anymore. Now, even though I'm not married, I get to see it, which makes up for it. It's never too late to come home alone and watch your grandma smile and poke fun at you when you really mean it. Night came quickly, and Song Jelly was like an alarm clock set to the hour, coming in on the dot to check the room to see if Lin Sinyu had done anything out of the ordinary. By Shirhan she was comfortable with, but still had to be wary of the fact that Lin Xinu simply wasn't a boy who behaved at this age. Witnessing the other party leave, Song Jiali reminded the little girl as usual, Shirhan, be careful, but don't, Auntie Song. This time, without waiting for the other party to finish, Bai Shirhan looked up and interrupted her. Just tell Auntie directly if you have any Shirhan. Bai Shirhan was clear that the weekend was the time for Song Jiali to report to her father and the others, and if she went out, she would definitely be found out. It's about him, isn't it? Aha! After spending so much time with the little girl, how could she not see what was on her mind? She just didn't know what it was about. Bai Shirhan was so distracted that she didn't know how to organize her words to tell her. Song Jiali was a woman in the end, not to mention having already considered Bai Shirhan as her daughter. She would definitely feel that she was a bit strange, and the little girl had been clasping her little hands, obviously wanting to talk about something she had never done before, and it was definitely about Lin Xinu. Shirhan, tell Auntie directly. Auntie won't tell Mr. Bai. Can I go out with him on a weekend vacation? Song Jiali was slightly stunned, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Go out? Going out for what? Shirhan, you're not the kind of person who doesn't know what's important. Auntie, I'm going to accompany him to see Grandma. See Grandma? Well, it was someone who was important to him. Bai Shirhan's tone was firm, and she didn't continue clasping her hands. Aren't you scared? You've never been out alone before. No fear. Not afraid because he's there. Bai Shirhan's little heart thumped. It was the first time she had ever interacted with anyone other than Lin Sinyu, and it was about someone she cared about. Take your cell phone with you and call your aunt if you need anything. The little girl looked up excitedly. Promise? Your heart has run away to him. If you don't say yes you might sneak away. Can Auntie not say yes? Song Jiali shook her head helplessly. She had taken care of Bai Shirhan for so long, she had never seen her fall in love with anyone. Only this little kid who appeared out of nowhere was instead remembered in her heart by the little girl. Thanks. First of all, you have to protect yourself well, and you must call Auntie if there is anything, otherwise Auntie can't explain to Mr. Bai. And if there is anything wrong, just dial the phone directly and call Auntie. Good. Bai Shirhan was happy. From the moment she tried to speak up and tell Song Jiali, her whole heart was tense. Only now she was relieved. Song Jiali left after a brief explanation, and finally promised to help conceal it before Bai Shirhan was completely relieved, knowing that her aunt was never one to lie. Back to the room, picking up Midori next to his pillow, a smile of joy that he couldn't hide was on his face. Hey, today, I was awesome and improved a little bit. Chapter 57057. How can I give him a copy? Getting up for school can be annoying. Of course, if he hadn't gone to school with Bai Shirhan, Lin Sinyu would have thought that. But now, whenever I think of a little girl waiting at the bottom of the building to go to breakfast with me, it's a wonderful thing to think about. The only way to feel alone is to be alone on the road. Obviously studying is hard enough, but not being able to sleep in is simply unreasonable. It can't be helped though. Senior year is what it is. A labor of love. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. And there will always be those few who enjoy it. For example, now Lin Sinyu, as soon as the alarm goes off, he immediately changes his clothes, organizes his attire, quickly washes up, and finally goes out without forgetting to look in the mirror and fiddle with his hair. ******************************** ing Boys happy is just that, especially when they are washed up and handsome like no one else. The girl waited at the bottom of the building, this time deliberately get up early to get a good breakfast. The Daily Baozi store, sweet tofu brain, always let Lin Sinyu spend money. The heart must be overjoyed. I heard from my sister-in-law that the bride price that is very expensive. How can you save enough money for the bride price if you waste it like this? Bai Shirhan was already very good at it, and was now able to recognize if the person coming was the one she wanted to wait for by listening to the footsteps. Good morning, Sharon. Good morning, Lin Sinyu. Nowadays, the two can greet each other naturally. That's something to be proud of. Let's go. Today you'll take you to eat something you haven't eaten before. Lin Sinyu was just about to lead the way in front when he realized that the little girl wasn't following. I made breakfast. I'm afraid he'll get angry, so I don't dare say it too loudly. Lin Sinyu instead was full of excitement. I told you earlier that you made breakfast. Those things I've long been tired of eating, have not been good enough to say that I want to eat what you made with your own hands. This liar, who just said he'd take himself to eat something he's never eaten before. Bai Shirhan knew what he meant and pulled out the prepared cupcakes from her school bag. I still remember the day Lin Xinu grabbed her cake. His tone was firm, making the little girl his wife. Want to, eat together? Eat? Definitely together. Good friends are meant to eat together every day. Bai Shirhan knew that he was talking nonsense again. The cupcakes came out of the cutlery, or an assortment of small animal models. I'm going to eat this. This kitten's eyes look so aggravated, just like yours. Seeing Lin Sinyu snatch the kitten model away, Bai Shirhan puffed up. She is not aggrieved. But even so, it still couldn't resist the other party going to the bakery and buying 2 cups of soy milk. It says what you drink is a tonic. The exasperated little girl was tempted to change into her big bear short sleeves from that day to show him that there was no need at all. Breakfast is done. Bai Shirhan followed behind Lin Sinyu, and outside each classroom was now filled with quite a few students, basically memorizing the literary texts on the fly. The examination room has been fully organized, and the seats and chairs inside have all been set up. Since the test was right in this class, the two were seated at a table set up outside. During that time Bai Shirhan was nervous and a little excited. Everyone around us was memorizing and waiting for the bell to ring to go into the exam room, but she was different, sitting next to him, reading and memorizing with him. It's as if that underground best friend relationship, which was supposed to be sneaky, has come out into the open bright and early. The two men were in a seat by the window. Bai Shirhan had also secretly researched what kind of posture could be used to perfectly reveal the answer, making it convenient for him to be able to clearly see it. In short, everything seemed to be within her grasp. With the passage of time, the exam prep bell rang. All the students have organized and packed up their books, picked up the examination tools that had been prepared, and walked into the examination room one after another. Li Hua was waiting in his seat early, his position in the last row in the center, so he could clearly see all the movements between the two of them. From the moment he saw their position lined up yesterday, he had already made a calculation in his mind that as long as Lin Sinyu dared to make a copy, he would dare to report it. How can you think of having Bai Shirhan as a deskmate when your grades are not good? Even after being reminded by Bai Shirhan, Li Hua still stubbornly believed that everything was Lin Xinyu's problem, and it must have been because of his threats that he was spoken to that way by Bai Shirhan that day. The two don't think about that much, especially Bai Shirhan, who was sitting happily by the window, but then realized that she couldn't even peek at him from this position. The table used to be able to sneak a peek at the side of his face, but now it was completely out of sight. The little girl was a little depressed, simply did not expect this unexpected thing to happen, focusing on how she could show him, but did not expect to forget the most important part. The breeze outside the window slowly drifted in, probably because he was afraid that Bai Shirhan would catch a cold from being blown. Lin Sinyu got up and closed the window. Bai Shirhan blushed shyly, knowing what he meant. There is joy and sorrow in all things. Poor Yuan. Oh no. Li Hua, after seeing the interaction between the two without speaking, gritted his teeth and waited for Lin Xinyue to copy Bai Shirhan's paper, as if he had already seen the other party being caught by himself. The first is language. The invigilator walked in holding the papers at another preparatory bell. Anything not related to the test, please put it on the podium consciously. It's senior year. It's all about self-consciousness. Don't engage in those little tricks to deceive yourself and the teacher. At the end of the invigilator's sentence, many people took out the small books they had just been memorizing and placed them on the podium. Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan didn't move, and the two of him put irrelevant things outside early, possibly seeing that Bai Shirhan was a bit nervous. Lin Sinyu pulled out milk candies from his pocket and handed them to her. This action backfired and was captured by Li Hua. Lin Xinyue was then seen directly reaching out and feeding the milk candy into Bai Shirhan's mouth. Although nothing happened, Li Hua felt as if he was a dog on the side of the road, walking and being kicked inexplicably. The exams have begun. The rolls were distributed on time after the bell rang. It wasn't long before the only sounds left in the exam room were the rustle of a signing pen rubbing against a paper, the squeak of a chair caused by a flashing leg, and the sound of a loud cough to be had, or a poof of signaling coming from a movement. The little girl was nervous, but regained her composure after feeling the sweetness coming from the milk candy in her mouth, and just wanted to write her answers carefully and accurately and show them to him. Waiting until the last half hour, Bai Shirhan lifted her little head in relief. But the problem came. She hadn't even told Lin Sinyu ahead of time how he could see the answers she had written. Li Hua also finished writing in no time, and after seeing Bai Shirhan's test paper that was revealed little by little outwards, he was ready to report his intention at any time. As a result, he waited until the end of the exam, but did not see Lin Sinyu raise his head. All stop the pen. The high school entrance examination once finished are to leave the examination room cannot move the pen. You hurry to leave. The first one in each row from front to back to collect the paper. Li Hua is happy. The whole time Lin Sinyu did not look up to see Bai Shirhan answer. How can there be a good score? Chapter 58058. Want to sleep with him? It's Tuesday. Brothers come to catch up on reading. Walk out of the exam room. Although she didn't let Lin Sinyu see the answers on her paper, Bai Shirhan wasn't unhappy and still had faith in him. The reason why they did that was that they actually wanted Lin Sinyu to be able to check his answers after he finished writing the paper. Lin Sinyu went to her. So, look at your sad face, don't say you didn't do well on the exam. No, it won't, as usual. Seeing as there were a lot of people in the hallway outside, the little girl was obviously a little shy. Even though this feeling of talking right in front of other people was great, she was still a little put out. You're such a little twerp. Ha? Bai Shirhan looked up at him, a little confused as to what Lin Sinyu was trying to convey. He, Li Hua, is in the same exam room as us, and you're exposing your roles to the outside like that. If I were to look at them, wouldn't that be the end of it? Ha? She didn't think about it that much and didn't know that this might happen. And when she heard Lin Sinyu say this, she reacted instantly, her face full of apologies, like a docile child who had made a mistake and was waiting to be punished. Don't worry, I definitely won't do too badly on the exam. Lin Sinyu scraped her nose with a quick hand when no one was around to notice, causing Bai Shirhan to instantly blush. There's someone. It's not allowed. Bai Shirhan was startled and pulled away, afraid that this guy would touch her head and hold her hand. If others saw and misunderstood, they would definitely say they were in early love. Later we'll eat and go back to bed for the 2 p.m. exam. Good. What Lin Sinyu said she would only agree to now, fearing that if she didn't agree, the other party would immediately starve the tiger. You are allowed to go home at noon during exams. At first Lin Sinyu planned to take Bai Shirhan outside to find a place to eat, but no matter what he said, the little girl wanted to eat at school, so in the end he couldn't argue with her and had to agree. Enjoying school cooking so much? No. You can't just tell him that the dowry required by the family is very expensive and that he shouldn't spend money on it, can you? Definitely be thrifty and frugal so you can save a ton of money. Come on, I'll get you dinner today. Aha. Nice try to save a little bit of money. The young girl, with a red face, slowly followed behind Lin Sinyu, still tugging at his clothes as before, letting go when there were many people, and then secretly holding on when there were fewer people. Both seemed to enjoy it. It was only that Lin Sinyu was more open, and Bai Shirhan didn't dare to increase her movements at all, but instead, secretly, without his knowledge, she slowly searched for relaxing cheeses that would soothe her. Just be a good boy and wait for me here. I'll be right back. Arranging for Bai Shirhan to sit in the corner exclusive to the two of them, Lin Sinyu went to the window for food. Watching his back, the little girl would always somehow feel that she had naturally become a child, and had been spoiled by him since he first made her his wife. Probably because they could eat out of school. The cafeteria at noon was significantly less crowded than usual, and even if Lin Sinyu was in the crowd, Bai Shirhan was still able to search for his back at a glance. This feeling of her being able to spy on him and him not being able to notice was fantastic. It didn't take long, and from Bai Shirhan's gaze alone, it was clear whether or not Lin Sinyu had returned. No. Upon seeing Lin Sinyu walk over with a dinner plate, the little girl's eyes were much brighter, and the corners of her mouth couldn't suppress the joy that quickly surfaced. Today's exam, the cafeteria is giving the seniors an extra chicken leg each, and it's a good thing you said you'd come to the cafeteria to eat, or you'd be missing a leg. Hey, it's little blessings like this that make it worth being happy. Come on, I'll give you mine. You've got little arms and legs. Eat more and grow some meat, or you'll definitely be uncomfortable to touch later. Eat, can't eat. Looking at the 3 chicken legs on her dinner plate, Bai Shirhan was sure that the other party was just trying to fatten herself up. Before he could express his emotions, he only saw Lin Xianyu pulling out soy milk from somewhere like a magic trick and placing it on the table. I'll pass. You need a tonic. The little girl huffed and puffed, determined in her heart that she would definitely give him a good look when she had the chance. The two sat facing each other. Under the table, their legs were placed crosswise. In the past, they would always bump into each other at dinner for no reason. But now, in this position, there was no need to worry about it at all. Unless one of them did it on purpose, and then they would get caught. The reason why I put it like this is still because Lin Sinyu was more able to fool around and had to say that this would increase the space. So the little girl nodded her head and believed it. Here, have some more greens too. Lin Xianyu took the vegetables out of the bowl again and put them into her bowl. Now Bai Shirhan was unconvinced. Looking at the bare rice on his plate, her heart felt bad, as if she was particularly overbearing and wouldn't let him eat the food. So he took half of his bowl and put it on his plate as well. In response, Lin Xianyu didn't give it back to Bai Shirhan. After all, the food that came out of her bowl would be delicious anyways. The afternoon test was math, and you had to get to the test center at 2:30 and wait until 3 o'clock for the official test. After the two of them finished eating, no matter how much Bai Shirhan refused on the way, Lin Sinyu managed to go to her house on the grounds that he couldn't study properly without being watched by her. I'm so tired from the morning exam. Why don't I take a nap and get up later to review? Look at you. You see? You know this man is disturbed. Bai Shirhan was puffed up and couldn't just kick him out, so she had to watch him lay down on the couch. Why don't you come over and sleep with me? That way, I should be able to overachieve on the afternoon exam. Shame on you. The little girl twisted around and went to her room. After about 10 minutes of carrying Green in her arms, Bai Shirhan was a little afraid that he would catch a cold in the living room and purposely pulled out a blanket from the closet. Fearing that he was making too much noise during this time, he went out with extra soft footsteps, walked to the living room. Bai Shirhan first looked at him quietly from the sidelines. This feeling of caution is so exciting. If he suddenly opens his eyes, seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Bai Shirhan then boldly approached with the blanket, not even daring to breathe hard as she walked over. The blanket was slowly placed over his body, moving gently the entire time for fear of creating a commotion that would wake him up. Bai Shirhan just stood in front of Lin Sinyu, looking at him peacefully, listening to his even breathing. At this time, she also wanted to sleep next to Ah. It would be so nice to be able to hold his arm as quietly as on a rainy day, rubbing it slightly. In her mind, the girl, for some reason, the picture was very bold, walked across the room to his side, moved very gently and lay down, right in front of her, the two of them facing each other, breathing in the air that each other had breathed. This time, she can't seem to help herself. Chapter 59:059. Let's leave our traces in every part of the school. People in deep sleep can barely feel the sound coming from the outside world, not to mention the laborious writing some time ago. At this time Lin Sinyu lying on his side on the sofa, has long been in dreamland. The Bai Shirhan in the dream was so bold that she dared to directly stroke his cheek. Little soft hands, touching the face, greedily breathing in the air he had breathed, watching in peace, even slowly approaching. Hey, why don't you kiss me? What a wimp. In the dream, Lin Sinyu was so anxious that if he could move, he would definitely go straight up and take her into his arms. The 2 o'clock alarm went off. It's the little alarm clock Bai Shirhan took out, vibrating on the coffee table while ringing. Lin Xianyu was just about to open his eyes and settle that annoying alarm, but he heard the ringtone had disappeared. In the line of sight, Bai Shirhan's figure gradually transformed from blurry to clear. You're awake? You didn't sleep? When did you come out? Why didn't I know? Lin Sinyu got up and sat up straight, probably thinking about the dream he had just had and was a little embarrassed, only to see Bai Shirhan holding a small alarm clock in her hand. Her skin was delicate and smooth, her pretty face was slightly red, and with a wisp of breeze, a few strands of hair fell on her cheeks. With a small mouth slightly open, paired with weak eyes, it was hard not to want to go up and bully the bully. I am not sleepy, probably a little vain. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to meet his eyes, and could only touch the alarm clock in her hand to try to ease the tension. Get some rest. Look, your ears are red. Me, going to the restroom. Bai Shirhan had two habits when she was in a bad mood. One was to hide in a corner and not think about anything, and the other was to go to the washroom and hit her face with water. That would also be much better. Are you done? The toilet door was closed. Not to mention it was one of those old-fashioned houses where there was only one bathroom inside. Okay. The little girl opened the door and came out. There were still droplets of water slowly sliding down her face, and even though it was boiling hot, it was a lot better than just being too nervous to talk. I'm going to the bathroom too. The only good thing about school uniform pants for boys is the convenience. It's simple and easy to pull them down and end the battle with a final shake, and there's no need to worry about being strangled. Lin Sinyu was very self-disciplined, so he didn't have to worry about the kind of problems that would happen with Kongyu. Fatty fights every night, and as soon as he goes to the school's public restroom, he is always reminded that there are still remnants of hair-drying battle-shredded paper on it. When she washed her hands and came out of the bathroom, Bai Shirhan was standing on the balcony blowing in the wind. The redness on her face had slowly faded. Let's go. We can still read in class now. Well, hearing Lin Sinyu speak, Bai Shirhan just subconsciously nodded her head. How could she have the heart to read a book right now? When a kitten steals fish, it always thinks about whether it will have a chance next time. Here, have some candy. Seeing that she was silent and didn't say anything, Lin Sinyu thought that the little girl was more nervous, and picked up the candy from the counter, ready to stuff it into her mouth. And every time it was the only way to sneak up and touch her soft skin. No more candy today. Bai Shirhan didn't resist, as if that would counteract her sneaking around to touch him. Next time, it's a good idea to hold back. School mock exams, like GCSEs, are allowed to be handed in early. It's just that basically no one goes that far. Each classroom floor is patrolled, and if you run into a student who turns in their paper early, you may be caught by the homeroom teacher if you're unlucky. It's not so bad if the result is ideal, but if the result is not as good as last time, you will surely be called to the office and criticized. Math is easy to write for a schoolteacher. There's no pause at all, especially between multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, and in the few minutes it takes to check the paper, you can see several answers straight away. It's still important to be careful when doing something like this. Most people write their answers with confidence and then wait until the evening to check their answers only to realize, what? There's a condition here? Normally, if you take a math test, Lin Sinyu will definitely hand in the paper in advance, and then follow his brothers to find a corner in the school, where a group of people share a cigarette with you and me. Now, when the answer is over, look up, find your target, put down your pen, and settle in behind her. This kind of bright peeking at a favorite is just not good enough. Early hand in the paper may be caught by the class teacher, but for a blank do not want to do the scum. It does not matter. Caught. Anyway, there is no room for regression. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. The class teacher is too lazy to criticize the words. Wait a little. Finally, I saw the little girl stop moving, just about to put the test paper outward, and then as if remembering something, she covered it tightly. This can be aggravated. Li Hua, sitting in the last row to see the eyes are a little sour, still did not catch Lin Sinyu copying small moves. In school, exam time tends to go by faster than any other time, let alone the kind where you get to ogle each other's backsides in the light of day. Only after everyone around him had left the examination room did Lin Sinyu accompany Bai Shirhan out, since being refused by Lin Xianu to look at her answer. Bai Shirhan was happy inside. Never thought there would come a day when someone who barely studied at all would be willing to follow her lead and still not rely on small gestures to prove themselves. Throughout the day, except for morning and noon, neither of them talked much, either reviewing or resting. At night, perhaps fearing that some students in the lower grades, taking advantage of the opportunity to exploit the opportunity to change into senior school uniforms to sneak out. The school does not allow seniors to go home early dismissal, but in the classroom self-study. Needless to say, the study room was again reduced to a date place for the two. Is it really okay? I thought we were supposed to sit in class and review. The little girl was nervous. She used to review in the classroom alone at a table, not like the rest of the class where several people were together, either chatting or working on the answers under the guise of reviewing. Lin Sinyu nodded. Don't worry, don't you think it's quieter to use this place for reviewing than the classroom? Hearing him say that, Bai Shirhan also felt that it made sense. At the very least, she wouldn't be interrupted in her thoughts by the giggles that came out from time to time. After all, they had all been brought to the study room by him, and it was hard to get away, so they could only be at his mercy. This place where it's just the two of us is fantastic. Bai Shirhan didn't know how to reply to him and just nodded her head in cooperation with a red face. There's still a lot of the school that we haven't been to, so I'm going to take you with me when I have time and leave traces of our presence wherever the school has been. Why is he so talkative? The little girl looked at him earnestly, already filled with anticipation just thinking about it. It's all about leaving, so why don't you let us go crazy one last time at school? Bai Shirhan nodded, suddenly energized. Chapter 60:060, all in the same path. The goal of treating every place you've ever been to as a rendezvous scene is a bit too large. Because of this, the two are so energized by each other. Of course, the idea is different. Lin Xianu was trying to make Bai Shirhan think of them spending time together whenever she visited a place, but she was different, happy, excited, plus a little bit of anticipation for breaking another milestone. The 2 days of practice exams ended quickly, and the follow-up was to start organizing and packing up the exam room, and to move all the books and desks that had been placed out in the hallway back to the classroom. Often at this time, many people are showing off their so-called correct answers. Whenever it came to this part, the one who felt proud was Li Hua, the class leader. The feeling of being surrounded by 5 or 6 people as a standard answer comparison was really soothing to him. He was just about to look in the direction of Lin Sinyu and the others to satisfy his inner vanity, when he realized that the two were moving back to the classroom one by two. Not only that, the smile on Bai Shirhan's face was extraordinarily bright at the moment, practically shrimp pig heart. Schools don't mark papers quickly, and the rankings probably won't come out until after the 3rd day of tallying. Often, the evening of the day when all the subjects are finished, the class chooses to match the answers according to the corresponding subject. I told you, Li Hua was wrong on that question, and none of you believed it. You all thought it was the right answer. Crap, I can't believe I got it right. The class president got that question wrong. When the answers came out, there was a mixture of joy and sadness on the faces of the group that had gotten to the answers early. The two of them, Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu, swapped test papers and corrected the answers that appeared on them. The little girl's eyes are bright. The first door right is a math problem. Math often want to get a high score depends on how many points deducted from the multiple choice fill in the blanks. As long as the wrong 2 or more, almost with the high score is not related. You're awesome. After correcting the multiple choice fill in the blanks, the smile on Bai Shirhan's face could no longer be hidden, and the thought of the two of them being able to continue to be at the same table for the rest of their high school years filled her with vigor as she spoke. I suspect you're sidestepping your own awesomeness. Lin Sinyu picked up her test paper. It is said that there is a disadvantage for girls in math, But this girl completely broke the conventional understanding, showing all the answers are the same as those announced on the blackboard. Nope, got lucky. Your kind is called Versailles. What is Versailles? Ha, it's that you could easily be my wife. But in the back of your mind you're thinking that it's so hard to be my wife. Bai Shirhan ignored him. What do you mean it was easy? Until now, she has only saved a little bit of money, which is obviously not enough as a bride price. After matching the answers to the test paper, excluding the steps which might be deducted sometimes, Bai Shirhan's answers were all correct. Mr. White, I'm counting on you to lead from now on. You're obviously good too. Based on the answers on his test paper, Bai Shirhan had briefly estimated that the math could probably be above 130, which was simply too much better than the previous 80 points. The table is definitely stable. The only worry is that it is afraid that Lin Sinyu's performance reaches a stable level, and the higher up it gets, the more difficult it is to improve, and often it is just that 1 point, which is enough to open up the gap. With less than 3 months to go, there's still a long way to go before the agreed upon score. So afraid that I won't do well on the exam? Lin Sinyu saw her concern and handed the test paper back to her. Aha! Bai Shirhan didn't hide it. She was indeed scared. It's scary to think that you've worked so hard to build up the courage, but in the end, the two of you won't be together. Even with absolute trust in Lin Sinyu, being in the darkness for so long, it was customary to think of the worst possibilities. Because of this, it adds a lot of worry. Don't worry, I'll do everything I promised you. Lin Sinyu was confident, a confidence that was innate, and would not back down at all. Bai Shirhan, I think you need to break through with a new achievement to lighten the mood. Ha! Before I could react, and with the fact that it was the end of class, there was either a clamor of joy or excitement around me to show off the estimated scores on the test. Come on, I'll take you to unlock new achievements. 2. Where to? Don't you care? Dare you follow? How could he choose to concede at this point when he had said that and was already a feisty chick in her own right? The little girl got up and made way, signaling Lin Sinyu to lead the way in front. The two sneak out of the classroom. Now it is the time for the examination subpapers to be corrected. Many teachers have already gone to another teaching building, and the people patrolling are a little less than usual. As for the director of teaching, they are usually meeting in the political education office at this time. For all of these, all are valuable lessons learned from previous offenses. Down the stairs, Bai Shirhan just followed his lead, proving that she was bold and a very brave chick. Come on, we'll go over there later and make sure you've never been there before. Good. Hearing him talk so suspensefully, Bai Shirhan became even more curious and followed closely behind him. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling. Nothing I'd said before would have dared to walk down the hall so openly, let alone with a boy. Ever been to the soccer field? A lot of people go over there to run at night. No, she never went to crowded places, not to mention that there were sophomores and freshmen in the playground, so it would only be more tense if there was a lot of mixing. 3 different colored uniforms appeared on the soccer field, and now she was going to follow him and step into that uncharted territory where she had never been before. Nervous? Still, it's okay. The little girl made a fist with her small hand, using it to cheer herself up. Go on, follow me. Without waiting for her to react, she was already being held by Lin Xinyu's fisted little hand. Don't be afraid, look at them. So many of them are holding hands. Bai Shirhan looked in the direction Lin Sinyu was pointing and really saw quite a few sneaky girls like her in the darkness of the light. They're good friends too? Yes, it's the place where only good friends come over every day to clock in. But be careful. You have to hold hands in the low light to prove that you're in a good relationship. Bai Shirhan opened her small mouth as if she had opened the door to a new world. Let's go. The soccer stadium is the first stop we arrive at. Let every dark corner in the soccer stadium leave a trace of our presence. Ignite. The little girl didn't care that she was being led by him, and quietly followed him to find the dark corner. When I waited for the place, I realized the presence of people in the same color school uniform next to me. Bai Shirhan was stunned. How is it that there are also scary men here who have one hand pinning a girl's 2 hands against the wall? 4 eyes met, and the pair of best friends thoughtfully gave way, understanding that a pair of fellow travelers had arrived. Look, they're just like us. They're in a good relationship. You lie. No, look over there. Those kind of good friends are allowed to drill the grove. Bai Shirhan was a bit flustered. No, not good friends anymore. Chapter 61:061, The Most Beautiful Affection. It had to be said that school uniforms did seal in all the good figures, and if he hadn't seen Bai Shirhan's bare top earlier, Lin Sinyu wouldn't have been able to prejudge her size at all. The dark night, coincidentally, was the time when testosterone spiked at an extremely high rate, not to mention that the pair not far away were guiding each other recklessly as if no one else was there, and the little girl was dumbfounded by the sight. What happened to that hand? Why would it still quietly disappear into a girl's school uniform? No, it's not okay. The thought of Lin Xinyu's hand disappearing into her school uniform like that made Bai Shirhan panic. No wonder she didn't have a good friend before. The two face to face very close to each other. Even in the dark wall corner, Bai Shirhan can clearly feel the other side of the rough breathing out of the gas hit in the face. Red-faced, careful, greedily sniffing the smell of him blowing, chest sinking and stuffy, heart thumping. Is he going to pin himself against the wall with one hand? Look at you, breathing so fast, you must lack exercise. No, it can't be like that. Bai Shirhan resisted, quickly getting out from under his arm due to his short stature, and looked at her so-called best friend in front of her with an exasperated look. What are you thinking? Do you want me to pin you against the wall too? No, not at all. This guy has backed himself into a corner, obviously thinking that way, and now he's backpedaling instead. It's really hateful. Come on. I'm taking you out for a walk on the playground to hit the places that good friends always go to each other, and I can be that way if you want. No, don't. The two of them were talking face to face. How could they not help that the pair next to them seemed to be getting more and more oblivious, and from time to time they let out a tsk sound, which in turn turned Bai Shirhan into a big red face completely. Run, will you? Good. That kind of pathetic begging look is hard for a lot of guys to resist. Lin Sinyu also did not want to so quickly let her carry on with himself to that stage. To Bai Shirhan character, now certainly not possible to try. Hold a hand are a little wary, not to mention the kind of suction oblivious to taste each other in the mouth of amylase. The two stood and talked without feeling tired at all. Usually temporarily alone for a while will feel bored, but now cannot feel it at all. The inner basically does not exist, the usual kind of empty feeling, but instead was filled to the brim. Come on, let's take a walk today and from tomorrow we'll start jogging. This was a completely new attempt for Bai Shirhan, who usually sat in the classroom, occasionally looking upstairs at the soccer field and envying the students playing inside. We need to work out or we'll definitely lose our stamina later. Look at the way you just breathed. If it wasn't for the wall behind you blocking it, your legs would have gone weak for sure. No way. Then take a couple steps so I can see. Gee, why are you still tugging on my coat? You're so annoying. Even so, this kind of time together had to be said to be downright relaxing, not awkward at all, or satisfying as long as he was next to someone who cared, even if it was snarky, as long as the other person was there. Want some candy? No, not eating. Bai Shirhan thought that she didn't need to consume the amount of sugar anymore to be happy, so she didn't eat what he gave her. The subtle sensation of being touched by his fingers was a little hard to forget, but the little girl was trying her best to restrain herself, for fear that if she didn't hold back, she would always want to eat the candy he fed her later. For Lin Xinu, she had now learned to reject, and that was the best thing. At least she could express her inner thoughts and didn't have to deliberately suppress herself. Look, they're holding hands and walking. Why don't we try it today? Is it okay if I eat candy, holding hands and walking on the soccer field? This kind of thing was simply too bold. Bai Shirhan didn't even dare to think about it, even if she had shadow copulation many times, but when it was really about to take place, the little girl obviously conceded some, preferring to be touched by his fingers, but also didn't dare to take a walk like what he said. Nervous about coming with me to see grandma tomorrow? Lin Xinu didn't give her a chance to refuse. Being in the darkness itself, if he didn't take the initiative to master it, how could he let her unlock the next achievement? Just do it more often, and over time, you will carry on enjoying it, and pulling your hand won't feel like anything. Tight, nervous. Bai Shirhan was so shocked that she began to stutter. His temperature was warm and comfortable, but it was just the inner workings of her mind. Shy, wanting to detach her small hand from his hand. That's punching the clock. Don't you want the school to be filled with signs that we've been here? No, it isn't. It's not like a good friend is anything. It's dark and surely no one will see it. Well, Bai Shirhan only felt her heart thumping, even more nervous than just over in the corner. It's sneaky, exciting, and a little mesmerizing. The only sounds around were the giggles and jokes of the other students, and every now and then a boy appeared to sneak around and rip off a girl's leash, successfully attracting the other's attention. Often this is when the boy will run, purposely making it impossible for the girl to catch up, and then slowly drop his speed, so that the one chasing him will experience the pride of catching him, and the palm of the hand will fall on the boy, or the hand will be lightly whacked, and the skin will be recaptured with a blush of shame. Joking. How can boys run but girls? Just deliberately so that you can experience the favorite girl palm touch. After all, during the period to be able to deliberately resist, take the opportunity to touch her little hand and so on. This is youth. Okay, well, there are lights. When they almost reached the light, Bai Shirhan reminded with a red face, and only then did the two of them reluctantly separate their palms, waiting until they entered the next piece of darkness, and then coincidentally holding on to one another. Lin Xinu twisted his head to look at her in the darkness. Even if the light was faint, as long as he was close enough, he could still see the other person's face. That's awesome. This way even if we clock in successfully, we've completely occupied the soccer field. Lin Sinyu's tone was full of pride, as if he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. On the soccer field, as soon as they get to the brighter lights, the little girl shyly draws her hand away from the palm and waits until the darkness, and then consciously gives him her little hand for the so-called punchline. After a long time, the movements got used to it, and had begun to enjoy the pleasures of it, something that had never been experienced before, openly and without fear of being discovered by him. A cool breeze is blowing in your face. Wherever you are, the wind I blow will embrace you for me. Warmth, softness, darkness, large hands wrapped around small ones, gently rubbing. Maybe a young girl doesn't know what liking is, but in this moment, the heart is filled with nothing but the desire to try. There is no better relationship than when I make your heart sing and you make my heart feel good. Be bold, by Shirhan. If you just dare to say you like it, I'll hold you in my arms and make you realize how much I love you. Chapter 62:062. His heartbeat. The sneaky clocking in the dark is really exciting. Even if he didn't make the humiliating sound of being held up against the wall and barfing, it could still count as unlocking a new achievement, and like he said, had managed to conquer the entire soccer field, leaving it with traces of their presence on it. Of this, Bai Shirhan is proud. Inwardly, he even began to calculate where the next place he would go to leave his mark would be. Nervous, restless, and a little expectant. It's just a shame that the class bell is about to ring, and this aroused desire has to be brought forward into the sage state. The little girl has been satisfied, holding hands to clock grinding that will. She is pretending to refuse, actually has secretly feel his warm hand. Lin Sinyu was also happy. Warm water boiled frogs with cajoling. Oh no, philosophizing can work. Even has begun to plan when to borrow a disc of island essence from the fat man, said to be a study material, close to open the door to her new world. Even if the little girl blushes shyly then she can be told in a good friend way that good friends can try it on each other. With a little more effort, it might be easy to pierce the layer that existed between the two. Confessing to get her to say yes was out of the question, having made it obvious to herself that she was making the other person her wife. With all the initiative, and still in this relationship, she had to find another way to do it, by way of being a good friend. Holding hands was sort of a done deal now, and no, the little girl had a smile on her face, enjoying herself. After that just work on it and do all the things a relationship should do as good friends. Even if being suddenly reacted in the middle of the day, it would only be an aggravation saying Lin Sinyu, didn't we agree to be good friends? Why do I have to have a baby? Maybe it was just after the mapping exam. There were a lot of students at the door of the classroom, plus it was the end of class time. Most of the students started to relax themselves, only a few of them were still frantically brushing up on the problems in the classroom. That's the way it is in senior year. A simple relaxation followed by a hectic revision session, only to go completely crazy in the last few days when you are actually in the exam hall. The two continue to stay in the study hall, and the classroom, which was supposed to be a sacred place, had been completely reduced to the shape of two people, not to mention the cats that often inhabit the place, who just about rest on the windowsill every night, are forced on by the harsh light, and then look at the girl in lust. Really don't understand the human world. When evening study was about to end, the two of them loaded their things ahead of time, then turned off the lights in the classroom, locked the door, and waited for the bell to ring before heading for the front door of the school. Next time, we're hitting the ground running by exploring the green mystery. It was because she couldn't understand it that the little girl was uncertain. Lin Xinu took her school bag and without waiting for her to refuse he had already put it on his arm and hung it up. Look, remember that place from last time? Looking in the direction of the others pointing. This time there was no young couple holding hands in the grove over there. No, it's not allowed in there. Bai Shirhan would always remember what he said last time, that it was a place where only people in love could go over there, and that the teacher had said that you couldn't fall in love early in high school, so if you went in, you'd be a bad student. You're silly, we're there to punch the clock. That kind of mysterious place. Really don't want to see it? It had to be said that Lin Sinyu's words had a full compulsion for Bai Shirhan. She was eager to go. After all, she had never experienced a relationship, and was eager to see what the legendary relationship was really like. To the little girl, the grove could be described in two ways, as a sanctuary for love, or as a no-go area for good students. She wanted to rebel for once, with Lin Sinyu, not to be a good student. Don't worry, we've conquered the soccer field today. Even if we're learning poses, we can't do it so fast. Aha! Bai Shirhan couldn't understand, only knowing that she didn't have to follow and explore the grove now. Her heart relaxed somewhat. The atmosphere gradually became a bit off, and the little girl held the corner of his coat and walked obediently behind without speaking, all the way out of the school gates. After waiting for the pedestrians on the surrounding paths to become less and less, Lin Sinyu stopped, with a slightly sad face. Tomorrow, I'm leaving. Hearing this, Bai Shirhan looked up, dumbfounded. No, not that. When he got to the end of the sentence, he thought that he might not take himself to see his grandmother because of something, so he didn't go any further. Well, we're going back on the bus first thing in the morning, and we're going to get an early night tonight. Good. Even though there was some reluctance in his heart, and he wanted to open his mouth to ask him why he went back on his word and didn't mention taking her back with him, he didn't have the courage to speak up in the end. Lin Xin, you looked down at her. I should be back after dinner this afternoon. There's no rest there. Bai Shirhan nodded and stood still, more or less unhappy in her heart, but not knowing in what capacity to ask him. She could only remain silent. Come on, hold hands, we won't see each other tonight. This time, Bai Shirhan didn't take the initiative to put her hand out and was slow to move. The two of them just stood quietly on the corner, so that no one would notice them as there were fewer pedestrians passing by at night. Cold wind out in the alley. The little girl did not know what to say, how to reply, lost and turned around. I want to go back. Tired. Want. Sleep. Sleep. When he finished, he reached out with his little hand, ready to reach for the book bag that rested on his arm. Unexpectedly pounced, was Lin Xinyu dodge away, but also grabbed the hand that wanted to snatch. Tender and smooth. No matter how long you touch it, you can't let go. You, don't bully me, okay? Bai Shirhan's eyes were a little moist, and she forced herself to hold back her emotions, not knowing what to say, so she could only continue with the snatch. What's up you? I mean, I'm not coming to your place tonight. Shake hands, we'll see you tomorrow. Aren't you going to see Grandma with me? The little girl stopped her hand that was trying to grab it and hung in midair, blushing and frozen in place. You didn't say you'd take me. I said I was leaving tomorrow. I didn't say I wasn't taking you. It's not like someone just didn't want to talk to me because they couldn't go, is it? No. Bai Shirhan didn't think to continue to grab the book bag anymore. This time instead, she gathered enough courage, first twisted her head to look around, confirmed that no one was there, and then carefully put her hand in front of his face. Ming, see you tomorrow. As punishment for misunderstanding my friend, I'm going to change this hand-holding goodbye to a hug. I don't. Before the words of refusal could be uttered, the small soft body had already broken into the warm embrace. Bai Shirhan was just about to struggle free when her small ear happened to rest on his chest, and the heartbeat coming out of it seemed to be just as tense as her own. Well, held. Chapter 63063. You wouldn't have never been on a bus, would you? Lin Xinyu was satisfied. The little girl was still stubbornly resisting, wanting to get out of the embrace, but a little less so. Enough is enough. Can't take it any longer. No, it can't be like that. In the end, reason overcame desire. If he didn't let go, when Auntie Song came later, it would all be over. Get up early tomorrow and meet me at the usual place. Aha! Bai Shirhan blushed, and rubbed herself without leaving any trace as she detached herself from his arms. Lin Xinyu looked at her excitedly. Bai Shirhan, we've kind of broken through another new milestone here. Soft and fragrant. It was easy to smell the scent left in her hair. The little girl hadn't slowed down yet and froze, just meeting his eyes. Come on, I'll walk you downstairs. Good. The pace of the two was very slow. The shadow under the street lamp is getting closer and closer. Bai Shirhan also did not to the previous that bold. The face suffered rosy and did not fade, meaning, still recalling the embrace just now. She wanted so badly to jump into each other's arms again and curl up like a kitten, but could never muster the courage. Not only that, even if Lin Xinyu took the initiative, Bai Shirhan would try to pick out excuses to refuse. The little girl was a little afraid that once she took a step, she would never be able to get it back. See you tomorrow. Good. The two of them stopped at the bottom of the building, and Lin Xinu, as before, watched Bai Shirhan go up the stairs until she disappeared around the corner before leaving. All the same, the little girl quietly appeared at the window and watched the others back slowly move away. Grandma's family is in the countryside, and that's where Lin Xinyu grew up, sort of a left-behind child. Parents at this time usually leave their children at home for their grandparents to take care of, with the adults going out to earn money and leaving the job of bringing up the children to the elderly. Generally for grandchildren, they are still quite happy to take them. The first reaction of many people who have been wandering around outside their home is that they do not fit in, and they only feel that their old home is still the same as before, with no development. Lin Xinyu is very fond of the countryside, where the air is not only good, but most of all has a heartbroken grandmother who has lived a carefree and happy life since he was a child. Grandpa left early. Basically it was his grandmother who brought him up single-handedly, and to say that there is no affection is definitely a lie. As for not choosing to go back after being back for so long, it's purely because of the fear of parting. Yo, come on, I got breakfast ahead of time. Lin Xinyu deliberately got up early and went to the Baozi store in advance to buy her favorite meat buns, and when he went to the bottom of the building, the The little girl was obediently standing at the bottom of the building waiting. Last night, probably because of her nervousness, Bai Shirhan slept quite late and set her alarm clock early just because she was afraid of missing the important meeting. Come on, open your mouth. I can do it myself. Bai Shirhan only felt embarrassed. She hadn't gotten over the hug yesterday, let alone this time to go back to using her mouth to catch the meat buns he fed her by hand. It's not like I haven't fed it before. Come on, open your mouth. He's really annoying and doesn't even listen to what he's saying and has to be fed. Inwardly, he complained petulantly, but still opened his small mouth to accept the bun handed to him, and then once again felt the small touch of his lips being touched by his hand. It must have been intentional. Even so, Bai Shirhan didn't dare to poke at him for fear that he would intensify his efforts against himself. Have you taken the bus yet? Seeing him obediently finish his bun, Lin Sinyu asked the most worrying thing. The countryside can only be reached by a special bus. Just afraid of the little girl usually go out in the private car. Have never experienced that kind of crowded, lively. No, you've never even been on a bus? Bai Shirhan nodded in resignation. Her grandparents they had died before she could remember. So in this regard she was a bit blank. A bit not quite understand Lin Sinyu's psychology, and could only experience it in peace and quiet, and then figure out what to do to comfort. Lin Sinyu sighed. It is true that the people from the big family, even the bus has not sat in. I can. Bai Shirhan could see his concern and understood what had to be done. Her eyes were firm and sure that she would be able to do it. Finishing his breakfast, Lin Xianyu took the plastic bag from her hand and then took the little girl to the route taken by the bus to wait, dropping the trash in the designated area halfway through. Can I get a ride here? You don't suppose you've never even been on a bus, do you? Looking at Bai Shirhan dull eyes, Lin Sinyu frowned. This is from where the little princess even thought about the other family, but never thought about her even doing that. Not long after, the car to Shanjiatan slowly stopped in front of the two of them. Lin Sinyu got on first, then let Bai Shirhan follow behind. Fortunately, this time point is relatively early. This car is not a lot. The two found a double seat. Let Bai Shirhan sit by the window. Lin Sinyu sat at the aisle. Earlier it was farther away, and in a hurry. I hadn't had a chance to check out her outfit. Just from her attire, she could tell that she was well put together, and overall looked well behaved, with a white t-shirt, black jeans, and her hair up in a high ponytail. Curiosity filled her lovely face as she looked around the carriage. The bus started slowly. I don't know how long. Due to the inertia generated by the turn, the little girl simply could not react in time. The small soft body immediately pounced towards Lin Sinyu. Lin Xianyu gripped the handrail as if he had already been informed of this situation, opened his arms, hugged her, and quietly exerted his strength to help her stabilize her body. At first Bai Shirhan was flustered, and when she plunged into that warm embrace, she instantly felt an unprecedented safety, and was at a loss for words. That's too dangerous. Here, just lean on my shoulder and I'll hold you with my hand. No, it's not necessary. There were more and more pedestrians in the car. All kinds of smells mixed and intermingled, laughing and talking, something Bai Shirhan had never experienced before. She didn't say anything either, wanting to get out of his arms but a little afraid of the unfamiliar surroundings, and ultimately had no choice but to stay quiet and still. 2. What if? I keep changing it and I can't change it. How can that be? Haven't we changed a lot of things together? So if I can't in the back. Lin Xianyu touched her head and quietly smelled her hair. What's so hard about it? Then I'll stay with you until you change. But this, he didn't answer immediately, but took the opportunity to reach out and put her small hand in his. It doesn't matter. I know your nature can't be rushed. I'll be by your side. No matter how hard the change is, I'll be waiting for you. Good. Bai Shirhan greedily rubbed against his chest. This was the long-awaited opportunity. Chapter 64, 064. How did he dare? Yes, that's the way to hold on tight. Feeling her grinding in his arms, Lin Xianyu was tickled, and in the way of the crowd, he could only reach out, silently placing his hand on her shoulder and holding on tightly. The girl's body was really soft, and she could feel the tofu-soft skin through her clothes. It wasn't long before the bus could be considered stable, and Bai Shirhan hurriedly slipped out of his arms and hid on the window side. That's the way it is in the country. When the road is fixed later, it won't be so shaky. Well, it's okay. If you're shaking again later, you can just lean on my shoulder and I'll help you steady yourself. No, don't. I don't know how many times I've tried to quit this feeling of anticipation, but every time, it's so uncontrollable that the slightest compulsion and I lose myself. It's okay, you're not used to riding in a car. It's okay for friends to lean on each other a little. What would you tell Kong? Kong? Fat Kong? I tell him that every day and he's still always asking for a hug. You'd better learn. Bai Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he hadn't lied to himself, except that it was obviously unlikely that she would be allowed to learn. Also, how long until? perhaps because she had never been on a bus before. Bai Shirhan felt a little dizzy and tried to lean on Lin Sinyu many times, stubbornly resisting. It's okay, get some sleep and I'll call you when we get there. Well, barely giving Bai Shirhan a chance to prepare, Lin Sinyu had already reached out and gently pressed her small head onto his shoulder. Go to sleep. Good boy. Aha. The dizzy little girl didn't know how to resist at all, but could only follow the arrangements as she was told, leaning comfortably against his body with a sense of security. The subconscious mind of a person will always express the deepest thoughts of the heart, like the current Bai Shirhan, who had a headache and couldn't open her eyes, but still chose to believe him. The bus enters the dirt road and becomes a full-on reinforced rocker. Bai Shirhan didn't feel it, leaning peacefully on Lin Sinyu's shoulder, her eyes closed, her good-looking eyebrows that one couldn't help but want to reach out and touch, not to mention her pink little mouth. Wouldn't that be a bit of a cop-out? Lin Sinyu's eyes blazingly looked at her, soft lips, although the hands secretly touched, but not yet tasted. If now, get off at Shanjiatan. Yells rang out, the bus stopped, and the crowd around them began to stir, either taking food down or getting off with chicken, duck, and fish with a bit of a fishy odor. Bai Shirhan opened her eyes and surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings. At first, he was nervous and scared, but when he saw Lin Sinyu beside him, he was heartily relieved. Here, is it here? Lin Sinyu touched her head, originally thinking that the little girl might resent it, but he didn't expect that the whole time she was sitting quietly. Even if she found the smell unpleasant halfway through, she would only force herself to endure it in her seat, and wouldn't complain at all. Well, it's down the street, just get some fruit and some easy-to-bite pastries to take back. Grandma couldn't get her teeth to work, but loved pastries. Lin Sinyu remembers all of this. Bai Shirhan obediently followed behind. From the moment she got off the bus, she had been surveying the strange place, as if she wanted to memorize every location in her mind. The countryside doesn't look as nice as the city, but the atmosphere and air is something you don't experience over there. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, but sniffed with her nose to make the distinction, then looked up at Lin Sinyu with a face full of astonishment. It's really like this. Didn't lie to you, did I? I never lie. Aha, let's go. We've bought all the oranges, soft cakes, and 8-pot kanji that grandma likes to eat. Lin Sinyu carried all of his things in his hands, and Bai Shirhan followed behind, pulling on his coat. So you don't get lost. Grandma's house is not on the street, down the path all the way. There is another section of potholed mud road. Luckily it is not raining, otherwise when you walk, your shoes will surely be covered with mud. Along the way, the little girl was full of curiosity, having never been to such a place before. Look, turns out there are still cows over there. I remember when I was a kid, my dad said that if I didn't get good grades in school, I'd have to go to the mountains to herd cows. But, why does it look like so much fun? You don't mind this place? Okay, fun. This was a bit unexpected. What Lin Sinyu had originally thought was that Bai Shirhan had never been here before and had always stayed at home, so she should not understand a lot of things. But why did she look so excited? The breeze was full of the smell of flowers and leaves. Ahead is Grandma's house. Lin Sinyu pointed to the tiled brick house that appeared at the end of the path, clearly creating an increased contrast with the houses in the city. Surrounding the river from time to time you can see children wearing only pants, standing next to the ditch everywhere to touch the fish. Some luck can find crabs, small shrimp. Catching and catching becomes splashing water on each other. Happiness is simple. It's just playing with each other. Bai Shirhan envies this kind of life. Her mind has even imagined that she and Lin Sinyu splashed each other with water. That would be very happy, right? It was only when she was about to arrive at her grandmother's house that Bai Shirhan reacted and started to get nervous. For her, this is the first time to meet the parents. Small hands panicked pinching the corner of the coat, do not know what to say later. What to do? All do not understand. Wait a minute. You'll call Grandma with me? Grandma will love you. Well, good. Will you really like it? But Mom and Dad they just don't seem to like me very much. Bai Shirhan has no confidence. The impression is only parents their strict guidance. Do not do the requirements. Either loud scolding or punishment. Will Grandma really like me? The little girl carefully followed Lin Sinyu. When it had been close to the house, the sound of firewood being organized in the kitchen came quickly. Bai Shirhan was a little nervous, no longer able to care about pulling on Lin Sinyu's coat. Her eyes looking towards the kitchen. Nervous, scared, ready to cook again. Grandma? How he shouted out. So should he follow along? The little girl was completely disorganized and stood frozen in place looking at Lin Sinyu until the old man with a hunched back appeared in her line of sight. Only then did she think to open her mouth. Milk. Grandma is good. Even the stuttering of words was a bit of a dare, for fear of leaving a bad impression on Grandma. Fishy? What are you doing back here? This is. Grandma was obviously a little happy. When she heard Lin Sinyu call her in the kitchen, she couldn't believe it at that moment. thinking her ears were hallucinating, and when she came out, she realized it was the truth. Grandma, this is a classmate. I like her and I'm going to chase her down to be my wife. Bai Shirhan could finally understand his cheek. How did he dare to say that in front of his parents? That would definitely be scolded. The little girl looked up timidly, ready to be criticized. This girl is good. Chapter 65:065. I can wash dishes too. People have a lot of important things besides love, affinity, dreams, pursuits, directions, only if all of them are up to standard. Such a life will be colorful. This girl, she's so handsome. The imagined reproachful words did not appear. Bai Shirhan looked at her grandmother, only to see the other party's face full of softness, nodding with considerable satisfaction. You didn't tell grandma when you came back. You haven't caught the market yet today. You didn't buy any meat. Lin Xin eyes sour. When I was a child, grandmother is always going out to buy meat. Every time you make a good meal, you will put the plate of meat in front of his heel, with the excuse that you do not like all give him to eat. He only ate the vegetables. Isn't there some in the garden? I'll go pick some back for grandma. No, you take your classmates up to the inner room and sit for a while grandma kills a chicken later. The last thing you need to worry about in the country is ingredients, vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks, geese, and catching small fish from puddles. Although you can buy them all over the county, it's the ones you grow and raise yourself that are the most reassuring. Not only that, but the key is grandma's handiwork, and you can never get tired of this taste of home. Lin Xinyu looked at Bai Shirhan. Do you want to go to the vegetable garden for a stroll? The little girl had been curious about everything around her for a long time, and after hearing his words, she nodded her head back and forth, making a move to get ready to follow. You'll be watching from the sidelines later. There might be mud down there and your little white shoes will definitely get dirty. Just from what Bai Shirhan was wearing, it looked like she wasn't a person who did farm work, not to mention going to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. Even if she waited for the mulberry and catalpa trees at the entrance to bear fruit, she didn't necessarily dare to touch them. Good. Grandma stood in the doorway, looking at the two men in front of each other without saying a word. Was going to let them come into the house to sit and rest. After thinking about it, it's good to do so. You can cultivate feelings by working. With that in mind, cheerfully took the chicken out of the fridge, which had just been killed some time ago, with a Coke and some canned fruit. For grandma, these are all the things that her grandson used to love to eat, and that's why she prepares them in advance in case he comes back in the middle of the day. Bai Shirhan held the corner of her coat and walked carefully on the mountain path, something she had never experienced before, so she was surprised. Fruit trees, vegetable gardens, farmland, and cows nailed to a hill to graze. Seeing the dried or wet excrement on the side of the road, Lin Xinyu began to introduce to Bai Shirhan. You know, when I was a kid, we loved to throw rubbing cannons in there and blow them up. That feeling is really great. I'll definitely take you to try it out when I have the chance. The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was saying, but from what I could tell from Lin Xinyu's excited expression, it seemed like it was really quite fun. Bai Shirhan did not dare to walk too fast, wearing a white t-shirt, although this time there is no bear, but the youth of the young girl, always because the development is too good, feel uneasy. Usually the school uniform seal is nothing, and now if you walk a little bit faster, obviously can feel the larger fluctuations. Overall it looks slim and lean, but the meat does grow where it should. Still, how much longer? Right away. See that stone bridge up ahead? Go through it, walk to the end of the bridge, and go down that way and you're there. Lin Xinyu roughly explained the direction. His eyes involuntarily flicked downward as he looked at Bai Shirhan, but quickly moved his gaze away. This action was caught in Bai Shirhan's eyes, and what was still a shy emotion just now, instantly transformed into pride. All said no need to make up. The two soon came to the stone bridge, and the river water underneath was so clear that the shadows of small fish and shrimps were clearly visible. Here, go slow, don't be afraid, this bridge is strong. Seeing that there was no guardrail on either side, Bai Shirhan was a little too scared to go forward, and then her small hand was held by Lin Xinyu. The little girl huffed and puffed. He was simply getting more and more over the top lately, engaging in all sorts of behavior such as holding hands without any consent at all, but he couldn't refuse himself. Not only that, he was enjoying himself somewhat, which made Bai Shirhan feel indisputable. Obviously said refused, but why always involuntarily want to approach? The small hand has not known how many times to put into his palm. Warm blazing scents, or still fond of. Waiting for the place, Lin Xinyu told Bai Shirhan to just stand on the grass at the top of the field. That way her little white shoes wouldn't stick to the dirt. Do you like cabbage? There's also these small bok choys and stuff. Look, there's also small chili peppers here. Lin Xinyu introduced her one by one, entered his territory, and this doesn't take her down? Joy, love it. As a result, she saw the other party get a large cabbage out of the ground in 3 or 2 strokes. and the little girl people were dumbfounded. Good. Great. This behavior was something she had never seen before. After all, she had only ever cut vegetables in the kitchen and had no idea of the picking process. Bai Shirhan jumped on the ridge. Also want to see if they can be like Lin Sinyu, but looked at the small white shoes. Apparently some regret. I knew that I would not wear so white and clean. There's sugarcane over there. Ever eaten it? It didn't take long for Lin Sinyu to come out of the vegetable garden with the vegetables picked in his hands, which were easy to clean as they were closer to the river. This time Bai Shirhan understood that she was useful, and her steps were slow as she followed Lin Sinyu, following the path towards the river. You can wait for me on the side. These simply wash off the mud and you can go back. Lin Xin guessed what she was trying to do, and when he was about to reach the river, he told Bai Shirhan to behave herself on the lawn. I can. In order to prove that she was useful, Bai Shirhan stubbornly walked towards Lin Sinyu. This time she didn't want to be obedient. Things like washing dishes wouldn't be hard for her. Then be careful. Don't get yourself wet. Not at all. Afraid that it would be a little difficult for her to clean it, Lin Sinyu purposely picked out a small one from the greens, and the two of them walked to the riverside rocks one after the other. Crouching down, he took the dish in one hand and placed it in the water, cupping the water with the other hand and began to wash the mud present on it. The little girl was right next to him, following his example, her little hands touching the river, an experience like no other. Even though she was in an unfamiliar environment, the current Bai Shirhan didn't feel scared. Instead she felt at ease, and the Lin Sinyu that existed beside her became her dependence. No matter what he did, as long as he was there, it was like a kitten with a master, not fearing the things around it at all. Bai Shirhan. The little girl had just twisted her head, and her nose was lightly tapped by Lin Sinyu's outstretched fingers, and the cold, moist feeling instantly spread from the tip of her nose all over her body, and her little face slowly turned red. Looking at the smiling Lin Sinyu on the side, coupled with the unfamiliar surroundings, Bai Shirhan felt as if she couldn't run away at all. No bullying, I'll call. Auntie Song said that you can tell on him whenever he bullies you, but now Lin Xin had changed his previous face, and that expression seemed to say no one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. Chapter 66066. It's time to save up for the bride price. What do you think of me? Lin Sinyu didn't continue to make a scene. Bai Shirhan wanted to tell him to stop playing, but suddenly saw that he was serious and spoke in a small voice. Very, very good. He is the best boy she met, wholeheartedly good to her, and does not want anything, although from beginning to end to do wife words on the side of the mouth, but is really Bai Shirhan met the best boy to her. The first time will produce just like this has been stayed by his side. Willing to be like this for the rest of his life, are the so-called good friends. I'm telling you, everyone in this area knows me and grandma, so if you run into one, just call after me. It's worthy of Lin Sinyu. It's really good. In Bai Shirhan's world, being able to recognize all the people around her was already a great thing, because she couldn't do it. That's why she thought so. In the countryside, especially at this time of the morning, most elderly people come out for a walk. After all, it is very comfortable to be bathed by the warm sunshine. Uncle Chen, going to the market? Yo, if it isn't little fish, back to see grandma? Yeah, wash the dishes and go back. It's been a while since I've had grandma's cooking. This girlfriend around? Good boy. Little fish is really something now. Bai Shirhan listened with trepidation on the side. How did he dare to say hello directly? Is not afraid of others to say? Also, is not a girlfriend. Oh, if it weren't for someone, it would be possible to hold him by the scruff of the neck right now. The little girl was sad that it was supposed to be the only time of the day when she could sneak a rub or be held by his hand, and while it was a little embarrassing, she had to say that it was especially soothing on the inside every time it was the only time. She couldn't even imagine what she would do if one day she suddenly couldn't be as close to him as a friend. When Lin Sinyu bid farewell to Uncle Chen, the little girl was relieved that she could finally hold him. Look, how much of a couple the two of us are. Uncle saw it and said you're my girlfriend. Lin Xin walked up to her and lowered his head to meet Bai Shirhan's eyes. Not at all. Why is he so thick-skinned? Bai Shirhan shyly averted her gaze, recalling the embrace on the bus. She really wanted it so badly, again, and was about to be unable to resist. There will come a day when I'll let the uncles hear, the grandparents know that you're my wife. He looked into her eyes with a serious expression that didn't even look like he was joking. Bai Shirhan's little face was already red, this time at once moistened to her neck. The tips of her ears were all red. You can't talk nonsense. Still not my wife, just a good friend. A good friend without any intimacy. Lin Sinyu directly snatched the words, leaving Bai Shirhan instantly speechless, so shy that she lowered her head and clamped her legs together. She was really going to be unable to do it. Why did he have to say that? Don't be afraid. Just because you're a good friend, that's why you have to help a good friend. Look, my uncles and uncles, they're all happy that I'm bringing a girl home, so go home with a good friend and we can be boyfriend and girlfriend. Can best friends really be like that? That's for sure. Look at us now, how much we look like a couple. What if Fatty comes back with you? Lin Sinyu's expression was serious. They all say that Fatty looks younger, so when the two of us are together, I treat him like a son. No, it can't be. Bai Shirhan panicked, not understanding what he was saying at all, and having to admit that what was said seemed to make some sense. Then the uncle asks, "What are you? And what are you going to answer him?" I don't know. The little girl didn't even know that she would meet this kind of situation when she came back with him. Obviously it was just picking a vegetable, but why did she need acquaintances and so many more? You see, Lin Xin was talking to another grandmother, the other looking her up and down with a soft face, nodding, quite satisfied. Done. He must have said he was his girlfriend again. Bai Shirhan was a little upset that every time Lin Sinyu went to say hello, she was stuck where she was, not even allowed to go hold his coat. Look, another grandma knows you're my girlfriend, so what are you going to tell them if we meet up later? No, it won't. Lin Xin felt that it was time to teach her, otherwise this girl would definitely not know what to say. Just call uncle, grandpa, or grandma. If you don't know the name, just call grandma. If you are asked what is your relationship with little fish, you can just answer, I am his girlfriend. It's high school now. I have to study hard, so I don't fall in love, and when I go to college, I will announce the relationship. No, don't. And what to say when you meet how? Bai Shirhan didn't know what to say, and had already been confused by him. Grandparents, I'm with him, a male and female friend, to go to college on, no, 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 no. The little girl shook her head, wanting to go to Lin Xinyu's grandmother to complain that he was always bullying her. You can't do this. Come on, hold me. Go back and practice with me. Get used to this kind of thing. I can't. Reaching out her hand and holding it on the corner of his coat, Bai Shirhan was still a little shy, her head full of thoughts about what she would do if everyone in the village knew she was his girlfriend. If Auntie Song found out, she'd say she didn't know how to say no. Woohoo! Shouldn't have agreed to come back with him. Lin Sinyu didn't give her a hard time, and the two of them followed the path and prepared to come back, and before they reached the door, they saw their grandmother waiting on the hillside. Today kind of opened up a new world for her. What was meant to be a promised friendship was inexplicably introduced as a girlfriend. Little fish is back. Come on, give the vegetables to grandma. Grandma will go and cut them up, and you take the little girl in for a seat. Good. There's canned goods in the fridge, and Coke, and grandma knows that those are your favorite. Lin Xin nodded his head, under the impression that whenever he came back, there would be his favorite food at home. Carrying out the stool made of wood from the room, Bai Shirhan didn't have any dislike for it at all and sat on it directly. Do you want me to rub it for you? No, it's fine. The little girl's legs are soft. Long wanted to find a place to sit down. When the opportunity arose, which cares if there is something on it? Slow down and then say, how does it feel to be here? Bai Shirhan's pretty face was red, and the excitement on her face couldn't be hidden at all. Good, fun. Most of all, she was introduced to him as his girlfriend. That's the thing about girls, they tend to be reluctant with their mouths, but once it happens, their hearts are full of joy. Gotta save up. If he doesn't have enough for the dowry, he won't be able to marry himself. Chapter 67, 067. Just burning fire. Love is the best beauty filter. Even if Lin Sinyu was moving chairs, Bai Shirhan would still find him very good looking and would look up from time to time to peek. This sneaky behavior was very addictive to her. If one day, if there was no Lin Xinyu's within her line of sight, then the little girl would truly feel flustered, or not know what to do. Shirhan. Well, Lin Sinyu moved the stool next to Bai Shirhan. The two bodies slowly approached, gently touching, and sat in the doorway, basking in the sun. When I get back, I'm going to start making money. Bai Shirhan nodded, roughly able to guess his subsequent plans, and was calculating in her heart, wanting to start with the living side of things and save her pocket money. Lin Sinyu's happiness is simple. As long as he accompanies her and chats with her, watching smiles gradually emerge on her face, he will feel satisfied. This if the two of them got married and made enough money. He would definitely renovate his old home and just live in the countryside with her, soaking up the sun every day, holding hands in the vegetable garden, introducing her to all kinds of vegetables. Just thinking about it would make him feel very happy. Grandma's a good cook. Aha! Bai Shirhan didn't know what to say, obviously feeling his arm rubbing against herself, although it was crispy and comfortable, but it couldn't be so bold. It's true that you can't be too indulgent or he won't even know what it means to be restrained. Compared to the county town, Bai Shirhan still preferred life in the countryside. Staying here can be very relaxing. There is no need to worry about anything at all, and there are very few people coming and going. Not to mention the fact that the neighbors around her all know each other. And after a few more greetings, she can definitely take the same initiative to communicate with Lin Sinyu. The vibe was comforting. And most of all, Grandma was nice. When she first came here, Grandma even complimented her on her good looks. Look at your face full of enjoyment right now. In the future when you marry me and have 2 more babies, just planting vegetables and raising chickens, ducks, and geese with me in the countryside, that will definitely be a very happy thing. Lin Sinyu moved closer to Bai Shirhan, came to her ear and whispered, "No, no way. It used to be about being a wife. Now he already wants her to give him children. How can this be?" Bai Shirhan blushed, even though the feeling of secretly rubbing against him was really very comfortable. The excitement of her heart thumping was completely impossible to suppress. If it weren't for the fact that she could hold the corner of her coat every day, the little girl wouldn't know, in what way, to fill the empty hole inside. "Look at you. Your face is red. Are you thinking about how to make a baby?" I didn't. Bai Shirhan did not want to care about him. How could she think about that kind of thing? What way? What action? How could she know? We are still young and our focus should be on our studies. It's not to think about that. Lin Xin used sudden seriousness, in turn, made Bai Shirhan a whole lot less likely to be able to do so. These words were clearly something she had said only some time ago, and now they were actually being used by him against himself. Fishy, the table is cleared, so we can eat later. Alright, Lin Sinyu quickly got up and looked at Bai Shirhan after answering. Just sit and wait. Get ready to savor our grandmother's handiwork. Aha! Even though it was agreed, it was definitely impossible for Bai Shirhan to sit there and not move. No matter what she was doing, she would always think of finding something to do that would give her a sense of involvement. The beauty of youth is that it is so simple, and both want to be there for each other. Just envisioning the future creates motivation, and no matter what you do, you won't be afraid. Take for example Bai Shirhan now. In the past, whenever she went to an unfamiliar place, her first reaction was to be afraid. But now that she stood next to Lin Sinyu, once she needed help, she would be busy and happy. It's basically easy to satisfy as long as you can have more opportunities to get to know Lin Sinyu. Grandma's not here yet, so there should be one more dish. So I'll go to the kitchen and help with the fire. Aha, a fire? Bai Shirhan's eyes were filled with doubt, not knowing what that meant. And just when she wanted to speak, she saw that Lin Sinyu had long since left, so she could only follow him, considering for a long time before gathering the courage to walk into the kitchen. The countryside basically uses large pots and pans, and stir-frying is usually done over a wood fire. How could the little girl know this? She could tell from the curious eyes alone that she wanted to try it too. What are you doing here? You can get your white clothes dirty later. Just go out and wait. Grandma didn't say anything. She just used her eyes to imply to Lin Sinyu that this kind of opportunity should definitely be given to her grandson to speed up the process. That way she could hold her great-grandson. No, it's fine. It was the kind of opportunity she didn't want to miss. She loved cooking herself, and when she came across something about cooking that looked so amazing, she definitely wanted to try her hand at it. Lin Xin, you could see what she was thinking. It'll make you black. Oh, do you really want to try? How can you let a girl child do such a thing? You child, little girl, go and sit in your room for a while. It will be done in a moment. Upon hearing that her grandson wanted her grandson-in-law to come and burn the fire, the grandmother was instantly displeased, and even glanced at Lin Sinyu, with an expression that seemed to say, give you a chance to not be useful. I can do it. It's okay, Grandma. I'm here. I'm sure I won't get her dirty. Seeing the two of them singing in unison, even though she didn't want the little girl to cook, there was nothing she could do but watch Bai Shirhan look at Lin Sinyu with a face full of excitement. This made her a bit curious. Shouldn't a girl who usually dresses clean be afraid of getting dirty? Why was this girl so excited instead? Here, come over here to me and I'll show you how to burn the fire to throw the firewood in. Bai Shirhan slowly approached, and then saw Lin Sinyu take out a pair of tweezers similar to scissors from beside the fire pit, only in a strengthened version of the scissors shape. Lin Sinyu directly grabbed her small hand. Come on, there's just one dish left. Just use these small firewood. The grandmother, who was still complaining, when she saw her grandson in a hugging position behind Bai Shirhan, not to mention that the two palms of her hands had touched one another. This grandson, he knows more than his old man. At times like these, the little girl would always choose not to speak. She was afraid that if she did it would be in a nervous, slightly trembling voice, and that would surely be noticed by him. The surrounding voices were heard very clearly. The sound of the spatula stirring in the cauldron, the firewood crackling in the fire pit, the sound of him touching and rubbing her from time to time in the back, and the sound of heavy breathing. but Bai Shirhan didn't feel the noise, and the only thing she could hear clearly was her pounding heartbeat. The little girl was going crazy, greedily enjoying the action now, having endured it for a long time, even though she was shy, but now it was a bright burning firewood. At this moment, it was as if the whole world was just him and her. Late, sorry, on time from tomorrow. Chapter 68, 068. You're the first one he brought back. In the process of burning the fire, Bai Shirhan was not even bothered to pay attention to anything. Her small hand was still being held, before it was all held. Now this feeling of being touched on the wrist was crispy, like an electric shock. Lin Xin, you could finally succeed in holding her in his arms. The little girl half squatted her body and failed to hold on. Her legs went weak and she sat directly on his lap. Then Bai Shirhan completely panicked. This kind of unprecedented experience really led her mind to care about the fire, not to mention next to the grandmother. This will certainly be treated as a bad girl. The two of them just overlapped each other one on top of the other. Bai Shirhan was soft, which made Lin Xin force the test. Otherwise it would definitely scare her. If it wasn't sitting on his lap, why his lap? Shouldn't it be a stool? And most importantly, no resistance. If you resist, it's a sure sign that grandma will see you. The thrill of sneaking around is always a turn on, especially if there's someone else next to you. Grandma, still using firewood? Why is he still screaming? Bai Shirhan was about to collapse, completely surprised that Lin Xinyu would be so bold. Wasn't he afraid of making his grandmother misunderstand and think she was a bad girl? The little girl shyly broke away slightly in Lin Xinyu's hands for a moment, wanting to tell him in such a fierce way that it was not allowed to do so. Results: burn, add more firewood. What Bai Shirhan couldn't have imagined was that grandma acted as if she didn't see it, but the smile present on her face couldn't be hidden at all, as if she was pretending to be invisible. Lin Xinu continued to hold her from behind, his warm breath coincidentally able to blow on her neck, and because of this, the scarlet color on her face never faded at all. The two of them fit closely together, and perhaps because they were by the stove, along with the addition of firewood, Bai Shirhan only felt hot all over. If there was no one next to her, she would have gotten up from Lin Xinyu and run away. The little head didn't know what to think, fuming with random thoughts, letting Lin Xinu fiddle with his movements, almost forgetting to resist. I should have known better than to come and burn wood. It was so hot and steamy that those who didn't know thought she was going to be burned to a crisp, and her face was red, the same as cooked meat. It was only a pity that Lin Xinu wasn't in front of her, or else he would definitely be unable to resist reaching out and touching her cute face. Bai Shirhan's body is soft, and there is a milky scent coming out of her body from time to time, which is probably, the legendary body fragrance. Lin Xinyu greedily absorbed. I don't know if it was because it was too hard, or the little girl's legs were softening. It only felt as if she was going to fall into each other's bodies. Each other's heartbeats were on full throttle at this moment. Fluttering sound, even through the back, could be felt. Grandma stirred the pan, not forgetting to keep adding water to it, and what was meant to be scrambled eggs with tomatoes had now turned into a pot of tomato and egg soup. The girl just felt as if her body was going to break and squirmed, even as her legs went weak, and took another step closer to his arms. Don't move. Lin Xinyu's voice was small, rough gas coming out of his mouth and striking her neck intermittently. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to move around. She was a bit unaware of what was currently happening. She just felt that the other party's body didn't seem to be the same in comparison to just now. Obviously just now it wouldn't be choking people. Just because the little girl doesn't understand, it doesn't mean that Lin Xinyu doesn't understand. And the cadre who was being tested eventually couldn't hold on and proudly raised his head. Alright, Grandma, the firewood is burning out. Lin Xinyu chose to retreat. If he continued to hold out like this, it was hard to guarantee what would happen. The soup, too, is cooked. Grandma wanted to continue to set up a match, but she didn't expect Bai Shirhan to hear this as if she was relieved and quickly fled from Lin Xinyu. It can't go on like this. It was a decision she'd made, and if there was a next time, it certainly wouldn't be an option to burn the fire. Even if sitting on his lap would make her whole body fluffy and soft, that was not something she could be greedy enough to enjoy again. If she couldn't quit later, Bai Shirhan didn't dare to continue to think about it. Her face was flushed, and she wanted to help serve the food, but this credit was all taken by Lin Xinyu in advance, not giving her a chance to perform at all. Come on, go inside to the table and get ready for dinner. Good. The little girl followed Lin Xinyu. The grandmother ended up opening the pot inside the stove. Most of the rice in the countryside at this time of the year was cooked in a cauldron. The old man didn't know how to use a rice cooker. Grandma was content, especially seeing her grandson succeed in holding the little girl in his lap and sitting on her. A battle that was quite a bit better than his old man's. Remember when the kid's dad, the woman, had already suggested she wanted a family? It was totally explicit, and that wooden head couldn't even think of talking about getting married. Outside the kitchen, Bai Shirhan just followed behind Lin Sinyu. Her hands were not idle. She had to find something to do. Her small hands were arranged with 3 pairs of chopsticks. This feeling of being able to do things together is just awesome. The little girl was indeed happy. Things that had never happened before had been unlocked in so many ways today. And even if it created tension, it was still especially satisfying inside. How's it feel to play today? Well, happy. So are we going to come back together later? Bai Shirhan was trying to refuse, but there was always a voice in her head telling her again, say yes, say yes, say yes. Next time you will be more familiar with it. Good. In the end, the little girl could not resist the temptation coming from deep inside, a feeling like no other. Wanting to quit, but also a little reluctant to give up, knowing that she could not go further and further down the path of making mistakes, but still could not help but want to continue to move forward. The most important issue that needed to be addressed at the moment, for her, was to help save up for the dowry. My sister-in-law had said it would be very, very expensive, and now I'm still in high school, so I'll have to wait until after college. And then I'll tell my sister-in-law and the girls that I'm going to buy lots and lots of clothes, and that way I'll be able to save even more for the bride price out of my allowance. Bai Shirhan made plans early and tried to hide it from Lin Sinyu. This is what others say. Surprise? She didn't understand how vocabulary would work with people. If it was a test paper then surely she would have submitted a perfect answer. But now she was faced with a paper she had never seen before and had to solve it in a way she understood. The rice is here. And I don't know if the little girl likes these dishes. Grandma bent over and walked into the hall with a pot of rice in her hand. Lin Xianyu quickly went over and picked it up, then took the bowl out and cleaned it briefly before serving the meal. It looks, well, delicious. Bai Shirhan's voice was weak. Grandma looked at her with a doting face. Little fish, this kid is good at everything. He takes time to come back every year. And you're the first girl he's brought back. Buzz. Another big red face. Chapter 69069. Does your grandson have a date? In the countryside, before eating, you usually wash your hands and then wash your face. The iron basin is on a stand made of wood. As for the wash towel, Grandma was afraid that Bai Shirhan was not used to it, so she took out a new one and handed it to them. Lin Sinyu picked up the iron basin. There's water in the pot. I'll get some water to wash my face first. Good. Bai Shirhan nodded and watched the other party leave. At the table, it was just her and her grandmother, and the little girl was trying to restrain her emotions for fear of making a fool of herself. Little girl, did the little fish bully you? If he did, Grandma will help you teach him a lesson. No, there isn't, Grandma. Bai Shirhan is wanting very, very much to tell her grandmother that he is always bullying, either making himself a wife or holding her hand, and now he is getting bold and is sitting on his lap. What should she do in the future? The little girl was distressed, and the words changed their meaning completely. She was tempted to refuse, but every time he took her into a ditch, before she could react, her entire body had become too soft to escape. Bai Shirhan realized that compared to before, she now had no resistance at all, and sometimes she would forget herself and become immersed in it. Even though she knew it was wrong, she greedily enjoyed being close to him. But I heard him say before that he was going to help his good friends back in the countryside, and the fat man has become his son, so it should be okay for him to be his girlfriend, right? It must be okay, right? It's not like she agreed to be his wife, so it's just a good friendship with a clear conscience. Inwardly soothing her emotions, Bai Shirhan all but felt that she was no longer afraid of her grandmother. Surprisingly, she had already agreed to play the role of a good girlfriend, and as a good friend, that's definitely a good role to play. Right? Here, wash your face. Lin Sinyu came in with the iron basin, the newly taken out pink towel floating quietly on the surface of the water. The little girl's face was also flushed, especially after seeing the towel present inside. She could obviously feel her heart beating fast, and there was always a voice in her head constantly ringing in her ears. Bai Shirhan, that's your towel. Your towel. Lin Sinyu was clearly able to detect the changes in Bai Shirhan. What used to be like an unfamiliar kitten that would try to run away at the sight of it, is completely different now, where kittens will still actively seek out their owners and need a loving touch. One day, he will make the kitten completely fall in love with this feeling. Meowing, master, come here, people need your petting. Pulling a towel from the water basin. Does that count as the first one you own as a girlfriend? The little girl was secretly happy. Her grandmother was very nice. Not only would she not treat her as a bad girl, but she was also very caring. And the care that had been missing for a long time was slowly beginning to be felt. It was a moment that truly felt like home. Here, wash your face will you? I can do it for you. I will. It's not like you're a child. How can you need to be taught even the most basic things like this? That being said, there is always a voice deep inside that compels me. Do you really not need it? His hands are very warm, and washing his face should be more comfortable than a hug. Oh, one must be broken. Why would one think such a thing? Bai Shirhan took the pink towel from him with a flushed face, and the warmth quickly spread throughout her body from her palms, and it was this feeling that tickled her the most. The towel rubs the little face, dampens it, and finally cleans the soft little hands as well. Okay, well, Lin Xin you didn't say anything. Naturally took the towel from her hand, didn't even put it in the water to clean it, and directly used it to rub on his face. Joking aside, how could a towel used by a little girl be washed of the smell on it? It was this residual scent that was the most mesmerizing. Every boy has a little fetish. Lin Xinyu is quite normal. I heard that there are also like feet. Really as mysterious as they say? Grandma, wash your face. Lin Xinyu brought the face basin to Grandma, having cleaned the towels belonging to the two of them before that. It's not? It's all been hung on the wall, symbolizing the signs they've used together. The dining room table. When all the preparations were done, the three of them gathered around the table, and the whole time Bai Shirhan didn't need to add any food at all. Either her grandmother gave her meat or Lin Xinyu gave her eggs. This kind of treatment has never been seen before. The little girl is a little embarrassed. Lin Xinyu can understand that she is good to her, but why is the grandmother also so good? Bai Shirhan felt that this was beyond cognizance and not within the scope of her understanding. The girl has grown so thin. She must eat more. Everyone's grandmother was like that. The dish wouldn't fit in the bowl anymore, and she waited until it was full out and covered before she gave up on continuing to chuck it in. Thanks Grandma. Grandma is so nice. No wonder he likes her. Naive Bai Shirhan thought that mom and dad were all the same. Only grandma was different. From now on, she likes grandma too. The two of them did the dishes together after the meal, and grandma just sat on the porch, basking in the sun with a smile that almost never disappeared from her face. As the surrounding neighbors passed by, that urgency to introduce their daughter-in-law grew stronger. The Lin family is considered blessed. The neighboring family, Master Wu, came to the door just after dinner and was full of envy, especially when he saw Bai Shirhan washing the dishes with Lin Xinyu. He didn't know where the little fish had found a daughter-in-law. No, what about your grandson? How old is he? When will you find a granddaughter-in-law? The countryside is like this. As long as there is something good between the old people, simply cannot be hidden. It is possible that what happened only today, tomorrow everyone knows. It was because of this that Lin Xinyu thought of bringing Bai Shirhan back to facilitate the desired effect later. The kind of, whenever I go home and meet the surrounding neighbors, they will all look at the little girl. Yo, isn't this the grandson-in-law of the old Lin family? Bai Shirhan was nervous. It's not because there's someone next to him, but why does he have the nerve to do that? Burning a fire is understandable. That's teaching, but do you have to touch your hands to wash the dishes in the sink? What's even more outrageous is that this guy is full of seriousness. Here, wash the dishes at home like this. Lin Xinyu grabbed her small hand and took the rag while not forgetting to gently caress it. This small action was all carried out in the pool and would not be seen by others at all. Sneaking around again, Bai Shirhan admitted that it was indeed exciting to be out of sight of others, but was being touched by him all the time really something a good friend could do? You'll have to pour the water out and wipe the inside with a clean rag, and just pack it up and put it in the cupboard. Lin Xin stood behind her in a sort of wraparound fashion. The little girl didn't resist. She didn't dare to move. As long as she deviated from her orientation, she would touch his chest, thus causing her face to blush and her insides to keep spitting. So annoying. Chapter 70:070. Just one day. My family the doll just went to junior high school Lu, which came to the granddaughter-in-law. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do that. Grandma did not continue. The purpose has been achieved. Now everyone knows, they're old Lin family, and will be added to the rear. Bai Shirhan did not say anything. Dishes how to go to the cupboard do not know. Full of thoughts, really want to become a granddaughter-in-law? If this would say it was faked, then grandma would be upset. The little girl has changed. If the first accommodations were to make others comfortable and not uncomfortable, now it seemed to be completely open to any resentment at all, or heartily not wanting to say no, which made his little face blush with shame. The words of Master Wu kept repeating in his mind. This is the grandson-in-law of the old Lin family? Grandson's daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. What? Do you want to wash it again? Lin Xin walked out of the kitchen and saw Bai Shirhan still standing by the sink where she was washing dishes, mistaking that she was nervous and hadn't slowed down yet, which was why he thought of flirting like this, with the aim of making her relax and unwind. Just don't want to. Today was just a special case. A mutual favor between good friends, or she wouldn't have agreed to be his girlfriend at all. Just one day. Remember, just one day. The envy on Mr. Wu's face has not disappeared since he came here. To say that other people's daughters-in-law are not good, there may be nothing to say, but when it comes to this kind of well-behaved type, it's hard not to be touched. Not to mention that the little girl doesn't mind the countryside life at all. You see, the little girl would have already taken a rag and started wiping the table. following Lin Sinyu's movements and feeding the leftover rice to the chickens, perfectly integrating into the countryside life. Fun, ha, wasn't that a lie? Aha! Bai Shirhan was happy, her eyes full of anticipation, waiting for Lin Sinyu to take her to the next fun place. Originally, Lin Sinyu was still worried about his grandmother's health, but now that he saw her chatting with Grandpa Wu with a smile on her face, his hanging heart was released, and then he looked at Bai Shirhan. Have you ever seen a pig? This, here, and pigs? It's really amazing. A pigsty. You've never even seen a pig? Seen on TV. Bai Shirhan puffed up her small mouth, with a look like you don't look down on me. Let's go. Take you for a long walk. Grandma, I'll take Shirhan around. You need to rest well. Don't always think about going out to do things. Just have whatever little fish to do. Lin Xian took the overwhelmed little hand and turned back to his grandmother. Grandma is like that, always busy, but always find time to take care of her grandchildren, leaving what she thinks is the best, even if it is put bad, cannot eat it, because she does not know when her grandchildren will come back, can only be ready at any time. Okay, Nag will get some sun and go to bed. The happiness of the elderly is so simple. As long as their children and grandchildren are happy and joyful, they are easily satisfied. You know what? When the kid next door disappeared for a night earlier, Grandpa Will went through every place he could find and still couldn't find him. The two held hands that never let go, and in order to keep Bai Shirhan from getting nervous, Lin Sinyu purposely told some things that she didn't know. The little girl's interest came with a worried face. And was it found later? At that time that urgent the whole village began to help, just did not find. Alas. So, what about that? Guess what? Bai Shirhan was in a hurry. Why was this person hanging on to his appetite? No, I don't know. Wu Moncler Outlet Online cried all night. Everyone did not give up the search, but still did not see the child's shadow. The day was then dark, the village after the gas, but had to go back to rest. Wait until the next day. The child he appeared. Went home by yourself? Bai Shirhan was relieved. Even if she didn't know how the child got back, at least she didn't lose it. Lin Sinyu looked at her with a smile. The child ran the pig pen and fell asleep, and slept until the next morning. Master Wu was sad and went to feed the pigs. As a result, the child followed the pigs out. Fortunately at that time, it was a pregnant pig, and was not aggressive. Sleeping with pigs? Yeah, it's a good thing nothing happened. Aha! The little girl's hanging heart dropped. Being happy is often simple. Even when two people engage in bull **** literary exchanges and talk about things that onlookers find boring and outsiders may think are not interesting, they are full of smiles. It wasn't the content of the discussion that mattered, but the fact that she had him by her side. Before we even got to the hog pen, we could hear grunts coming from inside, small and obviously resting. Bai Shirhan was full of curiosity. Is this raising pigs for their own food or selling them? We are the current year's goods. Those good meat will be kept for the New Year's Eve, and the rest that can't be eaten will usually be taken and sold, and the sows, if they are sows, will be kept for breeding, and a few more cubs will be sold to people who want to raise pigs. In terms of studying, Lin Sinyu might not be able to compare to Bai Shirhan. This would be in the countryside, belonging to his specialty, casually talking about everyday life, could make her interested. It's not that I don't understand it, it's just that I've mostly never experienced it, or I've heard of it, but never seen it, and when I suddenly encounter it, then I'm sure I'm curious. Nope, no one. Bai Shirhan's face, from the beginning to the end, never returned to its normal color. Shyly lowered her head, looked towards the hand held by the two, slightly made a little effort to break free, but the other party tightly grasped it, not letting it escape. Know the actors? The movie that's playing inside the TV. Aha. You have to do the whole thing. You see which actor runs away halfway through the play? Hold hands well. Maybe the next door will come over to visit. If he sees us not holding hands then, that's not like a friend relationship. Bai Shirhan nodded, feeling that he had a point. Just one day. The mental voice sounded again, still with the familiar flavor of compulsion. The smell of the pigsty greeted him, and the little girl stood quietly beside him, poking her head out every now and then to see what was going on inside. After all, it was spring and the little piglets hadn't grown up yet, and it would seem that they were tired of playing and that's why they were lying on the ground. Bai Shirhan, look if that looks like you. Not at all. Piggy pink and tender. The two are now interlocking their fingers. The small hand is a little unnatural. The big hand on the top of the gentle stroking, may be to get the hint. The small hand that was afraid to move began to respond in a green way. It's so simple to like. It's hard to control not to be close to the other person. This kind of thing is addictive and with a little experimentation, it goes up fast. Bai Shirhan belongs to the human vegetable addiction is still big. Every time you think of once in a while to come on good, and so on really happened. The heart compulsion voice came one after another, but also, pigs are so cute and soft. The two kept their eyes in the pig pen, realizing for the first time that no matter where they were, they could feel comforted by the presence of those around them. Chapter 71071. Really, don't you want to try? Tuesday, request for catch-up reading. With a thick skin, it's impossible not to take advantage. Bai Shirhan wasn't the kind of person who could be easily fooled. If it were any other boy, it would have been groundbreaking to speak a word, let alone go home with him. What does it feel like? The little girl raised her head, not understanding what he meant. Lin Xin raised the small hand grasped in his palm. You don't even feel anything like this? Look, my face is already red. Bai Shirhan now sort of understood. Regardless of whether the next door will come to Grandpa, a hand to draw out his small hand. Breathing heavily, heart thumping. I knew I couldn't be greedy. You see, he's getting more and more aggressive. Obviously, we agreed that it was just a mutual favor between good friends. But why? It always felt like he was taking it seriously? Auntie Song had made a point of saying yesterday that she had to protect herself well, and today she was already being bullied in all sorts of ways. Bai Shirhan hid his hands behind his back, fearing that the other would use the fact that someone would be coming as an excuse to do what he wanted to do again. There are mulberry and catalpa trees up ahead. Have you ever eaten a mulberry? The water is old and plentiful, and we used to always have a bunch of kids going to pick them and eat them. No. Listening to him, Bai Shirhan really didn't understand a thing, but still thought about going over together. Come on, I'll take you there. That stuff is delicious. The little girl obediently followed behind Lin Xinyu. The other party had successfully played the role of her tour guide since that time back in the countryside. I must say, the country air is really fresh. Smelling the fragrance coming from the surrounding flowers and plants, the two of them were in a particularly soothing mood at the moment. Bai Shirhan held the corner of Lin Xinyu's coat, her entire body just covered by his shadow. Shirhan, what would you say is our relationship now? Good friends. Look, you forgot again. Right, in the countryside, you have to pay attention all the time. If a person comes out next to you, won't that just wear out? Lin Xinyu stopped and taught seriously. The little girl was red-faced and at a loss for words. So, what would you say our relationship is now? Men, women, friends. Bai Shirhan lowered her head, not daring to look up at him at all, never imagining this relationship. In fact, the discerning can understand. Like a person, the eyes will always not pay attention to glance over there. This behavior is simply uncontrollable. Are male and female friends unattractive? Why don't you just say I'm your husband? Old husband? Why is he so shameless? Lin Xin you didn't care about that much. And when those two words of Nua came out of her mouth, it was obvious that she was going to explode with comfort. Looking at Lin Xinyu, who was full of enjoyment, Bai Shirhan then reacted, and due to her shock, she didn't even think that it would come out of her mouth. That's a marriage, where you can only call the man by his name after their pictures are posted on the marriage license. How is that possible when she's being asked to admit that it's already turned out now? Not to mention the fact that it was a girl like her who didn't even know what being in love was, suddenly calling out her husband to a boy. That would surely find a place to hide shyly. Yes, just admit that it's a husband, so those uncles and grandfathers will be envious to death. Lin Xinyu continued to cajole. Nay, explain, all too eager to let the entire village know that she, Bai Shirhan, was his wife. The little girl only felt hot all over. A day of playing boyfriend and girlfriend already made her physiological discomfort. Her legs inexplicably soft, now upgraded to a husband. No, what's wrong with that? I could have kept calling you my wife if you felt bad about it. No way. His cheekiness is not a loss. It's obviously a reward. Look, the mulberry tree is right over there. See the red and black fruit. You haven't even eaten that, have you? No. Lin Xinyu stopped and looked down at her. In the future, I'll make sure to take you to eat a lot of delicious food. Bai Shirhan was a little shy at the look, and the eyes that were locked quickly moved away. Good. We'll start here in Sandwich today. Well, after agreeing, Bai Shirhan saw a scene that shocked her. She only felt that Lin Xinu had a lot of guts. Quickly stepping forward to remove the purple-black fruit, and without washing it, she directly threw it into her mouth. No, it can't be like that. In her impression, no matter what she eats, she has to wash it first before eating it. But how does he have so much courage? It's okay, that's how we eat at home. Sang Zi would always get a noticeable purple liquid around her mouth after eating it, which made Bai Shirhan, who had never experienced it before, feel panicked and a bit anxious. You're poisoned. Here, open your mouth. Lin Xin didn't pay much attention to what she was saying, picking out some larger, fuller fruits from the tree and handing them towards her small mouth. Well, suddenly being fed, Bai Shirhan subconsciously opened her mouth, and within a moment, her eyes widened. He he fed himself poison. Mulberries melt in your mouth and the juice quickly fills the entire mouth. Icy cold and sweet. It's okay, right? Good. Yummy. What Lin Xian you liked to see the most was that Bai Shirhan's eyes changed from worry to love. Only then did he know that she was satisfied. Imagine if this was to have a small home later on. He'd take her and plant lots of fruit around the neighborhood, touching her head and gently explaining when she was shocked. Ideas arise and that can only be happiness. There's still sugarcane. Want to check it out? Aha! Just as he nodded his head, he saw Lin Xian use palm reaching out towards him, and he didn't have time to respond, having already been touched in the face. No, it's not okay. Looking at the other party's body getting closer and closer, Bai Shirhan thought that he was going to take a bigger advantage and completely occupy the small mouth, and panicked and waved her hand. No can what? I've got juice all over my mouth. Here, wipe it off. The palm of his hand touched the corner of his mouth, and he had to say that girl's skin was hydrated, and just caressing it kind of made Lin Xinyu fall in love with it. Do you want to go back and change your shoes? It's not easy for you to walk up the hill here. Nope, no shoes. You can wear my shoes. It's easier to walk up the hill. Bai Shirhan just wanted to refuse, but her inner compelling voice always arrived as promised. Do you really not want it? That's the shoe he's worn. Are you sure you don't want to try it on? Really? It's annoying. Good. Girls, it's just easy to talk out of your ass. Bai Shirhan shyly followed him, and the two of them returned the same way. And when they got home, Grandma was no longer sitting at the door. Grandma should be sleeping. Keep your voice down. Hearing what he said, Bai Shirhan nodded her head, and then her small hand was again grabbed by the other party in the palm of her hand. Not only that, just when she wanted to resist, she saw that he made a shhh motion with his other hand, and completely lost the meaning of resistance. She was afraid of waking her grandmother, but being scratched by Lin Xian you like this, she felt her heart itching again. It was so annoying. Chapter 72, 072. Damn it! She dodged it. There is no foot control, hand control, or face control in the world, as long as you look good. You are a control of anything. Bai Shirhan sat on the stool. Her long and slender legs were completely invisible under the cover of her pants. Don't worry, I clean my shoes before I leave each time. They don't stink and they're ready to wear. Good. Those are his shoes. His shoes. The urging coming from the bottom of her heart made Bai Shirhan blush, and her little feet couldn't wait to be pulled out of the white shoes and put into the black sneakers in front of her. White shoes with white socks, not to mention with cute lace. Lin Xinyu stood right beside her. You have nice feet. In an instant, Bai Shirhan's heartbeat seemed to stop. Her legs were soft, her face was flushed, and she was breathing heavily. You stop looking. The little girl looked up and tried to glare at him with fierce eyes, but when she saw that his eyes kept resting on the white short socks on her feet, her whole body turned soft and she looked down, not daring to look at him. The two of them were very close to each other, and Lin Xian was not far away, very sweetly using his body to shield her from the sun. One was standing, the other was sitting on a stool, and if she suddenly moved forward now, she was sure to hit him in the stomach. I could have helped you put it on. Seeing that she was slow to move, Lin Xinyu stepped forward, and looking at that stance, he clearly wanted to take Bai Shirhan's small feet into his hands. How could this be? The little girl panicked and hurriedly put her bare feet into her black sneakers, even though she was nervous. More content inside. These are his shoes. The reserved girl was rolling in heat, breathing heavily and trying desperately to control her emotions, wondering how many things she had done that had never happened before that she had lost count of. There's another one. This one might be a little big. Let me help you put it on. Lin Xinyu was clear that in front of him, Bai Shirhan could only be pursued in the way of boiling a frog in warm water, so that she could familiarly indulge in tenderness, and when she was completely accustomed to it, she would rely on it like a kitten. A girl like her, who has no idea what being in love is, must not even know if her heart is in the right place, so she can only carry forward until the other person understands. Before Bai Shirhan could react, her other small foot, which hadn't even taken off her shoe, had already been grabbed by him, and just as she wanted to make a sound of resistance, Lin Xinyu repeated the previous action with the remaining hand. Shoo, Grandma, she's a light sleeper. We need to keep it down. Well, then you, Bai Shirhan said in a very small voice. Can you, not touch anymore? Ah. He didn't stop, running his hand down the white lace, then removing the white shoe and placing it thoughtfully into another black sneaker, not even listening to her pleas. In the face of timid, the other person must be cheeky and bold. After all, have never been in love, may always feel like the time to choose to retreat. Most of the heart in the self-denial. So, bold is particularly important. It's not uncommon for this to happen in classes, where a relationship has been established in private, and after being exposed, it's not unlikely that they'll be thin-skinned and end up breaking up after being talked about. If she let others know that Bai Shirhan was closer to Lin Sinyu, plus rumors spreading, she would definitely not be able to stand it straight away. So just take your time. Ha! These are my previous middle school shoes, and they're just a little bit smaller on you. Lin Sinyu actually knew that deliberately wanted to take this opportunity to have physical contact with her. To say that he didn't like the small feet wearing white lace short stockings, that would definitely be a lie. It's hard to start everything. There's always a chance if you have the courage to try. Before the rebirth, that would be the two were always keeping a distance. No one thought of breaking the situation. Now, one of them chose to take the initiative and let the other slowly fall into the tenderness. And over time, it had been unable to stop. Let's go! Let's go! Putting down his little feet, Lin Sinyu stood up straight with some reluctance. The little girl was afraid to speak the whole time, and that feeling of being touched by the other's hand on her ankle was a little comforting. Good thing that's not a sensitive place, otherwise it would certainly be tightly biting the lower lip, forcibly holding back the muffled grunts that want to be emitted from the depths of the throat. That kind of feeling, is it going to be pregnant? As her skin touched, Bai Shirhan could clearly feel the temperature coming from his palm, just like the stupid follow each other behind, staring at his back with a silly smile on his face, greedily enjoying the warmth of this moment, fearing that if he opens his eyes, everything around him will disappear. Let me tell you, when we were little, we always went to other people's fields to steal sugarcane to eat, and the grandparents in the village couldn't do anything about it, so they could only use a hoe to scare us off, and that kind of feeling of being chased was the most exciting. Lin Xin walked in the front like this, having been pulled by her for a long time. To be honest, he would have loved to just hold hands, except that would have only scared off the white rabbit, so he didn't force himself to do it. Everything should be done in moderation. Bai Shirhan obediently stood in his shadow. According to what the other party said, a husband is to protect his wife properly, and when she stood by his side, she didn't know why, but only felt inexplicably at ease. Often at this time the little girl plays more the part of listener, and breathes much heavier when she hears him say that he was Moncler outlet store chased with a hoe, and then begins to fight for Moncler outlet store him when she hears him say that he felt irritated. Come on, I'll take you to steal sugarcane. I don't want it. In the face of the other party's sudden accelerated pace, Bai Shirhan panicked. How can we go for such things? If the grandpa and the others find out, they will definitely be beaten to death with a hoe. Oh, Auntie Song, I want to go home. In fact, Lin Xin still wanted to link fingers with her, just that it would be because of grandma and the others, and now he basically couldn't find the opportunity. Sugar cane fields, you must find dense places so that even if they steal it, chances are they won't know about it. Lin Xin would usually use the gap between words to test each other, his palm slowly sailing in the direction of her wrist. The two palms were getting closer and closer, and gradually, the goal of being 10 fingers away from each other would be succeeded. As a result, the little girl found out. Palm quickly fled, flying placed close to the orange pocket position, as soon as he came any closer, then directly loaded in to completely disabuse the other side of the idea. You lied. Obviously said that there are people around before holding hands to cope, and now it is clear that you want to be a thief, but also hand in hand? One is not a fool. No, I was telling you to wait for me over there and I'll go get one up. Saying that it's not awkward is definitely impossible. Lin Xin deliberately digresses from the topic and can only leave it at that. It seems that only in front of grandma can he link his fingers with her. It's okay, at least she won't fight back later in front of grandma. Little girl. Ridges of fields and sugarcane forests. The leaves were lifted by the wind, and the air was filled with his and her scents, mingling with each other, indistinguishable from each other. So, stealing a sugarcane can be so much fun. Chapter 73073. The happiest time, idiot, that one's going to spit out. He's so mean. He's really mean. Bai Shirhan looked aggrieved. She didn't know. She just wondered how this fruit couldn't be chewed, only to realize later that it was to be spit out. The two sat on the ridge. At first the little girl was reluctant. After all, she had never sat on the floor before and found it hard to accept for a while. Yeah, that's the way to spit it out and swallow it. Lin Sinyu reached out to catch the spit out sugar cane shavings, not forgetting to wipe off the clear juice next to the corner of her mouth with his thumb. The little girl didn't say anything, only feeling as if her body was electrified and tingly. He, again without consent. I wanted to refuse, but in the back of my mind, there was always a reason to persuade myself. Bai Shirhan, you have to succeed in helping your good friend today. Just one day. Just one day. The sugar cane was stolen by Lin Sinyu, and after getting it cleaned by the river, he went home and used a kitchen knife, and under Bai Shirhan's shocked gaze, he chopped it into a section, and then peeled it, and the whole set of actions came down to the clouds and flowed like water. All taken care of. The two were able to have the free time they had now. Next to each other. You next to me next to you. Are you spying on me? No, I didn't. Bai Shirhan's eyes were evasive, not daring to meet her gaze at all. Obviously a little weak. Obviously he hadn't looked over just now. Who knew he would suddenly turn his head? Lin Xin you really wanted to pull the girl into his arms and look down into her eyes, letting her look boldly and safely. A timid young girl cannot change her habits at once. It has to be pounded slowly to make her thin skin gradually thicken in her presence. In that case, perhaps Bai Shirhan would surround him with a happy face and call him husband with every mouthful. The little girl is now not nervous, sitting on the ridge to get used to down, so that there is no bystander to disturb the solitude. She instead very much had even begun to fantasize about living together in the countryside, getting married, and either planting vegetables or holding hands and wandering around. As he had said, that would surely have been blissful, wouldn't it? No, how can I think about such things? Bai Shirhan Bai Shirhan. If Auntie Song knew that she was thinking about such things on a trip back to the countryside, she would definitely be scolded to death. It was hard to imagine two 17-year-old teenage girls sitting quietly on a ridge, either you peeking at me or me peeking at you, each with their own thoughts. This was probably the most relaxed Bai Shirhan had ever been since she was a child, a sweet smile surfacing from time to time on her cute white face. You can't eat half of a sugar cane. I don't know why, but when you spend time with someone who makes you comfortable, it feels like time flies, like a dream. Bai Shirhan looked towards her feet. The black sneakers were considered her biggest catch of the day, flexed her legs, hugged her knees and sat down on the ridge. The setting sun in the sky reflected the afterglow and gave off a soft glow that wrapped them up, as if it was a heartfelt blessing for the accomplished couple. Birds are chirping happily in the sky, and they like what's going on too. The two little birds were chasing and playing around, getting tangled up from time to time in a good way. Lin Xinyu twisted his head to look at her beside him, and the little girl just happened to look away. That clumsy peeping action, obviously exposed once again. This time, he didn't poke her and lifted the cane in his hand. Come on, Grandma should be cooking. Good. The atmosphere in the countryside is so quiet that it's basically hard to hear cars buzzing and all sorts of cacophonous noises. Back home, from a long distance you could see the chimney above the kitchen was sending gray smoke outward, and the little girl, a little curious, cocked her head to look at him. What's wrong? Just, hearing her stammer, Lin Xinyu touched her head. Say it, it's fine. That is, does Santa Claus really come into the room from inside the chimney? Rin Shino started and continued. Yes, he'll go down the chimney and put the gift in the stocking next to your bed. Hey, getting along is like that. He gets what you're saying and plays along. Bai Shirhan was very happy. In the past, this would definitely be called childish by others, but now it was different. A good friend had appeared who could accurately guess her thoughts. We're going back after dinner. Do you want to have another fire? No, don't. Although she wanted to experience it again. This time the little girl forced herself to hold back, knowing that if she continued this, she would definitely become addicted, and if she got used to sitting on his lap in the future, it would be very hard to change, so she could only ask herself to quit. Grandma, let's come over and help. What's wrong with him? Bringing Grandma out to scare people again. Bai Shirhan approached Lin Xinyu with an exasperated voice, and before he could sit down, he was already standing next to him, just waiting for the other party to repeat the noon action. As a result, I waited for a long time and saw that he did not respond. You want to burn a fire? Do you still want me to show you how to use the fire poker? Such seductive words are simply abhorrent. Obviously, she wanted to refuse, but that familiar voice would always arrive on time, so she didn't know how to refuse, and this point was really a bit of a waste of brain. In the end, desire overcame reason. Or was it because of the thought of doing a full set between good friends, but not backing out halfway through the show? As a good friend, she wouldn't lie. Another familiar spot. Another big hand holding a little hand to chuck firewood into the fire pit to burn. Grandma was all smiles. Looks like this granddaughter-in-law has it. The evening meal was simple. Casually cooking some lean noodles, which was Lin Xinyu's favorite evening meal when he was a child. Grandma, I'll come back to see you after the college entrance exam. Good. Watching Lin Xinyu saying his goodbyes, Bai Shirhan hesitated on the sidelines, not knowing whether to open her mouth to speak or not, waiting until the back to finally make up her mind. Milk, Grandma, bye. The little girl originally wanted to say that the high school exam with him back to see. Words to the mouth, but how can not speak? Can only express the meaning. Well. Remember to come to Grandma's house next time. I didn't prepare much today, so I'll make sure to prepare properly in the future. The smile on Grandma's face never disappeared, and every time she saw Bai Shirhan and Lin Xinyu, she was full of smiles. Not only that, but even the scenes with great-grandchildren in the future are already fresh in my mind. Say goodbye to Grandma. Bai Shirhan followed Lin Xinyu down the path slowly. On the way, the little girl realized that her grandmother had been following behind her, and kind of wanted to stop, but she was caught by Lin Xinyu. Don't look back, Grandma, she can't bear to part with it. Here, Give me your hand. Let her know we are happy and she will be happy. This time Bai Shirhan didn't hesitate and quickly put her small hand into his. Scattered stars began to appear in the sky. It was the happiest time they had ever had. As night falls, the stars are right there in the sky with Grandma watching the two happily holding hands. Chapter 74074. Your brother will be back in a few days. Bai Shirhan was so distressed that every time she was about to hold back, but the other party always found a reason to make it impossible for her to refuse. Why can't you be as tough as him? But being held, really, so comfortable. In the night, the two caught the last train. Lin Sinyu was still sitting at the edge of the corridor, and Bai Shirhan was resting right by the window, her small hand long since withdrawn, supporting herself against the window, probably because of following him around all day. Bai Shirhan was a bit tired and rested on her hands, during which she was afraid of sleeping through, opening her eyes from time to time and using her afterglow to see if he was still there beside her. After a day of camouflage, the little girl didn't seem to be in her sage state yet, and wanted more and more. But the other girl had already closed her eyes to rest, so she couldn't forcefully hold her hand. Bai Shirhan twisted her head, trying not to make a sound, and observed him quietly. He's really good looking when he's quiet. Unconsciously, the little girl was looking a little mesmerized, with her eyelashes curved, and the slightly open mouth, with some moisture on her lips, wanting to come closer. Gotta hold back this time. Bai Shirhan looked away from the car window, trying to divert her attention. The crescent moon was clearly visible outside the window, and the sky was full of stars on one side. At this time, the little girl had no time to care, no intention at all to enjoy the night scene under the stars. The car window, sleepy man has long been firmly attracted her eyes. When can I sleep with him? Blah blah blah. Reacting Bai Shirhan will quickly deny the idea. Sleep what? If mom and dad know, we'll certainly be killed. An incredibly apprehensive half-hour passed before the figure on the window began to move, and the little girl closed her eyes and pretended to be sleeping. He stretched and his first reaction was to look at Bai Shirhan. He had just seen her sleeping and that was why he thought of taking a small nap as well. Lin Xin, you didn't think about waking her up. The two of them had their identities reversed at the moment, and the person being observed had become Bai Shirhan. The way she sleeps is so cute. Her long eyelashes are slightly trembling for some reason. Her pretty face is flushed. Even her breathing is a bit rapid. This is a nightmare. Gradually, Lin Sinyu moved closer to his body, and could still see the little girl's slightly open mouth slowly closing, and even wanted to change her position to sleep comfortably. Coming closer, the blush on Bai Shirhan's face deepened, inexplicably imagining that the other party wanted to use this opportunity to steal a kiss. No, it can't be. The little girl waved her palms, not daring to open her eyes at all. Good boy, no bullying, no bullying. Lin Sinyu let her lean on his shoulder, not even bothering to think about whether the other party was awake or not. Thinking that this girl was dreaming that she was bullying her, Bai Shirhan didn't dare to move. She could feel that pretending to be asleep didn't go unnoticed by him, and honestly leaned back, enjoying the coziness of the moment in a positive way. She didn't know how long it had been. Bai Shirhan only felt as if time had been standing still. It was only when the bus had arrived safely at its destination that it was awakened by the touch of the other's face. Home. Bai Shirhan was sleepy and hated waking up for the first time. Aha! Go on, get off. Good. Seemingly a little vain, Bai Shirhan didn't dare to look up at him. Now that she had successfully entered the sage state, she wouldn't even think of touching him again. It was a lot of energy for the little girl to handle. Come on, I'll take you home. Well, Bai Shirhan was still snickering, as if she had whored the other man out for nothing, but he didn't know it yet. I told you that grandma would like you a lot. Right, you see how sad you were before you left, so we'll go back together next time, okay? After making a big circle, Lin Xin said what he wanted to express. The little girl nodded shyly, and knew that going back with him meant something, as if she had a little secret with him, or just their secret. The two were following the lights all the way back and soon walked into the familiar path, waiting until they turned the corner. Song Jiali was waiting over there early. This time Bai Shirhan didn't dare to move around. Just now she was playing the shadow holding hands game. This time she had long since retracted her small hands and put them behind her back. You still know to bring her back. Song Jiali walked over and gave Lin Xinu a look without a good reason. Auntie, this can't be blamed on me. It's mainly because grandma's house is too far away. Waiting for a bus takes half a day. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Bai Shirhan, with an air of disbelief that you should ask her. The little girl that dared to speak, afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would tell the story about helping her best friend in the countryside. You too. Once you go out you don't even send a message. You don't even answer your phone. Are you really not afraid that I'll tell Mr. Bai? No, don't. Bai Shirhan was scared. Even though she knew Auntie Song wouldn't do that, she was still a little worried. Just come back. After that, Song Jiali was seen glancing at Lin Xinu. That expression didn't even need to be stated. It was clearly an expulsion order. Lin Xinu didn't continue to follow and shook his cell phone when Bai Shirhan was about to leave. Good night. Until the separation, the little girl was a little reluctant. Due to Song Jiali's presence, she didn't dare to show it at all, and could only obediently follow her aunt. Shirhan, tell auntie, do you really like him? Having just returned home, Song Jiali had a serious expression as she stared at Bai Shirhan. No, auntie still has to remind you that Mr. Bai has been asking about you again lately, and I can only cover for you for a while on my end, so think it over yourself. Good. The little girl knew it very well, which was why she kept admonishing herself to quit quickly. Everything that had happened today had been buried deep inside her. Originally, only a small opening had been chiseled in the dark world, and now, in the corner position, it was as if a small piece of spring seemed to have been left behind, and it was a beautiful place that belonged to her. Shirhan, after a while, your brother might be coming back too. Before she could calm down, she heard another piece of news brought by Auntie Song. Seeing her anxious expression, Song Jiali that could not know what the little girl was thinking again, opened her mouth to put her mind at ease. Mr. Bai, they won't come back. It's just that when he said that he misses his sister and wants to come back to take a look. Phew, Bai Shirhan sighed in relief. Her brother had always been quite good to her, and she was still able to come back to school herself because he promised her parents that she could stabilize her grades and help the family share the pressure. At this time, the general family will not give the girl to do things. The reason why the strict discipline of Bai Shirhan, purely because that will be the younger brother was not yet born. Rest early. Song Jiali never bothered to put pressure on the little girl. Instead she would only silently take care of her. Only when she heard the door to her room close did Bai Shirhan pull her cell phone out of her pocket, not even bothering with all the missed calls and messages. An open penguin to find the only friend she had on her contact list, her husband. Chapter 75:075. Little girl goes out. A girl's room smells good. That much is true. Bai Shirhan pulled out her cell phone after Song Jiali left and prepared to draw a line in the sand with Lin Xinu, not intending to talk to him about her brother going home. What was never expected was that Lin Xinu hadn't left at all, and not a moment after the message was sent, he had already appeared in front of her house. The little girl was not going to open the door, but when she heard the other person's fierce tone, her body was still honest enough to open the door. Then like a child who had committed a crime, he stood obediently by his side, not daring to speak at all, and originally wanted to go into the room to ease the tension, but he followed him directly instead. Why all of a sudden you say you won't help me with my tutoring? I won't. Grades are due the day after tomorrow, and you're sure to be first in your grade again. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything. Such a lie obviously didn't break. In front of him, it was as if she didn't know how to deceive him at all. She didn't even know how to start pretending. Lin Xinu comforted Bai Shirhan. Don't be afraid. We're just good friends. For the last period of time, we'll just be responsible for studying well and not thinking about other things. So you can't be that way. Which, the little girl was made to blush, only feeling that this person was so bad, knowing what she was talking about, but just pretending not to know, making her embarrassed. Just hold hands, hug. Well, not in the future. Whenever you want to experience a friend-to-friend hug with me, I'm sure I'll let you. No way. In the future those are to be quit. That warm hand, soothing hug, wouldn't think of asking for it. So you send a message to drop your best friend? No. Bai Shirhan panicked. She didn't mean it like that. She just wanted to ease the relationship. She could still be a good friend. This was her first good friend and the only one she only wanted. So when you said don't talk lately and don't help me with my tutoring, aren't you just going to drop me? I help. He's bullying again. Bai Shirhan was aggrieved, but she didn't know how to retort. Sitting on the bed, her 2 feet constantly rubbing back and forth, as if this would allow her to be slightly relieved. The reason she was acting like a child was because she had never interacted much with people, plus she was already a bit of a sociopath, and had even leaned towards autism, and suddenly someone appeared next to her, and she didn't have the time to react at all. Some people don't understand, or say that the little girl is actually in disguise, deliberately pretending to be cute and cuddly for the sole purpose of attracting boys' attention. Such rumors abounded, and with Lin Xinu becoming the one to help her tear them down, it was hard not to develop a desire to find out more. Therefore, when Lin Xinu took the initiative, Bai Shirhan was simply powerless to fight back. Relax, it's not like I'm going to eat you. I'm scared. This bad guy obviously wanted to discuss with him, but before he even waited for a reply to the message, the other party had already appeared at the doorstep, not to mention that he was now inside the room, and when he looked up, he could see his straight eyes. Bai Shirhan, who had already made up her mind, How could this be cruel? She also wanted to be close to him, but there would always be reality to remind that this could not be done. Besides, the bride price is simply not enough these days. At the very least, she had to wait until she had the dowry ready and give it to him. The feet and legs are already in the shape of his shoes. How can they run away? So you're going to throw your friends away now? No, not lost. Lin Xinu nodded his head, and instead of continuing to be stern, he was serious, as a best friend. I'm angry right now, so I'll satisfy you that I won't look for you for a day tomorrow. Bai Shihan was tempted to say no, but was hesitant to say anything as she wanted to try the feeling of not having him around. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Xinu did not continue. Good night. Late. Good night. Then, in Bai Shihan's perspective, the other party didn't stay and turned around to directly leave. The little girl panicked, not knowing what to say, her two little feet rubbing faster, not sure what to do at all. When he heard the door slam, he hurriedly put on his shoes and ran to the windowsill in a huff. At this moment, the inner very panicked. More countless voices from the bottom of the heart. He ignores you. He is really angry. This is good. Really ignore you. Bai Shihan holding the phone, very tempted to go to send him a message to explain, hesitated again and again, put his hand down, watching the other figure slowly disappeared around the corner. Lin Xinu is not trying to really ignore her. Tomorrow just free a day to put all the prepared manuscripts. As for the editor side has long been contacted, and can even take time to go to the internet cafe to type. The purpose of this, he knew very well, was to make Bai Shihan understand what exactly was wanted. There was no way to spare the time to prepare the funds. It was the only way to go about it silently so as not to worry the little girl. If she knew that Lin Xinu was trying to save money, she would definitely help out in every way possible. As for Bai Shihan, from the time she returned to her room, her heart had been indescribably irritated, and for some reason she even felt some remorse for not having the audacity to stay just now. Little green, ah, little green, will the good friend be gone just like this? Ah. The little girl put little green on her chest, and held its tail between her thighs, full of sorrow. Finally, in order not to ramble on, I chose to relax my emotions by taking a bath. The sky in the county is not like the countryside, not to mention the river of stars. You can't even find a few stars. The birds twittered outside the window, and they were still entwined, as if at odds, and soon separated. Early the next morning, afraid of the time to get up late, Lin Xinu specifically set 3 or 4 alarm clocks. As for Bai Shihan's side, remind her to eat breakfast after a clear demarcation of the line for the day's punishment. The little girl was also awake, is now sitting on her bed, holding her cell phone with an aggravated look on her face, thinking he's just saying that he's joking, and that he used to always take her to get breakfast, but now he's just a reminder. I can still save money by not buying it. I'll make it myself. Bai Shihan got up from the bed, her legs perfectly bare in the air, this time with white knee socks, and tossed her cell phone aside to prove that she was doing just fine without him. But the images in his mind didn't stop for a moment, and eventually he even started to recall the two of them going to buy breakfast together. All of this had been memorized in her bones, and had become a habit long ago, and it was simply unlikely that she would be able to change it immediately now. Bai Shihan was a little aggravated and finally gathered her courage. Want to prove that you can go out and buy breakfast too? After a long moment of hesitation, I got all my clothes together and put on my shoes ready to go. By the time the door was opened, the tofu brain had long been prominently set aside at the door. Chapter 76076. Don't ignore me. Girls are actually quite easy to coax, let alone a simple girl like Bai Shihan who has no heart. The little girl puckered her mouth and hesitated for half a day, but still brought in that tofu brain. Lin Xinu really does talk out of his ass. All that talk about not being good friends and how she was going to leave her hanging for the day, and she still brought breakfast over. It's just that there's no sign of him, and it's inexplicably a bit of a loss. It's clear that we agreed to tutor together over the weekend, but what a liar. Damn you to hell. Early in the morning, Kong Yu was woken up by Lin Xinu, thinking that there would be some special event, but it turned out to be just buying breakfast. This is nothing. The money spent is fine. It is normal for brothers to treat each other. The main thing, Lin Xinu used is to pick up girls. This is nothing. Fatty, you have been studying hard lately, and when you go to college, brothers will help you look for something. Come this hard? Lin Xinu patted his head. If your sister-in-law is around in the future, don't say this. Forgetting your brother when you have a daughter-in-law, so damn shameless. Don't forget it was your father who wiped your ass when you were a kid. Kong Yu, stop teasing. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, what are you calling out for? No girls, no money. Don't tell me there are just two big men wandering around. They had grown up playing with each other, and they didn't even have to guess what was on each other's minds to know that something was up. That's what good brothers do. You know my mind. I know your. At this time, the street was filled with people coming and going. The sounds of cats purring, yelling, and stir-frying are all indicative of the vitality of life. Lin Sinyu took Kongyu to the internet cafe. Internet cafes at this time were simply decorated and the computers inside were desktop. Kongyu was filled with shock. Addiction is here? Bringing a brother to a place like this early in the morning? No, you can use the computer to look up the information and review it properly. Lin Sinyu said it naturally, but it made Kongyu unable to do the whole thing. When he reacted, he was full of shock. Are you sick or am I sick? Bringing me to an internet cafe in the morning just to study? Don't understand. Very little. I thought it was two brothers playing online games together to relax. But this? Brother you? I don't understand. You don't bring your sister-in-law here for such a good opportunity? Family matters. You stay out of it. Kongyu did not say anything, silently on the machine, although 100 times reluctant, but still chose to listen to what Lin Sinyu said. Open the web page to search for information. This time it is a real study material. Clear the real questions of the college entrance examination. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would one day accompany his brother to study well in an internet cafe. As for Lin Sinyu, he opened the website and skillfully searched for the URL, started typing in the content, and finally, through the card reader, got all the files into the memory card. A beginning is not possible in any way. What he wants to do is to prepare a number of articles, placed separately, so that the editor thinks that it is not a person. As for the ID card and so on, has been prepared to use the grandmother's, so that it can be successful in making startup money. Kongyu was originally curious about what Lin Xinu was doing, but when he saw the other party typing, he, who was already naturally resistant to words, quickly twisted his head to the side, looking for his fated sister. Time passes slowly. The good thing is that the typing speed is not slow, and soon solved a few beginnings, so that is by Shirhan is there. Surely look at him with a face of admiration. Lin Sinyu pulled out his cell phone. Penguins at this time of year are allowed to send little emoticons, but not to make phone calls. I had thought the girl would miss her and logged on to check, but there was not a single message. Fatty, let's go. Go home. Wait, just a little longer. Lin Sinyu was surprised. When did Kong Fatty love learning so much? Following his gaze, the computer screen was indeed filled with study materials, but his eyes flicked to the side early on. A double ponytail in a student outfit. Like it? If you like it, study hard. High school is for studying. Don't think about east and west. Lin Sinyu patted his shoulder. Kongyu, however, was not slow. You call that studying hard? I hate that my eyes have grown on my sister-in-law, but you still have the nerve to talk about me. Your sister-in-law and I, that is pure friendship. Work hard for each other. Promote learning. Look at you. The hala is staying. Hurry up and wipe it. The two of them snickered for a little while, and although they were all reluctant to leave, Kongyu was still forced to be pulled away by Lin Sinyu. 12 noon is the school mealtime. I don't know since when. Bai Shirhan had gotten used to having someone beside her. That way, eating a meal would feel good. The little girl had wanted to pass the time by brushing up, and since she was being controlled by someone's diet during this time, her stomach would rumble right on time when it was time to eat. In the past, at this time, a familiar figure would always appear to pour food into her bowl, and even if they weren't at school, they would still eat together. Putting down her pen, she placed the small cell phone she had picked up so many times into her hand once more, carefully tapping on the penguin to find the epithet that made her blush, which did not produce a jittery signal. He won't really ignore himself. This time the little girl panicked. Originally saw the door in the morning tofu brain. The heart is still sweet. Thought he just went to busy after Shirley will talk to her. But now, yourself, like, really, lost, the most important best friend. She couldn't help herself, making her slender fingers tap on the keys of her phone, trying to type, and finally stopping at the little emoticons, selecting the emoji, and dropping a few bombs in the past. Shirhan /bomb/bomb/bomb/bomb. After sending it, curl up, put your legs in your arms and cradle them in your hands. Your cell phone lit up right there on the table, quietly waiting for a reply. As if hearing her heart, it wasn't long before the long-awaited reply sounded, and the little girl was extraordinarily happy. She also knew that it was spineless of her to wait for Lin Xinu to reply like this, but she was just so used to his presence that if he wasn't around, she would always feel that something was missing. Bai Shirhan does not know what is like, also do not know what is miss, only know now especially do not like this kind of conflict between good friends. As early as I know last night will not so with him to send a message. Husband, what? So cold. He must still be angry. Little girl sat face, heart is not bottom, two cheeks bulging. The table has already prepared milk candy. She had already thought of waiting for Lin Xinu to come over, so she would stand in front of him without saying anything and hand him the milk candy as a symbol of reconciliation. Shirhan, I want you. Bai Shirhan was trying to say I want you as a good friend and won't lose it, and didn't dare to fight more due to shyness. Husband, what do you want from me? He's so annoying. The little girl had no choice but to continue explaining. Shirhan, a good friend. Husband, ignore you for a day. Bai Shirhan didn't want to pay attention to him. She had already said so and was still like this. It was really annoying. Husband, being a spoiled brat can save you from being punished. The little girl's eyes lit up when the message appeared on her cell phone. Shirhan, don't ignore me. Chapter 77, 077. Shopping at the supermarket together is happiness. Looking at the words sent out, Bai Shirhan couldn't have imagined that it would be typed out by her own hand. The milkshake passed from left to right in her hand. Mentally pissed off that he had clearly done what he said about pouting, and then the guy didn't reply to the message. Drip drip drip. At the long-awaited beep, Bai Shirhan looked at the words that appeared in the screen. Husband, open the door. The little girl was terrified, and hurriedly put on her shoes. Her heart was happy and afraid, and before she left, she did not forget to put the prepared milk candy into her pocket. She thought she'd have to wait at the door for a bit, just to be on the safe side, and peered through the cat's eye, realizing that there was no one outside, which made her feel comfortable opening the door. Don't tell me, it's pretty fast. Just when Bai Shirhan was relieved, Lin Sinyu came over from the stairs, and that piece happened to be a cat's eye observation dead center. So Bai Shirhan didn't see anyone. Didn't you tell me not to ignore you? What's with the standing around and not talking? Open the door and change into your slippers. Fearing that the little girl would be hungry, on the way back with Kong Yu, he ordered 2 dishes to pack and left him there alone to eat. Not only that, what made Kong Yu even more angry was that this girl also said in a beautiful name that she wanted to seize the time, review properly, and fight for time. Nope, kerosene not mud. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to raise her head. Her eyes didn't even have the courage to look him straight in the eye. Stammering, feeling that she was wrong, but not knowing what to say. A friend-to-friend hug? Cuddles? How is it possible to cuddle? Bai Shirhan immediately dodged away. Even if she was indeed at fault first, she couldn't easily give in. Shay, how petty. It's our lunch. The little girl took the lunchbox in his hand. She had been hungry for a long time, and just now she didn't have the heart to do so, solely because Lin Sinyu was not there and was a bit uncomfortable. Now that the customary one was here, there was no concern about opening the package carefully. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, minced pork and eggplant, baby vegetables. The aggravation on Bai Shirhan's face transformed into a smile, and the milk candy she hadn't intended to give him was pulled out of her pocket. And well, what? I didn't hear. Lin Sinyu stopped the action in his hands, as if he heard something extraordinary, rushed to get closer to her, but the little girl is refusing to say more, only to feel the heart fluttering, simply cannot suppress the emotions. The face quickly surfaced scarlet. He just wanted to continue flirting, but Bai Shirhan slipped aside early and said nothing to let him come over. The rice outside is obviously not as good as the ones you make yourself. Not only is the rice a bit hard, but the texture of the food is obviously a whole lot worse. Bai Shirhan ate very unhappy, thinking that Lin Sinyu spent money to buy so many things. It is better to save as a bride price. It is really a waste of. Lin Xianyu looked at her and didn't forget to give her some food. Do you know what we look like now? Like what? We're like a couple who just had a fight. The little girl blushed, wanting to ignore him more and more. You know what kids like to play with? Don't want to know. This time Bai Shirhan had learned his lesson. He was sure to say something strange again that he couldn't understand. Kids love to play that house. One is a dad and one is a mom. I'm sure you've never played it. We could have played it too if we wanted to. No, not playing. Bai Shirhan understood what he was trying to do. She had already let this deadbeat get away with it once in the countryside, and now she couldn't agree to anything. But Lin Sinyu is familiar here like his own home, eating, pinching food, and not forgetting to pinch some for her. Indeed, it's not as well done as your cooking, and I'm going to eat my wife's cooking tonight. Not a wife. Bai Shirhan responded nervously, fearing that this person does not know to collect points. Said, opening is nonsense. Obviously not. The bride price have not saved enough it. Lin Xianyu didn't say anything, but just kept pouring food into her bowl. Plastic lunchboxes are not meant to hold much, and in no time at all they had piled up high. No, it's about to fill up. The little girl rushed to stop it. Eating like this every day would definitely make her fat. She was obviously already very needy. Every day Bai Shirhan lived in this tense and exciting battle, enjoying it and fearing it at the same time. The two of them finished their meal together, perfectly responding to the CD-ROM initiative without wasting a single bit of food. The cleanup was supposed to be done by Lin Sinyu, and Bai Shirhan thought she hadn't done anything, so she grabbed all the plastic dishes and cleaned them up in the trash, tied them in knots, and waited for Lin Sinyu to wipe the table with a paper towel before leaving the bag at the door, ready to take it down with her when she went down. Came back to see him tinkering with plastic cups. You, what are you doing? Drinking water. What else to do with a glass? Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, only feeling as if she had turned into a little fool. Obviously such a simple thing. Surely she could have seen it before. and now she would even think that he would have other uses for the cup. Want a drink? I'll get you some too. Lin Sinyu quickly picked up the full amount and sent it to her. Nah, we're going out this afternoon. Going or not? Go. Where to? Supermarket. Bai Shirhan was stunned. How could she not expect the other party to invite herself to a place like that? No, it won't work. Lin Xinu stroked her head comfortingly. Don't worry, there will definitely be a maximum change for you there. The little girl was genuinely a bit flustered. She was aware that the supermarket was full of people, and if she rushed in like this, she would definitely be too nervous to walk. There are all kinds of noodles in there, and lots of fun stuff. Have you ever eaten ham and sausage? Dry noodles, 8-ball porridge, shredded squid, beef jerky. No listen. Bai Shirhan raised her hand and plugged her ears. To say that it was not tempting was definitely a lie. With so many delicious things, how could she possibly hold back? He's so bad. He's really bad. Lin Sinyu idea is very simple. Suddenly buy so many snacks back. There is always one can be used to feed, right? What's more, feeding this kind of thing is very addictive. Wait for her to get used to it. Then will it be every day at his side? With a kind of expectant eyes looking at him, you feed me to eat, okay? Come to think of it, say what you will about taking her into the grocery store for a stroll. Contrary to him, the little girl would be thinking about what reason she should find to reject Lin Sinyu. A place like the supermarket was extremely scary for her, or else she definitely wouldn't have Auntie Song buy groceries and send them over every time. Not to mention seeing the other party's face full of expectant eyes, Bai Shirhan knew that he was definitely having some bad ideas. Are you sure you don't want to go? Shopping at the grocery store together between good friends, that's an especially happy thing. But this guy was like a feather, tickling her feet all the time, so much so that her whole body itched and her heart moved. Are you sure you don't want to go? Are you sure you don't want to go? That's with good friends. Good friends can pick each other's gifts. The young man compelled the young girl to finally nod her head and agree with him. Chapter 78:078. The enviable couple. I really won't run. Bai Shirhan's small face burned hot, confusedly following him out, and confusedly being grabbed by his small hand. Starting from the moment he went downstairs, until now, almost 5 or 6 minutes. I don't believe it. Look, you're turning back on that foot. It was so hard to coax her out. There was no way she was going to be allowed to run away. At the very least wait until she got into the supermarket before letting go of the hand she was holding. Moreover, ask which boy can refuse the existence of soft little hands in the heart. Not only that, but also when you cannot help but gently need. Experience the other side of the skin, smooth and tender touch. You're lying, because you can run. No way. I don't believe it. Bai Shirhan did not know how to make strength. Her legs were a little soft, although only her small hands were wrapped in his big hands, but she always felt that the whole person was about to melt away. Even though it wasn't the first time he'd held hands, there was still a strange sensation that made his body soften out of habit every time he grabbed it in the palm of his hand. Cell stairs, familiar with the street. The road vehicles come and go, the occasional siren or two. It is good that there are not many pedestrians on the road, or the little girl is certainly to die of shame. For the first time, Bai Shirhan was so looking forward to the supermarket. Her small hands were so fluffy that she was afraid of the sudden appearance of her classmates in the neighborhood. Look, isn't that Bai Shirhan? Why is she holding hands with Lin Sinyu? Just thinking about it makes the little face look more like a little tomato. The supermarket sign was visible, and since it was across the street from the school, it was small, not as big as a mall, but it had what it should have had. The little girl retracted her palms, her hands sweaty. You, bully me again. It was only after waiting for no one to pass by that Bai Shirhan dared to speak up. Obviously we agreed that in the country that was a favor between good friends, and now he's holding hands. I'm sorry, I was trying to help you reach a new milestone. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything. If the other party's attitude was tougher, maybe he still had a reason to dislike him back, but with this gentle tone of his, it always felt like he couldn't send out a warning. It was already at the entrance of the supermarket. There was no way Bai Shirhan would run, not to mention what Lin Sinyu had just said, how he wouldn't admit defeat in order to help her reach a new milestone. The little girl was still a little scared, and followed him quietly, tensing up at the first sign of someone coming, raising her hand to grab the corner of the other person's coat. It's not as crowded as the mall, so think of the supermarket as a small milestone. The mall piece is the big achievement. Bai Shirhan nodded, agreeing with him. There were still a bit of people in the supermarket. If it was before, how could the little girl not come here? Lin Sinyu could see her worry and reached out to gently pat the other party on the shoulder, trying to make her feel at ease. It's okay, don't be afraid. The look was clearly expressing, don't be afraid, I'm here. This time, Bai Shirhan didn't care if she was being held by him or not, because if Lin Sinyu didn't pull her, she wouldn't dare to walk in the supermarket, but instead, she was being held, so she would be more daring. Lin Sinyu took her through a brief introduction of the various areas in the supermarket first, purely to familiarize her with it, so that she wouldn't look for snacks and not know which place to go. Needless to say, with the introduction of a good friend, the unfamiliar surroundings were quickly accepted, and what was still a nervous standoff, afraid to move, was now beginning to survey the various things in the vicinity with reckless abandon. You are much more comfortable when you are familiar with unfamiliar places. It took a while for the little girl to catch her breath. Is this the supermarket? So many different things. Lin Sinyu led her into the supermarket, not forgetting to carry a basket. Living this kind of thing, in fact, does not necessarily have to be a girl to do. Some boys can also be, such as Lin Sinyu. This kind of long stay alone for a long time, should have the life skills are now all lined up to use. Let me tell you, what about some fruits? You can't look at the surface, like a watermelon. You have to knock and make a thumping sound. That's ripe. Bai Shirhan listened attentively, suddenly realizing that she really didn't know anything about life other than cooking and studying. You, so awesome. What? You say it louder. The little girl didn't continue. She understood that the other party was just like that. Knowing that they were taking advantage of the situation, they still wanted to get an inch. How does it feel? Won't be scared. Bai Shirhan doesn't stutter most of the time. It's the complete opposite of before, when she used to speak quickly when she was nervous. Now it's completely reversed. Do you know why it's important to take you to keep unlocking new milestones? Lin Sinyu picked out the dishes with a serious expression. You're always unwilling to share with others, and you'll keep anything to yourself. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything. Are you so afraid that what you're doing will make people unhappy? No, there's no lying between good friends. Well, was that the habit before? Aha. The little girl wasn't lying, except that she wouldn't dare to look up at him this time. And like he said, she cared about other people's feelings easily, so most of the time she chose the most comforting way. Even if she wasn't having a good time herself, that was fine, but not anymore, not since he came to her. Couldn't say why. No longer cared about other people's emotions, she only cared about him. Lin Sinyu continued to choose the dishes, not forgetting to take the time to teach her how to pick. Look at these dishes. Some taste good but don't look good. Some have good faces, but instead the flavor doesn't taste good. The surface is bright and shiny. But what's the use of not being happy yourself? Only if you are happy, you can go and make others happy, so that you can be doubly happy. You are not happy and still think about others, and then look at others to be happy. That is not even more difficult, is not it? Although it's a bit selfish to say so, it's also necessary to make others comfortable in different situations. We can't always take others into consideration every time. How exhausting that would be. Bai Shirhan listened attentively, sometimes able to understand what he meant, and sometimes a little unresponsive. You know how some couples can be the envy of many? Don't know. There is no very good match in this world. Are accommodating each other, slowly grinding, get used to each other to understand each other's preferences. Over time, even if the other person covered in the quilt to secretly play a ring, will feel happy. Listening to him, the little girl creates images in her mind of the two of them lying peacefully and quietly in bed, when suddenly the bad guy covers her with the quilt. Yikes, how there are still people who like that. So, if you encounter anything in the future, don't carry it alone. You have your husband, don't be afraid. You're the one who isn't. Bai Shirhan swished her pretty face red and boldly took a step and ran to the snack area, not wanting to listen to his continued nonsense. Chapter 79, 079. Waiting for a good friend to come back for dinner. Hey, don't run. There are more people over there. Lin Xian carried the basket and didn't know what to say. Was he that scary? Even her normally timid self now dared to run to the snack area to hide from herself. When I walked to the snacks area, I only saw Bai Shirhan hiding at the side of the shelves, and there were so many people in front of her that she didn't dare to continue forward at all. Right? Didn't lie to you. There's a lot of people over here. Lin Xian, angry and amused, plucked up the courage to run away, and when he realized that the surrounding area was crowded and there was no one beside him, he began to cower again. We're only in high school. We're not allowed to be in that kind of relationship, so that's what you're afraid of. Lin Sinyu put down the basket. Look, the ham sausage, it's over here. There's the corn one, the original one. The instant noodles are over there. See the bag? That's bagged. The one we ate last time was in a bucket. Bai Shirhan was very quiet. Her eyes followed the direction of his finger and kept moving. A moment to look at this, a moment to look at that, and finally couldn't help but swallow her saliva. A little greedy. What? Still thinking about that thing? I'm talking about my husband. That was a joke. We're in the most crucial time of our senior year. We need to study hard. What's your little brain thinking about? The little girl looked up and glared at him fiercely. This cheeky guy always has a reason to turn what he just said into another layer of meaning. And who knows if he's telling the truth or not. If she acquiesces to something like calling herself her husband, I'm afraid the bad guy will just rush over and hug and say, "See, I told you you'd be my wife." Bai Shirhan was ashamed and annoyed, and she didn't realize that this would be in the supermarket, and the invisible pressure that she had felt at the very beginning had begun to slowly disappear. Go get some noodles, will you? That stuff has to be eaten sparingly. It's okay to eat it occasionally, not often, but it really looks so delicious. Lin Sinyu took her no way. The barrel portion for some reason always feel less than the bag, so took 5 or 6 bags, but this girl took out 4 more bags from the basket, leaving only 2. 1 bag for each person is enough. Bai Shirhan pawned them back to the shelves. She just wanted to quench her thirst. This kind of reckless spending definitely needed to be stopped. The primary goal now was to save up for the dowry. No matter how tempting the snacks in the back were, the little girl just looked at them and then quickly shook her head. While others shop at the grocery store for the enjoyment of buying, she seems to do it just for a treat. I want to go back to not buying any other food? Chips, fries, 8 packs of those. No, not like. That being said, the eyes don't deceive. Lin Sinyu lifted the basket. Let's go. Go home. You have to cook for me at Nunu. Good. Bai Shirhan nodded. The two have gone to the checkout area. The payment is Lin Sinyu to give money. The little girl early years. Listen to the total price of how much. I'll listen to the final price spent more than 50. Sighed softly. The next time you must not eat instant noodles. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you at the grocery store that you need to be happy, not sad? Come on, tell your best friend why you're not happy. Bai Shirhan spoke in aggravation. I won't eat instant noodles from now on. Lin Sinyu stroked her little head. What's there to eat or not to eat? Buy it if you like it, but eat it sparingly. Not eating. What's wrong with this? Buy it back and put it away. Eat it whenever you want. Lin Sinyu carried the bag, gesturing the other party to hold the corner of his coat. You know, when I was a kid, Mom and Dad, they were very busy. The family didn't have any money. They could only work outside, and they might not be able to come back for a year, and only Grandma was at home alone. And every time, no matter if I'm there or not, as long as I go back, the family will always have something I like to eat. Bai Shirhan nodded. She knew this. She had seen it when she went back yesterday. There was Coke and canned fruit in the fridge, so you don't have to worry. I'll buy you whatever you like to eat, and it's okay if you don't eat it. You can eat it when you feel like it. But, you're not my grandmother. I'm your old. No. Knowing that this guy was going to babble, Bai Shirhan made an early prediction and blocked the words he wanted to say. In the street, the girl pulls the corner of the teenager's coat. The sun shines the shadow of the two on the ground. This time Bai Shirhan didn't reach out and step on it. I don't know when it started, but suddenly I don't think he's nasty, even if he bullies himself sometimes. As long as I retort, he'll stop. As for holding hands and all that, it's all just teenage girl reserved to back off and get there. The liking that the little girl understood was very simple. It was just like what Lin Xinu had said. If she didn't say yes, it wasn't an acceptance, and it wasn't a liking, let alone a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. If we were to give him a girlfriend now, then Auntie Song and the others would definitely not agree. The two were emotionally clear to Lin Sinyu, which is why he was thinking of preparing the startup capital. Don't look at Bai Shirhan's silly treatment of her feelings, but she was actually smart enough to know that she couldn't say yes now. Not yet. Arriving at the bottom of the building along the path, Lin Sinyu handed her the plastic bag in his hand. I still have some things to do. You go up and finish the meal first and wait for me to come back. Bai Shirhan's eyes widened in confusion. Do as you're told and get up there. Good. Even if she didn't know what he was going to do, the little girl still nodded her head obediently. As long as Lin Xinu didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask because he promised that he would come back later to eat his own cooking. Then he would definitely come back. Lin Sinyu watched Bai Shirhan go up the stairs from below and waited for her figure to disappear before he turned to leave. The little girl went to the window of the building with her bag, as was her usual habit, and stood on tiptoe, eyeing the other until she was completely gone, and only then did she reluctantly go upstairs to her home. The cooking process was the most enjoyable time for Bai Shirhan. Wash the rice and cook it. Choose the vegetables, like a wife at home waiting for her husband to come back. When she was alone, the little girl would think back to what had happened before. The supermarket was unfamiliar to her, and she would feel out of breath as soon as she arrived in an unfamiliar environment. But now it was significantly lessened, as if as long as there was Lin Sinyu around, she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. In the kitchen, Bai Shirhan felt happy for the first time. This situation is unprecedented. Just want to pour out all their own cooking skills, waiting for their beloved good friends to come back to eat. Everything is ready. The little girl, in order to save waiting for the other party to come back time, deliberately washed the pots and bowls, those all clean. All done. Still did not hear the waiting knock on the door. She was starting to panic, but trusted him. Asking on a cell phone was a sign of distrust. Baishahan put the phone aside and gathered her emotions as she waited for her best friend. The doorbell rang and a breeze blew into the room from the balcony, hitting the body gently and soothing it. The little girl happily opened the door. These snacks. Ah, wait until you want to eat them. Don't give me that you won't eat them or anything. You'll eat them when I say you will. Chapter 80:80. It's all his fault. Had already quit. Lin Sinyu's field of vision was full of her, and even if his tone was a bit fierce, a smile still appeared on Bai Shirhan's face, a smile that was unguarded and happy from the bottom of her heart. In this moment, she had probably understood enough to know what she wanted most about liking someone. The smile on the little girl's face quickly disappeared, or rather, it was hidden from sight, perhaps because she was a little shy from his blazing eyes. Lowering her head, not daring to look at the other party squarely. Not eating? Next time you want it, just say so. Even if you're poor, you can't let your wife not be able to afford it. Not. Bai Shirhan's refusal was weak and even a little bit vain, especially when she saw that most of the snacks in the bag were the ones she had noticed when she was shopping at the supermarket just now, and she hadn't even thought that the other person would be able to remember them all. Other than Auntie Song, there had never been a person who had deliberately gone to buy things for her. Well, no. So have you been a good boy and gotten dinner ready for when I get back? At that, the little girl looked up confidently. Well, it's all set. Bai Shirhan happily went to the dining table and reached out to indicate the 3 dishes and 1 soup she had made. Just to warn you, these snacks are nice to buy for you, but you can't just snack and not eat. Good. It just suddenly felt like he was nagging. The same kind of concern that other people's dads have for their daughters or sons. Bai Shirhan originally wanted to serve the rice, but Lin Sinyu told her to sit down obediently, and it didn't take long for the bowl to be filled with rice and handed it to her until the other party sat down, and only then did the little girl breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as long as he's around, he's at peace. Here, open your mouth and have a piece of meat. Ah, I can do it myself. Can what can? You won't eat meat if I don't let you every day. Open your mouth. He's being bullied again. Bai Shirhan's small eyes were full of aggression, but inwardly she felt comfortable. The two opposite emotions kept colliding, and for some reason, the final fusion transformed into enjoyment, inexplicably wanting the other party to feed another bite. Seriously, Bai Shirhan, you'll definitely be a good wife in the future. You're obedient and can cook and clean. Whoever can marry you home will be really happy. Bai Shirhan did not say anything, silently looking at the snacks placed on the ground. Some heartache. Secretly spit. This guy really cannot save money. Under Lin Sinyu's supervision, the little girl obediently finished her meal. Ever since she knew him, she had already successfully changed her bad habit of picky eating, fearing that the other party would use the chopsticks she had eaten to pitch in, which wasn't the main thing, but the main thing was that he would also take a couple of bites midway through the meal. In the newly understood vocabulary, this would be called indirect kissing, and that certainly wouldn't be allowed to happen again. The dishes cleanup was Lin Sinyu's, and Bai Shirhan just stood in the kitchen doorway, watching him quietly. Only when he was around was she most comfortable. When it was all taken care of, he dried his hands with a towel, and the little girl seemed to have known that she would have her mouth wiped by the other, and had taken care of it with paper ahead of time. Lin Xinyu's back was turned to her, and although Bai Shirhan wasn't sure what he was up to, it was clear that he must be organizing it after hearing the snack bags that kept making loud noises. I'll take a full portion of the fruit for food and drink, and if there's anything you're afraid to eat, just ask me. Thinking back to Bai Shirhan marveling at the toxic scene, Lin Sinyu wanted to laugh a little, and his greatest feeling was still that she was cute and stupid. Sometimes when he saw the young girl being naughty, Lin Xinyun really wanted to take her into his arms and slap her on the buttocks to make the other party listen properly. Nokia screen with a resistive screen. Compared to the capacitive screen of the later smartphone, the operation is obviously pulling the gate a few notches, which is why not typing on the phone reason. What Lin Sinyu wants now is to get some money first and get the computer configuration. It doesn't need to be too expensive, as long as he can type. Bai Shirhan didn't know what he was thinking, and when she saw Lin Sinyu gawking, she stared at him and gawked, waiting for the other party to make a move, then subconsciously turning her head and pretending she wasn't peeking. When I finally got bored, I passed the time by picking up the labyrinth ruler on the living room table. Seeing him frown, he sat down again obediently, lowering his labyrinth ruler, not daring to make a loud noise, while pulling his other hand out of his pocket, the long-prepared candy appearing in the palm of his hand before slowly handing it to the other man. Lin Sinyu didn't refuse, peeled off the candy paper and stuffed it into his mouth. It was warm and sweet. Isn't it expensive to have you as a wife? The sudden words caused the little girl to completely panic. The secret he buried in his heart was discovered? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Even if he was talking in his sleep, then only Green knew. How did he know? It's very expensive. Lin Sinyu chewed the candy, full of motivation. Then you have to be well prepared. I will definitely try to marry you home in the future. Bai Shirhan was tempted to nod, but knew it wasn't the right time. It's going to be a high school exam. Don't worry, I'll get into the same college as you. This time the little girl nodded her head. As long as it was something he had promised, it had all been done, so she trusted the other party. Even if the whole world said that Lin Xinu was a liar, she would come out to oppose it regardless. He was the person she trusted the most. We'll pull the hook. Surely we won't lie to you. Bai Shirhan was trying to say that she believed him, but gradually hesitated after seeing Lin Sinyu's extended little thumb. From the supermarket back until now, she has not run into him for a long time, had already quit, but this bad guy had to hold her to go to the supermarket. The addiction is back. The little thumb was slowly combining with the little thumb, and the only thing that could be heard was the whirring sound of the curtains being gently scraped by the wind, as if it was just rattling by Shirhan's heart, which was constantly fluttering around. It's not over yet. Little thumbs hooked up and a thumb's touch. That's what you call a deal made. The little girl just wanted to retract her hand, but Lin Sinyu stopped her with a voice. The two hooked their pinkies together and their thumbs slowly touched. Look, the pact is made. This will turn into a love heart. And hey, why are you so red in the face? This guy is a real pain in the ass. Bai Shirhan only felt her little face burning as she pulled her hand away from the others and quickly ran back to her room. Lin Sinyu didn't go after him and sat on the sofa thinking about moving forward. Although he has never seen Bai Shirhan's parents, but from the memory search, certainly not as simple as he thought. The only thing can only start from her brother Bai Wenjie. The little girl is stupid, but that brother-in-law is smart. At least he'll help himself to his own sister. Room. Bai Shirhan didn't go to hug Xiao Green this time. She was just thinking back to what Lin Sinyu said. The bride price will indeed become a big problem, as well as the fact that it's hard to explain on mom and dad's side. Not to mention the fact that she's still in school now. In the past, she never used to think about it so much, unlike now, when her little head is so busy every day. But the little girl is happy. This was the first time she was, in fact, thinking for herself. Chapter 81:081. Do we look like we're living together? Bai Shirhan takes a nap every day at noon. People who are used to taking lunch breaks basically yawn right on time when it's time. Lin Sinyu mentioned the snacks to his room and put them away. Are you going to sleep? He got up and offered, then sat down at the desk, looking at her with expectant eyes. Bai Shirhan panicked, just by looking at the other party's eyes. It seemed to be expressing come, let's sleep together. The little girl froze, her little face flushed, and hurriedly burrowed into the quilt, her hand holding a small green ready to put up resistance. No, I can't, there's no place to sleep. What no place? I can sleep on the desk. It's just in the classroom at lunchtime. No, you're not getting the wrong idea, are you? Think I'm going to share a bed with you? Lin Sinyu approached Bai Shirhan, and before he could pass, little green shook from side to side in front of him, blocking his progress. Cover up and don't be afraid. I'm not sleeping with you. Let the little green strike on the body. Lin Sinyu did not resist. Gently help her cover the quilt. Bai Shirhan at first a little afraid, shyly wriggling around on the bed, only later slowly quiet. I'm just going to go lie down on the table and sleep for a while. I'll cook for you at dinner tonight, and I'll go back when Auntie Song comes over in the evening. Good. Then watch it. I don't mind pinning my hand on you if you want to do what you did last time. Lin Xinu reached his hand over after he finished speaking, but was quickly rejected by the other party. This way of being together felt like a dream. With her sleeping and him keeping watch, Bai Shirhan sat obediently on the bed, her arms wrapped around her legs, her small hands constantly caressing her skin, looking up at Lin Sinyu from time to time, a little afraid that he'd come over again and make herself clamp her legs around his arms. Only Lin Xinu was very quiet and immediately fell asleep on the table after sitting back down, looking like he was really tired. The surrounding is quiet. The little girl does not dare to make a big sound, embracing the little green. The other party is in front of her eyes. She can clearly see his face. His mouth is slightly open. She can feel the body along with the sound of breathing slightly trembling. It seems to be really sleeping. Did not lie to her. Just staring at him surreptitiously. Even though the other woman wasn't sleeping beside her, she was still shy. For a room that had never had a boy in it before, it seemed to have a male owner to whom it belonged. Bai Shirhan had not yet taken off her socks, quietly revealing her snow-white legs from under the covers, lifting her cute feet and legs and removing the little white short socks on top. She likes white. Not that she doesn't wash her socks, but she keeps more short white socks. Not only that, but sometimes they wondered what the white and black silk was that the boys were talking about, and secretly asked Auntie Song to buy one. The little girl didn't know it at the time, and the only thing that impressed her was that Auntie Song nodded her head slightly as she bought it over, with a sense of relief that her child had grown up. It was only worn once and put in the closet, never to be taken out again. At that time Bai Shirhan still wondered how there would still be boys who liked this kind of thing. And now, the cute girl didn't know why. but she was a little curious about the boy resting on the desk, whether he would like. She turned on her side, adjusting her timing to find the right sleeping position so she could see him as soon as she opened her eyes, still not holding back. By spending a long time together, Shirhan is smart enough to clearly distinguish the difference between good friends, when a certain idea in the heart is too strong. Only he knows what he wants. Snow White feet in the quilt up and down rubbing. Obviously dinner that will have touched the fingers pull hooks. Why now want to touch his palm? He looks really pretty when he's asleep. I want to go over and touch him. Who said I can only let him touch my face? I can obviously do it myself. Ideas are like this. The reality of the little girl absolutely conceded. Looking at Lin Sinyu, slowly closed his eyes, as if this is even in a piece of sleep. When sleepiness set in, Baishahan let her head go. Definitely, save up for the dowry. Shirhan only felt that she had slept for a long time, and when she opened her eyes, the figure that she could have seen directly disappeared in front of her eyes, and she was instantly sleepy and a little flustered. There had been such a situation once before. She would be so happy to hear a cat purring every day, not to mention that she could also see the kitten walking on her windowsill. Only then the kitten disappeared, and she heard someone say that its owner took it away, and the little girl was still sad for a long time because of that incident. Now that Lin Sinyu was gone, it was definitely unlikely that he would say he wanted to be calm. Take your cell phone out. If the person had an emergency, they would have left a message. As a result, the penguin avatar did not flash. Ha, you're awake? Hungry? Lin Sinyu opened the door to his room, and when he walked in, he found Shirhan sitting on the bed, her small hand holding her cell phone, her expression a little lost. It's really easy to be happy with that lost and found feeling. Probably vain. The little girl even with the cell phone together into the quilt, still, and a little sleepy. Then rest. I'll make dinner. Do you want noodles or dinner? 4 dumplings. There's another bag in the fridge. All. Lin Xianu rolled his eyes, really wanting to run to the bed and make her lie on her back and pout. If she said anything else, he would slap her up and teach her a lesson. Pick one. Dumpling. That's right. That's a good boy. It wasn't until Lin Sinyu's footsteps grew farther and farther away that the little girl was completely relieved. Snow White feet came out of the quilt first. Shirhan legs are very nice. Long and straight. Soft and white. It is good that Lin Sinyu will not be here. Otherwise he will definitely praise her, making her red face rush away. The process of cooking dumplings is very simple. If frozen dumplings can be thrown in when boiling water, not frozen should wait until the water boils, so that the meat will not burst out, but also to prevent sticking to the pan. You can prioritize the water sprinkled with a few spoons of salt. You're awesome. There was no man who didn't like to be complimented, let alone with such a sticky, soft voice. Shirhan had been peeking at the kitchen door since she left the room, and when she saw the other party's entire set of skillful processes, she let out a heartfelt exclamation. It's actually quite simple, and you certainly will. It's not just guys, girls you need to have to compliment. Even if she's complimenting you, again you need to compliment back. As long as both sides are happy, it's double happiness. How do you feel now? Shirhan was confused by the question and looked at him dumbfounded. It feels like that. Oh yeah, cohabitation, isn't it? Lin Xianu was full of playful laughter. Not at all. How can it be cohabitation? She is not unaware of what cohabitation means. The impression is very deep is that, previously witnessed a pair of men and women cohabiting. Not 2 months. The woman's belly is getting bigger and bigger. It's ridiculous. It's still high school, and he's thinking of moving in with himself? Not to mention mom and dad. If Auntie Song knew, she'd beat him to death. Chapter 82, 082. It's so much fun to be fed. Shirhan was very bad at lying, let alone in front of Lin Sinyu. I said I didn't want to cohabitate, and all the scenes of my life came back to me in my head. Looking down at her, her face had long since been colored red, pink and tender, white and clean, so that he could not help but want to reach out and touch each other's cheeks, so that her little body will certainly be like an electric shock. Legs sore, slightly trembling it. I'm sure it's adolescence, but I've got bold and roguish ideas. Shirhan didn't dare to say anything and stood in the doorway of the kitchen, holding the handrail in her hand, quietly watching him cook the dumplings. The little girl already had no idea how many secrets she held, and in her otherwise dark youth, she was beginning to glow, and if she looked deeper, almost all of them had something to do with him. That's probably like it. Lin Sinyu opened the lid of the pot, and the dumplings all rolled over on the surface of the water, as if to prove that they were already cooked. Shirhan walked into the kitchen and took out 2 bowls from the counter, washing them briefly and doing the preparations. Yeah, well, I'll say, whoever marries you home is going to be very happy. Don't talk nonsense. The little girl wanted to gag him with dumplings or the bad guy would talk nonsense again. She was supposed to be someone who was afraid of getting along, which is why she went out of her way not to interact with others. And even if a classmate greeted her for homework or something, she would be nervous to oblige the other person's needs, blaming herself for not being able to talk. But now that would not be the case at all. Regardless of whether or not they would get along, as long as Lin Sinyu was there, she would feel comfortable and there was no discomfort. That guy was bad, but he never made Bai Shirhan feel cold, always finding all kinds of topics to open up her conversation. 1, 2, 3, 16. No, oh, that's all you're going to eat. No, it won't work, it'll be too much to eat. Usually they eat 8 or 9, and when they nearly triple that all at once, they're sure to get a big belly. Bai Shirhan looked at Lin Sinyu, wanting him to serve a few less or take some away from her bowl. It's okay, I'll help you eat what you can't. Geez, how can you let this kind of contact go so easily? Not bad for a do-over for me. In the old high school, Lin Sinyu only knew how to play games with Kong Fatty, but now he can be considered to have a sweet taste. The little girl looked at him with exasperation, wanting to suspect that the other party was doing it on purpose, but without proof. She could only carry the bowl and walk out of the kitchen. Lin Sinyu didn't rush to follow him over and finished serving the dumplings and cleaning the pot before going to sit at the table. Why don't you eat? Is it because you want me to feed it to you? Sub no Maru. She wanted to eat it, but her face blushed again at the thought of him eating the rest of her dumplings. The bowl of dumplings was neatly discharged, full and lovely, still warm, just waiting for Lin Sinyu to pinch away a few. It's fine, that's just right to eat together. Well, Bai Shirhan had prepared 2 pairs of chopsticks early, just in case he wanted to use his own. Here, you eat. Lin Xin picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her, and from the moment he came out, he realized that the little girl had been staring at him. Really can't eat? Well, look at you. You're not even honest about eating. What if you're alone later? Bai Shirhan wanted to retort, but the truth was that she hadn't eaten any dumplings, so she could only listen to his lecture in resignation. Here, open your mouth. I'll feed you. No, it can't be. The little girl hurriedly reached out, trying to protect the bowl, but eventually she was a step slower and he took the initiative. What's wrong with that? Use your chopsticks, not mine. Don't worry, there's no saliva. I'll eat it myself. I can do it myself. After so long did not eat one, and said it was okay. Don't worry, just good friends get along with each other. I will not misunderstand. It's hard to believe that you still misunderstand? No. Well then, don't you grind and dawdle half the time. Open your mouth. No. Bai Shirhan's brain didn't know what to think, and after the dumplings entered her mouth, she was completely disorganized. But come to think of it, Lin Sinyu was right. It wasn't like she was using the same pair of chopsticks, so she didn't have to care at all. Look, isn't that a good behavior? Be good for dinner or your best friend is sure to get mad. Well, the little girl chewed the contents of her mouth and then swallowed it, and just as she got a cushion, she saw the other party pick up another dumpling, not forgetting to put it in front of her mouth and huff and blow. Come on, mouth open. One more. We are the best in Bai Shirhan. I don't know why, but it always feels like I'm coaxing a child. This reminds Bai Shirhan of when she was a child. The neighbor's children were fed in this way, but she has never had this kind of treatment. But she never thought that today is the realization. She opened her mouth wide and the dumplings were once again stuffed into his mouth. The chopsticks touched her little tongue and the little girl unconsciously licked it, then held the chopsticks in her mouth as her mind went completely blank. Lin Xin pulled the chopsticks out of her mouth, and Bai Shirhan didn't even have time to taste the flavor, only feeling that this current situation shouldn't happen between good friends. Is it good? Well, Bai Shirhan's small face was bubbling with heat, and she had no idea what dumplings tasted like. And just when she was about to experience it, she saw Lin Sinyu pick up his chopsticks and silently pick up one and send it into her mouth. Not to mention, it's quite tasty. You said you didn't have to. I bit right into the dumpling. The chopsticks didn't even touch it. Don't worry. What a bad guy. Bai Shirhan didn't want to eat it, but Lin Sinyu seemed to get excited, blowing on the dumplings and handing them over once again. It's already great. One more. Sub full. There's a hunger called he doesn't think you're full. Eventually Bai Shirhan gave in. He fed and she cooperated by opening her mouth wide. 4, 5, 6. The little girl, who usually could only eat 8, 12 hard this time. She could no longer think, her mouth bulging, eating dumplings like that for the first time, all the while waiting for her to be really unable to fill it. Lin Xianu then put the bowl in front of himself and used Bai Shirhan's chopsticks that she had eaten to solve the remaining dumplings in the bowl one by two. The little girl chewed the dumplings in her mouth and quietly watched him eat. Her cheeks flushed. She finally understood why the child next door was so happy when she was fed as a child. There's another one. Are you going to eat it or not? No, don't. His mouth said so, but after hearing the other party's he immediately opened his mouth to catch it. Thin arms and legs, you'll have to eat more later. I'll feed you if you don't want to. Bai Shirhan only felt powerless, trying to resist. Another voice always comes up inside and thus compels her. Are you sure you don't want to be fed? The food he feeds you tastes even better than usual. The little girl puffed out her mouth, not daring to look up at him. Really last time. Chapter 83083. The true meaning of love. The two said it was an underground friendship, but it was also a bit like an explicit one. And since Bai Shirhan had helped put in a good word for him in class, she was no longer afraid of what the other students would say about it. But when she spent time alone with him, she was more or less nervous. Who told him to always bully himself? Even so, but he was exceptionally considerate and willing to be there for her all the time, to understand her and to understand her. Anyway, it's still mostly fun. The test results will be out tomorrow, and I'm sure I've improved a lot with your help. Lin Xin understood that this little girl would always habitually think that she was of little use, which was why she had to carry out reminders from time to time to make the other party understand that they definitely couldn't do it without her. No, you're good. Bai Shirhan was anxious to open her mouth, but Lin Xinyu didn't reply the first time, but looked at her and suddenly reached out, bending his index finger close, and gently scraped at her lips, and not to be disdained. He put it on his mouth and ate it, dumpling skin on top. Now that's good. Little girl red face, usually talk hard and hard. Now the lips, very soft and soft, when everything is taken care of. Lin Xinyu sat on the sofa, while Bai Shirhan peeked obediently from the side. He turned his head and she left. She peeked. He twisted back like he knew. 4 eyes met, and the little girl blushed and looked away. Her cheeky skills learned from him. The sky had darkened long before the two of them ate, and chirping came from the window every now and then. The adorable meows of cats and the woofs and woofs of dogs loyally guarding the door to keep strangers away. Now the old city house renovation. Also from this time onwards, the price of housing began to rise gradually, especially the Magic City, the capital of these two places. I think this will still call for mobilization of people to buy a house. Gotta start making money. Lin Xinyu didn't know Bai Shirhan's family background at all. The only thing he was clear about was one word. Ho! From the time I met Bai Wenjie, I realized what it means to be a real businessman. The real thing is to earn more profit in seconds. At this time, many people do not have the concept of buying a house. It is easy to create a comfort zone. Think at home with a house to live in is good. Why go to other provinces? Bai Shirhan looked at him in a daze as the night wore on, and it wasn't until a knock on the door brought the two of them back to their senses. Ah, Auntie's here. The little girl understands that if she lets Auntie Song see that Lin Xinyu is there, then she will definitely tell him about her brother wanting to come back, and it will definitely be harder to meet up with him in the future. Not to mention the fact that Bai Wenjie still cares about her sister, and if she finds out that her sister is being bullied by someone else like this, she will definitely be angry. Bai Shirhan was a little worried, but opened the door anyway. Song Jelly at the door had been waiting for a long time, first checking to see if the young girl was neatly clothed, and then searching the room for Lin Xinyu's figure. You're really not scared. What Song Jiali said was naturally a reminder. In case Bai Shirhan's father suddenly came back one day and opened the door, wouldn't it all be over? Lin Xin stood up. As long as Shirhan and I are innocent, naturally I won't be afraid, right? After saying that, he didn't forget to look at the little girl on the side. This man is shameless. The first words that came to Bai Shirhan's mind were that he was shameless. Just now, she had wiped her mouth with her hand and shamelessly ate the dumpling skins left on the edge of her mouth. And now she was saying without blushing that they were innocent, and even she herself was a bit vain. You better hope Mr. Bai finds you later. Song Jiali continued to remind, not forgetting to hand Bai Shirhan the purchased vegetables. According to the usual, she would definitely take it. But what Song Jiali didn't expect was that the little girl was slow to reach out. What's wrong? Don't like the food? Auntie will change it again if you don't like it. No, it's not. Bai Shirhan nervously rubbed her fingers against each other, not knowing how to organize her words. Auntie Song, don't worry about it. It's not that Shirhan doesn't like it. It's because the vegetables we bought with me today were just too much to fit in the refrigerator. Lin Xinyu walked over and stood beside her. In this instant, it was as if the little girl had found a support, and her nervousness gradually became settled. Young people nowadays will still buy groceries. Really? What? You said Shirhan went grocery shopping with you? Song Jiali was just about to praise Lin Xinu when she suddenly reacted to the fact that he had just said that the little girl had gone along with him, and with a shocked face, she found it hard to believe and even looked directly at Bai Shirhan beside him. Well, seeing the other party nod, Song Jiali only felt that the world was going crazy. Even Bai Shirhan, who was careful about going to school, had never had a friend before, and the sudden appearance of a Lin Xinyu in the middle of it had already shocked her too much. and now she's saying she followed him to the grocery store. That's not funny. Sure hun, tell auntie if you are alright. Are you scared? No, it's fine. The little girl looked up, probably remembering that he was held by Lin Sinyu when he went out at noon. He was a little happy, and good-looking pair swirls appeared on his face. In fact, it was no wonder that Song Jiali was so surprised. As early as from junior high school, has been at home with Bai Shirhan reading the little girl's various behavioral habits. She is clear. Halfway also tried to communicate with Bai Shirhan to be friends, but each time in exchange for only the other side of the polite response. Now that this gangly little boy had gotten the jump on him instead, it was a little hard to say anything. Auntie, don't tell daddy. Okay, Bai Shirhan said in a small voice that Lin Sinyu could clearly hear from the side. There are realistic differences between the two, whether it's family or personality or lifestyle. One is strict in discipline and everything is taken care of in an orderly and obedient manner, and the other is a free-range type, as long as he doesn't do anything against his morals. That was why Lin Xinu had been trying to find ways to shorten the distance between them. Finding a way to make her understand his determination is nothing more than expressing the true feelings of his heart, that no matter what, he only likes her and only makes her his wife. Youth-like is so. Not to mention still living in the era of holding hands will blush. The only need to do is to let this most innocent like has been carried out to the end. Song Jiali had never seen Bai Shirhan like this before, and whenever Lin Xinu, or something about him, was mentioned, the obvious smile on her face would increase by a few points. Born and bred, how could she not know what was in the little girl's mind? Just a little bit. It's like looking at the growing cabbage. Suddenly do not know where a small pig to arch, more excessive or in their own face. Fine, fine. Don't say anything, definitely don't say anything. Can't stand the look of resignation in her eyes. Song Jiali's eyes were sharp and quickly parked on Lin Xinu. Her brother will be back in 2 days. Pay attention to yourself. Alright, thanks Auntie Song. Lin Sinyu responded with a smile. Sure enough, even if they had to do it all over again, Auntie Song would still support them. As for that brother, no worries and unconditional support. What is the true meaning of love may be said to be the ability of two people who love each other to rattle the wheel of fate together and turn the wrist of destiny. Not only that, but on the way forward, they can also obtain the support and blessings of those on the sidelines. That is the best thing. Chapter 84:084. Provided that his hook, the night wind was icy cold, and it was already unknown how many times Bai Shirhan had stood on the balcony to see the other party leave. The moon hangs brightly in the sky, and the maiden has no desire to enjoy it. Just for a moment, she wanted to accompany Lin Sinyu strolling together on the dark road, even if the light is weak, accompanied by him. Enough. A new day opens with the sound of the alarm. As time continued to pass, the little girl began to focus on her makeup, not the fancy application, but being able to look in the mirror and ruffle her hair with confidence. During the time she spent with Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan understood many things, such as what it meant to be a good friend, what it meant to be addicted, and what it meant to be unable to quit. In the new week, Bai Shirhan continued to wait under the building as usual, occasionally twisting her head to look around the corner, waiting for the familiar figure in school uniform to appear. He came, and she put her head down. I would blush uncontrollably the other day, but now I can breathe calmly and not be nervous at all. That's something to be happy about. The boy in the school uniform around the corner, who had been walking slowly over, when he saw the cute young girl in the red-trimmed school uniform at the bottom of the building, quickened his pace and ran quickly to her. Good morning, Shirhan Bai. Lin Sinyu, good morning. Now she could say hello, which made the boy happy. As long as the little girl changed a little bit, that distance from the red face daintily calling him husband will still be far. There are first times and countless times for many things, like buying breakfast together. There was a line of people in front of the Baozi store, and Bai Shirhan had been able to stand beside him and wait with a calm face, without any of the nervousness she had felt in the past. Two meat buns, 2 cups of soy milk, and 2 hair cakes. Thanks. Can you imagine this is the same little bean from before? Lin Sinyu was smiling. There's nothing like being happy about something like that when your favorite person is gradually moving in a good direction in front of you, right? The relationship between the two was completely different in the new week than it had been when they had first started talking, and perhaps it was because of the certainty of being so-called best friends, not to mention having done some of the things that only best friends could do to each other, that Baishan felt so much more at ease. Once, twice, habit becomes nature. And now there is no need at all for Lin Xinu to talk to her. She will already be standing at the bottom of the building waiting for him before she takes him to the bakery to buy breakfast, and together they will eat the buns in their hands as they walk along, with him snatching the food out of her hands and then feeding his own to her again, going to school together, walking out of the classroom again after lunch to eat lunch together, typing up the meal in his company, eating and cleaning up and going back to the classroom together to perform the trick of you peeking in and me purposely falling asleep with my eyes closed. If it didn't feel right, there was no need for Lin Xinu to remind him. Bai Shirhan herself would explain these behaviors in the name of a good friend. Sneaky and a little afraid of falling, the boil jumped out of the pot and not a moment later was back in the pot filled with warm water. The exciting throbbing sensation made the little girl gradually enjoy herself. If only she could do this every day, how wonderful it would be. Bai Shirhan was so used to it that even if it suddenly happened that she was asked to be a wife before, she would actively think of it as a shameless joke between friends. They'll always be good friends, right? Even if it wasn't a joke. It wasn't something to be taken seriously now. He could be reckless, but she couldn't. Only in his words that will produce countless beautiful fantasies from the mind. The two together to save enough dowry. He married him in style, around the relatives without any objection. Mother and father, sister-in-law, brother, Aunt Song, and his mother and father and grandmother. What a wonderful thing that would be. Maybe it's because she's fallen into her comfort zone during this time. The little girl unconsciously forgets about the situation, and when she recalls all the things that have happened between the two of them, she manages to diffuse it with her good friend relationship. What happens if you agree to be his wife? This intention inexplicably sprang up in the heart of Bai Shirhan, who had always been very timid, and when touching her pockets, she instantly discarded the thoughts that had appeared. The bride price isn't enough. You've been sneaking around looking at me and gawking again. Lin Xin, you managed to catch her. Now it was the two's favorite lunch break. Originally he would squint. Eyes left a very small slit that the other party could not find to meet her eyes. But this time the little girl kept looking at him, even started to stay. It was simply excessive. No, I didn't. Then you still have your eyes still. I've been looking at you for half a day. Is it hard for you to sleep with your eyes open? I'm learning. Lin Xinyu was amused. This girl could always make him happy every time she commiserated and said something. It's okay to look. I'm looking at you too. Classroom obviously just now is still noisy, but this will be two people is to feel very quiet. Each other. You look at me and I look at you. Not a moment later, one of them quickly lost the battle. The small tomato once again appeared. Lin Xinyu very much like this time, watching her white face gradually turning red, when it is a kind of enjoyment, not to mention the little girl also blushing face don't head, like to admit defeat in advance to retreat. He smiled at her and Bai Shirhan shyly lowered her little head, not even looking at him. The two of them move in a fluid manner, just like a young couple in a preliminary relationship. The grades are coming out this afternoon. Well, you should be happy if your best friend improves. Bai Shirhan didn't understand what he was trying to say but nodded anyway. The situation was definitely happy. You know, between Fatty and I, if the other one improves, it's a reward for the other one. The little girl looked up seemingly with some confusion in her eyes. Lin Xinyu continued on. Every time this time is the easiest time to deepen friendship. If the grades come out and I've improved, as a good friend, are you going to give me a reward? Yes. In fact, there are fish that don't need to be fished. As long as there is a hook she will go for it, and may not fall for it at first, but once it drops a few more times, it will actively bite even if there is no bait on the hook. The only prerequisite is that it has to be his hook. Any other boy, let alone fishing, wouldn't even take a sniff, or even leave early when they were just about to sit down. Except for him, and he was the only exception. The blush on Bai Shirhan's small face hadn't faded yet, and he looked over at her with a matter-of-fact look on his face before he put his hand both on her heel and placed it on the table. If I improve, hold hands and let me build on it, okay? No, it won't work. It won't work. Didn't we just promise? Are we still best friends or not? Yes. Lin Xinyu continued to move his palm. Can't a good friend progress want to hold hands and cheer? Line. Right. Then we're best friends. He was happy to be holding her small hand again, and she was nervous about her newly kicked addiction coming back. That's ridiculous. Chapter 85085. Holding hands in secret. It's very exciting. Napping habits are hard to break once they are established. Even if Bai Shirhan was nervous, twisting her head to avoid Lin Xinyu's line of sight and stepping her little head into her arm, it wasn't long before she still fell asleep with a big heart. Maybe it's because he's there that it's peaceful. Lin Xinyu's eyes were full of favor. This dream life was now happening every day. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy. He also knew that he was still in high school, not to mention wanting to get into the same school as his little girl. And even if he could earn money with multiple manuscripts, the most important thing right now was to make up for the missed classes before thinking about anything else. Bai Shirhan breathed softly, a few strands of hair hitching down where her arms were. If she were to tie a double ponytail at this point, it would definitely be more adorable, right? The first class of the afternoon is the moment when grades are announced. When the lunch break bell ended, the little girl raised her head right on time, not giving Lin Xinu a chance to wake her up at all. Having said that, Bai Shirhan's subconscious action was still to turn her head to look at the other party, only to see that the boy in her sight was staring straight at her, as if he had been waiting for a long time. I've noticed that your face blushes so easily, like a little apple. It must be nice to bite into it. Streaming. Hooligans. There was still sleepiness, but it was all gone at the moment. Before it was flirting and blushing, and now you're thinking about taking a bite out of it. And that kind of behavior is certainly not what good friends do. The little girl was smart enough to reach up and pat herself on the cheek, trying to lighten the mood. Are you ready? The results will be announced later. This compelling tone is truly an abomination. Obviously she wouldn't be messing around with the idea yet, when she heard the very seductive tones and immediately recalled what the other woman had said before her nap about progress being encouraged by holding hands. The dilemma mentality is really a bit hard to deal with. By the time the final class preparatory bell rang, the crowd was in high spirits, not only because of the homeroom class, but also in anticipation of the announcement of the mapping results. Old Chen took a cup of water, slowly walked into the classroom. Transparent thermos cup soaked in something far away can guess is the wolfberry. Good afternoon class. Rise. Hello teacher. Accompanied by Lao Chen waving his hand, the students sat down one after another, each with an expectant look on their faces, announcing a good news. The total score ranking of the mapping exam has come out. There are a total of 4 top 10 numbers in our class in the grade, and 16 in the top 100 in the grade, and the average score ranked first in the grade. Old Chen is this good. Never drag. Up is open to the point. Next to the results announced, the classroom cheers rang out. Do not look at their usual mind is all in the study. Once the class honor is concerned, all will be happy and joyful. This is a collective. Before there was a mock exam. That will be the class average score ranked second. This time can be counted again back to the first. Is to fight for breath. Say not happy some too false. Every student in the class has made great progress in this mapping test, with many students performing at a high level and even dark horses appearing, impressing even the subject teachers. Speaking of which, Old Chen was very excited, and although his gaze swept around in various locations, he still lingered in the corner for a while. Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan were in that position. Looks like you're first in your grade again. The little girl likewise noticed the Old Chen movements, with a skeptical gaze at him, always felt as if she had fallen into the trap laid out by the other party, waiting to close the net. After all, the smile on his face was just too obvious. All the students in the class were looking forward to it, with Li Hua bearing the brunt of it, confirming that he was definitely in the top 10 of his grade. Those with excellent grades strutted with their heads held high. This was a pride that belonged to them, and there was no shortage of people like Bai Shirhan, who settled down and didn't speak, quietly waiting for the announcement of the grades. If Lin Sinyu wasn't around, then Bai Shirhan would definitely hate this time, as the eyes of the crowd gathered in one piece, nervous, agitated, hard to breathe. This feeling was the hardest to bear, but now, it could be that Lin Xinu was perfect in every way in her eyes, and only the grades piece they barely won, not to mention the fact that she could witness his progress with her own eyes, not to mention how happy she was. Next, we'll announce the results. Li Hua in front of his seat had long been impatient, and his mind had already conjured up the scene of Lin Sinyu being transferred by his homeroom teacher. Although this time of the year, the mind should be focused on studying, but everyone will have a period of youth throbbing ah. He, too, liked Bai Shirhan. Su Zipeng, 9th in grade, total score 628. Li Hua, 6th in his grade, with a total score of 646. Bai Shirhan, 1st in her grade, with a total score of 711. The people whose names were read were given envious glances by the other students. Li Hua was very happy. This meant that he was firmly in the 2nd grade in his class, and he could totally make a request to the homeroom teacher, hoping to be able to Bai Shirhan to sit together to discuss and study with each other. As for Lin Sinyu, if you can't beat me, can't you beat the test? Reckless, vulgar. Bai Shirhan's number 1 is kind of untouchable, since once the 2nd was known by mom and dad, it never fell down to number 1 again. Girls are always good and strong. This little girl is no exception, and a dark horse, this time straight to 2nd in class and 2nd in grade. Old Shen's voice was obviously a bit agitated. Some are happy, some are sad. How can Li Hua offstage not believe that someone will overtake him to steal 2nd? Who hides his grades and then finally can't hold it in now? Students around the room were speculating and looking for answers from each other. Only Bai Shirhan's gaze was always fixed on Lin Sinyu. There was definitely something wrong with this guy. Do I have something on my face? The little girl shook her head. You're like awesome. Only she believed in Lin Xinu from the beginning to the end. No one else would think about it being him. But Bai Shirhan never thought about anyone else from the beginning to the end. She understood that it could only be him. It could only be her most trusted best friend. Lin Sinyu, 2nd in grade, total score 698. The crowd was originally still guessing. After the Old Chen so announced, the classroom was obviously quiet for a while. It seems that they do not believe their own ears. What? Lin Sinyu is 2nd in his grade? What? 698. Old Chen mispronounced the name of a person. How can that be? Not to mention them. Even Old Chen was a little disbelieving when he first got the report card. This dark horse can really hide. Old Chen spoke out again. Quiet class. Lin Xinyu did test second in his grade this time. Hiss. Most of the class gazed towards the last row, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. Previously, not to mention the top 10, the top 100 could not even see each other's names, and now suddenly the second. Who wouldn't be surprised? Only Bai Shirhan reacted normally. Earlier when she was reviewing she was a bit strange. This bad guy always said he didn't know how to do it every time at the beginning. As soon as he said that he could touch his hand as a reward, he could get all the questions right. That's when she started to suspect. The Li Hua people were dumbfounded. How can he be second? He's definitely cheating. But he was sitting right behind them and didn't see them cheating at all. If he hadn't been sitting behind them, it would have been easier to imagine. But now it's worse than killing him. Lin Xinyu didn't care about that and turned his head to Bai Shirhan who was beside him with a smile on her face, holding hands in class. So exciting. Chapter 86, 086. Our exclusive paradise. The classroom was buzzing with discussion. According to the usual stereotypes, the class gangster head is bound to be Lin Xinyu, which is the majority of students have witnessed things. Li Hua didn't dare to shout at him, purely because the other party basically didn't follow the rules. No matter if he was still safe and sound in the school, when he got out of the school gate, he might be surrounded by that group of people in the corner to take good care of him. I was thinking of just crushing him in terms of grades, but I didn't realize that the total score Lin Xinyu climbed to his head as usual. How the hell did he get second on the test? Asshole. Not long after, Lao Chen finished analyzing most of the class grades one by one. This touch test. In general our class is very successful, especially Lin Xinyu student. Last time in the office chat with me said, "Teacher, don't worry, I will be able to get good grades." Today it came true. I hope that each of you continue to work hard. The more to the end the more you cannot give up. Lao Chen focused on praising Lin Xinyu. Any other teacher would surely be like that. The first and second in the grade are all in your class, so it's a good thing to spread the word. In addition to Lao Chen, the most happy only belongs to the little girl. Only now, the brilliant red color that surfaced on Bai Shirhan's cheeks was very conspicuous. But, it's okay. From the meeting when Old Chen announced Lin Xinyu's results, the other party's hand on the table was ready early, and every now and then he moved two fingers, signaling her to come on. What about the promised hand-holding reward? Bai Shirhan had no choice but to stammer, not knowing what to say to reject him. By the time he reacted, the other man's palm had moved from the table to underneath it, waiting for another small hand to rejoin it. The little girl was never like this in class. It just felt like I had turned into a bad student and was sneaking in a private reward with the bad guy. The moment her fingers interlocked, the sweat in Bai Shirhan's hand and Lin Xinyu's palm pressed together, filling up all the few gaps that already existed. But, it's okay. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to continue. Her eyes didn't even bother to look at the palms of the interlocked fingers, but kept looking at Old Chen on the podium. It's not enough. It's more. No, I can't. The little girl was very vain and her voice was getting smaller and smaller. How's that? Doesn't it feel a little exciting? What a thrill! Bai Shirhan was so ashamed and angry that she really wanted to give this bad guy beside her a few bonbons. It's so slippery and watery. No, don't say it again. Obviously the hand-holding was meant to be encouraging, but for some reason it just didn't feel quite right, especially at the sight of the other man's triumphant eyes. While he was not looking, the small hand immediately withdrew from it. Why take it away? It's not enough. Enough is enough. He held. She fled, not letting him have his way, and the two fought it off until the end of class. Old Chen called them together to his office. Bai Shirhan was relieved, thinking that with her teacher around, he would definitely not bully her. The first two of the grade together out of the classroom will certainly attract the eyes of the other students in the class. This kind of time is the most difficult time for Li Hua, obviously, to become the same table with her, but as a result, Wai suddenly popped up in the middle of a Lin Xinyu. What's more, that Bai Shirhan didn't hate him, but was extraordinarily close to him. In the office, the smile on Old Chen's face barely stopped. Lin Xinyu, Bai Shirhan, I'm very satisfied with you two being at the same table this time. The difference in total scores is roughly 20 points, which means that neither of you are bad in talent, and there's a high probability that you'll be able to be admitted to a prestigious school with excellent grades. Lin Xinyu nodded his head, knowing that the little girl did not know how to organize her language, and spoke first, or because Teacher Chen teaches well. Not if the teacher is always around to remind me. I may not even be able to hang on to the cliff, and now what kind of thing it is not yet known. This kind of horse's ass still needs to be patted. Teachers generally like to hear these words, especially if the other party's progress is still attributed to him, only to feel that Lin Xinyu, this child, is really getting more and more knowledgeable. Just as he was about to look at Bai Shirhan, Lin Xinyu once again spoke up to help. Teacher. By student. She will always help me privately with my tutoring. She said that she can't let me drag the class down so that the homeroom teacher will be unhappy. Even though old Chen was a bit unconvinced, he didn't suspect anything when he saw that Bai Shirhan didn't deny it, but he just wondered why she, who had always seldom spoken, had gone to help Lin Sinyu with his tutoring, but also did not think about it. After all, the results have been placed in front of their own. The class already had a grade first, and now even more a grade second. Naturally feel very happy. This is if the back to teach a top student, he or she directly become a key master teacher in the first middle school. The fame will be even greater. Thinking of this, old Chen couldn't stop smiling even more. As we all know, students with good grades to the back always have a teacher to give a small stove, although it is not the real problem, but for the review is still very helpful. Out of politeness, Lin Sinyu took the previous year's college entrance exam questions handed over by old Chen. Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan, you two are at the same table. Take a good look at this material. If you're not doing anything, you can go study in the study room at night. Very few people go there. Almost no one will bother you. Lao Chen first set up a follow-up night for the two. That's what Lin Sinyu wanted. But Bai Shirhan was especially nervous inside. This does not mean that even the class teacher agreed to it. How did he handle the homeroom teacher? Probably afraid of her being bullied. Old Chen didn't bother to look at Lin Sinyu this time. Bai Shirhan, I'll leave it to you to supervise him. If he bullies you, you can tell your teacher directly. Well, even if she was given the imperial sword, she wouldn't dare to actually report it. Who knows if she'll be able to resist. Obviously the encouragement of holding hands in class can be refused or postponed, but that will be partial to the addiction to inexplicably come up. Simply cannot repress the inner expectations of such behavior of holding hands. The thing about habits is that they build up slowly over time. Once you get into it, it's basically hard to change. The little girl understood this, and could only do her best to be careful not to get caught, finding exactly the right reason to comfort herself every time. It's okay. It's okay. He said holding hands is just encouragement between good friends. Old Chen had high hopes for them and praised them again before letting the two walk out of the office. Lin Xianyu looked at the little girl beside him whose forehead was covered in beads of crystalline sweat and understood that she was indeed frightened. Didn't you hear the teacher say? From now on, the study room can become our exclusive paradise. Bai Shirhan nodded, believing his nonsense. These kinds of moments belonged to the two of them and were something the little girl had dreamed of. He took her with him and walked into the office to receive praise from the teacher. Come on, Bai Shirhan, I'll be there for you so that you can be the one you have in mind. The amazing one. Chapter 87, 087. When did you have Xiaohan? What a great man. Some people may say that realizing the ideals in their hearts is a great person, but for a little girl, being able to communicate and get along with people normally and control her emotions as she pleases is already a great person. I can't. Bai Shirhan admitted that she was tempted and could never muster up the courage to try once her mind went to those things. Even with Lin Xianyu around, it was hard for her to go and communicate with other people. The idea was simple. Just communicate with him alone. It's like the rest of it, it doesn't matter. She gets angry, she gets scared, she gets nervous, she doesn't do nothing. The bottom line gradually shifted to him, enjoying the time with each other and dreading the sudden end of that time together. Wait to sit back down. Shirhan, I'm in. I said I'd get into the same college as you. Bai Shirhan understood that this time he existed the bottom of the barrel to say this to her. Not to mention the other party handed her another milk candy, regardless of whether it was with or without consent, as usual, directly into her mouth. Even if he put on a resentful expression on his face, it was time to say no to the fact that the milk candy he gave him was indeed much sweeter than the one he ate. What do you think will happen to us when we go to college? Lin Sinyu stared at her, only feeling that the current Bai Shirhan was very quiet, her little face white and tender, making people want to reach out and squeeze it. Then he reached out. Don't think about it too much. Instead of thinking about all that messy annoying stuff, how about planning our next hit spot in the school? The Grove? No, it won't work. With her face pinched, it was hard not to think about going into the Grove that day. She'd seen a couple of her best friends go in there and come out with the collar of their school uniforms unbuttoned. Feel better? He put his hand down and sat back down. The little girl's face could obviously still feel the residual warmth left behind by the other party's palm, and her white face quickly turned pink. Well, you, on the other hand, don't even have to think about it much. I know what's going on in your mind and why you're worried, but haven't I always told you that you just need to be your true self, even if it's hard? But, he's really annoying. Bai Shirhan's appetite was dropped again. If it wasn't for the fact that Green wasn't here, she would have picked up Green in silent protest. When school was over for the night, this time she would have to put a few feet on his shadow. It must be because he hadn't stepped on it lately that he was getting bolder and bolder. Lin Sinyu didn't pause for long. twisting his head to meet the little girl's exasperated eyes. But, you have me by your side, and I'll always be there for you. Even if it's hard to change, I'll be there for you in a way that you can accept, and witness my best friend being herself. The little girl's nose flared, words she hadn't heard since she was a little girl, wanting to lie down on the table and bury her head in it and cry uncontrollably, but being a little stubborn, not wanting to let the tears fall. I will try. Lin Sinyu could feel her emotions, and it was times like these when she needed someone to be there the most, especially if she was trying to be extremely patient. Self-digestion does work, but on the contrary the negative effects are extremely strong, and when it builds up to a certain level, it will explode uncontrollably and in full force. By Shirhan. I'm at. It's okay, it's not class yet. You can get close enough to your best friend to sneak in. Don't make a sound, and I'll pretend I don't know. No, don't. He really understands her, and is on the verge of tears and wants to be a strong support for the other person. Lin Sinyu slowly approached and leaned over the edge of Bai Shirhan's table to look at her. Do you know what a saying goes? The boy's voice was soft, and his eyes could clearly see that the other was biting his lip as a means of holding back. Quite like that line, he said. Tears are the jewels God dropped on earth, so I can see the sky full of stars and your eyes. How had the girl gone through such a thing? She was under the impression that a teardrop falling was an indisputable presence, but in his mouth it became a jewel. He's really bad, trying to find ways to see the least of himself, probably as he wished. The little girl finally couldn't hold her strings, and as Lin Xian had just said, she moved closer to him, secretly, without making a sound. The only thing that could be felt was the girl's head slowly shaking. It was the first time she had shed a tear in front of him, even if he couldn't see the jewels that had been left behind on earth. Lin Sinyu felt satisfied. At least, the little girl was finally herself for once. The experts say that if someone feeds you a milkshake and switches to an intimate way of feeding, it will be much sweeter than usual. Jewelry is expensive, and beware of someone stealing the pearls you drop later. Bai Shirhan froze on the table, and when she reacted, she thought he was a bit childish. Paper. She didn't want him to see her in a mess, so she had to let the other man help. Lin Xian didn't even think about it and handed her the sleeve of her school uniform. Bai Shirhan, which cared so much, took the sleeve, lying on his back to secretly dry the slippery jewelry when it reacted to not paper towels. Not only that, the jacket sleeve above the smell of him. Here, look up and let me see if it isn't one of the prettiest kittens, with a tender little face that could be pinched at a glance. The little girl refused to look up until the class bell rang, and only then did she reluctantly raise her head. I told you, it's still a beautiful little cat. No, not at all. Throughout the afternoon, Bai Shirhan could feel the eyes beside her looking at him from time to time, and it wasn't a sixth sense, but she was peeking at him as well. Every time his afterglow was about to sweep in, he could realize that he was being watched by the other person and scrambled to turn his head to act as if he was listening to the lecture. The sky outside the window was clear, with white clouds hanging in it. Hard-working birds in pairs are running around looking for suitable branches for nesting. It's supposed to be a family. Lin Sinyu, who saw this scene between classes, quickly shared the news with Bai Shirhan, who was peeking at him next to him. How long do you suppose it will be before they have little tiny birds out? I don't know. So how soon will we have tiny Han out? What little tiny Han ah? Just how many do you plan to have in the future? No birth, not between good friends. It had been a long time since such a just right heartbeat had come over him, and with the little girl right beside him, even though her face was blushing, she could still be found staring boldly at him with the rest of her eyes. Youth is like that. Even though he was a bit scared, he couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart, couldn't resist the urge to observe, couldn't resist not wanting to see what the other person was doing. Even if it's boring, it's nice just to see him. Chapter 88, 088. Accompanying him to see justice done. Both were happy when the results came out. All afternoon, Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu were in a relationship of looking and being looked at. Every now and then she blushed and went to look at the little bird he was talking about, only to look away and shift her gaze back to his face. This peeking was so exciting that she didn't know how many more times she would get to do it, and could only enjoy it greedily while she could still see him. Campus life in high school is a three-way street. Lin Sinyu before the start over would surely be feeling very bored now, and would have asked Kong Fatty's group to sneak out and skip class together a long time ago. After all, it was senior year, and the homeroom teacher would basically turn a blind eye for the last period of time as long as they didn't go too far. What's more, what they call skipping class is going to the study halls, not skipping out of school, playing cards, locker room nagging, and enjoying wazoo one bite at a time. It used to look like that was the freedom to aspire to. Now, as long as Bai Shirhan was by her side, every day was lived pleasantly, and spending the whole day with the little girl to improve. Such a time was simply too fulfilling. Soccer field in the evening. Unlike the kind of panic she felt the first time she came, probably because of Lin Sinyu's words about the success of the punch card, Bai Shirhan didn't panic, and her small hand didn't even tug at his coat corner nervously. That made her feel incredibly happy inside. Progress indeed, right? In the future, we will come over for a walk every day, and when the habit becomes natural, our physical strength will be able to keep up with it. In case the two of us suddenly have something one day, and you are too tired to keep up with it, what should we do? Good, I have to say. This time the girls for the definition of beauty is still very normal. The further back, either 1,000 net red face, or thin young white, completely unlike now this natural. Lin Sinyu's mind was always on Bai Shirhan. Little girl development to be better than the same age. If not have a school uniform restrictions, low visible conspicuous collarbone, slender waist not mixed with half a bit of flab, slender legs if with a white silk, it would be better. After a while, Bai Shirhan could clearly feel the heat of his gaze, but fortunately the light was too weak to see her blush. You really want to go to college with me, or what? As a good friend, what if I'm not around and you get bullied by someone else? Bai Shirhan nodded. She didn't even dare to think about Lin Sinyu's absence now. So what do you think? Do I listen to what they say? Lin Xianyu suddenly wrapped his arms around her like a brother's arm, wrapping his arm around her body between his arms and resting on her shoulders. Don't worry about it. Don't be afraid with me at your side all the time. Good. The little girl originally wanted to hide away, but there was no light shining around her. It was dark and she couldn't move at all, so she could only let him hook up with her like a brother. Want to check out the grove? Sure enough, just can't be too nice to him. Bai Shirhan immediately broke free. Just now she was thinking of secretly enjoying a small meeting, but now it seemed obvious that it was a trap. Being in a tender place, he was almost boiled in warm water by the other party, but he was able to jump out in time. There is a card to be punched there. I have been there with Fatty. There will be a lot of good friends in there. Kong Fatty also heroically saved the beauty. Found a boy wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to bully the handless girl. Stop in time. That is the two of us the most proud of things. Bai Shirhan paused, a bit unconvinced by what he said. You can't lie to me. Lying to you why? Kong Fat are not afraid. I too also heroic rescue. You do not want us to also have a justice out? I have to admit, the little girl did have some heart. Not to mention seeing justice, even normal go up and say something she didn't dare, and now that he was there, she still wanted to try. Lin Sinyu took a look at Bai Shirhan and nodded her head, walking in front to lead the way. Fearing that she was afraid, he took the initiative to give her the corner of his coat to hold. The two sneaked into the grove. Originally, there was no path on this ground, probably because there were so many of them that a path of exploration was naturally formed. There were hardly any lights around. It was pitch black, and the little girl grew nervous that the buttons of her school uniform on her collar might suddenly fall apart if she went out later. Gently, Lin Xianyu whispered to her that the further in you go, then the more careful attention you have to pay. How else would she be brought to justice if someone hiding in the depths found her? Well, Bai Shirhan was nervous. Her little heart was shaking along with her pace. This experience was unprecedented. It was as if she had also become a good boy and was going to be brutally bullied by the other party later. The little girl was ready to retreat at any time. It was indeed nice to be chivalrous, but you couldn't hitch a ride on yourself. The leaves in the bamboo forest made a crashing sound as the fresh breeze ruffled them, and before long, Lin Sinyu stopped in front of him, as if he had already arrived at his destination. Arrived. Bai Shirhan didn't hear the sound and couldn't even see if there was anyone inside. She only felt that Lin Sinyu was amazing, as if he had special abilities. He could count every time. Here, lean over and listen. In the darkness, Lin Sinyu reached out and prepared to pull her small hand, but Bai Shirhan immediately became alert and was just about to prepare for evacuation, and before she had time to move her steps, she was directly embraced by the other party in her arms. Bai Shirhan froze. Didn't even think this would happen. There were bamboo forests to the left and right, a path to retreat behind them, and in front of them he smelled good on him, and could vaguely hear each other's heartbeats. Hush, there wasn't the kind of bullying she'd expected. The collar buttons didn't fall apart, and there was no scene of being grabbed with one hand and pinned down in the woods to take place. Therefore, the words that had been prepared to beg for mercy, Bai Shirhan didn't even have the chance to say, eyes staring blankly at his school uniform, wondering what the hell this guy wanted. You, listen carefully. Lin Xianyu didn't continue to speak, while loosening his strength a bit to make it easier for her to ease her movements to eavesdrop, but the little girl was a little reluctant to leave. It was a sneaky addiction to holding hands, and now suddenly there was one more, not to mention the fact that she could listen to his nervous poofs. So, he gets nervous too, except for the sound of the wind blowing the leaves, the bamboos hitting each other every now and then, and the heartbeat in my ears that went from fast to normal. Before Bai Shirhan could continue to enjoy herself, Small words came into her ears from the inner side of the bamboo forest. No, it's fine. No one's there. It's fine. My hands are warm enough to reach in. It wasn't Lin Sinyu's voice at all. The little girl then realized what he meant. The other party was trying to make sure she didn't startle the snake. As a good friend, not only did she not get it, but she misunderstood him. So, Lin Sinyu came up to her ear. The time to see justice has come. Aha! Hearing this, the long-awaited Bai Shirhan has long been ready. Chapter 89:089. It's weird if you don't run away. The little girl's face was full of anticipation, not knowing what to do, just waiting for Lin Sinyu beside her to command. Don't panic, it hasn't been much of a bully. Bai Shirhan didn't understand what he meant by that, and just how far one had to wait for bullying to be considered bullying, before he could even wait to think about it. The voice that came from the depths of the bamboo forest shortly before gradually became somewhat discordant. Barking. The movement was soft, probably a little harsh because there wasn't much other loud noise around. In the darkness, Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan exchanged glances. The little girl quickly, contrary to the last time in the alley, peeping at the couple. Although this will not be able to see the depth of the bamboo forest two people are who, but also can imagine. Inside must be a man and a woman. Not only so, this will certainly be hot and steamy, possibly due to the cover of the bamboo forest. The two of them were in a state of being completely beside themselves. Bai Shirhan's plain little face turned all red for a moment, pulling on Lin Sinyu's coat corner, suddenly regretting a little, and at the same time being too shy to speak. She leaned close to his side, trying to empty her mind of imagery, but the scene that surfaced was always her and Lin Xinu's figure, lowering her head, but her ears were perked up, wanting to hear the aftermath. The proper human-vegetable addiction was still strong, not to mention her. Even Lin Xinu felt his mouth a little dry now, and he had to say that this place did look a bit like a feng shui treasure, and it would be hard to be discovered. What a feeling! Lin Sinyu's voice was small, just right to speak close to her ear. The little girl just felt her ears tingle and then stammered. Is it really being bullied? She was a little unconvinced. If the girl was really being bullied, why didn't she scream out? Then how about I do the same to you? No, no, no! Bai Shirhan was slightly stunned. Even though she couldn't see his appearance in the darkness, she could still feel that the other party had carefully turned around. The red flush on her face hadn't dissipated completely and she started to roll all over again and couldn't stand up straight. I can kind of barf too. No, don't. So do you think the people in there are being bullied? Yes. Bai Shirhan was pitiful, as if she was a little sheep that had encountered a big bad wolf. So the time to see justice come. Aha! This time Bai Shirhan didn't retort. Only Lin Sinyu beside her was a little dissatisfied, not with the little girl, but listening to the barfing sounds coming from inside, and even the loud commotion of clothes rubbing together. Was it really appropriate to bully so hard? He signaled the little girl to turn around, and the two of them made ready to run away at a moment's notice. At first Bai Shirhan didn't understand, and only then did she react when accompanied by Lin Sinyu's voice. Chief, I'm reporting that they've been barfing around and interfering with my running. Words exit, bamboo forest deep forgetful clothes friction sound, as well as from time to time out of the bar sound instantly disappeared. Not waiting to react, can hear outside the bamboo forest came from the violent bamboo clinking sound. Holy, which soap, plants and shells. The two men in the depths didn't dare come out the front, panicked and organized themselves and ran out the other side. The moon is a bright wheel and the stars fill the sky. The boy came out of the bamboo forest holding the girl's hand. Bai Shirhan only felt a little irritated and proud of the act of chivalry she had just performed, not realizing that there would be a day when she would be able to do the righteous thing. At first Lin Sinyu was not so want to take her in to try. Did not expect the little girl reaction is larger. Had to change a kind of punch card. Sorry brother, may your baby be well. It's hard for anyone who happens to be in the heat of the moment to not be left in the dark when they're suddenly shocked. Lin Sinyu was a bit undeterred and thought about continuing to try. I can really barf it up. Why don't you try it? No, I can't. It's almost graduation. I can't do this. Then try for graduation? And you can't. You can't do that until you're married. Lin Xin couldn't do anything about her. At least for now it was impossible to unlock the kiss achievement. Not only that, if he forced it there was a high probability that he would just scare her away, and that would be even harder. The warm water boiling of the frog continues. One day, the frogs will not want to leave and will eventually become a tasty treat. What are you two doing over there? Don't move. You don't study hard in high school. You just talk about love here. Bai Shirhan panicked, and before she could regain her senses, Lin Sinyu directly pulled up her small hand. Run! In the dark, how can he catch us with his old eyes? Lin Sinyu never dreamed that retribution came so quickly. If he succeeded in doing something, it would still be acceptable. The key has not started anything. At this time, he would like to report that the pair just escaped from the position. so that he can take over. But also just think about it. Really caught. Will certainly be criticized, and let the old Chen went to the teaching office to collect people. It's weird not to run. The girl was once again held in her little hand. And under the stars, the boy was smiling, with his beloved beside him. In the past, if someone had asked Bai Shirhan, what was the thing that made you most memorable in high school, she might have shaken her head and not said anything. But now, she could proudly tell others that as long as there was something he was involved in, all of them were still fresh in her memory. The playground. The head instructor squinted his eyes, trying to get a better look at the two men running away, but due to the lighting and some nearsightedness, not to mention the fact that they still had their backs to him, he couldn't find any useful clues. When we next assemble for a meeting, we must have a serious talk about this kind of thing. It's just not like that. Who knows, there will be this kind of disobedient students. Let him stand still. A sliver of smoke directly ran out of shadow, and later arrested people did not come close. Certainly will not make a sound. Don't catch me next time. Scared? Not scared. Nervous? Nervous. Be my wife? Is not doing it. Another one of these kid-fooling schemes. She's not going to fall for it. She's a smart chick now. Lin Sinyu held her hand and suddenly sent it, meeting her pure eyes. I'm happy too. The red color on the little girl's pretty face didn't have a chance to fade away at all. Not only that, it always dissipated a little bit and then resurfaced again. If this goes on, if it's always a big red face, what should I do? The skill of thick skin. Must. Learn from him. School time is supposed to be boring. Every day you either have countless exercises or are on your way to take a test, thus ignoring the beauty of school life. Life is also the same. You can take a proper rest. Do not make yourself too hard. Maybe you look up. You expect to like that she is in front of you. Silly, waiting for your comfort. Bai Shirhan is like that. It has long been a habit to go to school with him, eat with him, study with him, get out of school with him, and, together, accomplish milestones never experienced before. Sufficient. Chapter 90. Can't quit. Fiction wasn't on the rise at this point in time, and the fledgling website was just getting established. The era of the rise of the group. Lin Sinyu early to prepare a number of beginnings, and when the end of the deposit, there is a certain amount of rest and study time, and then use multiple identities for the submission. The main thing at the moment is to learn. The only way to better follow up the program is to get into the same college as the little girl. Bai Shirhan sat at the other end of the sofa. From the time he came home from school, Lin Sinyu began to busy at the coffee table, during which time, because of curiosity, but also afraid of noisy each other, fearful of approaching, and as a result, saw a lot of different beginnings of the story. Good. Awesome. I'm sure she wouldn't know how to start if she had to write something like that. The little girl was a bit shocked, looking at Lin Sinyu with a bit of adoration in her eyes, and began to be shy again when it came to her mind that the other party was doing this for the purpose of saving the bride price. Emotions are sometimes so shifting, and the only difference is that the one who affects the girl is only him. At 10:30 p.m., Lin Sinyu exited from his coding state. All 3 different beginnings as a manuscript, and I'm going to get Fatty to work with me over the weekend to get it vacated into a document to forward to the website editor for a test draft, mostly just to talk about payment. How does a little girl understand this kind of stuff? Lin Sinyu also tried to write a romance text. After all, that will be dog food text. Audience readers quite a lot. Know the list of heroine author name with fingers can be counted. Considering this genre is certainly not about going to get startup money, or writing for fun. It's not? The boy intentionally exposed a large portion of the draft paper on the table outward, coincidentally allowing the little girl not far away to be able to see what was written inside. On the couch, she took the initiative to move closer to the other man, reaching around his neck, her slender legs not idle. No matter what, she wants to stick around and won't let go of any opportunity. Breathing heavily, what is he writing? In the middle of the night, it would have been fine if there had been a quilt blocking his body, and he could have even waited for him to leave and secretly held the manuscript in his hands and read it. It was such a sweet and exciting thing that as soon as she imagined it in her mind, the love popped out of her and Lin Xinu. Fantasizing, there would be images of yourself actively going for the other person's neck, and there would be inexplicable suspicions. You don't really want to do that to him, do you? Bai Shirhan reddened her face and sat obediently on the sofa, not daring to move. No. I'm sure I can't go and read what he's written. It just feels like what's going on in the other person's mind. What's wrong? Have you finished your homework? Your face blushes so easily. Come on, let me touch it. No, shame on you. Bai Shirhan hurriedly dodged away, completely powerless at a time like this, and could only move towards the end of the sofa. Why are you so scared of me? Just kidding, how can you always touch your face between good friends? Aha! The little girl sighed in relief, not realizing he knew. Lin Sinyu brought over the draft that was half exposed, then handed it to her. Do you want to take a look? No, don't look. Obviously, this kind of blush-inducing stuff is impossible for her to read. She had secretly looked at the comic book placed on the table by the other party before, in which the girls' costumes are strange and weird, together with the flirtatious part of the action. Bai Shirhan then understood that the so-called color literature is this kind of stuff. Not to mention the cat ladies in the comics, the bunny girls, who are obviously human and have a tail behind their asses. She was really a bit afraid that this kind of plot would also appear in the novel written by Lin Xinu, and that would definitely be unreadable. This is called dog food writing. Dog food text? Bai Shirhan was a bit confused, having never heard of such an article. Lin Sinyu nodded his head and continued. This type of novel is suitable for groups, mostly those who have sweet fantasies about falling in love but don't dare to try it in reality, or simply don't believe that there will be a good relationship. So enjoying the sweet and exciting love routine in the book, cuddling up under the covers at night, full of anti-smiles, and even if they are being fed with dog food, they are still very happy, and the mentality of knocking the CP is something who will all have. The little girl nodded her head as if she understood. Really not looking? No, don't look. Just thinking about it makes Bai Shirhan a little shy, always unconsciously substituting for the two of them. And just now, while listening to his introduction to what a dog food article is, halfway through her mind was fantasizing about their sweet and sugary scenes. How happy that would be. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door will always be on time. Both of them have gotten used to it. Since Lin Sinyu came here to review, Song Jiali has been guarding like a thief. On the surface, she believes that he can take good care of Bai Shirhan, but inside, she is afraid that Lin Sinyu will sneak around and eat the little girl, which is the most intolerable thing for her. Bai Shirhan got up and opened the door. Her legs were weak, probably because he had scared her, but still she quickly went to the door, accompanied by the door to the room opening. Without waiting for the little girl to speak, she saw a familiar and unfamiliar white face appear in her eyes, and following her aside was Song Jiali. Sis, living alone is not boring. I miss you so much. The sudden male voice made Bai Shirhan instantly tense. Not caring about the blush on his face, he waved his hand to signal Lin Sinyu to quickly hide, but the other person looked at her with a completely unafraid look, until that aggrieved expression appeared, which made her hide behind the curtains. Sis? Bai Wenjie at the door waved his hand. It is reasonable to say that even if his sister does not like to talk, she will also take care of him, but now how to not reply at all? And even the eyes just looked at him and immediately moved away, as if there was someone in the room. You're back. Yes, Wenjie. As soon as he got off the bus, he wanted to come over. Couldn't even stop him. Sent you a message and you didn't reply. So Auntie brought him over to take a look. Song Jiali rounded off the conversation. Obviously she could guess that Lin Xinu was inside, just from the little girl's nervous movements. That would be reminding the other party to hurry up and hide. Okay, come in. Sister, this problem has to be changed. We are all family and related by blood. How can we stutter in our speech? If in the future dad he is mean to you again, I'll just go up and talk to him. See if he still dares to bully sister. Bai Wenjie said viciously, his tone strong. Song Jiali shook her head and laughed. Come on, when I was a kid, I was always beaten. And every time, your sister still begged for mercy. Auntie Song, give me some face, just a little. Bai Shirhan didn't have the heart to listen to them at all. At this moment, her heartbeat accelerated, and she didn't even dare to look at the balcony, for fear that the hidden Lin Sinyu would be discovered by her brother. Long time no see, never touch people's sister. Suddenly there is a man in the house. Told you we couldn't bring him home for a few days, but once the attachment is addictive, it's simply impossible to be ruthless enough to quit him. Too hard. Chapter 91:091. Dare you bet with me again? What to do if you're a Shinwu addict? In the past, if he was addicted, he could peek quietly from the side, but now that Bai Wenjie was there, he didn't dare to look at the curtains at all. This feeling of wanting to see it and not being able to get to it is just too much. Lin Sinyu didn't disturb them, just stood at the balcony position and quietly surveyed the surroundings. Not compared to the future. The sky of the small county are very difficult to find stars. Now the environment is quite good. Look up to see the moon. You can also find the stars, if you change to the future, not to mention the starry sky. Even if the stars can be a large area to find, that is also considered a kind of ability. Sis, don't you miss me? Wanted to come back to see my sister tomorrow, okay? Bai Wenjie was a bit confused. This had only just come over. Why did he have the feeling that he was going to be kicked out? Illusion. My sister, who had grown up with a lot of love, was probably justified in wanting to take a break now because she was so tired at school and had no one to talk to. Is there no one to talk to at school? Sis, do you want me to tell you about what's going on over there with us? Okay, that's fine. Why don't you, come over tomorrow and tell me about it? Bai Shirhan didn't care what the other party was saying. She was only thinking about sending Bai Wenji away so that Lin Sinyu, who was hiding, could hurry up and leave. If he was found out, it would definitely be the end. He must be as nervous now as he is. Wenjie, Shirhan might be a bit tired after her recent exams. Let her take an early rest today. Okay, tomorrow after school you guys will be chatting. Then you can still pick up your sister from school. How nice. Song Jiali understands what the little girl is thinking. It just feels a little funny. Stammering, all of which made Bai Wenjie confused, completely unaware of what Bai Shirhan wants to express. Obviously the answer was that he wanted to, but the second half of the sentence was always a proper crack to get him to leave and come back tomorrow. Then sister rest first. I'll pick you up from school tomorrow. Bai Wenjie suddenly realized. No wonder his sister wanted him to leave. It turned out that he was too tired from studying and wanted to take an early rest. If not for Auntie Song's reminder, he would never have thought of it. I can get home on my own. Sister, you used to go to school with me, don't you always let me come to you? Why don't you want me to pick you up now instead? Bai Shirhan didn't know how to explain. Her ability to make up excuses was really bad. This time she was even thinking that if only she was as good as Lin Sinyu, she could make up excuses at the drop of a hat to fool the other party. You kid, your sister is in her third year of high school. If she sees a boy getting that close to her, rumors will be spread the next day back at school. Don't you understand? It's still Auntie Song when it counts. The little girl was a little grateful. If it wasn't for Auntie Song, she would have been stumped for a reason. Song Jiali continued. Well, Wenjie, as my sister can see, there's only one room here. When your sister herself said she wanted a smaller place, so you'll just have to go over to my side, where there are 2 more empty rooms. Good. Bai Wenjie was well behaved. At this time he wasn't as tall as Bai Shirhan. Even so, he could understand what his sister wanted out of life. See you tomorrow, sis. Aha. He could be considered to have been lulled away. And only then did Bai Shirhan breathe a sigh of relief as Song Jiali led Bai Wenjie away. If we let him stay here all the time, what should Lin Xinu, who was hiding outside, do? Until she heard the door of the room close, Bai Shirhan moved her steps to the front of the balcony. She had thought that the other party would be kind of tense as well, but it turned out that this guy was looking up outside and leisurely counting the stars, which made the little girl furious. There's something about her being out there fighting alone, only to have the target of her protection lounging around instead. What are you afraid of? I'll cover for you even if you get caught. Lin Xinu guessed her emotions. I don't know when it started, but Bai Shirhan realized that obviously she used to always have candy ready in her pocket, but now it was him instead. Only to see the other party digging in his pocket, took out 2 milk candies that she would always prepare, tore open the package, and this time did not feed her directly, but handed it in her hand, and then dropped a candy into his own mouth as well. Don't be nervous. Do you want to make a bet with me? And in the future, your brother will also support us in our relationship. No, it won't. Bai Shirhan waved her hands back and forth, not believing that such a thing could happen at all. Then do you dare to bet with me? Dare. The little girl nodded as she thought about it and decided that it was something that simply couldn't happen. I'll do whatever you want me to do if I win, and if I lose. There was always a breeze from the balcony every now and then, and Bai Shirhan's hair fluttered in the air, a few strands of it hitting her face gently, and the boy smiled, reaching out to ruffle the 3 or 2 strands of hair that lingered around her mouth. The moonlight was extraordinarily soft on her cheeks. If you lose, then offer to kiss me. Originally, Bai Shirhan was still guessing what punishment he wanted, but then she heard such a sentence and her eyes widened. How is that possible? Did not say good friends. Why the bet somehow become so? Good friends is not cannot be so? But why? The little girl shook her head. No, it won't work. Change it. What if you really agree and lose? Lin Xinu lowered his head close to her. You're not even afraid of this, are you? Bai Shirhan was breathing heavily, the red color on her pretty face gradually spreading to her neck, and it was obvious that she could hear the other person's breathing right in front of her. No, it's not allowed. Not between good friends. Kissing and all that is simply not something that can be done between good friends. She didn't understand what being in love was, and she didn't understand what liking meant, but she wasn't stupid, and after twice bumping into other boys bullying girls with impunity, Bai Shirhan could probably guess the couple meaning. It was just that if he didn't say anything, she pretended not to know. That way you can keep not understanding what a lover is and what you like. It's because a good friend can't be a good friend. That's why it's a bet. The punishment is still a punishment if you don't play big? You can think about it. If I play with Fatty, Isn't that a very serious punishment? Lin Sinyu said in a serious manner, using the concept of a good friend with aplomb. The little girl seemed to be able to conjure up that image, and found it somewhat plausible. Just Lin Sinyu inwardly apologized. Sorry fatty, help me so much, and so on to college. Brother, I will help you find a more reliable object. Good. Bai Shirhan finally nodded her head in agreement. She was still a bit unconvinced that Lin Sinyu could win. Her younger brother, whom she knew, usually didn't allow outsiders to come close. How could he possibly help him along to make her his wife? But, if it really helps, then, well, that's not so bad. Chapter 92092. Sister, is this the reason, thanks to Chanshu Alliance reward? A new day begins. What made Bai Shirhan happiest was that she could see the person who liked to bully her every day. Organize your stuff and change your shoes. This time, and did not forget to grab a few candies and put them in his pocket. Every time it becomes him to give the candy. If you get used to it, what if he is not happy in the future and you cannot get the candy? Go downstairs and wait in the same location as before. Only this time, when the sound of footsteps was heard, Bai Shirhan frowned slightly. It wasn't the long-awaited familiar sound. It wasn't him. The young girl did not look up and continued to keep her head down. Not a moment later, footsteps approached. Sis, did you know I was coming? I asked Auntie Song. She said it was just this time of the day. You just happened to be coming downstairs. And sure enough, look, here's the breakfast I bought. Is it uneaten? Bai Wenjie carried a bag of xiaolong bao, plus a cup of soybean milk, not to mention how happy he was. The little girl swept her eyes at what he was carrying in his hand without much reaction, which was a bit of a shock to the other. Shouldn't my sister be happy? She can never eat these. Usually so timid, will not go out at all. Even if you want to eat also do not know how to go to buy. A good long time ago, or he secretly bought to Bai Shirhan ate. Now should be happy. How? Bai Wenjie didn't quite understand. Sister, Xiaolong Bao, this is something you used to always tell me to sneak out and buy. Now you don't like it? Instead of looking at him, Bai Shirhan turned her gaze behind the other party, and Lin Sinyu's figure did not appear within her field of vision. Sis? Perhaps noticing that something wasn't quite right with his sister, Bai Wenjie reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Well, hi, how could she have time to eat xiaolong bao, since she and Lin Xian ate a different breakfast every day? Her favorite now had become buns. Xiaolong bao is one bite at a time, only not as comforting as a meat bun. I'm going to school. The current Bai Shirhan only wanted to find a suitable excuse to hurry up and leave. It was possible that the other party was refusing to come out because her brother was here. She used to chat with Bai Wenjie every now and then, but now basically her attention has long drifted nowhere, and she can only coax her brother into a good mood before going to her best friend who has a school date together. Yummy, I love it. Bai Shirhan took the xiaolong bao and soybean milk from Bai Wenjie's hands, the deliberate smile on her face very obvious. Sis, have you been under a lot of stress lately? No, it's not. I'm late for school. Bai Wenjie was skeptical. Even if his sister's personality didn't like to communicate with others, at the very least, when she was with him, she wouldn't not say a word at all, and there were even a lot of things she wanted to do that she wanted him to help accomplish. I thought they'd just met and they'd be able to spit and complain to each other. How come now it felt as if the other person had been in some kind of hurry to leave, or wanted to be left alone? Well, definitely hearing some loss in Bai Wenjie's tone, Bai Shirhan spoke. Good boy. Wait for sister to come back from school. That's how siblings get along. It's easy to be happy when the younger brother is willing to listen to his sister, as long as there's a little bit of coddling in his tone. Such things as fate are metaphysical by nature. And as the two were preparing to part ways, Lin Sinyu appeared from around the corner with a handbag and soy milk, looking like he didn't even know Bai Wenjie was here. At first he wanted to come over directly to Bai Shirhan, and thought about not going to buy breakfast and bring it here so that he could save time, which is why he delayed for a while before arriving now. For the feelings of the two siblings, Lin Sinyu was clear. In order to make the little girl happy, basically whatever Bai Shirhan wanted, he would try to do. The strength of the brother-in-law is obvious to all. Otherwise it would not be one person to start the entire Whites group. In his company has difficulties, not only is the whole fat funds to help, but also Bai Wenjie up and down, which can be eased. Only then Bai Shirhan can no longer be close to, looking from afar. Bai Shirhan was a bit nervous, even as her eyes signaled Lin Sinyu to hurry up and leave so that she wouldn't be discovered by her brother when he turned around. This backstage relationship is tense and exciting. Just when the little girl thought that Lin Sinyu understood the meaning and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she only saw that the other party looked like she had been given a chicken bloodshot. Her face was full of happiness, and she didn't forget to wave her hand and fight with her to take care of her. Bai Shirhan, I'm here. What a pain in the ass. Doesn't he know how to rein it in? Bai Shirhan's face rubbed all red. his brother is next to him, how did he dare At this moment, Lin Xinu's eyes were smiling with remnants of laughter, and his gaze met the little girl's eyes from afar. She blushed and stammered, not daring to reply, especially since Bai Wenjie was looking at her with a puzzled look. Sister, who is that man? For a while Bai Shihan didn't know how to introduce it. Husband? Boyfriend? Or is my sister preparing a dowry for him to marry her back? The girl panicked and eventually resorted to the most customary excuse. Yes, good friend. A good friend? Or boys? Bai Wenjie's eyes widened with disbelief. Lin Xinyu in the distance was getting closer and closer, and the little girl was instead getting more and more flustered. Ha! You're Bai Shihan's brother, aren't you? Handsome young man. Bai Wenjie, who was just about to question the other party, was suddenly praised in such a way that he forgot some of his words, and stood in place looking up and down at Lin Xinyu, who had come over, a head taller and much bigger than him. He was clearly no match for himself. Even so, as long as he dared to bully his sister, it was just as unforgivable. Let's go, we're going to be late for school. Hey, did you get me breakfast too? Just in time, I got you your favorite bun. Lin Xinu naturally took the Xiaolong bao and soy milk from her and gave her the breakfast he was carrying. A series of actions in one go without any pause at all. Bai Wenjie looked dumbfounded. Originally thought that his sister could not possibly accept something given by someone other than himself. But in the end, he did not expect that not only did he accept it, but he also exchanged the Xiaolong bao that he had specially prepared with the other party, and pressed the meaning of not rejecting it in the slightest. Not only that, looking at the blushing Bai Shihan, Bai Wenjie was even more incredulous. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. In the past, when she was with him, Bai Shihan basically did not speak. Not to mention shyness, basically does not produce other emotions. And now, is this what mom and dad call early love? Hiss, sis, are you, that kind of relationship? No, not at all. The little girl was even more nervous, originally thinking that her brother would be the first to jump out and object, but it turned out that she didn't expect to be concerned about this issue. Lin Xinyu didn't say anything, and slowly stuffed the Xiaolong bao into his mouth as Bai Wenjie looked up and down. Your sister and I are good friends now, but I'm trying to make you my brother-in-law. Chapter 93:093. No children. The world is such a strange place. Things that you don't want to happen always happen somehow, suddenly and without any time to prepare. Just like Bai Shihan, who tried every possible way not to let the two of them meet, but there is always someone who was bold enough to break the original plan in the middle of the day. Sis, is this guy reliable? What's coming is coming. Hinging on the size difference, Bai Wenjie conceded a bit. What's more, Lin Xinu hadn't made any moves to bully Bai Shihan, and couldn't find a reason to talk about him. Is the meatloaf good? After saying this, Lin Xinu purposely stopped to look at her, probably because the Xiaolong bao he bought was eaten by him. Bai Wenjie also looked at Bai Shihan gamely. With one brother and one best friend, the little girl was a little overwhelmed. Good, yummy, sis, wow, it's just too much. The meat buns that you get up early in the morning specifically to go buy turn out to be no better than the meat buns that outsiders buy over? What's with this guy? Bai Wenjie was a little weak. At first his heart was full of confidence, thinking that his sister would be very excited when he got home. But now, why did he have the feeling that he was in the way? Is Wenjie hungry? There's some Xiaolong bao here. Not hungry. He doesn't want what he's eaten, and he'll definitely eat what his sister has left. The three of them walked along the path. Bai Shihan was like a little white rabbit, scared and wanting to get close to Lin Xinyu, probably guessed by the mind reader. The other party reached out and snatched the unfinished meat bun from her hand before handing her the rest of the Xiaolong bao. I'll leave the rest for you to eat. My brother-in-law won't eat it, but my daughter-in-law can't starve. I am not. Bai Shihan rejected what he said. Itself is a small goon. The tone of rejection is soft and sticky, making the aside Bai Wenjie doubt life. Where's my sister? Where's the sister I used to have? I'm afraid this isn't a fake. Strange looking, completely different behavior, and surprisingly, blushing. Wenjie, are you going to eat it? Sister can't eat. I eat. Even if it was given to his sister by Lin Xinu, it was still left by his sister for him to eat, equating to what she had left. Not that he would eat what that boy had left behind. Bai Wenjie took the Xiaolong bao, but Bai Shihan was blushing to see Lin Xinyu biting into her half-eaten meat bun. Xiaolong bao was a bit sour at the moment. See you tonight, sis. Saw the two walk into the school side by side. Bai Wenjie heart is not a taste, want to go to say, but the other party has not bullied his sister at all. Not to mention that the smile on his sister's face is from the heart, even his own has rarely seen. From that meeting, he already knew that he lost, but just do not want to admit it. Don't let me catch you treating your sister badly. Bai Shihan, see if I'm right, surely my brother-in-law won't object. Then, It was clear that a cool breeze would blow now and then in the morning, but the girl's face was a little hot and dizzy. It didn't take a moment for her to slow down, as if she had found a reason to refuse. He didn't help you, and he didn't ask me to be your wife. Do what? The old woman. Be whose wife? The young girl reacted by rolling her face and running away, never wanting to talk to him again. Why are you still running away? You're not shy, are you? Not at all. Campus time since Bai Shirhan was by his side. Lin Sinyu felt like he was living a very adequate life every day. This kind of sweet moments were what he had dreamed of and what he cherished the most. Since the exam results came out, Lin Sinyu had jumped to become the strongest dark horse in the class, which made his classmates who usually always mocked him for not studying slap his face. As long as Lin Sinyu appeared, they either pretended to ease their inner embarrassment and took out their writing exercises. The one who felt the most shame was only Li Hua. Swear that you can take the second, above and below the ranking relationship to find the old Chen replaced to the side of Bai Shirhan. The results. Lin Sinyu in the corner was focused on brushing up. When you're tired of writing, you'll secretly look up to see what the little girl beside you is doing. And if you're lucky, you'll catch her peeking at you as a way of teasing. Well, I caught you out now, didn't I? Often this is when the girl blushes and averts her gaze, finding a highly debatable excuse to ease the embarrassment. I was looking to see if the birds had built their nests. It's easy to like someone, especially when you're a student, especially in the classroom. No matter what you're doing, you'll always look up, and even if the other person is hidden in the crowd, you'll always be able to quickly lock the target and take a look from afar. Birdie has a family and we're still reading. Lin Sinyu finished writing the exercises and stretched, then turned his head to look at Bai Shirhan. The little girl didn't understand and gave him a puzzled look. Bai Shirhan, I seem to, want to fall in love. Aha? Bai Shirhan liked to hear a shocking secret. Lin Sinyu looks not bad, especially with his so-called group of buddies to go out to play. The back will always be followed by a few small fans, and play basketball that will be. She also secretly watched from the side, can clearly remember. There are also girls to him handed a bottle of mineral water. The little girl puckered her mouth, her heart sour. I'm going to study hard, then I can find someone I like. Well, in fact, Bai Shirhan wanted to ask him if he had a favorite person now, wanted to question, if he really did, then why did he call himself his wife? But the one I like, she seems to kind of dislike me. The little girl didn't respond, she just looked down at the practice problems on the table. She was a bit at a loss for words. She didn't know how to respond to the other person. She didn't even know how to express her inner thoughts in words. Lin Sinyu looked at her. I like that person is particularly difficult to chase. I have to study hard. I have to save a lot of good dowry. I also want her family to agree. I don't want her to end up crying her nose and elope with me. She is really special and very stupid. Sometimes stupid. Do nothing alone. Do not dare to go out. Do not dare to talk to others. I want to stay with her, to see that she dares to do everything. Bai Shirhan bristled, probably guessing who it was, but just not willing to admit it. Don't be silly. What about you? Do you have any great favorites? Lin Sinyu stared at her until the other party twisted his head to touch his eyes. Red face, stammered for half a day before he spoke in a small voice. I don't know what is called liking. I'm already living a happy life every day with him. Maybe there won't be such a beautiful day in the future. One can think of what the child's name is. Children called Lin Xiao. No, only no children. Bai Shirhan blushed with shame, not even knowing what she was saying anymore. All in all, it's just very annoying. Chapter 94, A Letter to Book Lovers in the New Year. This one is the starting point activity. The author needs to write some words and then an egg chapter will automatically be posted, and the reader's lord will be able to draw a prize for commenting. That's about it, if I copied it correctly. And yes, I copied that quote above from another author. SMH. The single chapters are open. So let's talk about the book and save the selling of misery for the shelf talk in 5 days. What about this book? Bai Shirhan is indeed also Cabbage's favorite heroine character. Who doesn't like this kind of cute and lovable treasure girl? Before opening the book, Cabbage really have no bottom. The result is to see more and more brothers comment message. Really happy to write the role by you like. Not yet on the shelves collection has been more than 20,000 collection. Cabbage's first time to experience so taken away by you. Your lordship's cattle prod. Then said after the plan. 20 at 12 noon on the shelves. The first booking is on the shelves of the first chapter. That is, a penny. The old man to do a little bit of meager efforts to support the Cabbage will be particularly happy. On the day of the shelves to try to send 20 chapters. The subsequent every day to send 4 chapters to hit the bottom. In short, thank you brothers like Cabbage this book. Here's the Cabbage packing. We only have high sugar punch on the shelves. No knives, no knives, no knives. It's important to say it 3 times. Let your lordship sweetly enjoy. That was the original idea of the cabbage. We are candy eaters. That is, to the end. One of the wishes of the young year. By Shirhan's first order is getting better and better. Another wish. I wish you all a happy new year, and I hope that you will meet your own by Shirhan. That's pretty much all that should be said. It should be that an egg chapter is automatically generated at the end of this chapter, and you can draw prizes for posting pop-ups. Remember to make sure to save some coins and shelve it to support our by Shirhan. Anyway, with the help of the brothers, Cabbage really appreciated it. Thanks this time, Kowtow, your lordship's cattle prod. And, guys, give Cabbage some monthly votes and testimonials. Happy New Year! Chapter 95094. I wanna hug him, thanks to Little Six for the reward. Lu Han? Little what? Han? That's not what I'm going to call it. By Shirhan only felt her cheeks rolling, not daring to turn her head to look at Lin Sinyu, who was laughing badly at the side. Lin Xiaohan? Sounds like a cute and cuddly little girl, just as adorable as you are. Lin Sinyu looked excited, fantasizing with her already have a little girl, the kind of petulant tone Dad called him, must be very happy at. No. She wasn't going to be called Lin Xiaohan, but cute and adorable, that was for sure. Ugh, there won't be any kids at all. The blush on by Shirhan's face gradually deepened, and she lowered her head to stop looking at that shameless guy. Morning exercise has been deprived of the morning reading since the senior high school. Only between classes will go down to do exercises. Some students specialize in picking this time period to escape. Half an hour must be a reasonable use of time. Lin Sinyu is one of them. In the past, he would always escape from the team to find Kong Fat lurking inside the kiosk, either buying bread or eating instant noodles for breakfast, and finally returning to the storage room to hide until he listened to the sound of the radio and waited for the classes to leave in an orderly manner before choosing to go to the restroom to pretend to have just come up to wash his face. There are even girls under the guise of physiological period, either stomach pain or intestinal itching. Stay in the seat and do not move. Obviously face bitter color. And so on. The class of students almost gone, instantly alive and well. The little girl is different. She is permitted by the old Chen. Stay in the classroom openly and honestly, not at all afraid of being found to escape the recess. The so-called legitimate reasons. Want to experience my recess? By Shirhan didn't quite understand, especially since Lin Sinyu was still in his seat without the slightest bit of panic when the class was pretty much gone. Isn't he afraid the homeroom teacher will find him? The reason he hadn't done recess before was either because he was taking a test or because it was raining, and this was kind of the first time he'd gone down to do it since he'd been with her. Why don't you say something? Do you want to accompany me? Lin Sinyu looked around and felt that his classmates had all pretty much left, and experience had told him that if he didn't leave yet, old Chen would come by later to check if there was anyone left in the class. I'm afraid. Recess exercises, although according to the grades to distinguish the meeting place, but also the entire senior high school are gathered in a piece of gymnastics. That kind of oppressive feeling, just think about it. Will feel afraid. By Shirhan was a little afraid. Sure you don't want to go punch the clock? That's more fun than doing gymnastics. The little girl was a little confused as to what he was trying to convey. Isn't this the time to go to recess? Why the puzzled look? By Shirhan, didn't you say you'd promise me that you'd leave punch marks with me at various places in the school? Well, that's true what she said, but it's still not acceptable to have that many people gathered in one place. It's scary. Subconsciously, many images appeared in by Shirhan's mind, even though Lin Sinyu was right beside her, but she didn't know how to do gymnastics at all, and would probably be laughed at for it. Get up and come with me or you'll surely regret it. Lin Xin didn't continue, just stood up and wanted to go out, with a look as if either he was leaving or the two of them were leaving together. The little girl was a little aggravated, pouting her lips, even though she was unwilling. She was still pumping in her heart. Even the reason for the pumping had already been thought of. If she was watched by a lot of people in the next moment, she would hurry up and run away, and she would never listen to him again. Lin Sinyu walked into the aisle behind her first, then gestured for Bai Shirhan to follow. Even if he didn't want to, his legs and feet felt like they weren't listening to him, and he honestly followed him. Hurry up, wait for old Chen to come. Led by Lin Sinyu, the two of them quickened their pace one after the other, leaving the classroom and quickly going to the end of the corridor. When a familiar coughing sound was heard coming from the restroom, Bai Shirhan only felt that her small hand was immediately pulled by the other party. Turning the corner and entering the storage room, the door gently closed. The movement was skillful and swift. At a glance, she had often experienced this kind of tense and exciting things. How? Shu, don't talk yet. Before she could make a sound, Lin Xianu extended his index finger and placed it on her lips, sealing it successfully. Bai Shirhan couldn't slow down. Again, he touched his mouth. It used to be touching by feeding sugar. Now it's become straight up finger stroking, and the further it goes, then no, it's just sticking your finger in her mouth and, don't do that. Well, Old Chan is gone, and almost we were discovered. Bai Shirhan stared at him curiously. Seeing her confusion, Lin Xin Yu took down his index finger on her mouth. This is my doing exercises. Isn't it fun? Looking at the sunny smile close at hand, the little girl was actually a little speechless to retort, and without doing so, tried to nod her head to confirm this notion of his, as if it were indeed fun. It's intense, exciting, and exhilarating in a way that I've never experienced before. If he gets caught, then he's sure to get told off by the teacher, right? But why is he so good that he always doesn't get caught by the teacher? Think about the first 2 times you successfully escaped from under the eyes of the grade director. The first time that would be very tense in the heart, probably because it was opened. So the second time you meet the same situation, there will still exist some pleasure inside. As for the current class teacher, Bai Shirhan was not afraid, just listening to his breathing, smelling the strong smell of testosterone in front of his heel, and a little bit of enjoyment. Do not want to leave. She wanted to boldly hug her partner, but she had no courage at all. The little girl just felt useless, or was simply too afraid to cross the line between her best friends without being sure of their future situation. She understood, now, what it meant to like it. Probably true to what he said. One is going to fall in love with him and end up being his old wife. Damn, it's obviously just a throwaway thought. It's all too close together now. Bai Shirhan wanted to push away as hard as she could, but her body was soft and powerless. You blush really easily. The young girl didn't know how to respond to him, so she could only pretend she hadn't heard him. It took a moment before he whispered. Still, no drills yet. The familiar radio gymnastics music had already begun to echo in the ears of the two, and the little girl was a little nervous, wondering why Lin Xinyu hadn't taken himself to the soccer field yet. One could only wait in place until he opened the door to the storage room. Come on, keep up, I'll show you what I usually do. Follow the stairs to the first floor. Bai Shirhan followed obediently behind the entire time, looking from time to time at the birds flying in the air, mostly in pairs, and even a few that had already been soaring around with their young. How did you get a little birdie so fast? Chapter 96095. I'm proud of him, thanks to the Chinsao on the Tree Alliance. Don't be afraid, take your time. Even if you exert yourself, it won't take long to get back to your original shape. Lin Xinyu was so angry and amused. Behind him, Bai Shirhan was unwilling to walk into the green belt with him in any way, for fear of trampling the grass down, and was looking at them with an apologetic face, her mouth chanting, no need to think that it must be some words of apology. Really, I won't lie to you, didn't I step on it last time I went to the grove? It's really nothing. Good boy, come over here, take you to eat noodles or not? I'm not a child. Listening to the words in a cajoling tone, Bai Shirhan beamed. Having fallen for the trick several times, how could she easily fall for it again? There are so many flavors at the kiosk. Well, then, for once, the little girl bowed her head and apologized in a small voice, then looked at Lin Xinyu who was leading the way. If you want to blame him, just blame him. Moving forward along the lawn, it wasn't that Lin Xin wasn't willing to take her through the regular route. It was just that there was a high probability that she would encounter the patrolling grade officer midway, not fearing 10,000, but fearing the unexpected. That's why he brought Bai Shirhan to sneak past the lawn, and from time to time, he even hid behind the bushes. The little girl, who had never experienced such a thing, followed him for cover. One tall and one short, a woman and a man, in which the boy peeked his head out from behind the bushes, cautiously observing, and the girl behind him, though nervous, her small face smiling very conspicuously in the shroud of soft sunlight. So that's what he calls recess. Novelty, never stepped in the field. Even she had been fooled for a long time. Every time she thought Lin Xinyu was actively heading to the playground, and only now the truth was revealed. The director's not here. Keep up. Possibly afraid that the commotion would be too loud, Lin Xinyu purposely lowered his voice, and also specifically pinched up the corner of his coat so that Bai Shirhan could hold it and move forward together, in the middle of the day, not to mention that the kiosk was not far away from the neighborhood. If this would grab her hand, it would surely make her panic, right? That was why Bai Shirhan didn't hate him. Lin Xinyu could always distinguish between reasonable places, knowing when to take advantage and not embarrassing her in inappropriate places. But, I wish I could hold his hand right now. Bai Shirhan had never taken the initiative. Every time she was passively enjoying herself, there was a critical value for everything, and when the critical value peaked, she would erupt and think about more profound things. Just like the current one, she was always in a state of being bullied and forced, accumulating more and more value, and even generating the idea of not taking the initiative to bully the other party. The little girl held Lin Xinyu by the corner of his shirt, unconsciously in his mind, bullying him, pinning him to the wall with one hand, bullying like he said to make his collar open. Ooh, she can't do it. That would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Bai Shirhan is not stupid, knows how much he weighs, but can't help but think about it, originally thinking about bullying him, and then the final image unconsciously jumps to the scene of being opened by him to open his neckline to take revenge ruthlessly. Good friends can't think like that, can they? It's a good thing he doesn't know, or he'd be mortified. Phew, there it is. Lin Sinyu walked in front of him, not at all sure what the little girl was thinking, and when he arrived safely at his destination, he took her in through the back door, and the first thing he saw was Kong Fat sitting on the rest table eating instant noodles early, although he didn't go over to greet him, just from the way Lin Sinyu was looking at him. The other party was clearly saying, "You damn well aren't a human being again. Tell your brother it's okay and leave him alone," with the shivering atmosphere of loneliness. In the past, when Lin Sinyu was around, there were schoolgirls coming over to talk to him from time to time next to him, but now none of them are there. It's really hateful. Fatty, is there any money left? Daddy didn't. Damn. And you want to spend his money to pick up girls? I'll get you all the contact info for the cybercafe girl over the weekend. 20. That's all I have. Kongyu shelled out money very quickly, sweeping the previous stifled expression, just short of a "you brother, come out to you later." Brothers are like this, at any time and anywhere can make fun of each other. You know my mind, I grasp your secret, not false communication, just based on eye contact, you can know both sides of the psychological thought. Bai Shirhan followed Lin Sinyu. The little girl can now save money, the purpose of only running to the bubble noodles area, before the courage to go to the supermarket to buy snacks have seen, that would not have Lin Sinyu, and never tasted the flavor. The impression of the bubble noodles toxic. Then she also wondered why this thing will be placed on the shelves. Now, everything has changed, not to mention the poison, but even the little glutton of soup inside. Toward the end of her senior year, Lin Sinyu kind of helped her open up and do a lot of things she never dared to think about, because the last time I ate was braised. So the little girl target quickly locked. Pay when Lin Sinyu check out, she was on the side of the meat pain for a long time. Want not to eat, but also afraid to put back now, a little shame. How does it feel? Next time, I won't eat instant noodles. Lin Sinyu didn't understand what she meant, feeling that Bai Shirhan basically hadn't spent much money these days, and his first reaction was, "Dad doesn't give pocket money for you to spend?" The little girl quickly shook her head. Here, just can't spend money. As for the matter of helping him save for the bride price, she would definitely not speak out. It was indeed a bit too much to do such a thing between good friends, and she would definitely be laughed at by him. Coming out of the checkout from the boss, probably because she wasn't very familiar with Kongyu, Bai Shirhan held the instant noodles in one hand and held the corner of Lin Sinyu's coat with the other. Following him to the table where Kongyu was, calling the two men over, the other placed the prepared hot water beside them. "Not me. You, but where did you trick your sister-in-law into coming here?" No. The little girl was tearing into the bucket of bubbly, and before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Sinyu next to her. "How can you call it cheating? I'm at the same table with her, and if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to improve so much on this exam." Kongyu didn't even pay attention to what Lin Sinyu said earlier. His attention was all on progress. Big. How much progress? You guessed, toward the big one. There are a lot of people in the senior class. There are 10 classes alone, an average of 60 people in a class, and almost 600 science students in the whole class. 300? Normally, the two brothers' grades were basically not that far apart, which is why Kongyu dared to lean towards the middle. Bold guess. 200? What a nerve. You, don't tell me about the first 100? Kongyu was obviously a bit shocked and simply couldn't believe it. Lin Sinyu didn't say anything and silently stretched out 2 fingers to show him. The little girl just stared at him, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, even a little proud. The second beside her, that's the growth she witnessed with her own eyes. If she wasn't a little too scared to talk to others, this will all come back to her. Awesome, right? I taught you the second one. Chapter 97, 096, Being Human. The little girl managed to squeeze all the seasonings in the instant noodles into the bucket without letting Lin Sinyu help the whole time. And this unprecedented sense of accomplishment was what was most satisfying. Bai Shirhan is different from other girls. The mind will not be so difficult to guess. In exchange for other girls, the boys simply cannot guess what they are thinking, or they do not know what they are thinking. And this girl in front of him, the mind is almost all written on the face, but also always show a look that he cannot guess. 20 places? Kongyu which have time to pay attention to these. Round face is full of shock. Obviously some time ago with their own grades is not much difference between Lin Sinyu and inattentive. Alone takeoff? I don't know why. The more she heard Kong Fatty's surprised tone, the happier Bai Shirhan's heart became. What about your own best friend becoming the envy of others? Lin Sinyu ripped open the bucket of instant noodles, then grabbed the instant noodles she had prepared from Bai Shirhan's hand. The nerve to guess further than the big one. No. Second? This will be Kong Fat in turn choked up. not the previous kind of shock, skeptical and a little believe. Your sister-in-law taught you well. Bai Shirhan was originally still in a state of anger, dissatisfied with Lin Xinyu for snatching her bubble noodles, and before she could express her inner thoughts, the familiar introduction once again came into her small ears. No, the little girl said fiercely. What isn't? You still want to eat spicy food during special times. Next time, your ass will open flowers for you. Lin Xinu's tone was even fiercer, looking at her condescendingly. On the side, Kong Yu even gave a thumbs up. Huge. The aggrieved Bai Shirhan didn't dare to speak, and looked at the bucket of instant noodles in her hand, which had been replaced with chicken stewed mushroom, a flavor she had never eaten before. Pay attention to your diet and eat less spicy food, so that you don't have to cuddle under the covers at night when you have a stomachache alone. Got it. Originally Bai Shirhan didn't react, only knowing that it seemed like she was being ferocious. After hearing his later words, combined with the taste of the noodles, it was obvious that the other party had prepared this not spicy. She immediately felt warm in her heart. Woohoo! Can you not be so nice to me? Bai Shirhan, Bai Shirhan, you can't get caught up in this whirlpool of tenderness again. You can already be by his side every day. You can't want more. You're still just a good friend now. Already had an extra patent for one day. Never be greedy. You can eat in a little while. You go in first and sit inside. Even if the director of instruction finds this, Fatty and I can keep you out. Bai Shirhan nodded her head, and then sat down from behind him towards the corner of the wall, inevitably bumping into the other man's body in the process. The cells that had been silent for so long were suddenly joyful, smelling his familiar scent and starting to tense up inside. No, can't ask for more. The little girl dawdled for half a day, finally finding her place and slowly sitting down. Yes, that's good behavior. Lin Xinu made his share of noodles as well and then waited with her. Kong Yu had nothing better to do than ask his good buddy how he improved his grades. You, be honest, did you think of making your brother happy earlier? So none of the grades are real? You don't believe me when I tell you the truth. Your sister-in-law taught you well. Familiar name calling appeared again. Bai Shirhan knew that the retort was ineffective, so she didn't bother to retort, just sat in the corner with a fork, poked and prodded at the cover of the instant noodles, and was a little afraid of how hard it would break, so she poked and prodded gently. Next time never do recess with him. Kong Yu looked at Bai Shirhan. Sister-in-law taught you? What's your sister-in-law's rank? Can it be that sister-in-law is still number one? This point Kong Fat indeed a little bit cannot believe. The general student's most intuitive idea is that the first grade certainly looks average. Look at the corner of the girl's appearance. Pavilion outstanding. How it is impossible to be the kind of dull appearance that he thought in his mind. Even if it's number one, how can you look at Lin Xinu's It's not that it doesn't work. It's just that Lin Xinu is usually always with that group of brothers, and he doesn't mess with students with good grades at all, so he can't figure it out how to think about it. Yeah, your sister-in-law is first in her grade. Bai Shirhan didn't have any resistance in her mind anymore. Having familiarized herself with this title of his, Kong Fatty's eyes darted back and forth between the two, and finally had to give another thumbs up. Bullish. Chinese culture is vast and profound. No magnificent words can compare to those two words. The little girl sat in it obediently, biting the fork in her hand every now and then, already a little impatient. It's ready to eat. You open it and taste it. It shouldn't taste too bad. Good. Kong Fat, this will not feel anything. In addition to wanting to go to ask the way to improve grades, the biggest purpose is still for that internet cafe sister. After all, just now also hitched his $20. No clue was certainly not comfortable. It's just that this time, seeing as Bai Shirhan is here, it would be a bit of a bad influence to ask about another girl. Don't look at Kong Fat, usually stupid. Smart up simply do not need to specify. All can understand. It's a little hot. Here, I'll feed you. Lin Xinu didn't even care if Kong Yu was across the street, quickly moving Bai Shirhan's heel bubble noodles to his front, then picking up a little bit in front of the fat man's face, not forgetting to put it in front of his mouth and blow, making a whirring sound, fearing that his good brother wouldn't be able to hear it. Brother you, can we be individuals? But the other party did not have any intention of changing. How could they let go of such a great opportunity? Going forward, Kong Yu successfully lost weight and shaped his body, which also led to the rise of the woman's edge. And every time he had a girlfriend, he would ask Lin Xinu out, especially for dinner, and you took a bite of your mouth and I took a bite of my mouth, and you and I were together. Come on, Shirhan, open your mouth. The little girl was a little embarrassed, simply not knowing where Lin Xinu got the guts to dare to recklessly feed herself in front of others. Even though her instincts told her to refuse, it had been so long since she'd been fed by him that she was obviously a little reluctant to do so. Lin Xinu looked at her somewhat reddened ears. Isn't it a bit hot? Then I'll stay away a bit. It's fine. We're all on our own. Don't be afraid. Open your mouth. Kong Kongyu on the opposite side couldn't take it anymore. Used to follow Lin Sinyu used to go to the small bamboo forest to break up other couples, in line with the kind of principle that if they all have a relationship, they are not allowed to let other people fall in love, and if they can scare away a pair is a pair. As a result, the camp is now disintegrating. What was once a good buddy is now openly feeding girls noodles right in front of his eyes. Rustling, rustling, as the noodles entered her mouth, the little girl's pretty face flushed red. This was the first time she had eaten something he had hand-fed her in front of outsiders. I was feeling a little nervous, but now I realized that it seemed like some happiness, especially being around him. Her head went blank and all she knew was to catch the noodles he had blown and delivered with her mouth. It's like the so-called friendship is starting to go wrong. Chapter 98, 097. You're better than anyone else. Well, enough. Bai Shirhan's small mouth was stuffed and bulging. Hearing the other party's stammered plea for help, Lin Sinyu, which knew she couldn't wrap her head around it, stopped. You guys are really going overboard. Kongyu Hao did not expect. Once two people private squad not only disbanded, and now have to be in the secret camp by the two of him to force feed a few mouths. The little girl's face flushed red, and the color hardly ever faded, waiting until the bubble noodles wrapped around her mouth were all swallowed before she gathered the courage to turn her head to look at Lin Sinyu. I think, I can eat it myself. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she'd gotten the satisfaction she wanted, and had gone into sage mode early on, afraid that if she came back a few more times, she'd surely not be able to hold out. What if you get addicted to feeding as well? It's nothing, it's fine, it's so normal for good friends to feed each other. Perhaps afraid that Bai Shirhan wouldn't believe him and thought he was fooling around, Lin Sinyu put his fork away, then picked up the bucket of braised ones and looked at Kongyu. Fatty, come on, I'll feed you a bite as well. This girl, she had to say that it can't be like this between good friends. How could Kongyu not know exactly what he meant? Even if the heart has a grudge, wingman this piece, or there is a request. See, in the childhood he let himself successfully peep into the next door family little girl shower on the back, even if it was in the face of the show of love, but it does not matter. How to say that it is also the love of the family's own good brother? Here, open your mouth. The latter all were given to save. Bai Shirhan gazed at the two, eyes wide and mouth slightly open. Turns out it's really possible to be like that between good friends. In fact, there was no need to hide it at all. The girl's mind was so simple that if she wanted to, no matter what reason the boy gave, the other would take the opportunity to get off the stage, even if it meant brainwashing herself into believing it. Flying chopping boards, cartwheeling cats, my wine bottle opens itself. Reasons, no matter how outrageous, are self-defeating. You see, right? Before Kongyu could eat into his mouth, Lin Xianyu reversed his route and fed it into his own mouth, leaving Kongyu in a daze, staying where he was just about to open his mouth. You're a dog, aren't you? Well, one for the price of one. I remember that after graduating from college, his good buddy Kongyu did this to him, and now it's kind of a payback through and through. Shirhan, come on, keep eating the noodles. Dash. Ha. That's disgusting. May you have holes in every umbrella from now on. Wow, what an evil curse. It's something to keep an eye on in the future. What if I don't realize I have 5 in the future? The little girl looked at him dumbfounded, not understanding what Kongyu was saying, and could only obediently open her mouth, which was once again stuffed. Recess was previously the domain of 2 brothers, but now it has become a couple and a dog. Do not say. At first Kongyu also feel a little aggrieved to see 2 people in love, especially unpleasant. After getting used to it, and feel some good. Sure enough, relationships are still sweet when you look at other people. The playground bell is over. The two said their goodbyes to Kongyu, and before they left he, being the wingman, didn't forget to come up with an assist. Brother, you, sister-in-law, you two pay attention. It's only high school. Study hard for the main thing. Go to college and you'll be able to have kids. Be moderate. Dad knows. Thanks for the reminder, son. You get out. The exchanges between good buddies made by Shirhan listened on the sidelines and even wondered inwardly if good friends could still play with each other like this. Waiting for Kongyu to leave, Lin Sinyu signaled the little girl to follow him, going back from the familiar lawn floor, during which Bai Shirhan sincerely apologized, as well as the habitual planting. Smelling the fragrance of the flowers, Lin Xianyu walked at the front. Didn't lie to you, did I? I told you there are a lot of things that can be done between good friends. The little girl nodded. Well, yes. He didn't lie this time. It can all be done. Breeze on the face. Bai Shirhan did not have the usual that the heart is weak. It is true that she thought too much of herself. Between good friends like that, more normal. The two sailed out of the lawn, recalling that Lin Sinyu said that Kongyu was his son and she was also his good friend. So would. Well, if you go up there later, you can go back to class, and I'll go hide in the restroom and wash my face. Aha. Why won't he let himself be called daddy? Don't force yourself to think about things you can't understand. Think more happily. All of these were taught to her by Lin Xinu, and every time she encountered the said situation, the little girl would follow the method that the other party said. Only this time, happy things came to mind, and almost everything had something to do with him, no matter what it was. And even if he sometimes dreamed of something bad, the other person would show up right on time. She understands that this will definitely not work. She can't create a dependence. If she depends for a long time, she will definitely be more reluctant to give up in the future. And she will also be more afraid. Not that she doesn't have confidence in Lin Xinyu, but she doesn't have it in herself. Thinking about what? Although he took Bai Shihan upstairs, Lin Xinyu's gaze would always observe the other party from time to time, and almost every move she made was watched, and a slight change of mood on her face could be quickly detected. This was also the reason why the little girl didn't understand how Lin Xinu could guess her mind. Not many people can hide their emotions very well, let alone around a favorite person. As long as that favorite person happens to be paying attention to you as well, and the two of them watch each other carefully, they can always catch each other when they are emotionally upset. No, it's fine, I won't go to recess with you anymore, Bai Shihan said weakly, the more gentle, but she is more and more afraid. Long fixed ideas and cannot be changed for a moment. Even if Lin Xinu did treat her well, she was fearful from the bottom of her heart and was inexplicably a little weak. Are you sure you don't want to go? The kiosk still has big chicken legs, big ham sausages, hot dogs, and yes, have you ever eaten those jumping candies that bounce in your mouth? There's so much more. You can't eat it all at once. If you don't go with me, you won't be able to go even if you want to graduate. Finished with an abominable sigh, clearly a new kind of seduction. Wow. He's really too much of a pain in the ass. Go one last time. That's right, tomorrow for the last time. The day after tomorrow for the last time. The day after tomorrow really for the last time. Lin Xinu joked, and then suddenly got serious in the back. Bai Shihan, you have to cheer up. As long as you're willing to believe, then I'm telling you, you're better than anyone else. Bai Shihan was touched. It wasn't fear and loneliness that stared her in the face of the infinite darkness. It was the fact that the light that had come on suddenly disappeared and pushed her into the abyss once again. But this time, the light, already faint, gradually chiseled through several openings and magnified infinitely, making her feel that all the changes were all necessary. She listened to him and he accompanied her. It was as if they were made for each other. Chapter 99:098. Why so cute? It's strange to experience both when they're together. Sometimes it feels like time goes by so fast that it passes before they do anything, and sometimes it feels long, like seconds. In the past, Bai Shihan was always alone. When others went to do recess, she sat quietly, stayed in her seat, and waited for Lin Xinyu to leave before she dared to twist her head to look out the window to curiously survey the other students lining up to go down the stairs to the soccer field, which she'd thought about, but couldn't actually accept that it was going to happen, fearing it, dreading it, resisting it. Now the idea seems to have changed and she has her own recess. Just get along normally, in a good friend way, not too greedy, and be careful to keep your distance in the future, and never lose your grip in temptation. Well, doesn't it feel good? Bai Shihan moved her stool forward to let Lin Xinyu, who was pretending to come back from gymnastics, in. Well, Lin Xinu returned to his seat, crystal water droplets slowly descending along his face, looking at the little girl wanting to just reach out and help him wipe it off. The deal is, we'll still go together tomorrow, but no instant noodles, 1 bucket a week at the most. Well, in fact, for her, the first time to eat instant noodles may feel new. After all, never eaten. The entrance of the kind of flavor to be honest let a person some lingering, but Bai Shihan had already tasted it, and now she didn't even care if it was the bubble noodle aroma and taste, but what Lin Xinyu bought her, even if it wasn't food, as long as it passed through his hands, she was happy. Bai Shihan, in. The little girl had gotten used to hearing him call her. Before if someone else called her name, the first reaction was nervousness not knowing how to respond, but facing Lin Xinyu, there was only warmth present within. That's probably what you call a good friendship. Lin Xinu used his hand to wipe off the water droplets on his face. Bai Shihan only felt a little pity when she saw it. If she could be a little bolder, the odds were that she would have used paper to help him clean it up. Is there something you want to do? Bai Shihan looked at him at a loss for words, not answering at first. When the other party asked these words, his mind instantly floated to the idea of taking the initiative to hold his hand, taking the initiative to embrace, and taking the initiative to experience an undefined love. No, there isn't. How could the little girl dare to say the imagined picture? She just waved her hand weakly, her pretty face flushed and a little flustered. Lin Xinu finally understood why there were a lot of boys in high school who liked to tease girls. Being able to see a favorite girl blush and get nervous would indeed be a satisfying psychological experience. So do you want to hear what I want to do most? This time Bai Shihan became smart, and before he could speak, She had already covered her ears ahead of time. Don't listen. Don't listen. He's definitely going to say he's going to make himself his wife again. But Lin Sinyu preferred not to follow the rules. Then I have to tell you. Bai Shirhan was a bit helpless, her eyes filled with aggression. Don't worry, it's not to make you a wife. The little girl came to her senses, her resigned look quickly changing to one of curiosity, anticipating what he would say next. I thought you weren't listening? No, I listened too. Lin Xianu nodded his head, unable to bear the thought of continuing to bully her. My thoughts are simple, other than making you a wife. I just want you to be happy, uninhibited, and grow up happily. Of course, now there's an additional thought, to get to the first place in the exams, and to crush you hard underneath me. So it's about trying to outdo yourself. Bai Shirhan breathed a sigh of relief, more or less happy to hear those touching words inside. Uninhibited and happy. It's like I never experienced it growing up. You can definitely make it happen. Don't worry, I'll be head and shoulders above you in the grade rankings and take first place with a clean slate. I, for one, will wait for you. Obviously the atmosphere had just been a bit depressing, but under Lin Sinyu's control, every time, it could become less tense, relaxed and pleasant, and wouldn't feel anything uncomfortable. Bai Shirhan smiled, matching the blush on her face with a bright smile. It was already unknown how many times she had smiled of her own accord. Lin Sinyu looked flabbergasted. A moment of goodness once again flooded into his heart. He vowed that no matter what happened, he would stay by her side and overcome all the difficulties, even if the road was difficult and dangerous. Then he would set aside the thorns and find the treasure girl that had always existed in his heart. You need to smile more. I feel like it's because you rarely smile at me that I didn't get first place. All of Lin Xinu's reasons were a bit outrageous, but there were always people who would actually believe them, or rather not believe that she would do her best to do so whenever he wanted. No, it's not pretty. Bai Shirhan was most worried about this. She also wanted to be happy and cheerful around him every day. She was just afraid that she would be called a silly girl. So did you just think I was having fun? Open, happy. So, you have to be confident. Only a smile from your heart will make others happy. If you don't want to smile at others, I'm your good friend. You can practice on me. I don't mind at all. I'll even give you a smile back, said Lin Sinyu's special response. Teeth neat, clean and tidy. The appearance of sunshine handsome. Bai Shirhan wanted to continue staring at him, and even wanted to reach out and caress his face like he had caressed her cheek earlier, but she still didn't have the guts. Whenever this time came, she would always be a bit unable to make up her mind in her mind, so she could only think about being bullied by him. Lin Sinyu continued, do you know what my first impression of you was? Do you remember the first time you switched seats to sit next to me? That would be the time you still wanted to sit inside. I could see that, and at that time I wanted to hear the reason why. But you were just too slow to say anything. Well, I was just wondering why there would be such a stupid girl who was still first in her grade. It couldn't be a renaming, could it? Or else how could she sit in the last row? Bai Shirhan began to stammer again not to speak. The impression that she was remembering this incident, that he would be fierce staring at himself, did not dare to speak to him at all, could only stand still, sitting against the corridor position. The little girl lowered her head, her little face flushed with a color that was even more pronounced than the one she would have had a moment ago. Why are you so cute? Lin Xianu was much bolder than her, and without holding back he reached out to touch her cheek again. It rolls and rolls in your hands, and your skin is blowing up, so you can love it. Only the little girl panicked and fled, not giving him a chance to continue to have his way. As a good friend, I was concerned about whether you had a fever or not, and blushing like that, you must not have covered up at night. Bai Shirhan shyly didn't respond. You're the one who didn't cover up. Chapter 100:099. I won't either. All afternoon the two were either studying or repeating the staggered peeks at each other. Before the evening study, the little girl finished packing her things early, then sat down in her seat and waited peacefully. She didn't dare to initiate the idea of going to the study room. That would surely be misunderstood by the other party. In case she said she missed him again, what should she do? Was it hard to admit the fact voluntarily? Bai Shirhan was missing him a little. Not this kind of missing in the classroom, but the only two staying together. There was silence all around him. His breathing could be heard clearly, peaceful, not having to worry about anything. On the days when he was there, she could stop pretending to be a powerful model, stop forgetting herself for the sake of considering the feelings of others, and could be herself without any qualms about being a little girl who was loved, cared for, and taken care of. The two were still doing the same table as usual. The window was open, and from time to time a few wisps of breeze came in, bringing all the smell of Lin Sinyu's body to the little girl's face. The sweet, sweet smell. Probably noticing that Bai Shirhan beside him didn't continue to write her homework, Lin Sinyu stopped the pen in his hand. He was trying to review all of his high school courses and then use his free time to plan for startup capital. The reason he wasn't in a hurry now was that he was still in high school, and it didn't matter if he slowed down a little bit, but it wasn't the same as not having to do anything at all. Just wait for all the beginning drafts to be saved and sent to editors individually, and wait for a steady stream of updates to collect the food. Sleepy? Seeing the little girl lying on the table, intentionally or unintentionally closing her eyes to take advantage of false sleep, Lin Sinyu fabricated a topic to forcefully insert her thinking. When men and women stay together, especially if they like each other, one of them has to be good at finding out what to talk about, or else they're basically wasting their chances by sitting around and not saying anything. Nope, her skin is particularly good, white and clean, cute and lovely from afar to see the flesh, long eyelashes one up and one down, brin, spirit, and looks like the girl is very well behaved. There is a pair of eyes that can speak, as if they have been looking for a long time to find the opportunity to finally be able to get what they want, to see each other brightly and openly. Let's go. Have you packed? Miss that paradise where we belong? No. Joking aside, she was slightly thicker skinned now too, and wouldn't tell him what she really thought. If I had known that, I shouldn't have agreed to go down with him for tutoring in the first place. But this is good. I can't quit at all already. Bai Shirhan was a bit remorseful. Even if she wanted to reject this addictive behavior now, she would still be a bit reluctant. If there are any new actions in the future, you must not agree to them again. Now she will not exist too many requirements. Every day can stay in his side is good, as long as she can see the familiar look. Cherish the time before high school graduation. Will acquire infinite happiness? There is no loss. Can't it just be a simple good friendship? But, now, really want to be held by the hand. The little girl was no longer satisfied. Every day following him, pulling on his coat, looking at the shadows on the ground, playing the familiar game of pulling on his hand, all kinds of behaviors arriving at the upper limit. Even if it's fighting monsters, the experience value skyrocketed to a critical mass. That will evolve. Thankfully, he hasn't always made her his wife lately. What are you thinking about? Let's go. I'll take you to the paradise where we belong. Looking at Lin Xinu, who was looking directly at her, the little girl didn't dare to meet her eyes and sheepishly lowered her head. This situation was simply too normal to be normal. Aha! With Lin Sinyu taking the lead, Bai Shirhan was not afraid of anyone. It was as if she had been puffed up with courage, and even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone to hold it up. It's over. It's that kind of thinking again. Bai Shirhan shook her head after him, doing her best to shake off all thoughts of dependency. The only way to completely resist addiction was to not become dependent. She is also very distressed. Why is it so tiring to be a good friend? Kong Fat just seems to be lighthearted. What is the difference between herself and him? The little girl was puzzled. A final flashback to the morning recess farewell scene outside the commissary. Does it only get easier if you call him Dad? Arrive at the world's best. The two had made the study room a home where they belonged, and there was an inexplicable sense of coziness. The kitten outside the window was the same familiar one, lazily licking its little feet, looking so intent that it didn't bother to pay attention to the two who came in. This kind of timid human, if this cat picks up girls, would have already hugged up and pasted. What's the point of being so slow? It's just a shame that it was too much of a libertine and got karma in the nuts. Pain of a lifetime. How are you going to instruct me tonight? Any new tricks? Anything exciting? Bai Shirhan shook her head. Nope. Proceeded to brush up. How meaningless that would be. Why don't one of us find a more difficult topic for the other to do, and accept the punishment if we don't make it? Lin Xinu looked like he was eating her up, which caused Bai Shirhan to directly lose her courage. As soon as she thought of this, her mind began to float back to the earlier scene of being held by his hand, that warm feeling of being encircled by a large hand ring, which by now the small hand hadn't experienced for a long time. The inner voice is also prompted by the madness of the moment. Really no? Really no? This is the perfect opportunity to enjoy yourself in perfect hiding. Bai Shirhan couldn't hold her tongue and nodded. She's not going to lose. She's definitely not going to lose. Lin Sinyu was making topic selections from the real questions of the college entrance exams, but the little girl was not idle, and the two of them were looking for the best excuses for each other. This time, the girl even decided to take the plunge. Would it be considered unlocking a new milestone if you intentionally wrote the wrong answer? She wasn't sure, but her insides told her it was possible to do that, and the other person wouldn't know anyway, and when he couldn't hold it in any longer, he'd probably even be bolder in teaching her a lesson, and then she could take the opportunity to rub and cuddle, probably because of the atmosphere of solitude. Bai Shirhan herself did not expect such thoughts to arise, and even the act of denying away decisions began to lose its usual firmness. It's like it can't be stopped anymore. When they had found the topic, both of them picked up their pens almost at the same time and wrote quickly. Lin Sinyu read the topic completely before realizing that the other party had actually picked a very simple topic. Wasn't this the same as a direct surrender? The moment the little girl stopped writing, he also put down the pen in his hand. The boy was smiling. The girl's face was calm. Her heart had long been frantic with anticipation. The feeling was a breakthrough she had never experienced before. I can't write, Bai Shirhan said brokenly. Lin Sinyu scratched his head and stared at her. What a coincidence. I don't know this question either. Each other has served their purpose. Chapter 101-100. Black. What's with the net stockings? The moonlight was hazy. The two of them walked side by side without any verbal exchanges. And only when they were about to walk out of the school gate did Lin Sinyu stop. You can lose, haha. No cheating. I'm not going to. Bai Shirhan was scared. Even though she was now a Xinyu addict, she was more or less nervous about being asked to do something like that. Then we're going out. He's really hateful. He's obviously not that nervous and will always be driven by the other guy's emotions. The little girl's heartbeat accelerated, pulling Lin Sinyu's palm unconsciously a few minutes harder. This situation is how she did not think of. Originally thought that the bet would be a simple hand-holding. The result did not expect. I won that too. When he was about to walk out of the school gates, Bai Shirhan pulled hard on the corner of his coat and stopped in place. Lin Xin, you didn't continue forward. Turned around and looked down at the little girl with a red face. Scared? I told you that you definitely can't accept it. Do you want a different punishment? Since childhood, even if Bai Shirhan didn't dare to engage in communication with others, the strength of character never changed. Yes, it's acceptable. No need to change. Bai Shirhan strengthened his courage. How can he not be looked down upon by him? It is not just punishment. It is not just holding hands in front of his brother. What is there to be afraid of? Let's go then. My brother-in-law must be out there. Not at all. She is not a fool. Very clear what the name of brother-in-law means. This kind of taking advantage of the behavior is also not allowed. The little girl huffed and puffed, but the palm of the hand is not half the meaning of loosening. Stayed on the corner of the coat, even if the surrounding people will not feel afraid. At first there will be someone to pay attention to their movements. After all, it is in school, but those people seem to be afraid of Lin Sinyu. Whenever there is whispering people, will always be. He glared at a weak dare not continue to discuss, not to mention the whole fat right behind the followers. The two brothers engraved in the bones of the cooperation, basically do not need to use words to communicate. A simple action can be read and understood. Fatty, I'm going to take your sister-in-law home. Roll. Having said that, it was still full of envy. Kong Yu blessed the two from the bottom of his heart, except that words certainly could not be spoken directly, or else he would surely get Versailles words in response again. The brothers simply know each other too well. The route for the three of them was divided into two. Lin Sinyu took Bai Shirhan to the left and Kong Yu went to the right alone. Almost every night, people who don't have a partner are always envious of others, especially if they are still their best buddies, but when it comes time for them to actually go for it, they panic and don't know what to do. When Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan left, Kong Fatty seemed like a street puppy being fed with dog food. Upon twisting his head to look in the opposite direction, Fatty's pupils instantly dilated, and the internet cafe girl in school uniform appeared in the field of vision. Holy, you, why the hell are you running so fast? Sometimes, love at first sight is as simple as that. See you once, and from then on, never forget your face, etched in stone. On the path, Bai Shirhan has never been so nervous, holding the other side of the corner of the coat, but can clearly hear their own heartbeat. This feeling even in the past by the father and their lessons, have not appeared. She was starting to get a little scared, and inwardly she even began to pray that Bai Wenjie would never show up, or else her sister wouldn't be able to resist holding hands later and be discovered by him. That's got to be humiliating. Bai Shirhan was dumbfounded until now, probably because of the unseen magic he cast on him during that meeting in the study room. That's why she agreed to him. Sis, does your school get out this late? For the first time in her life, the little girl didn't want to hear Bai Wenjie speak, her insides frantically complaining, get away from me. Sister doesn't want to be held hand in front of you. It's too late for everything, especially when Lin Xian lowered his head to look at her at that moment. Even though she could feel that the other party was staring at her, Bai Shirhan didn't dare to raise her head to meet his eyes at all. Her mood was not to mention how complicated she felt. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so brave. Sister, why are you ignoring me? Look, isn't this your favorite little tomato? I don't love it. The little girl blushed, especially after hearing the words little tomato, and wanted to turn into a little ostrich, dig a little hole with her feet, and hide her head in it. Yes, Shirhan's favorite is little tomatoes. Lin Sinyu looked at Bai Wenjie. His brother-in-law's height this time has not yet started to grow. At best, 1 meter 6'8". In a year or two will go up to 1 meter 78. I have to say, the boy's development is really fast. You go back first. Thank you for bringing my sister out. Leave the rest to me. I'll just send my sister home. In the piece of defending his sister, Bai Wenjie still doesn't wimp out on anyone. Not to mention Lin Sinyu's big 5 feet 8 inches man. As long as it's about Bai Shirhan, he won't be afraid. Bai Shirhan was more or less relieved, thinking that she could take a momentary reprieve from having to hold hands in front of her brother. Lin Sinyu wasn't that nervous, and even unhurriedly took out 2 small tomatoes from the bag Bai Wenjie was carrying, taking advantage of the little girl's inattention and stuffing them into her mouth in front of her brother-in-law. Your face? Ah, it's just like this little tomato. Well, no, this bad guy is really annoying. It's even if he usually feeds himself with his hands, but now his brother is still here. What if he gets misunderstood? Wenjie, don't get me wrong. Before I always heard Shirhan mentioning you, saying that you know what you're doing and are very good to her. Although maybe I don't take care of her as much as you do, but as her good friends, we usually take care of each other. Once Bai Wenjie heard that the two didn't seem to have the kind of relationship he thought they had, he instantly let his guard down for a second, not to mention that the other party was still praising him, more or less. He couldn't be too difficult for others. I told you, my sister must have good friends too, that's for sure. It's the most important year now. We usually discuss our studies. We never think about anything else, and even if we did, your sister would have to say yes. Yes, my sister is very nice, just seldom talk to other people. Heart is very good. When I was a child accidentally hit a telephone pole. Headache and still have to give the pole to say sorry to ask for forgiveness it. Your sister's so cute. Ha, also? Is there anything else I know about the one you just told me that I don't know about? Oh yeah, and, next to Bai Shirhan can no longer endure. The body rolling hot. Just thought in my heart that the younger brother has grown up to know to protect his sister. Did not think that this will have learned to share with each other childhood anecdotes. Kevin White, you're in the 6th grade and you still wet the bed. Stinky old sis. You secretly asked me to buy you those black fishing what's-his-name net stockings last time, and asked if boys like that kind of thing. Lin Sinyu stood aside without saying anything. It's like knowing so many secrets. Chapter 102, 101. He became her moon. It's fine. Tell me more about your sister when she was a child. I'll pretend I didn't hear yours. Bai Wenjie. Sis, this is the first time you've gotten angry. Hearing Bai Shirhan increase her volume by a few points, not only Lin Sinyu, but Bai Wenjie followed with some happiness. Since he was a child, in his impression, his sister always stayed alone, didn't like to talk, if not for the fact that he often took the initiative to look for her. She was basically alone in her room and could stay in the room for the whole day. Mom and Dad were very busy, they would always have endless work, and as soon as they came back, they would arrange all kinds of tasks for the siblings, either playing the piano or all kinds of etiquette. In short, there were just a lot of things that they couldn't finish learning. Sister likes to cook. He collects a lot of books about cooking, can let her look at when she is stressed. As for why the back of the mom and dad will let Bai Shirhan come back to study, that is all because he promises that he can learn a lot of things to help his sister all share, even if that will be very tiring, but he doesn't want to see his sister, who has brought him up since childhood, unhappy, and just want her to go and do what she likes to do. Even if Lin Sinyu's appearance beside Bai Shirhan made him feel bad, he could tell with the smile displayed on his sister's face that the boy must be more than just a good friend. It's good that my sister likes it. All he could do was to try and see what kind of character the boy in front of him had, and whether or not he could really make Bai Shirhan happy. Lin Xianyu approached Bai Shirhan in a deadpan manner, and their shoulders briefly touched, which caused the little girl to be a little alarmed, thinking that the other party was going to punish herself now, since she was wearing short sleeves and not a school jacket. The skin on her arms rubbed against each other, and probably because the wind was a little cool at night, Bai Shirhan could feel that his arms were icy. Let's go. Usually you're not there. It's me who sends your sister back home. Brother-in-law is just joking. Don't take it to heart. Even if you fall in love in the future, you have to wait until you graduate from high school. The main thing right now is still studying. Yes, if the grades go down, Dad and the guys will talk about sis. Don't worry, your sister will be a great person in the future. I believe so. The two boys looked like they had rehearsed, singing in unison in front of Bai Shirhan, and if it weren't for the fact that she was with Lin Sinyu every day, she might have really wondered if the two of them had conspired to comfort themselves a long time ago. Now it's different. It feels like the dark world is closed. The range of light enveloped more and more growing. Vigilance is relatively the past, but it is a lot lower. One is her brother and the other is a boy she likes but can't talk about. Bai Wenjie, you shouldn't even be able to find your way back to your sister's house. Lin Sinyu joked beside Bai Shirhan. Although Bai Wenjie understands things, but more or less still just a child, let alone still about his sister. How can resist this kind of verbal agitation? How can that be? You guys just follow behind. I'll lead the way. Just kidding. I can find where my sister lives with my eyes closed. I'm sure he's a youngster, which is indeed childish compared to the matured man he'll be later on, but it's certainly adorable. Bai Wenjie said to do it. A man led the way, talking about the features of the surrounding buildings as he went. You see, there is a hospital nearby. What happened can go directly over to check and get medicine. Across the street is the food market breakfast store. From the school and very close. When this place is still I and Auntie Son together to choose it. The little boy was excitedly in front of the house where Shirhan lived, but the two people behind him didn't have the heart to listen to this. Arms touched each other from time to time. The cool touch met the little girl just enough to counteract the blazing heat of the body part, wanting to escape but not being able to pull away. Nervous, apprehensive, happy, and exciting. Don't mention how complicated it is inside. It would be fine if his brother wasn't in front of him. The problem is that he's not far away with someone he likes. A sneaky feeling that would make your heart beat faster and thus kill you. Lin Xin whispered. The punishment you promised can be done now. The breath of his head down against her ear was so pronounced that it blew parts of her hair, flying up and down. Ming, tomorrow, okay. She was really scared. Not to mention the fact that Bai Wenjie in front of her was still talking to himself. A scene that had long since made the little girl blush. That whoever came out of school that would say no change. Sure you can. I didn't make you do it necessarily, haha. Lin Xinyu spoke easily. The complete opposite compared to Bai Shirhan, and wouldn't be afraid at all. You hold it. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Shirhan made up her mind and summoned up the courage to say such a sentence. Anyway, he initiated it, not himself, and as long as she didn't initiate it, it wouldn't be considered breaking up a good friendship, and it would just be a punishment for not making the questions. I'll hold it then, ha. Well, I really did. Aha. He's a real pain in the ass. If he doesn't hold my hand, I'm going to back out. Bai Shirhan was shy. Obviously she had already made a very bold move, but the other party kept disturbing her last line of defense from the side. Really bad. The little girl could only pray that Bai Wenjie could walk faster in front so that she wouldn't have to suffer. The shadows on the ground finally did not have to rejoin together by virtue of misalignment, but were actually stacked on top of each other. Bai Shirhan was a little shy. Originally Lin Xinyu was planning to interlock his fingers. She was afraid that her brother would suddenly turn around and not be able to disengage well, so she only held on to 4 fingers for him. Her shoulders were obviously cold, but her palms were unusually warm, as if they were trying to warm her up. Whenever this time came, Bai Shirhan's heart was especially complicated, both wanting time to go fast and wanting it to go just a little bit slower, enjoying the beauty of touching him, but not wanting to go deeper. Bai Shirhan walked along in such a dumbfounded manner, every now and then looking up slightly to see his expression. The moon was in the sky above him, as if he had become her moon at the moment. Girls are so complicated. They say no a lot of times, and then when they actually act on it, it's not so much, and they even want to ask for more. Bai Wenjie is actually kind of cute. Lin Xin suddenly came up with this sentence, and Bai Shirhan nodded along. Indeed, with him leading the way and the two of them sneaking along behind, holding hands, listening to the other chatter about the surroundings, it wouldn't feel noisy at all. Look, that's how grandparents over there hold hands when they walk. They're so affectionate. Looking in the direction of the other party, not far from the bottom of Bai Shirhan's rented room, there were a pair of old people holding hands with each other and walking slowly like them. The blush on the girl's face grew more pronounced. Sis, isn't this your home? How could I not know? Bai Wenjie turned back, overlapping hands, long since parted with reluctance. Chapter 103-102. Why would you expect it? The moon is beautiful tonight. Grandparents hold hands and hold each other. Often this kind of relationship is the most desirable. This is not. Bai Shirhan's small head has begun to fantasize Lin Xinyu and her to the old age, but also like them, walking in the moonlight in the illumination. You and me. Simple, sweet, and happy. You see, this is love. Lin Xin sighed. He hadn't been able to find a standard to explain to Bai Shirhan before, but now the pair in front of him had clearly become the best example. Aha! Bai Wenjie also looked in the direction they were looking. How could he not know Lin Xinyu thoughts? Immediately issued an expulsion order. Thank you for sending your sister home. It's not too early now. Be careful on the road. His impression of Bai Shirhan only stayed in the last time they parted that meeting. This meeting with an additional Lin Xinyu was already very surprising to Bai Wenjie, not to mention bringing the other party home. Sister was never one to let outsiders into her room, even him, depending on her mood, and only dared to enter the room after receiving permission. That won't do. Your sister, she still wants to eat my cooking. Lin Xin smiled and looked at Bai Shirhan. For a moment, Bai Wenjie suspected that the two were simply more than good friends. Either the other party was deliberately poking fun at him for telling lies, or his sister was hiding it. It would not be possible that he really had a brother-in-law. Sis, is he telling the truth? We always eat together. Bai Shirhan didn't answer positively, only complaining in her heart that the other party was always trying to take advantage of him. Even so, her gaze towards him was still soft. Bai Wenjie also discovered this. His sister, who basically would not produce mood swings, would actually feel overwhelmed by a boy's words, even if the actions were hidden. How could he, who was born as his own brother, not see it? His sister, who had been with him since childhood, would still snicker from time to time? Separated from Bai Shirhan, the understanding Bai Wenjie has been worried about whether the other side can live well. He is afraid that without himself at the side of his sister to be happy, his sister will be the same as in the beginning and do not talk, will not be a person alone again to bear all the pressure. Sometimes he had prayed that a boy would appear, that someone would appear who would make his sister happy, who would take care of her in everything, who would stand by her side no matter what happened, and now it seemed to be a real reality. He understands what stress is, he knows exactly what it's like to be alone, always full of smiles and not wanting to see his sister unhappy. Those who have been in the rain will always think of holding an umbrella for someone. Even though he was very young, he knew a lot of things in particular. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to exchange Bai Shirhan's chance to come back and study. Bai Wenjie only thought that when he was a child, he had his sister to take care of him, and now that he was grown up, he should take care of her. So, I'll just do it. You could have gone and waited outside. My brother was there. It's okay, I'll be quick. I could have washed it myself. That's something, it's faster to wash them together. Well, then, I'm going to go chop some vegetables. Bai Shirhan was fond of spending time with him in a small confined space. The kitchen happened to fulfill this need. The only bad thing was that Bai Wenjie was still outside. If the other party suddenly made a small move, he would surely be discovered. Lin Xinyu began to wash and cook the rice, then walked out of the kitchen to put it in the rice cooker for steaming. The entire time Bai Wenjie was staring at them with an incredulous expression on his face. It was as if he had become an outsider at this moment, and his sister and this boy were the real masters of the house. And if he hadn't known Bai Shirhan's character in advance, he probably would have really taken the two of them as a couple who were in a passionate love affair. Don't worry about it. Your sister and I are just serious good friendships. She's the first in her grade. I'm the second in my grade. And the homeroom teacher has told us to communicate well. Absolute good friendships. Nah, I trust you guys. Believe a hammer. If he didn't know him well, Lin Xinyu might have really believed Bai Wenjie's words. His eyes hated to grow on him, as if he could rush into the kitchen in the next second if he saw any improper behavior. I know your sister's character, and she and I were at the same table at school, so don't worry. As a good friend, I'll definitely take good care of her for you while you're away. Lin Xinyu knew exactly what Bai Wenjie was worried about, so every time he said something, it was just the right amount to put him at ease. So you guys are still at the same table? That's for sure. It's the fact that they sat at the same table for a couple years that made them good friends. The kitchen door was left open. Lin Xinyu was very loud, as if deliberately letting Bai Shirhan hear. The little girl was turning red. The dishes in her hands were unsteady. She really wanted to go out and plug his nonsense mouth. Obviously she had become a good friend only some time ago. I really didn't think my sister would let you in. No, at first she was dead set against letting me in, and it took half a day of dilly-dallying and soft pedaling before she reluctantly agreed to let me in. My sister is like this. She used to be almost always alone in her room on mom and dad's side, except for dinner when she would go out. No, I just think she's very lively, and during the time she spent with your sister, she was like a little glutton. That look of wanting to eat but not daring to do so was just too cute. Yeah, sister is like that. The two seemed to have found a common topic. Only Bai Shirhan one perked up his ears and eavesdropped. Simply did not expect this scene will now occur. Obviously the younger brother hates people close to her. How this will be so chatty with him. Wait outside. I'll go see what she's cooking, and I'll make it for you guys later when I learn how. Good. Even Bai Wenjie do not know. The heart has already subconsciously accepted the existence of Lin Xinyu, but also, it is not easy to look forward to the emergence of the boys can also be extraordinarily attentive to his sister. This is not exactly what he wants. Back to the kitchen. Lin Xinyu could now safely and boldly approach Bai Shirhan, and the two of them didn't know who didn't hold back first and touched each other's skin in advance. In the future, I definitely want a wife who can cook. Look, I can cook too, so we can cut our teeth in the kitchen, can't we? Bai Shirhan nodded her head as if she understood. Aha, my brother already believes we're good friends, so don't worry. Here, give me your hand. Tofu should be cut like this. He's crazy. How could it be considered a good friendship when her brother tried to grab her hand and chop vegetables while he was still there? If it had been just the two of them in the kitchen, maybe they could have tried it. Not really now. Lin Xinyu walked behind her and lowered his head, so that he could see the scarlet color floating on the other's face just from her neck. Brother turned around. It's really okay. Bai Shirhan thought that he must be crazy, but why? Did she look forward to it a little? Chapter 104 Testimonials on the shelf. Those who have books should come in and take a look. Hi everyone, I'm Cabbage. You can just call me Cabbage. First of all, thanks to my fellow bookworms for their company and support. It's now the 19th of January. Tomorrow, the 20th, at 12 noon, our by Shirhan will be on the shelves. Originally, this book is not to come out, but Cabbage really like healing youth tomatoes. No choice but to have to work hard again to design the persona plot, and finally have by Shirhan. Honestly, every time I finish writing the latest chapter, as long as Cabbage himself puts on an anti-smile on his face, I can guess that this chapter is proper, and the brothers can surely rub their legs together under the covers in the middle of the night, laughing and imagining the male and female main characters interacting with each other. This dog food eating behavior is awesome. Everyone has a youthful period, not to mention the brothers, when the girl next door just peeped from afar. Quite embarrassing honestly. Go to the toilet or from the window to look at the inside. Have had such an experience of their own initiative to raise their hands For the book friends are most worried about things. Cabbage here to unify the instructions. This book no knife. It is impossible to write abusive text, dog blood text, as for by Shirhan's family and so on, do not have to worry about, all are perfect ending. Without further ado, here's the extra session. Considering that some of the book lovers do not reward enough plus more, so these 2 days Cabbage specifically opened the accumulation of 10,000 points coins plus a chapter. Only these 2 days. Until tomorrow night at 12 o'clock at the end of the bosses are too fierce. Cabbage cannot afford. Just these 2 days. Not yet on the shelves of 3 allies on a number of 10,000 points coins. I should have known that the beginning of the first do not say that the rules of plus more. Whoops. So those who saved the reward bosses, now you can directly reward. All the direct accumulation. Tomorrow night uniformly sent a single chapter briefing. To add more how many chapters altogether to summarize. This book is currently collection for 2.8W. According to 20:1 collection subscription ratio, the first order of 1400, but the Cabbage is to play exciting, set at 800 first order, every more than 100 subscription plus a chapter. See how many brothers can be more than arrogant. Remember to come to the starting point of the first booking don't run to the wrong place Then there are the 3 allies who are thankful for the company of the new book period. Xiao Lu, Xin, Xiao Shu. They also said that they cannot need to add more, complacent. Of course, Cabbage can't take money and not do anything, promised to make up for it. No, 19 to 20, accumulate 10,000 coins plus 1 more shift. After the 20th, 10,000 coins plus 1 shift, allies plus 11 shifts, silver cabbages are not wanted. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of you for your companionship and support. Without you, there would be no Cabbage now. You can punch in here to say where you know by Shirhan from, some starting points, some quick hands, some bookstores. Well, do not say nonsense. Brothers, remember tomorrow's noon 12 o'clock. Give Cabbage a first booking support. Of course, all the booking the best law. First order 10 point coins, 10 cents, this must be given a woohoo. In order to bless the first subscription. Of course the closing is to push, sacrifice, a good friend's book. Smile. Ranking is not in any order. Belongs to think of who writes who. Interested brothers can search independently. The list is as follows. 1. My roommate is a black fan of mine. Love me. Please pay up. 2. Lovely, she has 1,000 layers of sets. I'm on fire this year. 3. My dead recluse process is always interrupted. The cat who doesn't sleep. 4. Tokyo girlfriend illustrated. Cho Huang Hopko. 5. My creation words. 9 Hills 9. 6. Into the unscientific. Novice angler. 7. Homo sapiens. The 3 Lingnan men. 8. Mission to the Ring of Stars. Court of the False King. 9. I, Big Brother of the Interceptor sect. Join the chat group. Tricolor cup of milk tea. 10. Hong Kong General Chamber of Commerce from Stanley Prison. 3 shifts in a row. 11. Naruto, out of the infinite monthly readings of the Maiden of Maelstrom. Love of Reasoning. 12. The Imperial Beast, the strongest breeder. Bottle Giant. 13. The Bitter Sea of the Heavens. Billions of weights. Everlasting Sorrows. 14. The Elf Girl Next Door Can't Be Evil. Taken without banning. 15. LOL, can't inherit an empire but can only marry a star spirit. Xian Di Chunqiu. 16. Variety Martial Arts speaks of the everlasting realm. Opening exposure of Emperor Shi Tian. Dragon Warfare to the Wild. 17. Trying to act presentable even today. Sue Who Bites. 18. The World of American Comics. The Amazing Adventures of the Players. The Unbelievable Corky. Well, that's all I can remember. So search for whichever book you're interested in. Brothers, offerings, yuck. Successful book push, and wish me a high first order tomorrow. Conclusion. I wish you all a prosperous new year, and I wish by Shirhan can get better and better. We'll see you on the shelves tomorrow at 12 noon. Bottom 10 chapters a day. The follow-up try to have as much as possible to send as much as possible. Did not come to 20 chapters into the group to urge the punishment. Whispering beep. You certainly can not see this sentence. Chapter 105, 103. Can't get away from him just a little bit. Request for first order, 1/10. Don't do this. We'll be found out. It's okay. Can't see. Come on. I'll show you what the right moves are. Bai Shirhan was in a bit of a trance, both wanting to disengage and unable to move her steps. Her legs were weak and unable to make any effort. Obviously frightened, apprehensive, nervous, and exciting. Not to mention the occasional hot breath coming from behind her, as if just reminding her, he's coming closer to touch your hand. Especially in a situation like this where your brother is still around. It would be a lie to say that you're not scared. You have to slice the tofu thinly, one piece at a time, and fry it in oil later until it's golden. That's how it tastes. The little girl which still had the heart to listen to him talk, when the other party is about to put his hand on her small hand, hold back the inner thought, just holding hands will be addicted. Not to mention cooking this kind of ambiguous, if the future habit, it is not the two will always be in the kitchen. You touch me, I touch you. She does not want that. I know, brother in. No, don't bully me. The girl turned into a little goon again, looking at Lin Xinu with a face full of aggression, trying to get the other party to let herself go, at the very least when her brother wasn't around. Look at you. You're all watery. Let me wipe you off. Beads of sweat slid down her cheeks, probably because she was nervous, which was why her forehead was producing a false sweat, and when she saw the other woman reaching over, she became even more vain. Due to the narrow space in the kitchen, it will still be inconvenient for two people to exert themselves in there. Bai Wenjie is not blind, stood outside and clearly saw that Lin Xinu was slowly approaching his sister. Originally wanted to go up and stop, but ended up realizing that the corners of Bai Shirhan's mouth were slightly raised, and ultimately sighed helplessly, as long as his sister was happy. The beauty of the moment was so great that even Bai Wenjie was a little confused, making him think he really had a brother-in-law. Lin Xinu reached out and wiped the beads of sweat off Bai Shirhan's cheeks without going too far, and stood quietly by the side. Today I can eat the meal you made for me again. If I marry you home in the future, it will surely be a good wife and mother. With a child, we will stay together. You will surely not be mean with this character. It seems that in the future I can only be a bad father role. Bai Shirhan blushed as she chopped vegetables while listening to him say these blushing words. After listening for a while her mind also followed the scene that the other party said. It was as if the two really got married. He took her in the white wedding dress that only dreams are made of, with a radiant smile on his face. His brother, his mom and dad, all in the periphery feeling heartfelt blessings for the two of them, and slowly having a child, a lovely girl, and so on. Hey, Bai Shirhan, how can you think of such unrealistic things? Did you just laugh? Lin Xinu was at her side the whole time. The other party's every move could be clearly seen. The little girl was looking at the tofu with a red face and giggling from time to time. No need to think that she must be thinking of something that made her feel happy, combined with the words that he said earlier to think about it. It's almost hard to guess wrong. No, I'm not laughing. You're just smiling. Honestly, are you thinking that we're married and living happily ever after? Not at all. Have you had any children? 5? Just 1. I'm not having 5. When Bai Shirhan reacted, she realized that she had misspoken and shook her head in a panic. Not a single one. This kind of heartfelt words were the only ones she could brazenly say now, and she had learned them from Lin Xinu anyway. Dinner was the usual home cooking, fried tofu and seaweed and egg soup plus stir-fried pork with green peppers, and fish and black bean sauce that I bought on my last trip to the grocery store. This kind of canned fish Bai Shirhan had never eaten before, that's why Lin Xinu thought of buying it for her to try. Let's eat. Lin Xinu washed the dishes and chopsticks and then came out, not even needing Bai Wenjie's help. He brought all the plates inside and placed them on the table, then filled 3 bowls of rice and greeted the 2 men as they sat down to eat. Originally still thinking of picking on Bai Wenjie, at the sight of this scene, temporarily out of mind. For the moment, it seems that this boy does do a lot of details well, even so, but it does not mean that he has completely put down his guard. There is also the possibility that today is good to the sister, and wait for a few days will be completely different. All in all, kind of didn't want to acknowledge the fact that my sister had been taken from me. Here, this has chili. You need to eat less. Tofu can be eaten. Have some nori soup later. In a while you'll be better. Then I'll take you to eat lots of good food. No, don't. If we waste money like he does, I really don't know when we'll be able to save enough for a dowry. Bai Wenjie watched the two interact from the side. Even if he could roughly guess their relationship, he didn't want to interfere. As long as he could see his sister happy from the bottom of her heart, that would already be very satisfying. During the meal, the atmosphere was a little strange. The 3 of them didn't chat a lot. Nothing more than Bai Shirhan and Lin Xinu pinching each other's food. Bai Wenjie stayed on the sidelines. His heart was so bad. It's the feeling of pain and relief mixed with each other that's so hard to bear. I'll do the dishes. Just rest and don't touch the cold water. And watch yourself for a few days and don't let people talk about it all the time. Bai Shirhan was aggravated to death. But knowing what the other party was saying, she didn't have any words to refute it at all, so she could only obediently put down the bowl and sit in her seat in a panic. Sis, do you know what his family does? No, I don't know. Bai Wenjie sighed. He knew that his dad was an old fart, and if they found out about this, they would definitely make his sister leave school and go back over there. It will still be separated later. I know. This time Bai Shirhan didn't stutter, looking at Bai Wenjie as if she had changed as a person. Her gaze was resolute, which impressed him. Just a short period of time had passed. I didn't think that my sister had changed so much already. Sis, I was reminding in case you forgot. Bai Shirhan interrupted. He's my only friend. Sister likes him? Still, can't like. Yet. First of all, she hadn't become great yet. She hadn't accompanied Lin Xinu to hit all the places. And most importantly, she hadn't been able to save up enough for the bride price. Or else the little girl would have surely mustered up the courage to simply try it. Lin Xinu cleaned all the dishes before slowly stepping out from inside. Bai Shirhan and Bai Wenjie tacitly refrained from speaking. I'll go home then, and I'll pick you up from school in the morning. Good. In her heart, the little girl wanted him to leave. After all, she didn't know what things her brother would say here later. But when I actually heard the door close, my heart felt empty. Instead of paying any more attention to Bai Wenjie, Bai Shirhan got up and jogged to the balcony until the other party's figure appeared in her line of sight. Then she felt relieved. She realized that it seemed like she couldn't stay away from him for a bit. Chapter 106, 104. The Abominable Punch Card Conspiracy, Request for First Order, 2/10. Some people tend to be like this. The relationship is vague instead of tense. Once the relationship is picked out, they may immediately retreat. Bai Shirhan happens to be this kind of character, using the relationship of a good friend, and thus closely associated with each other. Sis, I'm going back the day after tomorrow, and mom and dad are only letting me stay for 2 or 3 days. Bai Wenjie got up from the dining table and walked to the living room. If he hadn't opened his mouth to speak, he wouldn't have known there was someone else in the house. The little girl was watching on the balcony towards Lin Xinu's departure, and that emotion of reluctance showed on her face from the beginning to the end. Are we going back the day after tomorrow? Well, Dad's rushing it. Good. Hey, old sister, you're being too biased. Aren't you a bit upset that I'm leaving? See, her gaze from the beginning to the end did not look at him. Bai Wenjie anxious it, since childhood has always been good to him. Sister, how now become this? You speak ill of me. That wasn't a friendly exchange. Didn't you also say I wet the bed? Ignore you. Bai Wenjie is a little confused. They are on the side of the bright glow. In the end, but fell into this scene? The little girl thought simply that if it weren't for the presence of her brother, the kitchen session, she would have been grabbed by her little hand and taught how to cut tofu. It's all the brother's fault. Bai Wenjie was helpless. The siblings chatted briefly, and finally Bai Shirhan sent him out on the pretext that he had to rest, and didn't even eyewitness him from the balcony. Such a big man, and a boy. Surely he couldn't lose him. Time passed quickly, probably because of Lin Xinyu's company. Bai Shirhan only felt that 2 days had passed before she could enjoy herself. If my brother hadn't said he was going back halfway through, it would have been too overwhelming to react. With only 79 days left until the entrance exams, it's clear that what was earlier an 8 started as a 7 in a flash, and the numbers only get faster the further you go. There are still 2 months, which for some people can still make the final sprint, but for the vast majority of students, the results have basically been set. The final results of the college entrance examination can only be adjusted through the mentality, to see if they can be superb in the examination room. Bai Wenjie left by car at night. He had just come back, imagining that his sister would have endless words for him, but it turned out to be the opposite. But Bai Wenjie was not saddened by this. Instead, he was happy about it. How to say that there was more or less someone who cared about Bai Shirhan as much as he did when he was not there. Let's go. Sis, message me if you need anything. And what does he like about brother Xinu? I'll ask around for you later. Bai Shirhan glared at him. There is no such thing as saying this to his face. Lin Xinu is right next to him. To say it also have to say it secretly in the text message. Of course, this time she could no longer teach Bai Wenjie a lesson. The other party had already disappeared in a car before their eyes. It was awfully quiet all around. The little girl stood still and didn't dare to speak. Auntie Song didn't come to check on her at this time. The only one she could rely on was herself. Time flies. Guess how many words those last drafts are now. Lin Xinu didn't poke fun at her this time, but was seriously talking to Bai Shirhan. 1,000 words? Guess big. Be bold. Don't be afraid like Fat Cone. 10,000? Multiply by 3. 30,000. So great. No boy hates being complimented by his favorite, not even Lin Xinu. And looking at the little girl's shocked look, he couldn't be happier. It's not just one beginning, it's 4 beginnings all with 30,000 words, and one beginning with only 4,000. Awesome. In her opinion, Lin Sinu's ability to write 4,000 words is already remarkable. He couldn't even stick around to get help from others to copy texts before, but now he's already progressed to such a state, so it's unlikely that next time, he'll really snatch the first place of the grade. The little girl was happy. This inner joy of witnessing your favorite person slowly getting better in front of you simply cannot be expressed in words. I will make you my wife. Here we go again. Even though she had heard this many times, Bai Shirhan had never once resented it. And not only that, the mental defenses that had held fast for so long began to ripple outward. There are good and bad relationships in high school. The best case scenario is to not tell each other through, but to understand each other's thoughts, to improve each other, to help each other to improve their learning, rather than enjoying the momentary pleasure of being in love. Lin Sinu and Bai Shirhan got along just fine. If you change the couple who drills the grove every day, which still have the mind to study, if you split a hand, near the college entrance examination, it is a little scary to think about it. In this regard, Lin Sinu is more persistent and has an extremely strong learning ability, so he doesn't have to worry too much. Every time he can review all the knowledge points first in advance, and then take the questions and then do them with Bai Shirhan. Due to all the butterfly effects from coming back, he wasn't sure if the college entrance exam questions were still the same as before, and if they were the same, then there was even less need to worry about getting into the same college as the other party. In the past 2 days, probably due to Bai Wenjie's presence, the little girl had been forcibly holding back her inner Xinyu addiction. I used to be able to control myself, but now when my brother left, my arms and legs felt a little out of control. In the beginning it was still able to satisfy psychological desires by holding hands through shadows, and perhaps having gotten a taste of it, the little hands would no longer be subjected to such false deceptions. At this rate, would there really come a day when she would voluntarily take him to the grove and engage in that waiting state of willingness to be bullied by him? So the little girl reached up and touched her hand to her rolling cheeks, trying to cool herself down in this way as a way to ease her emotions. She was afraid that if she wasn't paying attention, she'd be actively looking for him to satisfy her. Right, I told you, your face reddens easily. It's self like this. It was none of her business, and she was already trying her best to keep her emotions in check, but the red color of her face was often the first thing to betray her when she didn't listen. The little heart was restless and started thumping away, trying to escape by not talking. We've clocked up a lot of accomplishments together by now, I think. Well, without realizing that so many days had passed, by Shirhan she didn't even think that she would one day be able to unlock a lot of achievements that would have been almost impossible to complete without his company. The little girl weakly looked up at the other, memories of all the good things the two had done together floating in her mind. She also thought that she couldn't continue like this, but when she reacted, she fell into the trap early on. Initially, Bai Shirhan thought that Lin Sinu was really serious about helping her make changes, and when she turned back to withdraw, she turned around to find him all behind her. The long open companionship does fill the school as well as the way home with him. Bai Shirhan had tried to imagine erasing him from the world, and the end result was, couldn't leave. What a card-punching conspiracy of all evils. Chapter 107-105. There's amylase on buns, request for first order, 3/10. How could Lin Sinu be as complicated as he thought? Playing cards really just to help her change. Not that after collecting all the milestones will unlock the final reward. Well, he has long thought about it. When the time comes, he will pull her little hand to the reward place, generously shell out money for treats, send her a small book so that she can never forget it for the rest of her life. His already handsome looks, paired with the sunshine attribute, not to mention the fact that this would be illuminated by the moonlight. He seemed to be slowly glowing in Bai Shirhan's eyes. Everyone says high school is the best time, and now it seems to be roughly speaking of this kind of. I know, and you are aware of the feelings. I do not poke holes in them, and you do not say anything. I have been talking about letting you be a wife, and you have been pretending to be unaware of it, and secretly enjoying it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was almost time for the college entrance exams, Lin Xin you would have definitely gone up to her, touched her face, put her into his arms, and boldly went to ask the other party, are you really not going to be my wife? You're good looking. I'm not bad looking either. Xiaohan's genes must be very strong. Really, don't you want to consider it? Arrive at the bottom of the building, because it was only after dinner that he went to send Bai Wenjie off. So this time Lin Sinu didn't choose to go up the stairs. Every time he took the initiative to go up it would only make her get used to it. He should just take a small step back every now and then. Just right. He can't go all day without giving the other person any time to think about it. Girls are extremely sensitive creatures, and once they wait for them to get used to it, A sudden shift is sure to cause some discomfort. Men and women get along with each other. Even Lin Sin knew this kind of thick-skinned, but also slowly coaxed by Shirhan. As long as the little girl coaxed to confess to him, then alright. It's just that this frog is simply too hard to cook, and every time it's about to be ready, it always manages to find a way to run away, and it's just not a good idea. But this is good. After all, the other party is such a kind of character. Really wanna have that day, then also after you gave enough of her so-called security. Just think about it. One day after that, the little girl shyly lowered her head to stand in front of his heel. Words stammered, stuttering, and finally summoned up enough courage. Slightly petulant tone of voice to him, said, "We do not good friends. Good friends have what good? I want to be your ruthless bullying. Do not pity me, okay?" Then he could brightly grab both of her small hands with one hand and press them directly against the wall, responding, "That's what you said, oh, then I'll begrudgingly accept this request of yours. Yes, that's what it takes. Here, home." He's so scary. That's what Bai Shirhan was thinking right now. Originally thinking of finding a chance to be held by his hand, only to realize that the evil smile on the other party's face was becoming more and more obvious, gradually abandoning his intentions. A situation that simply shouldn't be too intimidating. The little girl was all afraid that if she was even slightly careless, he would immediately pounce towards her and ravage her. Sure enough, it's still not too addictive. Wait for Lin Sinyu to leave. It took her a moment to react to the fact that everything was all over the top. There was no horrible bullying as she had imagined. There was just blandness. I do not know why. When the heart of the expectations of the safety after the occurrence, the little girl and some not quite satisfied. I knew that let him bully, when he will still be sleeping on the sofa, so that there can be secretly go to touch his cheeks. That kind of bold to do and will not be found. So want to experience once again, guess we'll just have to wait for the next practice test. Bai Shirhan stood by the window of the compartment, still in the habit of the past, and watched the other disappear into the corner position. Every day was the same, from the day he told her he'd be his wife, going to and from school together, clocking in and out, eating together, studying together, and so many other things they hadn't done together before, looking at each other, holding hands, touching faces, and still not knowing what to do next. Bai Shirhan stood at the bottom of the building waiting for some guy, something he was used to doing every day. From the nervous anticipation at the beginning, it turned into pleasure waiting for the other to arrive. Before it was the two of them who went to buy buns together, but when the other knew her preference, he prepared them in advance every time he came over. The two of them walked and ate on the road. Before Bai Shirhan did not have this habit, followed Lin Sinyu to see Will. What manners, what obedience, just go away, as long as you're happy. The wind carried his scent with it, and early morning breezes really are the best smelling. Come on, buns, soy milk. If you're having tofu brain tomorrow, tell me ahead of time. And tujia soybean paste pancakes. There are a lot of people lined up over there. Next time I'll get up earlier. The two never agreed on a time to meet, and due to habit, were largely able to predict themselves. Good morning, Lin Sinyu. Yo, that can't make you forget? Thought you'd forget by deliberately changing the subject. Not at all. She wasn't that stupid. She couldn't speak before because she was nervous. Now she could say hello without the slightest bit of panic. The little girl couldn't have been prouder. From the very beginning when she didn't know how to find a topic of conversation, to this time when she was so relaxed and at ease, her heart was definitely happy. Lin Xinu stroked her little head before handing her the bun and soy milk. Can't grow taller. It's okay, that's it, I'll always protect you. She wanted to say she didn't need protection, but it was a really rare feeling and gagged herself with a bun. It was because of the food that she refused, not because she wanted to be protected by the other. Remember to save one for me when you're done. We both have our breakfasts in one piece. Well, Bai Shirhan had gotten used to this. Originally the first time that would have been a refusal, and thought about why the two people's breakfasts should be packed together. But then when she ate it she realized that as long as she thought about his being in it as well, the buns were going to be a lot more fragrant than if she had eaten her own. Bai Shirhan, you ate that bun of mine. The little girl rushed to stop her movements. Even though she had heard the phrase a million times before, she still went along with him. Yeah, sorry. Good thing I found it early. Come on, give me mine. There's half of it left. What an abomination. This childish way of coaxing her to eat the buns she had eaten every time. But there was another cute guy acting along with him, panicking and handing him a half-eaten bun with shaky little hands. Lin Xinu pressed on, grabbing the bun handed by the other party with one hand and swallowing it instantly. It was often at this time that Bai Shirhan was shy, because of that guy. Is there some kind of amylase on this bun that makes it taste so sweet? He really hated it, eating buns that she had eaten, stained with her saliva, and was full of pride and complacency. Not only that, but the words were so high and mighty, what with the amylopectin, that he wouldn't be given any more next time. no matter what he said. Bai Shirhan didn't look at Lin Sinyu's gaze. Seems to have forgotten that I thought the same thing a few mornings before and never gave him another one. Chapter 108-106. Calling the wife in case she accepts. Request for first order, 4/10. Above friends, before lovers. This kind of normal and no longer normal best friend relationship was really something that Bai Shirhan couldn't get enough of, and happened to find the most suitable excuse to hide her deepest feelings of fondness. She didn't dare reveal it, knowing that now was not the time. Waiting for a certain day, mom and dad there is not refused. The bride price is enough to marry her. Then Bai Shirhan will certainly be the first time to run to his front. Drum up the courage to tell him loudly, I seem to know what is in love. What is like. We can have a lot of Xiaohan. The little girl could know nothing clearly, but the only thing she could understand was that she knew only one thing, and that was that she wanted to spend time with him so badly. It was comfortable. It wasn't annoying, she just liked the feeling. What a blessing it is to be a good friend and do so many things that good friends are supposed to do. Bai Shirhan again felt a little immoral. The other party accompanied her every day, either to buy breakfast or to go around punching the card together. It always felt like there was a kind of, in that word he said, white whoring. No, she wasn't going to be like that, just waiting for a time, waiting for a chance. The only thing she could do now was to keep her distance and not be capricious and selfish anymore. Every time a person thought about it, she could clearly separate the pros and cons, but as soon as she got close to the other person, it was all thrown away straight away. What she was thinking about one second she completely forgot what it was the next. When the two of them get along, Bai Shirhan is always quiet. If Lin Sinyu is also quiet, the atmosphere will naturally be a little strange. If she was spoken to softly, the other party would definitely not be afraid. It was only when she was hardened up and had a strong attitude that she would weakly agree. Lin Sinyu led her into the school. Looking at the girl under the school uniform filled his heart with joy. Look, you're good enough now to walk into school without holding my uniform. Usually, no matter what time of day, Bai Shirhan would pull it off. And lately she had noticed that it seemed as if she didn't feel perhaps afraid even when being watched by the other students in the neighborhood, and even felt somewhat normal. What's the point of good friends going to school together? Not to mention that Lin Sinyu had told her that the two of them were now number 1 and number 2 in their grade. So naturally, no one was a wimp. And as long as they didn't make any intimate moves, they could even walk side by side to say hello to the director of instruction in person. So, are we still good friends now? The little girl was a little unsure of herself, feeling as if the two had been getting closer lately, and was close to being bullied by him as he took her into the woods or an alleyway. Lin Sinyu walked ahead without stopping and continued on. What? Don't want to be good friends with me anymore? Hearing this, Bai Shirhan wanted to muster up the courage to say yes, but in the end, she shook her head. No, can we just be good friends for this period of time? This time? What about later? And good friends afterward? You're not afraid I'm going to make you my wife now, are you? No, it isn't. Lin Xin, you seem to have guessed what she was thinking. Not rejecting but afraid. If he didn't know Bai Shirhan, he might have seriously thought that he had been caught on a fishhook. He understood that the little girl was beginning to think seriously about it, and that was why she was afraid, and why she was as afflicted as she was now. What are you afraid of? We have a clear conscience between us. What is a couple? Holding hands with good friends can hold. This does not count. Kissing mouth, we have not kissed it? When one day I kissed your mouth, then say we are not good friends can be understood. Have not kissed it. What kind of couple relationship? Now understand it? Right. I'm not even kissing. I'm not a couple. I'm just a good friend. I'm just a good friend who can hold hands. Don't worry about it. Confessions you don't accept. We'll always be good friends. Well, then, what if it's accepted? Bai Shirhan's voice was small and sparse. At first, Lin Sinyu didn't hear it, or hadn't reacted to it yet, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that the little girl who had just spoken seemed to have said something remarkable. You? Say what? No, it's nothing. Bai Shirhan regretted it. She didn't know why she would ask that kind of question. She clearly said that she would only be a good friend. If she was heard, she would surely misunderstand. If she was misunderstood, could she still be a good friend? Like this? Anyway, I think. Lin Sinyu stopped and turned to look at her, looking down and waiting for her to meet her eyes before continuing to speak. I feel that you just said something unimaginable. The little girl swished her little face red. She wasn't sure if what she had just said had been heard by the other party. Just from that remarkable sentence, the probability was that it had been heard. She could only pretend to be calm. She had learned from him anyway. Just pretend she didn't know. No matter how much he asked later, she just wouldn't admit it. And not admitting it meant she hadn't said it. Obviously every day we'll walk together the road. This will be in the heart of Bai Shirhan feel become much longer. Why aren't you in class yet? Complaining and at the same time a little reluctant to part. At least now they could walk side by side. When they got back to the classroom, there were desks in the way, and they would have to find so many reasons to want to get closer, and she really didn't know how to find reasons, which was why she was always giving him candy when he was upset. Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan was a little happy, enjoying every day that he was around, enjoying the feeling that if she called, he would respond to take care of her without making her uncomfortable. We could really go to the same college, right? Sure. In Bai Shirhan's eyes, the boy in front of her was always confident for no reason. That kind of confidence was what she wanted. Even if he didn't have a clue in his heart, he wouldn't panic, but rather find ways to solve the problem. Do you look at the administration building over there and feel scared now? No, not afraid. Previously said afraid, that is true. Continuous period of time of words baptism, the little girl has felt accustomed to. As he said, grade first and second together to discuss learning. What is the problem? Can get this grade, deserve to get the privilege. Not to mention the two of them are still the most pure good friend relationship. This mentality is the same as the adult mentality of boys after graduating from senior high school. Every time they sneak out to go to the internet cafe to hack, they will still worry about being investigated whether they are adults or not. And when they graduate to adulthood, they can't wait to pull out their ID cards and dislike them to prove themselves in their faces. The human psyche is like that sometimes. Before the two could get back to their senses, the teacher on duty looked like he had caught his target. Those two over there, they're almost late. Why don't they hurry up? Which class? What's their name? Still a familiar flavor. Lin Sinyu's eyes signaled Bai Shirhan. The little girl had long been accustomed to it. Only before leaving again, the other party did not forget to come up with a sentence. Class 5. Pang Yu Yen, Lu Yi Fei. Chapter 109, 107. That would definitely startle him. Request for first order, 5/10. The two ran through the wind one after the other, him leading the way and her following along behind, the girl smelling the air the boy had breathed. Nervous, uneasy, or a little heartfelt, the little girl could no longer tell the difference, and she, who had always been disciplined, had now taken a liking to accompany him in his madness and his antics. It's as if all the previous days seemed to have been wasted. After one experience, it was obvious that she wouldn't be too nervous the second time around doing something like this. She just needed to follow him and cooperate with him without too much of a problem. Don't worry, with my stomping skills, I'm sure I won't be late. I'm not afraid. Following him made her feel at ease, and if he said he wouldn't, then he certainly wouldn't. Really not scared? Lin Xinu suddenly stopped, and the patrolling teacher behind him wasn't far away, which made Bai Shirhan start to panic. What's he going to do? Let the teacher catch it and write it down in a little book and then give it to the homeroom teacher? In that case, he'll definitely be told off by Mr. Chun. Fear. Bai Shirhan no longer had a stiff upper lip. She knew it would be humiliating if she was caught by the teacher, so she wanted to quickly escape from here, but she didn't want to leave him alone, so she could only stand by the side and didn't know what to do. You're really cute. Is this the time to talk about cute? The little girl's face was red, her heart thumping, especially when she saw the teacher behind her turn around and lock onto the duo's location. That Pang what yen, Lu what phase, come to the school card to take over. Half a day does not go up. Is want to be remembered name deduction? Got it, teacher. Lin Sinyu greeted from afar, not with a wimp at all. Only Bai Shirhan was scared on the side, afraid that the two would be remembered by name. In the past, both of them had already been sitting in the classroom ready to read at this time, and today was really the second time, except for the stomping around a long time ago. As they walked back and forth into the classroom, it coincided with the ringing of the preparatory bell for morning study. Li Hua was originally very happy. See, the last row of the two have not come to the classroom, as the first and second grade should play a leading role, have been done to write their names in the disciplinary book to the old Chen. Good morning, squad leader. Li Hua, who was still in the midst of excitement, instantly fell to the bottom of his mood, still forcing a smile. Good morning. Since the results came out, he didn't dare to go in front of the two again. Before there was still a reason to go over there, now that the other party had become the second in the grade, and the grade rankings were a few places higher than his own. He didn't want to be the one who stuck his pig's nose in the scallion. Returning to their seats, they briefly cleaned up each other's desks and then leaned against one another in silence, so that even though the rest of the class knew that the two were good friends, they wouldn't go so far as to suspect that they could be a couple. Most of the ideas are the same as Lao Chen's, and how can someone who usually can't even speak clearly fall in love? Even if Bai Shirhan helped Lin Sinyu out last time, it was justifiable. A good friend being talked about like that, anyone else's heart would be uncomfortable. Every morning, Lin Xinu would stretch his arms, a habit that the little girl had gotten used to, and every time he was about to reach out, she would go and think, what would happen if she was held in his arms at this time? Lin Sinyu is also close to her at this time, as if the wish in the heart of the thought of the spirit of fulfillment, and so really about to happen in their own body. by Shirhan and some fear. If he held her by the other students found out. What to do when your best friend's hand-holding addiction kicks in. His voice was very low, but it always reached her ears just right. By Shirhan's breathing rhythm was different from usual. Her cheeks were pink and pink. She didn't dare to speak. At the same time, she didn't forget to survey the surrounding area, afraid that this would be a teacher or a classmate who would look at them. No, it can't be. It's okay, we're in the last row. No one will see us. Yes, there are teachers. Although the subject teacher would not stay in the classroom all the time during morning study, she would always patrol the perimeter from time to time, and who knows if she would suddenly appear by the window, and if she happened to be caught holding hands by the teacher, she would surely die. It's okay, didn't we hold hands in old Chen's class last time? It's not the same, that's a bonus. Then I want a reward. Really too much hateful. Obviously belongs to her pampering weapons. Now even by the other side to learn the past. Learn to imitate, that is nothing. The most important thing is still the other side performance than her better. Low gentle voice in her ear gently said. From time to time with do not know is not intentionally blowing the faint breath. No, don't. Any more of this and she really can't help it. Why can he be so bold? How can he make such a request at a time like this, when so many people are there? Bai Shirhan didn't know how to refuse. Her small hand tried to reach out, but then she forced herself to pull, knowing that if she continued like this, she would surely be compelled again. That's so petty. Rewarding a good friend only once for making so much progress. Once is more than enough. Whenever she remembered that she was compelled to hold hands with him on the day the homeroom teacher announced her grades just last time, Bai Shirhan had an incredible feeling. He was originally a bad talker himself, and since Lin Xinyu had appeared, it seemed like everything had begun to fall apart. Those who clearly said they would not be wives somehow became good friends, and those who clearly said they would be good friends did many things that are not what good friends can do for no reason. In the small back space, the soothing breeze from the window slowly touched their cheeks, and the air was filled with his distinctive scent. He had been interested in this different and cool classmate beside him before, not to mention that after learning of his gentleness and excellence, that interest grew stronger. Between men and women is the most unlikely to have a sincere and pure friendship. If there is, it must be one of the party did not reach the standard looks. For Lin Xinyu, pure friendship basically does not exist. If it wasn't for her timidity and many scruples, Bai Shirhan would have definitely looked at him directly face to face and opened her mouth bravely. I've had my eye on you for a long time. I don't know what a good friend is. I'm going to do with you what you can't do between friends. I'm going to allow you to press me against the wall one-handed, and I'm definitely not going to resist. It's cool, isn't it? It's cool. That would certainly startle him. Unfortunately, the reality is always crueler than imagination. Not to mention pressed on the wall. Even the most basic not good friends she cannot say, not only do not dare to confess, but also afraid that he let her be a wife again. It didn't matter to Lin Xinyu. I was thinking of testing to see if the little girl is accustomed to holding hands recently. Holding hands on okay, did not hold hands on also do not need to panic. Every day in her ear chatter, and so one day suddenly do not say. Then she may be aggrieved. Baba found him. Let us pull a small hand to stabilize the relationship between good friends. It's comforting to think about it. Brief summary. Then what brothers? Cannot hold out. Tomorrow have to get up early and then go to the relatives. Alas, quite a failure. The deposit really cannot save a little. So after the year to honestly save for every day to send 10,000 words. Cabbage early in the group said. Code word speed is really slow. Sometimes to think for a long time. 2,000 words have to use 2 hours to finish writing. The outline is there, but the middle of the there are stalks and so on. Really have to pick carefully. Nah, visiting relatives, cleaning, the house is really a little noisy, more or less. This book was written with the idea of amusing the bosses in a doggy, light-hearted style, so Cabbage himself will be having fun while writing it. Failure to do so is failure to do so. No excuses. The flag they set up their own completion. Female what that? Summer, right. This book at least 1,000,000 words to finish it. Writing slow but very durable well. If you're afraid that Cabbage won't keep his promise, just go directly into the group and look for Cabbage, so you don't run out of credit. The chapters that are due will also be paid back. So to put it, every day is in the 6,000 words on the basis of up to add 6,000 words equal to 3 chapters. That is to say, during the new year and then busy. Cabbage will not take a vacation. Not busy when you send out the extra chapters used to pay back the additional chapters. There are still 5 chapters today did not send out, directly credited to the owed more chapters. The current bounty plus all the bosses are also awesome. Accumulated reward, 59,097 points coins is almost equal to 6 chapters. 3 allies equals 33 chapters. New book period owed equals 4 chapters. What I didn't write today equals 5 chapters. Women's clothing, 1 set. The boutique hasn't been reached yet so it's gone. In the summer if it's reached it'll be 2 sets. Total owed, 48 chapters. Everyday base update 3 chapters. If there is extra update pass for the return of the chapter, the new year period is a little busy. I hope you bosses can understand cabbage. LOL, should have known better than to be salty before. Whoops, I didn't realize it would be too hard to write many chapters at all these days, when I have to run around and eat every day, because cabbage do not want to write hard. Then cabbage know that the quality of the writing is certainly not good. Book group of people know. White would rather more than 2 hours to write the text. Do not want to not think about the mess of writing to send out. Only if the brothers are happy to read it and feel the sugar from the article, the cabbage will reap the joy from it. After all, these are all relative. The first booking to add more. Cabbage will not notify here to add more how many chapters. Tomorrow will be in the writer's words to notify to add how much. This point to rest assured. We cabbage is an honest person. Oh, a few chapters all will be put in the memo. Boss is waiting for candy in the evening. Here cabbage kowtows and apologizes praying for your forgiveness. I'm sorry, didn't let you guys get your fill of dog food today. This year, after the cabbage will start 10,000 shifts a day. For this reason cabbage even deleted the game altogether. How can you not feed all the bosses who eat dog food? It is really excessive. Lastly, I'd like to wish you all a happy New Year's Eve in advance. The cabbages are really happy to have you guys with them. Accumulated arrears, 48 chapters. Final addendum, cabbage is really pure and never drives. 2023. 1:20, Chapter 110, 108. Not that kind of relationship. Unlike in the past, when the radio gymnastics rang out, Bai Shirhan had already waited for Lin Sinyu out of habit, expecting the other party to take her to do the exclusive classroom exercises. At times like this she wasn't scared and didn't feel weak. After all, Kong Fatty was all at the kiosk, and as his good friend, it must be okay to show up with him, right? Aha, must be no problem. Ready? We're going to start. Well, he really is. Why does he talk like he's going to do something with him? Bai Shirhan's pretty face was red, like she had done something bad. If they weren't careful, and the other students saw them skipping recess together to go to the supermarket to eat, and then they were reported to old Chen, they would surely be informed of their parents, and they would also be severely criticized, right? Let's go. There are fewer people. Surely we won't be noticed if we leave now. Good. In his mind, he was scared, but in reality, he was not at all ambiguous, and stood up, quickly leaving from his position. I don't know why, but it's like I'm extraordinarily excited about this behavior. The fat man at the bottom of the building has gotten used to being the middle of the two of them glowing light bulbs. At first was a little dissatisfied with this behavior of Lin Sinyu betraying the squad. After these 2 days of time lapse, I don't know if it's because of the rebel. Every day I can't see them spreading dog food in front of each other. I just feel a little hard to bear. Or maybe, trying to learn from it. Brother you, can you tell us how you got your sister-in-law? The little girl lowered her head, having long since gotten used to the title. Before was refuted. Not yet had time to finish the words of explanation. That Kong Yu on the side has been sister-in-law called. Really as annoying as him, if you listen to a long time, get used to how to do. Bai Shirhan felt that she should reject the title. She has already made plans. Later first let that Kong Yu to pay the money, and then make it clear to him, I and Lin Sinyu students are pure good friends relationship. There is no situation at all, not to call sister-in-law again. Lin Xin looked down at the little girl and realized that the blush on the other's face was becoming more and more pronounced. If he reached out and touched it at this time, it must be hot, right? She likes me, I like her, and it's the kind of relationship that doesn't even need to be initiated by anyone. It's just the person who likes it, and she happens to like you too. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. She didn't say that she liked him. It was clearly all his own words, and this kind of rumor mongering should be something only he could do. Sure enough, one can't just follow him every time. It's already been misunderstood as liking each other. Surely one has to explain it just right. No, I'm so envious. When will I find the girl who happens to like me? Again, interrupted again. Bai Shirhan was inwardly helpless. As long as there was Kong Yu in the room it was always like this. Every time before she could open her mouth, she was suppressed, and when the other party finished speaking, she was too embarrassed to go and talk to Lin Sinyu. The courage that she had obviously just summoned up, all of a sudden deflated. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Well, she wasn't tempted by the snacks. This was a tactical retreat. And when he said that next time, it was going to be really angry. If you don't want to eat noodles today, just get some random bread or something. You can't eat spicy food yet, so I'll give it to you later when these days are over. Already, it's over. The little girl was very well behaved, and she had already tried almost all of the non-spicy snacks in the supermarket under Lin Sinyu's guidance, and only some of the spicy ones she hadn't bothered to taste yet. That's not too much. What's too much is that during the special time when she can't eat spicy food, the two of them fall back on no spicy food. Do you believe in love at first sight? While waiting in line to pay, Kongyu suddenly came up with this comment, and Bai Shirhan perked up her ears, curious about this question as well. There is no such thing as love at first sight. Basically all of them are seeing color. Say it, you kid is not looking at the last time you saw the girl. Hey, Kongyu scratched his head in embarrassment. His mind is very simple, almost no need to guess. His inner thoughts are directly written on his face. The little girl will now hide it. Can be much stronger than him? Bai Shirhan didn't pay attention to the title of sister-in-law and kept thinking love at first sight. Not at all. If that's true, then she, the small face on the spot scarlet, hate to hurry to find an opportunity to leave. She is not to see color. Anyway, now if you want to continue to live in harmony as good friends, you can't let people say odd things. Every time we meet, hello sister-in-law, how does sister-in-law like brother you? Brother you, how far have you progressed with sister-in-law? Have you secretly drilled in the grove? Words like that were always coming into her ears, and if she heard them too much she could really take them seriously. Feed. Shirhan, you're gawking again. Oh, I didn't think it was a big deal before, but after all, there were other people around, so would it be too intimate to call them by two words like that? It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. It's because you don't explain, that's why I'm more scared. Let's go. Isn't it fun to be treated by Fatty Kong again today? And whoring for nothing every time? Well, this kind of money-saving behavior, even if it is very shameless, but Bai Shirhan will not feel bad. At first there is still some sympathy for Kongyu, but then I heard that the other side of the junior high school has been pitting money Lin Xinyu pocket money. The guilty mind instantly disappeared, began to carry out the slaughter with his good friend. Wow, is this the legendary husband and wife thing you guys do? Kongyu simply hated them and didn't want to leave. Hates it because they are always in front of them spilling the beans every now and then. Doesn't want to leave because he wants to learn some of the tricks of the trade. And of course, it's sweet to watch other people fall in love. Okay, generally single boys will use this excuse to avoid their own did not find a partner. What they do not want to go to a relationship. Only want to see others talk. Only see others talk to feel sweet. The actual is the middle of the night hugging the quilt from time to time to ask. They want to be in a sweet love exactly where. No, it's not that kind of relationship. This time the little girl took advantage of the lull in the air and mustered up the courage to get the words out. I am just good friends with him. Her explanation was just not convincing. Kongyu's gaze wandered over the two of them. Just now they were still separated, and when they walked out of the kiosk, Bai Shirhan's hand immediately took the corner of Lin Sinyu's coat. Not only that, but along the way he noticed that his sister-in-law always smiled and went to peek at you from time to time. Just because he can't fall in love doesn't mean he's stupid. It's obvious to anyone who reads this that they're in love. Lin Xin didn't say anything, and his first reaction was to reach out and touch her on her little head, then very gently. Fine, we're just good friends. Aha! Chapter 111, 109. There are many kinds of favorites. Bai Shirhan was now relieved. He had already opened his mouth and explained it as a good friendship, so that proved she was right in thinking that. Seeing the little girl relieved as if she was relieved, Lin Xin was also happy, as if the explanation just now was just to make the two people's hearts feel at ease. As for whether they liked it or not, it didn't matter at all. What mattered was that the two of them didn't cross the line in their relationship. The two of them were submissive to each other. He went along with her and gave her the answer she wanted, and Bai Shirhan could continue to find excuses to cajole herself with peace of mind. Recess was something that many students hated, not only Lin Xinyu and the others, but there were other students in the kiosk who were also trying to avoid it. Let's not talk about liking each other. Let's say I've got my eye on a girl, how do I go after her? The three of them sat in a familiar location, and the little girl remained in the corner, grinding her arm against Lin Xinyu from time to time, as if secretly enjoying herself. Lin Xinyu felt it and thought that it was because the two of them were closer together, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Chasing girls, let me think. If I meet Shirhan for the first time and I fall in love with her, how should I chase her? The words of the pretense of contemplation sounded shy in the ears of the little girl, and she thought to herself, there are other people here. Why should she be used as a comparison? Is it possible that it is just because she is a good friend that she is like this? Bai Shirhan managed to find a reasonable excuse for herself. Apprehension faded to calm, even as he quietly ate the crumpet he had picked out for himself next to him, but still curiously perked up his ears in anticipation of what the other man would want to say in the aftermath. She also wanted to know how he was going to pursue her. That way, she could prepare. No, guard against it in advance. Then I will first go to pay attention to her preferences, as well as behavioral habits, a simple estimate of her character. People get along with the first will be camouflaged, so try not to get to know each other first. You can properly create the opportunity for chance encounters, and then use her preferred food. Slowly promote good feelings, of course, but also need to pay attention to one point. Lin Sinyu suddenly paused, and not only Kongyu, but even Bai Shirhan on the side stopped her movements and waited for the follow-up words. Of course it's having a face that rivals Daniel Wu's looks. Like me, Kongyu directly rolled his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to talk to him, but inwardly, he slightly agreed, looking at the fat on his body, somewhat helpless, which was the main reason why he had no confidence. Graduation, there will be a party, then the class must be a lot of hidden couples appeared. Brother, you also do not want a brother that will still have no object, right? Single dog to participate in the party. Kongyu is full of sadness. Just thinking about it is a little sad. I'm not seeing anyone either, Lin Sinyu said calmly, and after finishing, he didn't forget to look at Bai Shirhan to the side, asking her what she meant. The little girl couldn't agree more. I don't have a date either. Kong Fatty didn't want to talk. It just felt like the two of them were insulting themselves. High school learning is the main. Good academic performance. The party will have face, no object, and what is the relationship? Fat, listen to my brother, a word of advice. Study hard. Do not later find me crying. Regret not study hard. It's not that he's nagging, but Kong Fat basically comes up with a few sentences every time he chats in the future. Either regretting not studying hard or regretting having a bull asterisk 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 relationship. As a good brother, Lin Sinyu would naturally remind and would not let it go. Besides, aren't all three of us single? Bai Shirhan nodded, very much agreeing with what Lin Sinyu had said, inwardly sighing, so the bad guy had such a reasonable side. Asterisk 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 off. You both think I'm stupid, don't you? Shirhan, we are just good friends, right? In order to confirm the relationship, Lin Xianyu turned his head to Bai Shirhan, who was eating shredded figs, and nodded obediently after hearing what he said. He had made it clear before that if he hadn't agreed to be a girlfriend, then he wasn't a girlfriend, and if he wasn't a girlfriend, then he was a good friend. Kongyu turned away. This time is really do not want to talk. Lie to the ghost them. Every time together is not you peep at me. I peep at you. Eat a thing, also do not forget to feed a bite. Now tell me, we are all single? How come he can't meet a girl who's so easy to fool? Midway Kong Fat really cannot help it. Ask them why good friends every day to do what are together. Eat a meal to be fed. But sister-in-law is really good at coaxing. Lin Sinyu just said that occasionally feeding can enhance the friendship between good friends. Not only that, but after explaining, he also looked down into the eyes of the little girl that made her shy gaze and asked if she would like to continue to be good friends with him. I do. Is it hard for her to say no? This is the kind of time that you certainly don't let go of when you're making excuses for yourself on your own in a positive way. Bai Shirhan thought that the two had perfectly explained their relationship in front of Kongyu, but she didn't realize that the series of operations had instead made the other party even more eye-catching. I'm going to get a girl this stupid for a girlfriend. The only other thing that would interest her about her time at school, other than studying, would be being good friends with him. The odds are we'll go to the same college. Seated beside her was he. Listening to his peaceful words, Bai Shirhan only felt relieved, and then in her heart calculating, if in the future or cannot drum up the courage to refuse mom and dad to arrange, will it be, remember why you always have candy ready? Lin Sinyu poked two candies out of his pocket, handing one to her and putting the other in his own mouth, not feeding her this time. The little girl understood that the other party was more or less upset, so she didn't say anything, just silently took the candy he gave her and slowly stuffed it into her mouth following his movements. Thanks. The sweetness of the milk candy in her mouth was like a relief from the inexplicable pressure that had just arisen in her mind. Maybe it was the taste of the sugar that was so good that what was originally a lack of courage was now inwardly thinking of how to turn down her parents and go to the same college as the boy next to her, or rather, to a school that had him in it. Lin Sinyu, you could have called me Shinwu too. After all, I call you Shirhan all the time so no one takes advantage of anyone. Sinyu, yeah, that's right. Bai Shirhan was a little shy. She felt like she had reached a new milestone. First time I've ever called someone that intimately. What's wrong? Lin Xianyu was suddenly serious and ready to listen to what the little girl wanted to know. Candy really does make you so happy. Yeah, isn't that what you told me? That, at the time I didn't know. Just try. It was true. It was just nerves and the fact that she was in a really happy mood every time she took it, so she thought she'd try it on him as well. And she didn't expect it to work out quite as well as it did. Relax. There are many kinds of likes. And there are a lot of likes between friends, like the feeling you get when you spend time together. I can make you comfortable. You can make me happy. That's kind of a like. Bai Shirhan nodded her head as if she understood, and before she could slow down, the other party's next words made her instantly freeze. So do you like me? Chapter 112-110. Please bully me. So do you like me? The sudden sentence caused Bai Shirhan, who was originally calm inside, to panic once again. She didn't expect him to ask so directly. What kind of guy takes the initiative to ask a girl this question, let alone a good friendship? If we are really together in the future. He suddenly turned his head to look at himself with an expectant and serious look. Can you kiss me then? If he doesn't respond well now, when the same similar thing happens subsequently, then he'll surely be taken for a ride. Bai Shirhan unconsciously lowered her head, her small hands feeling up and down and back and forth under the table, her small face turning into a small tomato again just like he said. Why could he be so cheeky when she hadn't even opened her mouth to ask him if he liked himself, or really like what he said? Like can be divided into many kinds. Just said like is between friends like. If rejected, that is not the same as saying to him do not like him as a good friend. Bai Shirhan didn't know how to answer. Most of all, she was still weak-minded, and she wasn't sure which kind of favorite she was. He says it's friends being comfortable with each other, but she wants more. So isn't that beyond the bottom line of the kind of thing friends like? That's impossible. We're just good friends. We have no special relationship beyond that. Why don't you say anything? Is it hard to believe that you hate me as a good friend? No, not nasty. The little girl was in a hurry. She wasn't because she hated it. The red color on her face was the most conspicuous proof. Lin Sinyu sat next to him, and that felt just fine. The left-hand side is by the window, so you can relax by looking into the distance when you have nothing to do and are in a bad mood. The main thing in front of him was to look at the blackboard, and in actuality there was another important purpose. While looking at the blackboard, to use his afterglow to see if the little girl on his right-hand side was also watching him quietly. As for the rear, it was easy enough to lean against the wall. Lin Sinyu thought, one day if Bai Shirhan promised herself, on the day of graduation, she must press her against the wall behind her, and look down at her weak little expression. Little thing, can finally be caught by me? Right, say it, is not very like me. Well, she must have been too shocked to speak. It's still fun to think about. Then why don't you say something half the time? Turning from imagination to reality, the little girl still had her head lowered just by looking at her from the side. You could see the scarlet color on her face that wouldn't recede for a long time. I don't know, don't get me wrong. I'm asking about the kind of like between friends, how it feels to get along, and if I can make you comfortable. If this was a question on a test paper, Bai Shirhan would have been able to answer it the first time. But now, thinking through her little head, she didn't know how to choose the right answer. The two small hands were still crossed, and a slow lather of water gradually appeared in them. Well, then, can I make you comfortable? Definitely. It feels really great to be with you. It's as if all the cells in my body are pulsing non-stop, and it's only with you. I don't get that feeling at all when I'm alone. Bai Shirhan understood. He dared to say out. Then what she dare not. Just like between friends, there is no need to grind. Do not know also thought she that is hate each other. Me too. No way. That's too perfunctory. Listen to me and use a different spit. The little girl knew there was no escape, and attempting to delude herself was now unattainable, so she could only muster her courage. When I'm with you, it really makes me very comfortable. Kind of, whatever I do, it's pleasurable. Lin Xin felt happy. Originally thought that it was impossible for her to say a lot of words, but she was actually able to express so much. It was really over the top. Comfortable because of what? Because. Bai Shirhan raised her head slightly, and after meeting Lin Sinyu's gaze, she knew that she couldn't escape, so she simply told it all directly. Because, in my world, it's always been me alone. Never had friends, and I don't have to worry about other people's feelings. I can be very relaxed and be myself, and not have to worry about anything, and anyway, it's just, especially comfortable. The little girl knew that this was the boldest she had ever been, and the most she had ever said in all the time she had spent with Lin Sinyu. It was clear to herself that this was probably no longer between good friends, but she couldn't help but say it. Bai Shirhan was a little scared. She didn't want to regret anymore. She didn't want to hide everything in her heart. She could also set her own goals and fulfill the milestones she set one by one. In high school, it's not allowed. It's like I've crossed over into a good friendship, right? Am I not lying to you? That's what good friends think in common. I feel the same way about you. Lin Xin didn't let her ramble on and summarize directly. He knew that as long as he gave Bai Shirhan time, she would brainstorm all sorts of impossible things and thus get into a tangle. The only best way to deal with it would be to bring her along to think of happy things. Here, this is your reward. Look how well you can talk now. You don't even stutter. The little girl reached out and Lin Xin pulled out the remaining candies from his pocket and gave them to her. I'm happy now. It's you who's sad. So all these candies are for you. Put them in your pocket. So that way, the next time you're unhappy, you'll know when you reach out and touch your pocket that your good friend is reminding you to be cheerful. Good. She really didn't know how to refuse. Every time Lin Xianyu handled things in such a way that Bai Shirhan had no excuse but to go along with him. After all, what the other party did was basically something that was good for her. It can't be helped. You can't resist, so you might as well enjoy it in peace. Bai Shirhan realized that she seemed to have enjoyed being bullied by him now, which was a very unfriendly sign. And once she got used to this setting, what if he didn't come to bully her someday? What if she wouldn't be able to help it again? It's hard not to. The little girl began to visualize it in her head. Imagine yourself reaching out and shaking the other person's arm, or even telling him in a petulant tone, "Please, bully me." This definitely won't work. It's like you've gone completely astray now and have to be converted. The two men sat in their seats. There hadn't been too many words spoken all afternoon, and each time it was still kind of peeking at each other. It's a situation they're used to. At the very beginning, the little girl was still a little shy and nervous when she was caught, and when the back of the number of times more later, completely lost that kind of fear mind, and even enjoyed the exciting atmosphere. She found herself shifting more and more strangely, but just really like. Chapter 113-111. Really, don't you want to touch it? Girls are so elusive. He obviously wanted to talk to him, but the whole time he looked like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Dude, is this called lust? The afternoon peeking at each other's session was over and it was time for another round of fun. The two of them were in the study room, and from time to time, Bai Shirhan's mind floated to "I like him as a friend." That kind of like can't be kissed, and so anything other than kissing can be done, right? Every time in this quiet situation, there is always another voice in the back of her mind to encourage. Have already done it once, why be afraid of it again and again? No way. A good friend can't have that kind of mentality. He just said it was a good friend like, and he's going to hate me for doing it. Bai Shirhan held back, repeating the good friend relationship in her mind over and over again, and finally managed to hold back her Shinyu addiction. It was all about pure friendship between the two, so the little girl decided that she couldn't be thinking about those things, that way she wouldn't get addicted. The kitty by the window was used to the duo having a chat and gossiping, looking over at them every now and then to figure out what was going on. It was the study room belonging to the three of them, except that the young couple hadn't even noticed it, peeking at each other on their own. Isn't it nice to have a wingman? I remember last year the man and woman who wore the same color clothes as them always came here too, or it helped set them up. The kitten licked its white, silky fur and didn't stop for a moment to enjoy the breeze, kind of missing the dried fish from the session it was being pitched. Strange, someone seems to have said very little today. Me, I've always been like this. If he doesn't ask, she doesn't say. If he waits, she waits with him in peace and quiet. One waited for her to take the initiative, wanting to experience a different sensation, while the other held back. Even if he could barely hold it in, he would forcefully hold back the sound. It doesn't work. Good friends take the initiative with each other. You come and go as you please. For easy follow-up, the little girl nodded, willing to believe whatever he said, even if she sometimes understood what the other party was playing at. Her heart still involuntarily floated multiple reasons to believe. I try to. That's right. The most important thing is to work hard. Before you even start to say that you can't, how do you know whether you can or can't? Aha. You have to work hard. You have to work hard to save money. You have to work hard to express yourself to mom and dad and them. You have to work hard to communicate, and you have to work hard most of all, so we can work on breaking through to the next step. Lin Xianyu looked at her, his eyes full of anticipation. The little girl understood that every time the other party just had this expression appear, then something bad must have happened, or something she was expecting to happen. That's why Bai Shirhan said that she didn't want to hear it. Not that she really didn't want to, but she was afraid of getting caught up again if she didn't pay attention. It was so hard for him to hold back, and if the addiction suddenly came up later, he didn't have to think about it to know that it would definitely be hard to go down. All people are selfish. Bai Shirhan is no exception. She also wants Lin Xinyu to stay with her all the time, but she understands that this is almost an impossible thing to happen. She's good at everything but one thing. She always wants to be the one to take all her unhappiness and keep it from others, and she's really bad at rejecting people. To be honest, the little girl didn't want to think about it carefully. She felt afraid that if she thought about it a little bit, it wouldn't be the result she wanted. Afraid that what she was obviously expecting would be a completely opposite result later on. What's next? What's next? With anticipation, Bai Shirhan spoke from her heart. Lin Xinyu looked at her. The two gazes inadvertently see touching together, each other. This time the little girl is more bold, not half want to move away, meaning, I'm done with hands. How about an encouraging hug between good friends? This time Bai Shirhan didn't dare to continue staring at him and hastily averted her gaze, her two little ears instantly turning red, not to mention what kind of situation her little face was in. Girls are such creatures, and when they're cute, they're really cute. Lin Xinyu repeatedly wanted to touch her cheeks. High school teenage skin is particularly tender. Not to mention Bai Shirhan was originally good-looking, skin white and flawless. It is hard not to think about touching her shy red rolling hot pretty face. That will certainly love it. It's hard to know when you think about it. And often it takes practice to get the answers you're looking for. This time Lin Xin you didn't have a like thought. Bai Shirhan's cheeks were close at hand. It was hard to resist the temptation. He really reached out his palm and gently placed it on her face, slowly proceeding to caress it. It felt no different in his hand than he had thought it would in his head, and if he had to pick a fault, it would be that the reality of the hand felt much better than he had imagined. He was comfortable, but Bai Shirhan was flabbergasted in her seat. She never thought that the other party would do this to her in the study room. If a teacher suddenly came over, wouldn't it be a direct game over? It's hard not to think that would explain to the patrol teacher. No, teacher, we're really just touchy-feely best friends. Who would believe it but her? The white skin instantly becomes red. Bai Shirhan stops moving. Or rather the small head is blank. Simply do not know what else to think. Nothing. Then it can only be quiet and sneak up the collection for a short while. Slightly cooperate with each other to grind. After simple satisfaction, immediately pull away. No, it can't be like this. Sorry, I just accidentally didn't hold back. It was really cute. It was the familiar little tomato face again. Obviously she was ready to lecture him after enjoying herself. That there should not be such intimate things between good friends. But the other party suddenly complimented, so that she did not know how to reply. And for a while she did not know how to dispose of him. As if she was being bullied but could not tell where she was being bullied. And could only make out an aggrieved look. Next time you can't do that. I'll get mad. Got it. And next time if you're too cute for me to hold back, I'll be sure to tell you ahead of time. You can't touch it even if you say so ahead of time. Okay, then I'll touch it later when you agree. I won't agree to that. The little girl rolled all over the body. After enjoying and feel some loss, time is too short. Simply did not reach her heart of that expectation value. I would have known that it is not so fast. Look at you angry. It's better this way. My face is quite tender too. Come on. I'll touch it for you. Lin Xian apologized very sincerely and put his face in front of her, waiting for the other party to reach out and retaliate. I don't know if it was because she had been looking forward to it for a long time inside. Bai Shirhan wanted to reach out directly like him without thinking about anything, but unfortunately she couldn't do it. Every time she got to this point she would get nervous, and when she got nervous she couldn't breathe and had to give up on her intentions. Only the other would always say the most seductive things when she was at her most relaxed. Sure you don't want to touch it back? It's really soft. Destroy it. Tired. Chapter 114-112. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll find you as my wife. What to do when faced with a guy who was good at compelling people? Bai Shirhan didn't understand. The only thing that could be clear was this current scene. Perhaps it was the legendary temptation. Are you sure you don't want to touch it? It's soft, and I can make it slightly harder, believe it or not. Is it really that amazing? The little girl looked up at him, only to see Lin Xian clenching his teeth and exerting himself slightly. The muscles on his face were obviously tight, and without touching them, he knew that they must be hard, right? So which one do you want to touch? Neither. Bai Shirhan had wanted to say soft, but when she saw the smile appearing on the other party's face, she instantly woke up. Wasn't this just a different way to tempt herself? She wasn't going to fall for it. Lin Xinyu laughed and didn't continue to snicker. It's just that the atmosphere just now was really too quiet. That's why I thought to change it through this way. And I don't know why. Every time the two of them were alone, the little girl would always silently wait for him to open his mouth first. There are actually times when he takes the initiative, either because something is really wrong, or because he sees that he's upset and gives him candy or opens his mouth after being bullied. A series of behaviors Lin Xinyu had already mulled over. Okay, don't be nervous. I was just kidding. I saw that you've been quiet. That's why I was like that. Look, isn't it a good exchange now? I'm writing the papers. Not nervous. Congratulations, MS. Bai Shirhan, you have successfully acquired the title of Little Liar. Keep up the good work. No, not. Lin Xinyu didn't say anything, but took the exercises on her desk into his hands, and the page stopped right where the little girl had just written, with just 3 or 4 questions on it. Let's see what kinds of questions our grade 1 will be stumped by. Bai Shirhan red face, snatched the exercises away from him, for a moment felt that he was very bad. Found it. Why say it? She wanted to be as reckless as he was, so she could just open her mouth and tell him, I just miss you. What can you do to me? Not only do I miss you, I want to touch your face. Who told you to always bully me? What you can't do in reality. No one says you can't think about in your imagination, and that's the only way a little girl can satisfy her inner thoughts. She would have died of shyness if she actually went through with it. Even if there is no outside pressure, Bai Shirhan will not take the initiative to do so. At most the tone of voice a little soft and glutinous a little. You do not bully me. Okay, when I want to be touching the face of the hand or embrace. Will tell you, only now it won't. She was this kind of character. She wouldn't do anything ahead of time without being sure of it. If she were to save up enough for the bride price now and obtain her parents' consent, the little girl would definitely not say a word. And this would have already jumped into Lin Sinyu's arms and then shouted, "We can fall in love. We can fall in love. Quick, bully me to your heart's content. I definitely won't resist. LOL. By Shirhan, you're useless." The little girl secretly sighed, wondering when she could be like Lin Sinyu. Looking at the other party right in front of her, Bai Shirhan put down the pen in her hand, wanting to say something, but knowing that she should not open her mouth. After a little thought, she gathered the courage to raise her head, only her voice was relatively small. Shinwoo. What's going on? Can our best friend relationship really last for a long time? Right, that's for sure. Good friendships have to last. Lin Xinyu's voice was always much louder than hers, and every time it seemed to possess enough backbone to use for a reply. Bai Shirhan nodded and continued. Just, if one of us has a favorite, then. She was a bit lost for words herself in the latter, only to see the other nodding along, as if she understood what she was trying to say. If I had a favorite, I would have told you. I'm your best friend. I would have been the first to let you know. Good, got his answer, but Bai Shirhan didn't know why she couldn't be happy. It was hard for no reason, especially the thought of the other side will have a favorite other girls, not to mention how much loss, but there is no reason to let him stay with their own, can only wait for the bride price to save enough, but also to deal with her parents. As the saying goes, the road is long. Lin Sinyu saw her frown and looked at her with a smile, his tone carrying a bit of playful meaning. Why are you still unhappy? It's not because you're jealous, is it? Bai Shirhan looked confused. Love, she is now a little confused, not to mention what it is like to be jealous. If you say cooking, the taste is sour, as if this will indeed be a little sour. You can't be in a relationship right now. Why? Because it's high school. You have to study hard. There's still the last couple dozen days. You can't delay your studies. Lin Xinyou thought it was funny. I didn't think she could be so cute and silly. How could her head turn this way? It was true that he would have a favorite girl come along, but he didn't say it would be someone else, and he had already made her his wife. So why would her little mind even think that there would be someone else? This point is your own. Who said that falling in love will delay the study? Before there have been so many examples appeared. High school couples together to help each other study, and finally as expected to the same university, and finally there is a pair of cute twins. That couple is now living a happy life, thanks to the high school when they met, and the class teacher arranged for them to be the same table. The little girl listened attentively, not knowing if what he said was true or not, but as long as he said it, she would listen very carefully. Not only that, but all have subbed themselves into the characters in it. She went to Zhejiang University with him, regardless of whether mom and dad agreed. She made up her mind to go to the same university with him, and she was able to hold hands at the beginning of the school year, which is the most important proof between good friends. Don't worry about it. If I want to like it, I'll definitely find you as a wife in the first place. Obviously there's such a good person around. What's the point of liking someone else? Lin Sinyu showed his attitude, not knowing that the little girl in front of him was instantly happy. Only the emotions did not show on his face, and now he can always hide it perfectly. All the previous sorrows had disappeared at this moment. I told you, how could he like someone else? She hadn't saved enough for the dowry herself, and she'd already made plans to start planning a follow-up when the two of them got into the same school, to keep making additions to their dowry. Bai Shirhan had already thought it over. College was a total of 4 years. I'm going to try to make sure that the dowry is in his hands before graduation, so that he can bring it to her and marry her. Wedding dresses she'd only seen in her mom and dad's pictures and wanted to try, but was just too afraid to go out. Now the timid girl has the bold him. I guess it's time to wear the wedding dress of your dreams. Chapter 115-113. I seem to be like this. Confess? Only a fool would confess. Lin Xinyou volunteered to be this fool and let Bai Shirhan follow the steps he had laid out. First, they knew each other. Then they were good friends, and as for whether or not she answered later, they could only continue to narrow the gap between them through their efforts, or else it would only add to their troubles. Bai Shirhan thought less complicated. Confession or not, she is not clear. The only thing she can be sure of is to stay by his side. Will be very comfortable. Do not have to think about too many things. Will be very relaxed. The road home wouldn't be particularly slow if it went at the usual speed. It would only take 10 minutes, and that's even with Lin Sinyu molesting Bai Shirhan from time to time. Tonight the little girl felt like a long time had passed for some reason. The evening breeze was softer, probably because the weather was slowly warming up, and it was not as refreshing as it had been earlier. Throughout high school, before she was at the same table with Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan thought she would be like in middle school where it was always 3 points and one line until she bumped into him, but she didn't realize that this was the beginning of high school life. She didn't even think that she would go to do the so-called recess, not to mention that she would look forward to holding hands, and that one day she would be holding the corner of a boy's coat, escorted by him, and return to her own home, and even have dinner with the other party. Things that she didn't even dare to think about before have become a reality one by one. Originally, she had thought that she would leave school without any attachments as she did in junior high school, but from the time she met Lin Sinyu, she was a bit reluctant to part with her life, as if she had once been a small transparent person, but now she had been noticed by the main protagonist, thus changing her life. Look, you're gawking again. Every time the little girl dawdled for a long time, Lin Xinu would turn around and look at her for a reminder. Her field of vision was all about him, all the movements clearly visible, especially the charismatic smile of the other man and his distinctive gentle words. I don't have. The little stutterer he once was is gone, and the only constant is that he still blushes easily. You know, you have a bad habit when it comes to cheating. What? Bai Shirhan was a bit curious. Did he really know what he didn't know? Lin Sinyu continued to walk towards the school entrance. You don't dare to look me in the eye every time you lie. I don't have. Then look at me. Don't look at. Bai Shirhan's face was teased red, wanting to continue to hold the other party's corner of the coat, but not wanting to pay attention to him. Her heart would always be somehow contradictory. What's the point? I wouldn't dare look at you if I lied. Really? You're a puppy for lying. Of course he dared to look not so say. How she dared to come to observe himself. Only so speak. The other party will stare at him when asking the words of the test. Then Lin Sinyu can brightly meet her eyes. Not only let the little girl know that he did not lie, but also clearly see the other side of the white skin visible to the naked eye to turn red. It can be said to be two birds with one stone. I may be back late tonight. Is it to get something to eat? No, it's to see someone else in love. Interested or not? Bai Shirhan recalled the couple she had seen in the alley earlier, her eyes averted, a little tempted to see what other action would exist behind them, but shook her head out of shyness. Lin Sinyu probably understood what she was thinking and opened his mouth to explain. Don't worry, it's not to the alley, it's Kong Fatty. He's recently fallen in love with a girl and doesn't know how to express it. Wow. She did not understand why Kong Yu chasing girls also want Lin Sinyu help, but can only think about it in his heart. The practice is to wait together at his side quietly waiting for the other side to come out. It didn't take long. Kong Yu came out of the school entrance in a panic, the joy on her face completely suppressed. You, she's coming. Calm down. Those who don't know think it's a bandit coming. You can't do that when you go up to ask for contact information later. Lin Sinyu stumped in. At this time we'll go to the internet cafe. Most of them are registered penguin people. Now want contact information. The probability of being able to get to the fat man that's sultry personality will soon be able to get his hands on it. As for why he helped, it was only because the guy hadn't said much about regretting the relationship he had in high school at future frat parties, and would have loved to make it up, but he hadn't gotten the chance. Even if Lin Xinu didn't help, this guy could still succeed in chasing the other party down with his unique methods. Only whether he could stabilize it or not was another story. Lin Xinu understood this feeling of regret, which was why he thought of reminding Kong Fatty. Bai Shirhan was right next to him, grabbing the corner of his coat, not understanding what would be a situation at the moment. People have a common habit of being curious about the unknown, slightly different only dare. Here we go. With you and my sister-in-law here, I won't be too embarrassed even if I'm rejected, Kong Yu said with gusto. This is to let Lin Sinyu remember. Before in high school, suddenly one day the other side pulled himself at the school gate and so on. That would not have thought to understand. Now suddenly understand. Feelings are afraid of embarrassment and disgrace. Lin Sinyu looked down at Bai Shirhan next to him. You see, this feeling is what is called liking. The kind of liking between lovers. Bai Shirhan seemed to understand, nodded. Eyes to Kong Yu anxious to leave appearance. When he stopped, found to be staying in the same wearing red side of the school uniform of the girl beside, scowling, from time to time scratching his head. Obviously speak are a little bit not very good. Look at how nervous he is. If he met someone he liked, he'd be nervous somehow. The little girl was a little weak and felt just like her. Lin Sinyu turned into an emotional guide on the sidelines. Said these words seem like a summary. In fact, deliberately said to her, so that she can correctly understand their own hearts. And so she later reacted to the dawning realization, wow, so this is not a good friend relationship. So this is like, Sinyu, I misunderstood. We fall in love. Okay? It's exciting to think about. The two of them touched their arms to each other. The little girl's mind was all on Kong Yu. She didn't have time to take into account what Lin Xinu was doing. The reason why she went to observe Kongyu and the others was actually to see if she had anything in common, to make it easier to compare and see what kind of likes she really had. Within sight, Kongyu's fat palms were still touching and groping the top of his head, and from the passerby's viewpoint alone, one could appreciate his embarrassment. It was only when the girl took out a pen from her school bag and handed it to him without knowing what she had written on the paper, that Kongyu danced with joy. But of course this was all in the context of the girl's departure. I'm going to get her penguin. Don't be nervous, this is just the first step. After that just do what I said before. Create chance encounters. Morning, noon and night. Everyone will always have their own habits. You know? How could Kongyu not know what he meant? And immediately said words of thanks. Brother you are really a good person. Before it was the brother's fault. You and sister-in-law. You will definitely be able to have a dragon and phoenix child in the future. Chapter 116, 114. The Crystallization of Love. By Shirhan's brain went blank. Her small fists clenched tightly, and only then did she notice that Lin Sinyu beside her was always secretly rubbing against her shoulder from time to time, like a panicked rabbit, immediately pulling away. Kongyu was also very understanding and left, not continuing to disturb the duo's space of solitude. The two were not walking very fast, and the path was so quiet at night that even the movement around them could be clearly heard. He used to always follow him home, and in the recent past has been habitually holding each other's corners of the coat, gradually getting into the habit, and reacting to try to change, found it difficult. As for the environment, the little girl didn't care at all. The only thing she cared about was the fact that she could take a walk home with him, which made her feel extraordinarily comfortable. Looking down at his shadow, the dark shadows had leaned into one another, and would somehow think about what it would feel like to actually be in his arms right now like a shadow. Would it be as comfortable as holding hands? What would that act of melting into each other's bodies be like? She wanted to try it so badly, and now she was too afraid to do anything but fantasize about it in her head. Why do you always like to look at shadows? Lin Sinyu suddenly asked such a question, causing Bai Shirhan to instantly panic, afraid that her little secret would just be discovered by him. No, I don't know. Lowering her head and not daring to look at him, she suddenly thought again of his remark that as soon as she lied, she would not dare to meet eyes with, and wasn't lowering her head now tantamount to admitting it to herself? So the little girl forced her head up again, red-faced, to look him in the eyes, and even then, the expression on her face was still written with heartbreak. She didn't know how to fake it, she could only try her best, and often that effect was what made it most endearing. Okay, I know you're not lying to me, it wasn't supposed to be a lie. Bai Shirhan huffed and puffed, as if she was aggrieved, deliberately disguising herself, at least in her opinion. This time, she would definitely be able to perfectly fool the other party. Yes, you never lie to me, right? She can blush without her heart skipping a beat, and that's about as far as it goes. Lin Xianu stopped. She had no choice but to follow and listen, or else she would have bumped into his back, and although the little girl wanted to go so far, she still resisted the urge and pressed on. What's so funny about shadows? I'm not right in front of them? Hearing these words, Bai Shirhan unconsciously opened her mouth as if she had heard something incredible. To summarize, it's as if, don't play with shadows. What's so funny about shadows? If you want to play, you have to play with me. In this instant, the little girl admitted that there was indeed more than a little bit and a half of heartbeat, and the pressure that had originally arisen within her had now inexplicably disappeared, and what there was trying to find ways to control herself and not be overly impulsive. No, it's not okay. I know, we're good friends. Lin Xianu looked at her. Every time it was this kind of gentle words that made her want to hold hands and hug him. Every time it was this kind of compelling flavor. Don't get me wrong, I'm just saying that as your good friend. If shadow research gets bored one day, real people aren't out of the question. Bai Shirhan nodded, her pretty face flushed red, and she could probably tell what the other party was playing at. He didn't continue to speak, but continued to walk ahead and lead the way. The reason why she liked to follow behind was solely because this was the only time the other party couldn't stare at her. It was like creating an atmosphere of I'm not looking at you right now, oh, even if you peek, I can't catch you. It felt just fine. At least she could have a sense of involvement, not like in the classroom, where it was clear that she had made a point of observing before peeking that he definitely wasn't looking at her, so she proceeded to peek, only to have the other person happen to catch her every time, and there really just wasn't any sense of experience at all. It would follow, and even if he suddenly stopped to look at her, she could reasonably respond that it was because she was looking at the road ahead, and he happened to be following, so it just so happened that her line of sight was in one piece, and it wasn't a peek. Lin Sinyu. Look, by calling us that we're not related again. You should be called Sinyu, that's what good friends should call each other. You know Shirhan. Got it. Say, what's the matter with calling me? I want to ask you, if my parents force me not to go to ZJU in the future, What should I do? The little girl asked the concern that had been on her mind for a long time. It was something she had been afraid to say for a long time, and it must have been the recent feeling that the other person could be relied upon that made her feel comfortable to say it. It's normal. There is no mom or dad who doesn't like their sons and daughters. Maybe they will have their ideas. Even so, it doesn't erase what you want. You should learn to express it and tell them to say no. Just take a very simple example. I want to kiss you right now. Will you be a good boy and give me a kiss? No, it won't. How could he be like this? How could he ask her such a question when he was clearly talking about it and somehow got into wanting to kiss her? To kiss her. Bai Shirhan herself didn't know if she would agree. The only thing she understood was that if the other party forced herself, she might not have the means to counteract it and didn't know what to do. Right. Look, you can reject me. How can you not know how to reject others? Life has its own rights. You have to know how to reject, so that others will not take it for granted. You are just soft-natured. Well, the little girl didn't know how to respond to what was being said, so she could only be silent, responding every now and then to prove that she was listening. Even so, still a little surprised at what he said, after a little thought, and can understand. No wonder he always looks like a rebel. The sky is not afraid of the earth, as if no one's words do not listen to. Every time he went to peep, he always seems to be living a very happy life. Based on observation, the only thing that could make him unhappy seemed to be his studies, except that lately, in the area of studies, Lin Xin didn't seem to be as inactive as he used to be, and she knew what he was doing it for. Don't be glum. It's a simple question. Do you think you live for yourself or for others? Himself. Look, you know that too. Lin Xinyu felt happy about what she said, right? You see, you also know that it is not easy to live this time. Of course it is for yourself. For yourself, what is the ultimate goal? Definitely is to find to get along well with people, to live together, get up together, brush teeth together, work together, watch the sunset together, play together, together to produce a full of love crystallization. Really? Absolutely. I swear, I'll never find a wife after lying to you. Bai Shirhan was a bit flustered. What would she do if she couldn't find a wife? How can you make such a vicious vow? She admitted that the heart did flutter. Chapter 117, 115. Can you not have a wife? Don't know what it means to like it. The little girl nodded her head obediently from the side no matter what he said, and this sneaky enjoyment gave a really great feeling. Bai Shirhan realized that she seemed to particularly enjoy being bullied by him, and if she were to go in this direction in the future, it would definitely not be a good sign. In case he stopped bullying one day, would it be hard to go begging him? God, why do I keep thinking about this lately? Shirhan, have you noticed that lately whenever you go home it seems like time flies? No, she thought the same thing, but how could she easily admit it in front of the other person? Then he would surely say, isn't it nice to be with me? Isn't it? Isn't it comfortable? It's a fool's errand. She's not a fool. Do you know Pinocchio? The little girl nodded, then heard Lin Xinyu continue on. That guy's nose will get longer if he lies, and everyone who lies has characteristics, so be careful that your nose will get longer too. Not for a second. It's obvious that it's been a lie that's been woven many times, but it's never gotten longer anywhere, and it's obvious that the bad guy is lying again. The little girl's mouth didn't care, but her movements were very honest. Taking advantage of Lin Xinyu's inattention, she reached out and touched the tip of her nose, presumably because she was afraid that her nose would actually grow longer. The alley was then devoid of the street's end of school kind of noise, with only the streetlights standing peacefully in place to shine. The wind carried his scent, and happiness was written all over her rosy cheeks. Under the street lamp, her small hand still holding Lin Xinyu corner of the coat does not want to let go. The two so back and forth up the stairs, until they reached the door. The little girl slowly let go, probed the key to open the door, and came to another enjoyment part of her. Cook for him. Bai Shirhan's character is like this. She will also have things that make her happy, only secretly enjoying, will not go to tell others at all. After encountering things, will choose to hesitate, to find out the way not to let others sad, and finally give the answer will always make people satisfied. Only she herself is not very satisfied. You go rest and let me cook today. Lin Xinyu changed into his special slippers that belonged to him. Earlier Auntie Song hadn't noticed his shoes placed at the door. In fact, it was Bai Shirhan who had hidden his shoes under the sofa earlier. Her world only had him. She didn't want the person who had so easily intruded into the world to be driven away by other people. It was good that Auntie Song had agreed to hide it. Even her brother didn't seem to be particularly opposed to it. It was as if he had a magical power, and those who took care of her around her would find him good. That filled the little girl with confidence. Maybe mom and dad would like him too? Just feel free to prepare the bride price yourself. A normal person might have a lot of favorite things: painting, eating good food, going shopping, having lots of good friends, and going to lots of fun things together. But these were completely unthinkable for Bai Shirhan. The only reason she was able to do it now was solely because of the presence of Lin Sinyu beside her. Instead of saying that she could do it, it would be better to say that as long as Lin Sinyu was there, she could go ahead and try to do it. The small inner world was simple. Before there was only blackness, now it was also simple. There was only Lin Sinyu. He's the one for her. Even if Lin Xinu had robbed her of her previous favorite cooking, Bai Shirhan wouldn't feel dissatisfied. Only her small mouth slightly cooperated with puffing out her breath as a way to show her unhappiness, and was actually secretly looking at the other party's back as he walked into the kitchen. It's moments like these that make her happiest. It's not like you're not allowed to fry. It's not like you're not allowed to wash dishes and muck in together on the side. With the little girl's help, it didn't take long for Lin Sinyu to start frying. Bai Shirhan just watched him from the sidelines, observing whether water would appear on the other person's forehead. If he had helped her wipe the water, then she would help him wipe it as well. This was the last stubbornness within the girl. Or rather, if she was taken advantage of, she must take it back with her own hands. Sure you don't want to consider being my wife? The little girl looked at him stupidly, kind of wondered why helping with the cooking got him called a wife again. I know, we're good friends. Aha! Lin Sinyu sighed as he served the dish on his plate, not knowing if he sighed intentionally or unintentionally. So you don't want to be my wife, you just want to be good friends with me. Well, then I'll just consider you a good friend and not let you be my wife in the future. No, I can't. Bai Shirhan's voice is very small, and I don't know if he heard it, and in a moment of anxiety, he blurted out, "What did you just say? Was that you talking just now?" No. Lin Xinu just smiled in response and then took out the cutlery from the cupboards. This place was like his home and he knew all the things inside like the back of his hand. Today he is very happy, deliberately pretending not to hear the appearance. Not want to poke, but Lin Sinyu know that now is not the time. But can get the answer is that she rejected is not because of dislike. The probability is still concerned about the views of the family. If you just poke her, it will definitely be unnatural for the two of them to get along in the future. Not to mention holding hands, they probably won't even pull the corners of their clothes, and there's a big chance that they'll be avoiding themselves from now on. Instead of living that kind of life, it would be better to pretend not to hear, only to be rejected only, and not the first time to be rejected. Have long been accustomed to, there will always be a day. The little girl ran to his front. I'm sorry, the previous is to agree to do your wife. Really have other reasons. You forgive me, okay? Come on, you can a little bit of bullying down my o. It's cool to think about it. What are you laughing at? Bai Shirhan had wanted to sneak up on him, but she realized that Lin Sinyu was giggling with a frightening expression, so she had no choice but to speak out to stop him. Lin Sinyu reached out and rubbed her head, because I'm happy to know who my wife is. Puzzled, the little girl cocked her head, not understanding what he meant by that, but just a little uncomfortable inside. Who's the wife? Do you want to know who I would make a wife? Bai Shirhan shook her head and lowered her head to eat, not daring to look up at him for fear that the other party would see that she was a bit unhappy. Anyway, is not who you are now. Lin Sinyu purposely dangled her, only to see that the little girl's eating speed had become much slower, and she was obviously a bit down. Can you not have a wife? The little girl paused for a long time before she said this. She didn't know what she was thinking. It popped out in a momentary head jerk. Not to mention the other person felt. She herself felt as if it was a bit selfish, enjoying the right to be taken care of and not wanting him to find a wife. Don't worry, I won't look for it. My wife, she's still a little scared right now. I'm waiting for her to become the amazing one. Lin Sinyu reached out and scratched her nose. Way to go. Chapter 118-116. The nightly send-offs are always so familiar. She then stood on the balcony and silently watched the other disappear around the corner. And although she was used to it, she couldn't help but say goodbye. And any brief parting would be a bit of a bummer. The tableware for eating was cleaned up early, and with Lin Sinyu around, there wasn't any chance for Bai Shirhan to perform at all. At first she resisted, but later on, every time the other girl had to grab her hand to teach, the little girl gave up her intention. Back in the bedroom, grabbing a change of clothes and heading to the bathroom to rinse away the exhaustion of the day, her little head filled with nothing but the beauty of being with him, a feeling that was irreplaceable and unique to anyone else. Early the following morning, the sun slowly slipped in through the window to rest on the sill position. Bai Shirhan sleeps dishonestly. Every time in the middle of the night will unconsciously kick the quilt away. Obviously sleeps vertically, and when he wakes up, his entire body is horizontal, sleeping in 1,000 different positions, one action a day. If Lin Xinu was there, he would have held her very tightly and wouldn't have let her move around. It didn't take long for the little girl to open her eyes at the sound of the alarm, reaching up to rub her eyes before taking off her pajamas. Her soft skin was in full view, and her cute bow chaps, plus her big white glasses, were perfectly hidden under the seal of her school uniform. It was only at last that he spilled his slippers and went to wash up. Girls tend to be a lot slower than guys. Guys may simply wash their face and get a hairstyle and be done with it. Girls are different. Not only do they have to clean up, but they also have to tie their hair and a few other miscellaneous things. By Shirhan, on the contrary, after simply tying a high ponytail, changed her shoes and was ready to go, and had long been waiting impatiently at the bottom of the building, ready to meet a new day, to meet the breakfast that was about to be delivered, and to meet the one who belonged to her. At the very least, they're still good friends for now. That's how the little girl consoled herself. The two are like a pair of just married couples, simply cannot be separated for a moment. Even if the night is forced to separate, each of them will retain the penguin contact, and have been waiting until after saying good night to each other. By Shirhan will feel at ease to enter the dreamland. Good morning, Shirhan-san. Shin-Woo. Good morning. She had thoroughly learned this greeting process and didn't have to worry about having nerves at all. Lin Xin would always hand her breakfast over to her when she was looking down, with the aim of making the little girl look up at him so that the two could engage in eye-to-eye contact brightly. Today's is the Tujia sauce cake. There was no line yesterday when it was too crowded, and there doesn't seem to be much of a crowd this time. This is something Bai Shirhan does not believe. She is not a fool. It must be that he deliberately got up early to buy it for himself. She can even guess. Thanks. That's a lot to say between good friends, haha. Yeah, sorry about that. Fearing that he would get angry, Bai Shirhan pulled out the candy he had given him yesterday from his pocket. Lin Xin took it and looked at her. Alright, seeing as you've behaved well today, I'll forgive you. Aha. The two settled for breakfast quickly. Originally Lin Xin was offering to feed her, only to be quickly rejected by the little girl. Originally thought that you could take a bite and I could take a bite to taste the flavor left on the bamboo stick with each other, but I didn't expect to be easily seen through by the other party, and in the end, Lin Xin could only settle for the remaining soy sauce pancake with the bamboo stick that she had eaten. Often that's how it is with two people. It's not necessarily breakfast that tastes good. It's the company of someone who cares when it comes to breakfast, and as long as he's buying it, no matter what it is, then it tastes good. Bai Shirhan was wanting to be fed. Her heart was like a feather tickling. If not for forcing herself to hold back, it really would have been a bit out of control, and if she was seen on the way to school eating what he was feeding her, it would have been a surefire way to die of shame. It has been proven that thick-skinned people will always get the corresponding benefits. Although he didn't take a bite with her, Lin Xinyu still got the other party's used bamboo stick, and immediately felt that the soy sauce pancake was going to be more delicious than ever. The little girl's neck was red, and even then, she didn't forget to reach out and grab the corner of his coat to walk into the school. That nagging feeling of fear and enjoyment slowly transforming into excitement and anticipation that she herself hadn't expected. Bai Shirhan, don't you ever do this. Obviously not being thick-skinned, he suffered slightly under the contact with the other. Why don't we be late for once today? Walking into the school, Lin Xinyu in front of him suddenly stopped. How could the timid Bai Shirhan accept this kind of request? She wanted to feel the excitement, yes, but only on Lin Xinyu. If she was late in other disciplinary offenses, she still wouldn't agree to it, and quickly waved her hand to refuse. Coward. Bai Shirhan's small mouth bulged like a small goldfish, while letting go of her hand and no longer looking at the other party, obviously angry. Okay, no offense. I was just talking for fun. How can I be late? The little girl was just relieved when she realized that one of her little hands had been grabbed by him. There was some tension, not to mention the flow of other students in the vicinity, and this behavior was clearly in the range of what she could not accept, and she was instantly short of breath. No, you let go. If someone sees you, it's over. As much as she wanted to be held by him for the whole world to know, but that was only in her imagination. If she really put it in reality, she would not be able to accept it, and if her teacher and mom and dad and the others found out, she would not be able to be a good friend. It's okay, just stay close to me. We'll sneak around and no one will notice for sure. Lin Xinyu didn't choose to let go this time. Instead he led Bai Shirhan into the less crowded side path, not on the main road this time, deviating from the familiar route to a path that had never been traveled before. The little girl was instantly nervous inside, and for some reason, her breathing was not as rapid as before, but instead, she even took the initiative to hold his warm palm. Only everything looks as if it is forced and not actively enjoyed. Bai Shirhan secretly enjoyed this. It was as if she was like a thief at this moment, not caring what Lin Xinyu was thinking right now, only knowing that her own long-suffering expectations had reached the top. Holding hands, moving closer, shoulders rubbing against each other. All of these familiar movements she could match perfectly with her opponent. Her facial expressions even camouflaged to be indistinguishable. The two arrived at the bottom of the school building. Lin Xianu stopped and looked down at Bai Shirhan, whose entire face was flushed. How does it feel this time? The little girl was so happy that she was afraid to say. Good friends. Yes, you can't do that. Inside, they are full of joy. achieving the needs that have long been desired. Bai Shirhan is often like this. She will not take the initiative to express, but want to be satisfied by the other party, and then will secretly celebrate in the heart, so it will feel happy. Chapter 119, 117. I want to get married. After all, Bai Shirhan is a little girl, not to mention the beginning of love. As long as there is him, then it will be extra happy, coupled with the fact that they have just satisfied their own needs. The small heart at the moment thumped out flowers, full of joy. Time spent together always flies by, especially when the person you care about is right next to you, peeking, and inexplicably hearing the bell ring. Lin sinew some chagrin. If this will have those dog food text novels on the good, the content of so many white to the existence of young girls, casually find out too. As long as the little girl a little bit of substitution, will be able to understand their own situation, the highest priority right now is to change her mind. In this process, we must slowly penetrate, not too hard. If the little girl cannot withstand, it will only be counterproductive. It can only change her mind little by little in order to properly shift the mindset from mom and dad might not say yes to I'll communicate and see if they say yes or no. Going to an internet cafe this weekend? Are you going? Bai Shirhan froze, and in no time her expression became somewhat aggrieved. You said that you want to study well. Didn't say you don't study if you're in an internet cafe. You have to combine work and rest to study. Remember Fatty, that girl he likes goes over there on weekends. We're there to help. You can understand that, right? Well, it was true that she didn't quite understand, but after seeing the other woman's expectant eyes, she could only nod her head to show that she did. She had never been to a place like an internet cafe before, and wondered if she could adapt to the environment inside. The depressing atmosphere of a small room shut up. It was a little hard to breathe just thinking about it. Often the less you want to do it the faster it comes. Obviously the weekend is 2 or 3 days away, and in the blink of an eye it's after vacation. In the past few days, Lin Sinew is still the same as before, always flirting with her from time to time. Not really flirting, just want to let her quickly determine what she thinks inside. Understand what is called like. The relationship between the two is also significantly stronger, even in the repetitive daily routines, whether it's a meal or a nighttime visit to the bamboo forest to pull out a sword, all of which make them happy. The only thing that made Bai Shirhan shy was that bad guy could never forget a thing and asked himself if he wanted to be his wife from time to time, although he did not agree. But Lin Sinew is still willing to accompany her beside, when it does not matter if it is not a wife. The most important thing is that the other party's character is slowly changing for the better, and at present look at her performance, which is still like the autistic little girl before, every day cheerful, happy and joyful. Isn't everything about being in a good mood? No one wants to intentionally create a huge amount of stress, they basically try to find ways to relax. Saturday, Bai Shirhan deliberately went to bed early on Friday night, just afraid to sleep through not seeing Lin Sinew send a message. The penguin on the 2 words of her husband she has become accustomed to. Every night before going to bed will be careful to peek twice, afraid of being next to the small green saw. Drip drip drip. The long-awaited message came, and the little girl happily clicked on it to check, not even exiting the penguin. Husband, do you want to go out for breakfast or should I bring it to you? The girl lying on the bed had cleaned up early. Even her clothes had been changed into her favorite long white dress. It was a shame that they weren't going out to dinner together. Shirhan, let's go out to eat. Husband, okay, wait for me at the bottom of the building. Lin Xinu also replied in seconds, because he knew that the little girl was not very good at typing on her cell phone, so he stayed on the chat interface between the two and immediately replied to her when the message came over. It is most comforting to wait for each other while chatting, not to the middle of the party suddenly no shadow. Remember there is a picture terrier, in which the woman suddenly do not want to chat with the shower as a reason to leave. Waiting for 3 years, the man only weekly sent a message over, asking wash finished yet. In contrast, seconds back is simply awesome. Husband this call by Shirhan can be changed a long time ago. Previously that is not yet understand. Really think that the notes cannot be changed, and so find a way to modify. But the little girl and a little reluctant to change, even if she was found out later. She could find a reason to tell him that she never knew about being able to change her notes. Change your shoes, lock the door, and go downstairs. Bai Shirhan had always been obedient, and when Lin Sinew told her to wait obediently at the bottom of the building, she wouldn't run around, quietly watching the pedestrians coming and going. In fact, just trying to find familiar figures. When Lin Sinew appeared, he would again turn his head and look to the side as if he were invisible. Good morning, Shirhan-san. Morning. The little girl didn't continue to speak. She realized that Lin Xinu had already very skillfully taken her little hand, and without even looking at Bai Shirhan's reaction, pulled and headed towards the street. Passers-by are not blind and quickly pick up the message about this behavior. They are talking about friends. No, stop holding it. Bai Shirhan was a little anxious. Her whole face quickly changed to a pink state. anxious like a rabbit that was about to be caught by a hunter, a slinky trying to run away, but she didn't realize that she had already been caught by him, and she could only needlessly struggle to get away. It's okay, if you see it, you see it, we're just good friends who hold hands to get breakfast anyway. She'd been all confused, even a little confused about the proper definition of a good friend, and the only thing she could understand was that when he led the way down the street, he followed, headed for the crowded area, and didn't move his feet at all. The little girl is shy, cannot care about resistance, only know that in a crowded place to want a face. After all, holding hands is a matter of two people. For her, if this kind of happiness to be watched by other people, more or less will feel strange, cannot say strange. By Shirhan's psychology is different from other girls. With the favorite person holding hands, cannot wait for everyone to know. Holding hands, this kind of thing, cannot wait to also send a circle of friends official announcement. But she wouldn't. She'd just feel nervous and out of breath. If you're seen, you're screwed. When there were fewer people around, Bai Shirhan didn't forget to voice out a reminder. After all, this would be in the vicinity of the school. There were a lot of students coming and going, and it was inevitable that they would encounter students from the same class, which was the main reason for her worry. Didn't you say we are good friends? Good friends are innocent of each other. Even if our classmates see us and tell the teacher, at most they will only say that we are in love. You, looking at the other side full of bad smile look, the little girl a little regret. I should have known that I would not come out to eat breakfast. It's fine, don't worry, even if I'm seen, I'll clarify with the teacher that I'm not going to fall in love with Bai Shirhan's classmate. Lin Xin Yu lowered his head to meet the already flustered Bai Shirhan, who was aggravated, recalling what the other party had said only moments ago, is not going to fall in love with himself. The little girl was just about to pull her hand away from his when she then heard the latter words coming from him. I want to get married straight away and make her my wife. Chapter 120-118. Don't be afraid, there's no one here. Straight up marriage? Or make her his wife in front of the homeroom teacher? Bai Shirhan's little face tends to turn into a little tomato at this point, trying to hide in the branches and leaves, but always being found and pulled out by the other side. Lin Xinyu saw her shyness did not continue to speak. This alone can make the little girl blush. If on the day of graduation, everyone knows that he wants her to be his wife, what kind of scene would that be? Don't be afraid, it's just breakfast together. I'm not the one who's afraid. The current Bai Shirhan had already learned to be tough with her mouth. If it was placed before, she would definitely have kept her head down and not dared to speak, honestly following behind. So is it okay if I want a bowl of noodles? No, it won't work. He could always find something to say from some other angle that surprised her and had to be rejected, even if this is indeed a way to save money. But Bai Shirhan still can't accept it, eating the same bowl of noodles and so on. It's not like she hasn't thought about it, in case she eats the same noodle, and then the other party takes the initiative to bite it off, and finally sucked into her mouth by her. Then wouldn't it be indirect kissing? It kills me just to think about it, let alone what happens when it actually happens. Buns or something else, which is the cheapest? This is the answer that Bai Shirhan has always wanted to know. So far, she only knows the price of buns and bean curd brains, the other even if Lin Xinyu to buy. The little girl is not by his side, so it is not clear which is the cheapest. Since you cannot eat the same bowl to save money, it can only find another way. No money? Suddenly asking if there were any cheap places, not because of lack of money. For a moment, Lin Xinyu couldn't really think of any other reason. When he asked this, Bai Shirhan also reacted. What should one answer later if one says no and the other person continues to press the issue of why he or she wants to buy a cheap breakfast? So he simply kept his head down and didn't say anything. There's not really no money, is there? Aha. The little girl simply nodded her head and admitted that in a sense, she was indeed much short of the dowry money, so it shouldn't be considered a lie. Lin Xinyu stopped and turned to look at her very seriously. Your father knows? Not yet, not yet. Bai Shirhan knew that he had misunderstood. He must have thought that mom and dad had stopped her allowance. What did they say? No, there's still pocket money. In order to prove it, the little girl reached into the bottom of the skirt, or the kind of familiar dress. The jeans under the skirt is hidden. Not a moment later she pulled out dozens of dollars from the pants pocket to Lin Xinyu. Yes, there is. We can't spend money. Lin Xinyu didn't say anything and touched her head. His eyes were gentle, looking at Bai Shirhan, who didn't dare to continue to stare at him. Spending money frivolously is defined as giving it to inconsequential people to spend as they please. But if you spend it on people you care about, that's a whole other level. Bai Shirhan listened attentively, taking in only a few words of the long paragraph. You are the one I care about. The little face was flushed and a little nervous. Even her breathing began to catch. Luckily, there weren't many people here, or else if a passerby heard it, he would have been mortified. Let's go. Anything you want to eat is on me. Aha! Now the little girl was happy. and she couldn't be happier at the thought that the other person cared about was herself. At the end of the day, Bai Shirhan still chose her favorite bun. In fact, it was not that she liked it, but only buns could retain the stubbornness deep in the girl's heart. At least there was no need for you to take a bite and I'll take a bite. And the little girl could happily be snatched up by him after finishing 2 buns with the excuse of not being able to finish them, and eat the other buns in the same bag. It's not about eating, it's about who you eat with. Bai Shirhan understands in her heart, but she doesn't know what this is a kind of feeling, so she thinks it's very strange. Affection is not really affection. Good friends then which is like this. Can't it be that this is like? She admitted that she wanted to be with Lin Xinu all the time, no matter if it was before she graduated from high school, or if she went to college, or if she graduated from college later on. Bai Shirhan wanted to be by his side. Maybe it's a little selfish, but this inexplicable ease and comfort is truly something only he can give. What are you thinking about again? Come on, let's take you to see what an internet cafe looks like. Lin Xinu would not be dilly-dallying now. If he could get his hands on her directly, he knew that if he requested her to go over with him, the other party would surely be evasive again. So it would be better to grab the little girl's hand and lead her to the destination without saying a word. Sometimes you have to be tough with girls. You can't just follow suit if she's hesitating. The red color on Bai Shirhan's small face hadn't disappeared since the meeting between the two of them. Her body was rolling and rolling, and her breasts were also rising and falling at the moment, obviously a little flustered. It will be seen. Don't be afraid. There's no one here. Even if we met our classmates, is it possible for him to tell the homeroom teacher that he met us in the internet cafe? Who would believe that? The first and second in the grade appeared in the internet cafe. If Lin Xinu was alone there might go to suspect. After all, there had been previous convictions. If it was said that Bai Shirhan was following alone, obviously people who did not even dare to touch people, who could not speak well, would go to the internet cafe? Bai Shirhan also thought it made sense. As long as it was something he said, she would believe it for no reason. Nervous? Well, the first time to do this kind of thing. Can not be nervous? Never thought before. Now will actually cooperate with him to carry out. And even inside with a little excitement emotions, Bai Shirhan couldn't even think about it. The sound of heartbeats, of breathing, the girl could now feel it completely and clearly. It was as if all the previous high school years had been wasted, and now was the beginning of youth. The internet cafe is in an alleyway, and you certainly can't open it too visibly near a school, more or less, or give it a face. The little girl looked nervous, looked to the left, looked to the right. Never come to this kind of place. Even the hand that was being held did not care. Fearful, afraid of being caught by the same classmates. The two walked side by side from who knows when. Shoulders rubbing against each other has become the norm. This enjoyment of each other, now reaching a tacit understanding of the match, does not even need to be deliberately prepared, and in turn becomes a passive trigger. It's coming up ahead. Are you ready? Aha! Bai Shirhan didn't know why she wasn't feeling particularly scared right now. It was probably because she had arrived with him that she felt a sense of reassurance. The two walked back and forth into the internet cafe corner. The students who had been waiting for a long time finally saw what they had been waiting for, and a smile appeared on their faces. I told you not to go with him and you didn't listen. That's good? Definitely learning the hard way. When the weekend is over, go back to school and talk to your homeroom teacher. Chapter 121-119. Don't bully me here. I'm scared. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Lin Xinu slowed down his movements, trying to make Bai Shirhan feel relaxed and less tense. The atmosphere of the internet cafe was definitely not as good as the school for her, and with the smoky atmosphere, a good student would be more or less disgusted, not to mention a good kid like Bai Shirhan, who had always been obedient. How did it feel the first time? Fear. Before the little girl could slow down, she was led by Lin Xinu into the corner, where there was less noise and relatively much quieter than the middle gathering. Here, you can sit next to me. You can use the computer to gather information for the entrance exam. Well, what about you? Lin Xinu turned on the desktop computer, incidentally helping her one to operate as well. Everything was ready before he pulled out the card reader and memory card from his pocket. You're responsible for studying hard. I'm responsible for working hard to earn money to support my wife. Remember those novels? Save up some more word count and then you can submit them to be sent out. Even if you're busier in the days afterward for the college entrance exams, you'll still have free time, so you don't have to be too anxious about what's going on with the novels. It's essential for authors to save their manuscripts. Some authors are often just spurned by reader feedback because they don't have a stockpile of manuscripts and have irregular update schedules. You can't really blame them. Coding is hard work, and encouragement should be given so that the writer is infinitely motivated. Little girl does not understand these. The biggest feeling is that Lin Xinu is very powerful. Different stories all can be arranged out, and the kind of ambiguous article, just look at it will blush. how he wrote it. Don't panic, just type in a search and whatever you want to read will come up on the computer. Study materials and all. It's all in there. Good. With Lin Sinyu's help, the little girl quickly understood how to operate, and unconsciously twisted her head to look at each other every time she read the topic analysis. The other man was typing quietly, as if the surrounding clamor didn't bother him at all. Responsible for earning money to support his wife. At the thought of those words, Bai Shirhan blushed, knowing who the wife he was talking about was. The relationship between the two is a thin layer. He has the cheek to make her his wife. She just won't do it and enjoys all the perks a girlfriend deserves. It's not greed, but the little girl simply doesn't know what a girlfriend should enjoy. She just feels that Lin Sinyu is especially good to her. The kind of good that spoils her in the heart of her hand. This kind of mutual companionship tends to go by very quickly. Bai Shirhan didn't even feel like reading a few questions, and when she looked at the time, it was already 12:30 noon. She wouldn't have paid attention to that if her stomach hadn't been rumbling. Lin Sinyu beside her was still coding. His expression was serious, tapping on the keyboard at a fast speed, which she could not have imagined. Comparing herself, a world of difference. Hungry? No. Seeing that he was still busy, Bai Shirhan didn't tell the truth. She also liked the way he looked when he was serious. She just stayed on the sidelines and wouldn't be caught by the other side. She could look at him for a long time, from his forehead to his eyebrows, and then from his eyebrows to his eyes, with a clear outline. She really didn't know how he looked and why he was so good looking. Didn't you promise me you couldn't lie? Your stomach is growling and you think I didn't hear it. Hearing what he said, the little girl only felt a little embarrassed, and thought that the other party was too focused not to hear it, but she didn't expect to be heard. The girl raised her head pitifully, that aggrieved expression not knowing who she learned it from, and weakly looked at Lin Sinyu. I was wrong, because she knew that she would receive punishment for lying. Bai Shirhan took the initiative to admit her mistake, wanting to gain Lin Sinyu's forgiveness in this way. Originally, Lin Sinyu hadn't reacted. He had just finished following up a few novels. His brain was in a highly tense state, and he hadn't even thought about the punishment part. If you hadn't said it I would have forgotten that people who lie are punished too. Bai Shirhan people are stupid, dumbfounded, looked at him, thought the other side is aware of the results. Lin Sinyu is also looking at her. She is wearing a light blue dress today, with the internet cafe with completely inconsistent. Among the crowd, only Bai Shirhan is the most conspicuous. Her hair seems to go out before deliberately organized. She bangs plus a high ponytail. The two are not far from each other. The little girl can hear each other blazing hot breathing, and even feel his exhaled gases gently struck on her face. She sniffed the air secretly for the scent that belonged to him, cautiously, afraid of being discovered by the other party. His heart was thumping at the moment, probably because he was weak and had to lower his head. Midway through, he tried to go back to see his reaction, only to blush and beg for forgiveness again. Can you, please don't bully me here? Crowded and scared? Aha! Knowing that there was no escape from being bullied, the little girl gave up resisting and chose to retreat. As long as she wasn't punished in a crowded place. Fill up your stomach first. When you go back after the afternoon's work, you'll have to help Fatty later. No, there's no such thing as a wasted meal. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kong Yu carried his lunchbox and found the location of the two. Brother Yu, if you don't take care of this for your brother, then there's nothing to talk about. Beef, chicken, poached eggs, cabbage and tofu, egg drop soup, 2 boxes of rice. Placing everything in her hands in front of the computer desk, the little girl realized what Lin Sinyu said about not being able to help. Did you get a date? What time this afternoon? Don't worry, there's nothing I can't handle. Fatty, everything is good. Just like bragging, but this is also considered to get along with the common disease between brothers. There is no pair of brothers will not be blowing each other blowing water. Talking about the more blowing the stronger. Do not care whether it is true. Mouth High finished their own comfort on the good. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, her little face red, still not out of the atmosphere just now. Her mind thinking almost exclusively about how Lin Sinyu would bully her when there were fewer people. Holding hands? He's held hands so many times that he should no longer be satisfied with his greedy behavior. Hugs? But I've never had a proper hug before, so I'm more or less nervous. Or maybe a kiss? That's a shame, isn't it? How can you kiss between good friends? The little girl on the side of the crazy brain, but also from time to time in the mind to think of the two after a piece of all kinds of images. A moment giggling, a moment full of shyness, do not dare to look up, a moment full of eyes looking forward to things happen. Originally, Kong Yu and Lin Sinyu hadn't noticed. When the two of them had finished discussing their response, they realized that Bai Shirhan's expression had changed a lot. Brother Yu, sister-in-law this is. Guess it's the thought of marrying me. I knew I shouldn't have asked this kind of question. Kong Yu gave him a blank look without any good reason. People who have a date are really hateful, making it look like who doesn't have one. After a while, he took the object with him as well. Who doesn't know how to show love? Chapter 122-120. Open your mouth. I'll be careful. The situation was tense, and all three stayed quiet in their seats without squeaking. The little girl was trying to eat. Seeing Kong Yu and Lin Xinu sitting in their positions without moving, she just gulped, her stomach cooing out in a very uncontrollable manner. Lin Xinu was amused by her and reached out to lightly scratch Bai Shihan's nose. It's not like you can't eat. Eat when you're hungry. Just leave me a bite of food. Well, so tired. Feed me first. Didn't we agree to eat it ourselves first and then save some for him? At first Bai Shihan wanted to refuse, but after seeing the other party stretching, she remembered that Lin Xinu's attention had been on the computer in the morning, and was more or less tired, so she was in a dilemma. Feed him to eat it. They have never fed anyone. Do not feed the words, the heart and some overreaction. After all, he is now to make money to support his wife. As a good friend must take good care of each other. The two of them were like that. Him looking at her shyly moving her little head away, her eyes not daring to meet the boy in front of her, afraid that she couldn't help but fall into his gentle trap again. I always fed you before, and as a good friend, it's only right that it's your turn to feed me now. No, it won't work. The little girl tried lifting her hand, but every time she was about to pinch the dish up, she couldn't get over the hurdle deep in her heart. If you say secretly feed, that's okay. This will be next to Kong Yu standing not far away. If seen, certainly inevitable a beating. Even if not seen, the bad guy will take this opportunity to show off with others. For these two brothers, Bai Shihan understood that the two of them were like opposites. When they met, they would undermine each other from all angles, and the act of being each other's father was basically a routine operation. Currently compared to Lin Xinu's biggest chance of winning according to Kong Yu, that is, having a girlfriend, even if the little girl had denied it halfway through. But the other party simply acted as if they hadn't heard it, which made Bai Shihan have no way at all. Kong fatty, come here. What's up you? Later on you say if I want to go straight over there and join her or call over and we'll be together. Don't worry about those yet. I'll show you something fun. Lin Xinu looked down at Bai Shihan. The little girl would still be a little nervous. When she didn't make up her mind, she often needed to use external forces to boost her. Like now. Shihan, I'm hungry. Feed me a bite. I'm super. You need to stop being such a... Kong Yu couldn't take it anymore and was just about to leave when she saw that Lin Xinu was hinting with his eyes and immediately understood. There is no way. After all, there is a request. Crying to finish the dog food in front of him. So he stood still, his eyes watching the location of the two, with a look of anticipation of Lin Xinu being fed. When it is a proper wingman. The match between the two brothers was so simple that at first Kong Yu didn't understand, and instantly read his meaning under Lin Xinu's eye gesture. The little girl is timid. If the two are alone together certainly do not dare to feed. If in the eyes of the onlookers have fed the meal, but also afraid of private bottom do not agree? Of the three, the only one who was nervous was Bai Shihan. Kong Yu cooperated in watching the two perform the feeding, while Lin Xinu lowered his head expectantly and slowly approached her, not forgetting to open his mouth to issue a life-threatening urge. The reserved Bai Shihan didn't have any way out. Under Kong Yu's gaze, if she didn't go to feed him, then Lin Xinu would surely be angry. If she used the chopsticks she had eaten to feed him, wouldn't that be equivalent to having to use the same pair of chopsticks with him later? Hurry up. I'm so tired. I can't hold on much longer. The little girl didn't think much of it, naturally assuming that the other man was too tired in the morning so this would want a rest, always reaching for her food, lifting it up, and passing it towards his mouth. Lin Xinu, who had been waiting for a long time, opened his mouth and ate all the rice on his chopsticks with such precision that Bai Shihan used a few moments of strength when she pulled them out. What's wrong with him? Now it's got his spit all over it. Lin Xinu was enjoying himself, but the little girl's face was filled with scarlet, her expression full of shyness. That's the way it is between good friends. Ask Fatty if he is. Kong Yu wore a smile on his face. On the surface he was cheeky. Inwardly he was sort of convinced that this old sixth, he really could push any pot onto him. Even though he was slightly offended, he still nodded his head to prove that what Lin Xinu said was true. Bai Shihan didn't dare to look into his eyes, treating it as if nothing had happened, as if the other party had never used her chopsticks. Your ears are red this time. You're not shy, are you? No, it's okay. If you don't feel up to it, I'll just feed it back to you next time. No. Kong Yu also left knowingly at this time. He had already done what a wingman should do. As for the rest of the flirting, only a fool would watch. While his mind thought so, his body was very honest. After all, he had never met such a thing before, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to them. Suddenly I realized that knockout CP seems to be pretty good. I'm still so hungry. Lin Xinu specifically waited for Bai Shihan to clip up her meal and take a bite with a blushing face before speaking out again. Well, there's still rice there, but I'm so tired. Bai Shirhan couldn't stand this kind of rogue behavior of his, but she didn't feel annoyed. Instead, after feeding, she only felt that the new addiction that had been stored up over the past few days had been swept away all of a sudden. The long-awaited emptiness was all filled up at this moment. Without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, the girl reluctantly took the food from the bowl and fed it to him, repeating her earlier actions, her inner joy impossible to express right now. If the other party found out, he would surely intensify his efforts to demand a reward. The little girl understood that she could only sneak around and enjoy it now. Even if she wasn't as scared as she was before, she had to pretend to be scared so that he would continue to take the initiative. Here, now it's my turn to feed you. No, I can't. This kind of rejection Lin Sinyu was familiar with, and as soon as he snatched the chopsticks from Bai Shirhan's hands, regardless of whether the other party's expression was aggravated or not, he just silently pinched up the rice from the lunchbox. Good girl, open your mouth. How can I let you suffer? You fed me and I'm going to feed you. The corner of Kong Yu's mouth twitched as he listened. It's shameless, Bai Shirhan stammered, her body moving back. Refusing to move had long been memorized, and it was all convenient and easy to cope with it. Be good girl, open your mouth. I'll be careful, I won't stuff it in there. The girl had no choice but to listen to what he said, bringing her small pink mouth forward and slowly opening it, waiting for Lin Sinyu to feed himself. Is it good? Well, one more bite if it's good. Lin Xianu pulled his chopsticks out and picked up the rice to feed it into her mouth again, repeatedly. But it is the sight of the peeping Kong you are whole hungry. Chapter 123-121. You can't fall in love with someone else. The meal was settled with the two of them feeding each other. In the end, it was Lin Sinyu who did the cleanup, taking care of all the leftover dishes in the lunchbox and not forgetting to sip his chopsticks. Bai Shirhan pretty face flushed. The last bite was eaten by her, which means that the other party knew it, but preferred to go that way. That is indirect kissing. Halfway through his thought, he suddenly remembered that she had also eaten those chopsticks and instantly changed his reasoning. Good friends are supposed to be able to do that. Before the two of them could catch their breath, Kong Yu gleefully looked at Lin Sinyu. It's coming. She's coming. Come on, you go. It's not like I'm chasing. Hurry up. It's just the usual. Just see what she likes to play with. Just pitch in. Okay. It was also the first time that the little girl had experienced such a moment, and her eyes followed Kong Yu until the doorway appeared with the girl she had seen at the school entrance the other day. The other party was wearing a horseman's uniform. Compared to Kong Yu is not a type at all, even from the appearance. Obviously the girl is more dressed up, not to mention the body and so on. A fat man and a slender and slim, obviously not the same class. If Lin Sinyu hadn't known ahead of time, he wouldn't have even thought about whether or not there was a chance for the two of them to exist, but instead set his conclusion ahead of time that it definitely wouldn't work. But that guy does not know how to do. In Lin Sinyu memory, the girl is quite like Kong Yu, and finally the two are still forced to break up. Since then, Fatty has been on the road to the great injustice seed, as his good buddy, more or less to push the envelope. Whether it will work or not, that's secondary. The main thing is so that they will not regret each other. Bai Shirhan watched quietly, not even realizing that Lin Sinyu was approaching, thus showing that she was indeed mesmerized. Look, their kind is the relationship status. We get along as just good friends. Really? Look at Fatty scratching his head nervously. Look at me. Do I scratch my head when I see you? No, that's just it. Lin Sinyu was always able to steal concepts in this area, but if he thought about it carefully, he could react. But the little girl just didn't want to think about it. Sometimes her intuition told her that the content of what the boy in front of her was saying was just fooling around, but every time Bai Shirhan would pretend that she didn't know and was willingly fooled by him. She doesn't know what being in love is, but does things even more perfectly than someone in a relationship would do. Believe it or not, this girl, she's going to really like Kong Fat later on. Bai Shirhan looked incredulous. It wasn't that the two didn't match, it was just a bit unbelievable that he could guess such a thing. Ugh, if someone confessed to me at graduation, I'd say yes to her. Lin Xianu sighed, his eyes looking towards the two people not far away. This would be Kong Yu had already left with the girl, not forgetting to make an okay gesture to him before leaving. You can't do this. The little girl summoned up the courage to voice out. Originally the attention was on eating melons. As soon as she heard Lin Sinyu say that when someone confessed at graduation, she would say yes, her two ears instantly perked up and her body was in a state of vigilance. No one could be better than him in her eyes. In case a girl did confess to him at graduation, she didn't want that to happen. It's kind of hard to admit it, but doesn't the act of secretly saving up for a dowry already make it clear that you're going to marry him? I haven't saved enough for the dowry, and if someone else confesses to him at graduation, it's all gone. Bai Shirhan was a little afraid to continue thinking about it. Even in her dreams, she was afraid that Lin Sinyu would suddenly disappear, let alone promise other girls to agree to be someone else's boyfriend. If it became a reality, it would be the equivalent of the sky falling for her. Absolutely, absolutely not. The little girl made up her mind. Wait until the day of graduation. She will go to confess to him. Even if the bride price is not enough, she will tell him to let the other party wait a little while. It will definitely not be too long. She will definitely marry him. Why? You don't look quite right. Are you in a bad mood? Bai Shirhan huffed. No, I won't tell you. Lin Xin Yu didn't continue to ask her, but began to organize the things in front of the computer and prepare for a new round of work. Thinking he was angry, the little girl reached into her pocket and was just about to pull out the candy when she thought about what the other man had just said, and then she didn't want to pay him any attention. You can keep reviewing. Don't worry about me. The girl I'm going to marry has a really expensive bride price, so I'll just have to keep trying. Seeing that Bai Shirhan was a bit upset, Lin Xinyu reached out and gently stroked her on her small head. Even without words, the action alone already showed who he wanted to marry. Sugar, strawberry flavored, can ha, and a different flavor today. A good mood for a change. She loved spending time together like this, relaxed, at ease, not having to think too much at all. The only thing she needed to care about was the other person's emotions. If it was a one-sided care, the little girl might not be so happy. The problem was that her care could be exchanged for the other party's wholehearted care, and that was what made people the happiest. Relationships are such that one-sided giving often doesn't feel easy and can be exhausting over time. Instead of two people understand each other, mutual tolerance and patience, encounter things are basically the same suffering. Such a couple is difficult to go to the end. In relationships, it's not whether you like it or not that matters. It's that the person you like happens to know how to like you too. Bai Shirhan knew how expensive the bride price was. From the time her sister-in-law was preparing to get married to the cancellation of the engagement, she understood the importance of the bride price, and the door-to-door ratio was obviously more important than anything else in their family. Even if she knew ahead of time, she didn't want to give up. The little girl knew she could do it. She hadn't done anything rebellious since she was a little girl, and the only time she had was when she chose to be with him, risking that you'll be found out and doing things with each other that you've never experienced before. Bai Shirhan also wanted Lin Xinyu to be hers from beginning to end, but she didn't dare to say it. Her character was like this, always listening to others' advice and considering others' feelings. She wouldn't refuse or retain. She was terrified of the other person disappearing and sat down at the computer, pressed out of the mind that she had wanted to review in the first place. Even now, knowing that the odds are that Lin Xinyu's efforts are for himself, he still doesn't have confidence, still recalling the words in his mind. In case a girl does confess to him at graduation. Absolutely not. Shinwu. The little girl didn't know where she got the courage to open her mouth and looked up at Lin Xinyu, who was preparing to code. What's wrong? Calling me that all of a sudden? You can't be in a relationship with someone else. Bai Shirhan didn't even stutter in her speech, bracing herself for fear that he wouldn't be able to hear her. Lin Xinu smiled. Then who am I in love with? At that moment, the fluttering aroma hit Lin Xinyu's face, and the little girl slowly approached him, without a moment to look like a deflated leather ball again. Can we fall in love again in college? Chapter 124-122. How I want to be capricious for once. Waiting to go to college to fall in love. Bai Shirhan herself didn't know how she had thought of uttering such a sentence. If he goes to college, there are still people who confess to him. What should we do then? The little girl looked at Lin Xinyu dumbfounded. This time did not lower his head. The critical moment if the retreat. It is not equal to the initiative to give up. Lin Xinyu's face was full of doting, reaching out to stroke up her cheeks. Then go to college. I'll fall in love with you. Okay, Buzz. Bai Shirhan swished her pretty face red, once again turning into a small tomato. Lin Xinyu really felt the tender skin change from cold to hot. No, it won't work. We're good friends, but there are good friends who spend time together, and if they have a crush on each other, they're allowed to fall in love. The little girl was a little confused, hearing this for the first time and not knowing if it was true or not, but she had no choice but to believe it. If she could really get into the same university as him, even if she didn't fall in love, with the kind of relationship she's getting along with now, she'd definitely be misunderstood by other people, right? No one will dare to pursue her then, and then this shameless guy will come close to himself. Shirhan-san, you see, no one likes you, so I'll reluctantly fall in love with you. That way she could say yes to him with a straight face too. What were you thinking? You wouldn't have confessed your love to me after high school? Then I sure as hell wouldn't say no. Not for a second. Confession and all that. She didn't have the thick skin that he had, so she definitely couldn't say it. So will you say yes if I confess to you? I don't know. It's okay to be a little brave sometimes. Well, there were a lot of things she didn't understand. Even if it was really like the kind of liking the other said, she still didn't dare to pluck up the courage to admit it. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xinu was always by her side, The little girl probably wouldn't believe that this kind of emotion would still exist. It's kind of a miracle for everyone that the person they like happens to like them too. There are many lucky people, and Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan happened to be the lucky pair. He didn't need her consent. She would prepare the dowry for marrying her on her own, as if she was afraid that the other person wouldn't be able to marry her. Little girl red-faced sitting in front of the computer, with the afterglow to survey again busy Lin Sinyu. Two people together almost do not need to speak. As long as he is around, the heart will be happy for no reason. All is well. There will not exist any other emotions. Comfortable. The surrounding clamor slowly diminished. Keyboarding, chatting and laughing, and every now and then a student comes in to see if there's any room left inside. To all of this, Bai Shirhan paid no attention, her gaze always resting on Lin Sinyu. In her world, it's all about him. Time passed slowly, and it was late at night. The little girl wasn't sure what he was writing, but could understand that the other was trying to save up enough for the bride price. At this point the girl wanted so much to be close to the boy. If she could just curl up in his arms like a kitten, how nice it would be. Bai Shirhan bit her lips tightly. Her cheeks were scarlet. Her eyes didn't even dare to continue to peek at the other party. Her overall performance wrote that she was shy. Every time the thought ran through her mind, she regretted it. After regretting it and then thinking that what I just thought was great, why couldn't I have been a little more bold? But the feeling was so comforting that she didn't have to think about it much at all. Did I happen to grow into your heart? The blush on Bai Shirhan's small face was originally going to fade away, but when she heard Lin Sinyu say this, she instantly hung a scarlet red again. No, no, then you're still sneaking glances at me. So boring. Bored you look at me and giggle. Well, the little girl knew she couldn't talk her way out of him, so she just stayed silent so he wouldn't know what to do. Before the scheme could succeed, Lin Sinyu gathered his things and got up from the side, not forgetting to exhale as he stood up. Bai Shirhan wanted to hug him so much, she didn't know what else to say to make Lin Sinyu relieve his pressure. She only knew that all the other person wanted was her hug, so this would definitely make him especially happy if she suddenly went up to him and jumped into his arms and wrapped her arms around him. Sometimes the little girl wanted to be capricious for once in particular, but always managed to hold back at the critical moment, and if there would be a way for this to go unnoticed by him, then she would certainly go out of her way to find it. For now, it's just a matter of finding a way to get him to fall asleep in his own home so he can cuddle each other with impunity. Although it was sneaky, but at least it was able to feel the temperature of the other person's body with certainty. In many moments, Bai Shirhan wanted to run straight up to him and tell him it's really too hard to be a good friend. Let's just fall in love with the purpose of marriage, but always at the critical moment, the little girl would back off. She is different from the way of warm water boiling frogs. Other frogs are enjoying and cooked. Bai Shirhan is different. Jumped in by herself and waited until a certain temperature, but she took the initiative to add a dipper of cold water to continue to enjoy it. And when it is really not possible to add cold water to the water, she will jump out to escape. The little girl had enjoyed herself and was satisfied inside. As for how Lin Sinyu was, it was none of her business. Anyway, she was sneaking around and he didn't know, and after she was happy, she didn't care about anything that followed. Even if this behavior was somewhat immoral, the thought of being able to whore himself out in his arms put all those so-called worries to the back of his mind. Lin Sinyu packed up all the card reader memory cards and put them in his pocket. According to the plan, waiting for the next Saturday can all be carried out the release. In the afternoon, we have already found the editor to discuss. For the content of the follow-up novel, that side can be said to be full of praise. As for the manuscript fee this piece, but also need to wait for the follow-up contract to negotiate. It can be considered a first step. Turning her head to look at Bai Shirhan, the little girl was giggling on the side and didn't know what she was thinking. He stepped forward and reached out to wave his hand lightly in front of her, which snapped the other woman back to her senses. What are you thinking about? So involved? Let's go. Let's go to Fatty's. I don't know if the two of them have made any progress all afternoon. Lin Sinyu had already taken her hand out of habit, and she simply stopped resisting, her face full of aggression. It was clearly agreed that he would listen to her as long as she gave her opinion. But the reality was that no matter how much the little girl refused to hold her hand, Lin Xin just wouldn't let go. Instead he held her tighter and tighter as if he wanted to melt her into his body. By the time the two of them found Kong Yu's location, he and the girl next to him were talking and laughing, and didn't even realize that Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan had walked up beside them. The role of Iron Buddies tends to show up at this time, as Lin Sinyu held Bai Shirhan's small hand and stopped beside Kong Yu. Yo, this is not my brother Kong. Good boy, said no time. Feelings this is with the object out to play? After hearing what Lin Sinyu said, the little girl was filled with shock. This routine is so familiar. Chapter 125, 123. How can a good friend peek? Under the night, in the quiet alley, the girl grabbed the boy's coat, exasperated, but still chose to follow the other. The little girl was wearing a light blue tulle dress today, with a cute white bear applique behind her. As it was standing, the skirt perfectly hid the inside unmatched jeans, and from a distance, with the afterglow spread by the street lamps, it was alive like a young girl coming out of a comic. Fatty and that girl are talking and laughing. Why don't you talk to me? Lin Sinyu walked in front. Seeing that Bai Shirhan had been following behind him without saying anything, he took the initiative to open up the conversation. Bai Shirhan stammered, a little angry, but do not know how to express, can only take advantage of the other party's shadow on the ground after the appearance of the 2 feet. Hair angry. What's wrong? If he couldn't tell that she was angry, then what the hell? Lin Xianu stopped and looked down at the other side. The little girl pressed him not to pay attention to him. Tell me who bullied you and I'll help you teach him a hard lesson. Bai Shirhan bristled, hesitating for a moment before raising her hand, pointing at Lin Sinyu. You, I bullied you? Bullied you how? Lin Sinyu didn't understand, or rather didn't understand the kind of bullying she was talking about. Holding hands without the other party's consent, or touching her little cheeks. Was it hard not to be able to scratch her nose? It didn't make sense. If that would be the little girl feeling uncomfortable, surely she would say. Obviously she was enjoying herself as well, so which bullied her? Bai Shirhan looked up, and what was visible to her eyes was the other party's face filled with a puzzled expression, her mouth pouting once again. You made Kongyu call her sister-in-laws. No, I've never made him do it like that before. Lin Sinyu understood the original reason for her anger in this. It is estimated that earlier the little girl let him explain that the two are not a couple, but that Kongyu is still on the sidelines regardless of sister-in-law shouting. You did the same thing. I thought why? That's a habit that exists between me and Fatty. We are obviously good friends. He's so come one. You are not happy, right? You are not happy to explain our relationship. So I do this purely for revenge. Understand? The little girl nodded her head as if she understood. She's just so easy to coax. It doesn't take much time at all. And she believes everything she says, mostly to have a reason in her mind to continue her self-deception. You can't be like him. Good friends are supposed to help each other. Aha! Bai Shirhan is happy. She actually did not much anger. Is thinking of the opportunity to get close to each other. In the internet cafe that will be. The sense of security is not as big as before. Especially the thought of graduating from high school will have a girl to confess to him. Why don't you just be bold and tell him directly that you just like him? The thought that popped into her head startled Bai Shirhan. The matter of taking the initiative to confess. In the past, the little girl didn't even dare to think about it, but now if she thought so, then there was only one reason. She had spent a long time with Lin Sinyu. Bai Shirhan dare not continue to imagine, if with each other to stay a little longer. Well, not really with the kind of couples he said will not move to hold in a peace, close to each other. From time to time issued a bar ringing sound. The boy's palms will also slowly become dishonest, and inadvertent bullying will be slightly open neckline, and then back. The shy little girl didn't know how to continue to produce images. Blushing, the main characters in her mind were after all her and Lin Xianu. How could this not blush and her heart not jump not to mention that he was right in front of her, with the other man leading the way. The two of them could be counted on to arrive at the front door of the house by following the stairs. This also gave enough opportunity for Bai Shirhan to pull out the key to ease her emotions, and when she inserted it into the keyhole, her small hands shook indisputably, and her legs were a little soft with nervousness. Lin Sinyu reached out and snatched the keys from her hand. You're probably too tired today. Take a shower later and rest early. Good. You look good when you blush. Still found out. Bai Shirhan was a little curious. No matter how she hid the redness on her face, every time, the other party would find it. Even if it was hard to stabilize her mood and the little tomatoes would all disappear, he could still see it in advance, or find the disappeared tomatoes again. And even more excessively, sometimes he would even reach out to caress them. The little girl sometimes resists, but as the number of times he was stroked continued to increase, the refusal from the very beginning turned into a desire to welcome him instead. That mixture of anticipation and fear was simply too much for her to handle, and if she had been more daring, she would have reached out and grabbed his hand and placed it on her face, enjoying the warmth of the palm's touch. The two of them had already eaten their meal outside before returning. After all, Kongyu had invited them as a thank you between good friends. Judging by the kids' reaction, the afternoon trip to the internet cafe was probably full of rewards. Lin Sinyu was not surprised. After all, he had seen it once in advance, so it was not as shocking as it would have been at first. The impression of Kongyu suddenly one day led the girl to him. Brother, you introduce. This is my girlfriend. It didn't make him envious at the time. Only this time, he had Bai Shirhan. What's the point of standing? You go take a shower first so that you can go straight to bed as soon as I leave. Lin Xianu stroked her little head, like it was a habit. It always ended up with her staring at him with a complaining look. And in the other's words, if she never grew taller in the future, it would be on him. Lin Sinyu couldn't wait for this, so he could rely on him for the rest of his life. Even though the two of them weren't together right now, anyone with eyes could see that this was a couple, talking about being good friends and doing things that were almost always done between couples. You can't be good friends and expect to kiss each other. Do best friends have to wait for each other to fall asleep and then sneak off to cuddle and rub their enjoyment? After all, for a girl, let alone a girl like Bai Shirhan who was reluctant to get in touch with people, having the same boy come to her door multiple times already said a lot. It was just that the person in question didn't want to admit it. All of them are all exceptions. Only Lin Sinyu is the only one for her. When you're gone, wash. Bai Shirhan's little face turned red. How big of a heart it would be to have such a big boy just sitting at home while she brought her little clothes to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Sinyu acted naturally, completely unconcerned. We are all good friends. A good friend wouldn't peek when you are taking a bath. We are all our own people. Don't we trust our own people? The little girl had no choice but to listen to the other's skeptical and somewhat gentle tone of voice, and the guilt was palpable. It's just a bath. He's a good friend. It's not like he's going to peek. A good friend has to trust a good friends. Chapter 126-124. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Sinyu proved what it means not to peek with facts. It was true that he didn't peek, but stayed in the bedroom where Bai Shirhan was. If the other person had been in the room, then he would have snarked at her with the excuse of looking in the closet. This will not be there, and there will be no opening of the cabinet mind. Little clothes and stuff. Sneaking in to see that is called perversion. It would be called a warrior if it was held and looked at in the presence of its owner, openly and honestly. Not only do you get to watch your little girl blush, but you don't have to take the risk of being caught peeking. The window in the bedroom was left open. The bright moonlight seemed to bring the night breeze into the room with it, blowing up a gust of fragrance. Lin Sinyu sniffed the smell. I don't know if it was the perfume smell or the unique milky scent of Bai Shirhan's body that made people unconsciously intoxicated and linger. Lin Sinyu, who thought he didn't have perverted tendencies, finally locked his eyes on the little girl's bed. Just laying down shouldn't matter. Lin Sinyu was the opposite of Bai Shirhan's personality, completely thinking of something and immediately doing it. Not like her, only daring to think in his mind and entering the state of a sage afterward. Such behavior of just thinking but not doing was clearly shameful. Not so for him, who had gotten down on the bed, carefully feeling the comfort and softness of the bedding. The bed was full of her scent. The softness of his hand felt as if he had really and truly held her. Not yet practiced, Lin Sinyu dare not jump to conclusions. What if the little girl gives more comfort than hugging a futon when you actually hug her? Ring dash. Before I could enjoy it closely, the traditional phone rang from under my pillow. Lin Sinyu had to give up on the current experience and reached for the source of the sound, finally managing to feel the cell phone out from under the pillow to his left. Caller ID, Dad. Hiss. An inexplicable feeling of pressure swept over me, and someone I hadn't even touched before was now on the other end of the phone. Shirhan. Dad's call. Calling out with no response, Lin Sinyu took his cell phone and walked over to the bathroom, knocking on the glass door. Still, not done washing. You can't come in here. I'm not going in. It's Dad on the phone. Ha, Dad. Bai Shirhan's hair in the bathroom had long since been rolled up in a towel, and although it was smoky, she could still vaguely see the arc of her body, which was not at all comparable to that of an average high school girl. The little girl was a little flustered and fidgety. Her dad hadn't even called in a while, and tonight's sudden call must have been something. Want me to get that for you? No. Bai Shirhan felt anxious. If it was not for the fact that there were no clothes on her body at this time, I am afraid that she would have opened the door to grab the cell phone. So, what if I hand it in to you? Good. Outside the door Lin Sinyu had a look of triumph. He could have waited for the little girl to tell her after the bath. The purpose of saying it in advance was to see how the other party should handle it. Risks often go hand in hand with rewards. This is not? Bai Shirhan weakly opened the bathroom door, her small hand slowly reaching out from the inside, beckoning slightly. How could Lin Xin give up this kind of opportunity? Immediately put his hand close to the other party, probably because he had just taken a bath. He could smell the fragrance of shower flowers coming from the other party from a long distance. Big hands and little hands close to each other. The two will always play tricks on each other when it comes to their favorite people, as it was now. For example, as the phone was about to touch Bai Shirhan's small hand, suddenly the arm slid down and touched the girl's skin. At first the little girl thought it was a cell phone she was touching, and was just about to pull it in, when she realized with hindsight that it was simply a person's arm. Lin Xin looked reserved, but his arms weren't even hard, and he even had his own urge to run into the bathroom. How could Bai Shirhan let him get away with it? Snatching the phone the moment she saw it before pushing the annoying arm out of the door and closing it quickly, almost let him in. Looking at the cell phone that had stopped ringing, the little girl was not too busy to call back. Taking the towel from the hanger, he inwardly sighed with relief of sorts. and then began to wipe away the drops of water that were all over his body from top to bottom. The towel, which was drying, quickly became hydrated and traveled from neck to arms, down and finally wandered to the thighs. Lin Sinyu was not idle, and returned to the bedroom to continue adding to the subsequent plot. Novel this thing, even if you know the rough outline of the story in your heart, but still have to organize it, otherwise it will be interrupted by the sudden appearance of other thoughts, and then have to comb through it all over again. That will be very troublesome. The diligent author has been perfecting the plot for a long time, and basically has very few water clusters, and is either thinking about the plot or adding to the persona every day. Writing, only to hear the bathroom door was opened. Lin Sinyu stopped his movements, did not turn around, deliberately did not hear, sat and stood still in front of the desk, waiting for the little girl to arrive. I'm going to talk to my dad on the phone. At this time, Bai Shirhan had already put on her pajamas. Her perfect body had been sealed and had become cute and cuddly. Good, then I'll go out now. No, it's okay not to go out. The little girl told him that she mainly wanted him to stay quiet and out of the way for fear of being heard by her father, and if she heard that she'd be screwed. Tap the dialing key, accompanied by a beeping sound. The other end of the phone was quickly connected. Due to the absence of the speakerphone, Lin Sinyu basically could not hear the content of their chat. You can only hear Bai Shirhan nodding her head the whole time she was obedient, not daring to refute a word, probably a habit she had already developed before. Lin Xianyu wasn't that nervous and just stared at her until he saw the little girl frown and slowly got up, going to the other side. Bai Shirhan's eyes widened, not even thinking that he would be so bold. Seeing that he didn't move the rest of the way and hadn't made a sound yet, he relaxed. Well, I saw my brother, so when the high school exams are over, am I going over there? Originally, Lin Sinyu didn't have much of a reaction. Upon hearing the words uttered by the little girl, one could probably guess what the two were chatting about. Guess it's just for her to go over there after the test. Bai Shirhan was a little hesitant, and even not afraid to turn her head to Lin Sinyu beside her, her eyes full of reluctance. Can I not go over there? In order to let the little girl relax, Lin Sinyu reached out and grabbed her small hand that had nowhere to rest because of her nervousness, and the smooth and tender feeling in his hand instantly didn't want to let go, and he wanted to hold it in the palm of his hand like this for the rest of his life. A ring of red hung around the girl's neck, the tips of her ears are pink, not to mention her little face. Shy Bai Shirhan had forgotten about the words of rejection coming from the other end of the phone, and now she didn't even have the heart to think about that kind of thing. All she could think about was one thing. How dare he hold hands while she's on the phone with her dad? If they found out, they'd be killed straight away. Lin Sinyu didn't care about that. His mouth slightly opened and pressed up and down. Bai Shirhan can read his lips. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chapter 127, 125. Wanting to jump into his arms. Good. No. Bai Shirhan's speech began to break and she had no idea how to communicate properly. It's really annoying that he's holding hands even though he's still groping and touching there. Lin Sinyu didn't want to be like this, but the other party's small hands looked like they had been smeared with water, and when he didn't pay attention his palms slid down uncontrollably, so it wasn't his fault. The phone call always passes in a heartbeat. The little girl was relieved, and then she quickly pulled out her little hand that was right on Lin Sinyu's hand, staring at him with a puff of air. Liar! What's wrong with me? You said you wouldn't bully me. I didn't bully you. Lin Xianyu spread his hands and expressed his great innocence. If I got upset, would you come over and comfort me? Will, that's not it. You're upset. As a good friend, I must comfort you. Bai Shirhan was momentarily frozen by the remark, and when she thought about the emotions she had just answered the phone with, it did seem a bit bad. Guilt washed over him, and he wanted to apologize, but he felt embarrassed and could only squirm and stammer, not knowing what words to open his mouth. Is it because you think you misunderstood me? So now you're embarrassed? The little girl kept her head down and didn't say anything. Blushing, she didn't look at him. If she knew, she knew. So why did she have to say it to break her up? That's some badassery. Although Lin Sinyu didn't express much on his lips, he was very pleased on the inside. Here, touch my face and I'll forgive you. I don't want. Bai Shirhan took her cell phone and left. She hadn't had time to wash her hair just now because she answered the phone, and she would have to go wash her hair this time. The moon is more beautiful tonight compared to the last few days. Removing the cloud cover, the stars surround the moon with twinkling light. The cat on the balcony appeared to be somewhat similar to the one in the study room at school. How could Lin Xianyu notice so much? His mind was all on the little girl. Seeing that the bathroom door was not closed, he moved his feet and went inside. Outside the window, the white tabby is all a bit shocked. The moment he saw Lin Sinyu, he had already recognized the other party as the two in the study room. Is this as good as it gets? Coming over to your girlfriend's house in the middle of the night to warm up properly? Having your balls GA doesn't affect the love dead out outside in the slightest. It's so hard to be a cat. flirting with a she-cat and bumping into acquaintances. What a coincidence. Bathroom. Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu were looking at each other. The girl was blushing, but the boy was jumping up and down. The little girl was reluctant, but Lin Sinyu nonetheless said that he was very skilled and could definitely make her comfortable. And with a half-hearted attitude, Bai Shirhan eventually chose to try. In his words, how wonderful it would be for good friends to be able to wash each other's hair. At least it would prove that they would be the best of friends. Relax, I'm very skilled. Don't be afraid. Well, slow down. Bai Shirhan blushed red, a little nervous as she experienced being rubbed by the other's hand for the first time. Lin Sinyu hands on her head gently pressing, occasionally wet with water, in order to prevent the other side of the cold, deliberately in advance to get the temperature of the water. Put all the hair in the pool. The boy stood just behind the girl, the two in front of each other, touching each other now and then, feeling the palm of the other's hand constantly performing strokes and gently rubbing and washing her hair. The little girl fell deeply into enjoyment. For the first time, I realized that having your hair washed could be so soothing. I'm not lying, I'm really good at this. Well, feeling that her distance was very close to the other party, Bai Shirhan was a little embarrassed. Ever since she was a little girl, her mom and dad had been talking about men and women, and at first she had followed the instructions, but now she had gradually lost herself. The little girl closed her eyes and chanted in her mind, I really didn't mean to do it myself, and I hope I won't be chastised accordingly. Lin Xin wet all of her hair, smeared it with shampoo and rubbed it gently. I don't know if it was the scent of the shampoo or Bai Shirhan's own scent, but Lin Sinyu only felt a light fragrance wafting into his nose from the position of her neck, and just smelling it made his head go up a bit. Didn't anyone wash your hair when you were a kid? Yes, remember not please. This point Bai Shirhan didn't tell a lie. Basically since elementary school, she already knew how to wash her hair and dress and even sweep the floor, wash clothes, as long as she was able to do the housework. She basically understood the general idea. It's not that mom and dad let her learn, but she was really bored at home alone, so she watched Auntie Song do it, and watched and learned. Shirhan, if you were my wife, I'd wash you every day. When the little girl heard this, her face, which was already shy, was instantly covered in red again, and just by looking at it from behind, she could see the scarlet appearing on her face. No, it won't work. I know, we're just good friends now, but good friends can only wash their hair from time to time. You can wash it every day if you're a wife. Really? Bai Shirhan's heart moved, subconsciously inquired, and then regretted a little, but what was said was still heard by the other party. Really, I've never lied to you. Even if Lin Sinyu didn't say so, there were several compelling voices present in the little girl's own head. Really don't want to be a wife? I don't want to be a wife. Now it's a hair wash, but in the future I don't know what other benefits there will be. For a while, Bai Shirhan even wondered a little bit if all the little heads were in league with him and why they often spoke for him. More and more bubbles appear on the head. The little girl closed her eyes in enjoyment. The two were in front of each other, one constantly moving while the other stood quietly. How's that for intensity? Available. He didn't lie. Washing your hair does feel good. When the warm water had rinsed all the foam off his head, Lin Sinyu thoughtfully replaced it with a basin of water and cleaned it again. Once everything was all taken care of, that's when he grabbed a towel that was already on the side ready to wipe her head. Here, simply dry off the water first. Lin Xin said as he rubbed it with his hand, the little girl enjoying it right in front of him, experiencing this different feeling for the first time. Towel rubbing her small head. Bai Shirhan loved this feeling, but she would not take the initiative to say it out, because it was understood that once this kind of thing was said out, the other party would surely intensify it all in the future, and use this as a breakthrough to make this kind of request every time. After spending a long time together, the little girl already knew enough about Lin Sinyu, so she didn't even need to consider observing. Lin Xin peacefully dried Bai Shirhan's hair with a towel, and she just stood there, slightly raising her head to look at the other party from time to time. Sometimes being happy is so simple. Favorite stood on his heels, and no matter what he did, he felt an unwarranted sense of satisfaction as long as his attention was on her. Like the current Bai Shirhan, who was somewhat unable to control herself after seeing the other party's gentle eyes. Many times I wanted to jump into his arms for a hug. Chapter 128, 126. Already unclear. Bai Shirhan had never dreamed that blow-drying her hair would be such a comfortable thing to do. The little head was rubbed and rubbed. Not only that, but the warmth emanating outward from the other's body could be clearly felt. The hair dryer by the counter came in handy at this point. How are you so skillful? I used to blow-dry my mom's hair when I had nothing else to do. A few more times and practice makes perfect. Next time you try blow-drying for me? Bai Shirhan shook her head. Don't. Even though in her heart she wanted to scratch and claw at his head, she wasn't going to admit it. What kind of a best friend would do that? And just because he didn't abide by the law of getting along as a best friend didn't mean she didn't. Obedient children will be rewarded. This was the excuse Bai Shirhan had found for herself when they were together, and the so-called reward was nothing more than the self-definition she carried out within herself. When certain requirements were met, the little girl would reward herself for overdoing it. Either she intentionally gives the other person a hand to hold, or she lets Lin Sinyu take advantage of the situation. All the moves just on the surface. Bai Shirhan was reluctant, but in actuality, she was ecstatic inside. Reward for success +1. The hairdryer was humming and the little girl's heart was pounding. Normally between a man and a woman, things like blow-drying hair should only be done by intimate people. Doesn't it feel good to blow dry? Hey! Bai Shirhan was very happy, like she had gotten a so-called reward. They are now getting into a normal routine together, and the little girl doesn't get nervous at all. Instead she sometimes gets a little emotional, but she's so easy to coax. She loses her temper after a few soft words and completely forgets the reason for her anger. Shirhan. Lin Sinyu put down the blow dryer in his hand, not forgetting to clean the towel that wiped his hair, and after a series of actions were all completed, he looked down at her. I'm going to start making money. Bai Shirhan opened her mouth wide in surprise. Then, will that affect her studies? Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be able to get into the same university as you. The main thing is to save up money so I can marry you home later. The bride price is the most important thing. The little girl blushed, not expecting him to speak so directly, and could only retort shyly, we're good friends. Yes, good friend, good friend. Lin Sinyu nodded his head to match her, but in his heart he was thinking of something else. One day he would let the little girl hold his hand and touch the bulging belly. Sinyu, look, for the sake of our pure and sincere friendship, this little tiny Han is the best witness. How fun that would be, being such unclear and good friends. Bai Shirhan enjoyed it somewhat, while the guilt that arose within him grew stronger. To even think of touching him yourself is responsible, and if you don't, you're a bad woman. If she hadn't taken the step before, the little girl wouldn't have been afraid at all, and when she had enjoyed the pleasure she got from it after taking the step, it would have been impossible to turn back. As for wanting to be a pair of innocent good friends, for the time being, Bai Shirhan couldn't do it in her heart, having already made a bad move on him. To say that there was no relationship, she herself didn't believe it. Previously there was no certainty. This time after being blown over the top by Lin Sinyu, the latent liking inside seemed like it had found the most suitable vent, and it was out of control. A buried favorite, even though it's tempting to keep hiding it, has become a fact. So, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Bai Shirhan didn't respond the first time, although she hated to admit it, but her little face looked like a traitor, and it was obvious that there was some reluctance. The reserved young girl didn't know what to do. She even thought in the back of her mind about going up to his back and hugging it as a way to hold on. Naija didn't have the courage to do anything but stand still and watch. I'm going out with nothing to show for it? Well, no hugs or anything? No, this guy is very bad. Every time she can say what she thinks in her heart. Say it even if, but also asked her to take the initiative to come a little. Do not know their own initiative? She wasn't going to take the initiative, and if she did, she was sure to be bullied more aggressively. Just the thought of being pressed against the wall and straddling his waist, Bai Shirhan's heart would beat faster. Let alone Lin Sinyu really go this way. To put it bluntly, what the little girl was afraid of was not being bullied by him, but when she was bullied by him, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist telling the other person to stop being a good friend and come bully me. Obviously, he would have told him before with certainty we're good friends. We can't do this. The attitude was firm and has now turned into anticipation. The innocent young girl has no idea that she is in love at all when she is trying to understand what it is to be in love. Even if your mouth keeps trying to refuse, the truth is that it's just a new type of self-deception by a boiled frog that keeps adding cold water to the pot. That's so petty. I'll go back then. Pretty much take a shower and go to bed. If you miss me, you can message me on your cell phone, penguin. My penguin is always waiting for you. After saying that, Lin Sinyu turned around and left, not giving the little girl a chance to reply back at all. Like a child who had done something wrong, Bai Shirhan wanted to chase him out to see him off. But in the end she hesitated until she heard the door of the room close and rattle, and then she went out of the room. The balcony at night is just right for the moonlight. The girl was dressed in a white nightgown, as if she were a fairy who had descended to earth. The direction her eyes were looking, she could identify as the only one who could tug at her heartstrings. He smelled really good, and just after the two of them stayed in the room, the little girl wanted to cuddle up to him and go to sleep. Inner timidity, creating the current, can only be reluctant to see each other leave. Bai Shirhan clenched her small fists and made up her mind. Starting tomorrow, got to step up my efforts to save for the bride price. She has to reach her small goal quickly, put the so-called expensive dowry in front of him and proudly say to him, this is the dowry needed to marry me. I'm ready. Good friendships can be done by whomever you like. Xinu. Come on, hold me. Come on, hold me hard. I want to be a husband and wife relationship with you that can have many children. Until Lin Sinu's figure disappeared, the little girl entered the sage state again, recalling the phone call with her dad and falling into deep thought. At that time, I was only concerned about enjoying myself, and I didn't even listen carefully to what the person on the other end of the phone was saying. And now that I've calmed down and thought about it carefully, she's going to be leaving after the entrance exams. In the past, if she had heard the notice, Bai Shirhan would not have felt any different emotions at all and would have just followed the arrangement. Now the little girl's heart has changed. No longer the girl who obeyed her parents. She already has her own thoughts, already has a life of her own. Not to mention that here, she still has one. No matter what happens, he will be accompanied. Tonight, the stars are shining brightly and the moon is in the sky. The wind is a little cool, but he is very warm in my mind. Chapter 129, 127. Do you want to take the initiative to hold me and try? The weekend went by fast. Unconsciously, the little girl kind of missed the time she spent with Lin Sinu in the countryside. It's carefree. You don't have to worry about anyone's feelings at all. And not only that, but you get to play the role of a couple in a romantic relationship with a straight face. Thinking back to that period of time together, whenever someone asked Lin Sinu, he would probably introduce to his grandparents, "This girl is the one I've been looking for." No matter who it is, they will say, "The grandson-in-law of the Xiaoyu family is really handsome." Familiar alleys, familiar people. The girl stood obediently at the bottom of the building, waiting for a small meeting to realize that no one was there. Moving to take the initiative to go to the corner position, lean over and wait quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and when the familiar figure appeared in front of him, the little girl took advantage of his gaze to the bottom of the building and suddenly ran out from the corner. "Good morning, Lin Sinu." The boy was unprepared and was shocked, looking at the girl with shock on his face. "Bai Shirhan, you've gotten bold." In the past, not to mention scaring, even the most basic one would go to school alone and hide. Now that there can be such a change, Lin Sinu's first reaction was happiness. Well, the little girl didn't know why she suddenly wanted to do this today. It was just that she had seen Lin Sinu go and scare Kong Yu like this before, so she followed suit. Not to mention, the moment he saw his opponent shiver, his heart filled with fulfillment. "Here, your breakfast, buns with soy milk. Tomorrow I'll take you early to eat wontons, mochi dumplings or vermicelli or something like that. We didn't try those. We won't have a chance when we graduate," Lin Sinu said and pulled on her small hand. The line of sight went down. Bai Shirhan's pretty face was red. It was a good thing that the school uniform was the red lace, otherwise it would definitely be a conspicuous little tomato. I don't know if it was because last night was too much to miss. The little girl didn't resist this time, obediently being held by him. Even so, but still could feel her panic at the moment. Bowing her head, she dared not move forward, as if the moment she took it up, everything around her had nothing to do with her. "Why don't you eat?" Hearing the other party's inquiry, Bai Shirhan only then complained and opened her mouth to explain. I can't grasp." With one hand, there were 4 or 5 buns in the bag, not to mention the soybean milk. Bai Shirhan could only hold it with one hand. The other hand was held by him in the palm of his hand, so it was a bit difficult to try to eat the buns. Only then did Lin Sinu react. The feeling of holding hands was marvelous. Her palms were delicate and smooth. Her skin was pale and flawless. Couples like to hold hands for this reason, especially if they are young and just getting together. It would be a lie to say that they wouldn't hold hands. Either that or one of them isn't coming on. "Then I'll feed you." "No, it can't be so formal between good friends." Lin Xinu snatched the bun from her hands, regardless of whether the little girl agreed or not, and pulled out a meat bun for his customary feeding. "Don't gawk. Come open your mouth and go to school when you're done. If you want to be seen feeding you then I don't mind. Just so I can announce to them that Bai Shirhan is my wife and we're in a relationship." "No can do. I eat." How can there still be such a person? The little girl was full of aggression and followed him to a less crowded place. Originally it used to be that she ate and left the rest for him to eat, but now inexplicably it became that he had to feed her. Well, since her mouth was relatively small, Bai Shirhan was easily filled by the other party, and seeing her gently bite down, Lin Sinu didn't continue to stuff it in. Then came the scene that made the little girl's pupils open wide. He only saw Lin Xinu stuffing the half of the bun that he hadn't finished eating straight into his mouth without making any inquiries at all, and even licked his lips with intent after finishing it. All the behaviors turned Baishan into a small tomato again. Since the two of them had known each other for a while, the little girl had lost count of how many times she had been made red. The buns were dealt with in a one-half solution between the two of them. Bai Shirhan's small face rolled. No need to think about it. She knew that she was now blushing red, and she lowered her head in good behavior, drinking the soybean milk in peace and quiet. On the way to the school, There was no reason for Rin Shinwoo to hold hands as there were more and more students around. After all, this is not yet the end of the college NCE exam, if so boldly found by people, certainly inevitable a burst of discussion. He was fine with that, but he was afraid that his little girl would be nervous. But when he looked down to see the other side, Bai Shirhan was holding the corner of his coat with one hand, drinking soybean milk by herself, not caring about the eyes of the bystanders. Lin Sinyu understood that his Bai Shirhan had completely changed. If he hadn't felt it so carefully, he wouldn't have realized that she was secretly engaging in grinding with his shoulder every now and then from the sidelines. How could this behavior have happened before? Comfortable? Shoo. Ha? Bai Shirhan pretended to be confused, her eyes wandering around, just not daring to look up at Lin Sinyu. Say, isn't it always white whoring? The little girl knew what he said by heart, but continued to look as if she didn't understand. Well, want to hold hands now? Not at all. Then instead of taking the big center path, we'll take the little path to class where we can sneak in and hold hands. Well, the root of all evil. Bai Shirhan was tempted to refuse, and as the voice in her head continued to goad her, she gave up her intention to do so. Do you want to offer to hold me and try? The two walked furtively down the path. Usually holding hands was Lin Sinyu putting her palm into her hand. Except for that time in the countryside when her fingers were interlocked, there was no second time. No, don't. Still so timid. Although Bai Shirhan didn't understand a lot of things, she could hear that the other party's words clearly had a bit of mockery in them. Gamely, he put his small hand out, flinching as he was about to touch his palm and tried to draw it back. Lin Sinyu, which can be as she wishes, grabbed her hand that wants to escape to not let the other side leave. Also do not know whether it is nervous or overwhelmed. Bai Shirhan's small hand cold, skin-touching moment, even if the previous experience, but this will still be a little nervous. If the usual simple hand-holding, that's okay, that bad guy is actually secretly hooking her fingers, right arm and slender left arm touching, like a temptation, seducing the little girl body to relax, unconsciously open the small hand. At this very moment, if it wasn't for the fresh breeze blowing in the distance, Bai Shirhan felt like she might have been burned out. The second time the fingers were interlocked, it had taken her half a day to get out of her weak-legged state, not to mention the fact that last time she had just stood still, but this time she was strolling through the campus holding hands, alive and well. Bai Shirhan felt like she was going crazy. She tried to break free, but found no place in her body where she could exert her strength. It just felt like every cell in her body was speaking to her. Bai Shirhan, isn't this what you want? Lin Sinyu lowered his head and looked at the other party's red-faced lovely appearance, simply to seduce people to death. Chapter 128. I let him come to my house. Classroom. Due to stopping for breakfast and taking the back roads, Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan once again stepped on the arrival point. Some are happy, some are sad. Each time Lihua had been ready to write the two men's names down, but they would always arrive just at the last minute and have to abandon their intentions again, especially when Lin Xianu passed by and didn't forget to say hello to him. It was like a shrimp in pig's heart. Go wild now. Wait for the homeroom teacher to come in the morning and we'll see what you say then. The worst thing about human nature is jealousy. Obviously he was better than him before, and he was at the same table with the girl he liked, but suddenly one day the boy who appeared out of nowhere seemed to steal everything, so naturally he was unhappy. Some people are so pretentious that they don't think about other people's feelings, and always think that they have to have people around them to be normal. The class president seems to like you. Lin Xianu sat in the corner and suddenly came to this. The little girl was a little flustered, and waved her hand in a hurry to explain. I don't like him. Bai Shirhan didn't even stutter when she spoke, and even made up her mind inwardly to go around Li Hua in the future so that she wouldn't be misunderstood by Lin Sinyu. So who do you like? You. Guess. So close. Every time this bad guy would suddenly pull a trick for no reason and catch people off guard. The little girl sighed inwardly in relief and almost blurted out that it was him. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Or wouldn't it have been a confession in person? Confession or something? At least not now. Feeling the early morning 10-finger interlocking moment, recalling the various scenes of being held by the other party's hand, Bai Shirhan's heartbeat accelerated with some faint-heartedness, and in the end, she had to cover the panic in her heart with studying. Since the two of them were very close to each other, Lin Sinyu could clearly hear her rapid breathing, and as for her face, he could guess without looking that it was definitely scarlet. Lin Sinyu liked her hands. Firstly, they were small and well-defined, and secondly, according to the current situation, the only thing that could be touched was her hands. He was also eager to proceed to the next step. Legs, or those little feet that rubbed against each other every time he was nervous, or maybe the kind of embrace where you forget about each other and melt into your body. If it does, then she'll probably open up completely. The first thing you should do, as things are going in the current form, is to earn enough startup capital. As of now, the novel had been submitted and uploaded on Sunday day. and Lin Sinyu had set it to be released on a timed basis. There are two advantages to releasing novels at regular intervals. One is that the author may be busy and forget to post the latest chapter, and the other is that it can be punctual enough for readers to get into the habit of catching up on their reading. Of course, there is no shortage of authors who fail to update on time, perhaps overworked or for other reasons, so it's good to know that handsome readers can forgive and support. For Lin Sinyu, this will be the most important thing, is to stabilize the results. As for the novel, keep a lot of stock, the equivalent of timed release, lying down to make money, just waiting for a burst of fire time. He didn't expect to rely on these to be able to go up against Bai Shirhan's her father, but to acquire enough funds to welcome the approaching new era of the internet. That's when you can really make money in your sleep. The only thing that needs to be done now is to get into the same college as the other person on the entrance exam. As for Bai Shirhan, the little girl would use her afterglow to check out Lin Sinyu every time, and when she saw him frowning, she would follow along, and when she saw him frowning, she reached out and was ready to go to her pocket to pull out candies, but then she felt sad that she had left the house too early this morning without bringing any. For a long time, apart from his brother and father, Lin Sinyu was the first boy he had ever come into contact with, and even the class teacher Bai Shirhan, who rarely spoke, had already made so-called intimate gestures with him. Even if her reflexes had been slow, she could have guessed that it was a liking that went beyond that of good friends. Since you already want to do this, you can't think about regretting it. At least it's much easier to enjoy it in secret than to confess. Only what the little girl didn't know was that if this was discovered by the other party, she would surely be rewarded with 10 months of rest if she didn't pay attention. School goes by very quickly. In the beginning, don't look at Bai Shirhan, who stayed in the classroom alone every day, obviously saying that time would pass quickly if she just studied hard, but she realized that it wasn't that way. It might work a little at first, but when the little girl finished learning the points in it, she was alone again and didn't know how to spend her time. It wasn't until she met Lin Sinyu that all her problems happened to be solved. She could go and peek at each other with all the practice problems done, and even though she might get caught, she still enjoyed the sense of merriment that the process brought. Wait for morning recess. Old Chen suddenly came to the class. Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan, come to my office. Most of the eyes of the class went to them. The little girl felt nervous, breathing slightly fast. Often this is when she has to relieve through themselves. But now, before getting up, the warm palms under the table caught her small hand just hanging down, and gently stroked it to show comfort. The whole time Lin Sinyu didn't say a word, but Bai Shirhan realized that the tension that still existed within her heart was swept away. Fear is founded in situations where no one can be relied upon. Rin Shinwu was a symbol of her lack of fear. Ben hadn't done anything wrong. In his words, it was called having a clear conscience. After all, he hadn't agreed to be his wife, and actions such as holding hands could be categorized as gestures of getting along between good friends. That's how Bai Shirhan reassured herself. The two got up from their seats and walked out of the classroom one after the other as the other students watched. Li Hua was the only one who looked like he was getting his way. In the office, Bai Shirhan stood beside Lin Sinyu, afraid of habitually going over to rub the other party's arm, and simply pulled away a small distance directly, with her head lowered, not knowing what to say. On the contrary, it was Lin Sinyu who looked at old Chen with a puzzled face. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? There aren't any new real exam questions, are there? Old Chen ignored him, only feeling surprised and a little disbelieving, but still spoke. Say it, where did you guys go over the weekend? Don't think about lying to the teacher already knows all about it. Bai Shirhan felt flustered and her heart tightened, not expecting to be caught like this on her first trip to an internet cafe. As the student that the teacher cared for the most, Lin Sinyu naturally understood what kind of setup old Chen was doing. Teacher Chen, I admit that I went to Bai Shirhan's house over the weekend, but I'm certain that I definitely didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Old Chen twisted his head to look at Bai Shirhan, having long understood this slippery head of Lin Sinyu, but she was different. The probability of lying was small and small. Bai Shirhan, what did you guys do on the weekend? The little girl began to tense up inside. Her fingers were already rubbing continuously at the position of the corner of her school uniform, probably because he couldn't carry the pressure and opened his mouth anyway. Mr. Chen, I'm the one who asked him to come to my house. Chapter 131-129. When will you come to bully me? 1/3. The impression of a familiar routine resurfaced. Lin Sinyu had not been blackmailed out by Lao Chen before. Obviously the other party was unaware of it, but the expression of certainty that you have made a mistake. It is easy to get an unexpected gain, plus that would still be a child's mind, which is better than the old fox's mind. But what Lin Sinyu didn't expect was for Bai Shirhan to follow suit and learn to lie. Just reviewing together? Old Chen toned with a little doubt. This is to make the little girl a little flustered. Internal hesitation. In wanting to not to go to the internet cafe, things actively say out. Mr. Chen, I admit it. Lin Sinyu had an attitude of voluntarily admitting his mistake, an action he had done every time he had been swindled before. Bai Shirhan looked up, a little worried in her expression, wanting to look at the other side. Considering that the homeroom teacher was still there, she could only lower her head, the strength of her pinch on the corner of the school uniform increasing by a few points. As the two of them get along with the relationship continues to progress, the little girl has long been not afraid of him. On the contrary, when he is busy or dazed, the heart will inexplicably worry. Not to mention now, if the teacher knows, he will certainly be finished. Honestly is a good boy. Almost the college entrance examination. The teacher just wants you to study well. The last mind on study. Even more bitter and tired is this last dozens of days. Old Chen was satisfied, although he had not yet heard the other party admit what he wanted. But just from Lin Sinyu's expression, he could tell that he certainly would not lie. Lin Sinyu nodded. Teacher Chan is right. I shouldn't have suggested that Bai Shirhan go out with me while she was helping me with my tutoring. If she hadn't refused and even lectured me, I would have gone out alone, thanks to Bai Shirhan's reminder. So I'd been reviewing at her house over the weekend. Bai Shirhan raised her head dully, not expecting the other party to say so. Seeing old Chen looking toward her location, she could only nod her head to match. Right, the two look like they're in cahoots. The little girl was a little nervous in her heart. The previous time she felt this way was when she was seen by the head teacher. But that would be different. After all, it wasn't very familiar. And now it was under the eyes of the homeroom teacher. It's over. This is turning into a bad boy for good. It was just that old Chen was a bit unsure. But seeing Bai Shirhan cowering, he had to believe it. How could such a well-behaved girl go to an internet cafe? Thinking about it is impossible. If Lin Sinyu alone can still be justified, two people together holding hands into the internet cafe, this kind of, obviously not realistic. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Before the college entrance exams, Bai Shirhan and I will definitely focus our minds entirely on our studies. Lin Sinyu spoke in a combative manner, leaving the little girl on the side stunned, as if the one who took her to the internet cafe on the weekend was a different person. Good, that's a relief for the teacher. Old Chen nodded in satisfaction and signaled for them to leave. Bai Shirhan first gave up her position and waited for Lin Sinyu to walk to the front before she followed behind at ease. I don't know why. Lao Chen looked at the back of the two people leaving, but actually felt a little match. Most importantly, Bai Shirhan, who usually didn't talk much, he seemed to have just seen it. She was smiling at Lin Sinyu. It's probably an illusion. Back in the classroom they were like nobody's business, not thinking about what had just happened by heart. Bai Shirhan was surprised that she could actually lie without blushing now. Thinking back to the first time the two spoke scene, he was cold and didn't want to talk to himself, and she had been secretly observing this person who was different from her because she was afraid. Who knew that after observing, he suddenly came close to her for no reason, behaved too roguishly to bully her, and had to make her his wife. The little girl was indeed scared, and had never been in the habit of refusing people, and when she came across such a dilemma, she racked her brain for a solution. But then it wasn't like he was trying to bully her. Even after realizing that he had a girl following behind him every night, he was habitually protective, and in the end, he just gave up playing around with Konyu and chose to send her home, not to mention doing a lot of things together that we haven't done. Therefore, even though she was scared, Bai Shirhan would still involuntarily choose to approach the other party. She wanted to be with him all the time, and it felt like just having him around made the whole thing feel better. Seeds that seemed to have never been there before spread infinitely through her mind. The little girl had no idea what it was, but it gave her a feeling of both excitement and nervousness. At first it was fear of the other side bullying her. By now, if there were a loudspeaker inside, it would surely ring out the same words from time to time. When is he going to come and bully me? Although the other's mouth was always spent, but now the only thing the two had done was hold hands. Hugging had not even been completely developed. The little girl was very relieved. After all, she had done it can be much bolder than him. That was while he was asleep to sneak in on him leaning and grinding a little. That's the first time she's ever been bold. Bai Shirhan realized that she was not afraid of him, but the kind of like he said, wanting to stay with him every day, wanting to give him all the good. She didn't want to see Lin Sinyu angry, and on the contrary was afraid that the other party would be under pressure not to be able to marry herself. So she started to save up the money needed for the bride price from now on. From being wary at the beginning, it has become a careful favorite. Still scared? Don't worry, it's fine. Mr. Chen is very nice. As long as we stabilize our grades, we'll be fine even if we go to an internet cafe. Bai Shirhan nodded her head. As long as he was beside her, she wouldn't feel scared. The two were not very far apart in the middle. Due to the fact that I was called to talk to the homeroom teacher at recess, this would be a good time to stay in the classroom with a straight face. As for Konyu, it's not a problem for that guy to stay alone in the kiosk. In addition to the singing and jumping of the radio gymnastics with the sound of bouncing coming from the other side of the playground, There was also the occasional bird chirping. Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan just sat in their seats without speaking. The two of them were very quiet. The only thing that could be seen was the gentle breeze passing through the gap between them, as if this could connect them together. You can lie now, hey. Knew he'd say that. Once again, Bai Shirhan's mind was punctured. She had thought about this the moment she had just come out of the office. The bad guy would surely take this opportunity to poke fun at herself. The little girl pulled small snacks out of the drawer. No more candy, but still something else to gag the other girl so he wouldn't follow up with something that would make her blush even more. You're a bad boy now. And bad boys get punished, you know? Well, Bai Shirhan was suddenly a little nervous, subconsciously thinking that he was going to bully her. And for a moment, she didn't know whether to give up the enjoyment of resisting or try her best to fend it off. Lin Sinyu didn't move closer and looked out the window. When he turned back, he was smiling. This is good. You're a bad boy like me. I can bully you openly and honestly. The gentle wind drifted slowly past the two men's heels. The little trumpet hidden in his heart began to cry out with vigor. I really get bullied by you. Chapter 132-130. 3 periods in love, 2/3. Since when, exactly? Bai Shirhan had already thought about this question many times, and each time she didn't have an accurate answer in her heart. Inexplicably fallen. A fall is a fall, and as long as she doesn't say anything, then it's still a good friendship, and he doesn't even know about it anyway. That way she can enjoy the act of holding hands with each other openly and honestly. Though you may feel shy about interlocking your fingers, it's the same thing when you first start holding hands, so let's just say that you're doing it less often now, and you're getting used to it as you go along. Bai Shirhan thought that she must be crazy to have such thoughts, probably because she really liked it. That's why she involuntarily thought of him. The school day went by fast. People used to say that studying was the best way to scratch away time, and now Bai Shirhan realized that studying with him seemed to go by the fastest. After writing the topic, I went to observe him, and after observing him, I went back to writing the topic, and so on, and before I could react, the class was over. Lunch was as usual. The difference was that the little girl could easily and comfortably ask her sister to call for food and not have to worry about the long lines around her, whereas before she had only dared to go to the far end of the less crowded line to wait for her meal. She now realized that it seemed like she suddenly had a lot of options. This kind of day, Bai Shirhan could like it too much. No need to consider other reasons, as long as she was happy. Still 2 meat and 1 veggie today? The cafeteria auntie was so happy that every time she saw the two of them come over to eat, it was as if she saw her own child. And the portions were so generous that all the other students cast envious glances. I don't know who spread the word, but one after the other. The people who were eating behind them called out to one sister after another to get hold of the code to add the food. You see, the fat man is quite fast. Looking in the direction Lin Sinyu had said, Bai Shirhan realized that the girl Kong Yu was chasing was sitting with him. The other party also saw them at that moment, and with that expression, it was obvious that they were just showing off. Lin Sinyu didn't say anything. When the time came he would have something to cry about. The thought of the follow-up to deal with help. It is a bit of a headache. But who let the two of them like father and son it? To save the future he is sparse again to find their own drinking and crying. Can only help. Are they in early love? The little girl inquired in a small voice, wondering why the two of them weren't like her and Lin Xinu. Good friends could feed each other things to eat, so why couldn't couples instead? Do you have to sneak around at school when you become lovers? Bai Shirhan looked like she had discovered a new continent. That one of theirs is early in the relationship. Lin Xinu took a bite of his meal and patiently gave instructions to the little girl. Early in the relationship? What's it like back there then? This completely aroused her inner desires, and her biggest thought was still to compare her and Lin Xinu to see if it was a so-called romantic relationship. The initial stage is, you look at me smoothly, I look at you and don't hate you, always want to stick to each other every now and then, surpassing all the likes of the opposite sex, and every time you see each other, your mood will be inexplicably happy. Bai Shirhan's heart trembled as she listened, comparing her current thoughts about Lin Sinyu. It seemed like this was probably the case. Lin Xinu continued to eat and saw the other party stop his chopsticks and froze a little, which made him realize that maybe he had hit on her inner thoughts. This girl, no wonder she has been secretly posting with him lately. Feelings have been slowly cooked. What about the middle term? I can tell you that too if you want to know. Just in case you don't want to hear it. Wanted to hear it. As soon as Bai Shirhan heard that the other party wasn't going to say anything, she was immediately a bit anxious. After all, she had all the practices in the early stages and wanted to compare what would be different in the middle stages. Here, open your mouth and I'll tell you if you eat this green vegetable dutifully. Well, why are you taking advantage of the fire? Bai Shirhan's expression was irritated, but she still opened her small mouth slightly, allowing him to put the chopsticks he had eaten into her mouth, and had no choice but to accept it. Being fed is an addictive behavior. and the girl is too shy to initiate it due to her reserve. So if the other person thinks of feeding, then she can only accept it reluctantly, not that she volunteered for it anyway. The middle of the relationship couples will appear part of the physical contact behavior, such as holding hands, embrace, will also have intimate alias, bold directly call wife or baby, timid will call the little name. There are even more bold again. The two may go to the alley, or go to the grove. At that time we have to do justice. Let them study well. Bai Shirhan was distressed to hear that, as if she had done half of everything with him, he had called her his wife, only she hadn't agreed to it, but the two of them had engaged in the act of holding hands, and even though it wasn't them who were the main characters who went to the alleys and the groves, the two of them had been to all these places. So the middle of the relationship arrived at the halfway point. The little girl was now completely incapable of self-restraint. In the past, even after intimacy, there would be an internal self-warning this behavior is not acceptable. But now, instead of warning, it will be tinged with the anticipatory thought, how is he going to bully me next time? Forced to hold back the new you addiction for a long time was not able to get catharsis. Now the full outbreak. Bai Shirhan found that her resistance is declining extremely fast. In the event that he makes intimate moves on her, not only will not refuse, but will secretly cooperate. What if one day he calls his wife again and she finally can't help but say yes with a twitch in her head? So, what about late? Lin Xin Yu didn't answer her. Only his gaze went to the chopsticks in the other party's hands. Late in the day. Late in the day, it's a bit complicated. Do you really want to know? What is he? So shameless. Seeing the other party open his mouth in action, Bai Shirhan didn't need to think about it to know what he was trying to do. Obviously wanting her to feed him. There was nothing to be done. Whoever had already accepted this scoundrel in front of him inwardly could only chuck up a few pieces of meat and feed them to him with the chopsticks she had used. The process of boiling a frog in warm water seems to have become a little different. The frog that usually likes to add cool water to the pot now seems to have stopped moving. Not only does it not continue to add cool water to the pot, but instead, it also takes a bucket and backs off all the water that is almost full inside, slowly moving towards maturity. Sure enough, it still has to be wife-fed to taste good, not a wife. Bai Shirhan's objections were breathless, as if she was weak-hearted. For the little girl recently changed. Lin Xinyu is in the eyes. He is also clear why the other party does not dare to go in and take a step forward. This kind of state is actually the most secure way for them to get along at the moment. Understanding each other's mind. Even if he understood what she was thinking, he would pretend not to know to molest her, so that the little girl would also self-deceive for enjoyment. The late stage of the relationship. To the late stage may not have the kind of sweetness before, but need two people to work together to maintain the sugar level of the relationship. Then there may be a quarrel over a small thing exists. The way is always more than the trouble. It depends on each other, like the willingness to find. Bai Shirhan frowned slightly. She doesn't like to argue. Chapter 133-131. No reason not to be a wife. 3/3. For example, if I have a fight with you over some small thing and neither of us are talking, what will this do? Lin Xinyu stopped and stared at her. The little girl stared at him blankly, her chopsticks biting in her mouth for a long time before she popped out a sentence. I won't argue with you. That's not an example. He was about to be adorable by her. Obviously just an example, but was taken seriously, puckered up his little mouth, full of serious face, and said to him. The little girl came on strong. Citing examples is also not allowed. Lin Xinyu could only coax her. Okay, we haven't been fighting. Aha! At this Bai Shirhan brain nodded and happily settled the meal. Under the others' prolonged supervision, her appetite had felt like she could eat a large bowl of rice, which in turn had a large impact on her physical development. After the meal was finished, the little girl didn't know what to do, seeing that the other party hadn't settled the meal yet, so she could only look east and west, first peeking at Lin Xinyu, and then following his gaze to Kong Yu and the others who weren't far away. Unlike the two men, Kong Fatty's side of the conversation can be described as a hot mess, and the girl opposite him, whose personality seems to be more straightforward, is laughing and laughing, completely disregarding her image. Bai Shirhan envied this character. Growing up she had been focusing on manners, and talking and speaking would be rare, let alone laughing uncontrollably at the dinner table, which was definitely a no-no. Why don't we go over and have dinner together later? Noticing the little girl's eyes, Lin Xin was probably clear about what she was thinking, plus the fact that having a couple around only accelerated the lowering of the other party's mental defenses even more. Everyone is guilty of knocking up couples, not to mention the idea of trying it out for yourself when your friends beside you are in love. Not only that, but it also allows the little girl to contact people with different personalities. The girl Fatty knows has a good character. If not for Kong, you did not dare to pluck up the courage to pursue. In the end it will certainly become his wise wife, only to say that it is more unfortunate. Plus the girls directly had better topics to talk about and drove faster than even the boys. So if she was introduced to the little girl, she'd definitely be supplemented with a lot of biological knowledge. It's a deal. We'll go over and eat with them at lunch later. Lin Sinyu didn't give her a chance to refuse at all. And with words like that, Bai Shirhan could only nod her head. When the meal was settled, the little girl left after Lin Xinu. All of them were once again seen by someone who had the intention to see. Even the mutual feeding action is familiar with the current each other. Only one thought. That is to let the teacher know. Look at the way the two of them get along with each other. It is obvious that they are in early love. Caught again. Senior students' minds are basically only put on the study. As for anything else, usually look, even if you find someone early love, at most gossip about it, will not go to the teacher. Li Hua is different. The person he thought belonged to him was suddenly snatched away from him, and he was more than a little disgruntled inside, and from this he kept an eye on the two of them, sometimes not forgetting to check in class to see if they were secretly talking, so that he could conveniently put his name down. Jealousy always makes people lose their minds. It is not easy to youthful throbbing emotions were poured pots of cold water, to say swallow this breath. A little unrealistic. In the office, Teacher Chen, I saw Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu feeding each other in the cafeteria during lunch, and they even went to an internet cafe together last time, so this will definitely affect their grades on the college entrance exam. Old Chen didn't say anything after hearing this. Last time he said he saw them holding hands and walking into the internet cafe, but Bai Shirhan saw an introverted little girl, and how could she do that kind of thing? Not to mention feed a boy to eat. Li Hua, speak, teacher. In the future, the focus should be on learning. Do not always stare at others. The teacher found that your attention seems to have been on them lately. If you really want to be serious, the grades over them on it. Do not need to complain in me. We must know that this is a school. The main thing to look at is the grades. To take a step back to say that, even if they fell in love early, one grade first and one second, it is hard to not the teacher still want to break them up. Li Hua was flabbergasted by what was said. There was no reason to make a rebuttal at all. And in fact, Old Shen knew exactly why he was suing like this. This child is aggressive, was so struck, certainly will not stop, and even want to throw his hands on Lin Sinyu. They opened. The same from the student period over. As a class teacher, and how can not see his thoughts? The only way to get him to put all his attention back on his studies is with grades. How else could you have done well on the test with this all-day attention span of observation? I know, teacher. I'll work hard. Go back. That's how Senior Chen gets to know each student. Li Hua wasn't the kind of person who would sue for no reason, or create a scene out of thin air to slander Lin Xinu and the others. Surely he had seen it with his own eyes, like he said. It's just that Lao Chen doesn't believe it. Can a girl who usually can't speak clearly really be this bold in private? Classroom. The two men who finished their meal had no idea what had happened during this time, encouraging each other to learn from each other. Even if the little girl knew she had a secret crush on him in her heart, she could understand where her focus should be right now. If it was a situation where her grades were all stabilized and she was making that so-called unequal bet with him, she would definitely still agree to it. If Lin Sinyu does what he promises, the little girl will have no way to resist, plus there is no resistance in her heart anymore, so she can only agree to him in a resigned manner and let him punish her. It's just a matter of fulfilling a promised bet. I don't think that's active. Is it? Yeah, that's not really active. Bai Shirhan had the same thought in her mind. Through these few days of observation, the little girl thoroughly understood the things that the two of them should pay attention to when getting along with each other. Not so much to prevent the other from bullying her, but the tricks she could take advantage of him openly and honestly. Sure enough, she's a great learner, and by way of example, she's now able to apply herself to enjoy it. If one day he just can't help but try to step it up, then she'll have absolutely no choice but to do as she's told and continue pretending to resist and not forgetting to engage in pandering gestures, in which case he'll surely be like that boy in the alley, frantically punishing his girlfriend, and even sneakily unbuttoning the collar of the school uniform with his free hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Shirhan, I can't stand it any longer, and let's break off our best friend relationship. That would certainly get him pressed against a wall, or in the woods, and then the so-called bullying would take place. There will be no reason not to be his wife then, right? Bai Shirhan's heart felt the same way, and all the charges were laid on him. It's all because he's too bad to say no to it all. Chapter 134-132. The cat will make a move. 1/3. The cat in the study room doesn't wander around every night and stays on the windowsill as if he never left. Not only that, but the fur was still white, and I don't know what kind person gave it a bath. The kitten licked the white fur on her legs, not forgetting to look over at the girl in the classroom who was peeking in every now and then, lamenting the other's cowardice. The last pair was still female initiated and always held it in their arms as a wingman. So how come it's the girls who can't do it this term instead? Bai Shirhan sat beside him, dutifully reading after the planned review material in her hand was written, sneaking up to check out the other party when she had time. Lin Xinu was looking like he was thinking, and the little girl tensed along with him, not knowing that the other party had encountered something difficult, and could only wait quietly, trying not to make any noise to disturb him. That's right by Shirhan. He was a little happy, and she was happy with him, even if he didn't know what it was because of. As soon as he saw Lin Xinu's sad expression transform into a smile, the sorrow that was already there inside was swept away. I'm here. Do you write novels? No, it won't. The little girl waved her hand repeatedly. She didn't have a clue about that kind of stuff. That's why she thought he was particularly powerful, although she wanted to be like him, but inside she was consciously beating a retreat. It's just an emotional scene between two people. Internal activities and all that. You're so good at languages. It shouldn't be a problem. That way, even if we're not together during the summer, it'll pass the time. Lin Sinu's habit was to maintain the relationship between the two of them in the present before thinking about life down the road. He was aware that Bai Shirhan was going to leave for the summer vacation, which is why he made the suggestion that either by writing a novel or she could be coaxed from the sidelines to keep a diary to record all the things they had been doing together lately, so that they wouldn't have to be in a depressing atmosphere every day. Is it really okay? The little girl lifted her head in obvious anticipation. Yeah, it's not like you need to write a novel to make money. That's all my business. You just need to portray the characters well. Or you could just keep it as a diary and record all the things that happened to us at school. And if you miss me, send me a message when you're done, and I'll be there for you. Bai Shirhan's pretty face slightly reddened, capturing the key information from the words, and immediately retorted. Only won't miss you. The little girl always talks tough at times like this. The kittens on the side were used to it. Last time it was the boy who was tough talking and it didn't take long for the girl to subdue him. When it comes to the hard mouth, then it will directly kiss and obey, and kiss until the other party's legs are weak. It has learned this trick. How come these two people in front of it cannot do anything? Meow. A low scoff, but it didn't do much in their ears. Still he said one thing and she proceeded to shy away. The kitten shook her head, unsure of what to spit. Lin Sinu then told her, if you don't know what to write, you can ask me now, or else when the college entrance exams are over. You won't have much time. Good. Bai Shirhan was also worried that she would have to leave immediately after the college entrance exams were over, and then it would be too late to say goodbye. And although she wanted to leave without saying anything until she met at the university, the little girl was afraid that she wouldn't be able to make a decision, or rather, couldn't make a decision. Don't be afraid to message me on Penguin when you don't know how to write. Aha! She's not worried about anything but the fear of not having a connection with the other person anymore, even if they meet every day. Bai Shirhan will still think about each other uncontrollably when they go back to their own rented rooms at night. Every night after watching each other leave from the balcony, an inexplicable sense of emptiness would arise inside, always feeling like something was missing. With the bell ringing at the end of the school day, both have developed a habit of helping each other clean up their homework instead of cleaning it up themselves as a first response. Every time it came to that, their arms would accidentally touch and cross in one piece. I don't know if it's intentional or not. It's as if it's an autonomous instinct that the body produces. To Lin Sinu, the little girl was like a white rabbit that was sent to the door on her own accord, a little curious about unfamiliar behaviors, and once the situation was not right, she would take a step to quickly escape. He was already familiar with these processes, so he did not punish her. Otherwise the other party left, and he had no outlet for the emotions he provoked, so it would be the same as punishing himself. Bai Shirhan was easily satisfied, but Lin Sinu was different and couldn't easily enter the sage state. Every time it was hard for the atmosphere to lift up, just ready to carry out the next action. The little girl blushing face, contentedly left, not caring about his feelings at all. He would have to bury this matter in his heart, and when he caught the opportunity later, then he would definitely have to bully back. The little girl didn't know what Lin Xinu was thinking, helped him load all his books, put on his backpack, and then waited for the other party to finish packing, and then habitually went to pull on the corner of his coat, ready to go home. Interchange is always subtle. The girl did not react at all, as if after waking up, there is a person who has always been with her. It is hard to say from when she has been unable to leave him. If the world was dark before, during that time he just cut an opening to come in and filled it with one beautiful garden after another in the pitch blackness. Now not only that, but as if the world it was in itself seemed to have run out of space. The bad guy was already getting ready to carry her out to meet the outside world. She should have refused, but now she behaved as if she was following him closely, afraid of losing her pace. Whether it was making friends or falling in love, both were things she hadn't experienced before. Tense and exciting. The girl flinched every time, but every time she was about to flinch, a voice would always appear telling her that they were just better friends and that was all. The little girl was relieved to follow him to do a lot of things she hadn't done before, and not only that, she wanted to do them all before the entrance exam without any regrets. He was her whole world. Bai Shirhan's hand pinching the corner of her coat unconsciously increased its strength by a few points, fearing that if she didn't pay attention, the other party would disappear in front of her eyes. What would it feel like? The little girl suddenly envied those students who could sneak around and fall in love early, not having to care about anything at all, and being able to embrace the person they liked regardless. But Bai Shirhan couldn't. She was afraid that what she had summoned up the courage to tell him would end in a forced separation. She still preferred this harmony among friends to the momentary enjoyment of the joy of being in love. Meow dash. The white cat finally looked away and scurried out of the way. Where has the little girl experienced this kind of thing? Subconsciously stepped forward and embraced the boy's arm. Chapter 135-133. The beliefs that are held on to. Shaken. 2/3. Successfully changing a person's personality, let alone her favorite, would be a minor inner achievement for anyone else, right? Bai Shirhan clutched his arm in fear, and the squeezing sensation of being close to him stimulated Lin Sinyu's nerves. It was a contact he had never had with her before. The kitten looked back at Lin Sinyu before she left, her tail wagging as she left. Sure enough, this cat still needs to step in. Lin Sinyu didn't understand what the kitten meant, but could see the disdain in its eyes. He didn't have time to care what a cat thought. Instead, he was still a bit thankful to this little thing. If it didn't suddenly come out and make such a mess, maybe Bai Shirhan still didn't know when she would actively hug his arm. It's okay, it's the kitty from study hall. Bai Shirhan rubbed her arms around him for a moment, blushing and separating from the other man. Separating and then regretting a little. Regretting why she hadn't just taken the opportunity to smell him, so that she could sneakily rub herself against him and not get nothing out of it. At this moment, the little girl was like a thieving kitten, leaving satisfied after getting what she wanted. Don't think she was scared just now, but she's got happiness written all over her face. You guys are there too. Usually Konyu was following behind without saying anything. Silently eating dog food had become something he must do every day. But today was different. Dog food and all that. Let someone else eat it. He has the one she belongs to him too. It doesn't matter if you get it or not. At least you have company. Yo, you two are developing so fast? It's not possible that you guys are in love, right? Assisting this piece, Lin Sinyu and Konyu have a heart-to-heart. The other party brought the girl over, obviously looking for him to use as a wingman. Earlier, Konyu had helped, but now it was Lin Sinyu's turn to help him, and the two of them rotated. Bai Shirhan was listening from the sidelines. The only thing she could sense was that this scene was particularly familiar, and when she thought about it carefully, it seemed like this was how Konyu popped up to ask when she and Lin Sinyu first went home together. But then he thought about what Lin Sinyu said last time about good friends helping each other, so he didn't bother thinking about it, as long as they could be together. You, don't talk nonsense. Shinua and I are just good friends. We're not in a relationship yet. The little girl's eyes widened and her gaze went to the girl beside Konyu, who was also wearing a senior school uniform, and the other party was similarly looking her up and down. The two of them locked gazes on one another. Bai Shirhan became a big red face. Instead, Chu Shinua was more calm. Hello guys, my name is Chu Shinua, Konyu's good friend. Please teach me more in the future law. Lin Xianu just nodded his head and then touched Bai Shirhan's head as if he was demonstrating to Kong Fatty. The two brothers had a desire to win since they were young, and would always inexplicably develop a desire to win. Such as now. Obviously there was nothing going on, but that provocative look in Konyu's eyes was clearly something. So Lin Sinyu would just have to declare his sovereignty. For a moment Konyu was out of ideas, although he and Chu Shinua were also good friends. But he knew in his heart that Lin Sinyu's kind of good friends were those who could hold hands and hug or even kiss, and his own kind of good friends were really good friends. The difference was not a little bit big. There was no doubt that Konyu had lost this encounter between the brothers. Boss Kong, I'll leave first. I have to cook for me when I go back to Shirhan at night. No need to compare and contrast. This one is kind of a slam dunk. As for why not call him Kong Fat, after all, this is the other side of the favorite girl. In person called nicknames is not good. Called the boss in order to enhance the other side of the compulsion, so that when the wingman is perfect to play a role. Go go go. No, you have a good girlfriend. Show off every day. Really? Konyu waved his hand in feigned impatience, then said something beside Chu Shinua, and the two of them left after a brief farewell. It was Bai Shirhan who remained red-faced the entire time, especially when she heard the last two sentences. Why did he say that at night she would cook for him to eat? If he was misunderstood, a lonely man and a widow sharing a room in the morning, he would certainly be thought of in a wrong way. The little girl wanted to explain, and since she rarely interacted with outsiders, she had to give up her intention. Don't look at her living and breathing in front of Lin Xinu, but if she were to deal with other people, then she would turn back into that inarticulate girl who didn't know how to speak at all, and only by interacting with him does it become normal. Bai Shirhan didn't know why. He used to be the one she was most afraid of, but now he, instead, had become the one she was least afraid of. Walk out the door. After entering the familiar trail, Lin Sinyu saw that no one was around and didn't say anything, but instead reached out his hand. The little girl understood that the other was reminding her that it was time to put her hand in his. Didn't we agree that best friends would hold hands together to and from school? It's not a promise. Bai Shirhan thinks he is a big bad guy. The morning of the 10-finger interlocking because did not withstand the temptation, so only thought to try, but to his mouth, and now it has become to go to school and let go of school or hand in hand. If it wasn't for the streetlight that could see her blush, Lin Sinyu might really believe it, but looking at her desire to resist, her pretty face red, her eyes pitifully resigned, and skimming her mouth from time to time, she wanted to bully her even more. If the other party would not have strongly resisted, this time he must have already taken her to the alley. Looking at the little girl's fake struggle, actually inwardly full of anticipation, he cooperated with her, lowered his head to find the right position, and directly kissed her legs soft as punishment. The thought of it tickled my heart. Sure enough, he really was completely defenseless against her, and also just want to be like that to her. It's quite normal to possess this kind of thought. Everyone wants to hug the girl they like and then kiss her to pass out. It's a kind of skill. It's precisely because of liking that they think of doing so, right? Taking her into the alleyway was something he didn't dare to do right now, but the bare minimum of holding hands was still possible. Lin Xian cheekily grabbed her small hand. The little girl immediately squirmed and struggled, and after a small moment of slight resistance, she made no move, instead allowing him to put her palm in his hand. This is just us holding hands between good friends. Don't think too much of it, it's mostly just for soothing. It's a great way to relax, so don't be shy, lol. Bai Shirhan nodded, voluntarily believing in such nonsense. There was still a flushed red color left on her little face, and it felt as if she was living in a dream in which she had walked with Lin Sinyu holding hands more than once or twice. The two moved forward together in the embrace of the wind. From being reserved and nervous at the beginning, he was able to sway his arms up and down with his fingers interlocked at the end. If it wasn't for the pain she could feel when she pinched her leg, Bai Shirhan would have thought she was in a dream. The little girl wanted to refuse this behavior, except that her heartbeat was inexplicably racing, making her very uncomfortable. The idea that has been held in my heart for so long is slowly beginning to waver. Why not be bold again? Chapter 136-134. Being hugged from behind, 3/3. You, why are you being so nice to me? Walking to the bottom of the building, Bai Shirhan pulled her small hand away from the other's hand, a little reluctant, but still trying to figure out the main reason. Lin Xian knew her worries. Even if the two of them were now close enough to hold hands, there would still be defenses within the little girl, unable to accept it, or she doesn't understand why he's being nice to her. In her mind, it probably felt like she didn't deserve the other person's favor, and it was possessing that thought that made her increasingly flustered. He was the first boy he liked in his youth, and someone Bai Shirhan thought she would never forget in her life. It shouldn't be a problem to be nice to your good friend, right? Lin Sinyu answered quickly, without any hesitation at all. For some reason, Bai Shirhan kind of regretted not wanting to be good friends with him. So, then, in the future, can you stop being so nice to me? The little girl felt afraid. Not that she was afraid that Lin Xian would treat her badly in the future, but she was afraid of getting used to this kind of goodness, which would lead to even more dependence and reluctance. This behavior should have been stopped earlier. What would she do if she was the only one around one day and the Xinwu addiction happened to strike? First time I've ever heard of telling someone not to be nice to her. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll always be nice to you. It won't work. Quiet. Open the door. Say no again and later I'll pin you against the wall and ask you if you can. Bai Shirhan was startled and hurriedly took out the key from her pocket to open the door. He's a liar. Obviously she was just being nice to her and now she's already being mean. Open the door to the room. Open it. The little girl placed his shoes in the doorway before changing into her own. The two were like a young couple who had just returned from a shopping trip, and the coziness of home was reflected everywhere. It's not? Bai Shirhan put her school bag on the sofa and ran into the kitchen to cook in a flash, afraid that if she moved slowly, Lin Sinyu would beat her to it. Looking at the little girl who quickly ran away, Lin Xian was inwardly joyful. This feeling was like having a home. Back home, the gentle-like water wife ran to the kitchen to cook and fry for him. All the things that he had never dared to think about were now literally in front of his eyes. Nowadays, Bai Shirhan's personality became cheerful as long as she stayed by his side, and she was no longer the little girl who only kept herself to herself. The girls who are supposed to be sociopaths have learned to cover their ears at the moment. Lin Sinyu changed his shoes and went to the kitchen, prepare to act with her. He has felt clearly what Bai Shirhan wants. Just simply rubbing can easily satisfy. So Lin Sinyu's main purpose is to make her increase demand. Simple arm rubbing that which can work. Shirhan, have you realized that we are like a newlywed couple now? Walking into the kitchen, Lin Xianyu slowly approached the other party and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "Couple? That won't work." When Bai Shihan heard that, she hadn't even fallen in love with him yet, and she had already been skipped over by him, and that wouldn't do. How about a so-called relationship phase? She could clearly remember that in the middle of a relationship it was okay to give each other light kisses and hugs and stuff, so if she just skipped it, wouldn't that be a lot less kissing? She wasn't going to have any less. At the thought of the other party crazily nibbling on her mouth, Bai Shihan's face instantly turned red. Bai Shihan, I'm here. Probably because she was weak, the little girl couldn't even speak a little too well. Want to try it as a couple? No, don't. What is he talking about? As much as she wanted to try it, she also knew that it would be hard to forget the feeling once she tried it, so she just refused against her will, afraid that it would make her linger. Lin Sinyu's expression became a little sad, bowed his head and did not speak. This is to make Bai Shihan panicked, before even how he will not speak, not only speak, will also playfully tease her? As for now, well, then, just for a second, the little girl was easily softened, and on top of that, she was already full of anticipation inside. At the time he proposed to try, the inner voice was frantically telling her, "We can try. It doesn't matter if we try between good friends. We already played girlfriend last time we went to the countryside, and this time there is no one next to us, so it won't do any harm to try. And if we can't see each other in the future, won't it mean that we won't be able to do anything? Try it, it won't move much anyway." Lin Xianyu was madly compelled, and the little girl could understand, nodding her head along with him, and then looking forward to what the other party said about the husband and wife relationship. "Good, are you ready then?" Lin Sinyu reminded from behind her. The little girl responded softly, not forgetting to nod her head. Maybe it was a long-planned action. At first Bai Shihan didn't have any reaction, and even wasn't sure what the other party wanted, and when she was just about to turn her head, her whole body instantly stiffened. Bai Shihan's eyes were wide open, not daring to turn her head to look at Lin Sinyu. Breathing heavily, standing still, she could even clearly feel that her heart was beginning to accelerate continuously, beating wildly. Lin Sinyu could not even imagine that he would make this move. Originally wanted to do a dish together, but right behind her, Ghostly reached out and placed his hand on the other side of the waist position, then slowly moved closer and embraced her. The flesh on her body was so soft that even through her clothes she could feel the smoothness of her skin, slowly making its way from her waist position to the small of her partner's stomach. The girl just couldn't resist and terminated the so-called conjugal sensation early, followed by a quick dodge. Even though he didn't get to touch her stomach as much as he wanted to, it was a highly significant event for Lin Xianyu. He held her from behind. "What does it feel like?" "Nope, not feeling it." Bai Shihan was as hard-mouthed as ever, so hard that Lin Sinyu wanted to just take her in his arms and kiss her soft. This little thing, it was obvious that she wanted to stick it to him, but every time she acted like she especially didn't want to. It can't hurt. A thick-skinned person is never at a disadvantage anywhere, more or less. You get a bargain out of it. Lin Xianyu looked at her, intending to accompany her in her act. "No feeling? How can you not feel it? Just now I felt my heart thumping. How can you not feel it? How about we do it again? This time I'll let you experience it properly." Don't. This time Bai Shihan didn't even stutter in her speech. Not only that, possessing courage and strength from nowhere, he pushed and shoved Lin Xianyu to leave the kitchen. If he had been in the kitchen, it would have been a long wait for the two of them to get dinner. If he were to hold him by the waist from behind while he was cooking, he would have died of shyness on the spot. Even if you experience it, you can't be like this. This is good. Before you have time to feel it, your waist has already been touched. Chapter 137, 135. This guy is shameless. 1/3. The little girl doesn't even know how she finished dinner. Her whole body was boiling hot, and if it wasn't for Lin Sinyu's reminder, she wouldn't have noticed that her bowl of rice had long since reached the bottom. Still thinking about what it's like to be a couple. No, he's really annoying. Every time you know and still have to say it. Originally the body has begun to cool down, and now it's back to the hot state. "I'm going to do the dishes. Want to join me?" You go ahead." Bai Shihan didn't rush to grab it this time, not because she didn't want to, but her legs were sore and she couldn't walk. The problem that hadn't been there for a long time reappeared, probably because she was too nervous, so she ran out of strength. It can't go on like this. Luckily it wasn't really a relationship. It was just friends trying each other out, and right off the bat it had been agreed to try out couples, and she was being a match for her best friend. That's all. The little girl was more or less weak, and the fact that her legs were too weak to walk was the best proof. Listening to the sound of dishes being washed in the kitchen, Bai Shihan didn't dare to move and stayed in her seat, waiting for her emotions to ease up before getting up and moving her steps to the kitchen. It's really hard to be a good friend and all that. Would it be better if you were in love? When this thought appeared, the little girl herself was taken aback, her heart beating faster and faster, the compelling voice in the back of her mind growing stronger and stronger as she slowly approached Lin Sinyu, with his back to her. Bai Shirhan recalled the scene just now when the other party took the opportunity to embrace her, and her body involuntarily moved closer to the other party's location. There you are, just help me clean up the dishes that were washed over there. Oh good. The little girl still hadn't managed to work up the courage to shyly avert her gaze and think about his back. When would it be safe and bold to hug? The two of them teamed up to clean up all the dishes, a perfect validation of the truth that men and women work together. During this time Bai Shirhan could not help but blush. After all, that bad guy was always on the sidelines saying, "We are now just like a newlywed couple, how can this not be shy?" The boy teased. The girl blushed and refused, but the corners of her mouth was spreading a big smile. Ding dong, the discordant doorbell rang. If it was before, the little girl's first reaction was panic. Now, the expression was even a little disgruntled, obviously are ready to go take advantage of him. The result, Auntie Song is here. I'll get the door. Not to mention Bai Shirhan, even Song Jelly had gotten used to Lin Sinyu's presence. At first she was uneasy, as the number of times continued to increase, plus the boy's goodness to the girl. Even she, a person who had been there before, didn't see the problem. She could only let the two of them get along. Hello Auntie Song. The little girl opened the door, and Lin Sinyu was not idle, and often this is the time to add the most points in front of the elders. Where's Lin Sinyu? He didn't come over today? Song Jiali changed shoes at the door, accompanying Bai Shirhan all year round. There would always be a pair of shoes in the house that she could wear. Usually, once the door was opened, Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu would come over to open the door together. But today, they suddenly didn't see it. Instead, they felt a little strange. Bai Shirhan was just about to speak when Lin Sinyu came out of the kitchen. Auntie, I'm here. I should be thirsty after coming all this way. I just went to get you a glass of water. This action all but confused Song Jiali, hesitantly accepting the cup and looking at him with a wary face. Say, what's the favor? It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. The little girl didn't know anything about it, her eyes going back and forth between the two, wondering what they were talking about. Lin Sinyu approached Bai Shirhan and wanted to hold her hand, but finally held back. Auntie, after the college entrance exam, Shirhan will be leaving, right? Aha. Although Song Jiali felt a little uncomfortable in her heart when she saw Bai Shirhan and him together, she was more or less content to see her smile. It was better than the little girl locking herself in her room by herself and not wanting to touch anyone. Just entered the door that will Song Jiali is happy. Together for so long, Bai Shirhan has not been happy to call her, but in this period of time, every day to chat and communicate with her. It's something that's never happened before. More than thinking that good cabbages had been arched by pigs, Song Jiali was thankful for the existence of Lin Xinu. Auntie, can big men still grind their teeth? Just say what you have to say. If Shirhan fills out her volunteer application and doesn't want to go to Mordor, can you help? The little girl standing beside him widened her eyes. How she never expected Lin Sinyu to say such a thing. No, it's not necessary. Song Jiali looked at the two of them and instantly understood, shaking her head somewhat helplessly. I see that you two want to go to the same university. Yes, Shirhan. She's rather fearful of life. If I let her change to a new environment by herself, something will definitely go wrong. It's not that I'm so good or I can't go to Mordor for her. It's just that she likes Zhu. Lin Sinyu didn't have that feeling of fear at all when he spoke in front of his elders, and this behavior was the most enviable to Bai Shirhan. If she could be like him, then she wouldn't be afraid to contradict her father, and then she would certainly dare to tell the other side directly. I want to go to the same college as my best friend. If she had been more daring, she would have been tempted to say, I'm going to a school with my favorite guy. Only the chances of that are obviously a bit slim. The bride price hasn't been saved up enough. Plus mom and dad don't know enough about Lin Sinyu to be comfortable with it. I'll do what I can to help, but I don't know if Mr. White is listening. How to say is also working in the other side of the house. Subordinates naturally do not dare to oppose the boss can only say that in the appropriate circumstances to prompt. As for them to listen to hear or not, that is another situation. Thanks auntie. Thanks. Bai Shirhan followed Lin Sinyu's lead, which in turn made Song Jiali lose her temper. You guys, just ready to let me help already, right? Women are too big to stay. But it's you. Let me know later that you bully Shirhan. There was no need to say the latter words at all. Lin Sinyu naturally understood the meaning. The main reason I came over today is to remind you guys of one thing. Song Jiali didn't bother to look at Bai Shirhan. Instead her gaze turned to Lin Xinu. I don't care if the two of you fall in love. You're still young now. Pay attention wherever you go. And don't hold hands on the way to school. No such thing. Don't think too much auntie. Shirhan and I never hold hands. Song Jiali didn't say anything and had a look on her face that didn't believe him. Both have been seen holding hands several times. they just never said anything about it. And what clearly started out as just pulling on their clothes slowly turned into holding hands. She didn't believe that it was the little girl who took the initiative, so she just reminded Lin Xinu, "Auntie, don't worry about it. Our main task now is to study hard. Even if Shirhan takes the initiative to hold my hand, I will refuse." Bai Shirhan blushed on the sidelines. Shame on this guy. Chapter 138, 136. Children shouldn't kiss, 2/3. What offers to hold hands? What never does? How could she have gotten into it if he hadn't grabbed her small hand with his fingers interlocked like that? Bai Shirhan stood aside without saying anything, bowed his head. He dared not look at him, afraid that if he met his eyes, he would somehow feel weak and thus exposed. Dare to act. That's a man. Song Jiali didn't say much, and her simple sentence caused Lin Xinu to scratch his head in some embarrassment. It's all been said, and odds are it's been seen by the other side, so you'll just have to admit it. Yes, auntie, it's all my fault. Shirhan's hands are so nice that I couldn't hold back for a moment. It had to be said that all parts of the young girl's body possessed endless attraction to him, such as hugging, or squeezing her shoulders, all of which had infinite mysteries. What's more, at present only in the name of good friends holding hands, and so on. One day, the little girl finally can't help but to break up the relationship with him to run to lovers, full of expectations, actively seeking the experience of fingers together. Then the feeling will be different again. Bai Shirhan was eavesdropping with her ears perked up, her head lowered, her little face red, afraid of being discovered by Song Jiali. It was said to be a good friendship, but she could understand that the relationship was no longer clear. It's already been touched on the waist. Where's the next one? The little girl did not dare to continue to think about it. The compelling voice in the bottom of her heart never disappeared. Really do not want to continue? The feeling of being hugged by him is really very comfortable. Song Jiali saw Bai Shirhan bowing her head. She could already guess what kind of situation the two were in right now. After all, before she would still be blushing and sophomoric, and now by not saying anything, she was already able to explain the situation, and to say that there was no relationship. How could she not believe it? Can you take care of Shirhan? Don't worry, auntie, I'm sure I can. Don't say big words about anything else. At least I can guarantee that I can make her eat well every day, be happy every day, not think nonsense, and not think of carrying everything alone. Although it may not be as well taken care of by auntie, but I'll try my best too. Or else if I really get married later on, and have a child, won't it be like I won't be able to do anything at all? You really have a lot of nerve. It was hard to believe that the boy in front of her was giving her a guarantee with a look of conviction. If this was a normal student who fell in love early, it was estimated that talking to the parents would be stuttering. How could he do it with ease and comfort? Not to mention that there was a line of rainbow farts behind it. What was not as good as she took care of it, obviously to give her face. As for Bai Shirhan, she stood to the side and slowly approached the sofa to sit down. The little girl was nervous again. It had been just shyness, and when she heard the other person talking about marriage, and having children, her body lost its strength. What is he talking about? How can you talk to your aunt like that? No, I don't want to have a baby. I don't want to have a little Han. The young girl's mind wavered. Her mouth said she didn't want any behavior, but inside she was full of anticipation. If time could stand still right now, she would want to embrace Lin Xinyu in front of her auntie, and tell the other person out loud, to have many Xiao Han. Auntie has to go back home tomorrow and the day after, so she shouldn't have time to come over. The main purpose of coming here today is to remind that Shirhan doesn't know anything about anything, so don't do anything above your age. It's a sign of irresponsibility. Song Jiali's expression was serious, changing from the previous state of being full of peace. Like a warning, Lin Xinyu also understands that the main reason for being with a girl is to make the other person feel at ease, and those promises of being faithful until death, and the promise of loving forever, are all just pie in the sky when they are said. High school attention is mainly in the study. Hand-holding and hugging have been considered excessive behavior. As for sneaking kisses, those occasional rewards, okay, the other can only wait for college to unlock a lifetime of time together, and not in a hurry for a moment, when the most important, to change the inner state of the little girl, have their own thoughts, not in the arrangement of listening to anyone. Don't worry, auntie, Shirhan and I are just good friends simply holding hands. He would have liked to unlock the other behaviors as well. Having already seen several couples at school kissing in secret, it was definitely too hypocritical to say that he didn't want to experience it, the kind of barfing that made a rattling sound exchanging salivary amylase, and just thinking about it in his mind, he could feel the little girl's blush. It's great to think about. Unfortunately, the little girl was too shy. They all started to secretly rub against him as a reward, but they just refused to let him let loose further, not even a simple hug, so that's why they could only touch and hold her little hand. Bai Shirhan sat on the couch, not even looking towards where they both were. For her, She had already been holding hands and touching her face and waist, and didn't even know how to face Song Jiali. The worst thing is, that bad guy is still calmly saying it's fine. He really thinks everyone is that easy to fool. It's a good thing he doesn't know she touched and hugged him while he was asleep, or she'd be doing a lot more than just sitting on the couch. Answer from the past. Honestly, are you guys in love? Feeling by Shirhan on the sofa, twisting her body more and more out of place, Song Jiali directly asked the words that scared her the most. No, there isn't. The little girl finally spoke up, and if she didn't refuse, she didn't even know what would happen. Yes, Auntie, we'll just be normal good friends. Hearing Lin Xin cooperating with her explanation, the little girl was relieved, and before she could catch her breath, she could hear the next words spoken by the other party. Auntie, I'm the one pursuing her right now, but she doesn't agree and is still working on it. What an endeavor! By Shirhan's pretty face flushed red and she twisted her head directly to look at the windowsill, trying to cool down by letting the wind blowing from outside hit her rolling face. To outsiders, the little girl was looking red-faced and shy, and from time to time she raised her hand to gently pull the hair around her ears in an attempt to ease her inner tension. Lin Xinyu looked at her, then back to Song Jiali in front of him. Auntie, no matter how hard it is in the future, I won't give up. Auntie believes in you. Shirhan, look over here. Auntie has agreed that I'm after you too. Not at all. As a passerby, Song Jiali knew that the little girl was being tough-talking, and if she was someone who normally didn't want to fall in love, she wouldn't even bother to listen to this kind of ambiguous words, much less blush because of it, and even be a little disgusted. You can tell if you like someone just by their behavior. If you don't like it, you will subconsciously reject it. If you like it, your body will be honest no matter how you hide it. Auntie will go first. She's going home by car tonight. Kids don't kiss and mouth those. By Shirhan's eyes widened, and the little white rabbit, already on the verge of surprise, now just wanted to fight to escape. No way. How come even Auntie Song is talking nonsense? Chapter 139-137. Hungry. Want you to feed me. 3/3. It felt like meeting the parents, at first afraid of being opposed, and then realized that it was not opposed, but also assisted and supported from the sidelines, and was a bit at a loss for words. What's next? Is it a promise to be his wife? Why did Auntie Song, who had been with her for a long time, say yes? Before there was a reason to say that the aunt was there, but now how can I refuse if the words are not a temptation to commit a crime? Before he left, he didn't forget to remind that bad guy that he wouldn't be coming over for the next 2 days. It was obviously a warning, but why was his heart beating so fast? It always feels like there are voices coming out of the heart. By Shirhan, this is an opportunity. It's going to be a little tomato again. In fact, Lin Xinyu wanted to wash the dishes and then experience the feeling between husband and wife, but Auntie Song visited, so he had no choice but to make other plans. Don't worry, Auntie, even if Shirhan is cute, I won't even kiss her before graduation. She blushed and didn't dare look at him, beaming slightly. I wouldn't, either. With this appearance of Bai Shirhan, Lin Xinyu really wanted to go up and sit beside her, pounce on her and teach her a hard lesson. It's already so late. Aren't you going home? Lin Xinyu knows that this is the expulsion order. As for the follow-up is definitely the battlefield of the two women. Now is definitely to go. There will be plenty of opportunities to stay with the little girl in the future. Besides, Auntie won't be here tomorrow. It is getting late, Auntie. I will leave you guys alone. Shirhan will see you tomorrow. Well, the little girl responded weakly as the leaner walked away, leaving behind only the moment of judgment that awaited her. The moment the door to the room closed, Bai Shirhan got up and tried to go to the balcony, but Song Jiali called out to her. Going to watch him leave again? Can't bear to part with it? No, she wasn't going to give it up, just to see if the other person could get away safely. And what if she got hit by a leaf and got hurt? Song Jiali didn't poke her, but sat down next to Bai Shirhan. Shirhan, if you really like him, you can give it a try. Auntie thinks he's pretty good too. He can cook, he can make you happy, he doesn't talk like a child, and most importantly, after you met him, Auntie can always see a smile on your face. You haven't been this happy for a long time. In fact, there was no need for Auntie Song to say. She herself knew very well that if it wasn't because of Lin Xinyu's appearance, perhaps this would still be her in bed holding Xiao Green, not knowing what she would be thinking about, and would not be at all in the same mood as she was right now, chatting nervously with Song Jelly. I think you're afraid Mr. White is going to say it. The little girl nodded. Her greatest fear was indeed this. Mr. Bai he might object. Don't worry about that side. Wenjie told Auntie all about it last time. He also thinks Xinyu is good. How do they all think he's good? Bai Shirhan was a little bitter. If everyone thought he was good, then there would be no way to reject him in the future. If that's the case, is she going to be his wife and have kids? Admit it boldly if you like it, and don't wait until you don't have the chance to say it later to know that you regret it. Song Jiali patted her shoulder. She knew about the girl in front of her. She hadn't spent time with anyone since she was a child, let alone experiencing something like falling in love. So there were definitely a lot of things she didn't understand. Song, Auntie Song, I'm sleepy. She was happy, but because of her nerves and the fact that Lin Xinu wasn't around, she didn't know what words to say, and the only thing that was clear to her was someone was rooting for her to fall in love. Sure Han, Auntie reminds you of one thing, never do anything that is about undressing. Song Jiali was afraid that the little girl didn't know anything and added before she left. Bai Shirhan nodded with a red face. She wasn't going to undress in front of him. There was no way that was going to happen. Not to mention undressing, he wouldn't even give him a hug. The relationship between the two is already a bit unclear, and if it continues like this, sooner or later there will be problems. It wasn't until she heard the door closing that the little girl came back to her senses. Even if she had lived in a bleak world before, she had always been kind-hearted and prioritized the feelings of others. It could be that this gentleness had built up enough, and the heavens had returned to give her one of the best gifts of all time. It started with a heartbeat, and he just happened to like her, too. Bai Shirhan was touched by the fear of loss precisely because she cared too much, so even the most basic posting had to be done secretly and secretly. It was strange to be molested by the other side every time. Why are you so happy? Boy's morning is particularly simple. The alarm clock is set in advance, ringing instantly. There is no plan to rely on a bed, do not want to get up. As for the future wife to bring breakfast, that will only wake up early. Lin Xinyu is like that, sitting up quickly from the bed, the school uniform on with socks on his feet. Boys just have this weird special skill that seems unbelievable but makes sense. Brush your teeth and wash your face and fiddle with your hair a little. Sigh at the handsomeness of youth. Bastard. See if I don't charm you to death. There are still quite a lot of pedestrians in the morning, with commuters and students basically leaving at the same time. Not to mention the parents who accompany their children to school. Get your breakfast. Bun feeding is a little bad. Today it's switched to tofu brain. You take a spoonful. I take a bite, each time entering deeply into the other person's mouth, then pulling out. Then it's his turn to do the tasting, which can be a little exciting when you think about it. Turn the corner and walk into the trail. The familiar figure was waiting at the bottom of the building. Her stunningly beautiful features carried delight, and when her eyes met his, her eyes were like water, revealing a sweet smile. Good morning, Sharon. This time, Bai Shirhan didn't take the initiative to greet him, but instead ran all the way to his side. Small breaths were taken, as if there was something important and happy to share with him. What's wrong? Did something happen? No, it's fine. Then what's the hurry? Auntie said it's okay to like you. Lin Xinyu was messing with the tofu brains and didn't hear. What did you say? How can it be? Bai Shirhan turned into a small tomato again. I said I'm hungry. In such a hurry to eat? Well, here, today's is tofu brain. Good. Why do I feel like you're a little weird today? Hungry. Feed me. Lin Xinyu's entire body froze. How could Bai Shirhan, who usually refused all the time, take the initiative to make a feeding request today? Bai Shirhan didn't continue either, her face full of anticipation. It wasn't until the other woman pulled out the tofu brain with only a spoon in it that she began to flinch a bit. Eventually, as he had hoped, the spoon went deep into the little girl's mouth and was crystal clear when he pulled it out. Looking at Bai Shirhan, whose cheeks were flushed, Lin Xinyu swore that this was the best tofu brain he had ever eaten. Chapter 140-138. Sending you different styles of umbrellas, 1/3. Next time, you can't feed like that. Chopsticks would be fine. You can use your teeth to bite the food and put it in your mouth. A spoon, not only do you have to wrap your mouth around it, but you always have the habit of flicking your tongue slightly over it. That would have been fine if she had used it herself, but the main thing was that the bad guy backhanded the next bite after she had used it, and he ate it. It's clearly willful. How can you barf if you don't mean to? Here, there's one last bite. Well, stuffed again. Bai Shirhan realized that somehow she had come to love the feeling of being fed. The tofu brain was processed in Lin Xinyu's hands as you took a bite and I took a bite. The little girl's face was full of flushing, and the way she looked at him indicated with a "you can't do it, can you" kind of meaning. Ever notice how much better the tofu brains are today? Not found. Nonsense. It's obviously much tastier. Can't it be that you didn't taste me? Bai Shirhan felt that this guy was getting more and more shameless. He couldn't be so spoiled in the future. Or what if he spoiled himself? The two parted at the school gates, one after the other like good students, waiting to get into the school. The little girl seemed to have turned into a bad girl, her eyes looking to the left trail. Lin Xinyu understood the meaning. Let's go. Few people will see there. Don't be afraid, my good friend. Maybe it's the self-suggestion that works. Bai Shirhan follows the other's steps, waiting for fewer people around to involuntarily find each other's palms and lightly touch their little fingers. The boy couldn't pass up this opportunity and linked his fingers with hers. Can't tell who the hunter is. The ginkgo biloba leaves danced regularly in the breeze, and time seemed to be suspended, so I can't say whose mental effect it really was. If it had been before, the little girl would have cringed and walked down the main road, and as for holding hands on the path, it had obviously never occurred to her. Until they reached the bottom of the school building, the two of them then reluctantly separated to fit their palms together. Before parting, I don't know whose pinky finger was still hooked on the other's, as if they couldn't get enough of it and lingered a bit. Is this what youthful love is all about? Bai Shirhan lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. Be reserved. Be sure to be reserved. Shirhan, let's punch in a different place tonight. Wanna go? Good. What's with the reserve? We agreed that we would hit all the hit points we hadn't been to in school with our best friends. And we wouldn't be best friends if we were reserved at this point. The little girl was also looking forward to it, wondering where exactly the place the other was talking about was. This time the two didn't step into the classroom. Li Hua did not deliberately target them. Youth is so. Some people will have regrets. Some people will be happy and fulfilled. Walking on the wrong road may go astray. But there is a good classroom teacher. Can point out the right direction in time. How's that for good friend handholding? Ain't that a lie? It feels great. Well, Bai Shirhan was so happy about it that she forgot to retort. Anyway, if he said he was a good friend, then it wouldn't be any other relationship. Even if it was an unclear good friend, it was still a good friend. The morning session went by quickly. The two are either brushing up against each other or under the desks where the boy tries to hold hands and the girl refuses, not letting the other have an easy time of it. It's already been like that on the way to school, and if I lose my grip in the classroom, it's all going to be over for sure later. She could still tell the pros and cons. The compelling voice is a bit messed up Taoism. Really don't try it. It's very exciting. It's really annoying. Sometimes she thought that Lin Xinu had superpowers and could control what she thought inside. Otherwise how could she always think about him? Obviously she wasn't the clingy type. But what she was showing now was that she wanted to cling to him. And not only did she want to, but she wanted to take the initiative to hug him. And for some reason, she was obviously scared. But there was something in her heart that she was looking forward to, possibly provoked by the wanton touching of hands at the bottom of the opposite table in class. By the time school was over at noon, Bai Shirhan finally couldn't help but reach out. Didn't refuse, only resisted slightly, and finally got inside his hand, by virtue of this small mind, thereby achieving fulfillment. Lin Xinu also knew that if the little girl didn't give it a chance, he couldn't take advantage of it at all. Usually when this happens, he never comes around and holds on for as long as he can until he's almost at the cafeteria before separating. Kongyu with Chu Shinua waiting in the inside intercession that will have been about to eat together at noon, not only mutually able to assist, but also to let Bai Shirhan get along with other girls get along. Otherwise wait for the university accommodation. That will only feel even more nervous. It is not so bad that by then he is a boy to run to the girls' dormitory to live it. Even if he wanted to, the hostess would be the first to say no. Brother, you brought your sister-in-law over? You're not bringing your date to dinner too. The two of them had a word for each other, and the whole thing made the two girls around them blush together. It was just that Chu Shinua was a bit better than Bai Shirhan. Her personality was already outgoing, so she wasn't shy all the time. Come on, we'll just sit here and wait, and leave the beating to the boys. No, it can't be. Bai Shirhan shook her hand and refused Chu Shinua's offer. The two of them had different views. Kongyu was trying to let his favorite girl just wait, but the little girl was different. She just wanted to follow Lin Xinu around. Just this little separation she would be a little reluctant to part. It's not that it's clingy. It's just that the thought of being separated from him for the summer makes me appreciate the time I get to spend together now even more. Why are you so cute, right? I think she's cute too. Lin Xinu turned around and happened to hear them conversing, reaching out to gently stroke the little girl's head. Probably because someone was around, she just settled down and enjoyed it, not even saying a word of defiance, when before she would have complained about not growing taller. Bai Shirhan blushed. Being complimented by someone she liked in front of others was something any girl would love. Kongyu was no slouch either. Our Shinua is also very cute, okay? The brothers always help each other out in a piece. A slight meeting of the eyes is enough to figure out the other person's next move. That's what couples are supposed to do when they're students. Not to mention before the entrance exams, pretending to be reserved. You and I go back and forth. You constantly launch an attack on me. I will always try to find ways to get a response. And when both of them run out of energy and take a little rest, they will start a new round of struggle. Kongyu, you kids should pay attention. At most hug and kiss. Don't get caught by auntie at home again. Last time it was a small toy. This time don't become a real person. Go go go. You, I can send you more umbrellas in several different styles if you want. Mindless snark. The boys disliked each other as if in jest. But some people are blushing. Only Bai Shirhan stood frozen in place and didn't move, waiting for Chu Shinhua to explain clearly in her ear before her whole body began to roll. Perverts, hooligans. Chapter 141-139. Follow inertia, friction, forward, 2/3. Eating became a time for the brothers to assist each other. Come on, Shinhua, eat more meat. See, you're skinny and not healthy at all. Konyu picked up the meat in the bowl and took the initiative to put it into the other party's bowl. It was obvious that this situation was not the first time, otherwise the girl would be more or less resistant. There is actually a secret climb when assisting. For example, the current Konyu, after pinching the dishes, her gaze turned to Lin Sinyu, meaning clearly, your turn. The brothers had long been accustomed to this kind of explicit fighting, only to see Lin Sinyu pick up his chopsticks and pick up a large piece of meat. Shirhan, open your mouth. Dash. If you follow your opponent's steps, it will surely be taken as an admission of defeat, and the only way to win perfectly is to go further. Bai Shirhan opened her mouth shyly. I don't know how many times I've had it anyway, so one more time shouldn't be a problem. Just like that, the chopsticks were holding the meat, and the little girl was trying to catch it with her teeth, but he seemed to be doing it on purpose, sticking in right above her tongue, so she had to close her mouth while her tongue flicked the chopsticks to remove the meat from the top. Gradually, she seemed to enjoy the behavior. Especially when he saw that Lin Xinu, after taking out his chopsticks, didn't hesitate at all and immediately took a bite of the dish and stuffed it into his mouth as well. Why are you happy? The little girl didn't understand that it was obviously an extremely shameful thing, but after Lin Xinu had eaten it, the joy inside her couldn't be hidden at all. Heart pounding, nervous, shy with a touch of excitement, he eats the chopstick she ate in front of other people. What this behavior amounts to is like showing off. Look, it's my wife's spit. What a hooligan. Honestly, you two privately, looking at Konyu's face filled with a look. Lin Sinyu, could you understand what he was asking? What are you thinking? She and I are just good friends who are closer. Right, Shirhan? Right. Even if he ate her spit, it didn't affect the good friendship between the two of them. It just became unclear. That's all. You're such good friends. Chu Shinhua stopped her chopsticks and joked with Konyu on the side, which made the little girl's little face red. Not to mention us. Aren't you two best friends now? Konyu scratched his head, more or less a little embarrassed. That, you brother, Shinhua, she said, can try first. Try? That kind of try? Lin Xinu asked knowingly. Of course, this was to make Bai Shirhan learn that other people could try a couple relationship between their best friends. It wasn't like they couldn't either. It's just a boyfriend and girlfriend. Try it out first, get along and keep getting along. This was naturally said to Bai Shirhan, and Lin Sinyu didn't reply, twisting his head to look at her, trying to convey an unspoken meaning. Look, we can try it too. The little girl lowered her head. Pretend you don't see it and nothing happens. What does it mean to get along all the time when you get along? Hearing Lin Sinyu continue to ask questions, Bai Shirhan on the side listened with her ears perked up. This time Konyu did not answer. Chu Shinhua stopped chopsticks and opened his mouth. Two people get along comfortably. The most basic holding hands, embrace and what not exclude. Together two people become better with each other, rather than getting worse. Each other happy. This is what I think fit together. So that's how it is. Bai Shirhan nodded her head in a way that she didn't dare to make too big a movement for fear of being caught by Lin Sinyu. Since they were sitting face to face, the little girl's legs would involuntarily move closer to the center when she was nervous, and with the two of them originally sitting cross-legged, Bai Shirhan soon had Lin Sinyu's leg between her legs. Originally, she just wanted to clench her legs to relax, but when she experienced the other's thigh right in the middle, Bai Shirhan's body trembled slightly and tried to take it away, but she was caught by the other's other leg. Obviously she had just taken the initiative, and in the blink of an eye the prey and the hunter had swapped identities. The rich atmosphere of love spread outward from the two of them little by little, and with him pinning her leg, she didn't even know what to do next. Often, when emotions are high, a person's brain is at its most euphoric, and internal expectations climb at that moment. For a moment, Bai Shirhan actually wanted to be his wife right now. Come on, be a good boy and eat. Lin Xinu once again picked up the food and fed it to her. The little girl would no longer refuse and opened her mouth, settling all the food he fed her. This kind of unique love and affection, since childhood, Bai Shirhan could only experience it when she was by his side. She had thought that she could keep to herself and would not have friends, but it was the sudden appearance of such a person by her side that made the little girl very dependent. The thighs were clamped by the other party, while Lin Xinu also had a leg clamped by her. The two of them just loosened up and clamped down, engaging in an intimacy they had never seen before at the bottom of the table. Aren't you going to feed me a bite? Listening to his request, at first Bai Shirhan wanted to refuse, but her thighs were clamped and rubbed by the other party, and she instantly blushed with shame. not knowing how to refuse. The two have opposite personalities. Bai Shirhan was the type of personality that couldn't socialize and didn't know how to get along with people. Lin Xinyu was the complete opposite. Every bit of it was just right to fill in what she was missing. People who clearly don't know how to talk change quickly after the other person fills in their flaws. Hey, feed you. The little girl used her chopsticks to pick up the lean meat in the bowl and give it to him, originally wanting the other person to catch it with his teeth. But how could Lin Xinyu be the kind of person who would let go of an opportunity so easily? She purposely put the chopsticks near his mouth, and he purposely bit forward on them. Not only that, but as the body leans forward slightly, the thighs follow the inertia and friction. It can't be like that. Bai Shirhan spoke in a small voice, in a whisper that only Lin Xinyu could hear. But the other party opened his mouth as if he didn't know. I've fed you and you still don't want to feed me. That's too petty. No, obviously it's not about feeding things to eat. The little girl thought he had misunderstood, and was just about to elaborate when she felt the other man begin to continue the thigh rubbing, and instantly understood. That's how he wants to bully himself. If it wasn't for Kongyu and Chu Xinhua beside her, she wouldn't have let him keep bullying her. Often, even Bai Shirhan didn't know that every time Lin Xinyu bullied her, basically a hold would always arise within her. That repeated horizontal jump across the edge between wanting to be bullied and not being able to be bullied is really overly exciting at times. At first, she might be a little uncomfortable, but as the other person continues to increase her strength, she will slowly compromise, and in the end, it will turn into a heartfelt pleasure that will be difficult to break free, as if awakening some extraordinary attribute. I've been taking advantage of you for a long time. 3/3, before, if it was a gradual change for the worse, now she's completely bad to the bone. As the two of them came into contact, the little girl began to initiate more and more often, at first just enjoying it in secret, but then it became a matter of finding opportunities to enjoy it. Not to mention this will. He clamped down on her leg for grinding, and she felt a little shy, wanting to refuse, but inside she was secretly enjoying the exciting pleasure. There's someone else over here. Okay, you win. Kongyu really couldn't stand to watch. Clearly he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to show off, but now it was the other party who was unilaterally crushing it. Bai Shirhan blushed and tried to pull her leg out of him, but Lin Xinyu wouldn't let her, and in order to avoid larger movements from arising, she had to let him clamp down. Of course, you can't lose with this kind of thing. The little girl clamped down hard on him as well, her inner, unwarranted sense of entitlement satisfied. Competitiveness exists in every girl. I heard that some young couples in the playground, you sip a bite I sip a bite. The woman's desire to win suddenly appeared, hard to the boy's swollen mouth. The two didn't go overboard and waited until all the rice on their plates was settled, which allowed the leg rubbing to stop. I don't know when the behavior that was obviously always going to be rejected is now taken for granted. Girls are often so strange. Obviously he has promised her will not engage in intimate behavior, once really not after, and then think of taking the initiative to enjoy the pleasure of mutual entanglement. Come on, back to class. After Lin Xinyu's leg left her lap, the little girl only felt as if something was suddenly missing, empty inside, unable to say why. For a while, both of them were a little bit reluctant to leave. Another successful unlocking of a new milestone. On the way back to class, the little girl was originally following Lin Xinu. Walking Chu Xinhua appeared in front of her. Kongyu took this opportunity to stand with her good brother. In fact, this situation is also Lin Xinyu intentionally let the fat man do so. Chu Xinhua heart is not bad, and communicate with the little girl. It can let her advance to adapt to get along with other girls, so that if you go to the university will not be too nervous. Brother, isn't sister-in-law a bit timid? You don't understand. She's only bold in front of me. You've just been grinding your legs with him at the table, and you call that cowardice? Then you can just let her follow you and make the mistake of knowing anyone else. Fatty, you don't understand. I definitely want to be by her side all the time, but there will always be contingencies. What if she's alone one day because she's busy and has to be away temporarily? Lin Xinyu was considering all of this, not to mention that Bai Shirhan was kind-hearted, and if she didn't know how to get along with others earlier, she would definitely encounter a lot of trouble in the future. Then why are you so comfortable with me? Kongyu was immediately a little unhappy. The two knew each other when they were children, and pressed no concern, more instead of falling into the well. The skin is thicker than the Great Wall. Have a good relationship with your Chu Xinhua, and live a life more comfortable than anyone else in the future. Lin Xinyu, this is a reminder. Ever since Fatty broke up with Chu Xinhua, his mind has been a little unstable, either drinking to drown his sorrows or trying to forget the old relationship from a new one. God's good wheel, met all the women who are quite scheming, properly turned into the big wrong kind of persona, commonly known as the cash machine. Girl talk is always unexpected. Originally, they thought that they were chatting about each other's hobbies or studies, but Chu Xinhua and Bai Shirhan, on the other hand, chatted about things that had nothing to do with all of those. You're so good. Does he always like to bully you? Bai Shirhan's eyes widened. It was clear that she hadn't told anyone. How did she know? Not to mention her. I look like I want to bully. Chu Xinua's personality was just big and bold, and she was practically a natural pair with Kongyu. The little girl shook her head. No, no. She had learned to say no. There was no way she was going to give anyone a bully when she already had a bad guy. So how far did you get with him? It is true that if you are not a family, you don't enter a family. Chu Xinhua is just as gossipy as Kongyu. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything. Blushing, she was trying to say that the two of them didn't have any intimate contact, but when she thought of how she had just rubbed up against each other lower down at the dining table, she instantly lost her heart. Nope, no development. Having never talked alone with any classmate other than Lin Xinyu, even Kongyu, the little girl was always in the company of the bad guy for chatting. Even then, it's just a chat with one thing or another, essentially the same as not talking at all. Then he can't. He's so timid. If I were a boy, I would definitely cherish this time. Such a cute girl. It's a pity not to turn into a wife. He's bold. Even if it was bullying her, she could tolerate it without saying anything against it. But saying that Lin Xin you couldn't. Absolutely not. The little girl doesn't know when she got into the habit. Besides, it was clearly bold. Either holding her little hand or touching her face. Yesterday touching her waist, and today pinning her leg under the table for grinding. So how could it be a case of being timid? It's obvious she's chicken. If he had been a little more daring, he would have been able to scare him to death if he had reversed the process and clamped his leg and rubbed it. The reserved girl can only think about it in her mind. As for the reality of doing so, then surely she will die of shyness. Besides, for her, she had already taken advantage of Lin Xinyu on her today, and Xinyu addiction had reached its mark early, with a new achievement unlocked on the side. Any way you look at it, you're getting a great deal. The little girl has already planned, and so on the future cheap accounted for enough. She took the initiative to take the bride price to spoil him, so that he married her home. Then we'll be able to proudly tell Lin Xinyu, I did not expect it. From before the college entrance exams, I have been taking advantage of you. See, the belly of the small Han is the best proof. And how bold are you? Chu Xinhua asked curiously. She also wanted to know if there would be another side to the weak girl outside. I can be bold. Even if you can't now, you can't lose your basic aura. Bai Shirhan puffed out her mouth, her eyes looking towards Lin Xinyu who was talking and laughing with Kongyu not far away. Why isn't he coming over yet? Big liar. Noticing her sultry eyes, Lin Xin dropped Kongyu and came to her side, then naturally reached out and interlocked his fingers with the little girl. Even if a little shy, the moment they touched the other man's palm, it was as if the small hands were able to find effective routes on their own, making the easiest way to be defiled, and entering his fingers with ease. No holding hands here. Don't worry, it's fine. No one will see. Behind them, Kongyu and Chu Xinhua could see clearly. Chapter 143, 141. That's more comfortable than holding hands. 1/3. Can you're? No. The little girl waved her hand in refusal and quickly pulled away from the other, having known better than to run into him. It certainly won't happen again in the future. It was strange. Before this, Bai Shirhan would not let others approach at all. Even if someone intentionally approached, she would take the initiative to pull away. But as a result, now, instead, her heart was full of anticipation. Couldn't it be that he approached in a different way? Bai Shirhan's body was hot, followed by a gush of tingling, and the scarlet color spread from her face all the way to her neck, and even the roots of her ears were dazzlingly pink. Exactly whose problem she didn't know, and it wasn't hers anyway. You touched me first. I was acting in self-defense. Shameless. Bai Shirhan blushed, not wanting to pay any attention to this upside-down guy beside her. Here, let me touch you of my own accord this time. Classrooms generally don't have a lot of people on lunch break, either going back to their dorms to sleep or a few staying in their seats and brushing up on their problems, basically not paying attention to anything else. Lin Xinyu spoke in a very small voice, but in Bai Shirhan's ears, it was as if she had heard something extraordinary, and her small head looked left and right to make sure that no one was looking at the corner before she breathed a sigh of relief. No way. Even if there is a little bit of wanting in your heart, how can you do it like the cafeteria when there are table legs in the middle of the table blocking it? It's hard not to have the two face to face. Lin Xinyu looked at Bai Shirhan's face. The little girl took the initiative to put her leg over. Think about it. Even if there is no thighs touching each other, during the period of two people still leaning on a piece, shoulder if that is not, small hands are under the table you hook. I touch. Prickly exciting. Bai Shirhan didn't know when she started to like the feeling of holding hands, only feeling that her small hands would be inexplicably peaceful when she was grasped by him, and that she would only feel shy when she was stroked in the palm of her hand again. Okay, well, Lin Xianyu had no choice but to let go of the small hand that had already been satisfied. Shy girls are like this. Once they get the pinnacle of what they are looking forward to inside, the whole person is virtuous. Obviously she took the initiative to reach out and try to seduce with her little finger. It was so hard to get up, and before she could make a move, the little girl had already grayed out. When you get better later, make sure you let the other person experience this feeling as well. How could Bai Shirhan know what Lin Xinyu thought? Just know that it has been satisfying, and that I won't be committing Xinyu addiction for a long time, at least until the end of the school day at night. Here, give me the cup and I'll get you some water. Good. She had wanted to refuse, and when trying to get up from her seat, she obviously felt out of energy and had to let him go. At the same time inwardly chagrined at their own useless, if they have been unable to change this bad habit. In the future, if the bad guys take advantage of the opportunity to bully her, then she is not only to stay in place to sit still, her eyes full of aggrievement, and even a little afraid to look at the other side, begging to let go of their own. Lin Xianyu left from behind her, not forgetting to add a few pieces of brown sugar to the cup, her pretty face still flushed. The little girl watched him go down the aisle all the way to where the water fountain was located until the other girl turned her head to look at her. Then she moved her gaze and acted as if she wasn't looking at him. This feeling like a secret date in the classroom made Bai Shirhan nervous and excited. She waited until Lin Xianyu came over and placed the brown sugar water on her table. You took care of me last time I had the flu, and lately it's my turn to take care of you. You are so good to me. Whenever Bai Shirhan spoke on the ground of thanks, her voice would be so small that Lin Xinyu could easily snicker. What do you mean? How am I good? No, it's nothing. There was no way she was going to admit that he was good at everything. He'd been spoiling her from the start, even if he was a little immodest, but never continued when she didn't want him to, and often it was just the right amount. Bai Shirhan on the contrary felt that she took advantage of a great advantage. Every time she enjoys after running, do not care about the feelings of the other party, proper white whoring, but Lin Xianyu was just willing to spoil her. Whenever she didn't initiate, he wouldn't force it. Often, it was only when the little girl wanted it that Lin Xianyu would fulfill her. Holding hands, touching faces, scratching noses, etc. will all be just right for her to experience and still allow her to find the right reason to cover it up, just being good friends for no apparent reason. Lin Xinyu entered from behind her. During the inevitable grinding with Bai Shirhan's back, a simple benefit is still necessary. Reaching out to help on her shoulders, slowly arriving at the destination. Bai Shirhan's cheeks were pink, feeling the temperature of the other party's palm, obediently not moving. Let me take care of you from now on, okay? No, don't. Why don't you want it? Am I treating you badly? You will bully me. Lin Xianyu didn't say anything. He just draped his palms down under the table. The little girl followed his lead and lowered her little hand. This time it was the boy's turn to take the initiative and gently tickle his little finger on her hand, probably out of habit. Bai Shirhan subconsciously put her small hand into his. By the time he reacted, he had already been grabbed by the other man and started to stroke and play with him. How does it feel? Is not good. You wouldn't have held my hand before. You're the one who had to hold it. The little girl had no bottom to retort at all. Had gotten used to putting her palm in his hand. It was hard to change. The only thing she could do was to keep her mouth shut and beat a dead horse. Shirhan. Bai Shirhan was lying on the table, her small hand held by the other, but it didn't stop her from sleeping with her other arm under her pillow. Lin Xinyu didn't care too much, but slowly approached her ear and spoke softly. Should we stop being good friends? No, it can't be. Bai Shirhan buried her head and responded in a small voice. Now that it was a good friend who had already dared to bully her like this, if it wasn't a good friend then wouldn't he have to step up his efforts? The thought of having my legs rubbed together. If I did promise not to be a good friend in the future, would I become his warm hand? If the calf can't take being stroked by the palm of a hand, down the road it becomes a thigh. And finally, the little girl blushed, not daring to continue imagining. She's not going to say yes. Not saving enough for the dowry became her last stubbornness. So can I touch your legs and feet? Sleep, sleep. Sleeping people don't know anything. Lin Xianyu moved closer again, the warm gas blowing out of his mouth hitting her neck as well as the roots of her ears, causing the little girl to tense her body, not daring to raise her head at all. The compelling voice of the heart rang out. It's more comfortable than touching your hand. Chapter 144-142. No, I'll give you a touch. 2/3. Sleeping people don't know anything. Probably too shy. The red light on the little girl's cheeks was visible from the back of her neck, and a few strands of her hair were scattered on her fair skin, making Lin Xianyu want to reach out and help her straighten it out, stroking it in the process. When there are ideas, there are actions. Reaching out, he gently placed the strands of hair behind her from the position of her neck, which in turn made Bai Shirhan even more shy, her toes nervously snapping and snapping in her shoes, unsure if this would be a good time to get up and refuse, or pretend to be asleep and let him have his way. The boy clasped her small hand in one and stroked the hair with the other, between which from time to time an exhalation struck the part of the other's cheek that was left out. White and red, pink ears close at hand. Lin Xin, you wanted to get close enough to taste it now. But the little girl seemed to be able to sense it and quickly hid her ear inside her arm as well. The other ear that was exposed could only go to the aisle to get its way. The only thing I regret is that in the classroom, if this would get up and go over there to taste the little ears, if the rest of the class saw it, it would definitely be taken as a pervert. For insurance reasons, Lin Xinyu could only abandon his intentions. School uniform pants, although the material is not bad, but the only bad place is not perfectly show the little girl leg length advantage. If this will be replaced with white silk or black silk, those will love it. After all, you have to check the material properly, so she can't buy substandard socks. Bai Shirhan was tempted to raise her head, and it was inevitable that Lin Xinyu's long period of inactivity would make her curious. It was hard not to feel a little bit of sultry emotion when you were all ready to put up a form of resistance when he touched you, but the palm you wanted inside was slow to fall. I'm going to start touching. Oh, the little girl could hate him. Just touch it. Why do you have to remind her of it on purpose? If you touch it directly, then you can act as if you just found out, thus making a refusal. And not only that, but you can enjoy it while it lasts. And you can keep the other person from realizing that you're whoring yourself out. The words now posited that he knew she wasn't really asleep, and saying no ahead of time was tantamount to asking for permission. Disagreement is now going to be denied. Bai Shirhan gently moved her body, and finally chose to pretend she didn't know. Her toes clenched in her shoes and didn't move, and for some reason, her heart created a little anticipation. It wouldn't have been rubbed bad by him already, would it? The little girl buried her face in her elbow, not daring to look up at all. Seeing that the other party did not respond, at first Lin Xinyu thought that she was aware that she was teasing her, but when he saw the slender long legs under the table that were pumping outward from time to time, he instantly understood that he was not stupid. So how could he possibly let go of this opportunity? Taking her small hand in one, she slowly settled back in her seat, followed by slowly approaching the location of her partner's thigh with the other one she had vacated. It descended and touched the school uniform pants that were in the way. The thighs, which were still shaking slightly, instantly lost any movement. Bai Shirhan trembled, and the small hand he held tried to disengage, but it was firmly caught. A warm sensation at the thigh position swept through his body, and his entire body became tingly. Lin Xinyu was sort of satisfied. He didn't think that having a meal with Kong Yu and the others would be such a rewarding experience. The only pity is that now is in the classroom. If the location is changed to study room or home, this ambiguous atmosphere, certainly more than just so put up simple touch so simple. Bai Shirhan buried her head and didn't dare to make a sound, waiting for the touch of his palm to leave. Then she sighed in relief. Her soft body was also full of strength at this moment. Her small hand broke away from his hand. Her pretty face was red, slightly raised her head, still didn't dare to look at the other party. This was great. Then she had said she couldn't let him run wild anymore, and now she was being groped. And what was even more outrageous, she hadn't even made a half-hearted move to resist. It's really compelling and harmful. In contrast, though, having his warm palms touching his legs did seem more exciting than holding hands. You see, even the normally thick-skinned Lin Xinyu was a bit embarrassed at this point. Perhaps it was because he had never expected to be in such close contact with his little girl that he didn't react for a moment. After all, in the meeting where Bai Shirhan was socially fearful, he had always watched from afar, unable to get close at all, and in contrast to the present moment, it was difficult to hide the joy within. The little girl stole a glance at him with her afterglow, seeing Lin Xinu in a daze. The smile at the corner of her mouth was very obvious, and her heart felt happy, as if she had bullied him. We'll touch it properly when we get home. Lin Xinyu's voice was small, just enough for Bai Shirhan to hear, and the little girl's eyes widened as she shook her head in panic, remembering that Auntie Song wouldn't be checking on her room tonight, and feeling nervous. You said you wouldn't bully me. There's no bullying. I just wasn't mentally prepared for the classroom to be occupied and it's just the two of us at home. No, it's okay. It's not like I'm bullying you. Didn't I show you a novel before? This is one of the plots. I've never touched it before. That's why I thought of touching it. Lin Xinyu was so serious that he froze the little girl, and eventually chose to agree. Only the thought of the other party in the evening at home, palms on her legs grinding, the face of the blush instantly deepened a few points, pressed to fade away the color. You promised Auntie Song that you couldn't bully me. I'm not bullying you. It's really a plot point. Never experienced that feeling before. If it's inconvenient I can ask one of the other girls. No, how can you ask another girl about something like that? Bai Shirhan puffed out her mouth, a little angry, an emotion she couldn't even feel herself, furious at the thought of Lin Xinyu going to find someone else to touch her legs. If you go to someone else, I'm not going to be your best friend. It never occurred to me that the little girl would one day say something with a threat. Lin Sinyu pretended to be aggrieved. Then I don't know what to do about that feeling. I'll touch you, Bai Shirhan blurted out. The two of them were facing each other like this. Originally the little girl was peeking with her afterglow, and because she was too anxious, she directly stared into Lin Sinyu's eyes. Really? Aha. I'm not bullying you then, haha. The air was filled with a nice milky scent, and the young girl suddenly thought of something and lowered her head, again not daring to look at the boy who was snickering in front of her. It took a moment before he lifted his little head up. Shinwoo. Are we good friends here? It used to be a clean best friend, now it's just a little more muddled than before. It's an unclear best friend at best. Is that so? Definitely. I never lie to you. Aha! Bai Shirhan nodded her head. Let's just say it's just a good friend who doesn't have a clear conscience. See, that's what he thinks. 2. Chapter 145, 143. I'm the one who bullied him. 3/3. The innocent best friend who becomes unclean is the one who can take for granted the ability to do many things that he or she would not have dared to do before. Before, I had to find excuses to shrug it off, but now I don't need this process at all. It's all been cleared up anyway, so it's not like it's been done once or twice. In the beginning, he was able to brush it off, trying to deny in his mind that he was flirting with the other person, but this was impossible to brush it off in any way. Why do you feel like you like it? Not a fan of. Secretly liking it was okay, but getting her to admit it was out of the question, and the little girl was secretly enjoying herself, not actively experiencing it, but this passive acceptance seemed to be okay. The afternoon sunlight silently climbed up the windowsill, shining warmly on Lin Sinyu, and at this moment, Bai Shirhan seemed to see a warm light in his eyes. Lin Sinyu also did not dare to move around. This is the young age of blood and vigor. A little inattention will be too protruding, can only self-ease the emotions. He was tempted to take her in his arms right now and put his hands on her waist while not forgetting to touch her legs, and if he was in a place where no one else was, he might even be able to surreptitiously lift up her shirt to get a closer look at the state of her skin. In the future, if I don't know what to feel, I'll come to you, okay? Okay, but, the girl looked at him both happily and a little nervously. You can't bully me. There's no bullying, that's just cut and dry. It doesn't count as bullying. Real bullying isn't that gentle. If you want to know, I'll come home from school and bully you hard? No can do. If you dare to bully me, I'll tell Auntie Song when she comes back. Bai Shirhan was getting better at threatening people, but at this moment, her heart was full of anticipation. What would a ruthless bullying be like? Here, give me your hand. Shirhan is addicted. Lin Xianyu naturally placed his hand at the bottom of the table, and the little girl cooperated by putting her small hand into his. In her previous naps she would occasionally use her afterglow to survey the contours of the other man's face, from forehead to eyebrows to nice eyelashes, then nose and mouth, trying to look all the way from top to bottom while the boy settled down, trying to figure out why he was attracted to her. The young girl blushed. It was the first time she had ever taken a nap with him holding hands. At first the biggest feeling inside was shyness, to later see him lying on the table, his eyes gently staring at himself. The little girl gradually felt happiness. First she responded with her eyes, and then she was really embarrassed by the look, so she closed her eyes, not burying her little head in her elbow this time, and realized that it seemed to be a blessing to be watched by him. Not long after, under Lin Sinyu's gaze, the little girl gradually entered dreamland, usually just simply resting. She was probably more peaceful, or perhaps her mind had something to think about, and her unashamed thoughts gradually transformed into dreamland. In the dream, Bai Shirhan didn't know when she wore black and white, 2 legs as one. That bad guy has long been impatient, quickly close to put on his palms, first in the outer edge of the caress, and then gradually fine to the end of the stockings, gently help her back off half, palms and slippery skin close fit. The little girl didn't even know how she came up with this shy pose. Lin Xianyu didn't sleep, but gently surveyed her, only to feel that there was something strange about the other party. The faded red color on her face had obviously disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again, and when it was about to fade away, a new layer began to appear again. It's so cute. When the actions in the dream became more and more daring, Bai Shirhan finally couldn't help but shyly open her eyes, and her small mouth muttered no. It was only after meeting Lin Sinyu's eyes that he settled down. Having a nightmare? He was really gentle and kept watch over her while she slept. Bai Shirhan was a bit weak. He had already taken care of her like this. She in turn tortured and bullied him like that in the dream, more or less a bit embarrassed. No, that's dreaming and talking in your sleep. It's a good thing you didn't call me by my name and say no, or if anyone heard you, they'd think I was bullying you. Not at all. The young girl was a little proud this time. In the dream she had bullied him hard, and in her heart this would be beautifully sneering. Perhaps it was a sudden thought of what the other side had said to explore. The little girl immediately pouted. You can't find another girl to experience that. Are you jealous? Not at all. Really? Really no. I just think, find me a can. Words sour, even if the mouth is hard, but the meaning shows very obvious. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't be looking for any other girls. I'll just be looking for you. That can't be touched. Often enough to find mine. The girl was a bit nervous. Even though she had gotten the answer she wanted, she was still afraid that the other's restless palms would run amok with her. Just her small hands and legs alone were already getting to her soul. And if she was unlocking some new special positions, then she would surely be touched up completely. It won't be often. The main thing about this sort of thing is the sneak attack. An unnoticed come on to cut through. No, it can't be. If she suddenly attacked every time, she would definitely be unable to resist. And if she couldn't help it and really took the initiative to bully him one day like in the dream, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Bai Shirhan wasn't scared of her, but she was scared for Lin Sinyu. After all, she had bullied him so hard in Dreamland that the other party hadn't been able to fight back. But the current Lin Xinu wasn't scared at all. Instead, he stared straight at her. It's fine, if you feel at a disadvantage, you can also suddenly sneak attack me. I'm not going to. Lin Sinyu held her hand tightly, and the two of them fitted their fingers to one another at some point, and they had already lost count of the number of times they had interlocked their fingers. It's a weirdly exciting feeling. There are other students in the class who are struggling to learn, and conversely the first and second in the grade are secretly holding hands. Surely they wouldn't have thought that she, usually uncommunicative, would now be holding hands with a boy under the table without shame. It's as if everyone has the impression of her as being high-strung and uncommunicative, but the little girl herself believes that this is not the case, and instead is rather clingy and enjoys contact with people. Of course, only to Lin Sinyu. Adolescent love has been had. In a sweet atmosphere, the girl secretly likes her beloved boy, with whom she has no shame to unlock all kinds of intimate behavior. Lin Xinu had no problem with it. Not only would he not feel anxious, but he also enjoyed in the pleasure. It's not? The little girl was starting to sneak up on him too. Look at her winning expression, as if she's trashing him, not realizing she's already deep in it. It's too cute too. Chapter 146, 144. She pressed on top of him, 1/3. The night was hazy, and the shy girl followed the bold boy, wanting to hold hands, but wincing a bit because she was afraid of being seen by the inspecting teacher. After waiting to walk into the unique paradise belonging to the two of them, the long-awaited interlocking of fingers was finally realized. The little white cat, lying lazily on her back by the windowsill, turned her head to see the boy and the girl holding hands, and was just about to go back to snoozing and sleeping, when she turned back to her senses and realized that something wasn't quite right. Holding hands? Stupid humans finally getting the hang of it? Didn't they all say that all females are much more precocious than males? How come this girl is different instead? And remembered that those female cats all took the initiative to seduce it. And sure enough, humans can't be compared to cats. They say it's sweet to watch someone else fall in love. And so did the little white cat, her eyes fixed on them in anticipation of the bigger moves that would be produced. It turned out to be only a moment's withholding, and the girl panicked and jerked away from the other man's hand. What a wimp! After meowing, the little white cat flopped down on the windowsill and continued to rest with her eyes closed. But for Bai Shan, even the physical contact that had been done made her shy, the sensations that came with it exciting and pleasurable. It was soothing all over, first the tightness, then the anticipation, and finally the satisfaction by generating joyful signals in the body. Like 10 fingers interlocked, this has become a little girl can touch the range of things. There is not the beginning of that kind of nervousness, there is just shy squirming. This feeling can be best experienced when lying in bed at night, with the covers tightly closed, and all the images of being with each other without shame in your mind. Nourished by Lin Sinyu's favor, the smile on Bai Shirhan's face became more and more pronounced, gradually filling with sunshine from her usual melancholic state. Perhaps it was because Lin Sinyu loved to laugh that she was able to mimic it appropriately. Dare you to come with me to unlock a new milestone? Now, the little girl is a little incredible. This will be the class bell has been ringing. Undone, she really cannot think of what will be. After all, this will be in the study room. It is difficult to not. Bai Shirhan's small face was flushed, and for a moment she wondered if what she was thinking would become reality. She was so used to being bullied by him that every day if she wasn't bullied she was a little ticked off. He hadn't been boldly bullied by him in study hall yet. So was that the new milestone the other guy was talking about, was bullying her hard in study hall? The little girl's mind had already begun to fantasize, and the image was fixed on the wall of the classroom in the back of the room, and Lin Sinyu reached up and pressed her against it, stroking her cheeks to his heart's content, and then her neck, and slowly working his way down. Bai Shirhan herself didn't know how she had brainstormed this scene. It was as if she had combined all the things she had seen and heard in the alley in the bamboo forest. The location was changed to the classroom, and the main characters became her and Lin Sinyu. Don't dare? Telling her not to speak, Lin Xinyu's gaze turned to the other side. The little girl panicked and didn't dare to look at him. Her face was red. She didn't know what had happened. Obviously she wasn't bullied. How did it look as if she was being bullied? Her face was aggrieved, and her little eyes were slightly pleading for mercy. Where to? What couples do? We're good friends. I know, but wouldn't it be a bit of a shame if we didn't experience the things couples are supposed to do? Lin Xin looked at her. Bai Shirhan had gradually calmed down well inside and dared to meet his eyes. A little. Listening to his compulsion, the little girl admitted that she did have some heart, even if she did not want to. Deep down there will always be a traitor to help Lin Xinyu speak. That's a couple can only do things if you do not go to do it now. High school graduation. There will be no more opportunities to do it. Really do not want to do it with him? In front of Lin Xinyu, she was already good at fooling around, and with that in her heart, she didn't have any reason to refuse at all. Couples do things last time in the alley, and that time in the grove. The focus wasn't on what was going to be done, the main thing was a vibe. Bai Shirhan didn't understand what he was saying, only that he might deal with her as he thought in his head, and for a moment she didn't know how to resist. The next moment is to witness a miracle. Lin Xinyu pulled out the circular gauge from the stationery box and mumbled with his mouth, and just by looking at it, he thought he was about to do something sacred. Instead of thinking he was childish, the little girl enjoyed the atmosphere, only to see him start writing and drawing on the table with a circular gauge. It didn't take long for Lin Xinyu, 3 nice-looking fonts to appear on the wooden table. You can't be like this. Carving a name on a desk is sure to be seen by other students. You can also write your name on it, to be next to mine, and draw a love heart. I don't want it. How can you carve a name on the table? This belongs to the destruction of public property. The little girl's sense of justice is bursting at the moment. If you don't write it, in case some girl writes her name next to it. No. The thought of his name next to the name of other girls, Bai Shirhan angry, cannot say what the reason, anyway, is very angry, do not even want to think directly, open the mouth to refuse, then you don't write. The little girl was a bit of a dilemma. It's not right to write, it's not right not to write, and finally take the book and cover the name he wrote. As long as you can't see it, you can leave it alone. Are you sure you don't want to write? Childish. Lin Xin was really a bit surprised. He didn't expect Bai Shirhan to dislike him in this way, and he felt very happy inside. At the very least, the little girl now knew how to carry out a rejection. In the past, he did not agree to be his wife because he was simply not prepared in any way. After all, a bit of mild social phobia, even if he would not refuse, but less excessive things still know not to do. Even if you have accepted each other in your heart, it still takes a long time to prepare yourself mentally. Don't look at the fact that there has been partial intimacy now, but for the little girl to open up and admit to the relationship, unless everyone in the family supports it, as well as saving up enough for the bride price. It's so pointless, it's not even daring. Bai Shirhan looked at him accusingly and lowered her head to do her homework. Time passes slowly. To the classroom, Lin Xinyu asked the little girl to go to the toilet with him. The girl blushing faced to turn him down. Lin Xinyu didn't think too much about it, watched her writing the topic seriously, got up and walked out of the classroom, and before leaving, he also instructed the other party to wait obediently for him to come back at his position. Only when he completely disappeared from sight did Bai Shirhan slowly remove all the books covering the table. The round gauge sits quietly on the table. The little girl was a little vain, but eventually took it in her hand and looked at the desktop, apologizing repeatedly for writing her name above his. Today was her happiest day. Chapter 147-145. Rolling stones suddenly fall from calm water. The water splashed and rippled. The little girl's heart was full of contentment as she watched the names one above the other close together. In the past, Bai Shirhan was afraid to stay alone in an unfamiliar environment. But now, since the study room was what Lin Xinyu called an exclusive paradise for the two of them, she wasn't afraid at all. Not to mention the early purpose of waiting for the other to leave before picking up the circular gauge to fulfill her desired needs. After the other party came back, the little girl continued to write the topic in a serious manner, just like a nobody, completely unable to imagine what she had just done. Lin Xinyu sat beside Bai Shirhan and looked at her quietly. This girl, mouth said, do not like. All kinds of behavior is not showing that she has completely love sinus. He said he wouldn't be his wife, but in reality he either wanted to hold hands or rub his arm with him. And in terms of approach, it's true that girls are still more skillful. Looking at the flawless white, blown face in front of him, Lin Xinyu reached out and lightly poked. Even if in the future, entrepreneurial success, freedom of wealth, but also than the current years of peace and quiet. Shirhan, I'm at. The girl was a little wary and forced herself to hold back her inner tension as she looked up at the other girl. I don't think Auntie Song is coming tonight? Aha. Bai Shirhan didn't know what he was going to say, but her intuition told her that she would definitely be bullied by Lin Xinyu, and this addictive feeling made her completely unafraid. and even filled her heart with infinite anticipation. Only that on the surface she was still scared and shy. Let's go to my place later. There's food in the fridge. It'll spoil if we don't get it to eat. Don't worry. My parents aren't home. They won't be checking in unexpectedly. Auntie Song will be angry when she finds out. It's okay. We're just simply learning that we can't waste the groceries in the fridge. And Auntie would surely understand even if she knew. So, you can't bully me. Looking at her aggrieved and pitiful appearance, Lin Xin you made a guarantee. Definitely won't. The main thing is just to finish the dishes in the refrigerator, so as not to leave them to go bad. Good. The two were able to get along well together solely because Lin Xin you could find a reasonable reason. Even if the little girl also wanted to go to his house, but couldn't find a suitable excuse. That's why she was hesitant to say anything. Time passed silently, and finally the long-awaited school bell was heard. Come on, let's go home and I'll cook you dinner. Well, the little girl began to pack up her things, first packing up his books and stationery, then pressing her backpack on the table, waiting for Lin Xin to leave before lifting up her book bag. Her cute little face was blushing with shame as she took small steps to follow him. As the classroom lights were about to go out, the names of the two men next to each other, top and bottom, stood out on the wooden table. Fatty, why are you still shy? Shirhan and I are just holding hands between good friends. You guys are already a quasi-couple. There's no one else next to you. Boys should take the initiative. Don't be a wimp. Kong Yu was a little embarrassed. Of course, the expression must have been faked. Everything was all the brothers' cooperation. Bai Shirhan was aware of this in advance. Originally the act of holding hands she would definitely be shy to refuse. But Kong Yu is also his good brother. And hearing that Lin Xin promised to cooperate with her in the act, plus being able to be held by him openly, she could only agree. Who's a wimp? I'm not a wimp, okay? Said Kong Yuan holding Chu Xinua's hand, although the girls next to a little embarrassed, but did not squeak. After all, the other side of the friend is on the side. If this will be the hand out of his hand, we'll certainly let the boys lose face. After the thought struggle was over, Chu Xinua also let Kong Yu hold her. After seeing the two of them squirming and moving, Bai Shirhan's eyes glowed, not realizing that this could really help them. So Lin Xin hadn't lied to her. The little hand was rubbed in his hand, completely forgetting what it meant to be reserved. If it was just her and Lin Xin doing this, then she might be nervous and shy about how to talk. But if there happened to be a pair of people next to her doing this as well, then she'd take it for granted. The two palms shyly you touch. I sneak back, each other to meet their respective needs, has been from the side path almost to the school entrance. A pair of good friends and a pair of prospective couples only one after another to hold the hand loose. This kind of secret rendezvous with someone accompanying them instead gave Bai Shirhan enough confidence. At least now it won't be so stressful. Out of the school, 4 people divided into 2 teams. Coincidentally, the purpose in different directions. With the previous ambiguous atmosphere, the rest can only rely on their own skills. See you tomorrow. Come on. You boys can't wait for us to leave quickly now. Remember to go back and study hard tonight. Kong Yu smiled tartly and nodded in understanding. The brothers know each other by heart and make a perfect match every time. Only after they walked away did Lin Xin look at Bai Shirhan, who was lowering her small head in front of him. Come on, go to my house and get rid of the leftover ingredients in the fridge. Well, even though she was a little scared, the little girl simply wouldn't go back on a promise. The waiting process will always be intriguing as you cross the street and look at the traffic light on the opposite sidewalk. During this time Bai Shirhan wanted to reach out her pinky finger to hook his palm, but considering that there would be too many high school students after school this time, she could only forcefully hold back her inner expectations. Just as the little girl wanted to put her hand down, Lin Xin directly held her palm. Be careful crossing the street. I can walk. Stubborn mouth. Unwilling to leave the hand. In stark contrast, Bai Shirhan felt incredible. Obviously always followed him home before. Sometimes even accidentally go to the other side of the building, and now actually by him holding hands to go back. When you're alone, you don't think too much about whatever you're doing, and when you're with 2 people, your mind inexplicably goes to the other person. Before I became good friends with him, I would rationally refuse a lot of temptations. How after I became good friends, I learned to refuse more and more. It's just inexplicable to want it, and it's especially pleasurable when you're being loved by the other person. Thinking about the past few days, holding hands with him every day, being fed breakfast by him every day. If it wasn't for the fact that they were good friends, the little girl almost thought she was living in the nourishment of love. She had become obsessed with his smell, as if this would stand beside him, greedily absorbing the exclusive scent belonging to the other person's body. Even through his clothes, it was still obvious that some of his mind was swirling. You've got a lot of water. The boy led the girl into the alley, where the breeze was icy cold. Probably because of her nervousness, Bai Shirhan's hands were sweaty. Chapter 148-146. Even if you want to, I won't agree, 3/3. Here are the shoes I bought just for you. Do you want me to take them off for you? After opening the door to his room, Lin Sinyu took out the long-prepared pink mop from the shoe cupboard. The hand had already been unlocked. It would be perfect if he could unlock some more achievements today. Bai Shihan's eyes widened as she backed up. No, don't. His hands have already been touched by him. Even his legs have been completely lost today. These are not enough. Is he going to touch his feet? At the thought of her little feet being gently stroked in the other party's warm palms, the little girl's pretty face flushed red, but this time, she was able to completely control her body, and was not so weak that she could not move. It's okay, I'll help you put it on. No, how petty. Bai Shihan puffed up her little mouth, seeing the other party change his slippers and walk into the room before she exhaled with a palpitating heart, taking off her shoes and revealing her customary little white socks. If she were to have her feet rubbed by him at this time, her body would surely go straight to softness, right? I want to touch it now. I don't want to. The little girl walked into the room and reached out to bring the door closed, her eyes looking over at Lin Sinyu who was getting groceries from the refrigerator, feeling like she owned the world. Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? I'll get the food ready and call you for dinner later. Can I help out with the beat? This was the vocabulary Bai Shihan had learned from him. Usually in her house Lin Sinyu said so. Now that they were already in his house, the two people's identities rightfully needed to be transformed. Sure, just watch, and if I get sweaty on my face just wipe it off for me. Where's the dishes and stuff? Just be a good boy and watch me get it. You're so sweet. Say that again. I didn't hear you. Bai Shihan felt that from the moment the two became good friends, the other party has been caring about her. She felt like she was about to be spoiled. Every day at school he accompanied, not only have breakfast to eat, but also can eat the same pair of chopsticks with him, even if shy. The inner satisfaction is a real presence. She all but felt like she had turned into a bad child. During this time the little girl tried to help, but they were all stopped one by the other. At my house, I'll do these, you just watch. But, don't worry, okay? I'll let you taste my handiwork. Bai Shihan puffed up and stared at him with a "that's how you are when you're in my house" look. Lin Sinyu pressed and ignored her, washing the rice and cooking it, stir-frying and loading the plate. Maybe the reason that the meal is colorful and fragrant. The little girl eats very well. This time there is no you a bite and I a mouthful of feeding. The two people quickly solve. More food to add? No need. Then you sit down and rest for a while I do the dishes. I can wash it. Before she could get up from standing, Lin Sinyu pressed her back onto the stool, and before long, the sound of water running in the kitchen was very noticeable. The small water clattered and tugged at her heartstrings. It wasn't until Lin Xian wiped the water clean and came out of the kitchen that the little girl withdrew her gaze with an "I wasn't looking at you" look. Brush up on your questions? Good. Come into the room then. I might have to get some stuff done so I can brush up later. Aha. For what he said, Bai Shihan had always listened obediently, and even if she might be bullied, she chose to listen to what he said, and defenselessly followed behind Lin Sinyu all the way into his bedroom. The bed quilt was neatly folded. The air did not have half the odor. On the contrary, there is a good smell of light grass. Just sit on the bed for a while. I should be working on the manuscript for a bit longer. You go about your business. Don't worry about mine. Bai Shihan knows very well when to disturb the other party. Now this time is definitely not. Look at his serious expression. Should be a long time may not look at her, so she can boldly go to see him law. Usually, they would sneak a look, and sometimes they would be caught by Lin Sinyu. But this time, they didn't have this concern. The most main reason, or because she occupied his bed, not to mention the smell of his body still exists on the upper side, cannot help but some obsession. A time to forget that they still belong to the blushing shy state. Bai Shihan blushed. Small hand nervously stroked the sheets he slept on. This is a lonely man and woman. The girl also took the initiative to go to the boy's home. This will also sit on his bed. The most incredible also belongs to the little girl is feeling the silky smoothness of the sheets. For those who don't know, she's the pervert. It was a strange feeling to be obviously scared to stay in his room, but not have the option to run away. With a red face, the little girl's small hand that was stroking the bedsheet stopped, and she looked up to see Lin Sinyu who was not far away. The boy was attentively writing on the draft paper, scribbling. His eyes never moved. Extremely focused, Bai Shihan knew that he was earning her a bride price. Xing perhaps is at noon by him to fool around to carry on caressing. The whole lunch self-study is in a state of panic. Pressure is not rested. At this time, her eyes look at each other a little fascinated. Over time, in the peace and quiet gradually heart sleepy. Only when the first yawn came out did Lin Sinyu stop moving. Sleepy? No. Lay down and take a nap if you're sleepy. I just don't know if you'll pick a bed. You might not be used to sleeping in it. No, it's not necessary. Sleeping in his bed was something that was too much to even think about, and even if it did make her heart sing inside, it certainly lacked a valid reason to act on it. and so far, she couldn't find one anyway. It's okay, I'll wake you up when I'm done and take you home. Really, I wouldn't lie to anyone but you. By Shirhan hesitant, eyes staring at him, indeed a little sleepy, but still forced sleepiness not let eyelids next to a fast. Look at you sleepy. Don't worry, it's impossible to do anything to you now that we're still in high school. Even if you pull out all the stops and want me to trash you. I don't want to. How could one possibly want to be trashed by him? It was an almost impossible thing to happen. Lin Sinyu looked at her and continued. Don't worry, we're so far apart. When I'm done I'll wake you up and send you home. Well, then, you can't cheat. No kidding. The two of them met on the eyes, saw him gently smiling at her. The little girl was relieved, but her little heart was still thumping. Her feet lifted from the edge of the bed, slowly placed on the bed, and finally did not forget to take off the white short socks, carefully placed in the slippers. Do you want to get water to wash your feet? Looking at the other party's hesitant look, Lin Xin guessed what was going through her mind. After all, he had noticed by Shirhan's little expression after she took off her socks, and she, who loved cleanliness, would definitely want to tidy up before going to bed. 2. Your feet don't stink, so it's okay to sleep like this. No, no. The little girl's eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly put the socks away for fear that he would take them. How else would he know there's no flavor? Chapter 149, 147. My mom said she came back to see you. 1/3. Listening to the sound of the wind blowing outside the window, accompanied by 2 or 3 different cat calls from time to time. In addition to this, Bai Shirhan could clearly hear the sound of her heart thumping, and even her breathing became a bit rapid. If he has to wash her later, the little girl didn't dare to imagine, wanting to refuse, but afraid of missing the opportunity because of it. Come on, the water's just right. Lin Xin walked into the room with the water basin. His gaze slowly moved from her small face to her feet, staring at her unconsciously wanting to hide her small feet from him. You have nice feet. Sure is sick. From the time she took off her socks, Bai Shirhan had already noticed his unsuspecting eyes, but she didn't expect the other party to be able to say it openly and honestly. What's the next step? What's next? Ask her directly if it's okay to touch her feet? The little girl was a little nervous. Her face was flushed, and she could clearly feel her body's temperature starting to rise. Her whole body was flushed. Do you need me to wash it for you? Bai Shirhan's eyes widened. It's coming. It's really coming. I want to go home. Just as he was about to get up from the bed, he was pressed back down again by Lin Sinyu. It's fine. I've touched this water with my hands. It's not very hot. Just put your feet in. He placed the water bowl next to the bed, not very far from the girl's little feet, and put it closer for the convenience of her being able to reach it. You wash first, and I'll do it when you're done. Seeing that the other party had no intention of trying to help her wash her feet, Bai Shirhan was relieved and slowly moved her small feet, which were just about to be put under the quilt and hidden, towards the water basin position. That's nice. I don't know whether to say that people or feet. The little girl which cares so much, the heart is happy, can get the favorite boy praise. This is probably every person in love and the expectation of the thing. The red color on Bai Shirhan's face has not faded, and the blood can still be clearly seen on her smooth white feet, which, from a distance, makes people unconsciously want to reach out and touch it. It's not so scary to get along now, is it? Aha! Is the water still the right temperature? Also, available. Then sleep here tonight. Good. Ha! Bai Shirhan reacted. Her soaking little feet had begun to rebel, and she hurriedly waved her hands, shaking her head. No, it won't work. Even if Auntie Song wasn't there, the act of a lone man and a widow sharing a room was obviously not to be taken. Not to mention that there was only one bed here, so if she agreed, wouldn't the other person have to sleep in the same bed with her? Just sitting face to face. The bad guy had already dealt with her that way, and if she slept in the same bed, she'd definitely be caught by the bad guy. School today that might be busy a little late. It's not safe to walk at night too late. Don't worry, I should just sit over there and write. Lin Xin pointed to the desk when he finished speaking, and to confirm what he said, he didn't forget to pick up the draft paper to show her. Really busy. No kidding. Well, then, I'll sleep on the couch. Good. Lin Xin didn't reject her, and after staring at her for a while, he continued. When you fall asleep, I'll carry you back to bed to sleep. You're bullying me. Bai Shirhan was full of aggression. While lifting her little feet that were soaking in the water and shaking her head around to look for something available, Lin Sinyu took out the foot wiping towel he had prepared long ago from the side and handed it to her. Don't worry, I won't wait for others to fall asleep and start moving my hands and feet like what is written in novels. The little girl's heart trembled with fear, took the towel from his hand, didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Sinyu at all, just like a child who did something wrong, didn't dare to look at his father at all, afraid that if she met her eyes, she would be seen through the other party's mind. After you've scrubbed your feet you can get under the covers, and the towel will stay here until I've washed up and used it too. Bai Shirhan wanted to open her mouth to say something, hesitated for a moment and then closed her mouth, lifted her legs and placed them on the bed, carefully opened the quilt and covered it. Along with her movements, the bed made a squeak sound, and her little heart pounded again until Lin Sinyu put her feet in the foot wash she had washed, and only then did she feel relieved and lay flat on the bed. I'm sleepy. Go to sleep first. I have a lamp over there later. It won't affect your sleep. Don't worry. Good. Bai Shirhan lay down flat, her head resting on the pillow he had slept on, her nose full of the familiar scent of his body. She had thought that she would be a little less accustomed to the change of bed, but now it seemed to be a completely superfluous thought. Not only that, but the excessive thought of if only I could sleep in his bed from now on had even sprung up in my heart. She was a little shy, her little head tucked under the covers, not daring to stick it out for fear of him seeing it. Jingle bells. The little girl was scared one. Under the pillow of the cell phone ringing is really some surprise. This is a good ease of heart. At the moment once again set off ripples. I think it's mom's phone. She calls sometimes at night to check in. Hearing Lin Sinyu say this, Bai Shirhan face nervous, completely did not expect this to happen. This is to sneak, while Auntie Song is not in the case to come to his home, and now heard his mother called. Thumping heart instantly raised to the throat. After handing the cell phone to the other party, he hid his little head under the comforter, covering his whole face, and halfway through, out of curiosity, carefully poked out half of his little head again, with a pair of big, nervous eyes, curiously observing his movements. Lin Sinyu gave her an okay gesture, signaling the little girl to rest assured, then pressed the answer button. Hey, Mom. Ha, nothing, I was washing my feet, so I did not answer the phone. What? Don't listen to Grandma. Other girls just go back with me to have fun. It's not good for a girl's reputation to spread the word. Oops. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll focus on my studies now. I know. What? You want to see Shirhan when you get back? Hey, Mom, the signal is not very good. I first go to write homework. Will not say. Bye. Listening to Lin Sinyu reply back, Bai Shirhan's face began to change in many different expressions. At first it was envious of the way the two chatted, to later slowly become a little alarmed. What Grandma? The little girl as soon as she came out, immediately recalled the last time with him in the countryside happened, especially the last sentence to come back to see her. It's over. Isn't that the equivalent of being caught? Seeing Lin Sinyu turn his body to look at her, Bai Shirhan obediently lay still, her face pink, not daring to speak at all. Shirhan, sleep. As if she had guessed what he was going to ask, she simply proceeded to pretend to be asleep, her little head once again covered in the quilt, too nervous to even show her eyes. Sleeping then while you cannot hear now, secretly tell you something, my mom Lin Sinyu's voice was getting closer and closer, and the little girl could still hear the drops of water falling as the other's feet came out of the water basin. My mom she says you can't treat a girl poorly and came back wanting to meet you. Chapter 150-148. Hands are numb, 2/3. Bai Shirhan closed her eyes under the covers and silently chanted don't listen and can't hear. Even so, the words Lin Sinyu spoke were like radar installed, pinpointing her ears and drilling in silently. Shirhan, really asleep? So sleeping can you tell me if you want to see mom? Harm, fear. Lin Xianyu placed his hand on the quilt. His warm palm could be clearly experienced by Shirhan even through the quilt. This is only the first time this has happened. The last time Dad called she panicked. This is his mom for a change. Shouldn't he be the one who's scared? Why is she the one who's still panicking? It's okay, Grandma told Mom a long time ago, and has been chanting for a while now. Every time she calls she either asks if you're okay or how the two of us are getting along, and also says that it's now a crucial year in high school, so we have to work hard for each other and study hard, and try not to be in a long-distance relationship, or else the chances of us being together in the future would be greatly diminished. The boy just stroked the quilt and quietly told the girl about the recent events. Is it really hard to be together when you're in a different place? A weak query came from under the covers, the words clearly concerned about the two men's impending separation for the summer. It's hard, but that doesn't mean it mustn't be. Lin Xianyu tenderly touched on the quilt, accidentally touching her waist in the middle. The little girl shyly moved her body to prevent him from continuing to touch. It's just that if you're in one place, you'll have something to look out for no matter what happens, and if you're upset, I'll be there for you, and if you want to get mushy, I can just take you in my arms. Bai Shirhan hid under the covers and didn't reply, but an important message could be extracted from his words that anything that could be touched was something that couldn't be done off-site, even if the little girl was easily satisfied. The comfort of companionship over the phone was ultimately no match for the face-to-face comfort of having his little hand taken into his. I don't want to go back. Sleep with me every night starting today? Not at all. He's really annoying. He knows what he's trying to say and has to turn it upside down. The pink color on the little girl's face gradually turned into scarlet, and what was originally a sad emotion instantly turned into shyness under the bad guy's drive. Sleeping here day after day must have been what he wanted. Hooligans. Be a good girl and come home. Remember what I said. We can keep a journal with our stories, places we've been together, things we've done together, holding hands together, eating together, and maybe kissing together in the back. No way. Obviously at first, everything sounded normal, but the more the other party said, the more immodest, which made the little girl once again shrunk her little head into the quilt, and did not talk to him. Lin Sinyu didn't continue to snicker, but instead had a serious expression. When you're all done writing, I'll appear by your side. Well, even if you have decided to ignore him, but always involuntarily answer. By Shirhan also do not know how. Anyway, this will be shy heart, gradually produce some joy, slowly also not afraid of the so-called foreign place. Just write it and he'll show up. Lin Xin moved very gently, getting up from the bed and carrying the foot washing water up to leave the bedroom. After feeling no movement around her, the girl once again stretched out her head and briefly looked around, realizing that there was no other figure. And inexplicably there was a bit of emptiness inside until she heard a sound coming from the doorway and immediately closed her eyes. The boy moved slowly to her, not doing anything over the top, just whispering goodnight. The follow-up novel stock has been dealt with as best as it can be, and all that's needed now is to get the plotting all set up. The editor also made a point of informing on the SMS that the current data is good and that there will be a corresponding subsidized contract for subsequent maintenance. For all of this, Lin Sinyu is first pressed, waiting for the final welfare contract to come down before choosing to say yes, and now it is just an ordinary test. Only he knows the novel follow-up development, so for the time being, there is no hurry. The minimum startup capital is kind of enough. Just want to rely on the novel to fight naturally not. At present the development of real estate is not common. Lin Sinyu wants to earn enough startup capital after the start of investment, for the future of the internet's new era of preparation. All the planning is well organized. It is the growing windfall of the internet that can best enable a person to truly realize the so-called wealth freedom. Looking at Bai Shirhan whose eyes were closed well on the bed, Lin Sinyu was filled with infinite motivation. I didn't notice you before, and this time, I'm going to take you with me instead of getting success with the help of your back. True happiness is not that I am well and my beloved is not there, but having the company of my beloved is getting better and better. The quilted Bai Shirhan moved her head, her eyes looking towards Lin Sinyu at his desk. The boy's busy shadow was very obvious under the desk lamp, and the little girl knew that it was him trying to be able to marry her off. Eyes full of tenderness, watching, eyelids cannot control touched together, settled into sleep. In her dream, Bai Shirhan put on the long-awaited wedding dress, and her favorite person, under the gaze of her shy eyes, slowly grabbed her little hand, knelt down on one knee, and put on the most monumental ring that only marriage can put on. Lin Xinyu's kiss slowly fell on the back of her hand, already rattled. This moment is most tense. Not only that, but everyone is sending their heartfelt wishes for their happiness. The little girl lowered her head a little shy, unconsciously clenched her legs hard, the warm touch spread all over her body, and she didn't know why. Immersed in happiness, Bai Shirhan didn't even notice all this, until the daytime alarm goes off. Ding! A beautiful dream. Fleeting. The girl frowned and opened her eyes from her slumber with great dissatisfaction, even if she knew it was a dream, more or less. At the end of the dream, the little girl was but finally brave for once, and with everyone watching, their lips were finally about to touch one another. Ding! Damn alarm clocks! For the first time Bai Shirhan didn't want to get up like this. For the first time she wanted to stay inside the dream world so much. When her eyes opened completely, it was only then that she realized that the familiar face from the dream was right in front of her, and instantly her face was as red as it had been in the dream. You still know how to get up. Lin Sinyu's words were a bit playful, his left hand not quite used to it, but it still reached out to give her a quick scratch on the nose. This feeling has never been felt before. Good morning. Your hands are numb, so spread your legs, the boy said grudgingly. Who knows that the little girl is not good at all? In the middle of the night, she also likes to kick the quilt, obviously wanted to help her cover up, but it turned out that the other party used his legs to pin his hand firmly instead. Hard to stay up all night. Chapter 151, 149. We can try 2/3. If you like to sleep like this, you can be bold enough to tell me, but I'm generous, and I'll oblige you whenever you want. I don't want to. Lin Xin didn't even know what was wrong with her. Every time she said she didn't want to, but she always did something that made him unexpected. It was obvious that he didn't want to molest her, but she would always blush with shame and say no while still wanting him to proceed. This kind of refusal was just too cute. The two of them woke up together for the first time. Usually Lin Sinyu woke up early. Bai Shirhan would still be sleeping this time. so suddenly there was an alarm clock ringing, obviously not too accustomed to it, and only reacted to it after quieting down. You, usually, get up this early. Yeah, you have to look good so you can make breakfast colorful, don't you? Listening to what he said, Bai Shirhan blushed a little. Just say by breakfast and have to say something that makes her blush. After sobriety, the biggest problem came. There wasn't a toothbrush here that belonged to her, and there might be a trip back. Just by the way she shifted her little feet from side to side under the covers, it was obvious that Bai Han was still nervous. Lin Xian stood up. He just wanted to help her cover up last night. Suddenly he was clamped by her. If he pulled out hard he would definitely make her hurt, so he could only let her make all kinds of movements. When the other man was really done tossing and turning, he settled back down on the bed and went to sleep. To this day, my body is still light, and the effect of sleeping in the wrong position is that my whole body is sore. Go brush your teeth together? Don't have a toothbrush. Don't worry, there's one more at home. Right, all in his reckoning. Bai Shirhan now sort of understood. No wonder yesterday he made a point of asking Auntie Song if she was really leaving, so it turned out that he had prepared for it. Speaking of which, you girls are pretty clean. Do you want me to get you a new washcloth? Lin Xinyu came to her front, met her little eyes that did not know what to do, reached out and scratching her little nose. Ice cold, touch very comfortable. Girls tend to be very sensitive. The little girl quickly caught the meaning of his words and pouted as she looked at him. Have other girls been here? How can that be? You're the only girl who's ever been here besides my mom. And seeing as how you split your towels into 3 at home, you must love to be clean. Unlike us boys, who get it all done with one towel. It's okay, I can use one with you. Bai Shirhan's voice was small, inexplicably excited at the thought of sharing the same towel with him. Lin Xian looked at her. Really? I used that same towel in the shower. Well, then, change the line. She could still accept it if he didn't say it, to the point that after saying it now, Bai Shirhan made a point of brainstorming it in her head, and her body became a little soft at the thought of Lin Xian's towel that had wiped his body rubbing on her face. The two didn't waste any time and got up from their beds, and since they didn't have any clothes to change into and didn't take a shower, they just put on yesterday's attire and went to wash up. When it was all cleaned up, Bai Shirhan was filled with joy inside when she saw the mirror image of the two of them in the same frame. This should be considered a new achievement. From his home, 2 people in the downstairs. The little girl fingered do not know why. Just do not listen to the command of the run over, touch each other poem. Instantly caught by him, grasping in the heart of the hand is not willing to let go. You can't do that with a crowd. Good, fewer people than this. That's not what it means. Got it. Lin Xinyu had already figured out her thoughts. If it was a true refusal, the little girl would have already pulled her hand out of her hand, and wouldn't have let him hold it. The refusal on her mouth was just the last trace of stubbornness she had left. When the two of them walked into the main road, Lin Xinyu took the initiative to let go of her hand, knowing that Bai Shirhan was thin-skinned and didn't continue to hold it when there were many people. This way of getting along was most pleasing to Bai Shirhan, and he could guess what she was thinking without saying much at all. The way of solving the breakfast did not know when it started to turn into feeding each other. Originally she finished eating, the rest was solved by Lin Xinyu. Slowly turned into Bai Shirhan a bite. He immediately took a bite, and finally simply became you feed me, I feed you. After organizing all their chores, the two of them habitually walked into the pathway to the right of the school. The girl was obediently being held by him. The boy was surveying the surroundings to see if a teacher would suddenly appear, and Bai Shirhan just watched him peacefully. Youth is what it is. The little girl couldn't say why she liked him, but it was that getting along with Lin Xinyu was going to be very comfortable. It was going to be very comfortable, and as long as she was by his side, she could be carefree and forget all her worries, as if she possessed special magical powers. There's really nothing to be afraid of in this world. And look at how bold you are now. Lin Xian looked back at her, and deliberately lifted up the hand he was holding, afraid that she wouldn't see it. Obviously you're the one who wants to hold. What did you say? No. She was afraid that he would know what he had just said, so she held on and never let go. It's high school now, so we'll just be good friends, and when we go to college, can we try the same thing as Fatty and the others? As they walked, Lin Xian easily spoke out ideas that could compel her, and every time this happened, Bai Shirhan would always be reminded by her inner urging voice that she had to say yes, but was a little embarrassed. This kind of time strolling around the campus was completely unimaginable to her, so she could only end up nodding her head in agreement to Lin Xinyu's stated needs. Study hard in high school, and when you go to college, we can date around and take you to lots and lots of fun places. Not dating. The little girl could always grab the keywords and make a stiff upper lip retort. Lin Xinyou smiled and responded to her. I know, it's between good friends hanging out together. Aha! The two of them interlocked their palms 10-fingered, listening to the rustling sound of the leaves crashing, just exactly the same as her nervousness. Campus life is like that, especially still in high school. Innocent love is always in the dark secretly. The main purpose of the two people on the surface is only study. As long as the study is good, coupled with a sweetheart accompanied by the side, can be less trouble. Bai Shirhan walked beside him, walking and smiling sweetly and giggling, feeling the other person's breath, just wanting to walk along with him like this for the rest of her life. The young girl blushed her neck, recalling everything that had happened in her dream last night, and wanted to jump into his arms. Lin Sinyu knew that as long as the little girl couldn't hold back, she would explode, and with a little bit of color, she wouldn't be able to hold it in anymore. When can I marry him? Chapter 152, 150. We'll grow old together. 1/3. Time in school always goes by faster than vacation. At the very least, there was each other accompanying them when they went to school and left. But when they were on vacation, there was no communication for almost half of the time, especially during this time when Lin Sinyu was busy. Either she was at home on vacation organizing follow-ups, or she was working on some contracts that Bai Shirhan couldn't understand, and sometimes she was the only one who stayed at home, which was obviously a bit boring. That's fine if there are exercises to go over and write. When all of the high school exams are taken care of, it's really just a matter of sitting at a desk and fidgeting. Weekend time ended quickly, repeating the customary steps to school, meeting for breakfast together, walking to the school building unashamedly holding hands together, and attending class together with you touching me and me touching you under the desk. He watched her blush as she peeked at the side of his face, so on and so forth. The time quickly came to the college entrance exam practice test, which was 54 days away. Previously thought it would pass very slowly, maybe in the blissful warmth, a flash of 20 days. During the period of time the two did not have too much action, or the same as usual. The only difference is that the little girl has been accustomed to his molestation, did not move to the same as in the past as a blush. She's a perfect improvement. Want to make another bet? Don't. Every bet basically never won. Always felt as if it fell into the other side of the trap. Everything is in his plan. You've pressed down on top of me so many times. Can you go lighter this time? Well, then, cheer up. There's only a dozen points between us. You'll pass me for sure. It's okay, I just want you on top. Bai Shirhan would not have blushed, but the words the other party said were just too ambiguous. If it was before, she would not have been able to understand. But now, under the influence of the plot of the other party's novel, she had thrived. Even if there is knowledge is not quite understand, but also know have to go to the internet to search, and so the search to find the results, always fall down. I did not expect him to be so bad. That wasn't even the point. Every time she pouted her lips and said he was a bad guy, but Lin Xin would always look at her with a deadpan look on his face, an expression as if saying, I'm settling for you as a cabbage. School rankings become harder and harder for students to move up as they get further down the list, let alone the top 10 for the year, and each improvement is simply harder and harder. The top 5 are basically stable, and who knows how a dark horse could suddenly be killed off. Not to mention that there were students who saw them walking around the campus in love with each other, their eyes full of envy. Good grades are different in the eyes before exams. Often the more rooted the student is the more nervous, or is itself good grades, but will always choose to melt into the group of bad grades to make the reverse statement. Often such people will later be called as a fishing man. For Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu, if they want to take the Zhejiang University, now the score is completely enough. As long as the follow-up mock exams are stable, perhaps also be the other side of the early admission. Not only that, but getting a scholarship for it is something the two need. Not to mention the fact that tuition and fees could be waived. Just thinking about it made the little girl feel that she could save a great deal of money. As long as they make it to the top 100, they'll still get the 30 or 40 grand of the prize money together, so that the two of them added together will add a solid amount to the dowry money. Bai Shirhan thought simply. Everything was about money, and the time before admitting that she could fall in love was really getting shorter and shorter, which made her inexplicably happy when she thought about it. It was something she had been looking forward to. Watching Lin Xin busy with his endeavors during this period of time, the little girl would feel a little guilty inside, so she also wanted to accompany him in his endeavors to become better and better. It couldn't just be that he was making progress, but she stayed put. It would be nice to grow together, down the road when all the goals are reached, so that she dares to boldly tell him, I've liked you for a long time. Lin Sinyu is not always busy with work. Free time will go to see the side of Bai Shirhan. Vacation at home to send her messages. Every time you open the phone, either some small expression, or some punctuation that he does not understand. Once she was asked what she meant, the little girl was able to type and communicate normally. As time went by, he realized that this kind of behavior from Bai Shirhan only meant one thing, she missed him. Not good at expressing herself, or a little too shy to type, so she uses punctuation and little emojis instead, not trying to express what's being sent, but her heart. The relationship had been steadily improving through the daily increments of this uneventful high school life, and even if she hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend yet, judging by her behavior now, she was at least having fun every day. The rankings will come out on the third day after the mock exam. Whenever this happens, most of the students in the class will be mentally tense and will not settle down a bit until they find exactly where they are ranked. There can be both joy and sorrow. First start the class and others will not be nervous, as the countdown on the left side of the blackboard continues to shrink. The oppressive atmosphere is also gradually felt. When the teacher talks about the paper, the students who usually don't listen to the lectures are listening as if they are listening to the questions of the compulsory entrance exam. Some of the students were stuck in their 100-day countdown proclamations and slowed down to realize that there were just 50 full days left. Time can go by so fast. Besides them, equally worried was Bai Shirhan. Along with the shortening of time, the little girl had begun to cherish the daily time they spent together, even holding hands to school and back home, not resisting at all anymore. And if it wasn't for the blush that could be seen through the light, one would have thought that she was just getting used to it. In actuality, there is only inner disenchantment. "You'll like me someday." He took her hand and walked her home on a path he didn't know how many times he had already traveled. The girl was silent and didn't reply, raising her head slightly and using her afterglow to check him out. And when she saw that Lin Sinyu wasn't looking at her, she peeked brightly. "Shirhan, I'm finding that I like you more and more." "No way," the little girl whispered in response, her heart saying "I like you too" in a voice that she could clearly hear even if she lied. "Shirhan, I'll always love you. From high school to college, from college to graduation, from graduation to marriage later, and finally have little tiny Hans that belong to us, and raise them together, and grow old, and in my old age I'll still be whispering in your ear that all I want is for you to be my wife. Only not." Two, Bai Shirhan's speech was broken, actually wanted to agree, but still couldn't decide, and could only say the first two words first, and express the latter in a separate word. It's not like he knows that way anyway. However, Lin Xianyu didn't flinch in the slightest and just looked down into her eyes. "One of these days, you're going to say yes." Bai Shirhan blushed and bowed her head. "I have said ah." Chapter 153, 151. Greedily absorbing his flavor, 2/3. When will she take the initiative? Lin Xianyu more than once or twice in his mind to imagine with her intimate ambiguous. If not, this will still be in high school. He will certainly be carried out to try. Now then, it is better to focus on the study of it. It wasn't just girls. Even guys looked stupid after they came across a relationship. And Lin Xianyu was like that. Only with Bai Shirhan accompanying him, he looked stupid. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. She was so used to being held by his hand that if she didn't hold it one day, she would surely think of dying. Beginning as an unspoken good friendship, the two have kept the scale in the middle. Apart from the last time she had slept in his bed, there had been no other added behavior during that time, and every day she either enjoyed the pleasure of holding hands or the excitement of being fed. Have fun no matter which step is repeated. Obviously, I want to break through further, but I just want to continue to be so unclear. Bai Shirhan's character was like this. Without full certainty, she would not agree at all. No touching. The two returned to Bai Shirhan's house as usual, and halfway through, while she was looking for her keys, Lin Sinyu involuntarily stroked gently on the little girl's palm, which led to the scene just now. No touching then. After saying that, Lin Xianyu took his hand back, not giving her a chance to react at all. Bai Shirhan originally said so because of shyness. Reserved girl certainly will not easily give others to touch, but also did not let him not to touch, before clearly how to say that he has to be stubborn for a while, after touching and then withdrew. She is looking forward to it according to the previous habit, but he just draws his hand and directly left? For the first time, the little girl experienced the state of being unsatisfied. Pulling out the key to open the door, he tried to maintain a state of calmness inside, before taking out the other slippers and placing them on his heel, waiting for Lin Sinyu to put them on and bring the door closed, biting his lips lightly and lowering his head, not daring to look at him. Do you? That novel still inspire? Lin Xianyu looked like he had heard something extraordinary, and this time it was his turn to widen his eyes wide and look down at the blushing Bai Shirhan beside him. You? What did you just say? Yes, inspired. Normally she would never say it again, probably because she hadn't been satisfied, and with the anticipation within her heart, Bai Shirhan finally mustered up the courage, and although her voice was small, it could be heard clearly by Lin Sinyu, not even close. The boy could naturally understand what she meant, and would certainly not let go again of the white rabbit that had come to his door of its own accord. Girls are like that. In front of the person she likes, there will always be a time when she can't help it. She has been holding it in for a long time, not expecting that today she will be releasing all of it. So you'll let me feel it? No touching, only Only hands. Bai Shirhan herself didn't know that she would become like this one day, actually taking the initiative to let him touch her hand. Before she would be shy and want to run away with just a slight touch. Now she was already so bold. But it's just helping out a good friend, so it shouldn't matter. The girl had learned how to make excuses, and what was clearly not to be done now found justifiable excuses. The plot is that the hero and heroine are holding hands. Because of the surrounding atmosphere yet, the heroine can't help but want the boy to hold it. The girl has held hands with him too many times and is no longer satisfied inside. She realizes that the slightest touch will instead make her more addicted. Where is this text? The little girl then felt as if she had been tricked by him. Would anyone really read this kind of shameless novel? Or did he say that on purpose, with the real purpose of wanting to touch his hand? He likes his hands so much, he secretly touches them twice a day. And last time he even looked at her feet. It's hard to believe that if he establishes a relationship in the future, he'll have to touch her feet every day? Bai Shirhan blushed. Obviously self-control in other aspects is very strong, but always cannot suppress the inner want to do things to him. Before are passive. These days actually want to take the initiative idea. If it is not extremely hard to dispel, may sometimes really cannot resist. Cannot resist want to touch his face? Cannot resist want to jump into his arms. It's not a daily dream, but every time as soon as you enter the dreamland, you will be in there touching him, kissing him, and boldly going to take off his clothes. It's obviously high school, but it's getting bolder and bolder to do things. Feeling Lin Xinyu's palm slowly stroking back and forth on the back of her hand, the little girl didn't even know what to do. Frozen in place, not daring to move. This kind of situation she only dared to carry out in her dreams, and instantly flinched when it became reality. Enough is enough. Finally fully charged, Bai Shirhan could rest assured and boldly not let him touch it. The sage state would always come so suddenly. Lin Xinyu is not unsatisfied. Feel her initiative. The heart do not mention how happy. According to this has been progress. It is possible that one day the little girl jumped in front of him. Dainty opening, Xinyu, I am your girlfriend. The feeling of a progressive relationship is really pleasing. We could have tried it now if you liked it. After hearing what he said, Bai Shirhan fell into deep thought. This same meaning has been heard from Lin Xinyu many times. For her, every time with a little compulsion, would like to say yes, but do not have the bottom to say yes. Afraid that this kind of happiness that exists in the dream, will one day be all broken. In that case, she would rather not go to enjoy this beauty. No, it can't be. It's only 50 days until the college entrance exams. You'll be leaving after the exams are over, and it'll be hard for us to see each other in the summer. So really don't give it any more thought? Their bodies were so close that she could clearly feel the warmth coming from the other's body, and her face turned even redder. Well, how about you experience it first? Well, the little girl finally couldn't help but nod her head in agreement. The constant inner voice urging her to do so was just too much for her. She had obviously been satisfied just by touching her hand, but now she was in a state of empty silence again. Just get a feel for it ahead of time. Lin Xinyou reached out and held her in his arms, and due to her height, her little head was pressed against his chest, and the thumping of her heart was perfectly audible. The little girl breathing a little sharply. This kind of time to say that it is not nervous is definitely a lie. Face blushing. Feel a little shy, but the same is like to die. In the other party slightly hard to hold tight, she finally is unable to resist to stretch out his own small hand, slowly wrapped around his waist. Smelling him, his blushing face leaned against his shoulder, absorbing it greedily. She's starting to take the initiative too. No longer the wimpy little girl, comfortable. Hearing his voice ringing in her ears, Bai Shirhan just wanted to bury her little head deep into her body, not daring to face it. It was just too long to speak in a small voice. My legs are numb. Chapter 154, 152. He is my person. 3/3. The little girl was dying of shame. The legs went limp sooner or later, but not at this time of day. Lin Xinyou stroked her hair. So you're shy? Not at all. Bai Shirhan bit her lip as she stepped away from him. Her cheeks were scarlet and shyness was written all over her eyes. From the moment she entered the other woman's arms and ground her way in, she had regretted trying to run away, but she had no strength at all, and stood still, talking weakly about her weak legs. It was a reassuring feeling though, rubbing against his chest position in enjoyment, wanting to leave and a little reluctant to do so. You're so soft. The little girl used her last ounce of strength to get to the couch and sit down, her voice small. Rascal. Lin Xinyu went to the kitchen. Just kidding. Look at you blushing. Bai Shirhan didn't want to care about him and twisted her head away from him, only feeling that this guy was really annoying. I didn't think you'd have the guts today. The little girl had wanted to blow on her hot cheeks to cool them down, and when she heard him say that, she instantly reddened again. Just experience. I know. So how did the experience feel? Bai Shirhan nodded her head. although she didn't want to admit it, but she had to say that the experience was really good. Even now she hadn't still come back from it, and even wanted to go up and hug and rub against it, not to be experienced in the future. Lin Xinu was just about to walk into the kitchen when he stopped after hearing these words. Not feeling well? No, it's not. The little girl thought exactly the opposite of him, precisely because she was too comfortable, so she didn't dare to continue to ask for more, fearing that, like holding hands, after getting used to it, she wouldn't be able to quit. Obviously have been unclear. You hug me, I rub you, but just do not dare to pick the relationship. She is willing to play experience couple, he is willing to accompany her. It was affection in its purest form, and he was there for her whenever she wanted it. You can't tell anyone. Don't worry, my mom won't know. Ever since the last time the little girl heard that Lin Xinu's mom knew all about her, she basically reminded him every day that everything the two of them did had to be done in secret, and that they couldn't let a third person know about it. Aha! After receiving the answer, Bai Shirhan was relieved to let the other party go and make dinner. As it turns out, whatever lovers do is sweet as long as the vibe is there, even if the little girl is happy sitting on the couch with her eyes on the kitchen. It was as if the home belonged to the two of them. The husband is more caring of his wife and takes good care of her thoughtfully when he comes home from a busy day. Bai Shirhan is a little afraid of being taken care of by him, will not be able to do anything in the future. In that case, she will have to rely on him not to leave, who let him take care of so well. The feeling of a favorite boy staying at home, which would be misunderstood by anyone else who knew about it, and the feeling of hiding a man in a golden house could not be more exciting. It was a good thing that Auntie Song had known this for a long time. If the other party found out now, she would be dying of weakness. As much as she wanted to keep him, the little girl was too timid to lie to her aunt and tell her that he was long gone. This method was still what Lin Xinu had told her. The other person was dead set on not wanting to go home that day, saying something about how she'd already slept in his bed and he'd have to sleep back or it wouldn't be fair at all. I don't know what he did to his face that it can be that thick. It didn't take long for Lin Xinu to bring out the meal from the kitchen and neatly arrange it on the dining table. The little girl never needed to be called, and dutifully approached the other when she saw him come out. Hungry, aren't you? I heard your stomach growling in study hall. Not at all. Yo, don't admit it yet, you little glutton. Lin Xinu took the opportunity to scratch her nose, and did not forget to nod on her face. This kind of intimate behavior little girl is already accustomed to. Every time he does not get all over the body is a little less comfortable. Be a good girl and eat your vegetables and lots of meat. I know you're pretty big, but you still need to make up for it so the baby and I won't starve later. Hooligans. Bai Shirhan had evolved from being a little nerd who didn't know anything to being able to understand a little bit of everything. Every time I hear something like that, I can already make a bold rebuttal. My mom, she wants to come back to see you every night. Why don't you come over to my house sometime and talk to her? Don't. This kind of initiative to enter the wolves, how to think is not possible, even if it is a good friend, but also cannot help like this. She has already helped once at the grandmother. Now it is the mother. Then it must not be the father in the future? If all of them helped to fool once, in the future really want to get married, how to do? It is not possible to still married together and told them that I am the wife of Xinu. Have already had a marriage certificate. It's unrealistic to think about. The little girl ate with a red face. Whenever Lin Xinu looked at her, she would lower her head and act as if she wasn't looking at him. This habit never changed. Bai Shirhan didn't dare to be bold. She only dared to be sneaky. Just as she liked him, she only dared to like him secretly, not openly. At the same time, she also chagrined every time Lin Xinu asked her to make up more. Obviously it is already very big. It is difficult to have to be big all the time to contain the chest hunching over him to be satisfied. My mom, she really likes you. I know. I like you a lot too. I know that too. So do you like me? I don't know. This girl is really hateful. It's been set up so many times, and whereas before she might have fallen for it, now she fully understands the setup and reacts to it every time. When she admits in person later that she wants to be his wife, she must take her in her arms properly, spank her and question her. Why didn't you say you liked him earlier? You had to wait so long to say it. What a disobedient child. The two had been known by many students in the school for some time now. After all, holding hands to school every day, going home from school together every day, not to mention feeding each other for breakfast and lunch every day. It would have been impossible for them not to have been discovered. At first, she was afraid, but later, when she followed Lin Xinu piece of cheek and slowly became thicker, she realized that it seemed to be a very soothing thing. It was so cool to be stared at with a kind of envy by most of the students. It was as if she had managed to announce it to the world. He, Lin Xinu, is my Bai Shirhan's man. She didn't have anything to show for it, and even if her grades were always consistently first in her grade, the little girl wouldn't even think it was something to be proud of. Until now, Bai Shirhan had changed, and she thought that having Lin Xinu was something to be proud of. Look, you're being silly again. Lin Xin Yu chucked a few slices of bok choy into her bowl. You're so silly. You'll definitely be like my mom in the future. The little girl stopped moving and looked at him curiously. Lin Xin Yu continued. My mom, she was tricked by my dad because she was a bit stupid. How did Uncle cheat? He told my mom that there were two cats fighting and asked her to go with him to K them out of it. And when my mom heard that, well, how could that be? She threw up her sleeves and went upstairs with my dad. And then what? Then they fought and had me. Chapter 155-153. Do you want to fall in love? 1/3. Fighting? And then there's him? Bai Shirhan was filled with shock, completely unaware of what Lin Xin Yu was talking about, only feeling that these two things basically couldn't be pulled together. Uncles and aunts. We'll still fight, for sure. We'll fight later. The girl couldn't believe that the boy he liked standing in front of him could be violent. I don't want to be your best friend anymore. After saying that, she wanted to leave from the table, topping her scarlet little face, her eyes not looking at him, her breathing rapid, her chest rising and falling, afraid that if she left a step late, she would be bullied by the other party ruthlessly. You're stupid. The fight I'm talking about is what I told you the other day. Couples at night, too. Stop saying that. Bai Shirhan covered her ears, now thoroughly reacting to what Lin Xin Yu had said. That's not fighting. That's just being shameless. I didn't lie to you. In the future this is also going to be written inside the novel. And, Lin Xin Yu looked at Bai Shirhan's location, and waited until the little girl curiously twisted her head to meet his gaze before continuing to open her mouth. And I also don't know how to write it. I'll have to find a girl to try it out later. No, it won't work. The little girl was in a hurry. And when she heard that she was going to find a girl and do that kind of shameless thing, her anger came from her heart, her mouth bulged like a goldfish, and her eyes were wide. What about the fact that I won't? We're good friends of. Bai Shirhan didn't even know why she had sparsely uttered such a sentence. It was obvious that she couldn't say it, but she just couldn't help it. But when the thought of him with another girl came to her mind, she was instantly a little unhappy. Good friends. Then, I don't know when, but Lin Xin Yu had gotten into the habit of poking fun at her. And every day if he didn't see the little girl nervously biting her lip, his heart would be more or less uncomfortable. The girl's blushing face didn't know what to say, and after looking up and seeing that the other party was looking at her with an uninterested look, she immediately realized that she wanted to escape. She had already escaped many times, and with the fact that there would be no one around, just the two of them alone, there was no reason to let the little girl get away again. Lin Xin Yu quickly got up from his seat, was provoked by her many times to get away, from before to now, long ago. I do not know how many times to endure. Now the only idea as long is to let her feel once what is called real bullying. Grabbing the other girl's small hand while she was about to flee, she once again let the girl feel the familiar warmth. No way. I don't want to fight. You quickly let go of me. Let go of me. Don't bully me, okay? At first the tone was still very strong. The further back the lower the voice, pressed the meaning of resistance, and even rubbed on his chest. I'm not bullying you. That meeting at the door hasn't been a good experience. Couples after dinner are also expected to cuddle, and some might give a kiss, so I don't mind trying it with you once if you want. Hooligans. Then I'll give it to you when you want it. I'm not going to. Shirhan, what is our relationship now? Lin Xin Yu's voice softened as he looked down at the already quiet her in his arms and stroked her head in passing. Seeing that the hair looked like it was loose from nervousness, he didn't forget to straighten it up for her. Good friendships. Is it a good friend who can hold hands and hug? Well, it's the unclear best friend. The girl had become adept at using excuses to respond to the bad guy, and while she had needed him to teach her before, now she didn't need to at all, and just said it for self-explanation. Bai Shirhan was very good. She knew that she couldn't move around in his arms. That would only result in a worse outcome, so she just rubbed herself quietly. Her movements were small, but enough to tug at his heartstrings. Want to come along and do the dishes? Good. Now this position was acceptable to her. She was afraid that Lin Xin Yu would suddenly be rude. While preparing to clear the table, the little girl took the opportunity to get out of his arms, a little reluctant to do so, but having to hurry to get away for fear that if she took a little longer, she would never be able to escape again. Bai Shirhan no longer knew how she had followed him into the kitchen. Her mind was blank. The only thing that was clear to her was that she had accurately grabbed onto Lin Xin Yu's other free hand as she was about to grab the corner of his coat. At this time the little girl's heart had only one thought: I must be the one to marry him. It's already so unclear. If I can't marry him later, I'm sure I'll be so upset I'll die. In her eyes, it was almost all about Lin Xin Yu, until he held her hand and dipped into the sink together. The icy cold touch which brought Bai Shirhan back to reality. It didn't matter where, as long as he was by her side, she was perfectly content, as if she were in a world where only the two of them existed. How does it feel this time? Well, what does mean? Was it comfortable? Or was it uncomfortable? And if it wasn't, we'll do it again after washing the dishes and keep going until it's comfortable. And I'll record it so the novel will be perfect. Shoo, comfortable. She didn't even dare to say that she was uncomfortable, for fear that her partner would play with her in his arms until she broke. The hands and arms were already played out, and if they kept lying in his arms, it probably wouldn't take long for the whole thing to break down quickly. As for whether he is in order to write a novel to do so, the little girl are irrelevant. At the moment the only in the bottom of the heart to celebrate is that she has been in each other's arms sneakily rubbing his chest to take advantage of, but he does not know. This will still be in the stupidly sneak happy this it. What a fool to be defiled and not even know it. Bai Shirhan was secretly happy in her heart, immersed in the joy of harvest. Why are you stopping? Move. I move. Seeing the other party reaching out and preparing to come over in her direction, Bai Shirhan instantly flinched, making her small hands join him in the sink to wash the dishes. Wash, and began to shamelessly touch a piece. The little girl is still as usual, cooperate with each other in turn to take advantage of him. Inner don't mention how satisfied. This is basically what happens to girls who are immersed in a relationship, overwhelmed by the fact that they can't tell who is actually winning. How's that for wanting to fall in love? When the dishes were all cleaned up and put away, Lin Xianyu first took a towel to dry the water on her hands before he thought to dry himself. The little girl stood in place in a dull and adorable manner. Her eyes did not move the slightest bit, for fear of destroying the quiet atmosphere. Until today, she didn't understand. So this is what it's like. No need to express it, no need to say it out loud. Just dare to silently understand in your heart you really like him. No, think. The girl employed the word break charm again. It's actually so good. Chapter 156, 154. A little like him, 2/3. Turns out the two are still in a you-know-what vibe. It wasn't until the doorbell rang that Bai Shirhan came to her senses. Inwardly regretful, her small face red, reflecting on what she had just done. The only thing she felt was as if it wasn't her who had done that. This is not a good habit. If you can't control this in front of others in the future, how humiliating it would be. Not in love. Lin Xinyu felt as if he was the one being taken advantage of. Every time it was the little girl who took the initiative and put him on the side when she was done, and just when she had a feeling, she said no. Then let's continue to be unclear best friends. Yeah, just be good friends. Receiving an affirmative answer, Bai Shirhan happily ran to open the door. Song Jelly at the door almost always arrived on time during the time she returned from her busy schedule, occasionally arriving a few times late, and even if she did, it was only on purpose, with the aim of seeing if Lin Xinyu was honest. As a result, it seemed that every time Bai Shirhan did not have any other unusual emotions other than blushing. How was she to know that the girl she had brought up would be helping the boy cheat this time? Where's Xin Wu? Did he cook again? Aha! Opening the door, Song Jiali changed her shoes and walked into the room. Lin Xianyu happened to walk out of the kitchen with a calm face, overall like no one else. On the contrary, the little girl blush. If let Auntie know, she is deliberately trying to take advantage of him. What to do? Each of the three had their own thoughts. No one knew what was in anyone's mind. The boy had a smile on his face, the girl had her head bowed shyly, and Song Jiali had her eyes moving back and forth between the two of them, only feeling strange but unable to say so. Auntie's here. If you haven't eaten, I'll go and make you some more. No, I came over after dinner to see if you guys had eaten yet. If not, I'll go get you something to eat. At the very beginning, Song Jiali was still a little wary of Lin Xianyu. As time moved backwards, plus a long period of observation, it was clear to her that the not-so-young boy in front of her was genuinely fond of Bai Shirhan. The little girl hid behind Song Jelly, not daring to look at Lin Xinyu at all, either holding hands or being hugged, all wanting to find a hole in the ground to hide properly. Auntie, don't worry, I'll take good care of Shirhan. If I can't take care of her now, what will I do in the future? Bai Shirhan listened to what Lin Xinyu said in front of Song Jelly. Her heart was all beautiful. In her place, she would not have dared to say this in front of his family. If only she had as much courage as he did. You're still young. Don't say such things to Auntie. When you get out of society later, you'll know what responsibility is. Real liking isn't just talking about it. And it's also because the little girl is really happy with you. That's why Auntie doesn't object to it. And if that's the case, it can only be said to be very difficult. Song Jelly said bitterly that Bai Shirhan was the one she grew up with, and if it was that easy to get her father to agree, it would be a bit difficult. Lin Xinyu in turn was not afraid. The confidence on his face never disappeared. Auntie, I don't know about anything else. I only know that this is originally a game. The small monsters inside the game will always appear behind the boss after solving them. Only by solving the boss behind them can you get valuable wealth. To me, Shirhan is the most valuable wealth. No matter what's in front of me, I'm not going to give up. Although Bai Shirhan has now unlocked many milestones with him, Lin Xinyu is clear that family and character Are the important conundrums for her? The conundrum is not resolved, and even if she understands what liking is, she can't be completely emotionally liberated. During this period of time, no matter if it was temptation or words to seduce, the little girl's mouth was just hard, even if it already seemed like a little girl in love. As long as when such a question as what kind of relationship the two of them had was raised, she would immediately evade it, skillfully using her good friend to reject it. The only solution was to bring her along to fight and upgrade. Happiness is never at its peak moments, but in the cozy routine of ordinary time together, going to and from school, cooking and eating. It is the purest love when two people are together all the time playing with each other and being sweet to each other. Auntie believes in you. The current song Jolly was in full support of the two of them, even if she didn't agree. Bai Shirhan would look at her pitifully after Lin Xinu left, as if she could shed tears at any time if she didn't agree. And this kind of situation was what Song Jolly didn't expect in any way. The girl who was brought up with her own hands would not be able to see her at all, and the little girl grew up to know what it meant to be in love. The throes of puberty can easily get the best of you, and if you happen to bump into someone who happens to get the best of you in the meantime, that's when you're really in love. Growing up with each other, helping each other, and working hard for each other through a simple but happy high school life. Auntie, I'll leave Shirhan to you. I'll go back to rest first. Be careful on the road. Bai Shirhan wanted to speak, and when she opened her mouth, she thought of being held in his arms, so she simply didn't say anything and simply watched her favorite boy leave. The two had been mutually compatible and reserved for a long time, and all she had to do was want it, and he would fulfill it. Wait for the room door to close. Only then did Song Jolly turn around and look at Bai Shirhan, who hadn't said anything at the back. You guys are supposed to be in love. No, not. Familiar words of explanation were uttered. Bai Shirhan's face did not change. Having followed Lin Xinyu for a long time, she was now very good at disguise. Shirhan, Auntie is the one who came over at your age. Not to mention that you were brought up by Auntie. Can she not know what you are thinking? Just a little. To see being politely poked and prodded by Song Jolly, Bai Shirhan could only slightly admit so much. If she told her aunt that she really liked it so much, she would surely blush to the point of wanting to be buried under the quilt. Song Jolly looked at her. Auntie has always told you to protect yourself, especially in high school. You have to know that undressing is not allowed. Auntie, you've said it so many times. Bai Shirhan learned to snatch the answer with a blushing face. This kind of behavior Song Jolly did not expect at all. In the past she had listened attentively or just sat on the couch and nodded her head. Now she could say such shy words to her in full. When it was a bit underestimated the boy's magic, it would be a lie to say I'm not jealous. After all, after carrying a little girl for so long and not being that nice to her yet, it was cheap for the brat. She felt this way, not to mention Bai Shirhan's mom and dad. If they knew, they would definitely want to dismantle him. Just remember, and get some rest. Auntie is just stopping by. Well, when the room was completely alone, the little girl hurriedly got up from the couch and ran into the bedroom, pulling out her cell phone, tapping on Penguin, and sending a message. Shirhan, Auntie's gone. Chapter 157, 155. Who is the hunter? 3/3. What happens when a girl has no one at home and sends you a message as a reminder knowing that you will bully her? Lin Xinyu looked at the content of the cell phone display. Just returned home soon to receive the little girl took the initiative to send a message. To say that is not happy that is certainly false. After initiating so many times, it was finally her turn to carry on. It was the equivalent of always letting the other guy enjoy himself before, and now it was his turn. Actually, it's not that Bai Shirhan didn't hold back. She had already occupied his bed last time, and now she was merely returning it. Not because she was addicted, so she couldn't help but send a message to Lin Xinyu. Methods need not be said, can be known from him that learned. Only the other pure mouth high. Did not expect to be small girl seriously heard the heart. I still remember the night before, the two of them holding hands and walking towards home, during which Lin Xinu said that he wanted to sleep in her bed once, but couldn't find the opportunity and therefore felt pity, and in the middle of it, he slightly mentioned that when Auntie finished checking and left, he could use his cell phone to send a message for him to come over. This kind of thing was obvious that Bai Shirhan didn't dare, and it was precisely because she didn't dare that Lin Xinyu dared to say it directly, and as a result, he didn't expect that she, who had always been relatively timid, would now be bold for once. Gathered and dressed, tartly blew out his hair, something all the high school boys love to do. He just does a little reliving and then goes out the door. The moon was dark and windy, accompanied by a few bird calls from time to time, and the occasional cat or kitten walking by the side of the road seemed to be sneaking around just as much as he was. It was the high school years never spent. Who would have thought that a girl asking a boy to her house in the middle of the night would be a completely unbelievable thing to do? What an intense and exciting youth. In case mom and dad didn't get the call, Lin Xinyu didn't forget to bring his cell phone. When you wait for the other person's door, Send a special message so that you don't have to go up and down the stairs to hear the knocking motion. I'll be there in 5 or 6 minutes. Remember to open the door. Knocking will be overheard. The little girl's bedroom smelled good no matter what time of day it was. And then she had regretted it until now when she sent the notification message over. What will he think of himself if he comes over later? Is he going to sleep in my bed? Should I give it to him to sleep? The last time I was sad was last time. If he sleeps in the bed, then will there be his smell in the bed from now on? She, who had been worried, instantly widened her eyes in some surprise. Wouldn't that be another way to take advantage of him for nothing? Obviously. I wouldn't have been like this before. Why do I feel like a scoundrel now instead? It's not like he knows anyway. The prepared by Shirhan was suddenly in a great mood, and even took out her pillow and started thinking about where on the bed to leave his scent. Before that, contact with boys was an impossible thing to happen. Now, it's true, the young girl in love how to know what is reserved. There are only in front of the lovers of the camouflage. Drip drip drip. The fish is hooked. For by Shirhan now, after organizing all her thoughts, she was no longer afraid at all. But on the contrary, she was also a bit joyful. Only the message displayed in the screen of her cell phone really made her instantly collapse and blush. Husband, I'll be there in 5 or 6 minutes. Remember to open the door. Knocking will be overheard. Why does it feel as if you're cheating? How could the little girl understand the word? A little shyly stood up, and inwardly felt happy again. Not only that, the sense of anticipation grew stronger. Putting his feet down from the bed, he put on his shoes and went to open the door for him with gusto. Regardless of the fact that he had a few minutes left, she was just going to go to the door and wait until she heard the other man's footsteps as he walked up, then act as if she had just come out. This was probably the legendary happenstance, and as for where she learned it from, there was no need to question it at all. The little girl had already stolen a lot of things from Lin Sinyu and used them all on him. Men and women in love, always do things that ordinary people do not understand. For example, right now, Bai Shirhan was standing on the inside of the door, while Lin Sinyu was standing on the outside, and the distance between the two of them was only a door. The girl waited for the boy to come up to her footsteps while the boy listened for the girl to come out and get ready to open the door. After about 4 or 5 minutes, all of them are feeling puzzled. Why haven't they come yet? Bai Shirhan, who couldn't hold back any longer, pulled out her cell phone from her pocket and found the avatar of the bad guy who had broken his word. Shirhan/bomb/bomb/bomb/bomb. Shirhan, liar, you haven't come yet. Early guessed that she would send a message to ask Lin Sinyu in advance to turn off the message tone. Will not make any noise at all. Is afraid of the door across the little girl can hear. Looking at the message Bai Shirhan sent over, he moved very gently and sent the reply message he had already prepared. Shinyu, believe it or not, I'll show up at your doorstep on the count of 3. It didn't take long before a rustling sound could be heard coming from inside. Obviously messaging again. Beanpole, bragging rights. Shinyu, then you start now, and if I don't show up, I'll do whatever you say from now on. Beanpole, really? Is that a good thing? Isn't that the same as letting her bully her at will? Bai Shirhan was visibly happy at the news. She had been ambushed at the door for so long that she could clearly hear any movement. How could she count to 3 seconds to open the door and then appear? Obviously just bragging. Bai Shirhan didn't believe it, and this kind of good thing naturally wouldn't be easily let go. Husband, if you lose, I'll take the bed. It would have been nice to have the bed take up his flavor, and it wasn't obvious that this was a bonus. Thought about saying yes straight away. Shirhan, yes. She could have just cheated. He wouldn't even be here this time anyway, and even if he opened the door, he wouldn't know if he'd counted. To be fair, the little girl still counted to 3. Click. The moment the door opened. To be honest, Bai Shirhan was a bit expectant, but when she saw that there was still no one at the door, she was just about to pull out her cell phone when she suddenly bumped into a familiar chest. Looking up, he met the smirking eyes. In a flash, she realized that she had been tricked. Obviously so smart she could have gone through the cat's eye in advance. Momentarily overwhelmed by excitement, did not even think of it until he looked up and met his gaze, and incidentally saw the cat's eye on the door with his afterglow. Say yes I'll sleep in your bed tonight. Don't be afraid. I showered ahead of time. Lin Sinyu familiarly changed into his shoes, and the little girl took this opportunity to distance herself from him before darting into the bedroom without looking back. Behind him the boy didn't forget to close the door and unlock it, doing all the things like the dastardly big bad wolf. The first thing the little girl did when she came back into the room was to get all the covers and pillows, dividing up the area where the other person slept early on. Don't take this reward for nothing. Chapter 158-156. You, rogue. 1/3. A cute creature like a girl can't always think of one step. She has to take her time. Maybe think she's innocent now. Wait until later and realize that it's completely overwhelming. Lin Sinyu how can not now have any excessive ideas to the little girl. In high school have to do high school to do things. As for the other, holding hands, embrace, just these two actions, has been enough to satisfy. The girl could be bold, but he would immediately be stopped by the other if he was just a little bold. No, it can't be. She had already prepared herself, but when Lin Sinyu and her finished reviewing their homework in the bedroom, the boy was just about to lie down in the area that belonged to him. The girl blushed with some regret. You didn't sleep in my bed too. That's different. That's because it's too late to go home. Good, then I'll pack my things and go back now. Lin Xinu stood up from the bed, put on his shoes and was ready to head out. No need to go back. It's late. The little girl blushed. Obviously she could have stopped him without having to call him off, but she was a little saddened by the thought of the other man leaving. I'll just lie down then. Thankfully, it was just a simple sleep, which would not have been possible if we had really done something else, letting him out at once and letting him in at the same time. You don't look at me to sleep well, Bai Shirhan said with a red face, her tone a little petulant. Lin Sinyu all but complied with her and rolled over, laying on his side with his back to her, or else he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep for a night. The girl could then be heard making small movements aside, and before long was slowly getting under the covers. Do you want me to pin my hand to you to sleep? It wasn't that she wanted to be a hooligan, but several times when she slept with him next to her, she would clip his hand. That's why Lin Sinyu said that. Bai Shirhan naturally understood what he meant. Only don't. That was all an accident before. So in order to prevent accidents from happening again, the little girl directly held Little Green in her arms. This way you don't have to pin his hand. Outside the house, the wind tapped gently on the window, just like the girl's restless and self-soothing heart. Why is this ever not an opportunity now? Shinwoo. I don't know how long it took, but Bai Shirhan opened her mouth weakly, like a kind of test. Lin Sinyu didn't answer and deliberately pretended to be asleep. He knew he couldn't talk now or he would surely scare the white rabbit away, probably afraid that he didn't hear her. The little girl's voice was slightly louder. Are you asleep? The boy wouldn't be like her, not falling asleep and talking to reply that he was already asleep. Bai Shirhan was originally holding Xiao Green in her arms, and after trying, she was relieved to hear that Lin Sinyu hadn't moved. Maybe she was a bit scared of the awake Lin Xinu, but she couldn't be worried at all about a sleeping person. On the contrary, she was much more bold than usual. You see, the little green is not even know when it was thrown outside the quilt. The little girl did not forget to apologize to it, and then began to be bold. Usually not active little hand, now has slowly moved to Lin Sinyu back. Is she that bold? Lin Sinyu, who deliberately pretended to be asleep, felt incredulous, not expecting Bai Shirhan to do this at all. Her guts suddenly becoming bigger than usual. Her small hands, which were all honest before, now also became dishonest. Goodness, she doesn't dare to do anything when he's awake, but when he's asleep she dares to do everything? Turns out she had to be unaware before she dared to do anything. Lin Sinyu also does not move, peacefully and quietly enjoy the other side of the caress. This kind of good thing how can let go? Precisely because the talk of the little white rabbit will run away. So in the other side of the caress pretending to be asleep, it is simply a kind of wise move. Yeah, touch down a bit. Yeah, that's it. Yo, that's good. The little girl either touched his face or bumped on his stomach, or even got a little more daring and had her face on his back. The boy was enjoying himself and the girl was enjoying herself. The two men started from different points. Lin Sinyu was thinking that he could finally experience the little girl's initiative for once, while Bai Shirhan was thinking that she could finally spoil him. It wouldn't have occurred to him that she would take advantage of him in a frenzy while he was asleep. Something so unashamed that only she knew about it, as if she had a little secret. She snickered and wondered what she was so happy about. Guess it has sunk in that you can bully him all the time. This bad guy would be shocked if he knew. Usually, he was always bullied by him, and now he was suddenly being bullied by her instead. Definitely unexpected. When the end came, the little girl's palm rested on Lin Sinyu's chest, and she could clearly feel his heartbeat. But why? Was it so fast? Bai Shirhan didn't understand, but didn't care that much, enjoying the long-awaited opportunity with reckless abandon. Perhaps a little tired, the little girl pressed her face against his back, meant to remind herself to leave and hug Green to wrap up, perhaps too comfortable, and went straight to sleep. In her dream, she found Lin Xinu opening his eyes, turning around and taking the sleeping her in his arms, tenderly touching her cheeks, not forgetting to gently scrape on her small nose, and not forgetting to make the sweet gesture of a simple lip touch on her soft forehead. If only it were true. The young girl closed her eyes and rubbed herself comfortably against his back, suddenly feeling that Green wasn't even as comfortable as he was holding her. Sleeping, still familiar with the habit, Bai Shirhan didn't know where she got it from, wrapping her legs around his waist, feeling the whole thing was soothing and comfortable. Drip, drip, drip. The unsettling alarm always went off at the most soothing of times, and the young girl opened her eyes unhappily. waking up to a pair of big familiar eyes staring straight at her. Instant unhappiness was thrown to the back of her mind. Who I am, where I am. Shouldn't he have already loosened up to go to bed with Midori in his arms last night? Why was he sleeping in his arms now? Oops, got too comfortable and forgot to leave. Bai Shirhan was flustered, but her surface remained very calm. Having spent a long time with Lin Sinyu, she had practiced the skill of not panicking early on. Although the two face-to-face action is a little ambiguous, the little girl blushing face, body rolling hot, then quickly away from Lin Sinyu. Open mouth. You, rascal. Lin Sinyu was stunned. He woke up a long time ago, but unexpectedly the little girl as a kind of octopus posture firmly embraced him. Do not dare to have any action, for fear of an inattention to wake her up. Can only look at the sleeping Bai Shirhan. Has been waiting for the alarm clock rang, only to see her slowly open her eyes. At first he thought that the other man would either be shy or flustered when he woke up, but he didn't expect that he would learn his shameless gesture. Bai Shirhan panicked. Hooligans! What a wicked move! Chapter 159, 157. I like you as a kitten, 2/3. The first morning Bai Shirhan was glowing. Things like being held by the hand and fed breakfast were fearless enough, or none of them compared to what she'd been bold enough to do to him last night. Lin Xinu was instead sick and yawning no matter what he did, being wrapped around her like an octopus, not daring to move, and in the end, he could only end up with sore muscles all over his body. In contrast to what the two of them did, Lin Xinu instead felt that he was a bit conservative. The so timid Bai Shirhan dared to roam around him, and all he could do was hold a hand. Suddenly it felt as if it had been hoard out for nothing. If he didn't see that she was timid and couldn't reap the benefits of revealing her halfway through, he really wanted to take advantage of the little girl's nature to suddenly turn around. I didn't expect it. I'm still awake. Unfortunately, now is not the time. Can only let her take advantage of it for nothing? And when the relationship is confirmed in the future, all of them will ask for it back. Why don't we do this at night? From now on. No way. He uttered highly seductive words again, but the little girl had long been fully charged and would not be swayed as easily as she had been last night, and refused after a slight hesitation. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I'm afraid that after I get used to it like this, I won't be able to cuddle and sleep with him for a long time once I'm gone for summer vacation. And that's going to be hard for a long time for sure. The best way to do this is to do it like last night, every now and then, just right, without being in too much of a hurry at all. The little girl is easily satisfied and is especially happy when rewarded that once in a while. You secretly hugged me last night, so I'm going to go back at night and I'm going to hug back. You can't owe something to your friends. You hugged me and I'm going to hug back. No, I'm like that with Fatty. Every time he uses me as a shield. Next time I'll use him as a shield. He helped me buy something this time. Next time I'll help him buy something. Isn't the reasoning the same? Which is the same? She's not stupid. If it's really what he said, wouldn't it be that if he made her his wife, she'd have to make him her husband? Obviously not the same thing. When the dowry is saved up, you can take it seriously. You can be smart yourself, and try to fool her before you save enough for the dowry. It's just not possible. You did used to be a bit of a fool. Now you're smart. The two of them held hands as they walked down the familiar path. Even at school they weren't as shy as they had been in the beginning, and the little girl who had summoned up the courage had finally managed to be bold. Relationships are at their best when you're a student. Some people have a her in their heart even if they are not in love, and that would be the best existence. Mock exam results come out early in the afternoon. Lao Chen is still as ecstatic as usual. The first and second in the grade are still in his class, which would make any classroom teacher happy. You're up there again. Who told you to like it down there? The two chatted with a gradual flirtatiousness. I told you that you're great. You always don't believe me. No, you're number one in your grade in the whole school. Too many people worship you. If you could be my wife, then I'd be even happier. Don't. He's saying this kind of thing again and again and again. From the beginning of Good Friends, until now, the other party goal seems to be only this. The pressure has not changed. Something to let her be a wife, so that she is itching to make her heart. In the middle of a few times almost nodded to agree. Oh, all the evil temptations. Evening self-study was Bai Shirhan's favorite time. She didn't like crowded places, and with just the two of them in the study room, this atmosphere was what she wanted most. As for the kitten on the windowsill, the two have long been oblivious. No matter what it is doing, each other's eyes will not look at it. Just focus on you look at me and I look at you. In the ambiguous atmosphere of you and me, the little white cat was relieved. At the very least they had gone from their initial state of peeking at each other to touching hands and looking at each other from time to time, and wouldn't be so wimpy. This is also regarded as it witnessed the love. The only dissatisfaction is that, before it can see that the couple is not the female active kiss, is the male resistance to embrace the girl's waist. Ate meat, cannot see before the eyes of the vegetarian. Waiting for the two of them to kiss is probably not even going to be a monkey's errand. The cat, who had been licking her little feet comfortingly, listened to the commotion and suddenly rose from the windowsill. Meow, meow, Vigilance yelled, and when he saw that the two were still holding hands, and that Lin Xinu was even caressing by Shirhan's face with his other hand, he immediately jumped off the windowsill, stepped on the table, and ran over to their desks. They waited for them to separate their hands in shock and pull away before they quickly ran away and climbed the wall back to the ledge. The little girl was a little scared. The little white cat that was usually always on the windowsill. For the first time she was this perverse, while Lin Xinu comforted her. He didn't know why it was like this. Instead, the cat stopped purring and lazily got down, just as if nothing was meowing. It didn't take long. Lao Chen appeared outside the study room. You guys are reviewing here. You're not used to the classroom being a bit noisy? The two of them came back to their senses, and if it hadn't been for the kitty's whole thing halfway through, I'm afraid they would have been caught on the spot holding hands in this behavior. Lin Xinyu also did not expect that the old Chen, who usually does not patrol, today will raid. If it weren't for the kittens, they'd both be accounted for tonight. Yes, the classroom is a bit noisy. Sometimes the sound of writing homework and rummaging through things affects the speed of brushing up. Plus sometimes I have to ask by Shirhan for advice on a problem, and for fear of affecting the class, I go to the study room. No wonder you two are progressing so fast. So it's a small cooking session here. Then you study well and the teacher won't bother you. Old Chen, who walked out of the study room, nodded, said it is a rumor. Actually there are still people rumors that they are in love. Learning are so serious. Even if it is love, so what? Each other to supervise each other to study hard. This is how many people dream of love. Not only do they get good grades, but they also get to work together in sweetness. And even if they are really in love, then he's supportive of that. And that's the positive material. That was close. Thanks to the cat. Lin Xinyu looked at Bai Shirhan. The little girl hadn't slowed down yet. Looking at her expression, she should still be in the aftermath. It's okay, the teacher didn't see it. And besides, we're studying hard. No, it's not. That cat is awesome. Bai Shirhan's little face was getting excited. Her dumbfounded expression disappearing completely before she looked at the little white cat squinting on the windowsill. Yeah, who would have thought that was a reminder? So do you like kittens? I like you kitty. Hooligans. This person knows to talk nonsense. He is not a kitten. If it is really a kitten, then you need 2 ears and tail. Where to find those? Shinwu. What's wrong? We'll feed this kitty later. The little white cat looked up and sprang into action. It's not easy to finally get paid for all that hard work. Chapter 160-158. Lin Xinyu is my husband. 3/3. Bai Shirhan has never had such close contact with small animals. There used to be kittens outside the window. She wanted to open the window to see. Due to her timidity, she could only listen to it meowing through the window, and she didn't even dare to feed it with the small dried fish that she had prepared. The little white cat enjoyed her petting. These were pampering skills she had learned from the last girl, and by making purring, comforting noises, she would always ask for food. Right, the cat is actually quite cute. We can bring some food to feed it when we come over later. Is it really okay? The little girl was full of excitement. This seemed like a new milestone of sorts. Feeding small animals was something that had never been done before. Lin Xinyu looked at her with a face full of favor. As long as you like it, I'll do it with you. You're so sweet. I heard you this time, huh? You say I'm good, right? Not at all. The kitten felt a little noisy as she was stroked on the head. In the time that followed, the two added one more thing to their daily schedule. They would always go to the kiosk to pick up food before studying in the evening, and then bring it to the study room to feed each other unashamedly to the cats. Little hands, you touched me and I touched you, and held hands in front of the cat. Every time there was a movement outside the classroom, the little white cat would alert them in advance. And time again, they were able to perfectly escape the surprise inspection, either by the class teacher or the inspection director. During that time, Bai Shirhan would always stroke its head and praise it, call him the greatest kitty ever. This can be the little white cat pleased bad. That night out of school to find a few old friends together with mushy, even without the balls, but also cannot stop it exudes charm. High school is getting shorter and shorter. Along with the countdown on the left side of the blackboard shrinking, the little girl felt more and more sad, until one day Lin Xinyu proposed to go back to the countryside for a break during the holidays, and she changed her face, still waiting at the bottom of a familiar building. Bai Shirhan likes to wear skirts. Pleated skirts coupled with knee-high white stockings. Standing in the path will be extra eye-catching, not to mention the body that was unsealed by the school uniform. It is even more so that people cannot help but stop to peek. Good morning. Look, I told you to drink more milk if I didn't lie to you. Hooligans. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to him about drinking more milk. With a school uniform that's fine, but without one, it always attracts a lot of attention. But that bad guy instead looked proud of himself, and every now and then took her hand in the middle of it, as if he wanted the world to know about their unclear relationship. Grandma told Mom and the others that they hadn't seen their granddaughter-in-law for a long time, and knowing that we were still in school, they didn't let them tell me, and halfway through it was Dad who slipped up. And look at how charming you are. Not only do I like it, but even my family likes it. You're lying again. I'm really not lying. If you don't believe me, feel it. My heart rate hasn't even gotten faster. No way. The two of them had gotten used to poking fun at each other as they got along, and Bai Shirhan would dislike them back from time to time, enjoying the brief moments of merriment. She felt amazing, like she was dreaming. All this time, she thought that she was a girl that no one liked. She had to think of others for everything. She didn't even care about her emotions as long as others would feel happy. But Lin Xinu was never like that. He would only make her happy. Even if he talked badly sometimes, he didn't actually do a lot of over-the-top things. Instead, the little girl did much more over-the-top things than he did. Sitting in the car. It's still the same as the first time. The passenger car was originally traveling smoothly, but in the back, as if it couldn't stand the fact that nothing was happening between the two of them, it began to shake and even threw Bai Shirhan into Lin Sinyu's arms. It's okay, it's a little shaky on this part of the road. We'll get to the place later. You can lean on me. It's okay. Grandma's house, you don't forget what we're related to. Well, Bai Shirhan made a small sound, while secretly swearing in her heart that she would never drink milk again. The car rattled to its destination. Lin Sinyu let Bai Shirhan walk in front, while he himself was at the back to help her block her skirt. After getting off the bus, the little girl insisted on buying some fruit to go to her grandmother's house, and also took out part of the bride price money to buy a lot of vegetables. Eating breakfast and preferring to go hungry doesn't cost her anything, and now moving to a bride price shows how much she values it. You don't have to do that. Grandma has food at home. And fruit, look what you're carrying milk back for. Bai Shirhan was stubborn for the first time and didn't listen to Lin Sinyu, waiting to be satisfied before happily running to the checkout. When you wait at the register, the cashier reminds, "Hello, welcome. Congratulations on being the 100th lucky winner of the store's 1-year anniversary. $100 on a purchase of the day buys you all the picks." Wow, Bai Shirhan, you are my lucky baby. I told you were the greatest of all time. Lin Xinu was happy for her on the side. The little girl was a bit overwhelmed, then pulled out $100 from the pocket of her clothes and handed it to her. Originally how everything added up to more than $100, now actually all offset. Thanks. Bai Shirhan felt momentarily surprised and looked at the boy beside him who had also brought him luck. Well, it seems like a dream. Then be my wife and let me dream too. That's the thing about girls, they have delicate minds, and no matter what, whenever they live a life that's different from the one they used to live, they might enjoy it at first, and then later on, they'll be in a bit of a trance and it just doesn't seem real. Lin Sinyu was so distressed that he carried all the things she had bought in his hand, letting Bai Shirhan hold his clothes and go back down the path. Remember what you are to me later? Female, girlfriend. The little girl's pretty face was red, and when those 3 words were said, her heart was relieved instead, as if it was like saying all the things that had been accumulated for a long time that she wanted to say. What should you say if someone asks? Forgotten so soon? No. What's it going to be? Bai Shirhan bit her lip and gathered her courage. Anyway, she said it was a playful relationship. How can she say it's not true? Only a fool would take it seriously. I'm Sinyu's girlfriend, she muttered in a small voice, but Lin Xinu sounded comfortable and fluffy, simply sweet to his heart. Lin Xinu continued to tease her. If you were to tell them like this, he's my husband, the term girlfriend is a bit inaccurate. The words husband will definitely make others envy grandma to death. You lie. I'm not lying. Try it if you don't believe me. Bai Shirhan red face bulging mouth. In the end are just a girl, she also want to boldly admit, is afraid to dare, can only play in the role of the inner words out. Little fish, back to see your grandma again? Yo, who's that little girl next to you? Before Lin Sinyu could open his mouth, he only heard a fluffy voice ringing in his ears. He's my husband. Chapter 161, 159. Shirhan and I both miss you. 1/3, he's my husband. Bai Shirhan's words were soft, they were meant to be used to fool her. Lin Sinyu didn't even think she would say it, but the result was unexpected. These 2 words in this day and age, everyone knew that they couldn't be shouted casually, let alone an extremely introverted girl like Bai Shirhan. That would be fine if they were in a confirmed relationship. The problem is that right now they're not boyfriend and girlfriend. The reserved young girl was red in the face, giving the roadside bosses a happy look. Old Lin really has a good grandson. What a talented man and a beautiful woman. It's all over the town. Ever since Lin Sinyu brought Bai Shirhan home, even if grandma didn't say anything, the grandfather of the family next door was spreading gossip around, and over again. The whole town knew that the grandson of the old Lin family had found a daughter-in-law. Then I won't bother grandpa with his work. I'll take Shirhan back to see grandma first. Shirhan, what a beautiful name. Before leaving Moncler Outlet Online, he was still chanting on the side of the road, his eyes full of envy. The little girl's face was flushed, and from the moment she uttered those two words, her whole being was confused, happy and a little shy at the same time. Don't look at her surface coy, but in reality her heart was happy, and the words she had held back for a long time, she took this opportunity to say all of them. Lin Sinyu is my husband. Anyway, the relationship is all pretend now. It's not like what you say counts, and besides, he makes her his wife every day. He's just taking advantage of it back. I'm your what? Lin Xinyu's footsteps became slower, carrying his things and slowly turning back to look at Bai Shirhan, who was full of shyness. Good friends. No, just now in front of Grandpa you said I was your what? Say it again. That crunchy feeling was fantastic. If it wasn't for the fact that he would be carrying something in his hand, Lin Sinyu would have wanted to just pick her up off the ground and carry her straight back to see her grandmother, who would then definitely be happy to run out to see her. So the granddaughter-in-law came back to see her again. Don't. If there were people, she could find herself an excuse to say the name out, but with only Lin Sinyu around, the little girl simply didn't know what excuse to find and shrugged it off with a red face. It's okay, good friends are mutual, so how about this? I call you my wife and you call me your husband? No. Bai Shirhan shook her head repeatedly. After listening to what he said in its entirety, it always felt wrong. Just by looking at the other party's expression, it was as if he was engaging in a new type of cajoling. Don't worry about it, I can tell the difference. We're just unclear good friends. Hearing you say husband is to get you used to it, lest you can't react when it comes to an unexpected situation. What should I do? Lin Sinyu said in a serious manner. It was also the fact that he had a serious expression on his face, which was why Bai Shirhan became more and more shy. He really, so serious about teaching her, and all she had in mind was taking advantage of him, and all of a sudden she felt guilty. So don't be afraid, I won't take it seriously unless you tell me yourself to be my wife. We're just good friends helping each other now. Grandma wants to have a granddaughter-in-law and it just so happens that you can help out. And if someone else wants to have a relationship with you in the future, won't they be able to use me? Is it available? Hearing him say this, Bai Shirhan thought it did make sense. She didn't even have any other friends of the opposite sex, except for Lin Sinyu, who was a family member. She had never dealt with anything else, and as for going to know the opposite sex, the little girl had never thought about it, and had always thought that having him was enough. Of course you can. Don't I use you now? You just belong to use it back so we don't owe each other anything. Aha! Or did he have a way of doing it? She couldn't even think of a reason to be intimate and sweet with him, but he always found a suitable reason to tell her, and it just didn't feel right. So if you run into someone who asks again, what do you say I am to you? The red color on Bai Shirhan's face spread all the way to the position of her neck. Her small ears were red and pink. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the other party, and opened her mouth shyly. Yes, it's my husband. What do you say when you're approached for a date? I have a husband. Married with kids? There is one. Tiny Han. That's amazing. You've already learned it without me even teaching you in the back. You seem to be very talented in this area. Lin Sinyu nodded. Today can be said to be his happiest day. In the past, she always asked her to be his wife. She was a kind of shy refusal gesture. This will be already called several times husband. Completely not a loss. After practicing a few times on the road, the boy was then relieved to take her home without worrying about spilling the beans. It's all fake. I know. Just because it's not real. That's why we have to practice it a few more times. And after we're comfortable with using it, we'll be able to solve whatever situation we encounter very quickly. Good. Bai Shirhan promised him and followed his steps towards her grandmother's house, thinking as she walked that it would be so nice if she could really call him her husband someday. Elderly people who stayed in the countryside basically lived a pampered life. Not to mention Lin Sinyu's grandmother. Every day, she either cooks or goes to the garden to water the vegetables, and at night, before going to bed, her filial son always calls her to ask about her recent health. She then happily inquired from the sidelines about various news about her grandson's daughter-in-law, and at first the grandmother thought that her son and daughter-in-law were aware of it, but then she realized that she had broken into trouble, and that her grandson had let her be the only one to know about it, and reacted instantly. The heart is happy and scared. I'm afraid that my grandson will think she betrayed him and won't come back later. There are many benefits to being in the country. You can grow whatever vegetables you want. It's clean and hygienic. Plus the air quality is good and there are very few noisy sounds around, so it's easy to relax. Grandma was watering the vegetables when she heard footsteps coming from the ridge and thought it was an acquaintance coming to say hello, and before she looked up, she heard the most affectionate shout. Grandma, look who's back. The old man watering stopped his movements. His heart was all kinds of worried when his grandson didn't come back, and when he saw Lin Sinyu smiling at her right on the ridge, his whole heart melted away. What's more, Bai Shirhan was still by his side. blushing and looking at her as well, before opening her mouth in a petulant whisper. "Hello, Grandma. Well, why did you come back without telling Grandma? Have you eaten yet? It's not easy to come back, is it? Are you hungry? Grandma will cook for you now." Old people are usually like this, no matter when you come home, always concerned about whether you are good or not. First ask you if you are hungry, and then ask you what you want to eat. Wait until the end to ask how you are doing. In their eyes, no matter how old a child is, he or she is a child in their hearts, as long as they are there. Children and grandchildren are children. When the adults up there are gone, it'll really be an adult. At least now, it's possible to take the most beloved of her and sweetly call her more Grandma. "Grandma, Shirhan and I miss you. Your cooking is the best." Bai Shirhan nodded along, her little face flushed. In this moment, it was as if she truly fit into the scene. Chapter 162, 160. Tried hard, but Xiaohan couldn't get out. 2/3, burning a fire for cooking is a must. With the first time, the second time, Bai Shirhan learned the step-by-step techniques in the back very quickly, and didn't need Lin Sinyu to teach them in the back at all. "You're a fast learner. Yes, go a little further in." Well, Bai Shirhan clamped the firewood and added it in. Behind her, Lin Sinyu did not forget to hold her body lest she fall to the ground with an unsteady center of gravity. Grandma smiled from the side and narrowed her eyes. This kind of life did not know how many times she had dreamed of. Now can be considered to fulfill the inner desire. How could Lin Sinyu not be the same? Cooking with his little girl, introducing her to his family, letting everyone know that she was his favorite girl, even if it was as simple as talking and cooking together, would be satisfying. When all the problems are solved later, he must take her back to the countryside and live with her, where he sits and eats while she burns firewood on a stool, and when he is free he will hug her from behind and the two of them will add firewood together. If you can also take the opportunity to touch her stomach. Then the little girl will definitely be very shy, right? If you come up next to her and kiss her ear, you will definitely be flustered like a scared little white rabbit again. Just thinking about it makes me feel very happy. Possibly noticing that Lin Sinyu behind her had been staring at her, Bai Shirhan turned her head back and secretly went to gauge his expression, only to find that the boy was looking straight at him and giggling, even sticking his tongue out and licking his lips. It's horrible. The girl fantasized about the boy suddenly taking her in his arms from behind, the two of them holding hands together to add firewood, cuddling and touching up her hand, all in front of her grandmother's eyes. She'd obviously come here to see her grandmother, so why did it feel like she was suddenly straying from the main event, as if she'd picked a special spot to date him? With him, Bai Shirhan dared to wear the dresses that had been in the closet for a long time. What pleated skirts, what dresses and the like, all of which she wanted to try all over again. She loved skirts, for no other reason than because of Lin Xinyu's comment that he thought she looked absolutely beautiful with her legs out. How could a shy girl dare to do that? Except that the other man had assured her that he would protect her, and that was why he had gotten bold. At first it was a bit shy, being stared at by the person you like. It would be a lie to say that you are not shy. And finally it was only after the other person's kind words that you changed your mind. As he said, all the girls weren't as good looking as her, and his eyes were only drawn to her, so they stayed on her legs. Although she could feel his shamelessness from it, the little girl was still quite happy, and she couldn't tell you how satisfied she was inside when she was able to attract his attention. Only there would be a small price to pay, like cooking dinner, and the bad guy not forgetting to whisper extremely compelling words in her ear. "I'm actually a leg man. Oh, you can touch mine and then I'll touch yours so we're even again." Hooligans. The two whispered and watched as Grandma snickered and got motivated to cook. When the meal is all ready, Lin Xinyou prioritized going and grabbing all the hot ones, leaving the slightly better ones for Bai Shirhan. Knowing her temperament, it would have been hard to come over and not help, so he didn't force her to rest, not to mention the fact that he was able to brush off his favor in front of his grandmother. So why not? Don't mention how happy you are to see your favorite girl in front of you in a dress he loves to look at. Every boy has a very simple idea. There is no overly complicated logic. As long as his girlfriend wears his favorite clothes, he is already satisfied. All people have appreciative thoughts about beauty. It's okay to dress however you want if it doesn't matter to you. But if your girlfriend is underdressed and the combination is more appealing to other guys' eyes, then you have to be there. Don't mention how great it feels to swear sovereignty by taking your favorite girl into your arms, especially when other guys are watching. Just thinking about it makes you feel all kinds of happy. Only now you can't. After all, the only person next to you is Grandma. If he went for it like this in front of Grandma, the little girl would run away shyly, and it was not certain that he would be able to give him a hug in the future. It would just have to wait until she voluntarily admitted to their relationship in the future before he could consider it. Put the meal on the table. Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan went to the kitchen together. Grandma was cooking congee in there, so the two of them watched from the sidelines, and when she was done, they accompanied Grandma to dinner. That's a pretty little girl. After the three of them sat down, the grandmother looked at Bai Shirhan. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her, and she couldn't wait for her grandson to marry the little girl back home right now. That's true, and I don't see whose grandson is looking for a daughter-in-law. And grandma is young and good-looking. Lin Xianu spared his grandmother from envious gazes as he gave Bai Shirhan some food while talking horse to her and not forgetting to give her some food in the back. Then grandma also gave Bai Shirhan dishes, completely forgetting about him as her grandson. Naked bias. Xiao Yu, do you know when your dad and mom got married? When? Lin Xinyu knew that his grandmother was hinting, so he stopped his chopsticks to talk along with her. Only the little girl looked at them with an unintelligible look, thinking it was storytelling, and stopped to join in. Your father and your mother. Although your father is timid, but your mother is very timid. All sorts of hints. Finally let that elm brain open up. The two are not yet 20 years old on the result already have you. Grandma, I'm only 17 this year. 17 is a lot of years. And grandma had your father when she was your age. That will times are different. Well, no hurry grandma. College I and Shirhan also in a piece. Wait until the age we will consider. Good. The old man is happy. But the little girl is a little confused. Did not understand anything? See grandma laugh. She also followed the side of the laugh, so that grandma thought she agreed, smiling and looking at her. She waited until the table was cleared after the meal and grandma went to the kitchen before she looked at Lin Xinyu and inquired in a low voice. What were you and grandma talking about just now? Lin Xinyu wiped the table and said gently. Grandma, she, just wants us to have a xiao. Didn't you just laugh with grandma? I thought you heard me and said that when it comes to college we work hard to get Tiny Han out. That's why grandma was so happy. No. Bai Shirhan waved her hand repeatedly, her expression flustered. She just thought that her grandmother was telling a story, watching her laugh before she followed the laugh. How did she somehow have to create a small little Han? Don't be afraid, it's still early to go to college, and when we do, we'll say we've been working on it, but Tiny Han just can't get out. Lin Xianu reached out and ran his hand over her face, looking adorable at her flustered appearance. The little girl nodded reassuringly at this. Good. Chapter 163, 161. Son, we don't deserve it. 3/3. Time flies in the countryside. Maybe it was the company of his grandmother, or the fact that Lin Xinyu was around. It just felt like it was afternoon in a flash. Grandma was so happy the whole time that she didn't even think about something as important as her next-door mother-in-law asking to go out for a walk and just shrugged it off. How can you have free time when your granddaughter-in-law is here, taking either fruits or snacks from the refrigerator to Bai Shirhan? The little girl encountered this situation for the first time, and took it with a blushing face while not forgetting to sweetly say a word of thanks. Thanks grandma. This girl has a sweet mouth. Lin Xinyu whispered beside Bai Shirhan. I haven't tasted it. I don't know if it's sweet. The little girl didn't dare to reply back. Originally she wanted to say he was a rogue, but once she thought that her grandmother was around, and the talk could probably be heard, she could only glare at him in shame, and then immediately changed back to her usual expression. He did feel happy that Bai Shirhan was content to have this change, and as it was developing, it wasn't very far from her spilling her guts. I guess, Xiao Yu can be much more powerful than his father. There is someone he likes to bring back to show grandma. His father did not have the guts to do this, has been waiting for his mother's belly to grow up. There is really no way to bring back home. Not only Bai Shirhan, Lin Xinyu also listened quietly on the side. This kind of time is really a kind of enjoyment. It is not that grandma talks a lot, but grandma has always been a person. At home is either to speak with neighbors, or in the garden alone, basically seldom to speak, or seldom to speak with relatives. Now that Lin Xianu had brought Bai Shirhan back, it was just the right time to share, looking for topics they might be interested in to say. She didn't actually know what they would be interested in, so she could only take her time to try and find out. And then what? Got married? Lin Xinyu opened his mouth, which gave grandma the motivation to continue on, and the little girl blinked curiously, equally curious. Your father, that boy, is very timid, like a child who has done something wrong, begged grandma, thinking that he must give birth to the child, afraid that we do not agree with the two of them together. That will be me, and the old man can't wait to hold grandchildren. How could I give up not wanting it? And then took him to your mother's home to propose marriage. Married, and finally had you. Grandma spoke slowly, alone, finishing the story all by herself before stopping. So that's what dad is like. Then he still brags to me all the time about how you guys didn't agree back then. And it was only because of his tough attitude that he was able to marry my mom back home. Your father is just being facetious. It's all because of your mom's guts, otherwise where would you be? This is something Lin Xinyu knows, just based on the fight thing, combined with what grandma said. It's already clear who the hunter is. I'm afraid the upstairs catfight was real, and the two fought solely because mom gave it a go, or else the timid dad wouldn't have acted at all. Don't worry grandma, I'm bold. Bai Shirhan listened a little confused, only heard him say bold, do not know what boldness to do, just like this dumbfounded look at him, and then looked down at the grandmother. See, the other side is full of favor looking at her, so that the little girl shyly lowered her head. Seeing the little girl like this, Grandma understood that her grandson-in-law was surely not going to get away, and that her grandson, unlike his dad, was not timid, and that now it was just a matter of waiting for the two of them to go to college to work hard and make a good effort. This kind of thing cannot be rushed, and the boat will reach its destination in the end when the water is flowing. The three of them just sat outside the door in the sun, waiting until it was almost 2 o'clock when Grandma's phone rang inside the house. Lin Sinyu immediately got up and went to his room to take out his cell phone. Hey, I just finished talking about Dad, and this is a coincidence that he's calling right now. Answer it, hurry up. Let your father. He envied and admired this wife of mine. I can see my granddaughter-in-law. He can't see his daughter-in-law. Grandma could be so happy. She couldn't hide the smile on her face at all, and she is the complete opposite of Bai Shirhan panicked. The last time to go to Lin Sinyu's home is the mother. This time back is his father phone. This counts one by one to recognize his family a full? Obviously just pretend to pretend. Why now give her a feeling so realistic? If not a little fast heartbeat, the little girl is estimated to still be in a cozy atmosphere. Hey, Dad, Grandma's right next to you. What? Why did I come back? I miss Grandma. Of course. Considering that Grandma might not be able to hear, Lin Sinyu put the sound on speakerphone to the maximum. You kid, sneaking back without telling us. Right, did you buy anything? Fruit and milk or something? Take good care of your grandmother at home. The voice on the other end of the phone was heard clearly by Bai Shirhan as she sat in her seat. Is this his dad? Why does he feel mean too? Are all dads the same under the sky? Before she could continue to think about it, her grandmother's voice sounded from the side. Try talking about my precious grandchildren again. Your son knows a lot more than you do. Your daughter-in-law buys the fruit. Your daughter-in-law buys the milk. They can take care of it a lot better than you can. Ever since she was a child, Grandma had always loved Lin Sinyu more, let alone now that her granddaughter-in-law was here. In front of her granddaughter-in-law, her grandson was being taught a lesson by her son. What kind of thing was that? Hearing his grandmother speak, the voice on the other end of the phone obviously became much smaller, and then said softly, Mom, you just can't spoil Xiaoyu too much. Look at his grades at school. Every time he only scores so little. I'm too embarrassed to ask their homeroom teacher. It's still better to be strict with him. Bai Shirhan looked at Lin Sinyu incredulously. Does his dad control him that much too? Second in the grade is just a little bit? Lin Xinu instead scratched his head awkwardly. He was the one who asked Lao Chen not to tell his parents, just to give them a surprise, so they didn't know his true level in school yet. Little fish, don't look at your grandmother here. Even if your grandmother likes, I also forbid you to talk to that kind of girl. A small age does not learn optics, this kind of thing. Your father, I just didn't study properly, and now I'm out there exhausted. Said you every time but also always hang up my phone. Presses lazily to say you. So mean. That was all Bai Shirhan thought. He's not allowed to fall in love with a girl like her. So does that mean he can't be his wife? The little girl was inexplicably a little lost in her emotions, which normally wouldn't be like this, and after hearing what his dad said, she felt bad. Lin Xinu could see her emotions and knew that his father was doing it for his own good, feeling that this would be no need to hide it, but rather to let them know how good Bai Shirhan was as well. Dad, what kind of girl? How about the top of the grade as your daughter-in-law? No one can. What part of? Don't you understand? First in the grade? The phone caller was just about to teach a lesson, and after a moment of silence, he immediately issued a question, then did not wait for Lin Sinyu to return, and quickly made additions. If it really, forget it, son, we don't deserve it. Chapter 164, 162. You were already awesome. Request for subscription. Is it really the real father? You just said that you might not be able to find a girl with a good eye, and then you change your tune immediately? Go go go. You can't. Don't say fishy can't. Grandma is the first to be reluctant. Granddaughter-in-law sitting next to the phone. Either that the girl is not good, or that the grandson is not good enough for the girl. There is no such thing as good. As long as the two people get along with the feeling of good, then it is a good match. The old man's mind is simple, not that complicated. Bai Shirhan was quiet and didn't say anything. Her breathing was a bit tense, and every now and then she went to look at Lin Sinyu. The other party instead responded with a look that put her at ease. It was a moment as if it didn't matter that the sky was falling. Mom, small fish that grade. I am embarrassed to tell you. If the other girl is really the first grade, we are not just adding to the chaos of others. The little girl pinched the foot of her skirt and clenched her lips. I should have let him come in first place. Grandma was just about to reply when she was interrupted by what Lin Sinyu said. That, Dad, I'm second in my grade. You kids stop talking and hurry up and let your little aunt. What? Second in grade? The person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't believe it, and had been ready to tell his son not to hold up the girl. When he suddenly heard Lin Sinyu say that he was second in his grade, he couldn't accept it for a moment. Usually when asked about the results, Lin Sinyu either did not say, or pretended not to hear, and finally did not bother to ask. For this son, are already in a state of free range. It's only logical that the classroom teacher would be notified in advance if the progress is so great. How? Good boy, you deliberately kept Mr. Chen from telling us? Where the conversation between the two had that serious meaning, the onlookers sounded and felt like good buddies. The little girl had been nervous, but then she heard the two of them joking on the phone all the time, and realized for the first time that the role of dad could be so chatty. Say what for? If it wasn't for you saying that Shirhan and I are not a good match and holding people back, I would have definitely hidden it until the end of the college entrance exams. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, still not over the surprise, there was a slight pause before the questioning continued. Fish, don't be ridiculous. Are you and her really one first and one second? If you don't believe me, Dad, you can just ask Mr. Chun. Students at school are like that. No grades are silent, and once they are there they want to fling the report card in the parent's face for fear of not seeing it. Lin Sinyu was trying to hide it, wanting to surprise them at the end of the college entrance exam. As a result, he didn't expect that his relationship with Bai Shirhan would be exposed in advance, so he could only use his grades to cope. What seals the mouths of parents is not anything important. The only thing that matters is grades. Look at the little fish. It's much more powerful than the old man. Grandma interjected from the side, while looking at the silent Bai Shirhan beside her, only to see the little girl's eyes flickering, a little flustered, looking at Lin Sinyu with a worried face, when it really was getting more and more likable. People who have come over to see things are generally more accurate. Just from the little girl worried expression, the probability of liking the little fish, coupled with the temperament character is better. The two people get along certainly will not be too big a problem. If the little fish bullied her, even if the usual more love grandchildren, but also will surely stand by the side of the little girl. Who doesn't love this kind of lovable girl? Mom, don't count me out. If it wasn't for my efforts in the first place, you wouldn't have seen your grandchildren. The stubborn retort was small and clearly understated. Lin Sinyu forced himself to hold back his laughter, and Bai Shirhan looked at him and laughed out with him. It's as if it really smells like home. After that, Lin Dad went against the norm, and on the other end of the phone had made the request of wanting to hear the little girl speak, and Grandma and Lin Sinyu's eyes turned to Bai Shirhan, seeking her opinion. And a daddy's name if you can, Lin Sinyu said in her ear, causing the little girl to be shy for a while. She was not stupid. She knew that that was a title that could only be called after marriage, and that it was not allowed to be called randomly now. Grandma is totally what any old person can be called, so it won't feel like anything, but Dad. No. The little girl got anxious and gave him a vicious glare. The overall action was like an aggrieved, cute expression, and suddenly she was biting her upper lip, frowning, and staring straight at him for only a second or two before she didn't dare to look away, ending what she herself understood to be ferocity. Dad, Shirhan, she's a bit shy. When I get into the same college as her after that, I'll bring her over to you and Mom when I get a chance. You'll definitely like her too. Although she didn't raise her head to look at Lin Sinyu, Bai Shirhan kept her ears perked up the entire time, fearing that Lin's father would be dissatisfied. Okay, you kid, how do you get the little girl? Have your father back then style. Take good care of others. High school or that. Your parents are more enlightened. Love and what not against. Pay attention to the proportion. Focus mainly on learning. There is less than a month on the college entrance examination. Do a good job. Every parent looks forward to the good of their children. Even if their mouths are tough and they say they don't care about you, in reality, they still want you to have a good life. Don't look at Lin. Dad rarely called Lin Sinyu. Whenever his child's mom was on the phone, he would quietly eavesdrop from the sidelines to find out how the other side was doing. Don't worry, Dad. If it wasn't for Shirhan, I wouldn't have been able to progress so fast. It's entirely because she's been around to help with tutoring this whole time that I've been able to come second in my grade. All the credit was pushed on to Bai Shirhan, which caused the little girl to stammer and be flattered, and then immediately explain. No, you would have been great. In Bai Shirhan's eyes, Lin Sinyu's progress was never helped by her. It was entirely by virtue of his own. His talent was already high, plus he was serious and hardworking, and he brushed up on the problems a lot of the time in class every day. So even if she didn't help him, he was still able to be second all the time. Sometimes the little girl wondered if he didn't take the first place test on purpose. So why else would he just get 5 or 6 points less than her every time? She checked his paper, and there were questions that were impossibly wrong, as if they were just intentional, not only on purpose. As long as the results came out, the other party would always look at her with a smile on his face. Bai Shirhan, you're so great. You're on top of me again. and I'm being crushed underneath you again. It's like he likes being down there, and it's a weird feeling too. After time, she got used to the expression, and was even a little less comfortable if he wasn't down there every time. Of course Lin Xin could have pressed on top of her in turn, but the boy was just too gentle to want to do that. He didn't want Bai Shirhan to get second in the exam and be told off by that so-called father again. He just wanted to see the ever-brightening smile on the little girl's face. The call ended on a happy note. Bai Shirhan was happy. From the content, it seems like Lin Xinu's father doesn't hate her. On the contrary, he especially likes it. Really want to take this seriously. Chapter 165. 163. May 20th, request for subscription. Since returning from the countryside, the relationship seems to have changed qualitatively. From being best friends with no clear understanding, they become like a normal couple, except that they focus on their studies and don't engage in any other excessive behavior at all. After all, touching hands and simply hugging, such actions had been considered a normal and not normal thing in the little girl's perception. The whole thing would be unbearable not to put your little hand in his every day. The warmth of that hand touch was the best thing she had gained throughout her high school years. During their school days, the two mostly spent time together in an atmosphere of learning, and the boldest thing they ever did was take graduation photos. No, the little girl, who was originally scared, followed the class to the designated area under the leadership of Lin Xinyu, the boy standing behind the girl. This time it was his turn to pull on the other's coat corner as a way to make her feel at ease. The two of them smiled one after the other as the graduation photo shoot ended with the sound of the shutter. We're finally graduating. Shouldn't we feel happy? Lin Xinyu saw some hesitation in her expression and reached out to give her a gentle tug on her cheek. But, the little girl still couldn't say it. She wanted to say that she would have to separate after graduation. It would be very sad, even if she could see him every day now. But when she thought of the end of the college entrance exams, there was a long period of time where she couldn't see him. Just thinking about it would make her feel a sense of loss in her heart. You're not afraid you won't see me, are you? Not at all. Are you done with the diary? Working on the write-up? I don't know since when. The little girl will record the two of them every day to get along with the droplets. Every night if you want to think of him, will be depicted in the above. That kind of picture in the mind. The hand can be all written out the feeling. Simply don't be too great. Don't worry. I'll be there when you finish writing about what happened between us. Really? Bai Shirhan's face was filled with a small expression of surprise. Regardless of whether it would become a reality or not, she still chose to believe in him. In this person who always brought her surprises. It was because of this unconditional belief that the little girl kept a diary, convinced that if she wrote about everything that had happened between them, he would show up. I've never lied to you. Bai Shirhan has not known how many times she has heard this sentence. From the first time she heard it to now, has always believed in him. Even if she is always unclear with him, her heart is full of satisfaction. In the study room, this time there is no two people together figure, only Lin Xinyu alone. The little girl at noon is lying on the classroom table to sleep. How do you know that he took the opportunity to go to the toilet to go to the study room? The little white cat spends his time on the windowsill either on his lunch break or in the evening, so he's in the study room at this time of day. Meow dash. Watching Lin Xinyu walk in. They were the ones delivering small dried fish and some small snacks every day. It was still important to put on an appearance. White, do you think she'll like it? Meow. It didn't understand what kind of gifts humans had to give each other, only that it liked to eat small dried fish, and looked at the delicately wrapped transparent box in front of it, which also contained a small cake. If he came down with her and carried something in his hands, he would definitely be suspected. So Lin Xin could only think of this clumsy way to do it. The good thing is that the novel pricing fee is also steadily increasing, and the monthly income is able to reach 12,000 at the beginning, which at this time is enough for a high school student to do a lot of things. He counted the hours and began silently preparing for the program this past weekend. A sacred moment that Lin Xinyu would never forget in his life. Never had the opportunity to give each other face-to-face blessing before. Only rely on the letter instead of words. Do not mention how hard it is mentally. Now, the boy will not let go of any opportunity. Meow. The little white cat this time is to understand. Feelings in front of this boy simply did not give himself to bring small dried fish it. Self-concerned about pounding things, that small box of cake do not need to think that is used to set the girl's heart. There's no need to keep up the pretense. Hop on the table and return to your exclusive window seat, squinting in the sun. In addition to the cupcakes, there were cards that he had carefully prepared at home in the evenings, basically all of which could be used in the common sense of getting along. He was afraid that his little girl wouldn't be around, and just wanted this way to let her know that he was always there. After hiding all the things, Lin Xinyu then waved to the little white cat. Little white, remember to keep an eye on these things for me this afternoon. The little white cat's face was full of disdain, not to mention responding. Even its head didn't half lift its meaning. Tomorrow I'll bring you lots and lots of different flavors of dried small fish. Meow. Damn human beings. Classroom. Since Lin Sinyu went out to go to the toilet for a long time and did not return, the little girl sleepy. The thought of reforming his bad habits back again, not to mention how complicated inside. If that happens, he won't be touched in the future. How could Bai Shirhan still have the heart to sleep? From time to time she looked up at the window. As soon as someone passed by, she first sneaked a glance, and when she realized it wasn't Lin Sinyu, loss was written all over her small face. When the other's shadow finally appeared, it contented itself with lying on the table and pretending to sleep, with its little nose ready at all times, just waiting for him to get close enough to smell if there was anything else on his body. Listening to the footsteps approaching, the sound was soft, as if it was deliberate in general. For fear of waking her up in her sleep, the little girl purposely left an empty space behind her to make it easier for him to go in, while sniffing his body's scent, which didn't seem to have that kind of obnoxious feeling, but instead had a bit of a milky scent to it. What the hell was he doing there? Bai Shirhan was eager to know, and her personality prompted her to do nothing but close her eyes tightly and try to look as calm as possible. Usually if she was next to him, she would feel like time was going by quickly, but now this would feel much slower for the little girl, and it wasn't until the lunch bell ended that she pretended to look like she had just woken up from a nap and slowly looked up from her desk. Wake up? Well, Fatty called me for food during the lunch break, so I was delayed a bit and came back late. Got it. The little girl originally had a melancholic expression. After getting Lin Sinyu's explanation, she went against the norm. The smile on her face was not to mention how bright. After holding it in for a long time, it was finally all released. Shirhan, do you really not know what day it is? May 20th. Ah. The little girl had a dumbfounded look on her face, not knowing what Lin Sinyu was going to say, and after thinking about it, she continued to make additions. There are still 18 days left for the college entrance exam. Yeah, you're so smart. Lin Sinyu was happy. Did not think that the little girl this can forget. Every year on the 20th of May, not only can express the meaning of I love you, the same is also her birthday. The boy wondered how many times he had thought about it. On her birthday, May 20th, whisper in her ear, I love you. Chapter 166, 164. By Shirhan. I like you the most. Requesting subscription. The last 18 nights are left. I don't know why, but the atmosphere suddenly became a little sad. At the end of the day the little girl didn't want to be separated, but the countdown on the chalkboard each day was extraordinarily noticeable, and she was tempted to erase the words countdown altogether so she wouldn't have to be reminded of how much time was left. 18 days to go. By Shirhan repeated, but the latter words just can't see you didn't come out. She was afraid that if she said it, she wouldn't be able to control her emotions, and she didn't want to be looked at as a joke in front of Lin Sinyu, so she didn't continue on. Let's review tonight too. Yo. Aha. She didn't want to think about anything anymore. As long as this would be Lin Xinu still around, she could be easily satisfied. Meow. Before the two could walk into the study room, Kahaku ran up to them with gusto. At first Lin Sinyu didn't react, and when the little white cat turned its head to look at the location of the cake and the card he had hidden, he immediately pulled out the small dried fish he had bought with Bai Shirhan from his school bag and gave it to him. But what a little glutton. The kitten has no bad intentions, only want to belong to its small dried fish, an afternoon to help take care of. Even the school's new female cats did not go over to hook up, not to receive some benefits when it really cannot be justified. Time flies. It feels like only yesterday we were here for the first time and now it's been so long. Well, she didn't want it to go by so fast either. If she could freeze time at one day all the time, wouldn't that make it possible to stay by his side all the time? Before every day together still cannot feel the crisis approaching, and when the time becomes completely less, which reacted to the original only the last 10 days can get tired of Shirhan, I'm at. You know, I've always liked you. I know. Is this a confession? The little girl blushed, although listening to him let her be a wife heard many times. The other party for the first time expression serious and serious. This is a bit of anomaly. Make her a little uncomfortable. Obviously, he had gotten used to his previous rhythm, and now with the sudden change of pace, he definitely needed a reprieve. I've liked you for a long time. The boy's hot breath hit the girl's face. This situation was something she had never considered. She had thought that he had brought her down here for a serious review, and then she had met something so unexpected that she really hadn't expected it. The reserved girl wanted to not be reserved, but the last line of defense inside her compelled her to continue. We are not allowed to be like this. I know, but it doesn't stop me from saying I like it to you, does it? Well, she wanted to say yes to him so much. Bai Shirhan just felt that now she is a big evil, obviously already very much like him, but just can't muster up the courage to admit it. She understands that once she admits it, it can't be changed, and if there are all kinds of problems in the future, she is very afraid that the beauty of the step that has just been taken directly disappears. So she is afraid, so she doesn't dare to do it. You know, I've been waiting for this day for a really long time. Lin Xin looked at her tenderly. Starting from the success of the venture, when he returned to notice the little girl, the other party could not be contacted to communicate at all, and even if he tried to compensate, the result was still the same. Not to mention speaking, it was extremely difficult to even see each other. Even after inquiring about her birthday, knowing her favorite kinds of food, clothes, and preferences, I just can't see her. Lin Xin also fantasized that if he could really do it all over again, he would absolutely want to spoil this dumb girl with all his heart. Today, he has gotten his wish. What's going on? Feeling that he was a little nervous, his breathing became more rapid than usual. Bai Shirhan knew that he must have something on his mind, but this time she didn't have any candy in her hand. She could only open her school bag to look for snacks to ease his mind and make him happy. No need to look for anything. Silly, I'm the happiest man in the world right now with you. Looking at the other's face full of pride, the little girl was also happy with him, because she felt that, like him, she was also the happiest person in the world. You really don't know what time of day it is? Bai Shirhan shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't know, she couldn't believe he would know. From the beginning of the school year, the whole school basically had someone's birthday, and since it was a boarding school, the parents of the corresponding student would usually bring a cake to the school on their birthday, and the child who had a cake would be the envy of the whole class. She wanted to have one, but her parents were just too busy, and it was because they didn't have the time that they put her in boarding school. I waited until I was in middle school before I hired Auntie Song. From that meeting, her aunt was the only one who celebrated her birthday, and her brother was aware of it, but was limited by distance. The little girl usually didn't talk about her birthday. She felt it was completely unnecessary. It was nice to be alone. And even though it would be nice to be told about her birthday by someone she liked, she would just choose to remain silent. Really? I don't know. Today is a very important day. Don't you say another word. That compelling voice was just too seductive, and Bai Shirhan felt like she was about to be unable to resist it, and could only let out a petulant sound that allowed him to be quiet for a while. Then I'll tell you what day it is. Today is the 20th of May. The Arabic number is 520. The harmonic sound can become I love you, so today I can say I love you to you. And you can say you love me to me. No way. No way. Bai Shirhan felt like she was going to be compelled to die by him, and really wanted to just tell him what day it was, but hesitated a little when she heard him say that it was the day when she could say I love you to each other. Should we say yes to him? Just tell him I love you while you're at it. Actually, it's not being able to say I love you that matters. It's being able to say I love you to a girl you've liked for a long time on a special day at a special time. Before she could deny it, she saw Lin Xin take out a bag from the drawer and pull out another cupcake from the bag. The moment she saw the cake, Bai Shirhan froze in place. Lin Xin put the cupcakes on the table. You may not like to express yourself. You may not be used to interacting with people. You may not know how to say what's on your mind. You may not want people to be nice to you, but I'm here to show you that you are the best, the most awesome girl in the world. I'd like to be by your side every year on the 20th of May to celebrate with you. Happy birthday, my favorite, Shirhan Bai. The little girl's nose turned a little sour. This is the first time someone can clearly remember her birthday. Even Auntie Song sometimes forgets, but the boy in front of her can remember, and moreover clearly remember without being reminded. May 20th, I love you too. Chapter 167, 165. Open your mouth. Let me continue bullying you. Request for subscription. The age of ignorance to meet someone who is looking out for you in every way. This kind of dream scenario, which Bai Shirhan had never wished for, was now truly happening to her. Why are you being so nice to me? The little girl wouldn't cry easily, stubbornly biting her little lip. She was afraid that if she let go, her nose would get sore and her tears would fall uncontrollably. On the contrary, Lin Xinu's expression was relaxed as he patted her shoulder. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, you're my favorite best friend. You too. Bai Shirhan knows that he does not want her to accept for a moment, so he will say so. Just now that kind of words are not confession. Who believe Yo, is this sand in your eyes? Lin Xin could only use this snarky way to make her feel relaxed. To him, Bai Shirhan's tears were the most beautiful treasures in this world. It is precisely because it is valuable that it should not be allowed to fall so easily. Well, she had gotten used to answering along with his explanations, and would listen to all of them as long as what Lin Xin said made sense. It's not just one person who makes it possible for two people to become unclear best friends. It's the guy who is willing and the girl who is actually cooperating with the other even though she says no. Can you sing a birthday song? A little bit of. I'm telling you, I sing extraordinarily well. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, accompanied by a melodious song coming out of his mouth. At this moment, the little girl felt that she was the happiest girl in the world. The cake was placed on the table. And Lin Xianyu looked at Bai Shirhan with eyes that were gentle by an unknown number of times compared to usual, humming a birthday song and wishing the girl a happy birthday and her dreams come true in a situation where she was at a loss for words. Will you, please, don't be so nice to me. The atmosphere in the study hall at night was great, with only 2 people and a cat in the large classroom. The kittens were on the windowsill eating little dried fish, completely oblivious to any of their behavior. Savor favorite foods. Keep your ears open every now and then to listen to the surrounding movements, and be alert at the first sign of trouble. Alerting humans who are stupid enough to only know how to fall in love. Don't you want to make a wish? Everyone else waits to make a wish on their birthday. There are no candles here. Simply make a wish. I've made a promise. Some people are like that. They act and move like they don't want to have a birthday, but in reality they have already gone through all the processes in their mind. It won't work. You have to close your eyes and make a wish. That's how it works. Really? Really? No kidding. Bai Shirhan listened to him and closed her eyes slowly. Instead of taking this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, the boy brought out the prepared cards, and when she opened her eyes, there was nothing but cake on the table and randomly placed cards. It's a little card to keep you company when I'm not around. The little girl was a bit curious. The back of the card was a male and female matchmaker pattern. Basically every card pattern was different. There were holding hands, hugging, and even kissing. The girl was stunned. What special meaning was he trying to tell through the pattern? I can't look at it now. I'll pull it out when I'm alone if I miss my good friend. Good. Bai Shirhan nodded. Her cheeks flushed. Even though she was shy but still warm inside, it didn't really matter what the other person gave her as a gift. The only thing that touched her was that he remembered her birthday. I don't even know your birthday. That's because I didn't tell you. If you knew, you'd remember it for the rest of your life. Not at all. The girl blushed with shame. What a lifetime is not a lifetime, it is still early. Do not know what kind of situation will be at the end of the high school entrance examination. Completely dare not think of the things after that. Here, I'll feed you the cake. The cake has to be fed by the person who sends the blessing so that the wish will come true soon. Bai Shirhan had long been accustomed to such things as feeding. As long as he was feeding her something to eat, the little girl would consciously open her mouth. Her soft little mouth was slightly moist. There were many times that Lin Xinyu wanted to directly kiss it. Remove the small pieces with the prepared fork and bring them to her mouth. Watching the girl gently take in the cake, the fork goes in through it, and the cream comes out silky with some of the clear moisture along with it. In this instant, Lin Xianyu really wanted to taste the cream left around her mouth. I don't know how you're doing, but I'm pretty happy today anyway. Lin Xianyu continued to fork out small pieces, and instead of continuing to feed them, he put them in his own mouth. You can't. He had agreed to feed her, and then he put her fork in his mouth. This behavior is simply too shameful. The little girl blushed and stared at him. Lin Xianyu would always look at the girl in a state of being a noob, even calmly pulling the fork out of his mouth and not forgetting to lick the cream off of it. Not to mention, this has to be the best cake I've ever eaten. Come on, one more bite. I'm not eating. How can you be like this? Use her fork even if, but also continue to feed her after use. Although there have been such cases before, but the thought of just Lin Xinyu also did not forget to lick off the cream on it. The little girl is embarrassed to continue to eat. That would not eat more of his saliva. On the windowsill, the little white has already taken care of the small dried fish in the paw, is ready to clean the small paw. Twisted his head, just happened to see 2 people. You, a mouthful of me, a mouthful of one person, a mouthful. Also do not forget to lick the use of a fork. Suddenly feel that human beings are so complicated. If it meets a small female cat around, and it happens to have small dried fish, it will definitely feed it into the other's mouth with its mouth. And if it doesn't agree, it won't give it any food, and turn its head to find another female cat to feed it, which is so troublesome. Humans can be so complicated. Unlike it, they don't have that concern at all. You're 18. What about you? I'm an honorable minor. So if you bully me in the future, you're bullying a minor. But if I want to bully you, no. If he had called her sister, she would have agreed with gusto. She hadn't even called her sister yet, and was too full of thoughts about how to bully to agree with him. Here, open your mouth and let me keep bullying you. Well, again, so that's what bullying is. If I could be fed by him all the time like this, it wouldn't be impossible to be bullied for the rest of my life. Waiting for 2 people cake really cannot eat. In order not to waste food, Lin Xinyu looked at the small white on the windowsill. White, meow, obviously said that he couldn't eat, but when he saw the cream left at the corner of the little girl's mouth, the boy wanted to lick it off. And because the girl was timid, and because she was only a good friend at the moment, he could only reach out and wipe it away. As the girl's blushing face watched, he ate the exclusive cream from Bai Shirhan's body in his hand. So sweet. Chapter 168, 166. We can try it too, requesting subscription. Well, good friends can't do that. And when can that be? The girl had already said something similar to this for an unknown number of times, and Lin Xin clearly understood that if the little girl really didn't like it, she definitely wouldn't choose to stay by his side every day. No, is it okay to become a wife? I don't know, that should do it. The little girl is a bit of anticipation. In the end, to really become his wife, that is not to be able to be open and honest, no longer need to sneak around to claim awe, even if not many people know about the birthday, as long as your favorite person is around, you are especially content. Secretly, my birthday is on summer vacation. Summer vacation? Bai Shirhan was dumbfounded, had intended to also be ready to buy him a birthday gift, if it was really in the summer vacation, even if he bought a good gift, then he did not know how to give it to him. If I suddenly appeared in front of you on my birthday, would you fulfill one of my requests? Lin Xinyu came very close. The little girl did not know what to say, but the thought of seeing him even in the summer vacation, finally could not resist the temptation, nodded to agree with each other. Just one. Good. Evening study time goes by fast. Even if she didn't want to, the little girl waited for the school bell to ring right on time, and all the emotions inside gradually transformed into sadness. Another day missing. Here. When there were no girls with them, Kong Yu would never take the initiative to ask them to go out of school together, but when there was Chu Xinhua around, he would go with them almost every day. After spending so much time together, he was smart enough to see that the two of them were abrasive and not at all a normal couple. You see, they can hold Chu Xinhua themselves, embracing from time to time, they just dare to hold hands. Taking this difference, Kong Yu do not mention how happy, every time to ask the two of them to leave together, firstly to show off and secondly to help a good buddy advance. The two brothers, although the surface of the bright fight, the actual has been helping each other, from childhood to the match, naturally very familiar. Look, they became best friends after us and are now ready to cuddle. So what are we? What can't be yet? Without waiting for him to finish, the little girl was able to guess what Lin Xinu was going to say and hurriedly refused, choosing to take the initiative to tuck her hand into his in order to prevent the other party from feeling lost. Of course, the words of refusal must have been said when Kong Yu and the others couldn't hear them. In front of his brothers, Bai Shirhan had always given Lin Xinyu face. No matter what was said, she would cooperate, and even if she wouldn't go through with it, she would still agree first. She loved walking beside him the most, that soothing smell, and simply didn't know how much she liked it. It will refresh the whole person and instantly forget the whole day's fatigue. Kong Yu walked ahead, each time with a wave of verbal assists, and then proceeded to show off his love with his sister to the side. The reason for going to the front of the line just happened to be to show them how they should show their love and not cower like that. Shirhan, when can we be good friends like them? The little girl admitted, almost subconsciously saying now under the pathetic expression he was wearing in disguise. What a compulsion. Sister White, then can I be like them when I become an adult? Bai Shirhan couldn't stand it a bit. Normally he wouldn't be like this. Ever since the other party was slightly pampered once and she couldn't resist the temptation, so she agreed to his request. Since then Lin Xinu had changed. Something or nothing, as long as it was something for her to agree to, the boy would engage in pampering. Who said that only the girl pampered useful? Boys pampered as well, but there is a prerequisite. Have to like you in front of the girls, so. Bai Shirhan gently leaned against his side. If it wasn't for the school uniform hiding her very well developed body, how could Lin Xinyu have been rated? It's not a hug where you can feel the exact squeeze face to face, but it can still have that grinding seductive feeling. Perhaps sensing his expression, the little girl then reacted and immediately walked behind him, only daring to pull on his coat corner, complaining about the excessive nutritional supplementation, blaming the damnable guy in front of him, who had to say something about more supplementation to be able to feed him and the child in the future. She didn't understand, thinking that she had to make money to support her family better. What does it have to do with supplementation? In front of the school and Kong Yu they parted. Before separating, Chu Xinhua seems to go to the other side to buy things. Originally fat man is a little bit do not want to go, with the other side in his cheek gently pecked. That guy seems to be full of strength. Waved goodbye and pulled her not a moment to the opposite side of the road. Sure enough, that's the power of love. They're quite the pair. Lin Xinyu stood next to Bai Shirhan. The little girl this time has not returned to God. Obviously said try. Why they have. Good friends can do that? To be honest, she did have a little bit of a heart attack, and if it was really possible between best friends, she wanted to come all over him and prove what it meant to be a best friend. Can we be good friends like that? Bai Shirhan didn't know how many times she had heard this question, and whenever she heard such a question, she could only shake her head in response. But with the dwindling time to the end of her senior year, she didn't even know how many more times she would be able to hold back. The reserved young girl didn't want to be too reserved. And the voice deep inside always told her, if she didn't experience everything she wanted to experience now before it was too late, she would definitely regret it if she couldn't see it later. the little girl admitted that she would indeed regret it, but she couldn't find the right reason to say so. If she had been in a dream, she would have gone straight up and hugged him and rubbed him frantically, pulling out all the stops to make the other woman realize how much she didn't want to leave, how much she didn't want time to pass, how much she liked him. We could have tried that too. Under the bright starry sky, the bright crescent moon shyly hides in the clouds. A fresh breeze blew, wandering back and forth between the two. This is by Shirhan to drum up the courage. Along with the college entrance examination time continues to shorten. Finally cannot help. Want to play in the end of the final high school career. She could say no, but it wasn't like she said she couldn't enjoy it with him. Lin Xinu was willing to stand behind the other party all the time precisely because he knew her too well. Try to be my wife? No. How is this person like this? Obviously said like Chu Shinua and Kong Yu kind of good friend relationship. How to bring up the wife. Everyday wife. I'll let her in the dream everyday dream to become his wife. It's a real pain in the ass. Good. It's been a while since we slept together, she said shyly, and he listened intently. Chapter 169, 167. He's entered the Magi instead, requesting subscription. Every parent has every parent's concerns about the whole high school relationship thing. By Shirhan's side was represented by Song Jiali, and on the premise that the little girl was happy, as long as nothing happened that could get a person killed. A little bit of restraint still wouldn't be said. As for Lin Sinyu's side, almost all of them are supportive. They are afraid that their own pig is completely unworthy of the cabbage. Either an idea from this side or a couple of what are the 50 important steps in chasing a girl from that side. Parents on both sides of the fence summarize that there are still common ideas. Make sure you prioritize your studies before you graduate from high school. Lin Sinyu naturally also understands. The little girl confused do not know what the situation. He can not know. After all, for Bai Shirhan, to really become a couple words, is certainly to wait for her complete confidence. From the state of living alone is also okay completely detached. There was no way he would joke about two people's grades when it came to something as important as the college entrance exams. Our little girl is another year older. In the room, Song Jiali came over early today, carrying a very large cake in her hands, while bringing blessings for Bai Shirhan's parents as well, and stating that they had called her to prepare for it because they had too many things to do, and that they hadn't forgotten about their daughter's birthday. Thanks auntie. Where's Sinyu? You don't know that our little girl has a birthday today, do you? Come and eat cake together. Song Jiali placed the cake on the table, a double-layered fruit and cream cake, and then looked at Lin Xinu, as if showing off that she could remember Bai Shirhan's birthday, but he couldn't. That, Auntie Song, the little girl stammered. In the study room, the cake wasn't very big, but it was more than enough for the two of them entirely. As for now, even after digesting quite a bit of it, I couldn't fit another double-layer cake in front of me. What's wrong? Actually, I've already had cake. After hesitation she still said the words out. The little girl really can't eat. Not to mention eating too much cream if you may gain weight, so that's why she said it. If it was before, even if it was tough to eat, she wouldn't have said anything for fear of upsetting Song Jelly. But now, under the leadership of Lin Shindi, as long as she couldn't do it at the moment or didn't want to do it, she would give feedback at the first time. 8. Who gave you a birthday? Even if she had a bottom in her heart, Song Jiali couldn't believe that it was Lin Xinu who had helped Bai Shirhan pass, until she saw the little girl's gaze turn to the other side, which caused her to give up on her inner self-congratulation. No wonder she stuck to him all the time, as if he could remember everything about her clearly. The main point was that Bai Shirhan could only relax when she spent time with him, and that smile came from the heart, with no pretense at all. Birthday cake can't go to waste. There'll be no candles to make a wish then, so I'll kind of make up for it this time. Ceremony was essential, and Lin Sinyu was all set to make it up to her, but he didn't expect Song Jelly to actually send a cake over in the evening. The three of them put candles on the cake. The different colors seemed to symbolize her different experiences of her 18-year-old life. Now you can make another bigger wish. Lin Xinu looked at her with a smile on his face that was practically sweetening her heart. If Auntie Song hadn't been there, she would have wanted so badly to take his palm and plop into his arms for a good rubdown. I don't know how many days have passed since I last slept. The only thing I remember is that there were only 2 times, once at his house and once here, and it would have been nice to sleep with him in my arms again on the day of his birthday. Lin Sinyu's expression is always gentle. She is a girl who can be satisfied easily, without too complicated various operations. Small cake once, change to a big cake and then again, and can feel different and happy again. Bai Shirhan closed her eyes. Even in wishing, she did not dare to wish too big, for fear of too much extravagance. God ignored his wishes, so she could only pick a small wish. By the time she carefully opened her eyes, Lin Xinu had somehow gone to her side. Blow it out, it won't work later. Who dash? Fearing that her wish would not be granted, The little girl didn't even bother to reply to his words and hurriedly blew out the candle. Well, make any big wishes? Nope, no wishes. That's petty. Not even telling me that. Telling doesn't work. Everything that made the wish not work, she wouldn't risk trying, which was why she believed whatever Lin Xinu said. The little girl was afraid. Afraid that none of the little wishes she had made would become reality. The girl looked like she had an extravagant request. She hoped that she could go to the same college as him. Auntie, I'll cut you a piece of cake to eat. How can you bother the cake buyer with this kind of work? Seeing that Song Jiali was just about to cut the cake, Lin Xinu took it with his quick hands and then divided a large piece of cake for her. When is Xinhua's birthday? August. 3 whole months younger than her Shirhan. And she's the older sister. I thought you were older than Shirhan, but I didn't realize that our Shirhan is still an older sister. Bai Shirhan took a few pieces of fruit from the cake and muffled them. At the same time perked up her ears to listen to them and silently memorized his life in her mind, which was already considered the biggest gain of the evening. Before the fruit was finished, the little girl distinctly felt warm palms appear under the table, as if they were lightly poking at her legs in a coded manner. The young girl blushed and settled the fruit quickly. The small hand naturally dropped downward, and she swore that she was trying to stop the other woman's constant finger-tapping behavior, but it ended up going to his hand for some reason. Like a captured enemy, he lay quiet and flat, not daring to move. You, auntie, have not waited for the little girl to the back of the cannot be such a few words. Lin Xinyu has opened his mouth to call Song Jelly. This bold behavior is simply to buy Shirhan scared bad, holding hands in front of the aunt, although there is a table as a cover, but the probability of being found is too great, even if it is true that a little bit of excitement, but if you are found. Last time, Bai Shirhan had only just finished saying that she hadn't done anything, and now she was already holding hands in front of her aunt, and if she was really found out, the other party definitely wouldn't believe anything she had said before. What's wrong? Song Jiali raised her head, looking towards the two. Bai Shirhan lowered her head sheepishly. The bad guy had already grabbed her hand and rested it on her leg. If she made any more slight movements, she would definitely be found out. That's right. Thank you auntie for taking care of us during this period. We will definitely try our best. After saying that, Lin Xinu let go of her hand and got up to simply clean up like the two of them were saying goodbye, ready to go home. For some reason, Bai Shirhan, who had just hoped that he would hurry up and let go, was empty inside. It's like being thoroughly hooked on an addiction and being about to tackle it when one of the parties stops immediately and the other enters the sage state just as they're about to reach the top. In this instant, it was as if she understood Lin Xinyu's mood earlier. Chapter 170-168. I haven't even tossed it like this. Requesting subscription. That feeling of wanting to continue, but the other person stops and leaves, waiting for the sound of the room door closing to come. The young girl's thoughts were pulled back to reality, blushing and bowing her head, not daring to look at Song Jiali across the room at all. Shirhan, I think you guys just held hands, right? Well, the little girl had to admit that she was afraid of being poked and prodded by her aunt as soon as she lied, and the feeling of being poked and prodded was too much of a shy one. As for the hugging, pretending to be his girlfriend in front of his parents and all that, she wouldn't say anything about it, and she wouldn't be nervous about lying now anyway, not to mention the fact that it was just unclear good friends in itself, so she didn't carry any fear at all. Song Jiali did not even realize that Bai Shirhan, who had been brought up from a young age, was becoming more and more bold, and in her eyes, it was as if the young girl was taking the initiative to pick out. I just want to be arched over by him. Early love this kind of thing, parents will naturally be a bit disgusted, not to mention the girl side. Even if you know what the boy's character behavior, there will be reluctance to give up the emotion. However, Lin Xinyu was very bold and didn't choose to hide it in front of Song Jiali at all. Instead, he was firmly determined time and time again, and it was because of this that she chose to turn a blind eye. As long as it wasn't too much, she could accept it. How long have you been together? No, not together. The little girl waved her hand in succession. Good friendships cannot be nonsense. Not together. This matter really did not lie to her. Shirhan, you know, on Mr. Bai's side, it's probably the hardest hurdle, so if you really like it, you still have to think about it. He'll try, and so will I. Bai Shirhan didn't hesitate at all, almost blurting out, with him in, will always give her a variety of indescribable sense of security, as long as there is Lin Xinyu in the body. Feel that under the sky there is no difficulty that cannot be solved. I believe him. The added words made Song Jiali not know how to continue saying it. It was already unknown how many times she had seen firmness in her eyes, not to mention that every time, it was in the matter of talking about Lin Xinu. The young girl never wavered, never changed her initial mind. The cake is finished. After sharing the view of Song Jiali also did not stay too long. Simply clean up the table, then take the rest of the cake away. After all, they do not eat outside at noon. Now then can also leave these to the neighborhood children to share together. Do not waste. Auntie left first. Take a good rest these days and cheer up for the college entrance exams. Aha! It was only when the house was completely quiet that the little girl was completely relieved. This conversation had made her realize one thing. Auntie Song definitely wouldn't object, provided that Lin Sinyu had always been good to her. The young girl smiled in relief before running into her room and happily pulling out a change of pajamas before taking off her little white socks and placing them on the bed. Girls are especially enjoyable in the shower. Small hands wandered, stroking, trying to scrub every part of the body, the soft skin slightly red, finally stopping at the symbol of overnourishment. Keep your head down. That's an affliction Bai Shirhan possesses every day. Ding dong. The little girl had just put her pajamas and pajama pants on, her hair up and still down, when she heard the doorbell ring. At this hour, Auntie Song had only left and was unlikely to come back to knock on the door. Bai Shirhan did not dare to think. She could guess who it was, but did not dare to confirm. The little girl is always like this. As long as there is no certainty, basically will not go to expect too much, afraid that after too much hope, get is disappointment. She coiled her hair up and put it away, carefully went to the door. This time she learned to be smart, in advance through the cat's eye to see who was outside, and when Lin Sinyu's figure appeared in the line of sight, the excitement that had been suppressed for a long time in her heart was finally able to explode all the way out. It was really him. After the happiness, the next moment generates curiosity. What's he doing back here? When the door to the room opened, it was still the same face that never tires of smiling. Lin Sinyu didn't come alone, and the little white in his arms was particularly conspicuous. Xiaobai said he missed you and kept pestering me on the way, but it was so annoying that I really had no other choice but to bring it here to take a look. White, meow? Whoa, what an abomination of a human being. It obviously came out to look for its lover. It was already in a low mood because it was so hard to hook up with the brown imperial model she cat was taken away by the owner who didn't know where to go, so it could only come to the neighborhood to visit its little lover. But it didn't expect to find an old acquaintance behind the tree, and got close enough to actually look at it. But it was actually Lin Sinyu. This is actually nothing. Excessive is that he lied it has small dried fish. That's why he gave it to him to hold in his arms. But then I did not expect it to become a shield? Meow? Little White raised his head and looked at Bai Shirhan, his round eyes as if asking if there were any small dried fishes. It's trying to eat dried minnows. As expected, it was still a girl who was so attentive and could see through his thoughts with a single glance. The cat broke free and jumped into the room from Lin Sinyu's arms, sniffing and searching. Auntie's gone? Aha! The two men in the doorway looked at each other. The girl wanting to invite the boy to come in and sit down but couldn't find a reason to do so. The boy wanting to go in and still watching the girl's facial reaction. My bed is not as comfortable to sleep in as yours, and this may affect the college entrance exam. Is it that serious? Yeah, I've become a lot slower than usual at brushing up on my work in the last few days. One to edit, one to believe. The outrageous statement backfired between them, and Bai Shirhan began to snicker as if the little wish she had made at night had actually become a reality. Changing his shoes, Lin Xinu walked into the room, first looking around for Xiao Bai, and finally going to the bedroom. The reserved young girl could not be as cheeky as the boy. She needed buffer time, and when it accumulated to the apex, and she found the right opportunity, she was surely going to hug him secretly. Wow, you shyster cat. I've never even tossed her socks like that. Just when I saw the bedroom, I could hear the sound of human and cat arguing from inside. The boy stood in front of the bed. The cat stood on the upper side of the bed. His mouth was carrying the small white socks that the bath had placed on the bed earlier. Not only that, but also from time to time rolled on the bed as if he had found a funny toy. When Bai Shirhan saw all the cat's movements, she associated it with what Lin Sinyu had just said, and instantly imagined in her mind that the other party had put the small white socks she had worn on her face like a cat. Pervert. Hooligans. How can you have such thoughts? She was all just interested in his temperature, and he actually liked those. No wonder I want to open her closet every time. Meow. The kitten was just trying to fool around in such a way that Lin Xinu would hand over the small dried fish. When Bai Shirhan took out the small dried fish, Xiao Bai smelled his favorite flavor and hurriedly took his white socks in his mouth and handed them to Lin Sinyu, and bumbled off to ask for food. The softness in his hand made Lin Sinyu understand. No matter what you do in the future, take white with you. Chapter 171-169. Instead of taking the initiative, it's better to let her move on her own, requesting subscription. The little white socks end up back in Bai Shirhan's hands. She would really die of shyness if she was tossed around in his hands like white. Meow dash. The cat gets the little dried fish and skillfully jumps on the desk. With a small dried fish in his mouth, he looked at Lin Sinyu and signaled him to open the window. Gentle wind blowing from the outside. Small white like a god of war retreat. Timid humans, not as good as it. As long as you want to love the cat, gripping the delicious past to share. It did not take long to be able to love each other. Humans are a pain in the ass. So much foreplay. The kittens are gone. And there's a big red-faced kitty left in the house. Today's birthday let her completely feel what it means to be happy. Even by him playing socks won't feel that it will be anything wrong. Just will think, he plays so perverted. What if I learn from him? Although this idea of hugging Lin Xinu to sleep was very strong, the little girl still forced herself inside and waited for the other party to speak. Why don't I just stay away tonight? What if White comes back and takes your socks off? That pair, I'll wash them later. It's not like you only have one pair of socks. Don't worry, I'm not White. You. Bai Shirhan didn't say the latter words. She was afraid that he would be upset. The girl thought that maybe Lin Xinu would be even worse than the cat, but then she wanted him to be bad, and she was torn. Don't worry, White is much worse than me. He's got a lot of little she-cats out there. I'm different. I only have you. The little girl stood at a loss for words. He always said something that touched her. No one had ever spoken to her like that before, so it was easy to be touched. How come you're so talkative? Is it the same as White? Would you say to other people? In this regard, Bai Shirhan would not hide what she wanted to ask. Her small mouth pouted. Her face flushed red, and she stared at him with unblinking eyes. How do I have time? I'm probably even trying to take care of you. The big kitty. I don't even have any extra thoughts, and even if I did, they'd all be on you. Deception. I never lie to you. This kind of fluffy feeling, Bai Shirhan liked it the most. Every time she heard similar words, even if he was used to cajole her, she was willing to believe it, as long as she was happy to hear it in her heart. Regardless of whether it was true or false, she wouldn't doubt it. Auntie Song said that if she keeps doing this in case she meets a bad person, she will definitely be cheated. But the little girl is not afraid. She always thinks that Lin Xinu will never cheat himself. Do you want to wash your hair tonight? I can wash it for you. The girl had no intention of washing her hair. It had all been washed last night. Usually girls with long hair who didn't touch their hair often would only wash it once every 2 days. But now, she was willing to lie again. That feeling of being stroked and scrubbed by him. I don't know how many times she had already done it in her dreams. How could she just let him go? 2. It wasn't just being rubbed on the head. That back rubbing against the other person's stomach was equally desirable. A lot of sweet things have happened in her dreams. Even things that made her reality legs too sore to move. Even more outrageously, once in a dream, she really did grow ears and a tail. Just like he said, the cat's tail kept wagging, even expecting him to stroke her tail. Done. It's not possible that she's already under his influence and really wants to be his big cat, right? What about washing your hair? You can't rush it. You have to rub it slowly on your head, gently, not too hard, and it gets more and more comfortable in the back. Well, she was already too comfortable to speak, a feeling she hadn't even known how many times she had been looking forward to. Not to mention that the feeling of loss that had existed inside her for a long time had been replenished at the moment by his sudden departure at the dinner table just moments ago. And then finally the blow-drying of the hair, the two of them moving back and forth in a very habitual manner, presumably having had their first match and now becoming more and more fluent. The sound of the hairdryer starting was very pleasant, like the sound of her thumping heartbeat. After all was taken care of, Lin Xinu simply ruffled her hair, his heart full of satisfaction. There is the illusion that the young couple is being sweet and the husband is blow-drying the hair of his most beloved wife. After everything was all taken care of, Lin Xinu also simply rinsed off in the bathroom, which made Bai Shirhan outside listen to her heart pounding, out of girlish curiosity, sometimes even trying to get close enough to the bathroom door to eavesdrop and hear exactly how men and women would be different resulted in. How do you wash so fast? The whole thing didn't even take 5 minutes, and the little girl saw Lin Xinu, who had put on his school uniform, come out from inside with shock written all over his face. Boys aren't like girls. You have 3 spots where you wash and we have just 1. Really? Really? I won't lie to you. If you don't believe me next time we're together, I'll tell you which 3 in 1. No way. Looking at the other party's expression with a bad smile on his face, Bai Shirhan could guess that what he was definitely talking about wasn't good, although he didn't know what it was. It certainly wouldn't be something normal. Late night. From time to time, 2 different cats purred outside the window. One was a cat they were familiar with, and the other was a cat that White had hooked up with again from somewhere. This kind of behavior had to be said to be a bit excessive, and now Lin Xinu could be sure that most of the reasons why Xiaobai had been G8 off was because he had been sowing seeds all over the place, and one day he had lost his footing and been caught complaining by the owner of the young she-cat, and had immediately lost his balls. The two lay on the bed, the lights in the bedroom having been turned off long ago by the shy girl so that she couldn't look at him in the darkness. Listen, White is moving around so much, but he's such a bad kitty, unlike me, who's all about you. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, just quietly listening to the sound of his breathing, and it was good to see that the boy obediently slept in the area that had been demarcated in advance, which put her at ease. Lin Xinu, which will be that kind of person. will not force to do things to make her unhappy. He has already figured out. The little girl only dared to sneak initiative, and to take the initiative without his knowledge, with the other initiative to go over to hold her to make her afraid. It is better to let the little girl come over to him later by herself to hold him happily, waiting until there was no movement beside him. Lin Xin also started to pretend to be asleep on purpose. He knew very well that Bai Shirhan was pretending to have fallen asleep when she didn't answer, as a way to use it to confuse him. I don't know how long it's been. The sound of cats outside the window stopped and the only thing that could be heard in the bedroom was the sound of peaceful breathing. The girl didn't make a sound at first, just a slight movement to test the waters. She was smart enough not to go calling his name right off the bat. Listening to the sound of breathing beside her remained peaceful. The little girl then dared to call out in a small voice, Xin, Sen Yu, then turn up the sound and try again. Finally reaching out as she wished, she wrapped her arms around the long-awaited back, her small face gently rubbing against it, greedily absorbing the smell that belonged to him as she slowly fell into sleep. In her dream, the little girl blushed once again. Chapter 172, 170. Just blowing off steam, requesting subscription. Injustice. I didn't move. It's that obnoxious alarm clock again in the morning. Next time I'll make sure to turn it off early. Even if I'm late, just turn it off. The little girl is full of resentment. Has not yet hugged enough. The dream did not continue to warm up the end. Open your eyes to see Lin Sinyu is staring straight at him. Bai Shirhan had a habit of sleeping with something clamped to her, so Lin Sinyu's leg became a sacrifice and was firmly clamped to her. But the boy didn't complain half-heartedly. Ken, it must be you. I'm an honest sleeper. I never move. She was already trying her best to hide it, but her inner panic was completely hidden, and her speech was a little broken, trying to keep it inside despite that. You, how do you look so good? Not at all. The little girl's voice faded and she averted her gaze shyly before he scratched her nose. It's time to get up. The reserved girl hurriedly got up from the bed, her nightgown unmarked except for some of its folds. The first thing you see when you wake up every day is your beloved girl, and you can't tell me how happy you feel when your dreams become a reality and you're fulfilled every day. Simply straightened the school uniform. There was still drool on it from the little girl's dreams. He wouldn't lick it up and taste it like a demented man. It was just that the clothes had her scent. It would smell so good. In his opinion, Bai Shirhan was a girl who dared to think but didn't dare to do it. When they were together maybe she dared to produce images in her mind but wouldn't do it. Typical and vegetable and fun-loving. If it wasn't for Lin Xin giving in to her, she might have been scared off long ago. Got my toothbrush? Yes, there is. Since the last time she slept at his house, she also had more of his toothbrushes at home. Originally, the little girl wanted to buy some small clothes to put aside for him to change. But if you want Auntie Song to buy that kind of thing, it's obviously saying, Auntie, he's going to sleep with me at night, and he needs to take a bath and change into his small clothes. Oh, it was a bit scary just thinking about it. How one wouldn't dare to ask directly, let alone ask him to bring his own. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of explicitly carrying out a hint? I've been waiting for a long time. Come and sleep with me. Combine the two scenarios, all of which don't hold water, and just buy his toothbrush. Happy, when there are two of us in the house. Bai Shirhan thoughtfully squeezed toothpaste for him, then put the washcloth away before finally answering with a red face. Happy. She arranged her hair briefly and prepared to tie it with a leather band. The boy hadn't brushed his teeth yet, and as soon as he took the band from her, he was a little rusty, but still managed to tie all of the little girl's hair in a high ponytail, which she liked. Why do you wear your hair up? To say that to help other girls? Bai Shirhan would not believe it at all. The technique was rusty and did not look like it had been tied at all. Secrets. After saying that Lin Xin went to brush his teeth, completely disregarding her feelings, the little girl puffed up, pouted and left the sink. The boy does not say is actually afraid of losing face in front of her. Will tie hair, or because they have bought a leather band. Secretly learn at home, either tie his, or in the back hole fat head experiment, so it will be slightly rusty. Going out to buy breakfast that will. Bai Shirhan seems to have not subsided. Wait until the ravioli finished. The girl red-faced, was angry, all of a sudden hard to forgive him. Before always take the fat man experiments. Say it out of fear that you laugh, so do not say it, okay? Not angry, okay? This kind of behavior of knowing why she was angry and still being able to offer an explanation was something that girls would love. Let alone someone like her who was particularly easily satisfied. And as long as Lin Xin explained, she could immediately convince herself not to be angry. On the way back to class, the little girl took it upon herself to interlock her fingers with him, and when he turned his head, boldly locked eyes with him. I've noticed that I don't seem to like being alone anymore. It's not like you don't like being alone. You just don't like being alone. Bai Shirhan's small hand gripped tighter. The current her was very attached to Lin Sinyu, even if she didn't admit that the two of them were getting along with each other. the behavioral actions almost always indicated the situation again. Old Chen is very good, even if every time to check the study room will have a small white reminder, but usually 2 people in the classroom and he is not invisible. Mostly choose to turn a blind eye, go to the study room to check completely because of the fear of them to do what out of the ordinary behavior, so only thought to go over to remind. It turned out to be satisfying, they knew to keep their parts, and in the end he didn't bother to say anything. As long as they didn't happen to bump into each other, he'd just pretend he didn't see it. Until now, he, who usually came to school on his bike, broke into a walk and ended up in front of students who were holding hands. Don't care what happens in front of your eyes. If other teachers knew about it, they would surely make a complaint. Lin Sinyu, by Shirhan. Is this something dirty on your hands? Wipe it clean and loosen it up. Pay attention to your influence in the school. If the teacher didn't know about you guys, if you were any other teacher, you'd definitely be misunderstood. This kind of behavior of intentionally creating steps, Lin Sinyu can understand too much, knowing the other party's heart, so he deliberately rubbed gently on by Shirhan's hand, and also blew with a special intention. I told you it was sticky, you didn't believe me, now it's clean. This kind of conversation sounded different in Bai Shirhan's ears, but at the same time, she was wondering, Mr. Chen was right behind them, could he not see them holding each other for a long time? Then the 2 of them were simply too lucky, right? I know. The little girl blushed with a few splashes of scarlet and escaped from his hands, afraid that Mr. Chen would suddenly react and think that they were holding hands. Good morning, teacher. Hello, Mr. Chen. Bai Shirhan's entire speech was light, and that feeling of doing something bad in person was somehow more exciting than even holding hands in class. The less you want to do it, the more your heart wants to do it. The little girl will still want to go and pull his hand, but Lin Sinyu was called over by Old Chen to chat, so he could only follow the side and listen. Lin Sinyu, you also know what you can't do at school, right? Not bad, I didn't see it. You're the only one who can study with Bai Shirhan. The words are all revealing. Good boy, when did you 2 together? I was so trusting of you guys, but it turned out to be a long time ago. Totally sideways questioning, trying to say something, and then considering it was the last days of the entrance exams. 1 grade first, 1 grade second, was exactly the same as hitting cotton. There was nothing that could be done about it at all. Mr. Chen, Bai and I will definitely prepare for the college entrance exams. All our minds are all on our studies, and we usually just blow off our hands. The little girl threw out the shy red face hiding in the side. Do not dare to speak. Quiet eavesdropping. Lin Sinyu mouth is talking non-stop. This made Old Chen laugh and cry. There's really no way around it. Chapter 173, 171. It's the last day. So what are you afraid of? Requesting subscription. Incredible, yet miracle working pair. Old Chen had no choice. In order to prevent seeing them holding hands or other intimate actions again, he simply walked directly to the front, his steps accelerating without any stops. How could he have ever imagined that Bai Shirhan, who was usually cowering, would actually be holding hands with Lin Sinyu brightly on the path, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. On second thought, first and second, hand on heart, as long as they don't interfere with their studies and don't go overboard, then let them be. Mr. Chen also agreed that we should be good friends. Really? As the 2 whispered, the blush on Bai Shirhan's small face did not fade, and her hand was placed in his palm again. The little girl seemed to understand why her best friend in the playground always liked to drill the grove. The sneakiness was really addictive. She didn't dare to ask for too many things, as long as she was with him every day, and carried out all kinds of different things every day. Even if they might be repeated, she wouldn't feel boring, and on the contrary, she would feel very happy. Don't worry, you're the only one I have for this kind of good friendship. I'll always be like this with you, and when you want to have a tiny little Han, we'll practice when we have time later on in the university, and be well prepared to accompany you for the rest of your life. Bai Shirhan didn't say anything, her heart filled with yearning. She wanted that life too, but not knowing how long it would take for it to become a reality. She could only simply think about it. To be able to sleep with him in her arms on the night of her 18th year was the little wish the young girl had made. The little girl was happy to have been listening to her family, either studying hard or training in various ways, with little choice, and she was glad that in her last stretch of high school, someone had taught her what it meant to like it. Getting along together was easy. It was a lot easier than confessing to him, except that getting along could get a little weird, and overall, it brought a happy feeling, not having to worry too much at all, and he became the world to her. The last days of senior year, not to mention the students' minds have flown, even the teachers manage to relax a lot. Students are mostly ignored as long as they don't do anything too against discipline. The rest of the time, the teacher basically every class is either talking about the paper or let the students free to review. Every time a paper, the class looked up in unison. for fear of missing the real questions of the college entrance examination. Time came to June 3rd. All the emotions of the senior students piled up to the top. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. The students who were assigned to the examination in our school are naturally happy, but there are some unfortunate children who were assigned to the outside of the school. Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan were the lucky pair, not only taking the exam in our school, but also being assigned to the same exam room, becoming the envious existence in the eyes of the whole class. Evening began to organize the examination room. Senior high school students are almost all the books to hold to the dormitory, so that back and forth is more convenient. But for senior students, the real moment of relaxation is just coming. There are direct tearing of books. There are direct test papers, workbooks all thrown out of the window. The repression of a long time of emotion is finally able to release. Screw the papers. Screw the special meow homework. I'm graduating. Often this time, the most miserable is the freshman and sophomore cleaning students. How happy the seniors. They have more difficult. The 7th college entrance exams, just from the 4th cleaning have to get to the 6th. Said that you cannot throw the book, as long as someone takes the lead. Immediately lead all, which who can manage, coupled with the fact that this is to let them relax, but also lazy, at best. At the bottom of the building to arrange a few patrolling teachers, reminding the surrounding students or teachers they do not pass by for the time being, so as not to be smashed. How has the little girl ever experienced this kind of battle? Touching her own test paper, hesitant, not knowing whether to throw or not to throw, throwing it away. It's a shame. After all, there are memories of spending time with him, but if you don't throw it away, doesn't it seem out of place again? It's okay, you don't have to throw it away if you don't want to. I'll bring it back for you after school. Too much to fit. It's okay, you can put more on my side or have Fatty come up and help along. Kanyu also worked very hard during this last period of time, not sleeping in class, and most of his mind was on his studies. Recess even kiosks do not go, either in the classroom to study, or go down to follow the gymnastics. Chu Shinua that is called a heart. Seeing his brother listen to the advice to take the initiative to change, Lin Sinyu also followed the happy. This time the two of them did not happen before graduation to break up the matter. Must be really want to go to the end. You can carry the books home now. Just come a few more times. Don't worry, it's not troublesome. Fatty still has to help Chu Shinua hold it. We two are also good friends. This kind of thing has to come from us boys. Well, the more this kind of talk, the more Bai Shirhan does not let go. Starting tomorrow, the senior students do not come to school, until the 7th to come back to the official opening of the examination. The period is used for adjustment breaks and test setups, and freshmen and sophomores take a few days off for this purpose. The little girl's heart was full of sadness. She wanted to stay forever, but the cheerful and relaxed atmosphere around her was almost telling her high school was officially coming to an end. Thinking about what? I don't know. Bai Shirhan shook her head. She didn't know what she was thinking. Loneliness inexplicably appeared at the bottom of her heart, as if the time afterward she was going back to the world that belonged to her alone. Come on, let's go find Fatty and the others. Lin Sinyu simply did not hide. Have reached the last day. Will still be afraid of unclear relationship exposure? Directly reached out to hold her, pulling and walking towards the outside of the classroom. Most of the people were still immersed in the joy of throwing things, and only a small number of them noticed their movements, and all of them did it in a unified way. First closing their eyes in disbelief before opening them and continuing to watch until they saw Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu's hands firmly holding each other before believing in reality. Holy, they're really together? That's not all holding. It's obvious. Do you guys think old Chen knows about this? Arranging a couple to sit together all the time. They're having too comfortable a time in this high school, aren't they? There were the incredulous, the envious, the just look at it as hilarious, and the sad. I was ready to write a letter to make a final confession, but before I got close, I saw that my favorite girl was shyly holding other boys' hands and happily walking out of the classroom. What a stifling high school experience. Being seen, outside the classroom, when there were fewer people. The little girl dared to speak out to make a rebuttal, too nervous to speak to look at Lin Sinyu. Instead, he was relaxed, and even tugged at her red cheeks. What are you afraid of? Have been sneaking around for so long? The last day can't be bright? The young girl also thought the boy had a point, bravely accompanying him in his uncleanness. Chapter 174-172. How did you get the red color on your neck? Requesting a subscription. Something like carrying books home would be fun if her favorite person was around to help, but if it was just one person going back and forth, not to mention, that being under the gaze of others was enough to keep her from moving. That fat guy probably ran off to the grove with Chuck Sinuo, so we can only come a few more times. It's okay. Bai Shirhan was a person who didn't like to trouble others, and if it wasn't for Lin Sinyu's constant insistence, she would have wanted to move back slowly by herself. Near graduation, Many boys take this opportunity to start to like the girl to prove, under the guise of helping to move the books. The actual is bold confession. Anyway, are going home on vacation. The next time we meet in the examination room, the courage to be a little bit bigger, may be able to deal with a couplet. Many of the boys in the class thought so. No, then, a boy was in the front helping a girl carry her textbooks home, and the girl was in the back instead talking and laughing with her favorite boy. What about love? It's supposed to be free, and someone willing to act as free labor. So what's the point? No school tomorrow. Bai Shirhan held the corner of his coat. She was trying to hold Lin Sinyu's hand, but the other party was holding a book in his arms, so there was no chance to hold it. Yeah, 3 days off at home and packing for the exam on the 7th. The last few days of school are for students to go back to rest and adjust, focusing on the quality of their sleep, as well as their mental state, what they should have learned, what they should have been taught, and to build up their strength, waiting for the battlefield to come. On the way home, Bai Shirhan looked almost unchanged, always disappointed. Originally this girl was still carefree. Since leaving the school, she has become a little sentimental. Her eyes have been resting on Lin Sinyu, afraid that as long as the hand is loose, everything in front of her will disappear. What are you thinking? It's all the way to the bottom of the building. Lin Sinyu hugged the book, wanted Bai Shirhan to go up in front to open the door, called twice and found that he did not agree, which is close to speak in her ear. No, it's nothing. Go up and open the door. One more hug and it's all moved. Good. The little girl loosened her coat and went upstairs, not daring to look at Lin Sinyu at all. She was a little afraid that the more she was separated, the more she would ruminate. If we are separated, if we never see each other again, if we never hear his voice again, if, with a little bit of trepidation, she changed into her slippers and walked into her room, wanting so badly to hide in her bedroom and take Midori into her arms, as if everything was back to that inexplicable panic at the very beginning. At the same time, Lin Sinyu walked into the room, changed his shoes and thoughtfully put all the books on the bedroom floor. As for the work of cleaning up and so on was left to Bai Shirhan, while he himself went back to the classroom to move the rest of the textbooks. The little girl was dutifully organizing her books in her bedroom when she heard the door to her room close, which stopped her movements. She was the only one left in the house, and that feeling of aggression and wanting to cry had been hidden for who knows how long. Lonely, quiet, cold. It was back to when she knew it best. If he leaves, that's how it should be from now on. The girl went to the bed and took Midori in her arms. She hadn't even known how long it had been since she had made that gesture, curling up and going to the corner. The curtains were left open so the room as a whole was in a state of pitch blackness. Shall we meet again? Little Green had no voice. Compared to Lin Sinyu, who had a question and answer, was obviously not a concept. In the past, when he didn't know him, Little Green was the only companion. When the boy broke in, everything changed. Lin Sinyu's tough attitude familiarized her with the feeling of being addicted when she was with him. It was because of this that the little girl was scared. What to do? Holding Green tightly, she curled up in the corner, and before her mood could hit rock bottom, a pair of large hands suddenly approached, and from her waist against the flat small of her back, she was gently taken into her arms. Before the little girl could react, she could feel her shoulder being pressed against the other man's chin, and her ear rubbing lightly against his cheek. She could guess who was holding her. Throughout her school years, Bai Shirhan had only ever been in one embrace, and that was Lin Sinyu. The girl didn't dare to turn her head, feeling the crunchy sound of breathing coming from her ears. The ground is dirty. I'll wipe it. Bai Shirhan tried to cajole with lies, but it was a pity that the person behind her was Lin Sinyu, and her voice was a little shaky, obviously without a bottom. So you'll take Green and scrub the floor. After all, his hand was right at the position of his belly. It was easy to touch the doll and immediately guess what it was. As for the reason why the little girl stayed in the corner, it must be because of fear. She was afraid to leave, not to mention the time after the college entrance exams. The two of them would almost not be able to see each other for 2 months. To say that they didn't miss each other would definitely be a lie. Smelling the light milky scent of her, rubbing his nose against her cheek, he let out a soft question. Do you, by any chance, not want to leave? Well, Bai Shirhan knew she couldn't fool him and could only nod her head. Today was really an accident. How could she know that the other party was intentionally closing the door, walking without sound, causing her worst side to be seen by him? Luckily it was darker. If he had seen the expression on his face, the girl would have gone straight into the quilt to hide herself. You can message me on my cell phone if you miss me. Good. Previously, the little girl had refused his embrace, either by holding him while he slept, and only once in a while when she thought the two were aware of the situation. The sound of his heartbeat could be clearly felt, as well as his gentle breathing, thus sinking deeper into the embrace. Full of thoughts that when he went to bed at night, in his dreams he must be able to get to the point where he could properly hold him against the wall and kiss him hard and fast. and whoever told him to run back in the middle of the day without saying anything is called punishment. Unfortunately, it wasn't bedtime yet, and the desire was aroused by him, so it was just a matter of settling in and enjoying the embrace while he held himself. There's 3 more days, and I can come over and stay for all 3 of them. No, it's only 3 days left. There was no chance of refusal at all, and the little girl admitted that she did find it hard not to be tempted. The countdown to the last 3 days had been going on in her head, and for a long time she had wanted to just fling herself into his arms and tell him, I really don't want to leave you at all, and I really want to be around you all the time. In the way of reserve, the intention had to be abandoned. It's just going to be. It's hard to say no again. Good, you just follow me. These last few days, give me a happy life. Don't let me see you hiding in the corner alone again. If you don't come over, I guess you're all secretly wiping your tears all. No way. Crying is a cowardly act, and she's not going to cry. Sure enough, it's good to have him around for everything. After thinking of a reason for self-compassion, the little girl preferred to be held still by him. It wasn't a loss anyway, and he probably didn't even know he was taking advantage of it. When I went to school to pack up the last of my books, I was halfway home when I happened to run into Kongyu, who had come out of nowhere. The other side is full of spring. On the contrary, the side of the Chu Shinua squirming, shelving who look can see. Between the two must have something. Fatty, can call your father a good meal to find. Your kid turned out to be here secretly sweet. Be careful, but do not play a big game. Should pay attention to, and so go to the university. Buddies every day to give you have holes in the umbrellas. Nonsense. I'm not doing anything with Shinua. I'm just thinking about graduating and going around school. Don't pretend. Brother and sister who with who. Next sucks the red print. Go back to cover up well. Auntie C absolutely want to give you skin or peeled off. When this was said, Kongyu and Chu Shinua were both embarrassed. Having come out of the grove only a short while ago, they hadn't even noticed sucking several small strawberries out of his neck. The little girl was quite curious and wondered how that came out, blinking her eyes, but didn't dare to look at Lin Xinu, knowing that as soon as she asked, the other person would surely try to tell her with her actions that she didn't want it. What about you guys? Nothing special today? Kongyu's face was full of bad jokes as he glanced over Lin Xinu and Bai Shirhan. The meaning was self-evident. Only the little girl was too innocent and didn't understand at all. I won't have anything with her. The college entrance exam is a big thing. It's okay to relax once in a while, but you still need to read a book at other times, and you can't be too lazy in the last few days. What if you forget everything you've learned later on? Aha! Bai Shirhan nodded along at the side, thinking that he was right, that it was not allowed to think about other things during such an important period, and that at most, he could quietly hug him at night when he was resting, and that he wouldn't know about it anyway. And what a relief for the little girl. Brother do you need more help? There's not much for a brother to do this time. Go have fun There's one last trip. It'll be over after the move. And don't worry about having fun. Getting into the same college as Shinua is your goal. I know. Then I'll leave if there's nothing else? Stop pretending and hurry up and climb. How can he not know what the fat man is thinking? Can't wait to leave early to go to the world of two people. May also satisfy his fetish since childhood. Take Chu Shinua together to study research martial arts films. The little girl still obediently followed Lin Xinu, but in her heart, she was wondering how that red mark was made. By all accounts, Kongyu and Chu Shinua and the others were special best friends, and now she and Lin Xinu were too. Did that mean that she was going to get the same reddish mark on his neck as well? How could Lin Xinu know what the little girl was thinking? Moving her books peacefully, when he turned his head to look at her, the young girl was staring at his neck with unblinking eyes. That's nothing, the point is what happened to her lip-licking tongue. How did the little girl know that she would make this kind of expression? She had originally imagined it in her head, and only later did she think about whether or not she was using her tongue. So she slowly made the attempt, and just as she spat her little tongue out, she saw Lin Xinu turn his head and look at her with a wary face. What do you want? No, it's not. I don't want anything. Bai Shirhan waved her hands repeatedly, her expression flustered. Encountering this kind of thing for the first time, the key was weakness. Really want it so bad. Also got a couple red patches on his neck. Chapter 175-173. Don't you move. Requesting subscription. No, it isn't. I didn't. No, so you still keep staring at my neck. You really don't want to try? I can teach you. No. Before he even entered the house, Lin Xinu once again saw Bai Shirhan looking at his neck, and simply showed his cards directly. If she wanted to, he would teach her what to do to make the red strawberries appear. I can start with you on the neck. No. Bai Shirhan's red face pushed him as hard as she could, not letting Lin Xinu get any closer at all. Of course she knew what he meant by that, and after seeing the expectant look in the other's eyes, her gaze averted while not forgetting to stop the boy from moving on. This bad guy actually tried to make those red marks on her neck. If Auntie Song saw it, she would definitely be finished. Bai Shirhan was really scared. She was just thinking about it in her head. Who knew that when she stuck her tongue out, she could just happen to be seen by him, even if she wanted to. The average reserved girl wouldn't let him try it on her doorstep. The two stood motionless, the boy looking down at her with unblinking eyes, and the girl with her head bowed in shame, her arms still trying to resist, just with inexplicably much less strength. Seeing that Lin Sinyu was not moving, Bai Shirhan moved her steps to take the opportunity to pull away, preventing him from suddenly exerting himself and being unable to resist, so she could only leave the field early. Watching the little girl fleeing in haste, Lin Xianyu only felt that she was very cute. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that she would be bold at night while he was asleep, he would have been deceived by her apparent timidity. It's not? Not a moment later, Bai Shirhan slowly walked towards him with a disposable cup. Thanks. Almost graduated and you're starting to see the world? No. Aren't we going to try it like Kong Fatty and Shu Shinua? So, this will be the time when you should say, Sinyu, come, I'll feed you water. Don't. You might not get a chance later. He was really good at grasping her mentality. The little girl clearly wanted to refuse, but after hearing the last sentence Lin Xianyu said, she began to hesitate. If you're still cowering now, you might not even have the courage to be bold enough to leave on vacation. So really, don't you want to? I'll feed you. The reserved young girl gathered her courage. She had never been like this before, and her guts inexplicably grew larger at the thought that the two of them had only less than 5 days together. Bai Shirhan picked up the cup of water and slowly moved closer towards Lin Sinyu's face, looking up with great difficulty to find the other party's mouth, but she saw that he was looking at herself with a smirk, and she was a little embarrassed, so she shifted her gaze and didn't go to meet his eyes. Shortly after the glass of water touched his mouth, Lin Xianyu's throat rolled up and down. His throat sort of quenched his thirst, but it seemed like his body's reaction had just begun. I'd like to feed you one too. Before Lin Xianyu could take the cup from her hand, the little girl was ready early and like a little white rabbit, she scrambled back and ran away, not forgetting to place the water cup on the counter closer to him. Drink it yourself. I'm not thirsty. She didn't want to be taken advantage of any further. She could only wait until the evening when her aunt left and find a reason to have him over again so she could take advantage of him while he was asleep. Openly and honestly, Lin Sinyu walked into her boudoir holding the last of her books. The little girl had long been staying in the room with Little Green, having long anticipated that he would come in, her face full of vigilance. When the boy moved a little closer, the shy girl moved back a step, and finally sat right down on the bed, placing the Little Green on her heels, already ready to let it be sacrificed at any moment. Her heart was beating fast, especially when Lin Sinyu closed the door in passing the moment Lin Sinyu came in, fearing that the little girl would run away in the middle. The little girl kept her legs together and pinched her fingers nervously on Green as a way to relax. After Lin Xianyu placed all of his books on the floor, he then approached in her direction. Looking at the serious expression on the other's face, the little girl understood that she was probably going to be bullied hard. The door to the room was also closed tightly, and the last escape route had completely disappeared. The two of them looked at each other, and Bai Shirhan bit her lower lip lightly. Ah, Auntie, wait, come back. The young girl's heart was simply nervous and shy. The room, except for the sound of the words she had just spoken, seemed to be so quiet that one could hear each other's heartbeats, not to mention the sound of the girl's rapid and panicked breathing, which was simply extraordinarily pleasing to the ear. So, how about I rest here for the next few nights? It could be that only a short while ago, she had thought in her mind about what reason she would use to keep him behind, and now that she had suddenly achieved her desired goal, Bai Shirhan was emboldened. Even so, he still held Little Green in his arms, slowly shrinking into a ball, as if he was afraid of being bullied. If the girl you like is in front of you, when she is either cute, or when she looks pitiful, but any normal boy will absolutely not be able to resist bullying her. In actuality, that's not even bullying. As Kong Fat often read a few sentences, resistance in the shoulders is not necessarily responsibility. Backstabbing you is not necessarily a knife. On both knees is not necessarily begging for forgiveness. Heartbreaking cry is not necessarily aggrieved. Do you want me to review with you here? The little girl blushed with shame, not daring to look at him at all, speaking in a soft and sticky voice. It's like a showdown to the boy. I'm a very good bully. Come and bully me. I'll never fight back. Ask which cadre can withstand this test. Don't panic. It's only high school. Lin Xianyu still held back and sat on her heels. The mattress is soft. He has already slept twice. Has been completely familiar with. This half is the usual place where the boy sleeps. Only clearly said that one person halfway girl will always be robe lying over. At first okay, just simply hold him to sleep. The back of the waiting for her to fall asleep. That is called a restless. Either he suddenly clamps his legs together and rubs them, or hugs them tightly like an octopus, or suddenly kicks the covers off altogether, sometimes even licking his face once or twice. If it wasn't for the fact that there were no smartphones at this time, Lin Xinu was thinking of taking a video in the middle of the night, and when the little girl woke up the next day, he would confront her with the evidence. Can't wait to see the look on her face when that happens. Do you know what Fatty and Chuck Sinuo will be doing together these days? The little girl shook her head and looked at him quizzically. Lin Sinu continued. Fatty has to go home at night. His mom is taking care of him, so he won't spend the night out. But that guy must have settled all the things he was supposed to communicate at night at Chu Shinua's house at noon. Bai Shirhan was now curious about which things she could do, and then she could compare them to see how much she could do. After all, she had also promised him that she would learn from Kongyu and Chu Shinua and become a good friend like them. We can't learn, not to mention that I'm still underage. If Sister Bai has any thoughts about me, I'll definitely tell Auntie Song. I won't. How could that kind of whatever thought have been there? If it had been there, it would have been after he fell asleep. It wouldn't have been noticed at all. The little girl was a little weak. To say that did not have a heart for him is certainly impossible. Just in the case of the other party does not know. Do not know is the same as did not do. That's what she thinks. Followed Lin Sinu together for so long. The usual upside down flimsy theory. She also learns 7 or 8. Something will be used in his body. To see him with his own before the same reaction. The heart do not mention how happy. As for Lin Xinu, which can really be so stupid. See the little girl happily send herself over. Even thought she took advantage of the situation. It would be better to turn a blind eye. At the same time as she is happy, but also got unknowingly broke into her world. When the girl reacted, she might even look at him with a smile on her face, rubbing her protruding belly. Xin Wu, you're such a big dummy. I'm taking up a small han out on you la. Kongyu and Chu Shinua were actually studying seriously. Only that they were studying something a little different. Obviously writing a test paper. When the test paper was finished, both of them were red in the face. Either watching instructional videos on the subject or doing after-school observations. The mind is on learning. Lin Sinu just wanted to tell Bai Shirhan all these things. Only the little girl immediately reacted when she saw him with a bad smile on his face. Although he didn't know what Lin Xinu wanted to say, he just reached out and covered his little ears, not giving him any chance at all. Making fun. The boy did not know when to come over the arm. Gently wrapped around the girl's shoulder. Has not used a few points of force? It feels as if the other side of their own initiative to lean in his arms. A girl's body is as soft as the world, let alone her in her arms. Lin Sinu couldn't help but push harder, and Bai Shirhan moved her body with a slight grunt, her legs going weak. The nervousness was back, but luckily for the two of them, they would be sitting on the bed, so the little girl didn't even have to worry about him noticing. Her eyes closed and her little ear pressed against his chest, listening in peace to his equally nervous heartbeat, which was practically the exact same rate as hers. Senyu, I am. Lin Xinu lowered his head, and when he spoke he exhaled just enough gas to go along her little head to her ears, and in a circle around her neck. This fluffy feeling all but made the little girl almost open her mouth and ask him to kiss her ears. Dreams have this kind of situation, so while he was asleep that will, Bai Shirhan not only with the face to gently rub Lin Sinu back, but also want to go to kiss his ears, just in the way of the last layer of the heart of that reserve, has been forced to hold back, did not dare to do that kind of thing, always feel as if they had become the same as the bad guy, more and more perverted. So far, simply hugging a girl is still daring. After all, while he was asleep, she had already dealt with him that boldly, and now even if Lin Xinu was awake and wanted to hug her, it would definitely not be as big of a bargain as her taking advantage of it. So after a simple refusal, she simply burrowed directly into his arms. Are we their kind of best friends? The little girl's voice was very soft. It's this time of the day, and she still thinks about comparing herself to Kongyu and the others. Lin Sinu reached out and stroked her head gently. We are much better than anyone else, and there is no one under the sun who is more like a good friend than we are. Don't touch it, La. Every time he would touch her head, if he simply touched it, that would not be a big deal. The main thing was that he touched it and did not know where to touch it. Obviously before it was still honest. Lately I do not know why it became like this. The little girl didn't understand, and when she asked Lin Xinu before, he said it was a normal reaction for every boy, and when she continued to ask what kind of reaction it was, he didn't continue to talk about it, and instead used the excuse that she was still young to keep her from knowing. He is obviously older than him. The cat in the window always rings on time at night. At first they all thought White was hungry, but later, out of curiosity, they peeked out the window to see if the cat was moving, only to see that he was eating dried fish with the little female cat. One bite for you, one lick for me. It's true that cats live better than people these days. Night fell slowly, and when the lights came on from house to house, it was announced that it was officially dark. Lin Sinyu and Bai Shirhan in the bedroom. The two of them were still in the dark, not knowing how long they had been hugging. Look at you. You always wouldn't let me hold you before, but now you can't leave. If you had let me hold you in the beginning, wouldn't you have held you a few more times than you do now? No, not. The little girl is anxious to cry. She does not want to hold so long. On the contrary, red-faced, has long wanted to come out of the other side of the arms, but I do not know why. The body is perhaps too excited, no strength, but also afraid of shame. It has been staying still. Then we'll just keep holding still like this. Hugs. Enough hugs. Already fully charged. Bai Shirhan's soft body began to rock and wriggle in his arms, first from side to side, then began to grind against his chest. She wanted to leave directly, but the body is not obedient to the call to move a small amplitude, but became a little girl initiative in his arms to provoke. Normal boys who can top, not to mention still in this blood in the age of fresh cadre raids. The girl who had done something wrong suddenly didn't dare to move. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lin Sinyu with both curiosity and fear. Should be looking for a fight. Usually thick-skinned Lin Sinyu. This will be a little embarrassed. The little girl in his arms after hearing that he wants to fight. Make every effort to break free. Don't. You're only making me want to fight more and more by moving around like that. She was trying to run either performing friction on his thighs or touching on his stomach. It would have been fine if it was a one-time thing, but it was moving slowly. If he didn't know that the little girl's nervous body would have no strength, Lin Sinyu was a bit skeptical that she was doing this on purpose. So, what's going to happen? Bai Shirhan's voice had a little tremor in it. Since she was a child she had never experienced this kind of thing. Not to mention that Lin Sinyu would be in a winning fighting condition. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't afraid. Don't move. I'm afraid. The young girl, even if she wasn't reserved, did feel scared now, and had no idea how to react to the unknown. Scared is right. When my dad he was so scared. Well, then, Mom, isn't Mom afraid of her? What is she afraid of? My mom can be bold. Take the initiative to take my dad to fight. You see you. Bai Shirhan is very unconvinced. Fighting she is not dare, but when he falls asleep at night. Chapter 176, 174. You mustn't be like Xiao Bai. Requesting subscription. There are things you clearly don't want to think about, but you just can't get them out of your head. Lin Sinyu originally slowed down well. The results of the little girl again in the arms of the writhing, had to consciously get up, thoughtful to hold her on the bed. Want to take advantage of all cannot continue, and then continue that really will not be able to hold back the fight. Bai Shirhan was shy and happy. This was the first time she had seen the other party suffer. The usually fearless Lin Sinyu would actually leave with a blushing face, before she could continue to be happy. The doorbell rang. There is no need to even think about it. It must be Song Jelly checking the room on time. It's all come to this point. Not to mention that the living room and the big light has not been turned on. It's impossible not to be in a hurry. Just by listening to the gap between the ringing of the doorbell, you can tell that the other party is really a bit skeptical. The little girl nervously tried to get up from the bed. Her body still had no strength. It was all because of this bad guy. Suddenly hugging herself, her legs gave out. I'll get the door first. Just come out later. Good. Although it was exciting to sneak around, if she was discovered, the consequences were something she didn't dare to think about. She had clearly agreed with Auntie Song that she would pay attention to the proportion, and it hadn't even been a long time, and she had already been coaxed by him to cuddle on the bed for half a day. It's fine if you're asleep, but the point is that you're not. When did you get so bold? Luckily Auntie didn't have a key in her hand. If she was found lying in the arms of a boy in the middle of the night, or enjoying herself completely unresisting, the little girl would have died of shyness on the spot. You go open the door. Obviously she had counted the time, counting when Auntie Song would come over and how much longer she would be able to enjoy herself in his arms, but she hadn't realized that time had actually passed so quickly, but not doing anything at all, just being held and rubbed in his arms every now and then until he didn't want to fight, and that's a couple hours gone? Just tidy up. Look at you blushing. Later Auntie will think what I did to you. Go on. The reserved young girl was already prone to blushing, and with a little bit of excitement, scarlet instantly appeared on both sides of her cheeks before spreading to her neck, her ears, and carrying on. Bai Shirhan didn't think it was a good habit. Every time she started out with a pretty good disguise, just the feature of blushing immediately exposed her. So many times Lin Xianyu had dared to bully her with confidence and boldness because he saw the redness on her face. Opening the bedroom door, under Bai Shirhan's gaze, Lin Sinyu quickly walked out, and then he saw the living room headlights light up, and it wasn't long before he heard the door open. Auntie is here. Shirhan is asleep and I was just doing my homework. He's really good at cheating. In the bedroom, Bai Shirhan could only go along with what he said and lie down under the covers, pretending to look like she had just woken up. Putting her clothes together briefly and letting the redness on her face slowly dissipate first, waiting for her body not to get hot before she got up. Song Jelly, which believed what Lin Sinyu said, changed slippers and immediately walked to Bai Shirhan room. Happened to see the little girl's small face red, was about to get up from the bed, turned his head and looked in the direction of Lin Sinyu. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, pressing on without words, and the expression was one of complete warning, fearing that something would happen to the cabbage she had raised right now. Auntie, I just woke up. Just woke up. Just woke up. Song Jiali twisted her head to look at Bai Shirhan. While chatting, she didn't forget to survey the environment in the room. She also didn't forget to sniff the smell inside. After confirming that everything was normal, she was relieved. It seemed that she was really asleep. Lin Xinu was indeed a boy of his word. To be honest, the little girl was still wanting to stay in the same room with Lin Xinu. The more she knew that there were only the last few days left, the more she wanted to stick to him. She couldn't wait to be near him 24 hours a day. The reason why she hadn't done so was purely because she was afraid that it would make the other person hate her, so she just had to suppress her heart. Auntie Song hasn't eaten yet, has she? Shirhan and I are going to eat downstairs, too. I ate and came over, just to see you guys and some of the things she asked me to buy, but you promised Auntie not to bully Shirhan. Don't worry Auntie, spoiled for choice, like the person in front of the parents swore, which in any girl will be happy. If you meet the kind of cowering, cannot drum up the courage to say, then still follow what? Song Jiali didn't linger and gave Bai Shirhan a pause while Lin Xinu went to cook the noodles before she left in peace. In her opinion, even if the little girl was bold, she couldn't possibly keep a boy overnight, not to mention that Lin Sinyu had promised not to bully her, so there was no need to keep watching. It had been defended for so long, so I'm sure both of them knew. Hearing the door close, the happiest person was Bai Shirhan. If Auntie was going to stay here until after Lin Sinyu left, then she would have to make up a reason to send a penguin to get him to come over. How much courage did she have to muster up for a reserved girl? Could it be that just like the last time he brought Xiaobai here, this time it was her turn to say that Xiaobai missed him? The question was, where to find Xiaobai? Who knows which kitty Shibuya cat will go to again today? Still, he's good, only she's the big kitty. In the kitchen, Lin Sinyu was busy. Either go ahead and blanch and peel the tomatoes, or beat 2 eggs and mix them in a bowl. Wait for the water in the pot to boil. Throw in the noodles, then the tomatoes and eggs, and finally the salt and some other seasonings. The girl loved this kind of atmosphere. The person she wanted to be with the most was cooking in the kitchen at the moment. He was not only very good at taking care of her emotions, but he also managed to capture her stomach. Although the little girl was not picky about food, but she had to say that Lin Sinyu's cooking was really delicious. And to be honest, Bai Shirhan really wanted to be his wife. The kind of girl who woke up with him by her side, who was there no matter what came her way, and who didn't even know what it would be like when she was alone after high school. She was already in his shape, and it was obviously a little difficult to change back to the shape she had been in at the beginning. It's all this bad guy, obviously said only good friend relationship, but why is he to himself then to good friends but also good this is clearly beyond the feelings between friends. She is also, why not go to stop in the middle of the road, but also go to enjoy all the time? Her heart was suddenly hit hard. The little girl didn't dare to think about what happened behind her. Moving her steps, she didn't know why she was walking towards Lin Xinu's location. Bai Shirhan forced herself not to make any expressions, trying to keep herself as relaxed as possible and overall looking as usual. Hungry? Just wait a little while. He coaxed her like a child, which in turn made the girl even more touched. She was really happy. In this year of 18 years old can meet the most right him. The love of the young girl is really I'm hungry. Bai Shirhan did not know how to cry. Held back can only issue a grieved soft sticky voice. Do not know how to say she, opening into a hungry stomach. She meant to say thank you, but when she thought of the other man's gentle face telling her not to treat him as an outsider, she immediately changed her meaning. Yo, so hungry. Lin Sinyu turned around. The little girl in the finished hungry, for the first time when he was awake to take the initiative to hold his waist. Unlike in the past will also secretly rub. This time is not moving, or dare not move. Okay, tomato and egg noodles. You won't be hungry after you finish it. Good boy. He had always known Bai Shirhan, and in his heart, he could probably guess what was the reason for her off tone. Not to mention that this time, the other party was still biting her lower lip tightly, with that kind of forced expression, surely thinking of the separation after the college entrance exam. The boy purposely pretended not to know, knowing that Bai Shirhan would be embarrassed to face him after poking and prodding, so he just assumed that she was really hungry. Come on, eat the noodles I made with my own hands. They're definitely better than anything you can buy outside. Aha! The little girl nodded, probably because the daring time she had just had was over and this would go into cool down, and the red coloring on her face could be considered to be visible as she unwillingly, but shyly, removed her hands from around his waist. I didn't mean to. It's okay, I'll just carry it back later. No, never mind if it's okay. Eat the noodles first, don't cry from hunger again later. Not for a second. Bai Shirhan felt humiliated to death, and now she had almost cried before she even left. If she really had to separate at the end of the college entrance exams, wouldn't she not even be able to stop her tears? Not long. 2 bowls of fragrant noodles on the table. The little girl ate can be happy, especially when being fed by Lin Sinyu. Blow 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 blow. Mouth open. Small mouth sucking a little bit. All eat in, but also do not forget to lick the lips, leaving a piece of water on the mouth, and then after that continue to suck, and soon all the noodles in the bowl to solve. Of course, it wasn't a free feed, and when she was done, it became her feeding him. You have to come in slowly. Yes, slowly, not too fast. You'll poke the very end too soon. The little girl blushed as she listened to his instructions, and wouldn't have fed him if she didn't have only 3 or 4 days left to spend together. Bai Shirhan was surely aware of what Lin Sinyu was thinking, but Shirhan didn't know that Bai Shirhan didn't agree to be his wife, and Shirhan didn't disagree. When the feeding of each other was over, this time the girl had to follow him to wash the dishes, and then her little hand touched the bubbles, and it didn't take long for her to be held by another hand with bubbles, obviously washing the dishes. But it turned out that there were no bubbles in the bowls, and instead there were more and more bubbles on her hand. You can't. If you keep that up, I'll touch you too. A ferocious warning. Now that'll scare him, won't it? Have not waited for the little girl back to God. The hand of the bubble did not cut. The meaning of the boy is even more excessive. Re-squeeze the detergent. Continue to rub bubbles in his hands. The meaning is very clear. Come on, you touch, not dead or alive. It can't be like that. If your mom and dad knew we were like this and I was still pretending, they'd think I was a liar. Bai Shirhan was distressed. Had she known that she wouldn't have helped disguise herself as his girlfriend from the beginning? If she didn't go back with him to see her grandmother in the future, wouldn't it be hard for her? Lin Xin, you nodded and stopped moving to look at her. Then it's good that you don't lie to them. But I cheated. Stupid. Why don't you just be my girlfriend now? No, it's not okay, that would be seen too. It's simple. If they keep suspecting it, we'll get a little Han to prove it. Hooligans. The little girl could finally understand why he said that. He was just a big bad guy who had always wanted to have a little Han with her. And even if she wanted to, mom and dad hadn't agreed to it yet, and weren't going to let him have the chance. It's not called hooliganism. That way my dad and my mom, and grandma, must think of you as a baby. Really. She admitted that she did have a bit of a heart attack, and didn't even know when the dishes were done. The boy thoughtfully wiped the water off of her before cleaning up after himself. All taken care of and ready to go home, possibly seeing his movements. Bai Shirhan turned to stare at the other man's back and bit her lip. She didn't want him to go back and make up another reason. She had to be bold for once. Loosen your lower lip and gather your courage. Sinyu. The boy turned around, and I wondered if the girl was thinking of the wrong meaning. It always seemed as if he was just waiting on purpose for her to call him off. What's the matter? You know I'm leaving and you're going to let me hold your hand before you leave, right? Well, she still couldn't say the words for him to just stay here and sleep, but only nodded, and when he reached out and opened his palm, the girl's small hand took it upon herself to feel her way over and set among his fingers, having done it too many times to become proficient at it. He looked at her and she shyly bowed her head. Before he could slow down, he was wrapped into the other man's arms and hugged. Bai Shirhan was a bit nervous and tried to leave, but was held by Lin Sinyu in a death grip. No, don't do this. Lin Sinyu pressed against her ear and waited for a long time, finally saying what he wanted to say. There are still 4 or 5 days left. Let me hug. Just hug. The defiant little girl stopped as well. How what he said wasn't what she wanted, and settled back against his chest. More and more I'm enjoying my evenings together. Before, the separation was simply holding hands to say goodbye, but now the hugs were all completely unlocked, and she could stay in his arms openly without having to sneak around at all, not to mention staying right there in his arms, not being able to see the expression on Lin Xinyu's face at all, and the other party not being able to see the shyness that existed on her face, peacefully listening to his breathing and nervous heartbeat. The cats outside the window also began to purr at this moment, and from time to time a few female cats responded. Believe it or not, White is cuddling with the little she-cat like this right now too. I believe. The girl responded in a small voice, then suddenly thought of something, suddenly lifting her small head from his arms. You can't have as many little she-cats as White. I thought you weren't going to be my wife? And you won't allow me to make someone else my wife? Then you said I was your big kitty. The girl is anxious. Wife and big cats are clearly two different things, and not really do nothing. Wife can also do it later. Bai Shirhan's small face collapsed, and her small mouth also pouted at this moment, staring at him with a grudging expression on her face. If you're anything like White, I'll never talk to you again. I'm just kidding. Can't you hear me when I'm teasing you? That's too scummy for White. See the result. His balls are gone. I don't want to be like him. So, my dear big kitty, will I sleep with you tonight? Chapter 175. Don't bite. Don't bite. It hurts. Requesting subscription. By Shirhan was trying to say no, but she was just confused and was brought into the room by the other party. Originally, it was hard for the little girl to detach herself from his arms, and she hadn't stayed for a while yet, so she was in the front, and Lin Sinyu went in together behind her. The bedroom had always been by Shirhan's safe house, and ever since he'd met Lin Sinyu, at first he'd simply come in to take a look around or tutor together. Then somehow he'd gone to the bedroom, and tried to look at her closet, and in recent days he'd even tried to touch her socks. It's really getting sick. The atmosphere in the room was really ambiguous. The boy looked at the girl. The girl did not know when to hide into the blanket. Afraid of the other suddenly up to once again let her legs weak in his arms. Shirhan, do you know why Fatty likes Chu Shinua so much? I don't know. The little girl shook her head. For this kind of story she has always been very eager to listen to. Want to understand how other people fall in love. And then so that you can make a slight reference. Not to nothing. The equivalent of the group of people who love to read relationship literature. Obviously know how to fall in love. Or teach others to fall in love set after set. The actual is also secretly from the novels to learn how to curry favor with the girls. The big night happy to watch other people falling in love. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. It's very simple. You see Chu Shinua can always accompany him, his preferences, and even accompany him to eat together with the mess around. The main thing is that the girl is from the heart of the good to him, not hypocritical, for the whole fat. Sincerity is the most important. He is now this type of body type. The girl followed him. Figure what? What does a girl want with him? A big belly or a lot of meat? Then why is Chu Shinua with him? The little girl did not understand, listening to him say so much, as if Kong fat there is nothing worthy of each other like things. Then Chu Shinua actually like him what? Lin Sinyu, when Bai Shirhan was curious, moved to her side, sat down, reached out and touched her little head, then continued, everything has a cause and effect. There is no such thing as no cause. Just like when I asked you to be my wife, you refused and set out your attitude. If you hated me from then on, then I definitely won't continue to look for you. Fatty Kong is almost the same as Chu Shinua, and in fact, that girl knew him a long time ago. It's just that Fatty doesn't remember it. The girl is big. The ugly duckling can turn into a white swan. Bai Shirhan's mouth opened wide as she reacted. So they've known each other for a long time? It's just that Kong you doesn't know? Yeah, that's why I always tell that guy to treat the other girl well. Study hard and try to get into the same school so that he won't be separated in the future because of long distance. That feeling of having to be separated is indeed too much to bear. Hearing this, the little girl instead lowered her head, thinking that she would have to separate from Lin Sinyu at the end of the college entrance exams. What was a curious emotion instantly lost a lot. She just fantasized a little in her mind and felt inexplicably sad. That indescribable feeling that took over her whole brain at once. What are you afraid of? It's not like we'll be estranged for the rest of our lives. Lin Xianu wrapped his arm around her shoulders like a good brother, taking this opportunity to slowly approach, not forgetting to let her lost little head rest lightly on his shoulder. Proper brotherly love. So, what if it's off-site? Penguins can be contacted as well. What to do when your cell phone is confiscated? And your brother. There are ways to show up whenever you want. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. There is nothing that cannot be done, only to see what is done in the end worth it. If the other side of the iron heart do not want to see, or said that there is no you in the heart, do what will not have the effect. It is better to leave before it is too late. But Bai Shirhan and Lin Sinyu are different. As long as the boy has the slightest breeze known to the girl will absolutely respond. The feeling that if you do it, the other person keeps responding is really desirable. I don't know how much time has passed. The catcalls outside the window stopped, and the only thing that could be heard was the sound of breathing. And as for the heartbeat, the little girl wasn't close enough to his chest to hear it clearly. 2. To wash up and go to bed. Okay, I'll go with you. Aha. When he went to the washstand, Lin Sinyu reacted that he hadn't brought a change of clothes, let alone a shower towel or anything else, and had to go back. Bai Shirhan had no choice but to prepare his towel and toothbrush. As for the small pants, she didn't dare to let Song Jiali help buy them, and during that time she also thought about going out on her own, and halfway there she went back to her room with a blushing face. Not only that, the little girl even thought about letting him wear her little pants, but she gave up on that plan when she thought that the other person would hold it in her hands and keep surveying it, or might bite it in her mouth and not gnaw it loose like White did. It's so annoying. I wish I could go out shopping alone. Bai Shirhan made up her mind that when the college entrance exams were over and she returned to her parents' side, she would let Bai Wenjie take her around the neighborhood anyways, because Lin Xinu had said that he would show up when she finished writing about what happened between the two of them. The little girl wanted to take advantage of this time to familiarize herself with the surroundings, and when all of it was familiarized, as long as he came over to find himself, she would be able to proudly introduce all of the surroundings to him, and would definitely be able to startle him. After taking a shower, washing his face, and finally brushing his teeth, and taking care of everything, Lin Xinu also came over from home, his school bag stuffed to the brim, and without looking, he knew that he had prepared quite a lot of things. Just a polite look on his face. May I stay here for a few days in the back as well, please? I can cook for you every day if I need the room fee. The little girl was overjoyed. Her heart had always been set on this, and as a result, she didn't expect to come across such a good thing. I was wondering what reason to make up to get him to stay tomorrow, but this was good. It came straight to my door. The reserve that should be there still has to be there. Bai Shirhan said shyly with a red face. No, it's okay. It's the last 3 or 4 days. You won't get a chance like this again. She knew he would find a suitable reason for her. No, it's just the last few days left, and as a good friend who can't even promise something like this, what kind of good friend is that? To cement the friendship, the little girl could only agree. Then Lin Xinu went in after her ass with his school bag, admit card, ID card, stationery needed for the exam and so on. All ready, when the time comes to go to the test center from you, open your eyes can see you. This feeling is not too great. Looking at the boy's happy face, Bai Shirhan also followed the happy. That I also stayed in the depths of the heart did not express. The book bag is on the table. Lin Xinu was cleaned up after taking a shower and came over, so there was a fragrant shower gel smell on his body. The same was true on the little girl not far away. The two people at the moment seemed to be emitting their own unique scent to lure each other. I want to sleep. I'm a little sleepy too. Then sleep abracadabra. Bai Shirhan was suddenly excited. When she heard Lin Xinu say that he was sleepy, the whole person was like an instant refreshment. The thought that he would be able to fall asleep as soon as he laid down later, wouldn't that make it possible to bully boldly and without fear? Who let him bully her, and always blowing in her ear? Later she was going to bite his ear and punish him twice as much. He didn't know anyway. The little girl made up her mind, turned off the lights a lot faster, and finally looked at Lin Xinu with a serious expression and a serious face. That side is your place. You can't come over, or else I won't sleep with you tomorrow. Good. Lin Xinu knows what is in the heart of the little girl, but did not poke him. As long as the other party does not do too much, he will pretend not to know. It is hard not to believe that she would dare to secretly fight with him at night. That is certainly not dare. Looking at Bai Shirhan, who was lying still on the bed, Lin Xinu felt funny. If it wasn't for the fact that he deliberately didn't fall asleep last time and wanted to see what kind of trick she was playing, it was estimated that up to now he didn't know that he would be boldly bullied by the little girl. The first time was fine. Maybe it was precisely because of the first time I did that I was a little scared and only dared to gently rub my back for fear of being discovered. And when I experienced more, my guts were simply the complete opposite of what they were during the day. Not to mention rubbing. Just rubbing is not enough to satisfy each other anymore, and will even reach out and touch him briefly on his chest. Sometimes she will also blow in Lin Xinu's ear. The most excessive is that she licked his ear, although it is only a slight touch, but that feeling is clearly intentional. Lin Xinu lay down to sleep well, and in the dim environment, he could only see the rough outline of the person, and could not see the expression on the other person's face at all. So the little girl dared to boldly open her eyes, waiting quietly, first secretly listening to his breathing, then making noise in a whisper, with the aim of attracting the other's attention. In order to cooperate, Lin Xinu would move slightly twice at first to show that he wasn't asleep. Getting prompted by Shirhan had to continue to wait, and even sometimes boredom in the heart silently counted up 1, 2, 3. The boy didn't continue to snark at the girl either, and when she was making small movements behind him, he pretended he didn't hear them, breathing calmly and not tensing up at all. In the darkness, the girl began the familiarization process. Senyu, nu, you, call out softly, and when there is no response, continue to generate larger movements for testing, and only relax when you have completely accepted the fact that the other person is asleep. It's okay to be bold enough to hug him. She really missed him, really didn't want to be separated at all, and didn't dare to imagine at all what time without him would actually be like, but could only now greedily sniff the scent that belonged to him, gently rubbing up and down his back. Some people are cool with it, but some people really put up with it. The little girl wasn't so little after all. She was literally pressed up against his back, intimately. Lin Xinu tried his best to adjust his breathing. Every time at this time, he was afraid that a sudden movement would cause her to react. Then wouldn't he scare away the prey directly to his mouth? Bai Shirhan's small face was red, especially as she rubbed her face up and down against the other's back, chagrined that she had been drinking milk before. This kind of sneaky behavior. There are often two kinds of complex psychology. One is to see the good, the other is to still want to continue. The little girl belongs to the second kind, and afraid but can't leave, and even want to carry on like this. Every night she is looking forward to the other party just like this to quickly fall asleep. At the same time the young girl could understand why he liked to bully her. It turned out that bullying was addictive. As she was now, both scared and unwilling to stop moving, she ended up getting more and more cocky instead, going straight for the nightly bedtime idea, biting his ear. Whispering up, he slowly approached towards Lin Xinu's face position. Originally, there would still be some light present in the dark night, not to mention the fact that human bodies existed in temperature. And when Bai Shirhan approached, the boy immediately reacted. What does she want? Licking your own ears again? When did little girls become so perverted? He didn't even have this kind of fetish. He just occasionally blew in her ear for the purpose of seeing the other party blush. But what did Bai Shirhan want? Teenage girl behavior is simple. What he did to her, she just wants to bully back twice as much. He blew towards her ear. Then she gently bit his ear while he was asleep. This would mean that she bullied him even more. The next time Lin Xinu blew at the little girl, instead, he would not be afraid. He had already done things that were even more daring than he was, and he would still be afraid of this? At the thought of being able to bully him more boldly, Bai Shirhan couldn't be happier in her heart. Lin Xinu can be unlucky. Ben is constantly resisting the urge to fight, back rubbing even if, now directly dislike the face is how. For a moment, he wondered if Bai Shirhan knew that he was pretending to sleep and deliberately came on such a gentleman's test, and if he didn't know what kind of character she had, he would probably rate to think so. Before he could continue to endure, he could clearly feel the blazing breath coming from his ears, the gas constantly passing from his ears to his neck. Lin Xianu was afraid that if he didn't endure, he would shrink his neck, and he kept forcing himself to endure. Sure enough, this is a very dangerous thing. Lin Xinu feel that one day a person cannot hold back on the spot to account here. Fortunately this is not a child's mind, but also can endure. Ouch, ouch, ouch. How do you put up with that? Just ready to boast about his own determination is very good. Lin Xinu. This is really unable to endure. Originally thought that the little girl is like the last time as gently touch. The result did not think that she came to the real. The probability of not knowing how much force to use. So come up to slightly make a bit of strength. Well, swish Bai Shirhan's body stiffened all over, completely not expecting that she would wake him up. Originally thinking of gently biting, but as a result, because she was too nervous, her body leaned forward slightly, and she made a little bit of effort. Bai Shirhan, did I upset you? No, no. Then why do you seem to be eating my ears? The little girl stammered, unable to explain a word in half a day, panicked, not knowing at all what this would do. Obviously won't miss once. Obviously just now was fine. I should have known not to bite his ear. No, you have to bite me back. No, no. The young girl was completely flustered, and had all but begun to move to escape from the comforter, when she was firmly wrapped into the other woman's arms, along with hers. She tried to break away, but could clearly hear his sharp breath hitting the back of her neck, and scowled, trying to break away and run away, but not having the strength to do so. And then the ear. Oh, I was wrong. Chapter 178-176. So today is Pink Request subscription. How exactly do you fall asleep? Specifically the little girl does not know. Originally was shy, not dare to move, the back with him holding, listening to the other side of the smooth and gentle speech. Expression of action is only left to nod, or the mouth issued a soft sound as a response. It's so humiliating to have him bite his ear. She did not know that the ear will be so sensitive. At first blowing that will be just itchy. Did not care. When the other side really touched with the mouth, from top to bottom, the whole body as if electrocuted, was powerless to break free. Now even more no way. For a moment, Bai Shirhan felt scared and she all but felt that she was going to be beaten up hard, but it was as if the other party was deliberately luring, either holding her close and gently stroking her head, or suddenly not moving, letting the little girl grind herself in her arms. Obviously it's not even summer yet, and each of their bodies became hot. Their breathing and heartbeat could no longer be as calm as usual, and began to run amok. The two of them just cuddled together unashamedly as she listened to his heartbeat and eased into sleep. That's why the waking scene. The little girl could sleep until she woke up naturally. The pesky alarm she had all but solved last night, afraid that she wouldn't be forced to separate again before she had enough cuddles. This time she woke up first, quietly stayed in Lin Sinu's arms. The young girl has given up her reserve, her ear on his chest, feeling the sound of the heart beating. Her inner restlessness and anxiety all dissipated at the moment, leaving only satisfaction and happiness. The girl's body was definitely soft. There was absolutely no need to guess. In fact, Lin Xinu had woken up a long time ago, and for fear of disturbing Bai Shirhan's sleep, he just closed his eyes and faked sleep. Upon noticing the girl's movements in his arms, the boy similarly reached out and hugged her tightly, smelling the aroma of milk present on the other's body and engaging in the same greedy enjoyment. Often this is when people are at their most honest, silently adjusting their movements to facilitate further enjoyment of the embrace. The young girl grunted softly, as if sensing the youthful boy's bloodlust and expressing her emotions with displeasure. Resisting the action in the eyes of the other party seems to be completely a kind of non-refusal, belonging to his big cat, then naturally to carry on petting, along her back, slowly go to the small head, gently rubbing, probably thinking about having bitten her ear last night. Lin Xin Yu only felt a little greedy, seeing that the beautiful person in his arms was enjoying herself peacefully. He lowered his head and found the small ear that was just about to escape with precision. Gently, feeling Lin Xin Yu's blazing breath on her ear, the girl knew what he was going to do and whispered out her request in a pitiful whisper. It's not like I'm going to push as hard as you are. This is considered to speak to the girl's dilemma. Bai Shirhan squirmed in his arms. Lin Xinyu's breath in turn came closer and closer. The little girl began to be nervous, even if the other party could not see her current expression, but still chose to close her eyes to meet the so-called awards. Not right. It is bullying. The small pink earlobes looked especially seductive and bright in Lin Xinyu's eyes. He couldn't stand it any longer and sucked the ear that he regarded as a treasure into his mouth. And before he could savor it carefully, he could feel the other party trembling, and then his body immediately detached from his arms. Okay, that's enough. The young girl left with a blushing face, probably because she was too nervous to move, and behind him he put his ears in a bite. The negative pressure caused her legs to regain their strength, and she slipped out of the boudoir in no time. The morning toiletries were ready long ago. When Lin Xin Yu went to the sink, his toothbrush was placed on his cup and the toothpaste had been squeezed long ago. It was hard for a boy not to like this thoughtful and non-verbal approach. How about once every night from now on? No good. The young girl panicked and finished washing her face, then rushed to dry off the water and quickly left the sink. If I had known that I wouldn't have bitten his ear last night, I always felt that I couldn't steal a chicken without being able to get it back, and I clearly thought that I would bully him properly, but it turned out that I was now being bullied by him instead. Most of all, promised to rest with him for the next few nights, so down the line, he has already found out how to face him later. When she thought of lying with Lin Xinyu at night, Bai Shirhan was a little frightened. Just ask a guy if he knows that you go and bite his ear at night, can he still fall asleep that fast? Even if the other person doesn't know that she's making rubbing and hugging behavior towards him, something like biting his ear is enough to be treated as a pervert. Not to mention him, the girl herself is a bit scared. Holding hands and hugging has already lost its grip, and now even such perverted behavior as eating ears can happen. So the next step, when she thought that every time she was in Lin Xinyu's arms, he would have thoughts of fighting, Bai Shirhan was really worried. What should she do if she wanted to fight one day too? Was it hard for her to be like his mother and actively seek out the other person? No, definitely not. The little girl was getting nervous, and when she heard the commotion in front of the sink die down, she pulled out her practice problems and went to work on the table in the guise of reviewing them, pretending that nothing had happened. Going out for breakfast? Or should I bring it for you? He slowly walked up behind her, looking at the little girl sitting at her desk panicking over her homework, and could probably guess what kind of mentality she would be in. Then I'll buy it and bring it to you to eat. I can come along. How could I let him go alone? Even if I might be embarrassed to face him now, the thought that I might not be able to see him in the future hardened my heart. So what are we going to eat later? Ravioli. She has come to love that feeling of eating ravioli. The two of them could not only eat together, but also take a bite of you and a bite of me to carry on feeding. Although the process might make her blush with shame, but it was this kind of intimate action that could make the little girl's lost heart completely satisfied. Packing up briefly, the two of them headed downstairs, the young girl following him shyly, usually tugging at his coattails to breakfast, but already today she was starting to get a little bold. It wasn't really her fault. Who told the boy to suddenly open his hand halfway through his walk? At first Bai Shirhan didn't react, and only after the other person waved at him did she realize that he wanted her to take the initiative to hold on. Having already had no idea how many experiences, the little girl skillfully put her fingers into his and soon interlocked her fingers together. There's no such thing as a snub in this world. It's just that the girl is willing to be snubbed by him so the boy can get his way. If you meet someone you don't like per se, how can you just fool around and easily cheat away? Especially Bai Shirhan, this kind of careful girl, in this regard never protect themselves, even if they care about other people's emotions, that will also be rejected when necessary. But the only thing is, the little girl did not reject him very clearly. Hun done, you want me to feed you soup again? Not at all. Lin Xinyu just smiled. He knew that Bai Shirhan was good at everything, but her mouth was hard. Every part of her body was soft, but only her mouth. Why was it so hard? It's okay, It's just these last few days. Don't you really want to be fed soup by me? There it is again. The damn temptation. It was as if he'd eaten up the fact that she'd eat this up. So every time the little girl didn't want to, Lin Xinu immediately began to say the words that there were still the last few days left. In itself, Bai Shirhan was wavering inwardly, a bit unable to bear to miss this kind of opportunity. And then once she heard the other party say it seductively like this, she couldn't bear to nod her head at once. Just this once. Good. Lin Xinu would always promise her. And although every time the little girl was fed she would say last time, the two of them never carried on all the time, waiting to come to the breakfast place. After all, they had gotten up later than usual, and the adults around them would be getting ready to finish breakfast and go to work by now. And with all the other seniors, the breakfast place was lined up with people for a while. Bai Shirhan wanted to let go of her hand. In this crowded situation, she was still a little scared, herself a little afraid to stay in the crowd. If it wasn't for the fact that this would have been Lin Xinu by her side, she would have definitely run out of strength on the spot, breathing nervously and leaning aside on a random pillar to rest. Not to mention holding hands now. It was almost as if he was so shy that he wanted to find a hole in the ground right there, and the only thing he could do was to keep snapping his toes and his shoes in an attempt to try and ease his nerves. Don't be nervous. What's the big deal about holding hands? We're just good friends. Mr. Chen has seen us holding hands. What are we afraid of if others see us? Lin Xinu gripped her small hand even tighter, not giving her a chance to leave at all. You can't do this. Seeing that the two of them were about to reach the breakfast place, Bai Shirhan was getting nervous, wanting to exert herself, but unable to get out of his hands, as if there was a demon and an angel struggling on her shoulders. The little angel is trying to persuade her, you are just friends. A good friend doing this in front of outsiders will surely be misunderstood. What if you meet an acquaintance? How do you explain? Say you're good friends? Who would believe it? The little devil on the contrary is unconvinced to stand out. Have already held how many times? Just a few days left. Hold a hand cannot be open and aboveboard. In the future still want to break through what other milestones? If you don't have the guts, if you really fall in love in the future, will you hide it and not tell anyone? Why don't you just lie to yourself for the rest of your life? The little angel on his shoulder was just about to continue when the imp suddenly grew bigger and swallowed that cute little angel in one bite. Bai Shirhan decided she had to make a change, while Lin Xinu was around, rationally muster up her courage. Otherwise in the future, when she was alone, wouldn't she not be able to do anything? Desire is a horrible thing to be provoked. The little girl responded to the other, and as soon as he exerted himself, she used a few moments of her strength as well. The idea was to proceed with the thought of taking advantage of him back, but who knew that the other man was instead so horny that he even started to run his fingers over her small hand. The boiling frog in warm water may have seemed difficult to cook her before, but now that I look at it, it's not unacceptable that the little girl is always scooping the water out of the pot outward these days. In the past, it might have been that he was tickled by her and didn't know how to solve it. These days both of them were not virtuous, cooperating with each other and responding to each other, finally waiting for the ravioli to come out. It was clearly 2 bowls of ravioli, but in their joint effort, it amounted to 1. The boy scooped one up from it with a spoon and blew gently on his mouth, and the girl just stared at him with bated breath, looking at his mouth and imagining touching the other's lips, if they were as soft as hers. The two get along. Lin Xinu was the first to poke through that layer of window paper. Only the little girl has been forcibly held back, doing the last resistance. They were already like that, but the little girl just kept holding back and not giving him further chances. Kisses on the ear like this were really an accident, being discovered by him. If the other party didn't take advantage of her back she would feel that it wasn't Lin Xinu. That's why she gave him an ear bite last night. As for the current feeding of the ravioli, that's all been done before. It's just a replica of what's done every day. Response exists between people who like each other, and even if she won't feed him at first, when time passes, a casual look will teach her the most basic steps. It's not a loss anyway, especially being in between spring and summer. Boys generally like this season, and girls who say they like it when they are wrapped up tightly in winter may have some aesthetic problems. You don't want my soup? Little girl suddenly shy voice. See Lin Xinu pick up her bowl. The thought that later on will have to drink the rest of his soup. The heart of the shy, the surface of the refusal, but inwardly is actually urging, hurry up, it's my turn, give it to me. As long as he drank it, it had to be the best thing ever. I'm trying it out for you to see if it's hot. I don't usually like soup. As Lin Xinu spoke nonsense, Bai Shirhan nodded her head willing to believe him. The corners of her mouth rose. No, it changed to a puckered mouth movement again, and she looked at him with a whining expression. So close, I almost laughed out loud and wore it out. By the time the soup reached her, the little girl happily settled it all. Finally, he also did not forget to lick his lips, and even his head is still expressing dissatisfaction. He has already drank. Why did not just take the opportunity to bite off half of the ravioli while eating it, and then the remaining half for her to eat? Just won't learn from her. She even knows how to do it without being taught. Leisure time always passes quickly, obviously looking forward to a late darkness. The two people like what did not do, just eat lunch at home. The afternoon little girl did not even dare to sleep, for fear that Lin Sinyu waiting for an opportunity to retaliate to secretly bite her ear. Has been fearful. When Song Jiali checked in at night and saw Lin Xinu cooking again, she briefly instructed him for 2 sentences before not forgetting to praise him for being smart and hardworking, and even looked at him shyly, thanking the boy for taking care of the little girl during this period of time. To this, Lin Sinyu replied that it was all about what he should do. He just wanted to take good care of Bai Shirhan. It's true. I even cuddle her and read her a bedtime story at night before bed. As for washing and bathing at night, last night when he went back Lin Xinu had already brought his change of clothes, and was really planning to stay here. At first the little girl was inwardly delighted, but only after both of them had finished showering did Bai Shirhan realize why Lin Sinyu had strongly requested to wait until she was done. For no other reason than when the young girl remembered that a change of clothes were sitting inside and hadn't been taken out yet. It wasn't that she couldn't wash it in time, but Lin Sinyu had been out prodding, so she was a bit anxious. It wasn't until the boy stepped out of the bathroom and looked at Bai Shirhan with a wicked grin on his face that the little girl realized something was wrong. It wasn't long before snickering was clearly heard in his ear. So it's pink today. ______.